I clearly awakened the strongest beast taming talent. Devouring prey enables evolution, and the higher the level of the beast pet consumed, the stronger the evolutionary quality. Yet such an invincible divine level talent, yet still faced ridicule from everyone, just because I awakened the most useless insect taming talent. But upon awakening, he obtained the infinite devouring system. This system not only enables beast companions to evolve infinitely by devouring flesh and blood, and the higher the level of the beast pet being fed, the higher the evolutionary grade, the stronger it becomes. At that moment, the homeroom teacher rushed down from the podium, slapping a new volunteer form on my desk. Change it to the lifestyle track immediately. Your awakened ability is insect rearing, although life is considered inferior. But now the pet industry is so advanced. Many wealthy people enjoy keeping insects as pets. The whole class burst into laughter. No need, I said. I've decided to take the martial arts examination after all. This sentence once again drew a chorus of mocking glances. The homeroom teacher wore an unpleasant expression. You don't have Qin Ruoyu's talent. Without Zhao Langtian's family background, choosing the martial exam is a path to certain death. The homeroom teacher's expression suddenly softened and said, Classmate Zhao Langtian, I want to particularly commend you. Yesterday, he was awarded the title of the city's outstanding student beastmaster. Additionally, we should also congratulate our school's chairman Zhao, promoted to honorary mayor. Zhao Langtian stood up, basking in the cheers of the crowd. Very regrettably, did not receive the title of national outstanding beastmaster trainee. However, the most important thing for a person is, know your own limitations. I sit in the corner, unmoved by the sarcasm directed at Zhao Langtian. I almost felt like laughing. This guy, isn't this just relying on his dad's connections? Why isn't your dadly gang? I have no background, but I have a system. A virtual azure blue screen appeared before me. Hive host, Lin Yan. Ling Yan realm. Bronze tier 1. Hive level, 1. Core skills. Consume any product containing genetic information. Fusion Zerg warriors capable of propagating this gene. Initial troop, Titan Giant Ant. Number of military units, 0 to 500. Biomass surplus, 100. After some research and exploration, I've already figured out how to use the awakening system. What creatures does the brood mother core consume? Can produce the corresponding biological genes Zerg warrior, even if it swallowed a dragon. It can also breed dragon-type Zerg warriors for you, only by devouring those extraordinary creatures. The Hive Core is the only source for producing new units, those low-level magical beasts or whatever. After being devoured, it merely increases the core energy. A small amount of biomass can produce one insect soldier. I currently have 100 biomass points, even if the maximum number of insect soldiers is 500. At most, it can only produce 100 insectoid soldiers. I looked at my initial insect soldiers in the system. Titan Ant. Level, 1. Bloodline, Legendary. Health, 500. Attack, 180. Defense, 220. Agility, 150. Spirit, 0. Skill, Frenzy, entering a frenzied state. Immune control. Significantly increases own attack power and speed. I thought to myself, is it really that impressive? Although the attributes of this Titan Giant Ant are much lower than those of spiritual beasts of the same level. But, there are so many of them. Doesn't that mean as long as there's enough biomass, you could produce troops indefinitely? As my cultivation level improved, nestworm core level increased. The attributes of the Titan Giant Ant will also grow increasingly stronger. If you were to bring billions of max-level insect soldiers, they charged forward in an overwhelming tide of battle. Even if a true mythical beast were to emerge, let the blood stain the heavens as well. There's one last thing to announce. The homeroom teacher tapped the blackboard. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. Different from previous years. This year, Jinwu University will come to our school. Select 2 sufficiently talented beastmasters. As long as you're chosen, not only can you directly secure admission to Jinwu University, one of the 4 prestigious institutions, you will also receive a 1 million yuan scholarship provided by the school. Chenlei smiled and looked at the 2 people sitting at the front of the class. Qin Ruoyu, Zhao Langtian, you 2 are the most likely in our class to pass the selection. You must prepare thoroughly. As for the others, don't be nervous. Just perform at your usual level. I also instinctively looked up. Just then, Qin Ruoyu in the first row also turned her head around. The 2 exchanged a glance. My heart suddenly ached, and I turned my head away. They were deskmates in their first year of high school. We made a promise to get into Jinwu University together, but now, Qin Ruoyu awakened an A-grade beast-taming talent, Dragonkin Affinity. Become the pride of heaven. Yet I only awakened a life-oriented talent. Reduced to a loser. What is this unwillingness in my heart? I calmed my emotions and softly promised, even if it's just for that 1 million, I will definitely secure the recommendation spot. In this world, there's a saying, wealth does not require learning. Poverty does not tame beasts. Not enough financial support. The purchase and nurturing of spirit beasts are the towering mountains standing in your way. The dismissal bell rang as I was just stepping out of the classroom. A stunning figure blocked me at the door. Lin Yan, you'd better give up signing up for the martial arts exam. With your talent, becoming a beastmaster is bound to be fraught with challenges. They might even pay with their lives. The previous agreement is void, now. I just hope you can honestly become a bug keeper. I smiled and said, Monitor, thank you for your kindness. There's nothing wrong with being an insect breeder. Become a beastmaster. Only then can the world become broader and brighter. What if I perform well tomorrow? Who knows, you might just secure the direct admission spot at Jinwu University. My phone buzzed, and after glancing at it, I said, Class President. My mom is calling me home for dinner, see you at the exam hall tomorrow. Watching Lin Yan dash away in a flash, Qin Ruoyu stomped her foot. Stupid Lin Yan, how ungrateful. The next day, on the sports field of Nanling No. 1 High School, I arrived at school early in the morning to prepare. The homeroom teacher Chen Lei stood in front of Class 1's formation. We're about to enter the dungeon instance soon. The college entrance exam has begun. Now, I will tally up everyone's types of spirit beasts. Call out whose name. Whoever summons their spirit beast. From the moment the talent awakened, everyone had long since prepared their spirit beasts. Sure Dakai. My spirit beast is the flame-devouring snake. Jian Hua. Come forth, Gale Hound. Li Yen. My spirit beast is a flame lizard. Chen Lei held the name list. Record each person's spirit beast. Qin Ruoyu. Qin Ruoyu summoned her spirit beast. My spirit beast is the glittering scale dragon. A dragon shimmering with radiant light. Fluttering its wings, it danced around Qin Ruoyu. The dragon's aura is laid bare for all to see. Instantly, all the spirit beasts present were suppressed. Dragon clan spirit beasts, terrifying indeed. The students let out a collective gasp. Wow, no wonder she's the school beauty, she actually contracted a dragon. Sigh, what can you do? Her innate talent is an A-rank dragon affinity. In the entire school, only Zhao Langtian's talent, Wolf Totem, can compare. They're all so elite. My talent is trash, just D-rank. Don't worry, there's still Lin Yan to bring you down. Exactly, a life-related talent like insect tending, and you still have the nerve to take the martial arts exam. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Class teacher Chen Lei raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Once the noise died down, he continued. Zhao Langtian. At that moment, a tall teenager stepped out of the crowd, deliberately bumping into Lin Yan as he passed by. Anyone could tell. Zhao Langtian was deliberately targeting Lin Yan. As for the reason, everyone present knew it all too well. It was all because Zhao Langtian had been relentlessly pursuing Qin Ruoyu to no avail. Instead, he took his anger out on Lin Yan, who was close to Qin Ruoyu. Such matters. They had all grown accustomed to it. Are you blind? Lin Yan furrowed his brows and snapped back. Since the other party was clearly looking for a fight, he saw no reason to hold back. Zhao Langtian turned around, his gaze fierce. You little brat, what did you say? Dare you say it again? Lin Yan chuckled lightly. He had never heard such a demand before. Are you blind? It seems you're not only blind but also deaf. The homeroom teacher, Zhao Lei, noticed the altercation and hurriedly intervened. Enough. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. What's the commotion about? Zhao Langtian, summon your spirit beast. Zhao Langtian glared at Lin Yan and extended his finger. You just wait. Then, he summoned his spirit beast in front of everyone. Come out, Lord of the Northern Wastes. A massive black wolf appeared behind Zhao Langtian. At Zhao Langtian's command, the wolf bared its fangs and roared at Lin Yan. My Northland Wolf Lord is of epic tier bloodline. I spent over 5 million to airlift it all the way from the north. Zhao Langtian boasted without restraint. Spirit beasts and demon beasts are classified in the same way: inferior, common, rare, elite, epic, legendary, and mythical. In this world of ordinary bloodlines, an elite grade bloodline was an absolute game changer. The crowd didn't disappoint him, immediately beginning to flatter him. Zhao Dashi is so powerful. No wonder he's the first young master of Nanling. 5 million. My family couldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Who can blame him? His father is a school board member, and his family is the first family of Nanling. Well, the top 2 spots in this year's college entrance exam are already decided. No doubt about it, it's definitely Qin Daxiawa and Zhao Dage. Some people turned their gaze toward Lin Yan and shook their heads pityingly. Why did you have to pick a fight with Zhao Dashi? Next, Lin Yan. Class teacher Chen Lei looked at Lin Yan and furrowed his brows. Do you have a spirit beast? He knew that Lin Yan's talent was in the insect taming category of the living arts, which offered no combat benefits. Moreover, insect-type spirit beasts were not only weak in combat but also extremely rare. They were no longer widely available on the market. Even if Lin Yan were willing to sell everything he owned to buy one on the black market, they would still be at the bottom of the pack in the college entrance exam simulation. I'm ready. Lin Yan's words startled Chen Lei. Then, an ant the size of a soccer ball appeared in front of Lin Yan. "This is my spirit beast, the Titan giant ant." Everyone stared at the ant in disbelief. A burst of loud laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha, you clown Lin Yan, you actually contracted an ant. This is hilarious. You think you can fight with an ant? I don't even need my spirit beast to show up, I can take it down myself. I have no idea why Qin Daxiawa bothers to care about such a loser. This person can't see reality. Without any talent, they want to force themselves to become a beast tamer. How pitiful. Forget it, we won't have anything to do with such people in the future. Let us just watch the show." Class teacher Chen Lei looked at Lin Yan's spirit beast, the ant, with disdain. Every year, there are a few fools who would break their heads trying to become beast tamers. Good words are wasted on the damned. After the college entrance exams, he'll see the reality of his situation. Lin Yan stood there, listening to the mocking voices around him, and sneered inwardly. A bunch of short-sighted fools. You can praise something epic, but my Titan ant is legendary. What a joke, the Northland Wolf Lord. In the face of my insect swarm, he's nothing but fodder. Chapter 3, Dungeon Assessment. After counting the spirit beasts, the candidates boarded a large bus one by one, headed toward the exam venue. Soon, everyone arrived at their destination. The dungeon for this exam was the Mist Forest. Lin Yan listened to the teacher's introduction and gained a preliminary understanding of this dungeon exam. In simple terms, the dungeon contained various low-tier magical beasts, and their objective was to hunt and kill these beasts to earn points. The higher the points, the better the score. The top 2 on the points leaderboard will secure the direct admission spots at Jinwu University. Lin Yan looked at a purple-clad woman at the scene. From the crowd, he learned that she was the teacher responsible for admissions at Jinwu University this time. Not only does the principal hold her in high regard, but even the president of the local Beastmaster Association trails behind her by half a step. At that moment, the purple-clad woman spoke, her voice cold and clear. "I am the chief examiner for this exam, Zhao Ziwei. This exam is organized by Jinwu University and supervised by the Beastmaster Association, in accordance with the Dragon Nation's Beastmaster laws. Shortly, each of you will be given a points card. Every time you kill a demon beast, the points will be automatically added to your score. May your martial arts prowess flourish and your future be bright. The exam begins now." As soon as the words were spoken, the candidates rushed into the dungeon. Lin Yan was about to enter the dungeon. Zhao Langtian suddenly stepped forward and said harshly, "You worthless piece of trash. Once we enter the dungeon, you and your little ants can just wait to die." Lin Yan remained calm and replied, "You'd better pray you don't cross paths with me. If I don't beat the out of you, you'll be lucky to get away clean." Zhao Langtian didn't say another word, but instead let out a savage laugh and made a throat-slitting gesture toward Lin Yan. He then led his group of henchmen into the dungeon and disappeared. At that moment, Qin Ruoyu also arrived beside Lin Yan, looking concerned. "Don't worry about him. Let us go into the dungeon together. With me here, he won't dare to do anything to you." To his surprise, Lin Yan shook his head and said, "Class monitor, I still want to go into the dungeon alone." He had 100 Titan ants in his hands, and having others around would undoubtedly slow down his leveling speed. Seeing Qin Ruoyu's furrowed brows, Lin Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry. The one you should be careful of is Zhao Langtian, and the other monsters inside." With that, Lin Yan took a step forward and entered the dungeon. The light before his eyes vanished. The scene before Lin Yan suddenly transformed. What met his eyes was a dense primeval forest. The air was still filled with a faint mist. The thicker the mist, the stronger the magical beasts that would appear. Judging by the fog's density, the magical beasts here wouldn't exceed level 3. Lin Yan thought for a moment and didn't hesitate to use all 100 points of biomatter, converting it into Titan ants and summoning them. Small wormholes began to appear. Countless Titan giant ants emerged from within. Each Titan giant ant was the size of a soccer ball, covered in armor, resembling imposing guards. 100 Titan giant ants stood in perfect formation, heads held high, gazing at Lin Yan and awaiting his command. Lin Yan scanned the surroundings and commanded, "Move forward and search the area. Find every single magical beast here, leave none behind." Upon receiving the order, the Titan giant ants erupted into joyful excitement. One by one, they began to search forward. Before long, the Titan ants at the front sent a signal. A group of 2-tailed demon foxes had been discovered. There were around 20 of them. "Leave none alive, kill them all." Lin Yan swung his arm. A swarm of Titan giant ants surged forward like a tidal wave, charging toward the 2-tailed demon foxes. The 2-tailed demon foxes, sensing danger, immediately grew alert. Seeing the vast swarm of Titan giant ants charging toward it, it let out a piercing scream. In just 3 seconds, 22-tailed demon foxes struggling desperately were devoured by the swarming Titan giant ants. Lin Yan noticed. The Titan giant ants were not mindlessly attacking en masse. Some were cutting off the rear, some were on guard, and some were attacking. Each fulfilled its role, functioning like a precision combat machine. No wonder they're the initial ant soldiers. Their attacks, defense, and speed are all top-notch. Lin Yan thought approvingly. At that moment, a series of kill notifications echoed in his mind. You successfully killed a level 2 magic beast double-tailed fox. Biomass +1, experience +20. You have successfully killed a level 2 demon beast, the two-tailed demon fox. Biomass +1, experience +20. You have successfully killed the level 3 demon beast, the two-tailed demon fox leader. Biomass +2, experience +40. You have successfully advanced to Bronze Beastmaster, level 2. Once the kill report finished, Lin Yan noticed that the Titan Giant Ant's attributes had increased slightly, and its level had also risen alongside his own. The maximum number of ant soldiers had also increased from 500 to 600. Hunting these two-tailed demon foxes resulted in the loss of 5 Titan Giant Ants. However, the biomass increased by over 20 points, which satisfied him greatly. After converting all 20 points of biomass into Titan Giant Ants, Lin Yan headed toward the direction where the mist was thicker. He wasn't the least bit afraid. In this dungeon labyrinth, his Titan Giant Ant swarm was an absolute overwhelming force. Outside the dungeon, parent waiting area. Lin Jianshan, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhao Tianhua, the school board member of Nanling First High School. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard pulled Lin Jianshan, who looked a bit nervous, and introduced him with a smile. I've already informed Mr. Zhao about your situation. Lin Yan wants to repeat the year, and it's just a matter of Mr. Zhao saying the word. Lin Jianshan looked at the wealthy man in front of him and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Chen. Zhao Tianhua lit a cigar without even looking up and asked. What bloodline is your child's spirit beast? Lin Jianshan hesitated for a moment before saying. I'm not entirely sure, but his talent is in the life-type insect taming? Ha! At that moment, Zhao Tianhua finally turned his head, but his gaze was fixed on the man with the scruffy beard, and he shouted angrily. Lu Chunsung, are you mocking me? A worthless with a life-related talent dares to ask me for favors? If you don't want to work here anymore, get out now. Lu Chunsung was drenched in sweat and hurriedly explained. Mr. Zhao, the boy wants to retake the college entrance exam, not become a beast tamer. Zhao Tianhua finally turned to Lin Jianshan and sneered. Pay 50,000 yuan in tuition fees, and work for me for 20 years after graduation. The conditions aren't many, but with your family's worthless talent, you'd better survive first before answering me. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. Lin Jianshan, hearing the other man call his son a good-for-nothing, clenched his fists in anger. His face betrayed his resentment. Lu Chunsung, seeing this, was startled and quickly pulled him aside. It's all for the kids. Think it over carefully. If Lin Yan can't even get into a university, his life is ruined. Lin Jianshan remained silent for a long time, his mind filled with the determined gaze of Lin Yan from the night before. After a while, he suddenly asked. Old Lu, what if my son gets into the Beastmaster Academy? Lu Chunsung widened his eyes, then shook his head and said nothing more. Someone with a talent for the liberal arts wanting to become a beast tamer? That's simply impossible. Chapter 4, Instant Kill. Nothing happened. Inside the dungeon, Lin Yan stood on an empty patch of ground, with pools of blood pooling at his feet. It was like being in the midst of a battlefield. However, none of this blood was his. It belonged to a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves. You successfully defeated a level 3 bloodthirsty beast. Biomass +2, experience +40. You successfully killed a level 7 bloodthirsty beast alpha wolf. Biomass +4, experience +80. After the kill report finished, Lin Yan also successfully advanced to Bronze Beastmaster 4th tier. They had been in the dungeon for 5 hours. The nearby beasts were almost completely wiped out by the Titan ants. The current system interface. Bug nest host, Lin Yan. Realm, Bronze 4th rank. Hive level, 1. Core function, devour any product containing genetic information and reproduce fusion insect warriors with that genetic makeup. Initial insect soldier type, Titan Giant Ant. Insect soldier count, 108,700. Biomass remaining, 275. Lin Yan looked at the remaining biomass of over 200. After some thought, he decided to convert all of it into Titan Giant Ants. After sweeping the area for so long, the number of his Titan Giant Ants had also decreased by over 20. However, the biomass he had obtained was already nearing 300. You consumed 275 points of biomass and successfully converted 275 Titan Ants. The black hole reappeared. A swarm of Titan Giant Ants crawled out from within. Looking at the nearly 400 Titan Giant Ants, Lin Yan's sense of security surged. Although he was currently only at the Bronze 4th rank, but he felt that even if his opponent was one major realm higher, he still had the strength to fight. The saying many ants can kill an elephant was too conservative. He believed that once his insect soldiers reached a certain number, they could slay a dragon. At that moment, the Titan ants on alert in the distance transmitted a signal. It was the sound of footsteps and voices. Xiaodashi, I just saw that kid Lin Yan up ahead. What? Hurry over there. I'm going to kill him. But, isn't that a bit risky? What are you afraid of? This is a dungeon, it's dangerous here. He's just a worthless piece of trash, he deserves to die. Besides, the Zhao family has your backs. All of you, attack. The voices abruptly stopped. Lin Yan heard Zhao Lang's true intentions to kill him. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. All his previous leniency had only earned him this brazen disregard. Then, he thought, there was no need to show mercy anymore. Lin Yan made up his mind and ordered the Titan ants to hide. 5 minutes later, Zhao Langtian arrived with a group of henchmen, rushing over in a hurry. As soon as he saw Lin Yan, Zhao Langtian immediately broke into a smile. Lin Yan, what a coincidence! You actually survived the monsters. Did you hide in some corner, too scared to even breathe? Lin Yan smiled faintly and said, What's so coincidental? I've been waiting for you for a while. Waiting for me? Zhao Langtian looked at Lin Yan, who was so calm and composed, and was a bit surprised. Don't you find it strange that we didn't encounter any monsters along the way? Lin Yan looked at him and continued. I've already cleared out all the monsters in the area. This time, no one will interfere with our business. Zhao Langtian paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. His henchmen around him also sneered. You're about to die, yet you still try to put on a show? I've never seen such a clown before. Zhao Langtian waved his hand, and the northern wasteland wolf lord bared his teeth, his blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Yan. Today, begging for mercy won't save you. Blame your own bad luck. Lin Yan remained expressionless and asked, Are you really going to kill me today? Zhao Langtian sneered, scared? Lin Yan remained silent, glancing at the group of henchmen behind him. I'm giving you a chance. Leave now, and I won't hold it against you. Zhao Langtian's henchmen exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Lin Yan, haven't you figured out your situation yet? I think this worthless fool was scared senseless by the monsters after entering the dungeon. With just that little ant of yours, you dare to talk so boldly? Give us a chance? Don't you even look at yourself to see if you're worthy? Lin Yan looked at them, none of whom had left, and nodded. Then I can rest assured. Zhao Langtian sneered coldly and ordered. Attack together. Everyone must participate in today's matter. I'll make sure he has no place to be buried. In an instant, various spiritual beasts were summoned. One-horned lizard. Venomous anaconda. Flame bird. Desert giant scorpion. Steel-armored rhinoceros. Zhao Langtian's plan was simple. As long as everyone joined in, then he would have many allies, or rather, witnesses. This way, he could completely distance himself from the matter. Even if the Beastmaster Association investigated afterward, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. Everyone, attack. I want him reduced to nothing. In an instant, a dozen spirit beasts charged toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan remained motionless, his voice cold as ice. Titan ants, kill them. Boom. As soon as Lin Yan gave the order, the ground began to tremble slightly. Zhao Langtian and his men were stunned. Could it be that a group of magical beasts was passing by at this moment? The dozen or so spirit beasts also stopped in their tracks, as if sensing something dangerous approaching rapidly, and began trembling violently. Immediately afterward, a swarm of enormous ants, as dense as a forest and seemingly endless, converged from all directions. Zhao Langtian's skin prickled with goosebumps as he screamed. What on earth is that? A typical group of magical beasts would only number in the dozens. But this, there must be at least 100 of them. A young disciple witnessed the scene and shouted in shock. Isn't that Lin Yan's ant spirit beast? Everyone suddenly remembered. During the spirit beast registration, they had seen Lin Yan summon a giant ant. They had even mocked him extensively for it. But now, they couldn't laugh anymore. Who told you I only have one? Lin Yan's eyes were icy cold, and the ant swarm at his feet avoided his position and surged toward Zhao Langtian and the others. A dozen spirit beasts, determined to protect their master, let out a fierce roar and charged into battle. However, the number of Titan ants was too overwhelming. They swarmed forward like a swarm of locusts. The northern wasteland wolf lord roared and charged into the ant swarm first, managing to kill only a dozen Titan giant ants. He was overwhelmed by the swarm, his blood flying everywhere. In no time, the swarm dispersed, leaving not even a trace behind. The remaining spirit beasts didn't even put up a proper fight. In the midst of their screams, they were instantly killed by the swarming Titan giant ants. You successfully killed a level 9 epic bloodline Northland wolf lord. Biomass +5, experience +0. You have successfully killed a level 7 rare bloodline venomous forest python. Biomass +4, experience +0. You have successfully killed After a series of kill reports, Lin Yan discovered that killing spirit beasts only grants biomass, not experience. Moreover, even after devouring the epic tier bloodline Northland Wolf Lord, no new ant soldiers were born. Could it be that one must devour creatures of legendary rank or higher to spawn new ant soldiers? Lin Yan was deep in thought. His thoughts were interrupted by a plea for mercy. Wait! Don't kill me! I'm from the Zhao family. Zhao Langtian was drenched in cold sweat as he begged for mercy. Spirit beasts are the source of a beastmaster's combat power. With all the spirit beasts dead, what's the point of fighting anymore? Lin Yan, no, Lin father. Spare me, and I'll disappear from your sight forever. Shinruayu is yours, I can compensate you, I have plenty of money. Zhao Langtian was already incoherent. His henchmen behind him were also terrified. Didn't I give you a chance earlier? Lin Yan's eyes showed no mercy as he coldly said. Kill them all. A swarm of titan ants swarmed toward them. Zhao Langtian and the others turned and fled, only to be swallowed up by the ant tide in an instant. Ah! The screams gradually faded away. Lin Yan looked at the empty ground before him, which showed no signs of anything having been there, and murmured softly. Nothing happened at all. He glanced at the time. There were still over 2 hours left before the dungeon closed. Let's go, keep clearing. Hundreds of titan ants surged forward like a black tide, heading toward the deepest part of the mist. Chapter 5, Who's Still Not Out? Outside the dungeon. Candidates began to emerge one after another. There was no way around it, the dungeon's assessment time was 8 hours. And the endurance of the contract spirit beasts is limited. Once they've earned enough points, there's no need to linger inside. Therefore, the later the beast tamers emerge, the stronger they are. At this moment, there are only 10 minutes left before the dungeon closes. Shinruayu emerged from the dungeon, drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted from depleting her spiritual energy. She immediately caught everyone's attention. No wonder she's a dragon-type beast tamer, she managed to survive in the dungeon for so long. That's so strong. I only lasted 5 hours inside. Ha! Where's Zhao Langtian? I didn't expect Zhao Dashi's Northern Wasteland Wolf Lord to be stronger than Qin Daxia was light-scaled dragon in the early stages. Given Zhao Dashi's personality, he wouldn't come out until the very last moment. Once the points cards are submitted, it'll be clear who's stronger on the rankings. Hey, where's Lin Yan? That good-for-nothing must have already died in the dungeon. Listening to the whispers coming from the distance, Lin Jianshan's heart tightened, and he panicked. That's right. His own son had no combat talent. Even a dragon-type beast tamer had appeared, but he hadn't come out yet. Could he really have met with an accident? At this thought, Lin Jianshan couldn't hold back any longer and looked toward the highest-ranking purple-clad woman on the podium. Earlier, so many important figures had shown her the utmost respect. Even Zhao Dong was bowing and smiling before her. She must be able to save Lin Yan, right? Lin Jianshan hurried over. Senior Zhao has come all the way to Nanling to select talent for the nation. Zhao Tianhua rubbed his hands together and smiled. Would you honor us with a visit to our residence so that the Zhao family may extend our hospitality? Zhao Ziwei stood with her hands behind her back, staring at the secret realm. A purple-winged spirit snake at her side flickered its tongue at Zhao Tianhua, clearly a threat. It seems it doesn't like you much. Perhaps we should reconsider. Zhao Tianhua hurriedly nodded in agreement, smiling broadly. Of course. You're a busy person. I won't keep you any longer. After speaking, a flash of cruelty crossed Zhao Tianhua's eyes. This damn woman, she's just a university professor, what's she trying to pull? My son, Lang Tian, is exceptionally talented. He will surely become a renowned beast tamer who will shake the world. When that day comes, you'll have to come crawling to the Zhao family to be our slave. Suddenly, a figure hurried over, speaking before even reaching them. Please save my son. Zhao Ziwei frowned and turned to look. It was an ordinary middle-aged man, his face filled with desperation. What's wrong with your son? Zhao Ziwu waved her hand, signaling the security guards rushing forward to let him go. If he has been treated unfairly, I'll handle it. Lin Jianshan looked at all the important figures in the crowd and felt at a loss. My son has been in the dungeon for so long and hasn't he come out yet? Upon hearing this, everyone present sighed in relief, and their glances toward Lin Jianshan were tinged with disapproval. Zhao Tianhua sneered and said, such a trivial matter isn't worth bringing to Senior Zhao's attention. My son Lang Tian hasn't come out either, he's definitely still grinding for points. As for your worthless son, insisting on showing off as a beast tamer, he must have died in there. After speaking, Zhao Tianhua turned to Zhao Ziwu and explained. Senior, I know this man. His son only awakened a talent in the living element, a complete waste of space. He must have been killed by a monster. He brought it upon himself. Don't bother with him. Lin Jianshan clenched his fists, his emotions running high. My son isn't a good for nothing. He has just what? Zhao Tianhua didn't hide the contempt in his eyes. People are born with differences. Even if your son had survived, he'd still be nothing but a lowly commoner. Besides you, who cares about the life or death of an ant? Enough! Zhao Ziwei spoke impatiently. Zhao Tianhua realized he had said too much and quickly shut his mouth. Uncle, don't worry. The dungeon is safe. Zhao Ziwu comforted him. The time hasn't run out yet. Why not wait a little longer? Lin Jianshan looked worried inside, then patiently waited. Inside the dungeon. There is 1 minute remaining until the dungeon assessment ends. All candidates, please cease hunting and exit the dungeon immediately. Lin Yan stood at the deepest part of the dungeon. The mist here was so thick that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. However, the constant feedback from the Titan ant allowed him to know his exact location. Before him stood a 15th level earth-shaking lion. This was the final boss of the dungeon. At this moment, it lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. The 3-meter tall colossal lion's body was covered in countless Titan giant ants. As the final, mournful lion's roar faded away, a kill notification appeared before Lin Yan. You have successfully defeated the level 15 magical beast, the earth-shaking lion. Biomass plus 30, experience plus 600. A warm sensation coursed through Lin Yan's body. You have successfully advanced to Bronze Beast Master, 10th rank. Finally reached the 10th rank. Lin Yan was filled with excitement. The Beastmaster ranks are divided into Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Master, King, Legend, and Sacred. Each rank is further divided into 10 tiers. The higher the rank, the more experience is required to advance. Almost exponentially. He had been clearing the entire dungeon non-stop and had finally reached Bronze Tier 10. Only a few seconds remained before the dungeon assessment ended. Lin Yan held his points card, unsure of exactly how many points he had earned. After retrieving all hundreds of Titan ants, he tapped his finger and exited the dungeon. The scene around him gradually faded away. Outside the dungeon, the candidates looked at the scoreboard, murmuring in admiration. Wow, Qin Ruoyu is indeed at the top of the rankings with 8,200 points. Is that even human? I only have over 2,000. That's nothing. Once Zhao Langtian comes out, he'll definitely break through 9,000 points. There's only a few seconds left in the dungeon. Why isn't he coming out yet? You don't understand. They're obviously timing their exit to look impressive. I see. No wonder he's the master's son. Look, look. The dungeon is over, and there is a figure coming out. Why is there only one? Where are the other guys around Zhao Dashi? Wait. That person doesn't look like Zhao Langtian. On the podium. Lin Jianshan stared at the blurry figure at the dungeon exit, gripping the railing nervously. Zhao Tianhua squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, "Don't look. It's definitely my son, Langtian." He knew his son's antics all too well. Showing off in public, after all. The figure grew closer, gradually stepping out of the dungeon's light barrier. With his handsome features and warm smile, it seemed as though he had spotted someone familiar on the podium, waving and smiling. Zhao Tianhua's smile faded bit by bit as he stood up from his chair. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. That's not my son, Langtian. Who is he? Lin Jianshan recognized the man's face and his face immediately lit up with excitement. It's my son, Lin Yan. He's okay, he said. He rushed down from the podium and sprinted toward Lin Yan. Zhao Tianhua was momentarily flustered and quickly turned around to ask, "Senior Zhao, my son hasn't come out yet. Could he still be in the dungeon?" Zhao Ziwei watched as Lin Jianshan ran down the stage and heard Zhao Tianhua ask that question, her face filled with confusion. What's going on? Who's in trouble? After the dungeon ends, the system will automatically teleport out any candidates who haven't come out yet. Zhao Ziwei shook her head. If not, then it must have been an accident. An accident? Zhao Tianhua's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. The strongest creature in the dungeon was only a level 15 magical beast. Zhao Langtian's epic tier bloodline North Wasteland Wolf Lord should have at least protected him and helped him escape, even if it couldn't defeat them. How could he have encountered an accident? Someone must have deliberately harmed him. We've trained Langtian for over a decade, we can't just let this go. Zhao Ziwei remained unfazed by his rage, watching the father and son hugging each other in the distance. What piqued her interest even more was the young man who had emerged last. Everyone called him a good-for-nothing. But could a good-for-nothing survive 8 hours in a dungeon? Zhao Ziwu didn't believe in luck. Chapter 6, Dungeon, Dark Ruins. Son, you're still alive. Lin Jianshan hugged Lin Yan tightly, examining him from head to toe. Lin Yan was filled with confusion. Is this how a father curses his son? And how did you end up on the podium? Could it be that I have a hidden script as a rich second-generation heir? I'll tell you later. I need to go submit my points card first. Lin Yan glanced at the nearby proctoring station, where all the candidates had already submitted their points cards. Lin Jianshan patted his son on the shoulder and smiled. Go ahead. I'll head home first. Your mom will stew some ribs for you. Watching his father's departing figure. Why does his back seem straighter now? Lin Yan walked toward the exam supervision point. After handing over the points card in his hand, his gaze fixed on the scoreboard. On the large screen, at the top of the rankings was Qin Ruoyu with over 8,000 points. Second place had over 6,000 points. The gap between the two was a whopping 2,000 points. Dragon-type beast masters are truly dominant. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. I wonder how big the gap between him and Qin Ruoyu is. Just as he was thinking, the proctor suddenly let out a startled cry. On the scoreboard, a blinding flash of light filled the entire screen. Everyone's rankings dropped by one position in sequence. A new name and score took the spot previously occupied by Qin Ruoyu. Lin Yan 10,000 points. And next to Lin Yan's name was a lion's head emblem. This signifies that he has defeated the final boss. That 15th level earth-shattering lion. The scene erupted instantly. Those who knew Lin Yan fell silent, staring at the scoreboard in disbelief. Those who didn't know Lin Yan asked each other, who on earth is this godlike player? Could it be that the school had hired a top-tier external player? A rush of footsteps approached the proctoring station. It was the principal and a group of teachers, including Lin Yan's homeroom teacher Chen Lei, who was also staring at him in disbelief. The principal stared intently at the scoreboard, then turned to Lin Yan, his face brimming with surprise. Who would have thought the school had produced such a prodigy? Could this be his chance to achieve something even greater before retirement? 10,000 points. This has never happened since the school was founded. That's 2,000 points higher than the second-place student, Qin Ruoyu. Who is Lin Yan's homeroom teacher? Why wasn't this reported? Facing the principal's questioning, Chen Lei walked up, sweating profusely, and said with a wry smile, Principal, Lin Yan is in my class. The principal pointed at Chen Lei and shouted angrily, What are you doing? With such a talented student, why didn't you notify the school to focus on cultivating him? Chen Lei was in the honors class, which only had two top students. One was Qin Ruoyu, who scored over 8,000 points, and the other was Zhao Langtian, whose whereabouts were unknown. The name Lin Yan had never appeared on the principal's desk. Chen Lei's face was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum as he explained. Principal, it's not that I didn't report it, but Lin Yan's talent is only in the insect-keeping category of the living sciences department. The principal was taken aback and looked at Lin Yan beside him for confirmation. No one could possibly believe it. A dark horse with a score of 10,000 on the ranking board, and his talent is a worthless life sciences major? Lin Yan remained calm, nodded, and said, That's right, my talent is indeed the insect breeding specialization in the living sciences department. The principal's expression changed repeatedly as he spoke, disbelievingly. Lin Yan, you're not joking, are you? A life-type talent in insect breeding capable of surpassing a dragon-type beast master to reach the top? At that moment, Zhao Tianhua approached with a grim expression. You're Lin Yan? I ask you, where is my son Zhao Langtian? His words shocked everyone, and all eyes turned to Lin Yan. Lin Yan remained unfazed, coldly replying. You're asking me where your son is? Are you his father or am I? You. Zhao Tianhua's eyes turned icy as he gritted his teeth. My son is still trapped in the secret realm and hasn't come out yet. You, a worthless good-for-nothing, managed to get 10,000 points. Who would believe you're not involved? Everyone's expressions changed, and their gazes toward Lin Yan grew strange. Indeed. Zhao Langtian, a top-tier contestant, was missing without a trace. Lin Yan, a worthless with a talent for the living sciences, had fought all the way to the end and still managed to get 10,000 points. Anyone would find that strange. I believe it. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Qin Ruoyu pushed through the crowd, stood beside Lin Yan, and said to Zhao Tianhua, Without evidence, you can't accuse someone of a crime. You need to present proof first. Seeing Qin Ruoyu shielding him behind her, Lin Yan felt a pang of emotion. Since awakening his life talent, he had endured countless disapproving glances at school. Only Qin Ruoyu treated him normally, comforting and encouraging him. Zhao Tianhua sneered coldly, pointing at Lin Yan and said, That's easy. Make him go into the dungeon again. Whether it's true or not, let's put it to the test. Everyone present nodded in agreement. That's right. Other things can be faked, but true strength cannot be faked. The principal hesitated. Should he really let Lin Yan risk entering the dungeon to prove himself? At that moment, Chen Lei walked over to the principal and said, Principal, Lin Yan is indeed suspicious. What if he exposes himself after entering Jinwu University? Won't that damage your reputation and the school's? The principal furrowed his brows for a moment before finally making up his mind. Lin Yan, since everyone has raised objections about your grades, you should prove yourself. Qin Ruoyu looked furious. This was clearly bullying. She was about to step forward to argue with them. Lin Yan, who had been observing the situation coldly, suddenly reached out his arm to stop her and addressed the crowd. No problem. Zhao Tianhua and Chen Lei exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. They then heard Lin Yan continue. But I have one condition. What condition? Zhao Tianhua hurriedly asked. Lin Yan looked around and said slowly. I heard that the Zhao family has a corpse of a bloodwing demon wolf in their collection. If I pass the test, you will give it to me. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianhua's expression changed repeatedly. The bloodwing demon wolf was a legendary tier demon beast, even its corpse had cost him over 20 million. This kid really has some nerve. Alright. Zhao Tianhua's eyes flashed with malice. If you fail the test, it will prove you're involved in my son's death. Then I'll take your life to accompany my son in death. Qin Ruoyu tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve and shook her head at him. It doesn't matter, Lin Yan said to her, then turned to Zhao Tianhua, so it's settled. Everyone here can be a witness. Since both parties agreed, the principal had little to say. However, this secret realm cannot be opened in the short term. Then perhaps we can reschedule. All the magical beasts inside had been killed by the candidates. It would take some time to replenish the new monsters. No need. Zhao Tianhua snorted coldly, pulling out a black scroll. My Zhao family also has a dungeon instance. Let's use this one. With a flick of his wrist, the black scroll slowly unfolded. A pitch-black light screen appeared before everyone. The dungeon copy is Dark Ruins. The boss inside is also a level 15 berserk vampire. How about it? Zhao Tianhua looked at Lin Yan, fearing he might be scared and back out. All right. Lin Yan nodded and stepped directly into the dungeon. Zhao Tianhua's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he sneered inwardly. Ignorant brat, the boss is indeed a level 15 berserk vampire, but there's not just one, there are 20 of them. The principal turned to Chen Lei beside him and said, Mr. Chen, since that's the case, we should go in too. Chen Lei hurriedly nodded and agreed. The three of them entered the dungeon together. Chapter 7, 20 Bosses. Dungeon, Dark Ruins. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, and the area was littered with ruins and debris. As Linya entered the dungeon, she was startled by the bats swarming toward her. Fortunately, these bats weren't magical beasts. Otherwise, the Titan ants wouldn't even have been summoned before they were already defeated. Lin Yan opened the system panel. Bug Nest Host, Lin Yan. Realm, Bronze 10th Tier. Bug Nest Level, 1. Core Function, devour any product containing genetic information and reproduce fusion insect warriors with that genetic makeup. Initial Ant Soldier Type, Titan Giant Ant. Insect Soldier Count, 418-2000. Biomass remaining, 602. Since the nature of any special traps in this instance is unknown, he decided to leave the over 600 units of biomass untouched for now and convert them all into Titan Giant Ants if necessary. Footsteps could be heard behind him. It was the principal, Chen Lei, and Zhao Tianhua. What's wrong? Scared? You dare not even summon your spirit beast? Zhao Tianhua stood with his hands behind his back, and a massive wolf-like spirit beast appeared behind him. The principal and Chen Lei also summoned their own spirit beasts, a mystical crane and a giant eagle. Lin Yan knew clearly that they were all doing this to protect themselves and Woon Ti come to his aid. Then open your eyes wide and watch, don't let it scare you. Lin Yan extended a hand and summoned a Titan ant. The next second, countless small wormholes began to open before everyone's eyes. Dense swarms of Titan giant ants crawled out, waiting for Lin Yan's command. Not a single sound was heard. Yet it sent a chill down the spines of all three. Are these all your spirit beasts? The principal couldn't believe it. Ordinary beast tamers can only contract one spirit beast, while those with special talents can contract multiple ones. But there must be hundreds of them, all densely packed together. This was truly unprecedented. Chen Lei forced a smile and turned to Lin Yan, asking, Lin Yan, isn't your talent in the living category, specifically insect taming? Lin Yan remained non-committal and replied, That's right. Is there a problem? Chen Lei swallowed hard. After all, his talent was insect breeding, keeping a few extra ones around didn't seem so bad. Zhao Tianhua, seeing so many Titan ants, couldn't help but panic. What good are numbers? Against truly powerful magical beasts, they're just cannon fodder. Even if you have a special talent, if you can't get through this dungeon, you'll still die. The principal furrowed his brows. Lin Yan's talent was beyond doubt. If Lin Yan couldn't clear this dungeon, should he risk offending Zhao Tianhua to protect him? He just didn't know what the limit was for the number of contract spirit beasts Lin Yan could summon. Woo woo woo. In the distance, 7 or 8 black magic dogs the size of small cars charged toward Lin Yan and the others. Zhao Tianhua and the others stepped back, letting Lin Yan take the front line. Lin Yan naturally wouldn't retreat. This dungeon was prepared specifically for him. Charge! Kill them all! Upon receiving the order, over 400 Titan ants chargedly toward the black magic dogs. The black magic dogs seemed to sense something was wrong and halted their advance. Awoo! With a mournful howl, they turned and fled in the opposite direction. though these low-tier magical beasts lacked intelligence. The sheer swarm of insects was too overwhelming for their survival instincts. Chase. Lin Yan stood atop the swarm and gave chase after the black magic dog. The principal and Shen Lei exchanged glances and followed suit. The black magic dogs were not as fast as the Titan ants. In less than a minute, it was completely overtaken. Soon, the massive black magic dogs were swallowed up by the swarm of insects. You successfully killed a level 5 black magic dog. Biomass plus 3, experience plus 60. You have successfully killed 5th level black magic dogs. Biomass plus 3, experience plus 60. You successfully killed a level 7 black magic dog. Biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. The kill information appeared before Lin Yan. In most dungeons, the first monsters to appear are always the lowest level ones. Yet these few beasts were all at least level 5. Lin Yan sneered inwardly. It seems Zhao Tianhua didn't tell the whole truth. Lin Yan's progress was swift. They were about to reach the final destination. Zhao Tianhua and the others couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Basically, as soon as the demon beast horde appeared, they were overwhelmed by Lin Yan's ant swarm and swiftly eliminated. The principal was astonished by the combat power of these Titan giant ants. Although, from their attributes, each Titan giant ant had very low stats, comparable to ordinary beasts of the same level. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Under an assault nearly 100 times their numbers, these Titan giant ants plowed through everything in their path. We're about to encounter the boss. Unfortunately, no matter how many there are, they are useless against those powerful beasts. The principal shook his head and sighed. Zhao Tianhua's expression changed from gloomy to a hint of joy. Because he noticed that the number of these ant-like spirit beasts was slowly decreasing. There had been over 400 of them at first, but now there were only around 300 left. In other words, these ant spirit beasts were disposable. Once they were used, they were gone. Zhao Tianhua sneered coldly, fiddling with something in his hands. After all, as the owner of this dungeon, while he couldn't do as he pleased, he could still increase the number of lower-tier magical beasts. He had to reduce the number of spirit beasts before Lin Yan encountered the boss, the berserk vampire. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At that moment, a large group of demon cat beasts charged toward Lin Yan, screeching wildly. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, and hundreds of Titan ants immediately charged forward to meet them. Something's wrong. Lin Yan glanced back at Zhao Tianhua. In dungeons, duplicate monsters typically do not appear. This group of cat demons, he had clearly killed a wave of them earlier. Are you trying to wear down my Titan ants? Lin Yan sneered inwardly. Zhao Tianhua had really miscalculated. The kill notifications kept popping up before his eyes. You successfully killed a level 7 night cat demon. Biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. You successfully killed 7th level night cat demons. Biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. You successfully killed a level 7 night cat demon. Biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. Titan giant and 1. You have successfully killed a level 7 night cat demon. Biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. Generally, it takes 3 cat demons to kill a Titan giant ant. However, Lin Yan obtained 12 points of biomass, which can be converted into 12 Titan giant ants. Let us see who is making the losing deal here. Lin Yan waved his hand, and the Titan ants counterattacked the night cat demons. 3 minutes later, Lin Yan looked at the scattered cat demon corpses and dozens of Titan ant corpses, expressionless, even feeling a bit amused. Biomass remaining, 1,208. Currently, there were still over 200 Titan ants remaining. Even if the entire army were wiped out, he still had over 1,200 Titan ants left to convert. At that moment, the blood-red moon in the sky suddenly grew larger, casting a crimson glow over the land. The entire dungeon is shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. The ground trembled constantly, and one after another, half-human demon beasts emerged from the graves. Frenzied vampires. Not just one, but 20 of them. Tianhua, what's going on? The principal grew anxious and hurriedly said. 20 level 15 rampaging vampires? Lin Yan is only a bronze beast tamer at the 10th rank. How could he possibly? Zhao Tianhua interrupted him with a cold laugh. I only said the boss is level 15. I didn't say how many there are. Chen Lei stepped forward to mediate. That's right, principal. Lin Yan has already made a bet. If he can't clear this dungeon, it's related to Zhao Lengtian's death. According to the agreement, Zhao Dong is supposed to have him buried with him. You. The principal snorted coldly and said no more. Zhao Tianhua was a school board member, and most of the school's investments came from him. Lin Yan, though gifted, relied on quantity to win, which was ultimately a minor skill. It all depends on whether you can get through this challenge. Chapter 8, You're Fired. Lin Yan looked at the 20 rampaging vampires and furrowed his brows slightly. He hadn't expected there to be so many. Launch a probing attack. Lin Yan issued the order. Over 200 Titan ants automatically divided into 20 groups. Each group consisted of a dozen or so ants charging toward the raging vampires. After all, Titan giant ants were only at level 10, and with only a dozen or so, they couldn't form an effective encirclement against the rampaging vampires. They managed to hold out for only half a minute. Over 200 Titan giant ants were completely annihilated. Meanwhile, the blood health of the frenzied vampires remained at 80%. Ah, your little ants are all dead. Zhao Tianhua laughed uncontrollably, his expression growing savage. My son died in the dungeon, yet you, a worthless piece of trash, emerged unscathed. How is that possible? Now tell me how my son died, and I'll let you die painlessly. How about that? Lin Yan turned his head, looking at him calmly, showing no sign of grief despite the death of his spirit beasts. Zhao Langtian brought this upon himself, he deserved to die. Shen Lei furrowed his brows and shouted. Lin Yan, your spirit beasts are all dead. What are you still arguing about? Tell me how Zhao Langtian died, and I can persuade Zhao Dong to spare your life, leaving you crippled. The principal stood with his hands behind his back and sighed. Compared to cultivating a single powerful spirit beast, focusing on quantity was still putting the cart before the horse. Even if there were countless of them, they would be no match for true power. It would be no different from sending them to their deaths. Mr. Chen Lei. Lin Yan shook his head and looked at him with sorrow. I never thought you not only had such poor judgment but also such a malicious heart. After 3 years as teacher and student, you're so biased toward him just because the Zhao family sends you gifts every year? Shen Lei froze for a moment before erupting in anger. What nonsense are you spouting? A student like you, who can't see the truth, is the one who's truly pitiful. Lin Yan turned around and, under the puzzled gazes of the three, slowly extended his arm. Immediately afterward, thousands of wormholes appeared simultaneously in front of him, overlapping densely. The next second, the three of them were completely speechless. Countless Titan ants crawled out of the wormholes, their numbers far exceeding those before. Shen Lei stumbled backward and fell to the ground, unable to believe what he was seeing. You, how can you still have so many? The principal narrowed his eyes, his expression solemn. Zhao Tianhua clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bulging with fury. How many more are there? Over 1,000 Titan ants once again split into 20 groups. This time, however, each group had over 60. Kill. Lin Yan uttered a single word. Thousands of Titan ants surged forward, charging toward the 20 enraged bloodsuckers. 60 Titan ants surrounded the frenzied vampires tightly. As one Titan ant was killed, the surrounding ones immediately closed in to continue the battle. Roar. The rabid vampires let out a furious roar as their health rapidly depleted. Health at 80%. Health at 50%. When health drops to 20%, the berserk vampire enters berserk mode. Its size suddenly increases, and its attack speed and damage double. In an instant, several Titan ants were felled. Humph. Lin Yan snorted coldly, swinging his massive hand. Rage transformation? I can do that too. The Titan ant's signature skill is activated. The spiritual energy within Lin Yan's body was instantly drained. At the same time, all the Titan giant ants turned a deep red, their bodies swelling to the size of millstones, with their attack power and speed greatly increased. A swarm of enraged Titan giant ants once again charged toward the enraged blood-sucking vampires. The effect was evident. The already weak and bloodthirsty vampires were wiped out in less than a minute by the swarm of ants. You have successfully defeated a level 15 elite bloodline frenzied vampire. Biomass plus 30, experience plus 600. You have successfully advanced to Silver Beastmaster rank 1. 15 kill notifications appeared before him. The Beastmaster's realm had reached Silver Tier 1. After recalling the Titan giant ants, Lin Yan turned to look at Zhao Tianhua, who was speechless with astonishment, and smiled. Don't forget to bring the corpse of the Bloodwing Demon Wolf tonight. Then, he took a step forward and exited the dungeon first. Outside the dungeon, Qin Ruoyu was guarding the dungeon scroll, waiting impatiently. Zhao Tianhua hadn't granted her permission, so she couldn't enter at all. Stupid Lin Yan, you're so disobedient. You fell into their trap and didn't even realize it. Qin Ruoyu puffed out her cheeks angrily. You took 10,000 points and still aren't satisfied? Why did you have to be so reckless and make that bet? Now you're done for. Even if you don't die, you'll be disabled. I'll have to take care of you for the rest of my life. Can't you just hope for the best? Lin Yan stood behind her, speechless. What's going on today? Not only did her father curse him to death for no reason, but Qin Ruoyu was acting like this too. Qin Ruoyu turned around and saw Lin Yan suddenly appear, her eyes wide with shock. What's going on? You're not dead, and you're not missing any limbs? Could it be that there were no level 15 monsters in that dungeon? There were, and not just one. Lin Yan said. 2. Qin Ruoyu exploded in anger, rushing toward the podium. I'm going to tell Senior Zhao. Zhao Tianhua, that scoundrel, broke his promise. This is clearly murder. Lin Yan grabbed her by the arm and asked, Senior Zhao? Following Qin Ruoyu's gaze, Lin Yan saw the purple-clad woman on the podium. She's Senior Zhao Ziwu, a teacher at Jinwu University. She's really powerful. She'll be our teacher from now on. The purple-clad figure seemed to notice their gaze and nodded slightly. We're getting admitted to Jinwu University. I wonder what my parents will look like when they hear the news. Lin Yan turned around and looked toward the exit of the scroll. 3 beams of light flashed. The principal, Chen Lei, and Zhao Tianhua also exited the script. The square was crowded with people, all watching the scene in silence. Lin Yan looked at Zhao Tianhua, who remained silent, and said, "What's the matter, Mr. Zhao, the big chairman? You don't even know me, a student, do you?" Zhao Tianhua's face darkened, and he lowered his head, lost in thought. Chen Lei forced a smile and said to Lin Yan, "Lin Yan, Mr. Zhao was just joking with you earlier. But the corpse of the blood-winged demon wolf is worth at least 20 million. Here's what we'll do, I'll settle this for Mr. Zhao. I'll give you 2 million in cash, and this matter will be settled. How about that?" Lin Yan sneered and shouted at Chen Lei. "I never thought you'd be so shameless, willing to be Zhao's family's lackey? I must have the corpse of the blood-winged demon wolf. Are you going to give it to Zhao Dong for him?" Chen Lei's expression changed, about to explode. But then he remembered Lin Yan's methods in the game The Swarm of Ants and felt a chill run down his spine. "Principal," Lin Yan said, looking at the principal, "as a recommended student of Jinwu University, I suggest expelling teachers who lack professional ethics." The principal grew tense upon hearing this. Jinwu University was a prestigious university in Longhua, with countless high-ranking beast tamers having graduated from there. Even the current pillar of the nation, the 89th-ranked demigod beast tamer, was a graduate of that school. To offend a future high-ranking beast master over a single teacher? After a moment's consideration, the principal made his decision. "Chen Lei, you are expelled. Pack your things and leave the school immediately." Chapter 9, Zhao Tianhua's congratulations. Chen Lei's face turned pale upon hearing this, and he collapsed to the ground. "Mr. Zhao, please plead for mercy on my behalf. I have a wife and children at home. I can't afford to lose my job." Zhao Tianhua's expression darkened, but he remained silent. The principal pushed his glasses up and spoke again. "Tianhua, Nanling City isn't that big. You've caused such a scene today. How will you ever make a living here in Nanling?" Zhao Tianhua's eyes turned red, and his voice rasped, "My son, Lang Tian." The principal frowned. Accidents happening in the dungeon are normal. Besides, he wasn't the only one who died in there. There are so many Zhao family members. Is it that hard to train another one? It's just the corpse of a blood-winged demon wolf. What does that mean to you? After a long pause, Zhao Tianhua looked up at Lin Yan and coldly said, "I will send you the corpse of the blood-winged demon wolf tonight. But the Zhao family's possessions aren't so easily obtained. Once I find out that Lang Tian's death is connected to you, I will kill you." Lin Yan spread his hands and smiled indifferently. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your generosity." At that moment, Chen Lei crawled to Zhao Tianhua's feet and pleaded desperately. "Mr. Zhao, I've always been loyal to you. You can't abandon me." Zhao Tianhua was already in a terrible mood, and seeing him made him feel as though he had swallowed a fly. "Get out of here. If you hadn't failed to keep an eye on him, my son wouldn't have died in the dungeon. I'll notify all of Zhao's companies and partner firms to cut you off completely. Get out." Chen Lei collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. The crowd in the square was in an uproar, their expressions as if they had just heard the biggest gossip. Holy crap! Zhao Dong actually backed down. And he has siding with Lin Yan. He actually passed Zhao Dong's dungeon. Lin Yan isn't supposed to have a talent for the liberal arts? Could those 10,000 points really be legitimate? Shoo! We have to call him Brother Yan now. He's a direct admit to Jinwu University. Yan Gu is my idol. I have to go ask him for a photo. I'm doomed. I mocked him yesterday. What should I do? Don't ask me. We're not close. Don't say you know me. On the podium, Zhao Ziwei handed 2 admission notices to Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu. Congratulations on becoming members of Jinwu University. There's no need to say more. Report to Jinwu University in 3 days. I'll be waiting for you there. She finished speaking. Zhao Ziwei gave Lin Yan a meaningful look. Can someone with a talent for life really achieve this? In 3 days? Lin Yan was taken aback. Aren't we supposed to report after summer vacation ends? Qin Ruoyu, standing beside him, tapped his head hard with the admission notice. Stupid. Liberal arts universities have summer breaks. We're now beast tamers, we have to hurry up and level up. Ruoyu is right. The principal walked over with a smile, pulling out 2 bank cards. Here, this is the scholarship the school is giving you, both 1 million each. If you have time, come back to the school to take a look. Lin Yan, don't worry. From now on, any teacher who violates professional ethics will be immediately fired and never rehired. Lin Yan nodded and looked at Chen Lei, who was standing on the square in a daze. He deserved it. Be careful with Zhao Tianhua's side. The principal spoke with concern. I know Zhao Langtian's death had nothing to do with you, but this incident has hit him hard. I'm afraid he might do something reckless. Lin Yan nodded, not giving Zhao Tianhua a second thought. If he really provokes him, he doesn't mind letting the two of them reunite. He boarded the bus back to school. After parting ways with Qin Ruoyu at the school gate, Lin Yan headed toward his home. By then, it had already grown dark. Lin Yan walked down the hallway and stomped his feet twice. The voice-activated light, which had been malfunctioning for years, finally turned on. Mom, I'm home. Lin Yan closed the door and turned around, only to see that there were guests at home. A wealthy woman with her hair styled in a princess perm was sitting on the sofa smoking. His mother, Chen Xiaohong, was sitting beside her, seemingly in need of her help. As soon as she saw Lin Yan return, Chen Xiaohong immediately stood up and introduced him with a smile. Ms. Wang, this is my son, Lin Yan. Lin Yan politely greeted her, hello, Aunt Wang. Wang Li glanced at Lin Yan but ignored him, continuing the previous topic. Finding a job these days is so tough. Even some low-level beast tamers are out of work, let alone ordinary people like you. Chen Xiaohong rubbed her hands together and smiled in agreement. That's right, Ms. Wang. My son Lin Yan only has a talent for the liberal arts, he can't become a beast tamer. Maybe he should repeat a year and take the entrance exam for a liberal arts university to get a diploma. He could get a job at A's pet hospital. Hearing this, Wan Li's face lit up with satisfaction, and she waved her hand. My son A's is so promising. He almost got into the Nanning Beast Tamer Vocational College back then. Even though he didn't get in, he opened his own pet hospital now. He makes a couple $100,000 a year, not bad. Chen Xiaohong chimed in. That's right, A's is the most promising kid around here. Why don't you ask A's if he knows of any suitable jobs for Lin Yan? Wang Li finished her cigarette, casually flicking the butt onto the coffee table, causing Lin Yan to frown. Alright, I'll ask him later. But A's pet hospital is currently in urgent need of a cleaner, paying 1,200 yuan a month. Why don't you? Chen Xiaohong's face stiffened slightly, looking somewhat reluctant. Sister Wang, I'm doing fine with my current job. Seeing the impatience on Wang Li's face, she quickly changed her tone. It's okay, I'll quit my job right now and go to A's company tomorrow. Lin Yan stood by and listened for a moment. He suddenly remembered what his mother had said yesterday about finding him a job. My mom has been working at her job for decades. It's easy and stable. Are you asking her to become a cleaner? Lin Yan quickly stopped Chen Xiaohong from calling to quit her job and demanded. It's just a pet hospital. What's there to brag about? You really think you're better than everyone else? You couldn't even get into a pet care vocational college, and you dare to call him a promising kid? That's ridiculous. Listening to Lin Yan's string of sarcastic remarks, Wang Li's face turned red with anger, and she shouted. You little brat. Who do you think you're talking to? You have no respect. My son Ace didn't get into the Beast Tamer Academy, but what about you? I heard you took the martial arts exam today? You're just overestimating yourself. Come back here with your tail between your legs. If you're so great, why don't you try taking the exam yourself? Bang! Lin Yan slammed the admission notice on the table. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. It's the admission notice from Jinwu University. I got admitted through recommendation. Chen Xiaohong picked up the admission notice and looked at it again and again. The admission notice was beautifully designed, with the medal clearly visible. Lin Yan's name was clearly written on it. However, being admitted to Jinwu University such a far-fetched thing, could it really happen to her family? Wang Li glanced at it and mocked. It's definitely fake. I know about Jinwu University, and I know you're a good-for-nothing with no talent. I'm going to report you for forging the certificate right now. Saying this, she was about to leave. At that moment, a knock came from the door. Is Lin Yan there? We're from the Zhao family. The Zhao family. Chen Xiaohong and Wang Li's faces turned pale. In Nanling, no one didn't know the Zhao family. How could Lin Yan have gotten involved with the Zhao family? Wang Li crossed her arms and stood aside, sneering coldly. What a troublemaker. Not only did you forge certificates, but you also got involved with the Zhao family. Now let's see how you'll get out of this. The Zhao family is the undisputed ruler of Nanling City. Anyone who dares to provoke them will never end well. Chen Xiaohong looked at Lin Yan with concern. Son, what's going on? Lin Yan shook his head. It's nothing. I'll go answer the door. He opened the door. Outside stood several men in suits, carrying a large box. The leader said, we were sent by Mr. Zhao to deliver a gift to Mr. Lin Yan. A gift? Lin Yan finally remembered it was the corpse of the blood-winged demon wolf. Put it in my bedroom. The men carried the large box into the bedroom. Wang Li was completely baffled. What was going on? Shouldn't they have beaten Lin Yan half to death and then started ransacking the house? Why were they suddenly giving gifts? But they were all from the Zhao family, so Wang Li dared not approach them to ask. Oh, right. The man in the suit bowed slightly toward Lin Yan and said politely. Mr. Zhao also said to congratulate Lin Yan on getting into Jinwu University and to be careful in the future. Chapter 10, The Monster in the City. Chen Xiaohong was speechless. Mr. Zhao personally congratulated his son on getting into Jinwu University? Wang Li's face turned pale in an instant. She couldn't believe her ears. She didn't believe the admission notice, but if Mr. Zhao said it, then it must be true. Lin Yan sneered inwardly. This wasn't a congratulation at all, it was a blatant threat. Xiaohong, no, Chen Jia. Wang Li forced a smile, grabbing Chen Xiaohong's hand. Chen Jia, you know I was wrong before. Now that Lin Yan is making something of himself, please give my son Ace a helping hand. His pet hospital business isn't doing well either, and without connections, it's about to go under. Wang Li was crying and sniffling as she poured out her sorrows to Chen Xiaohong. Lin Yan opened the door expressionlessly and coldly said, "Get out of my house now, or I'll make sure he can't keep his job tomorrow." Wang Li hurriedly ran out. Immediately afterward, a cry of ouch echoed through the hallway. Lin Yan was about to close the door when Lin Jianshan unexpectedly returned. "Old Lu, come in and sit down. Let's talk about Lin Yan's decision to repeat a year." Lin Jianshan entered the house, followed by a middle-aged man with a warm smile. As soon as he saw Lin Yan, Lu Chunxing smiled and called out, "Nephew, do you remember me?" Lin Yan felt a certain warmth toward this man and nodded with a smile. "Uncle Lu." The two had just sat down on the sofa. Chen Xiaohong placed the admission notice in front of them and said with a smile, "Old Lin, our son got into Jinwu University." Lin Jianshan sat up straight, unable to believe his ears. "What?" Lu Chunxing picked up the admission notice with a look of disbelief and examined it carefully. Lin Yan sighed. It seemed he would have to explain again. After seeing that he was unharmed, Lin Jianshan rushed home to share the good news. Lu Chunxing, however, had left even earlier. Neither of them knew what had happened later at the square. "This admission notice is probably real," Lu Chunxing exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Son, did you really get into Jinwu University?" Lin Jianshan asked in astonishment. "No," Lin Yan shook his head. "You scared me to death. This is no joke. I got admitted through recommendation." "What?" Lin Jianshan quickly looked at the admission notice as well. "It's true." Lu Chunxing nodded decisively. "My son got admitted to Jinwu University?" Lin Jianshan muttered to himself, then took a deep breath and fainted. "Old Lin. Jianshan. Dad. It's okay, just too excited. Phlegm blocked my throat. It was a chaotic night." Lin Jianshan finally regained his composure, still grinning. The group discussed when to hold the graduation banquet. Lin Yan returned to his bedroom, locked all the doors and windows, then looked at the large box in the room and took a deep breath. The box opened, revealing the lifeless body of a young wolf inside. On its back were a pair of bat-like wings. Bloodwing demon wolf. Lin Yan nodded. This juvenile bloodwing demon wolf had been turned into a specimen, resembling a work of art. Otherwise, such a legendary bloodline of magical beasts, once matured. It would be absolutely impossible to capture it alive and turn it into a specimen. At that moment, the system displayed a prompt. Detected a level 10 legendary bloodline bloodwing demon wolf. Shall I consume it? Consume. Lin Yan didn't hesitate and selected the option immediately. The next second, a deep black hole appeared before Lin Yan, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. The bloodwing demon wolf larva inside the box was slowly swallowed by the black hole. You have successfully devoured the legendary bloodline, Bloodwing Demon Wolf, and obtained the insect warrior, Bloodwing Poison Bee. The system displayed a notification. Bloodwing Poison Bee. Lin Yan's heart leaped with joy as he looked at the new unit listed in the system information. No doubt about it, this was a flying-type ranged insect soldier. It perfectly addressed Lin Yan's current weakness. Opening the Bloodwing Mad Bee attribute panel. Bloodwing Mad Wasps. Level 11. Bloodline Legendary. HP 700. Attack 240. Defense 180. Agility 300. Spirit 150. Skill Blood Rain. All Bloodwing Mad Bees fire a large number of poisonous needles at the target, dealing percentage damage. Let's set the attributes aside for now. Lin Yan's gaze immediately locked onto the Bloodwing Poison Wasp skill. It's actually percentage-based damage. This means, as long as there are enough Bloodwing Venom Bees, even a high-level magical beast with maxed-out defense can be taken down in one skill burst. And although it's a newly emerged unit, its level remains consistent with Lin Yan's cultivation realm. Level 11, corresponding to Silver Rank 1. Lin Yan glanced at the attribute changes of the Titan Giant Ant beside him. Titan Giant Ant. Level 11. Bloodline Legendary. HP 1200. Attack 210. Defense 320. Agility 180. Spirit 0. Skill, Berserk enters Berserk state, immune to control effects, significantly increases attack power and speed. Attributes of the Titan Giant Ant. It has been heavily enhanced in terms of health and defense. It seems like a decent choice for a tank in the future. Close the system panel. Lin Yan consumed 1 point of biomass and summoned a Bloodwing Mad Bee. A wormhole appeared mid-air. A massive Bloodwing Mad Bee emerged, its size comparable to an adult's thigh, resembling a black-bellied tiger-headed wasp in appearance. A sharp stinger at its tail glinted coldly under the light. Attack! Lin Yan thought to himself. The Bloodwing Mad Bee instantly darted toward the direction Lin Yan had indicated, with a sharp whistling sound. A tail stinger shot out like a bullet, embedding itself forcefully into the wall. Lin Yan walked over to take a look. The reinforced concrete in the wall was shattered, leaving a gaping hole. The power was no less than that of a sniper rifle bullet. Lin Yan was overjoyed. Looking back at the Bloodwing Mad Bee, its tail had already reloaded a new stinger. I really want to find an opponent to test its combat effectiveness. Lin Yan was growing increasingly impatient. At that moment, his phone in his pocket rang. Lin Yan glanced at the caller ID. It was Qin Ruoyu. Lin Yan, girls' night out. Meet me at the entrance of Baigu KTV. Come pick me up. Her words were cut off and slurred. Lin Yan could almost smell the alcohol through the screen and frowned, asking, "How much have you had to drink?" There was no response on the other end, only the sound of traffic and laughter from the street. Just as Lin Yan was about to hang up and go pick her up. Roar! A loud roar from a monster game suddenly echoed through the phone, followed by a group of panicked female voices shouting, "Am I drunk? How could there be a monster in the city? Level 21 monster. Prepare for battle. Ah, I'm drunk. My spiritual energy is chaotic and I can't summon my spirit beast. Ruyu, wake up. Z." The sound abruptly stopped. This is bad. Lin Yan felt a chill run down his spine. A demon beast appeared in the city? Why haven't the association's experts shown up? Lin Yan had no time to think further. He had to leave immediately. Bronze and Silver Beast Masters have limited control over spiritual energy. They could no longer summon spirit beasts, and even if they could, they wouldn't stand a chance against that level 21 magical beast. The only hope, Qin Ruoyu, could barely speak coherently at the moment, let alone fight a magical beast. Lin Yan stepped out of the room and rushed downstairs in a hurry, under the watchful eyes of the 3 people in the living room. "Hey, son, where are you going?" Chen Xiaohong was completely confused and wanted to chase after him to ask, but was stopped by Lin Jianshan. He's grown up now, he has his own plans. Lin Jianshan and Lu Chunseng exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. They had all been through that age, and they understood. Lin Yan was already handsome, and now that he had been admitted to Jinwu University, there were sure to be many female classmates sending him admiring glances. Be careful. Lin Yan heard his father's voice from behind and quickened his pace. Chapter 11. He is really just a silver-ranked fighter. City Center. On a street, 3 black-clad figures darted swiftly along the wall. Each of the 3 had a golden badge on their chest. These badges indicated their identities: Golden Rank Beast Masters of the Beast Master Association. "Captain, the detector shows that the demon beast is parked outside a KTV. A beast master holding a detection device reported." Upon hearing this, the squad leader at the front immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it! It was already late at night, and Nanling City had never been known for its nightlife. It was likely that the only place in the entire city with more people was there. "Captain, are we going to get in trouble?" Another team member said anxiously. 10 minutes earlier, the 3 of them were on duty at the city gate. Nanning City hadn't experienced a monster invasion in over a decade, so they had let their guard down. Unexpectedly, a high-level magical beast, as if to spite them, broke in while they were playing cards. By the time they noticed and reported it, they had already reacted too late. Today was the martial arts exam, and most of the high-ranking members of the Beastmaster Association had gone to the provincial capital for a meeting. In other words, at that moment, only a few gate guards were responsible for the city gate's security. I've already notified the other gate guards. As long as there are no casualties, everything should be fine. The captain bit his lip, but there was one thing he didn't say. On the other hand, if there are casualties, they would be charged with dereliction of duty and sent to the Beastmaster's court. Hurry up! Let's hope this doesn't escalate. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the KTV near the detector, the hearts of the 3 sank to the bottom. Because, at that moment, the entrance to the KTV was already surrounded by a large crowd. In the center of the crowd, several female beast tamers were engaged in battle with the demon beast. This is bad. This demon beast is too powerful. If Ruoyu hasn't woken up yet, we're no match for it. Damn it, have all the members of the Beastmaster Association been killed? Today is the martial arts exam, and the higher-ups of the Beastmaster Association are all at a meeting. We're doomed. I haven't even started college or dated anyone yet. Am I going to die here today? Several people commanded their spirit beasts to hold on desperately. However, the highest-ranked spirit beast among them was only level 10. That demon beast was 25th level, a full tier above them. If it weren't for their spirit beast's high-grade bloodlines, they would have already been devoured by the demon beast. Ah! The leopard-shaped demon beast unleashed an area of effect skill, knocking all the exhausted spirit beasts to the ground. It then slowly stepped forward, gazing at the surrounding crowd. The crowd immediately scattered. After all, they were all ordinary people. Facing a demon beast they hadn't seen in over a decade, their curiosity had now turned entirely to fear. Let us go, attack! The squad leader's golden spiritual energy surged as he spoke, summoning spirit beasts to take control of the battlefield. He could tell that these inexperienced beast tamers were likely students who had just finished their martial arts exams. Wait, Captain! One of the team members interrupted his spell, pointing quietly toward a group of people ahead. They were all carrying cameras. A female journalist held a microphone, facing the camera and speaking clearly. I am currently at the entrance of a KTV in Nanling City. As you can see through the lens, a magical beast is attacking humans without restraint. At this moment, the relevant authorities have not yet taken any measures. The few beast tamers under attack are reportedly female students who have just finished their martial arts exams. The public safety situation in Nanling City has reached a crisis point, requiring female students to step forward to resist. Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? For more reports, please stay tuned to Nanling News. This is reporter Jing Jingyu. The captain's face turned dark instantly. These unscrupulous journalists rushed to the scene within 5 minutes of the incident occurring. They're even talking about twisted humanity and moral decay. I remember last year's news about a Sao being attacked. They used the same line then too. The TV station is live right now. If we show our faces, we'll definitely be held accountable first. Another team member leaned over to the captain and whispered, let's wait a little longer. Once the other teams arrive, we'll go in together. The captain fell silent, glancing at the female beast tamers who had already retrieved their injured spirit beasts. Are we really going to stand by and watch them die at the hands of the beasts? They were city guards. That demon beast is too powerful. With just the 3 of us, we won't be able to take it down in time, and we'll end up being mocked by the entire nation. One of the team members pointed at the TV reporters still continuing their broadcast. The captain slowly relaxed his clenched fists and sighed. Let us wait a little longer until the other teams arrive, then we'll go in. This was currently the most advantageous plan for them. Unless, of course, a skilled beast tamer suddenly appeared and subdued the monster. But the captain shook his head with a bitter smile. That's impossible. The association's higher-ups are all at a meeting. Where in Nanling City could there possibly be a skilled beast tamer right now? At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out behind everyone. Step aside. Let me handle this. Everyone scattered and retreated, even the TV reporters and the 3 guards were swept along. The street corner was instantly cleared, forming a path. A young figure walked toward the monster with unwavering determination, exuding an extraordinary aura. The camera immediately focused on the figure. Could it be that a master beast tamer has really arrived? The captain's newly ignited flame of hope was instantly extinguished. For he had clearly seen. The young man's spiritual energy was only at the silver rank 1 level. Brave but foolish. Charging in now is nothing but a suicide mission. The captain shook his head and spoke slowly. But the next second, a scene that would forever be etched into his memory unfolded before him. As the young man's speed increased, in the thick of the night, a swarm of bees appeared out of nowhere, dark and dense, stretching as far as the eye could see. A horde of beasts is entering the city? The thought lasted only a second before being dismissed. Because the swarm did not attack the fleeing humans, but instead actively avoided those panicking and running in all directions. Their target was clear. The captain stared in disbelief at the 25th level leopard-like beast, which was on high alert. Blood rain, unleash. At the young beastmaster's command, countless whistling sounds filled the air. Immediately afterward, a swarm of steel needles poured down on the leopard-type beast. The leopard-type beast, which had broken through the city gates and the surrounding defenses with its speed, was struck by an even faster skill this time. In an instant, the leopard-like demon beast was pierced into a hedgehog. The attacks continued unabated until the beast's corpse on the ground vanished, leaving behind only a massive spiked ball. The captain of the guards watched the young figure whose footsteps hadn't stopped, his heart filled with terror. That 25th level magical beast was killed in an instant. This massive swarm of bees was all his spirit beasts? Is he really just a silver-ranked beastmaster? Chapter 12, Investing Everything to Cultivate Linyan. Finally made it in time. Linyan looked at the lifeless body of the unknown beast on the ground and felt a mix of emotions. For safety's sake, he converted the total of 600 points of biomatter obtained from the 20 he had killed in the dungeon. He had converted all of it into the newly obtained insect warrior class, Bloodwing Mad Wasps. And the Bloodwing Mad Bees did not disappoint him. With a single skill combo, they could instantly kill even monsters that were more than 10 levels higher. In fact, the damage was even overflowing. Are you okay? Lin Yan walked up to the group, looking at Qin Ruoyu, who was still dazed from drunkenness, and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yan, were all those bees just now your spirit beasts? Lu Mengyao hadn't yet recovered from the ordeal. Her spirit beast had been severely injured by that leopard-like magical beast. Although it had been recalled, the chain reaction between the spirit beast and its master still caused her spiritual energy to surge and her blood to boil, leaving her with a lingering sensation of wanting to vomit blood. The other two felt the same way. That level 25 demon beast had been defeated in a single battle even when the three of them had joined forces. But now, that once invincible demon beast was killed with a single gesture by Lin Yan, leaving it dead beyond resurrection? Seeing Lin Yan's score on the ranking board was one thing, but facing a life-threatening situation was an entirely different matter. That's right, Lin Yan nodded. He didn't intend to hide it, and he couldn't hide it anyway. Your talent is really in the life-type insect taming? Lu Mengyao asked again, then nodded to herself. That's right. A combat-type talent couldn't achieve such power. Beep beep beep. An ambulance arrived at that moment. The relevant departments of Nanling City had arrived, but the hospital was the first on the scene. No need to thank us. We also apologize for underestimating you earlier. Lu Mengyao had put aside all her pride. The other two nodded in agreement. Though they had never intentionally targeted Lin Yan before, the unintentional signs of disrespect were unavoidable. The ambulance took the three of them away. However, Qin Ruoyu was left behind. The medical staff's explanation was simple: there was no need to go to the hospital for sobering up. The beast was dead. The curious onlookers from Longhua, who had always loved a spectacle, gathered around once more. Many dared to approach and take photos of the monster's corpse. Even more people aimed their cameras at Lin Yan. This young beast tamer who had appeared out of nowhere had saved all of them. Hero! May I ask your honorable name? A crowd gathered around him. Lin Yan remained silent. He picked up Qin Ruoyu and prepared to head home. He didn't know where Qin Ruoyu lived, and if he took her to a hotel, the front desk might call the police immediately. Make way, I need to go home. Lin Yan, carrying Qin Ruoyu on his back, addressed the crowd. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Lin Yan. I know him. He is Lin Yan, the top-scoring candidate in this year's martial arts exam, the genius beast tamer who scored 10,000 points. What? He is Lin Yan? The one who was admitted directly to Jinwu University? True heroes emerge in youth. Let's take a photo with him. Lin Yan, I'm your kindergarten classmate. You said you wanted to marry me when we were little. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, all eager to get close to this future high-ranking beast tamer. Make way. Everyone, make way. Jin Yu held the microphone, her slender frame pushing through the crowd, her eyes sparkling with determination. During the day, she had been waiting outside the exam hall to interview the top scorer of the martial arts exam. However, exam hall discipline was strict. All candidates were transported back by school buses. She hadn't gotten a chance. But unexpectedly, due to the sudden appearance of a monster, she unexpectedly gained the first exclusive interview with the martial arts exam champion. It's easy to imagine the huge sensation her interview will cause once it airs. Who knows, she might even be promoted directly. No, thank you, Lin Yan said, carrying Qin Ruoyu on his back and frowning as he walked forward. Her attitude was polite, but she clearly had no intention of accepting any interviews or photos. Intentionally or not, he was still protecting the unconscious young woman behind him. Jin Yu thought for a moment, put down the microphone, and grabbed Lin Yan's arm. Let's go, get in the car. Perhaps his tone was too authoritative. Or perhaps the crowd's emotions were growing increasingly heated. Jin Yu actually ended up dragging Lin Yan and the unconscious girl on his back into the TV station's vehicle. Inside the car, Jin Yu instructed the driver to start the car while excitedly turning to look at Lin Yan. This is this year's martial arts exam champion. A top student admitted directly to the prestigious True Martial Arts University. Such a future big shot, and her first interview is with him. Cough cough. Jin Yu cleared her throat. As a professional journalist, she had to maintain her professional demeanor. Head to the southern resettlement area, Building 7. Lin Yan ignored the starry-eyed gaze of the female journalist and spoke directly. Ha? Okay, Jin Yu snapped out of it and tapped the driver. The driver understood and turned the car around, heading toward the old city area, but slowed down. Jin Yu secretly pressed the record button on her voice recorder, then took out her pen and notebook. Mr. Lin Yan, may I ask you a few questions? Provincial Capital. Branch of the Beastmaster Association. In a meeting room, the top beast tamers from cities across the province had gathered. The purpose of this meeting was originally to discuss matters and preparations following the martial arts exam. However, a sudden piece of news from Nanling City extended the meeting, which was supposed to have concluded. Everyone turned their attention to the large screen at the front of the meeting room, their expressions solemn. The screen was displaying surveillance footage from a street. The screen showed a dense swarm of bees, almost completely obscuring the view. Yet, no one present seemed impatient. Instead, they were intently watching the parts of the footage visible through the swarm. The 25th level leopard-like magical beast and the young figure. The young figure was surrounded by the spiritual energy characteristic of the Silver Realm. Yet with a single strike, it instantly killed the 25th level magical beast. Even after its death, the attack continued. Impressive technique. A Diamond tier Beastmaster couldn't help but clap in praise. The others glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Cross tier instant kill. How many years has it been since such a genius appeared in our Yunyang province? Why have we never heard of his name before? Lin Yan. His profile should be displayed at the top of this meeting room. This massive army of insect-type spirit beasts is nothing short of a natural disaster-level force. Even at the talent pack Jinwu University, he'll leave his mark. Li Chuan, the president of the Beastmaster Association of Nanling City, couldn't help but smile wryly. The name Lin Yan was only something he had heard of half a day ago. A genius beast tamer who reached 10,000 points in the martial arts exam. He had successfully secured a spot at Jinwu University through a recommendation. Had he not performed exceptionally well and promptly dealt with that level 25 magical beast? Who knows what kind of disaster would have been unleashed? As the president of the Beastmaster Association of Nanling City, he would certainly have been held accountable. Li Chuan bowed toward the purple-clad woman at the head of the conference table. Senior Zhao, please take care of our talented juniors from Nanling. Zhao Ziwei stared at the figure on the surveillance screen, her expression solemn. Indeed, a genius. Even at the prestigious Jinwu University, where geniuses abound, he would likely stand out. Zhao Ziwu curled the corners of her mouth and whispered, "We're about to head to school for registration. At that time, all the prodigious students will compete for the position of freshman representative. I can't wait to see how you perform." At that moment, Cheng Dinghua, the president of the Yunyang Province Beastmaster Association, smiled and said, "The demon beast invasion incident in Nanling City was resolved without incident and even gained such high online attention. We in Yunyang Province should also use this opportunity to promote ourselves extensively. As long as Lin Yan can secure the position of new student representative and directly enter the student union of Jinwu University, I'll agree. Let Nanling City become a first-class key development city. The Yunyang Province Beastmaster Association will spare no effort to cultivate Lin Yan." Chapter 13, Arrival at School. Today's interview has come to an end. Is there anything else Lin Yan would like to say to our audience? Jean Yu asked with a smile. The TV interview van came to a stop. Lin Yan looked out the window. They had arrived home. She shook her head. Nothing else. Saying this, he picked up the still intoxicated Qin Ruoyu and walked away. Jin Yu stared blankly at Lin Yan's back until it disappeared, still gazing at the empty spot. The colleagues behind him exchanged glances, feeling a bit moved. Jin Yu, who had been dubbed the flower of Nanling the moment she entered the television station, had always been the one whose back others stared at in awe. Today, she was actually staring at another man's back in a daze? "Ms. Jean, he's already left," a colleague said, removing a small camera from the roof of the car. "He and we are destined to be from two different worlds." "I know." Jin Yu returned to the car, feeling inexplicably angry. Back home, Lin Yan placed Qin Ruoyu on his own bed. He himself made do on the sofa for the night. Lin Jianshan and Chen Xiaohong weren't home. They left a message saying they'd gone out drinking to celebrate. Lin Yan rested his hands behind his head, his body still faintly scented with alcohol and perfume. He had completed 2 dungeon runs today, defeated a level 25 monster, and used 2 area of effect skills. His spiritual energy was already depleted, and now he was so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open. Lin Yan fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the living room. The television was continuously broadcasting the news. There was a figure sitting in front of him. Lin Yan suddenly sat up and saw Qin Ruoyu sitting on the sofa, feeling a bit dazed. "You're awake." Qin Ruoyu was eating a piece of steaming hot buttered bread, her eyes fixed on the news playing on the TV. The news was showing surveillance footage of the battle. A young beast tamer controlling a swarm of bees in battle, and the 25th level demon beast that had been brutally killed. "What's the deal with your talent?" Qin Ruoyu had already sobered up, and the repeatedly played news confirmed it. "You killed a 25th level demon beast and saved me and Lu Mengyao. In the martial arts exam dungeon, you earned 10,000 points. In Zhao Tianhua's dungeon, you killed 2 15th level bosses." "Not 2. Lin Yan looked at her and said, 20. Qin Ruoyu was speechless. 20 level 15 bosses? In the martial arts exam dungeon, she was already exhausted and dared not challenge even a single 15th level boss. Lin Yan had actually killed 20? "I'm not lying to you. My talent is indeed insect taming, but it has some special properties. Lin Yan sat down and explained. In short, my insect-type spirit beast can reproduce in large numbers, and the higher my cultivation level, the more of them there are. The higher the cultivation level, the more there are? Qin Ruoyu looked at the spiritual energy surrounding Lin Yan, which was a faint silver color. It was clearly the silver realm. However, from the news reports, that swarm of bees had at least several hundred individuals. Could it be that once Lin Yan reaches the diamond realm, he'll be able to summon tens of thousands of insect-type spirit beasts? Qin Ruoyu looked at Lin Yan and said solemnly, "It seems you have a chance to compete for the position of new student representative." Lin Yan was taken aback. New student representative? It's just giving a speech on stage. What's there to compete for? Qin Ruoyu smiled lightly and shook her head. At Xinwu University, nothing is about ceremony, it's all about competing for benefits. The freshman representative not only represents the strongest among the freshmen but also receives preferential treatment from the school. Moreover, as a freshman representative, you can gain eligibility to join the student council during your first year. Lin Yan thought about it. If that is the case, the student union at Xinwu University must not be as simple as just checking attendance and maintaining discipline. The resources and training they receive must be far more extensive than those of ordinary students. More importantly, Xinwu University has exclusive dungeon instances that can be customized to your difficulty preferences. Qin Ruoyu looked envious and sighed. Ordinary students only get a few opportunities each year to enter the dungeon collectively to gain experience. But student council members have unlimited access. Even once a day is no problem. Dungeons? Lin Yan's heart stirred. Unlimited access to dungeons. That would mean gaining a massive amount of biomaterial, and if they encountered a legendary tier monster, they could even increase their troop types? It seems that to join the student council early, we need to secure the position of freshman representative first. Since you have this idea, we should head to school early to prepare. Qin Ruoyu stepped out of the room and turned to look at Lin Yan. Pack your things, we're leaving for school today. Zhao family mansion. The place was shrouded in mourning, with cries of grief echoing everywhere. Zhao Tianhua sat in the living room watching the TV, his face as grim as could be. The news portrayed that young beast tamer is the best of his generation, the hope of Nanling. These titles and honors should have belonged to my son, Lang Tian. Bang! Zhao Tianhua smashed an expensive glass cup on the ground, his veins bulging on his forehead. That little bastard had extorted a specimen of a bloodwing demon wolf worth over 2 million from him yesterday, humiliating him beyond measure. And the methods he used were different this time. A worthless good-for-nothing suddenly gained so many opportunities. If someone were to say that Zhao Langtian's death had nothing to do with him, Zhao Tianhua would never believe it. Keep investigating him. He was admitted to Xinwu University, right? Does his family have any relatives there? Zhao Tianhua turned to look at the butler. The butler, seeing the family head so enraged, thought for a moment and said, "There is one, Zhao Daodu, a second-year student at Xinwu University, but she hasn't been included in the family registry." Zhao Daodu? Zhao Tianhua leaned back on the sofa and pondered for a moment. Is she the daughter of that obscure celebrity? What is her name again? Is she still alive? Lu Yanan. She is still alive, but I heard she has cancer. The butler said. Zhao Tianhua waved his hand and said, "The family will cover the medical expenses. Send the bills to Zhao Daodu and tell her what to do." The butler nodded and immediately sent someone to handle it. Zhao Tianhua looked at the coffin on the empty courtyard, his anger growing even more intense. In the alternate reality, not even the body had been found, so they had no choice but to erect a symbolic grave. Who are those people? Zhao Tianhua looked at the crowd, some of whom were crying hysterically and holding signs with slogans. The butler waved his hand, and several security guards immediately approached. They are the parents of the young master's attendants, demanding justice for their children who died in the dungeon. Demand justice? Zhao Tianhua sneered. Then give them an explanation. The butler nodded and walked out. A moment later, the cries and wails faded away. A van without license plates departed from Zhao's estate and headed toward the wasteland. Drops of blood were left along the way. On the high-speed train, Lin Yan slowly came to, while Qin Ruoyu, lying beside him, had already fallen asleep with her head tilted to the side, a single tear glistening on her lips. They had departed the previous afternoon. It was now 8 o'clock in the morning of the second day. Lin Yan stretched lazily, and the high-speed train announcement sounded. The train is about to arrive at the final station, Xinwu University Station. Please prepare your luggage. Lin Yan nudged Qin Ruoyu with her arm and said, "We've arrived. Let's get off the train." Qin Ruoyu, still half asleep, ran her fingers through her hair by her ear. The two of them exited the station. Lin Yan was instantly stunned by the scene before him. Before him, a massive shadow of a black tortoise soared into the sky, overlooking the crowd outside the campus. Chapter 14, Registration, Dispute. What a huge turtle! Lin Yan exclaimed, looking up in awe. Qin Ruoyu rolled her eyes and laughed. You're so uncultured. That's the principal spirit beast, the supreme black tortoise. It's guarding the entire school. The two entered the school gates. Lin Yan indeed didn't see the Xuanwu's shadow again, so it seemed that the supreme Xuanwu was mainly responsible for external security. Although there were still 2 days left before the official start of the school year. However, by this time, many people had already arrived on campus to register. Looking at the long line of people, many of them were pulling suitcases, clearly all freshmen. Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu were also in line. During this time, Qin Ruoyu briefed Lin Yan on some information about the freshman representatives in joining the student council. Each year's freshman representatives represent the strongest beast taming abilities of their class. New student representatives can choose any student council department to join. The selection process for freshman representatives is also straightforward, based on a points system. Each freshman has a certain number of points. Those with lower points can challenge those with higher points, and those with higher points cannot refuse. When a student with a higher score challenges one with a lower score, the latter must agree to the challenge. In a challenge match, the winner gains all of the loser's points. After 3 days of school, points are tallied, and the student with the highest points becomes the new student representative. Doesn't that mean you're out of the running if you lose just once? Lin Yan was surprised. Qin Ruoyu shielded her eyes from the sun with her hand and shook her head. It's not like that. Actually, upperclassmen also use this point system. Points can be earned through school tasks and can be exchanged for spirit beast resources and other things. In any case, the reason True Martial University has remained one of the top 4 prestigious universities for so many years is due to its survival of the fittest competition rules. Lin Yan nodded. Beast masters have always valued strength above all else. While this points-based competition system is brutal, it is also fair. By the time the sun was high in the sky at noon, finally, it was their turn. Please register, said the student in charge of registration, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Qin Ruoyu. Jinwu University admitted students based on merit, with a male-to-female ratio of approximately 5:1 among beast masters. A beauty like Qin Ruoyu was a rare find. Student, please introduce yourself, the student in charge of registration smiled warmly. My name is Lu Jie. I'm a sophomore and just joined the student council this year. The president really values me. Qin Ruoyu glanced at him and nodded impassively. Lu Jie chuckled, glancing at the registration form. Under the Spirit Beast column, it clearly read Light-Scaled Dragon, which thrilled him even more. Qin Jr., your Spirit Beast is also a dragon type. What a coincidence. My Spirit Beast is an epic bloodline sword spine-flying dragon. Let's exchange contact information. If you ever have any questions about cultivating dragon-type Spirit Beasts, just come find me. To her surprise, Qin Ruoyu finished filling out the information and said indifferently, no need. Then, Qin Ruoyu looked up at the blazing sun overhead and furrowed her brows. This terrible weather was almost melting her makeup. I'll head back to the dorm first. You can register on your own. Let us have dinner together tonight. Their dormitories were already in different locations, and their paths wouldn't cross afterward either. Lin Yan nodded behind her, having no objections to the suggestion. After Qin Ruoyu left, Lin Yan began to register. Lu Jie glanced at him sideways before his gaze fell on the Spirit Beast section of the registration form. Titan Giant Ant, Bloodwing Mad Bee. 2 Spirit Beasts? Lu Jie was taken aback for a moment before sneering. I thought they were some powerful Spirit Beasts. Turns out they're just 2 bugs. Even if you have a special talent that allows you to contract 2, so what? Insects are still insects, they'll never become dragons. Lin Yan frowned at his words. Does that mean insect-type spirit beasts are weaker than dragon-type spirit beasts? Strength doesn't depend on the type of spirit beast, but on how the beastmaster uses them. Lu Jie paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, drawing the attention of those around him. Ha 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 ha. What era are we in? There's still someone as foolish as you who believes such nonsense. Insects are insects, and the weak will always be weak. Dragon-type spirit beasts are born to be superior to all other spirit beasts. Lu Jie's arrogant laughter immediately aroused the displeasure of the others. Some freshmen tried to step forward to argue with him, but were all stopped by those beside them. Don't be impulsive. He is Lu Jie, one of the top 10 strongest students in his second year and a member of the student council. Upon hearing the words student council, everyone's expressions changed. If they got into a dispute with him, not only would they have no chance of joining the student council, but they might even be targeted everywhere. In an instant, the originally dissatisfied crowd fell silent. Only Lin Yan wasn't intimidated by him. He glared at him and said coldly, Jinwu University values strength above all else. When did the type of spirit beast you have become a measure of one's status? Lu Jie laughed so hard tears came to his eyes, pointing at Lin Yan and said, strength is everything? You country bumpkin, you're from Nanling City? In a place like that, being a genius might be acceptable, but this is Jinwu University, geniuses are everywhere. Do you need an upperclassman to teach you what strength is everything means? As he spoke, Lu Jie summoned his sword-backed dragon. Huge wings, thick dragon claws, a row of sharp bone blades on its back, and a pair of black, gleaming eyes stared at Lin Yan. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed across the sky. Lu Jie crossed his arms across his chest, grinning triumphantly. What's the matter? Don't you plan to summon your two little insects to feel the might of the dragon? Lin Yan dismissed his childish behavior with a cold laugh. If you want to prove your strength, let us settle this on the point stage. Let me show you if my insects can slay a dragon. The moment those words left his mouth, the freshmen present erupted into chaos. What? A first-year freshman challenging a second-year student council member? A battle between insect-type spirit beasts and dragon-type spirit beasts? Go for it. I've always had it in for this guy. What is he trying to prove with a dragon-type spirit beast? Exactly. Our principal is a king-tier beastmaster. Spirit beasts are just big turtles. Shoo. Don't talk nonsense. That's the supreme black tortoise. They say it used to eat dragons in ancient times. Bro, I'm also a dragon-type spirit beast. I'm not as pretentious as him. We're about to enter the ranking arena. Those with lower rankings can't refuse his challenge. But bravery is bravery. I won't say anything about insect-type spirit beasts. Lu Jie is a golden 3rd rank, while Dragon Slayer is only a silver 1st rank. The power gap is still pretty big. If it comes to a fight, let us go cheer for Dragon Slayer. We have to go. We can't let that sophomore bully him. The freshmen were all talented beast tamers from various regions, brimming with arrogance. Though they disliked Lu Jie, they didn't want to offend him either. Now, someone had stepped forward to challenge Lu Jie. Instantly, he gained the respect and support of all the freshmen. Moreover, Lin Yan had mysteriously earned the title of Dragon Slayer. However, it was clear that while everyone respected his courage, they didn't hold much hope for him. Therefore, the title Dragon Slayer carries a hint of mockery. Watching the freshmen's passionate reactions, Lu Jie felt a bit embarrassed. He had only intended to scare this naive freshman. But he didn't expect him to dare to openly challenge him. If he backed down in front of this bunch of country bumpkins today, he'd never be able to hold his ground in the student council. Lu Jie clenched his teeth and sneered. I'll give you time to regroup. Tonight at 8 o'clock at the challenge arena on the 13th floor. I'll be waiting for you. All right. Lin Yan finished filling out the registration form and looked at him, asking, by the way, how many points do you have? Lu Jie laughed bitterly in anger. Could this country bumpkin really think he could win? He pulled out his points card directly. 853 points. If you can beat that, it's all yours. That's so much. Lin Yan was a bit shocked, knowing that a freshman only had 1 point. If he beat him, wouldn't he be able to skip challenging others and just win by default? After Lin Yan left, Lu Jie picked up Lin Yan's registration form, studied it for a moment, then asked his companion in confusion. Is there a talent called insect taming in the combat talent rankings? Chapter 15, Dragon Slayer? News interview exposed. Lin Yan dragged his luggage to the dormitory. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room in a luxury apartment. At that moment, the other 3 roommates had already arrived. As soon as they saw Lin Yan enter the dormitory, they became excited. Holy crap! Our last roommate is the Dragon Slayer. Wow, you're so brave, daring to confront a second-year student. Yeah, he's even in the student council. You're not getting the better end of this deal. The two of them shot Lin Yan sympathetic glances. Lin Yan was a bit surprised. How did the news spread so quickly? He had just arrived at the dorm, and all his roommates already knew? Another roommate, a teenager with rebellious red hair, stood up and extended his hand. My name is Tang Tianyu. I just love making friends with people like you. Lin Yan shook his hand, completely confused. My name is Lin Yan. What kind of person am I? Tang Tianyu laughed heartily, patting Lin Yan on the shoulder. Of course, you're a warrior. I've always had it out for that Lu Jie. He's just from the Lu family in the capital, relying on his ancestors' achievements to show off. If it weren't for the Lu family's relentless cultivation of him, he'd be nothing. Lin Yan nodded. It seemed like this Lu Jie had some serious connections. I'll go with you tonight. Tang Tianyu winked, his smile tinged with mischief. After you lose, I'll take over. There are plenty of freshmen who can't stand him. We'll wear him down in a series of matches. Lin Yan was speechless. Speaking so passionately, it was clear he was certain Lin Yan would lose. Don't worry, I won't lose. Lin Yan began to tidy up his bedding. Tang Tianyu paused upon hearing this, then walked over to Lin Yan. Brother, daring to challenge is a good thing, but saying that is just not seeing reality clearly. I know you're a genius where you come from, but here you're just an ordinary person. And Lu Jie is a genius at the prestigious Shinwu University, where geniuses gather. Let us not even mention his legendary bloodline, the Sword Spine Dragon. He is also a golden 3rd rank beast tamer. Looking at your spiritual energy, you're only at the silver 1st tier level. You have no chance of winning. Lin Yan remained non-committal and countered. What if I win? Tang Tianyu scoffed and said. If you can win, I'll cover your food expenses for the month. The other two roommates also chimed in with their own bets. Li Jueming, if you win, I'll wash your dirty clothes this month. Han Xiaofeng, if you win, I'll scrub your smelly shoes this month. Deal. Lin Yan was deeply moved. What great roommates they were. The three of them ordered takeout for lunch. After finishing their meal, Lin Yan took a short nap. When he opened his eyes, it was already dark outside. Damn it! Lin Yan sat up abruptly. What time is it? It's 7:30. Tang Tianyu put on his jacket and reminded him, let us get going. If we're late, we'll be disqualified. Lin Yan nodded, got out of bed, and started getting dressed. If this was his first challenge, and he lost because he was late. In the ruthless Jinwu University, where the strong reign supreme, everyone would probably think he was a coward. From then on, he would have to bear the label of coward forever. Lin Yan and the others hurried to the arena hall. Fortunately, they hadn't been late. At that moment, the arena hall was already packed with people, with 3 layers of people surrounding the 13th ranked points arena where Lu Jia had made his appointment. The news of the daytime agreement had spread quickly. A reckless freshman had dared to publicly challenge a second-year student council member. This had never happened in the history of Jinwu University. Lu Jia was already waiting on the other side of the points arena, watching Lin Yan rush over, his eyes filled with contempt. He had already inquired about it. The talent Lin Yan had listed on the registration form, insect taming, was not a combat talent at all. It was a worthless talent from the living sciences department. How did such a worthless individual manage to pass the entrance exams and get into Jinwu University? Seeing that Lin Yan had already prepared for battle on the other side, Lu Jia cleared his throat and spoke aloud. It's great to see so many people interested in this match, but before we begin, I have a question I hope someone can clarify for me. As he spoke, Lu Jia pointed at Lin Yan. This freshman, named Lin Yan, according to the registration form, his talent is insect husbandry in the living sciences department. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, whispering and discussing among themselves. Lu Jia glared at Lin Yan with a sneer and continued. I know everyone is confused. This good-for-nothing has such a trash talent, yet he managed to get into Jinwu University. I suspect he is an imposter. Does such a worthless person even have the qualifications to challenge me? The most important thing now is to get him out of the school. Some second-year students began to stir up a crowd, shouting in unison. Get out of school, you good-for-nothing. This good-for-nothing is polluting the school's atmosphere. Leave this place until his identity is thoroughly investigated. A group of people began to drive Lin Yan out, shouting angrily. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, surprised that the other party was so shameless. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng turned pale, unsure of what to do. Tang Tianyu shielded Lin Yan behind him and shouted at Lu Jia. Lin Yan has a direct admission offer. Can you deny his identity just based on his talent? If you have doubts, then you should present evidence to prove that Lin Yan is not a student of Jinwu University, rather than demanding that he prove himself. Some people nodded in agreement. That's right. Since Lu Jia suspects him, let Lu Jia present the evidence, not make Lin Yan prove himself. To everyone's surprise, Lu Jia sneered. What more evidence do you need? His trash talent in the liberal arts department isn't the best proof? Everyone fell silent. Although this evidence was clearly insufficient, but it's quite effective. Everyone was a beast tamer and understood the importance of combat talent for beast tamers. Let alone a talent for the lifestyle department. Everyone present had combat talent ratings no lower than B class. For someone with a life-oriented talent to get into the top-tier Jinwu University in the country is truly unimaginable. Lu Jia looked at everyone's reactions and felt very satisfied. He, a second-year student council member, deigned to compete in a points-based challenge against a first-year freshman. Losing was a given. Even if he had won, he would have been mocked by others. So Lu Jia had no intention of competing with Lin Yan. At that moment, someone let out a gasp. Quick, look at the news. The walls of the arena were lined with numerous televisions. At that moment, all the TVs were airing the same news report. A beautiful female reporter was speaking into the camera. I am currently at the entrance of a KTV in Nanling City. As you can see through the camera, a monster is attacking humans without mercy. Is this a distortion of humanity, or the collapse of morality? For more reports, please tune in to Nanling News. This is reporter Jing Jingyu. The scene shifts. On the surveillance footage, a swarm of dark, swarming spirit beasts appears, under the command of a young beast master. They unleashed their skills at the 25th level demon beast. In an instant, the 25th level magical beast is dead beyond any doubt. The scene shifts again. This time, it was an exclusive interview with a young man. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yan, their hearts filled with awe and confusion. He is the Beastmaster who just killed a 25th level magical beast in an instant. Level 25. Converted to the Beastmaster realm, that's Golden Realm, 5th tier. Lu Jie stared at the TV screen in disbelief, clenching his fists tightly. Lin Yan had actually defeated a 25th level magical beast in an instant. His sword-backed dragon is only level 23. Chapter 16, 1 round. The atmosphere in the arena hall grew quiet. No one spoke, and the only sound was the interview being broadcast on the TV, which seemed out of place. Ha ha ha. Tang Tianyu slapped Lin Yan on the shoulder and laughed aloud. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you questioning my brother? Everyone fell silent. If this news is true, then their earlier doubts and mockery would make them look like fools? Lu Jie clenched his teeth and sneered. What does a half-true, half-false news report prove? Even if he is really a freshman at Arjanwu University, does that mean he can beat me? Everyone turned to look at Lu Jie, some nodding in agreement. Indeed, although Lu Jie was only a 3rd-tier beast tamer, his spirit beast was already at level 23. That was still 2 levels lower than the demon beast that had been instantly killed by Lin Yan. However, Beastmaster's combat strength is inherently flexible and unpredictable. It cannot be judged solely by rank. Moreover, Lu Jie is a genius beast tamer. His combat strength naturally far surpassed that of the 25th level demon beast. Lu Jie is among the top 10 strongest students in his 2nd year, surpassing most of the Beastmasters present. They didn't want to see Lu Jie fail either. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean that they, as 2nd and 3rd year students, couldn't even match a freshman? That's right. Maybe that magical beast was already severely injured, and he just happened to take advantage of the situation. Exactly. That monster must have only a sliver of health left. He got lucky. There are quite a lot of insects, but they're useless. I bet Lu Jie's sword spine dragon can wipe out a large group with a single breath. Lu Jie is still at a disadvantage. If he wins, he gets 1 point. If he loses, losing is impossible. Getting to contract so many spirit beasts makes him so arrogant. Bugs are just bugs. Does our school have an insect-type major? I've never heard of it before. It's a niche major. Even if you get into Jinwu University, insect-type spirit beasts 1T have much potential in the future. Lu Jie was surrounded by supporters. He coldly watched the freshman who had caused such a commotion today. Lin Yan was surrounded by only 3 roommates and a few freshmen who were watching the spectacle with a wait-and-see attitude. After all that talk, it will all come down to the battlefield. Lin Yan stepped forward, unfazed, staring directly at Lu Jie. I hope when I take you down with a single move, you'll still be this arrogant. Lu Jie let out a savage laugh and took a step forward as well. The two vanished instantly to opposite sides of the stage. Moments later, on the large screen of the 13th ranked arena, a battlefield with a clear blue sky and flat grassland appeared before everyone's eyes. Lin Yan and Lu Jie stood on opposite sides of the grassland, no more than 200 meters apart. Lu Jie is certain to win, someone chuckled. That's right. Such a wide-open field is perfect for the sword spine dragon to showcase its skills, another person replied. On the arena battlefield. Summon your pathetic insect, Lu Jie said, crossing his arms and smirking. A flash of light appeared behind him, and the massive form of the sword spine dragon was summoned. The sword spine dragon spread its wings, releasing its dragon might, and breathed out a cold breath from its nostrils, glaring coldly at Lin Yan. Lin Yan glanced around at his surroundings and was quite satisfied. Ridiculous? Lin Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his spiritual energy swirling around him. In the next instant, countless wormholes appeared. In mid-air, a dense swarm of bees appeared, their noise deafening. In the hall, despite having seen the news and being mentally prepared. But they were still utterly stunned by the overwhelming horde of spiritual beasts. Holy crap, look at that number, there must be hundreds of them. What's the point? I bet Lu Jie could wipe them all out with a single skill. Exactly. Once you reach a certain level, numbers don't matter anymore. Unless all these bugs are legendary bloodline creatures, ha 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 ha. No way. Insect-type spirit beasts are notoriously weak. If he can defeat Lu Jie, I'll eat my own poop standing on my head. In the corner of the hall, a group of girls watched the scene with smiles on their faces. This freshman is so strong, he's even taking on the 2nd-year student council. An insect-type spirit beast fighting a dragon-type spirit beast? What is the point of watching such a one-sided match? Speaking of which, Ruoyu, you're a dragon-type spirit beast too, right? Why don't you predict how many rounds it'll take to end the battle? The others turned to Qin Ruoyu and asked with a smile. Qin Ruoyu thought for a moment and said, 1 round. The others laughed and exclaimed, you don't think much of that freshman, do you? To their surprise, Qin Ruoyu didn't hold back, giving a cold laugh and saying, it's Lu Jie who won't last a single round. The 3 of them were startled. How is that possible? Lu Jie is a Golden Realm dragon-type beast tamer. Qin Ruoyu stared at the large screen, saying nothing more. The 3 of them, feeling dejected, also fell silent and turned their gaze toward the battlefield. On the arena battlefield, Lu Jie saw the swarm of bees, and his scalp tingled. We must act swiftly and decisively, we cannot give him a chance to counterattack. He had never encountered a beastmaster of this style before and had no combat experience. If things go wrong, it could be disastrous. He wouldn't be able to face the student council anymore. Sword Blade Typhoon. Lu Jia roared, and Golden Tier's spiritual energy surged wildly. The sword spine dragon soared into the air, with the layers of sword spines on its back protruding and spinning, unleashing a whirlwind as it charged toward Lin Yan. That's the dragon's back flying dragon's ultimate move. Someone outside the battlefield recognized the move and shouted in shock. Last semester's final exam, Lu Jia used this move to defeat an opponent at the 10th rank of the Golden Realm. Everyone's heart sank. It seemed that Lu Jia was also a bit afraid and wanted to end the battle with a single move. At that moment, all eyes in the arena were fixed on Lin Yan. Lin Yan watched the rapidly approaching sword blade tornado and slowly gave the order. Disperse. The swarm of blood-winged bees instantly dispersed, vaguely encircling the sword-backed dragon. Blood rain, unleash. Another simple command followed. Lu Jia narrowed his eyes and sneered. A burst of spiritual energy shot out, instantly activating a defensive shield around the sword spine flying dragon. Do you think these insects can break through the true dragon's defenses? The next second, Lu Jia, who had been confident moments ago, suddenly widened his eyes in horror. Like a torrential downpour, venomous needles shot toward the sword spine flying dragon. The stingers, which should have been blocked by the shield, seemed to follow some special rule, piercing directly into the dragon's flesh. Roar! More and more stinger needles poured forth, seemingly without end. The sword spine flying dragon, in agony, raised its head and let out a piercing scream. Lu Jia snapped out of his daze amid the screams, his heart pounding. No, stop. He could feel the dragon's life force rapidly depleting. If this continued, it would surely die. Lin Yan stared at the sword blade whirlwind closing in on him, expressionless, not backing down an inch. The swarming bees did not stop, continuing to fire countless stingers toward the sword spine dragon. No! I surrender, stop. Lu Jia panicked, looking at Lin Yan pleadingly. The sword spine dragon was an epic tier dragon-type spirit beast. Even the Lu family had to go to great lengths to obtain such a creature. If it were killed here, forget about the student council, he wouldn't even be able to stay in school. But Lin Yan paid no heed. He coldly watched as the dragon's agonized cries gradually ceased. Until the system's kill notification appeared before him. You have successfully killed a level 23 epic bloodline sword spine flying dragon. Biomass plus 100, experience plus 0. Chapter 17, You Forgot About Me? The sword blade hurricane lost its power source and crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Lin Yan stood motionless, while the blood-winged bees around him remained in combat mode. However, this time their target was Lu Jia. Come back, Lin Yan beckoned, summoning hundreds of blood-winged bees back into the void. This was the school, not a secret realm. Lin Yan knew that many people were watching this duel outside. The moment he had slain the sword spine dragon, the duel had officially ended. What he wanted to do to Lu Jia next, the teachers watching the duel in the hall wouldn't allow. Lin Yan glared coldly at Lu Jia. He knew that if he couldn't block Lu Jia's first move, he would either die or be severely injured. Lu Jia wanted to show off in front of everyone, but what he was asking for was the destruction of his own foundation. You're lucky. Lin Yan glanced at him, took a step forward, and left the battlefield. A faint glow flickered. On both sides of the stage, the two figures reappeared. But this time, Lin Yan's expression remained as calm and composed as ever, showing no change. But Lu Jia, who had been so confident and arrogant at the start, now looked utterly defeated. My sword, the flying dragon, is dead? Lu Jia began to question his life. He was the direct heir of the Lu family, the sword spine flying dragon of an epic tier bloodline, had entered the true martial university at a young age, and joined the student council in his sophomore year. His future should have been limitless. Why? At that moment, everyone in the hall was thinking the same three words. The battle shifted from offense to defense too quickly. They only saw Lin Yan unleash his skills, the sword spine dragon scream in agony, Lu Jia beg for mercy, and then it was over. Even the skills Lin Yan had unleashed were ones they had just seen on the news. Lu Jia had seen them too. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The hall fell silent, and Lu Jia's brothers spoke up. It was just a duel. Killing someone else's spirit beast that they've spent years training is a bit too ruthless, don't you think? The others nodded in agreement. That's right. You have so many spirit beasts, this wasn't a fair fight at all. You won by outnumbering them. Even though you won, it's not honorable. Your methods are despicable, and your intentions are cruel. You don't deserve to be a beast tamer. Oh? Lin Yan looked at those who had spoken, raised an eyebrow, and asked, if it's unfair, why don't the few of you come at me together, and we'll have another go? Everyone was startled. Those few weren't as strong as Lu Jia, nor were they members of the student council. But they were all genuine second-year students. Even Lu Jia couldn't defeat them if they teamed up. Could it be that Lin Yan intended to take them all on alone? However, what everyone was expecting did not happen. Those few dared not meet Lin Yan's gaze, instead averting their eyes and remaining silent. Lin Yan surveyed the crowd, who all stepped back, afraid to provoke this killing machine. Who is Lu Jie? The genius prodigy you speak of, the senior from the student union in his second year, the noble dragon-class beast tamer? Lin Yan stood on the stage, looking down at the crowd, and spoke slowly. As for me, I'm a freshman, and my spirit beast is a bug type that none of you even bother to look at. So when Lu Jie challenged me, you cheered him on. When Lu Jie threatened me, you clapped and cheered. When Lu Jie used his fatal move, you turned a blind eye. The second-year students surrounding Lu Jie were already drenched in sweat. Lin Yan's eyes were cold as he spoke slowly and clearly. If anyone still dares to defy me, come on. Let's settle this on the stage. After speaking, Lin Yan left the arena hall first, under everyone's gaze. Impressive. A freshman behind him clenched his fists, his face filled with excitement. That was so satisfying. He took down a second-year student with one move. Who dares to look down on us freshmen now? Better keep a low profile. That guy speaks with his strength. We don't have that kind of power. You're right. That second-year student is looking at me. What should I do? As soon as he stepped out of the arena hall, Tang Tianyu rushed out after him, his face glowing with excitement, and punched Lin Yan. Alright, brother, you've got some guts. I thought you were just bragging. Never mind, I give up. I'll cover your meals for the whole month. Tonight's barbecue is on me. The other two, though happy for Lin Yan inside, wore forced smiles on their faces. Alright, we'll take care of the dirty clothes and shoes. Li Jueming thought for a moment and asked. What about Lin Yan's stinky socks? You or me? Han Xiaofeng paused for a moment and said, of course it's your job. Socks are part of clothes. You're not going to try to get out of it, are you? Li Jueming looked unconvinced and retorted. Socks are clearly part of shoes. You should wash them. The group bantered and joked as they made their way to the barbecue stall near the school gate. They ordered some ordinary meat skewers, but to Lin Yan's astonishment, there were also monster meat skewers. Domesticated magical beasts that fail to develop sentience cannot be contracted, so they end up on the dinner table. Tang Tianyu explained. A summer outdoor barbecue stall. The group held beers in one hand and skewers in the other, mesmerized by the massive shadow of a black tortoise looming in the distance. By the way, among this year's freshmen, there's a dragon-type beast tamer who's absolutely stunning. Han Xiaofeng set down his beer bottle, pulled out his phone, and opened the forum album, saying excitedly. Someone took a photo and posted it on the forum. If it weren't for Yan Gu stealing the spotlight from Lu Jia, she would have been the top trending topic. Li Jueming hadn't even swallowed his meat skewer yet when he snatched the phone, took a glance, and his eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! She's so beautiful. Why bother being a beast tamer? She should just debut as a celebrity. She's definitely a goddess descended from heaven. Han Xiaofeng rolled her eyes. She is not stupid. A beautiful dragon-type beast tamer from a prestigious school. Her future status is something no celebrity could ever compare to. Lin Yan couldn't hold his alcohol well, and his eyes were already glassy as he stared at Qin Ruoyu's photo on the phone, lost in thought. Tang Tianyu wiped his mouth and pushed Lin Yan, teasing him. Look, Yan Gu is smitten. The two of them also laughed as they looked at Lin Yan. But you know what? Tang Tianyu slapped Lin Yan's thigh. Even though Yan Gu is good-looking and powerful, I doubt she'd even glance at you. Ha ha ha. The others also laughed non-stop. Besides, she is a dragon-type beast tamer, so she probably doesn't have any feelings for Yan Gu either. Indeed, she doesn't have any feelings for him. A cold voice suddenly rang out behind Lin Yan. The three turned to look. There sat a stunningly beautiful girl, sitting beside Lin Yan as if she owned the place, snatching the skewered meat from Lin Yan's hand and stuffing it into her mouth. The three of them were speechless. Li Jueming pointed at the suddenly appearing beauty and stammered, a goddess has descended from heaven? Han Xiaofeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He glanced at his phone, then back at the beauty across from him. Tang Tianyu slapped himself on the back of his head, shook his head, but the beautiful woman was still there. Not only was she still there, but she raised her eyebrows and coldly demanded of the dazed Lin Yan. On the first day of school, you've already forgotten me? Chapter 18, Major Adjustment. What's going on? Hearing what Qin Ruoyu said to Lin Yan, the three exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. The tone of the fairy sister sounded like she was spoiling someone. Lin Yan's eyes were already a bit dazed as he looked at Qin Ruoyu, his tongue feeling numb. You're here? Qin Ruoyu was annoyed. This guy had forgotten about her and was acting as if nothing had happened? Come here. Qin Ruoyu twisted Lin Yan's ear and dragged him into a nearby alley without a word. The three of them stood up, feeling a bit lost, and instinctively wanted to follow. But they were suddenly turned around by Qin Ruoyu's icy glare, which sent them scrambling back to their seats. Watching their figures disappear into the darkness of the alley, Tang Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine, shrinking his neck. Wow! The fairy sister's aura is too strong. Han Xiaofeng and Li Jueming nodded in agreement. It felt like we were glared at by an ancient dragon. By the way, should we start calling the fairy sisters sister-in-law from now on? Tang Tianyu nodded slowly, probably. The three of them simultaneously had the same thought. Lin Yan, that guy, he's hiding his true colors pretty well. Not only did he make a stunning debut by defeating Lu Jia in an instant, but on the first day of school, he already hooked up with the most famous and beautiful freshman? The worst part is, for the next month, Lin Yan's food expenses, laundry, and shoe cleaning were all covered by them. This is outrageous. The three of them cried out in unison. Lin Yan was dragged into a narrow alley, where the scent of perfume hit him, so bring him up slightly. What's going on? Qin Ruoyu glanced at the empty alley entrance, then glared at Lin Yan. Do you remember what I told you when we parted ways at noon? This time, Lin Yan sobered up completely and stammered. Dinner together tonight? Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Qin Ruoyu, Lin Yan immediately begged for mercy. It's all because of that Lu Jia. I forgot. Qin Ruoyu narrowed her eyes and threatened. You've really grown up. Daring to challenge someone to a fight behind my back and forgetting all about me. After I spent the whole afternoon asking around for you, this is how you repay me? Lin Yan froze. What did you find out? Qin Ruoyu crossed her arms and said impatiently. You still don't know? How can you sit there drinking so comfortably? Lin Yan seemed to understand a little, waving his hands. It's nothing. I was just having a friendly spar with Lu Jia, and he started it. Even if it goes to the principal, I'm not afraid. Qin Ruoyu stomped her foot, then extended her slender fingers and tapped Lin Yan on the forehead. You're such a blockhead. Who told you about Lu Jia's incident? You still don't know? There's no insect-type beast tamer major at Jinwu University now. You've been transferred to the spider department. Spider department? Lin Yan's heart sank. If the insect type was the lowest ranked among all spirit beast types, then the spider department was the second worst. Nowadays, no beast tamers would contract insect type spirit beasts. The spider division is slightly better off. However, the methods of breeding and training both types of spirit beasts are completely different. Moreover, spider type spirit beasts are still more effective against insect type spirit beasts. What should we do? Lin Yan furrowed his brows, not expecting this situation to arise suddenly. Could it be that the renowned Jinwu University doesn't even have a single insect-type beast master? Qin Ruoyu rolled her eyes and said, 3 options. 1. Agree to the transfer and switch your insect-type spirit beast to a spider-type spirit beast. 2. Give up the transfer and withdraw from the university. The school will arrange for you to study insect-type spirit beast taming at a regular university. 3. Go find the retired professor Hu Fangyuan and ask him to come back to teach. Looking into Qin Ruoyu's eyes, Lin Yan knew that, rather than 3 options, there was only one choice left for him. Hu Fangyuan. Since he's a retired professor, why doesn't the school contact him to be rehired? Lin Yan furrowed his brows. Qin Ruoyu sighed. I've looked into it. When Ms. Zhao Ziwu sent your information back to the school 2 days ago, the school had already approached Professor Hu Fangyuan to discuss the possibility of rehiring you. But that old man is extremely eccentric, and the school couldn't persuade him no matter how they tried. Unless something unexpected happens, the school will notify you tomorrow about transferring your major once the official semester starts. You must contact Hu Fangyuan before the school gets in touch with you and convince him to change his mind and return to the school to teach you. Lin Yan nodded. At this point, it seemed there was no other option besides convincing Hu Fangyuan to change his mind. Back to the dormitory. The 3 of them hadn't yet recovered from the 2 consecutive shocking events of the day. Lin Yan recounted what Qin Ruoyu had told him earlier, hoping to hear their opinions. Tang Tianyu stared at Lin Yan's face and neck, as if trying to find any clues. Hu Fangyuan. I know that guy. He has got some skills, but he is pretty twisted. Lin Yan froze for a moment, tightening his clothes. Could he be an old man with special preferences? Then what about me, a young guy like me? I'm doomed. Tang Tianyu looked at him strangely. Hu Fangyuan is only 35 years old. Who told you he's an old man? 35? Lin Yan widened his eyes. Isn't he a retired professor? Ha ha ha. Tang Tianyu laughed for a moment before continuing. It does seem easy to misunderstand. He is indeed a retired professor. The professor title is due to his absolute expertise. And his retirement is because his teaching methods were too extreme. Students were willing to change their spirit beasts rather than stay under his guidance. Lin Yan interrupted him and asked, what kind of teaching methods does he use? Generally, beast tamers can only contract one spirit beast, so they treat their spirit beasts as if they were their own lives. This is why Lu Jia, despite being such an arrogant individual, nearly broke down mentally after losing his sword spine dragon. And yet, Hu Fangyuan's students were willing to break their contracts with their original spirit beasts and switch to new ones just to escape him. Tang Tianyu paused for a moment before speaking. He's not a pure insect-type beastmaster, he's a highly unique branch of parasite insect beastmaster. Lin Yan was taken aback, then heard Tang Tianyu continue in a sinister tone. His teaching method involves having students dissect their own insect-type spirit beasts and then personally implant the poison. Han Xiaofeng and Li Jueming both gasped in shock. Lin Yan also felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder those students were willing to break their spirit beast contracts and switch spirit beasts. Compared to breaking the contract, they would rather not kill their own spirit beasts with their own hands. This is just a twisted and unorthodox method. Li Jueming felt goosebumps all over his body. Tang Tianyu shook his head. Actually, Hu Fangyuan is also a graduate of Jinwu University. At that time, he was just an ordinary insect-type beast tamer. Lin Yan's heart sank. An ordinary insect-type beast tamer who could get into Jinwu University must have some real skill in insect-type beast taming. If he could actually learn from him, maybe his own strength could reach a whole new level. Tang Tianyu sighed and recounted a long-forgotten story. But after he graduated, something happened. He narrowly escaped death at the border and returned with a completely changed personality. A year later, when he reappeared in the public eye, he had already become a bug-type beast tamer. Chapter 19, Dragon Class Professor. Pest Controlling Beast Master? Lin Yan immediately envisioned dark, cunning, treacherous, and poisonous images in his mind. A bug-controlling beast tamer? Isn't that only how beast tamers from the southern frontier province are called? Li Jueming furrowed his brow, rubbing his chin. And supposedly, insect-controlling beast masters are trained from childhood to raise insect-type spirit beasts, then contract with them through combat until only one survives. But Professor Hu was just an ordinary insect-type beast master. How did he suddenly become a bug-controlling beast master? Tang Tianyu shook his head, I don't know either. Lin Yan stood up, took a deep breath, never mind, I'll go find him tomorrow. Is he still in Jinwu City? Tang Tianyu nodded, there's a place called Wanchong Mountain to the west. He's been living there since he left school. Wanchong Mountain? Lin Yan nodded, and Qin Ruoyu also said she wanted to go with her. Just hearing the name, this place doesn't sound very friendly for people who are afraid of bugs or have a fear of crowds. I wonder if Qin Ruoyu will be scared. The next day. Early in the morning, Lin Yan got ready to leave and meet up with Qin Ruoyu. They were going to go to Wanchong Mountain together to find Professor Hu. However, there was an unexpected situation at the dormitory. It might have been because the barbecue from yesterday wasn't properly cleaned. All four roommates except Lin Yan were showing signs of food poisoning. They had been vomiting non-stop all morning, and their faces were pale. Lin Yan had no choice but to send a message to Qin Ruoyu asking her to wait a while. He first took the three foster sons to the school infirmary. Otherwise, he feared that before the first semester even started, he'd be directly admitted to the graduate program in beast taming. At the school infirmary, Lin Yan was once again amazed. The medical clinic at Jinwu School actually had several buildings, and its scale was even larger than that of his hometown, Nanling City. Lin Yan registered and took them to the emergency room. While waiting for the results outside, he noticed that the students from the surrounding schools were looking at him strangely. At first, Lin Yan didn't think much of it. After all, he had defeated Lu Jie yesterday, so his popularity was at an all-time high. However, Lin Yan soon began to feel something was off. Logically speaking, even if these people weren't afraid of him, they should at least avoid him. Yet now, there were actually people openly mocking him. Is that Lin Yan? I thought he'd look like a real tough guy. Lu Jie was wronged, he lost to such a loser. If Lu Jie could control his temper and wait another year or so, the outcome would be completely reversed. You're telling me? A bug-type beast tamer was reassigned to the spider-type department? If it were me, I'd drop out right away. The weakness of insect-type beast tamers has been proven. Even someone as strong as Hu Fangyuan ended up switching to poisonous insects, turning himself into something not quite human or ghost. There's nothing we can do. The limit of insect-type spirit beasts is set. Even if he can contract 1,000 insect-type spirit beasts, what's the point? Once their cultivation reaches a certain level, they're just cannon fodder. By the way, there's another hot new freshman this year. Apparently, he's Lu Jie's cousin. This should be interesting. Lin Yan listened for a while before finally figuring out what was going on. So the news about his major being reassigned had gotten out. But it wasn't a big deal. He was confident that he could convince Professor Hu to let him return to school. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He opened it to see a message from Qin Ruoyu. Tonight is the welcome party. The admissions office is looking for you to discuss the major reassignment. We must find Professor Hu and convince him before then. Lin Yan tapped his phone and replied. Why? Isn't there still a few days before classes officially start? Qin Ruoyu replied, I heard that Lu Jie is highly favored by a professor from the dragon department. I'm afraid he might interfere. I understand. After sending the message, Lin Yan stuffed his phone into his pocket and furrowed his brows. Is this like hitting the little one and the old one comes out? Moreover, he defeated Lu Jie fairly and squarely. Even if the dragon-type professor is lenient, he won't be able to find fault with him, right? Just as he was thinking that, Tang Tianyu and the other two emerged from the emergency room, holding their stomachs. How are you? Lin Yan asked. Nothing serious, probably just food poisoning. Lin Yan nodded and was about to part ways with them to meet Qin Ruoyu at the school gate. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind Lin Yan. You're Lin Yan, the one who killed Lu Jieling's spirit beast? Lin Yan sighed and turned around to see a professor in his 30s. Tang Tianyu frowned and whispered, he's Professor Guan from the Dragon Academy. Lu Jia was his most promising student. Be careful, it looks like he's here to cause trouble. Lin Yan looked at the man in front of him and replied calmly. It's me. What's the matter? To his surprise, Guan smiled slightly and nodded at Lin Yan. Impressive. You have the calmness of a lake despite the thunder in your heart. You have a bright future ahead of you. Lin Yan was stunned, and Tang Tianyu was also stunned. The crowd gathered around, eager for a spectacle, was also stunned. What's going on? Where was the teacher who was supposed to stand up for his student? Why is he praising him instead? Looking at the silent Lin Yan, Guan smiled and continued. Lu Jie's situation is his own doing. He's always been too arrogant. After the setback, his path ahead will be much smoother. However, the psychological blow was too much for him. He was admitted to the hospital last night, and I came to check on him. If you have something to do, go ahead and take care of it. Saying this, Guan stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Yan to go first. Lin Yan gave Tang Tianyu a puzzled look. This doesn't match what you told me. Tang Tianyu shrugged, you're not used to me not causing trouble for you, are you? Lin Yan nodded at Guan and prepared to leave. At that moment, Guan seemed to remember something and said, oh, right. I can give you a shout out for your major. How about joining our dragon division? Looking at Lin Yan's confused expression, Guan smiled warmly. It's no problem. You're only at silver rank 1 now, so switching your spirit beast is still plenty of time. I can help you find a subspecies dragon. Though it won't compare to Lu Jie's, it will have a much higher potential for you in the future. Under Guan's gentle gaze, Lin Yan shook his head. No, thanks. My current insect-type spirit beasts are just fine. Guan's smile gradually faded, leaving his face expressionless. It's good that you have your own principles, young man. I've also watched your battle recordings. However, as a professor, I assure you that once you reach the Diamond Realm, your so-called insect swarm tactic will be nothing but a joke in the face of high-tier spirit beasts. Lin Yan grinned. I can also guarantee that once I reach the Diamond Realm, even a Grandmaster-level spirit beast Master 1T be a match for me. Guan furrowed his brows, standing with his hands behind his back. I'm saying all this for your own good. As things stand now, if you don't switch spirit beasts, you'll end up blending into the crowd. Lin Yan shook his head slowly and said a sentence that made Guan's killing intent flare up. I plan to invite Professor Hu Fangyuan to come out of retirement. I will not change my spirit beast. What did you say? Guan's eyes turned sharp, and the air in the hospital lobby dropped several degrees in an instant. This is bad. Tang Tianyu's face turned even paler. He had forgotten to remind Lin Yan that Professor Guan had a grudge against Professor Hu Fangyuan. Chapter 20, which 2 words? What did you say? Seeing Guan suddenly lose his temper, Lin Yan was taken aback. How could things go from being so smooth to this? Professor Gu and Professor Hu have a long-standing feud, I just remembered. Tang Tianyu reminded him from the side. Lin Yan was speechless. How could he step so precisely on a landmine? But it doesn't matter. Even if we don't step on it today, once we invite Professor Hu, Professor Gu's time bomb will eventually explode. That scum Hu Fangyuan isn't dead yet? Guan sneered, unconsciously clenching his fists. I'll remind you one last time, switch your spirit beast now and transfer to another major. You'll still have a future. If you're as stubborn as Hu Fangyuan, no one can save you. Lin Yan noticed that Guan's expression changed slightly after hearing the name Hu Fangyuan. And judging by the last 2 sentences, does that mean he has no choice but to switch majors? I'm an insect-type beast tamer. I'll be one for life. Lin Yan stood there, his expression unfriendly. Guan narrowed his eyes, as if he saw the shadow of that person in Lin Yan, and sneered. Very well. I'll wait to see the day you regret it. With that, Guan walked past Lin Yan and entered the inpatient ward. Lin Yan stared at his back, lost in thought. How deep was the enmity between the two of them that Guan's attitude had shifted so drastically? Perhaps this connection could be used to persuade Professor Hu to come out of retirement? Lin Yan and Tang Tianyu parted ways and hurried toward the school gate. School entrance. Qin Ruoyu waited for ages before finally spotting a familiar figure running toward her. Why are you so slow? If Professor Hu leaves before we get there, we won't have anywhere to find him. Lin Yan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Tang Tianyu and the others all got food poisoning, so I took them to the hospital. Seeing that Qin Ruoyu's expression hadn't eased, Lin Yan continued. By the way, guess who I ran into? Qin Ruoyu's expression darkened completely. Lin Yan felt a chill down his spine and quickly said, I ran into Guan. Sure enough, Jin Ruoyu's expression eased slightly and she asked, "What happened?" Lin Yan recounted the events that had just occurred. Jin Ruoyu crossed her arms, tapped her chin, and frowned. "I didn't expect there to be such deep animosity between Guan and Professor Hu. How does your roommate know so much?" Lin Yan paused for a moment, shook his head, and said, "I don't know either." Jin Ruoyu's eyes lit up. "I think we can use this to our advantage. Our chances of convincing Professor Hu just went up." Lin Yan smiled knowingly, surprised that they had both thought of the same thing. Just then, the bus heading toward Wanchong Mountain arrived. Lin Yan pulled out 2 coins, ready to board the bus. Jin Ruoyu suddenly pulled him down and shoved him into the red sports car parked nearby. She turned around, got into the driver's seat, and started the engine, leaving Lin Yan speechless. Roar hum. "We don't have time. We have to hurry." Jinwu University. A restaurant counter, a fast food restaurant. A beautiful young woman was vigorously wiping down the counter, sweating profusely. She is wearing a school uniform that even students find outdated, yet it has a unique charm. She clearly comes from a modest background and is working part-time at the school cafeteria. Suddenly, a plump girl runs up to the counter, her face brimming with excitement. "Dodo! Great news!" Zhao Duo didn't even need to look up to know who it was. She turned around, threw the cloth into the basin, and began to wring it out. "Xiaobai, don't bother telling me about the buy one get one free deal on burgers. I don't spend money here." Bai Xiaoyi puffed out her cheeks and said impatiently. "While the burger discount is important, it pales in comparison to what I'm about to tell you." Zhao Duo wiped the water off her face, looked at her, and smiled. "What's the matter? Could it be that the lottery ticket I bought yesterday won?" Bai Xiaoyi leaned in, her chubby face breaking into a smile. "That guy Lu Jia who has been harassing you, he got beaten up and had to be hospitalized." Zhao Duo froze upon hearing this and quickly asked, "What happened?" Bai Xiaoyi pulled out a hamburger from somewhere, tore open the wrapper, and shoved it into her mouth. "Didn't you watch yesterday's match? The freshman Lin Yan, on the 13th stage, hundreds of people saw it. He took down Lu Jia in one move. The dragon-type spirit beast Lu Jia had been bragging about was killed outright. They say Lu Jia was so enraged he spat out a mouthful of old blood, shouted, 'Why was Yen born if Jia exists?' and fainted on the spot. He was rushed to the hospital that night and is still unconscious." Zhao Duo stared blankly, seemingly recalling some past events. Then, she suddenly burst into laughter. Bai Xiaoyi, munching on a hamburger with crumbs all over her mouth, suddenly said, Duo, you look much prettier when you smile." Zhao Duo looked at her reflection in the basin. She was a sophomore in college but had never worn makeup, not because she didn't like it, but because she couldn't afford it. She had seemingly gotten into the prestigious Jinwu University that everyone envied. But no one could have guessed that she had to work during her holidays to cover her living expenses, and she worked part-time at the school cafeteria to support herself. Duo, don't worry about Auntie's surgery fees either." Bai Xiaoyi chuckled. "Just a few more days until the evaluation. Lu Jia is definitely out of the running, so now you have a chance to break into the top 10. How much is the scholarship for 10th place? 5,000 yuan, right? Top 10? Zhao Duo was already extremely talented, being a golden tier 2 cultivator with a legendary tier bloodline for her spirit beast, the Phantom Fox. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get into Jinwu University without any resources. In the past, Lu Jia knew she was short on money and repeatedly sabotaged her efforts. Now that Lu Jia has been dealt with, perhaps she can try using all her strength? The restaurant was gradually getting busier. Zhao Daodu also started to get busy, but regular customers could tell that today's part-time waitress always had a smile on her face. Lin Yan. I forgot to ask what the two characters in Xiaobai mean. Wanchong Mountain. The journey was as swift as the wind, and Lin Yan got out of the car, bending over and vomiting for a while. Xin Ruoyu couldn't bear to look. "You're so weak." Lin Yan glared at Xin Ruoyu. "You didn't brake on the mountain road? Did you buy your driver's license? And what's with this sports car? So you're the hidden rich kid all along." After being classmates with Xin Ruoyu for so many years, Lin Yan had always assumed her family was ordinary. Because Xin Ruoyu, whether in her attire or lifestyle, didn't give off the vibe of a spoiled rich girl. Instead, she looked like an ordinary neighbor's little girl. However, Lin Yan now senses something is off. After spending so many years with Xin Ruoyu, she had never heard her mention anything about her family background or her parents' occupations. "Tell me the truth, have you been pretending to be poor all these years just to get close to me?" Lin Yan covered her chest, looking betrayed. He hadn't expected that. Xin Ruoyu paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Yan and asked softly, "If I were to tell you the truth now, endless troubles would come your way. Would you still be willing to listen?" Chapter 21, Wanchong Mountain and Professor Hu. Lin Yan was taken aback. Could it be that Xin Ruoyu really has some powerful background? Like, does her family have an ancestor who was a high-ranking official in the nation's secret service? I seem to recall that the current pillar of the nation, the 89th ranked semi-divine beast tamer, also bears the surname Qin? Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. This childhood friend he had grown up with was so deeply hidden. Looking at Lin Yan's serious expression, Qin Ruoyu suddenly burst into laughter, covering her mouth. You actually believe that? This car is rented. I just didn't want to be late. Saying this, Qin Ruoyu led the way into the path leading to the 10,000 insect mountain. Lin Yan was speechless, following her. It was different from what he had imagined. The path leading to the mountain peak had neither the complex, rugged forks nor the dense swarm of insects suggested by its name. In fact, the two of them hadn't seen a single living creature along the way. Isn't this supposed to be the 10,000 insect mountain? Why can't we see a single insect? Lin Yan was puzzled. Tang Tianyu was really unreliable, lying again. Just because it's called Wansheng Mountain doesn't mean there have to be insects. Qin Ruoyu crossed her arms and took a breath, looking toward the mountainside. Maybe it's because the mountain looks like an insect. Lin Yan followed Qin Ruoyu's gaze. There was a slope covered in countless small mounds. From a distance, they did indeed resemble one insect after another. Lin Yan furrowed his brows. But no matter how he looked at them, they reminded him of the graves back home. The two continued walking toward the mountain peak. Wansheng Mountain wasn't very high, and before long, they were almost at the summit. Sure enough, they saw a simple thatched hut at the summit. When Lin Yan approached, he was once again deeply disappointed. Although the hut had no lock, the door was propped open with a wooden stick. It was clearly set up by the hut's owner to prevent small animals from accidentally entering the house. Let's go inside and take a look. Qin Ruoyu immediately moved the wooden stick aside and pushed the door open. Lin Yan jumped in surprise and quickly stopped her. That's not a good idea. It wasn't that Lin Yan was particularly moral. It was because he had heard that Professor Hu was a strange and unsettling individual, and his mind was already unsettled. If they angered him, they'd deserve to die out here in the wilderness. You're still pretty polite. A hoarse voice, not sounding human, echoed behind them. Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Turning around, they saw an emaciated old man with a deathly pale face, hunched over and carrying a bamboo basket on his back, walking toward them with a cane. He ignored the two and walked into the thatched hut on his own. Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu exchanged glances. Could he be Professor Hu? But wasn't he supposed to be 35? This man must be in his 70s or 80s. Tang Tianyu, that guy, has already made 2 mistakes. Wait until I get back and see how I deal with him. Lin Yan clenched his teeth. The feeling that all the intelligence was wrong left him feeling defeated. Come in. A hoarse voice came from inside the thatched hut. Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu sighed in relief and were about to step toward the thatched cottage. Suddenly, the sound of scattered footsteps echoed behind them. A half-human-sized cicada-like spirit beast glanced at the two of them before entering the hut, also carrying a bamboo basket on its back. A poisonous insect. Lin Yan's heart sank as he looked at the cicada-shaped spirit beast. He could sense the cold, eerie aura emanating from it. Insect-type spirit beasts are characterized by stealth, control, and toxins. But there was definitely no sense of having emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Sounds of packing came from the thatched cottage. It seemed that Professor Hu was about to leave again. Lin Yan knew he couldn't hesitate any longer and spoke directly. Professor Hu, I am a freshman at Jinwu University and a bug-type beast tamer. There are no teachers available at the school to instruct me. I humbly request that you come out of seclusion and teach me how to become a powerful insect-type beast tamer. There was no response. The person inside the thatched cottage continued packing. Qin Ruoyu mustered her courage and said, Professor Hu, Lin Yan is the only insect-type beast tamer in this class. He even defeated a dragon-type beast tamer from the 2nd year yesterday. He's the student most favored by dragon-type Professor Guan. If you refuse to come out and help him, Professor Guan won't let him off the hook. Lin Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Guan wouldn't spare him, but it wasn't because of Lu Jia. It was because of Hu Fangyuan. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Guan, the people in the thatched cottage paused for a moment. What does this have to do with me? The school has already sent someone to find me, and I made it clear. As the words fell, Hu Fangyuan emerged from the thatched hut, accompanied by that strange insect. If you want to become stronger, I can't help you. The path of insect-type spirit beasts is cut off. Even if you reach the end, you won't be able to fight those true terrors. Lin Yan refused to give up and pressed further. But you clearly taught classes at the school before. Why won't you teach me? Hu Fangyuan gave a strange laugh, his voice sounding like 2 rusty cymbals clanging together. You can't learn it. Teaching you would be a waste of time. Lin Yan was taken aback. Why? Because you're not ruthless enough. Hu Fangyuan's gaze was piercing, as if he could see straight into Lin Yan's soul. You haven't experienced true death, you haven't seen the real face of war. Go back. I can't teach you. Qin Ruoyu stepped forward, furrowing her brows, but what about Guan? I do have a grudge against Guan, but if the two of you think you can use such a cheap trick to force me out of retirement, you might as well give up that notion right now. Hu Fangyuan raised his hand to cut her off, then turned to Lin Yan, his eyes filled with contempt. You can't even lie properly. A silver-ranked cultivator? That college sophomore is at least at the Golden Realm. I hate liars more than anything in this world. Get out. With that, he turned and walked back into the house. I thought you were a great sage hiding in plain sight, but it turns out you're just a frog at the bottom of a well, afraid to face reality. Lin Yan sneered and turned to leave as well. Xin Ruoyu stared wide-eyed, still confused by the situation. How could he just leave like that after one disagreement? I've been driving for so long, and renting the car cost me several $1,000s. Xin Ruoyu followed Lin Yan, nearly jumping out of her skin with anxiety. Wait! At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out. Hu Fanyuan looked at Lin Yan, his cloudy eyes filled with an unclear meaning. What did you say? Lin Yan stared at him expressionlessly. I said you're a frog at the bottom of a well. What is so special about a Silver Realm cultivator defeating a Golden Realm cultivator? The thing I hate most in this life is arrogant people. To his surprise, Hu Fanyuan stared at Lin Yan for a moment before bursting into a strange, chuckling laugh. Interesting. Very well, I'll give you a chance. I'll find a Golden Realm insect. If you can kill it, I'll pass on all my knowledge and experience to you. How about it? Upon hearing Hu Fanyuan's conditions, Xin Ruoyu sighed in relief. After all, the Golden Realm was no match for Lin Yan. Lin Yan agreed without hesitation, no problem. Hu Fanyuan didn't hesitate, patting the cicada-shaped bug beside him. To everyone's surprise, the cicada-shaped bug opened its mouth and spat out a black sphere. The black sphere rolled on the ground, growing larger and larger, until it finally transformed into a cricket. Desert cricket, epic quality, level 25. No problem, right? Of course. Lin Yan raised his palm, and a black hole appeared. The Bloodwing Mad Bee emerged from within. Seeing Lin Yan's spirit beast, Hu Fanyuan was taken aback. As a high-ranking beast master at the Master Realm, he could tell at a glance that this Bloodwing Mad Bee had extremely ordinary attributes. Hu Fanyuan grew furious. Are you mocking me? Chapter 22, Buried by My Own Hands. The desert cricket sensed the aura of the Bloodwing Mad Bee in mid-air and also froze. Such a weak spirit beast dares to fight me? After chirping twice, the desert cricket spat out a stone arrow from its mouth. The speed was so fast that the Bloodwing Mad Bee couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. It exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It's over, Hu Fanyuan stared intently at Lin Yan, contemplating whether to kill him here as well. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan saw his spirit beast killed but remained unfazed, smiling and saying, Senior, don't rush. It hasn't even started yet? Hu Fanyuan froze for a moment. If it hadn't even started yet, did this kid have other spirit beasts? If your other spirit beast is also this weak, don't bother bringing it out and making a fool of yourself. Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. All my spirit beasts are of this caliber, but they're not all the same. Hu Fanyuan sneered, about to mock him. The next moment, countless black holes, almost endless, appeared around Lin Yan. Immediately afterward, countless blood-winged bees identical to the previous spirit beast emerged from the black holes. Judging by the numbers, there were nearly hundreds of them. The smile on Hu Fanyuan's face vanished, replaced by a look of grave concern. Mocking words stuck in his throat as he slowly swallowed them down. This number. No one in history has ever summoned so many spirit beasts. Hu Fanyuan was deeply shaken, and a smoldering flame ignited within him. Show me your true strength. Lin Yan had no objection, extending his finger toward the desert cricket. In an instant, a dense shower of stingers poured down, rushing toward the location of the desert cricket. The desert cricket, sensing imminent danger, lost all its earlier arrogance. It frantically darted around, dodging the hail of arrows. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. The desert cricket was small in size and moved very quickly. Darting left and right, the arrows from the Bloodwing Mad Bees couldn't hit it. Under the vast coverage of the arrow storm. Just as a stinger struck, the desert cricket let out a piercing scream, then suddenly broke through the ground and dug a hole to escape. Lin Yan was speechless. This didn't seem to match his imagination of a poisonous insect. At first, he had seen the desert cricket, its body emanating a cold, eerie aura, its eyes blood red. He had assumed it would be a ruthless beast that would fight to the death without regard for pain. But it escaped. Hu Fangyuan's expression remained unchanged, but he thought to himself. With so many spirit beasts, it seems there's room for improvement in both quantity and quality. He wasn't lying after all, he truly has the strength to defeat a Golden Realm beast tamer. The desert cricket actually fled? Well, even if he can't kill the desert cricket, given his talent, I can still take him as my disciple. Immediately afterward, a scene that left Hu Fanyuan speechless once again unfolded. Almost twice as many black holes appeared as before. Such a large number of spirit beasts, and he actually had another one. Hu Fanyuan's mouth hung open. Lin Yan looked at the desert crickets that had already fled underground and snorted coldly. Do you think I can't do anything now? I will kill you today. Over 1,000 Titan ants crawled out of the black holes. Attack! Pursue them until they're all dead. Lin Yan issued the order. The swarm of Titan giant ants followed suit, beginning to dig tunnels into the ground. They charged toward the location of the desert crickets. Wait! Hu Fang tried to stop them, but the Titan giant ants ignored him. In just a moment, the summit of Wanchong Mountain was pierced by thousands of densely packed burrows. Even the thatched hut was swaying precariously, half collapsed. Soon, the battle underground grew increasingly fierce. Lin Yan saw more and more information about the Titan ants being killed. However, this momentum was soon halted. Because the kill notification for the desert cricket appeared. You have successfully killed a level 25 epic bloodline black magic dog. Biomass plus 130, experience plus 0. Dense swarms of Titan ants emerged from the ground. Several of them carried the bodies of the desert crickets in their jaws, presenting them to Lin Yan as if they were treasures. Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He patted the Titan giant ant's head. Good job. In this battle, the number of Titan giant ants lost was barely equal to the biomass gained. As long as there were no losses. Lin Yan recalled the Titan ants and bloodwing mad bees. His objective had been accomplished. There was no need to leave so many spirit beasts here. Professor Hu had also emerged from the blood-soaked mountains at the border. He wouldn't be intimidated by such a scene. Hu Fangyuan wasn't scared, but he was indeed startled. Your talent has undergone a mutation? Hu Fangyuan had been a university professor and had read numerous historical records. For such an unprecedented talent, the only explanation was a mutation of his innate abilities. I suppose so, Lin Yan replied. He couldn't possibly tell Hu Fangyuan about the system. Such matters, unless they happened to oneself, no one would believe. Excellent. A gleam flashed in Hu Fangyuan's eyes, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his wrinkled face, looking somewhat odd. With such talent, you're more than qualified to be my student. Or rather, it would be my honor to be your teacher. Xin Ruoyu, standing nearby, felt a jolt in her heart. He knew of Hu Fangyuan's glorious past and understood the weight of those words. Among the millions of beast tamers in the entire Dragon Kingdom, Hu Fangyuan's talent was undoubtedly ranked among the top 30. And for him to say such a thing, it meant that Lin Yan's talent far surpassed his own. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Yan's face. Does this mean you agree to come back to school with me? Hu Fangyuan snorted and pointed to the thatched hut behind him. If I don't go back with you, where am I supposed to stay tonight? Lin Yan scratched his head and chuckled. Then let's hurry up and go. By then, the sun had begun to shift toward the west. By the time we get to school, the welcome party will probably have started. Wait, I need to pack my things. Hu Fangyuan walked back to the thatched hut with his hands behind his back, taking out the old bamboo basket. After witnessing Lin Yan's talent, Hu Fangyuan was in a great mood, and recalling what Xin Ruoyu had mentioned earlier that he had defeated Guwen's most favored student and had a lingering grudge against Guwen. His mood improved even more. At that moment, he saw Lin Yan tugging at the corner of his mouth, looking puzzled. He took the initiative to lift the cloth covering the bamboo basket, letting him take a look. What is this? Lin Yan's expression changed slightly upon seeing the contents of the bamboo basket. The bamboo basket was filled with the corpses of insect-type magical beasts. Xin Ruoyu also felt a chill run down her spine. No wonder we didn't see a single insect on the way up the mountain. They were all here. No need to make such a fuss. Hu Fangyuan glanced at Lin Yan and explained. I don't possess your natural talent. To continue on the path of an insect-type beast tamer, I had to take a different approach and blaze a new trail. These insect-type magical beasts can't withstand such treatment. They can't transform into poisonous insects, so they can only end up as food for the poisonous insects. The three of them descended the mountain. Hu Fangyuan didn't hesitate, carrying the bamboo basket and sitting directly in the back seat of the red sports car. Lin Yan and Xin Ruoyu exchanged glances. Both knew what was happening. It seemed that from this moment onward, the two of them were already under Professor Hu's surveillance. Once everyone was in the car, Lin Yan noticed Hu Fangyuan taking out the latest model of a Chinese smartphone and fiddling with it. Lin Yan paused for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. He almost forgot that beneath Professor Hu's 80-year-old appearance was a 35-year-old man. He just didn't know what had caused him to become this way. After the car started moving, Lin Yan tried to ask, by the way, Professor Hu, when we were going up the mountain, we saw a large area with bulges. What was that? Through the rearview mirror. Hu Fangyuan's face grew tense, and after a moment, he spoke. Graves. I buried them myself. Chapter 23. Could it be your grandfather? Buried it yourself? Lin Yan felt a chill run down his spine, and Xin Ruoyu also bit her lip. For a moment, only the roar of the sports car could be heard. The journey back was always quick. Before long, they arrived near Jinwu University. Lin Yan and Hu Fang got out of the car first. Qin Ruoyu said she needed to return the car first and asked Lin Yan to take Professor Hu back to school. The two walked to the school gate. However, the scene at the school entrance was unusually grand. A large crowd gathered, with the vice president of Jinwu University leading the way. Behind him followed a large group of professors, department heads, and teachers. There were also members of the student council. Lin Yan turned to look at Hu Fangyuan behind him. Hu Fangyuan remained as calm as ever, showing no emotion even in the face of such a large crowd. It was the vice-chancellor who took a few quick steps forward to shake hands with Hu Fangyuan. "Professor Hu, welcome, welcome." Hu Fangyuan didn't seem too offended. He nodded and gave a cold laugh. "But it seems like someone isn't too happy to see us." Lin Yan peered through the crowd and saw Guan inside, glaring at Hu Fangyuan with narrowed eyes. How could that be? The vice principal laughed it off, then shifted his gaze to Lin Yan. A few days ago, the school was forced by social pressure to allow Professor Hu to take a leave of absence. As you can see, we heard that the school had admitted a bug-type beast tamer, so we immediately sent someone to Wancheng Mountain to invite you. Now that Professor Hu was willing to return to the school to continue teaching, he must have gained a promising disciple. It could only be said that the vice principal was indeed a master of words, leaving no room for criticism. A looming conflict was so easily diffused. And he even praised Hu Fangyuan without leaving a trace. Lin Yan looked at Hu Fangyuan, already feeling quite satisfied with himself. However, what surprised Lin Yan was that the vice principal is the second in command at Jinwu University. By all accounts, he shouldn't be so polite to a man as young as Hu Fangyuan, who is only 35 years old. So, what exactly did Hu Fangyuan experience on the border battlefield? At that moment, Guan, who had been looking grim all along, stepped forward with an impatient tone. A disgraced insect-controlling beast master who brought so much scandal to the school, does he even have the nerve to return? Everyone present exchanged glances, all knowing better than to speak, keeping their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, acting like statues. The vice principal sighed. He had already informed Guan in advance. He hadn't expected this conflict to be unavoidable. Both parties were professors at the school, with top-tier social status and influence. He couldn't afford to offend either of them and could only stand by and watch. Hu Fangyuan narrowed his eyes and chuckled. I thought it was someone else. It's just Guan, isn't it? Are you still holding a grudge about losing to me last time? You. Guan couldn't stay calm, clenching his fists. You're just a bug-controlling beastmaster who won by underhanded means. How dare you boast about it? Hu Fangyuan retorted sharply, though his expression was much more relaxed than Guan's. What's the matter? The power of the poisonous insects doesn't belong to me? You lost, so just admit it. What excuse are you looking for? Besides, my student is just an ordinary insect-type beastmaster. He still beat your most proud student. Guan's veins bulged on his forehead. Remembering his status, he managed not to summon his spirit beast publicly for a duel. Lu Jie is a student I hold in high regard, but he's not the strongest. If you're not satisfied, let's fight again. How about it? Hu Fangyuan sneered, are you going to send your second-year student again to bully Lin Yan? At those words, all the teachers present turned their gaze toward Guan. Guan felt his face burn with embarrassment, though he knew that Lu Jie's provocation toward Lin Yan wasn't his intention. But he was already entangled in the situation. He didn't bother to defend himself, but clenched his teeth and said, of course it's a match between freshmen. Our dragon clan has many talented students, and Lu Jie is only ranked 10th in the sophomore class. And among this year's freshmen, there happens to be a freshman named Lu Yu, who is his cousin. Let's have another match, dare you? Hu Fangyuan looked at Lin Yan, who nodded, and he sighed in relief, sneering. Aren't they always saying that if you beat the little one, the big one comes out? How did it turn into beating the little one and the even smaller one coming out? Some teachers in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. As Guan's gaze swept over, they all fell silent. What's there to be afraid of? If you can't beat me, your students can't beat mine either. Hu Fangyuan looked at Guan calmly. Guan clenched his fists, his eyes nearly bursting into flames. The vice principal, seeing the situation escalating, quickly stepped in to defuse the tension. Gentlemen, let me say a word. A duel is, of course, a time-honored tradition at our university, but the timing is a bit unusual this time around. In a month, students from Japan will be coming here for an exchange program. If we let our geniuses fight among themselves now, wouldn't that be giving the Japanese an advantage? I have a suggestion. Everyone turned their attention to the vice principal. Hu Fangyuan and Guan remained silent as the vice principal continued. Why don't we have the strongest freshmen from each department enter the dungeon and determine the representative of this year's freshmen based on their scores? This way, we won't damage our relations and we can concentrate our efforts to deal with the Japanese students. What do you think? The teachers present nodded in agreement. It must be said that the vice principal's suggestion was excellent. After all, the dungeon was a mirror of one's true strength. Entering it would reveal one's true abilities. Hu Fangyuan naturally had no objections and nodded. I have no objections, but I'm worried that Guan, with his narrow-mindedness, might not agree. Guan snorted coldly, ignoring him, and turned to the vice principal. I agree as well. Seeing that both of them were giving him face, the vice principal immediately broke into a smile. That's the spirit. Why wait for a better day when we can seize the moment? Tonight's welcome party will be the perfect occasion for all faculty and students to witness it. Let's kick off the competition for the new student representative at the welcome party. The matter was settled. Everyone entered the dungeon square together. Soon, the news spread quickly. Genius freshmen from all departments were determined to give it their all and compete for the title of freshman representative tonight. Tang Tianyu and his group also rushed over, found Lin Yan, and playfully punched him on the shoulder. You're always up to something. Not only did you bring back Professor Hu, but now you've caused such a stir. Lin Yan returned the punch and retorted. You have the nerve to say that? The information you gave me was all wrong. Tang Tianyu was taken aback. That's impossible. My sources couldn't be wrong. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and pointed to an emaciated old man in the VIP section, asking, Who's that over there? Tang Tianyu scratched his head, unsure. Could it be your grandfather? It's your grandfather. Lin Yan nearly blurted out an expletive. That's the Hu Fanyuan you were talking about. Tang Tianyu was stunned. This old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s was the renowned Professor Hu? Chapter 24, Copy. Seeing Tang Tianyu's look of shock and confusion, Lin Yan sneered, He's the real deal. Why don't I take you to meet him? Tang Tianyu shook his head vigorously, Forget it. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go see another professor right now. What do you mean? Lin Yan was confused. Tang Tianyu chuckled, Once we enter the dungeon, we won't be roommates anymore. We'll be enemies. Lin Yan was surprised, You too. Tang Tianyu rolled his eyes, Don't think you're the only genius here. I'm the strongest freshman in the superpower department, you know. Lin Yan raised his thumb, You are this. Unfortunately, Han Xiaofeng and Li Jueming were also in the superpower department, but they weren't selected. A few people chattered and argued for a while. Lin Yan glanced aside and noticed a camera and journalists conducting an interview. It seemed like they were live streaming. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and sent a message to the family group chat. Nanling City. Old City Resettlement Building. It's already dark, and you're going fishing again? Chen Xiaohong blocked the door, staring at Lin Jianshan, who was fully equipped with fishing gear, and asked him a soul-searching question. Lin Jianshan glared back at his wife, his eyes filled with determination. Wife, old Lu is already waiting for me. I must go tonight. Chen Xiaohong raised her eyebrows, leaning against the door with a cold smile. If you step out that door tonight, don't bother coming back. Humph. Lin Jianshan lit a cigarette and walked out without another word. The old fisherman feared nothing but the Air Force. Chen Xiaohong felt her anger reaching its peak. I'll count to 3. Get back here. 3. Humph. Lin Jianshan turned around and gave her a dismissive look. 2. 1. Chen Xiaohong finished counting and saw that Lin Jianshan still had no intention of turning around. He was about to deliver his final harsh words. At that moment, both of their phones rang simultaneously. It was a message from the family group chat. Lin Jianshan picked up his phone and glanced back at Chen Xiaohong. There were only 3 people in the family group chat, so the message couldn't have been sent by either of them. It must have been Lin Yan. Are you there? Are you there? Channel 1 is broadcasting a competition with copies available. They're selecting representatives from this year's freshmen. Maybe I'll be able to see myself later. Link, shared from Lin Yan's livestream room 86245. My son is going to be on TV, and it's Channel 1. Chen Xiaohong said excitedly. The prestige of Channel 1 needs no further explanation. We need to notify all our relatives and friends right away. Lin Jianshan was also no longer calm. His eager desire to go fishing had been overshadowed by the news that his son was going to be on TV. Can't we just fish while watching TV? No, there are too many mosquitoes at the wild lake, and there's no signal. With that thought, he dialed old Lu's number. Old Lu, I can't make it tonight. What are you worried about my wife? Don't you know me by now? It's my son. He's on live TV. Yes, it's Channel 1. Hurry home and watch it. I've got to go. He hung up the phone. Lin Jianshan completely lost his desire to go fishing and walked home happily. Wife, I. Bang. The front door slammed shut. You love fishing so much, go ahead. I won't stop you. Lin Jianshan felt like crying, staring at his phone and shouting. Open the door quickly, wife. I won't go fishing anymore. The Wi-Fi signal is bad outside. Girls' dormitory. Xiao Duo, who had just finished her part-time job at the restaurant, was washing off the grease and smoke smell from her body in the dormitory bathroom. Stepping out of the bathroom, she looked at herself in the mirror. Zhao Daoda curved the corners of her mouth into a smile. Xiao Bai was right, she did look pretty when she smiled. But Zhao Daoda looked down at her hands. She had been doing household chores since she was a child and had to work part-time during holidays. Her hands weren't as fair and delicate as other girls. They were rough, and she always got frostbite in the winter. Zhao Daodu exhaled, smiled at her reflection in the mirror, and said, "Once I get paid from my part-time job, I'll buy some hand cream." Her mother was still hospitalized. Fortunately, since she had been admitted to Jinwu University, which had a good reputation, the hospital could hold the bill. She'll pay it back after she graduates. However, the surgery fees must be paid in full up front. Zhao Daodu lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. In her mind, she recalled the video of the martial arts tournament she had found earlier that afternoon. That emotionless teenager had actually defeated Lu Jie with a single move. Most importantly, he was also very handsome. Zhao Daodu covered her head with the blanket, feeling ashamed for her thoughts. What was she thinking? Zhao Daodu. Your current task is to work hard, save enough money for your mother's surgery, graduate, find a good job, and pay off the hospital bills. Before all that is done, you have no right to think about anything else. Under the blanket, Zhao Daodu pouted in frustration. She was also a girl who had once had a crush in high school and had been pursued by many boys. But she had locked those thoughts away from the outside world. Like an ostrich, she buried her head in the sand. At that time, she had just awakened her A-class combat talent, only to learn that her mother was critically ill in the hospital and needed expensive surgery. Desperate and at a loss, she wandered aimlessly to the riverbank, intending to take her own life. But at the riverbank, she encountered an old man fishing, who gave her an epic tier spirit beast. Unfortunately, she never saw the old man again. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the bed frame. Zhao Duo peeked out and saw Bai Xiaoyi standing under the bed, holding an ice cream cone. Duo, there's a freshman welcome party in the dungeon hall tonight. Are you going to check it out? Zhao Duo was completely confused. How did the freshman welcome event end up in the dungeon this year? No, I'm not going. I have to get up early tomorrow for my part-time job. Bai Xiaoyi looked disappointed and walked away, still holding the ice cream. Alright, apparently this time in the dungeon, they directly select freshman representatives from the geniuses of each department. Plus, Professor Hu from the insect department has been rehired. The genius freshman from the insect department is Lin Yan, the one who defeated Lu Jie. What did you say? Zhao Duo sat up abruptly. Who is the freshman representing the insect department? Bai Xiaoyi licked the ice cream stick. Lin Yan, the one I told you about today. Zhao Duo jumped off the bed, threw on a jacket, and dragged Bai Xiaoyi out the door. Bai Xiaoyi widened her eyes and hurriedly shouted. Wait, change your slippers first. Copy hall. The host had to change the script at the last minute, hurriedly walked onto the makeshift stage, and delivered the speech with great emotion. Distinguished leaders and fellow students, good evening. This welcome party has only one special event, the dungeon raid assessment to select this year's freshman representatives. There wasn't much applause from the audience. Everyone was intently listening to the host explain the rules of the dungeon. In simple terms, each participant has a designated route within the dungeon. At the end of the route is a flag. Whoever crosses the monster zone first, reaches the end, and grabs the flag. That person is the ultimate winner. Chapter 25, The Abandoned Generation of Beast Masters? Although each participant's route is different. However, the strength of the beasts they control is largely comparable. Therefore, luck plays a minimal role. The key lies in one's true strength. The host began announcing the contestants' names. Dragon-type specialists, Lu Yu and Qin Ruoyu. Superpower Division, Bai Bing, Tang Tianyu. Thunder and Lightning Department, Yang Yiming, Chen Darii. Fire-type specialization. Insect-type specialization, Lin Yan. I wonder if this was intentional. The order of the list is almost arranged according to the strength of each department. Each major has 2 contestants, carefully selected by the deans of their respective departments. They absolutely represent the strength of their respective majors. The insectology department, however, is in a rather unfortunate position. The entire department has only one student, Lin Yan, so he has no teammates. Through the crowd, Lin Yan spotted 2 people standing beside Guan, a man and a woman. The girl was naturally Qin Ruoyu. Feeling Lin Yan's gaze, she winked at him. Hello, my name is Lu Yu. Lu Yu had already noticed Qin Ruoyu and extended his hand politely. Qin Ruoyu was busy interacting with Lin Yan and didn't have time to acknowledge him. Lu Yu's hand hung in the air for a moment before he awkwardly withdrew it. Guan took out a small notebook and made arrangements for the copies. Ruyu, your light scale dragon has area damage and crowd control. Quickly clear the lower level monsters and let Lu Yu pass through the monster zone ahead as fast as possible. Qin Ruoyu stopped interacting with Lin Yan and turned to ask. Why should I help him? I have my own route. Guan frowned and said. This is all for the sake of our professional interests. Don't be so petty. What a righteous statement. Lu Yu also hurriedly interjected. Lu Jie was beaten by a freshman. If I can't take down the freshman representative, what will the other departments think of our dragon department? Shin Ruoyu sneered, let them think whatever they want. Guan didn't expect Shin Ruoyu to be so stubborn, so he could only try to persuade her with kind words. We're not doing this for personal gain. I believe that once Luyu defeats the freshman representative, he'll share some resources with you. In the future, if you want to enter the dungeon, he can take you in as a student council member. Shin Ruoyu snorted. If that's the case, then going to help Lin Yan would yield the same result. I believe he'll give me more. Luyu hurriedly said, how can that be the same? He's an insect-type beast tamer with no limits. How can he compare to me? Shin Ruoyu's eyes grew icy as she coldly replied. If that's the case, then you should just challenge him directly, just like Lu Jie did. Luyu froze in place, his face turning bright red. He believed his talent was on par with his cousin Lu Jie, and even surpassed him. But if he were to challenge the insect-type monster that had defeated Lu Jie in an instant, Luyu still didn't have the courage to do it. If you're too scared to go, just admit defeat and spare yourself the embarrassment of losing this time. Shin Ruoyu crossed her arms and sneered. Ask her to help Lin Yan's potential enemy? Impossible. If Professor Gu truly cares about the school's long-term development, he should help Lin Yan secure the position of freshman representative. Shin Ruoyu looked at Guan, who had been frowning and hadn't spoken a word. Guan's face turned red with embarrassment, not expecting to be scolded by his own junior. If that's the case, then the two of you should go your separate ways. Speaking with clenched teeth, his face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. I am acting in the best interest of the school. Luyu is the future hope of this institution. As for Lin Yan, a bug-type beast tamer who relies on numbers to win? Once his cultivation reaches higher realms, he'll learn what it means to be an ant trying to shake the sky. Guan looked at Luyu, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. The final stage of your path is a level 29 magical beast, which has already touched the threshold of level 30. You can't defeat it, don't linger. Find a way to bypass it and go straight for the flag. Lin Yan will also try to find a way around it. Your speed is faster than his, so you have a better chance of winning. Luyu nodded. He had been specially trained by his family since childhood. Although Lu Jie's shadow had always loomed over him, nearly crushing his spirit. However, Lu Jie is now in a half-crippled state. The eldest uncle of the clan had already promised him that if he secured the position of freshman representative this time, he would persuade the clan to divert all resources to him. From then on, he, Luyu, would be the face of the Lu family in the capital. At the thought of this, Luyu couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He then turned his gaze toward Shin Ruoyu, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. You little, dare to look down on me? Wait until I secure the freshman representative position and become the top freshman at Jinwu University, then you'll see what I do to you. On the other side. The host held the script and spoke the final words. The welcome party officially begins. All participants, please enter the dungeon. The dungeon hall erupted in chaos. It was their first time seeing the freshmen fighting each other. Let's go, see you at the finish line. Tang Tianyu patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and followed his classmates into the dungeon. A ripple spread out, and they vanished from sight. Lin Yan took a deep breath and caught a glimpse of Professor Hu's figure out of the corner of his eye. The frail, hunched figure slowly straightened its back and gestured for Lin Yan to move forward. Lin Yan tugged at his lips, but he understood what it meant. Other professors would usually explain the dungeon's contents to their students. But Hu Fangyuan said nothing, as he had been away from the school for years and knew nothing about it. However, Hu Fangyuan had full confidence in Lin Yan. The vice principal, who was personally overseeing the dungeon assessment, stood beside Hu Fangyuan with a smile and said, Professor Hu didn't encourage his students at all? Hu Fangyuan rarely showed a displeased expression, neither confirming nor denying. I remember reading online that this generation of kids is called what again? The vice principal took off his glasses, blew on them, and wiped them clean. They've been raised in a greenhouse, lacking real ability yet harboring a sense of pity. They've caught a good era. They don't have to catch spirit beasts themselves, they can just buy them and have them delivered to their doorstep. Everyone online says they're the wasted generation of beast tamers. Hu Fangyuan's smile gradually faded from his face. In his view, this generation of beast tamers is precisely the strongest generation. Because this generation will see the emergence of a trailblazing leader who will raise the standards of their peers. I can't wait to see them all grow up. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Hu Fangyuan's eyes. I wonder if the border defenses will hold out until then. Dungeon, Canyon Tower. Lin Yan stood at the edge of an enormous chasm. The sheer cliffs on either side rose into the clouds, making it impossible to climb up. The only option was to continue forward along the narrow fissures of the canyon. In the distance, on the peaks of the mountains, Lin Yan could faintly make out a tall red flag fluttering in the wind. Capture it, and we win. Chapter 26, I'll bet 200 Lin Yan wins. Lin Yan opened his system panel. Bug Nest Host, Lin Yan. Realm, Silver Tier 1. Bug Nest Level, 1. Core function: devour any product containing genetic information and reproduce fusion insect warriors with that genetic makeup. Initial ant soldier types: Titan giant ants, bloodwing mad bees. Insect soldier count: 1,642. 5,000 Titan giant ants, 1,025 bloodwing mad bees, 617. Biomass remaining: 230. Looking at his attribute panel, Lin Yan sighed softly. His insect soldier count had already surpassed 1,000, closing in on the 2,000 mark. In truth, Lin Yan preferred dungeon raids. After all, if newcomers challenged each other, he couldn't very well kill all their spirit beasts, could he? If he did that, he would become the enemy of the entire school. However, in the dungeon, he can go on a killing spree and replenish his biomass to his heart's content. The number of insect soldiers isn't maxed out, and there is no large reserve of biomass. Lin Yan always felt insecure. Immediately, Lin Yan fixed his gaze on the attributes of the Titan giant ant and bloodwing mad bee. Titan ant. Level 11. Bloodline legendary. HP 1200. Attack 210. Defense 320. Agility 180. Spirit 0. Skill: Berserk enters Berserk state, immune to control effects, significantly increases attack power and speed. Bloodwing mad bee. Level 11. Bloodline legendary. HP 700. Attack 240. Defense 180. Agility 300. Spirit 150. Skill: Blood Rain. All bloodwing mad bees fire a large number of poisonous needles at the target, dealing percentage damage. Both are level 11 insect warriors. Lin Yan himself is a silver ranked beastmaster, so his spirit beast can only be upgraded to level 11 at most. Upon exiting the college entrance exam dungeon, Lin Yan felt that his cultivation progress was already quite fast. However, upon arriving at the monster-infested Jinwu University, he realized his silver rank 1 was nearly at the bottom of the pack. For example, Qin Ruoyu was already at the 3rd rank of silver. Tang Tianyu was even more impressive, already at silver 4th tier. The other 2 roommates were both silver 2nd tier. As for Lu Yu, some say he's already at the 5th rank of silver. It's absolutely terrifying. We need to hurry up and improve our speed. Lin Yan summoned all his insect soldiers. The already narrow canyon was instantly filled with a dense swarm of insect soldiers. The Titan ants were arranged neatly on the ground, resembling marching ants. The bloodwing mad bees were more scattered, using their high agility and flying ability to relay intelligence back to Lin Yan. Sawtooth demon wolves, level 12, quantity 20. Soon, the bloodwing mad bees at the forefront had already encountered the beasts. However, Lin Yan hadn't issued any orders yet, so they didn't act rashly. Encountered low-level beasts. No need to report. Eliminate immediately. Lin Yan issued the order to the vanguard troops. Almost the next second, consecutive kill notifications popped up before Lin Yan's eyes. You successfully killed a level 12 sawtooth demon wolf. Biomass plus 24, experience plus 480. You have successfully killed a level 12 sawtooth demon wolf. Biomass plus 24, experience plus 480. Soon, 20 kill notifications appeared on the screen. Facing the bloodwing mad bees, which possessed flight capabilities, high attack power, and numerical superiority. These low-level magical beasts were nothing but sitting ducks. They had no chance of resisting. In this wave, Lin Yan gained nearly 500 points of biomass. Biological material is much faster in dungeons. Lin Yan's insect army advanced unimpeded, quickly trampling over the corpses of the sawtooth demon wolves and continuing forward. Dungeon Hall. A massive crystal screen displayed the advancement speeds of dozens of students inside the dungeon. Currently, the fastest was Lu Yu. His dragon-type spirit beast, the Earth Diving Dragon, moves even faster underground. The lower-tier magical beasts lack intelligence. By the time they notice something amiss, the Earth Diving Dragon has already begun slaughtering the beasts in the horde. Thus, the Earth Diving Dragon rampages ahead, slaughtering everything in its path. Lu Yu doesn't need to do anything, except release a skill when the Dune Dragon is slowed down by the beasts. But soon, on the screen, another figure caught up with Lu Yu. Qin Ruoyu. Her light-scaled dragon was average in speed but possessed area of effect attacks. Although their progress has been slow, they have never stopped moving forward. Dragon-type spirit beasts are truly formidable. The top 2 are both from the dragon-type department. Some professors shook their heads in exasperation as they spoke to Guan. Guan looked at the 2 people at the front of the line, then glanced at Lin Yan, who was in the middle to lower ranks in terms of progress, and his mood improved significantly. Professor Chen, there is no need to say that. The supernatural beast taming department is like that, weak in the beginning, strong in the end. Once supernatural beast masters reach the master level, they're the hottest commodities every company wants to hire. A group of professors were praising each other. Their intentions were clear: this year's freshman representatives would undoubtedly be from the dragon department, no matter what. Don't even mention the insect-type genius Lin Yan. He's already been left so far behind that they can't even see his taillights anymore. Hu Fanyuan sat alone, while the professors and teachers around him stood up and moved far away from him. There was no favoritism involved. When Hu Fanyuan was teaching at the school before, he didn't have any friends. This time, he returned with only one student who seemed promising but whose future was uncertain. No one else seemed interested in befriending him either. Why go after a professor from the dragon department when you could go after a professor despised by everyone? Hu Fanyuan was completely unaware of their opinions and didn't care at all. Watching Lin Yan, whose progress was nearly at the bottom of the list, he felt no worry or confusion. Instead, he carried a hint of anticipation. This is just the beginning. In a speed competition, what matters most is endurance. In the corner of the hall. Dodo, I saw Lin Yan's name. Bai Xiaoyi pulled out a grilled sausage from somewhere and pointed at the bottom of the screen, shouting. Zhao Duo saw Lin Yan's name and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. She didn't care about first, second, or even 50th. The one who wins in the end will definitely be Lin Yan. Zhao Duo clenched her fists in excitement. Bai Xiaoyi found the dungeon race boring, so she wandered around for a while and discovered something interesting. Betting. It's just like horse racing, you bet on which horse runs the fastest, and the bettors win money. Bai Xiaoyi dragged Zhao Daodu to the betting station organized by the student union. Of course, the betting station had its own rules. Individual bets were limited to a maximum of 200 yuan. It was more like a lottery. Of course, the odds for each person are different. Liu and Xin Ruoyu had similar odds, one at 1 minute and 1.5 seconds and the other at 1 minute and 1.3 seconds. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's odds are as high as 150. This means that if you bet 200 yuan on Lin Yan and he unexpectedly wins, you would win 10,000 yuan. However, such high odds are not without reason. After all, more than a dozen waves of monster hordes have already passed. Lin Yan's ranking has been steadily declining. It seems like it won't stop until the 30th wave of monsters. Bai Xiaoyi finally realized this. Given Zhao Duo's personality, she would normally split every penny in half. How could she possibly spend money on betting? Forget it, let's go check out what's over there. Bai Xiaoyi pulled Zhao Daodu and started to walk away. To her surprise, Zhao Daodu didn't budge. She pulled out a handful of loose change from her pocket and slapped it down on the betting counter. I'm betting 200 on Lin Yan to win. Chapter 27, Lu Yu's childhood. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Zhao Duo. Daodu, you're crazy. She was always frugal and thrifty, known as the Iron Hen of Dormitory 529. Had actually spent 200 yuan on a bet. And on a horse ranked so low. Think twice. 200 yuan could buy 20 hamburgers, buy one, get one free, that is 40. Bai Xiaoyi regretted bringing Zhao Duo here. If Daodu loses 200 yuan, she might end up crying all day. As the one responsible, she'd have to face the dorm court's judgment when she got back. It's okay, Zhao Duo comforted Bai Xiaoyi, glancing at the stunned student council staff. What's the matter? Can't I bet? The staff member shook his head and kindly reminded the pretty female student, I need to remind you that this game is all about speed. The faster you go, the higher your chances of winning. You'll definitely lose money if you keep this up. Zhao Duo raised an eyebrow. Stop wasting time. Just bet on Lin Yan to win. Bai Xiaoyi swallowed hard, her heart fluttering. Sure enough, she's love-struck. She'd spend $200 on a guy just like that. The staff member sighed and reluctantly placed the $200 on Lin Yan, who hadn't received a single bet so far. Such a pretty girl, but her brain isn't very sharp. She actually dared to bet on Lin Yan to win. In the copy. Lin Yan is now in a tight spot. At this point, the rout had been advanced halfway, and 20 waves of monsters had been wiped out. The titan ants swarming in front of him were so numerous that their end couldn't be seen. The total number of insect soldiers has reached 5,000. Among them, 3,000 titan ants and 2,000 bloodwing mad bees. Lin Yan's own cultivation level has reached silver rank, 3rd tier. There were still over 2,000 units of biomass remaining unused. It can be said that Lin Yan now has ample troops and supplies. However, such a massive spirit beast army has one drawback. That is the speed of advancement. The bloodwing mad bees are indeed very fast, causing the titan ants to struggle to keep up. To speed up the march, Lin Yan had no choice but to order the main force to advance at full speed. The vanguard bloodwing mad bees, upon passing through the monster horde, fired a volley and continued forward. When encountering troublesome beasts with excessive health and immunity to flying attacks, the bloodwing mad bees would simply bypass them, waiting for the following titan giant ants to handle them. When encountering flying beasts, they would stop and eliminate them completely. They also waited for Lin Yan and the titan ants to catch up. Damn it! Lin Yan clenched his fists, watching the titan ants march in perfect formation at a pace similar to his own jogging speed. We really need an agile ground unit. The Titan ants are now evolving toward increased health and defense. As the strength of the encountered monsters grows increasingly powerful, the Titan ants were maintaining their advance speed at the cost of countless casualties. If there were high agility, high attack insect soldiers, they would likely already be scaling the mountains and capturing the flags. You successfully killed a level 15 magical beast Ironwing Crow. Biomass plus 30, experience plus 600. You have successfully killed a level 15 magical beast, the Ironwing Crow. Biomass plus 30, experience plus 600. Kill notifications appeared again. Lin Yan knew that it was the Vanguard's Bloodwing Mad Bees that had once again wiped out a nest of magical beasts. Another large batch of biomass has arrived. The Bloodwing Mad Bees on the front lines have suffered losses of around 100 individuals. The magical beasts encountered in the early stages of the rout were nearly annihilated without any losses. However, the magical beasts encountered after the 20th wave were significantly more challenging. However, this doesn't matter much to Lin Yan. The advance speed remains unaffected. The only difference was that there were more losses among the insect soldiers. However, no matter how many insect soldiers were lost, it was still far outweighed by the biomass gained. Others grow weaker as they advance, with their spiritual energy and physical strength dwindling. Lin Yan, however, grows stronger and rises higher, entering a virtuous cycle. With a flick of his thoughts, a black hole appeared beside him, summoning over 100 Bloodwing Mad Bees. This perfectly replenished the number of Blood-winged Mad Bees to 2,000. With abundant biomass, he could afford to be reckless. On the other side of the dungeon, Tang Tianyu, looking disheveled, killed the last demon beast. Finally exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. The holy marked Chinox lowered its head and licked Tang Tianyu's face with its tongue. Damn it, this group of monsters was way too tough. Tang Tianyu pushed the bull's head away, feeling his spiritual energy nearly drained. This was the drawback of being a psychic beast tamer. Supernatural-type spirit beasts are fragile and lack basic attack capabilities. Instead, they possess a variety of skills. And using skills requires mana. In the early stages, beast tamers have scarce spiritual energy and cannot afford to release large amounts of it for extended periods. Only in the late stages do beast masters accumulate enough spiritual energy to fully unleash their true power. That's why they've advanced to the 20th wave of demon beasts. Tang Tianyu couldn't keep up, it felt like his body had been drained. I wonder how Lin Yan is doing. Even though he has so many spirit beasts, by this point, there can't be many left. Tang Tianyu looked up at the sky peeking through the canyon's cracks, feeling a bit worried. I hope we don't end up last and second to last in the end. Xin Ruoyu wiped the bloodstains off the sole of her shoe and frowned. The light-scaled dragon danced around her, panting with exhaustion. Dragon-type spirit beasts naturally exert a bloodline suppression over low bloodline demons. This effect was even more pronounced on lower-tier magical beasts. At this moment, Xin Ruoyu's cultivation had reached the 4th rank of the Silver Realm. After the upgrade, her spiritual energy had recovered significantly. She didn't know how Lin Yan was faring. However, she now needed to do one thing. Lu Yu had confirmed that the enemy was indeed Lin Yan's enemy. If things don't go smoothly for Lin Yan, she must ensure that Lin Yan's enemy cannot become the new representative either. Xin Ruoyu stroked the head of the scaled dragon and murmured softly, "Give it your all. We absolutely cannot let Lin Yan's enemy grow stronger." The light-scaled dragon nodded, its eyes blazing with fierce determination. "Die, all of you. Die for me." In the crevices of the canyon, Liu stood atop the corpses of the 21st wave of demons, grinning savagely and bellowing. Beside him, the earth-diving dragon opened its mouth, extending its tongue and expelling hot breath. As a hybrid dragon-type spirit beast, it did not possess the perfectly nature-integrated physique of a pure-blooded dragon. Its scales couldn't close tightly enough to dissipate heat. Therefore, like canine-type spirit beasts, it had to stick out its tongue to release the accumulated heat from its body. Due to its bloodline and nature, Lu Yu had endured constant mockery from the other children in his clan since childhood. When Lu Yu saw the earth-diving dragon sticking out its tongue to cool down, painful memories from the past flooded his mind. Look! The dragon Lu Yu contracted with, that hybrid of a pangolin and a dragon, is imitating a dog again. A pangolin and a dog? What a disgrace to the Lu family. There's nothing we can do. After all, his family is just a branch of a branch, barely considered half a member of the Lu clan. Ha, if he weren't named Lu, he might have really fallen so low as to contract a dog. Hey, I have an idea. Let's make Lu Yu act like a dog for us to see. Jiegu is so clever. Lu Yu, did you hear that? Hurry up and learn. Hurry up and learn, hurry up and learn. The helpless teenager curled up on the ground, his pupils filled with despair. No, Jiegu. Memories flooded back. Lu Yu kicked the Dundong dragon in the head and cursed. Dare to stick out your tongue? It's all your fault I've been humiliated. You damn dog, bastard, trash. Die, die. Chapter 28, Continuous Comebacks. The earth-diving dragon clutched its head and let out an agonizing howl. Ah! Contract spirit beasts are linked to their tamer's spiritual energy. Therefore, when a beastmaster uses their spiritual energy to attack their own contract spirit beast, the damage inflicted is true damage. Dare you scream again? Luyu kicked it hard, panting heavily. Wait until I become the new representative and receive full support from the family. The first thing I'll do is replace you, you worthless piece of trash. After awakening his combat talent in high school, he had been under the family's observation. However, since Lu Jia was already a prodigy, the family didn't place much importance on him. Lu Jia has become a, haha. It's like heaven is helping me. I'm the true protagonist of this world. And Lin Yan, a mere insect-type beast tamer, dares to compete with me, the future pure-blooded beast tamer, for the student representative position? Luyu commanded the earth dragon to rise and continue fighting. Get up quickly, don't be afraid of getting hurt. Tear apart and crush all the beasts blocking the way. Did you hear that, you worthless bastard? The earth-diving dragon groaned as it stood up, dragging its already exhausted body forward toward the approaching horde of beasts. Dungeon Hall. As the journey progressed past the halfway point, the gaps between the participants had widened significantly. At the front of the pack were still the two freshmen from the dragon specialization. Bringing up the rear were the two freshmen from the superpower department. This outcome came as no surprise to anyone. As the saying goes, the strength department excels in the early stages, while the supernatural department shines in the later stages. The dragon division, however, has been dominant throughout the entire journey. The only surprise is Lin Yan, who had been lagging behind in the rankings, suddenly showed signs of catching up. He won't amount to anything, he's about to collapse. Guan was surrounded by a group of professors and teachers, who were fawning over him like stars around the moon. He swayed a glass of red wine and smiled lightly. He's relying on the numbers of his insect soldiers to boost his combat power, but his insect soldiers suffer casualties. How will he replenish their numbers in the dungeon? The other professors laughed in agreement, seeming to have seen through the essence of the matter. Yeah, spiritual energy can also be replenished in dungeons. Does he really plan to contract a bug-type magical beast in the dungeon? Ha ha ha, exactly. I guess there aren't many insect soldiers left, so they're just making a last-ditch counterattack. Ha! Qin Ruoyu's progress is actually a bit faster than Lu Yu's. That's wonderful news. It seems like the top 2 spots in this dungeon will be swept by Professor Gu's dragon-type students. Congratulations in advance to Professor Gu. Maybe he'll be promoted to dean this year. There are differences among professors. Just look at that insect-type professor. Everyone's words made Guan feel quite pleased, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew it was all flattery and sycophantic praise. But, it's all the truth, isn't it? Guan glanced sideways at Hu Fangyuan, who sat motionless like a wooden statue, and sneered inwardly. If I were the school administration, the first thing I'd do is fire certain professors who don't deserve their positions. The other professors heard Guan's words and turned their gaze toward Hu Fangyuan, who was sitting in the corner. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Back then, Hu Fangyuan had stolen Guan's beloved and then mercilessly defeated him in an important competition. Unfortunately, Hu Fangyuan eventually took the wrong path and fell into disgrace, never to recover. Meanwhile, Guan rose from despair and eventually became the representative professor of the Dragon Department at Jinwu University. Such is the cruel irony of fate. As a teacher, one is judged by their disciples. A professor offered a well-prepared compliment. Professor Gu was destined to become a renowned beastmaster with disciples spread far and wide. Who knows, perhaps he'll even nurture a few demigods in his lifetime. As for Hu Fangyuan, having taught a student who also took the wrong path, he will become a legendary laughingstock. Everyone present felt a newfound respect for the professor. He even dared to call Hu Fangyuan by his first name. It seemed he had made up his mind to take sides. For a time, many professors with little future prospects also rushed to pledge their loyalty to Guan. Meanwhile, Hu Fangyuan's side remained rather quiet. TV broadcast. 2 commentators watched the crystal screen displaying the dungeon situation, analyzing the participants' performance for the TV audience. Excellent. Lu Yu has successfully defeated the 28th wave of monsters in 5 minutes and 30 seconds. That's over 3 minutes longer than the previous wave. It looks like Lu Yu is already exhausted, and the Earth Dragon's condition isn't great either. That's normal. At this point, no one can maintain their initial speed. Alright, Qin Ruoyu has defeated the 29th wave of monsters in 6 minutes and 12 seconds, which is 2 minutes longer than the previous wave. The 2 top contenders for today's championship have emerged. That's right. The other contestants are completely exhausted. Haha, what did I just see? The super energy type contestants by Bing and Tang Tianyu have both abandoned the dungeon challenge at the same time? Let me explain to the viewers at home. The combat capabilities of superpower beast tamers are closely tied to their spirit beast skills and their own spiritual energy reserves. They are indeed weaker in the early stages. Oh, Lin Yan, who is ranked lower, has started to speed up his progress. Check Lin Yan's data. He cleared the 23rd wave of monsters in 2 minutes, but compared to the previous wave, No difference. The commentator rubbed his eyes, doubting he had seen correctly. Another commentator, noticing his colleague's silence, quickly stepped in to clarify. It seems there's a system bug in Lin Yan's data analysis. We'll send it back to the referees and technical team for recalculation. A few seconds later, the referees and technical team sent messages simultaneously. The data is correct. No issues. The two commentators looked at the crystal screen in shock. Player Lin Yan has defeated the 25th wave of monsters in 2 minutes. Lin Yan defeated the 26th wave of monsters in 2 minutes. Lin Yan defeated the 29th wave of monsters in 2 minutes. The commentators, the crowd at the scene, and the viewers at home all simultaneously noticed this terrifying situation. Lin Yan had been defeating monsters since the first wave, and it had taken him exactly 2 minutes each time. Now, having advanced to the 29th wave of monsters, he still only took 2 minutes. What does this mean? Lin Yan's advancement speed wasn't the time it took to defeat the monster hordes. Rather, it was the time it took him to advance forward. In other words, the presence or absence of these beasts, or their strength, has no effect on his advancement speed. How terrifying is that? Clatter. Guan's red wineglass slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. The dungeon hall fell silent. Soon, everyone stared at the screen in disbelief. The commentator's voice was hoarse from excitement. The dark horse has emerged. Lin Yan has overtaken dozens of competitors in a row and climbed to 3rd place. Chapter 29, I'm heading to Jinwu University on a business trip. Lin Yan has climbed to 3rd place. In a short amount of time, he eliminated dozens of people. Moreover, the pace at which others were advancing in the rankings was no match for Lin Yan's relentless surge. After being dormant for so long, is Lin Yan finally about to make his move? The slightly younger commentator leaned on the table and shouted excitedly. In competitive events, underdog comebacks and the weak defeating the strong are always thrilling to watch. Another experienced commentator paused for a moment before refuting his colleague's assessment. No, it's not that Lin Yan has sped up, it's that the others have slowed down. The other competitors started off at full strength, so their energy reserves are now depleted. As the match progresses, it takes them longer to defeat the monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Yan has been conserving his strength all along and hasn't used his full power yet. Lin Yan has cleared the 30th wave of monsters in still just 2 minutes. In the dungeon hall, everyone was stunned. Currently, the top-ranked player, Jin Ruoyu, and the second-ranked player, Lu Yu, both had just cleared the 30th wave of monsters, taking around 7 minutes each. Meanwhile, Lin Yan had completed it in the same 2 minutes as the first wave of monsters. Is this even human? Could this be the legendary academic genius score manipulation? The professors all looked solemn. Many students, however, looked panicked and rushed toward the betting booths. I'm betting on Lin Yan, $200. Me too, bet on Lin Yan to win. The staff at the betting station looked helpless. The preliminary round is already halfway through, betting is no longer available. Everyone looked dejected. Now that the match had taken a major turn, there was a high chance of losing $200 outright. Several students were sobbing uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground and beating the floor with their fists. Those who knew the inside story stood by, shaking their heads. These students were nothing but gamblers. The student union had required that each person's bet not exceed $200. However, some with a stronger gambling addiction, they would choose to use the identities of other students who were not betting to place bets on their behalf. I had assumed that the new student representative would be chosen between Lu Yu and Jin Ruoyu. Their chances of winning were exactly 50-50. Some even went so far as to bet on both Jin Ruoyu and Lu Yu together, although the odds were a bit lower. But if the betting funds were sufficient, it could still yield a decent extra income. Therefore, when Lin Yan made a comeback, they were even more anxious than the other contestants in the game. However, at that moment, Lin Yan was inside the dungeon, and they couldn't interfere even if they wanted to. Old City, Resettlement Building. Lin Yan's home, the living room was packed with people. They were all Chen Xiaohong and some relatives and friends, sitting on the sofa, staring intently at the TV. Lin Jianshan was sitting on a small stool near the door, craning his neck to watch the TV. Lin Jianshan, the fishing enthusiast, had seriously violated family rules and regulations, losing his belief in family harmony and happiness. Ms. Chen Xiaohong imposed a punishment of 3 months of full household chores on him, after which she allowed him back into the house. At that moment, the house fell silent. Until the commentator excitedly stood up and shouted. Lin Yan's ranking surged to 3rd place in just a few seconds. Lin Jianshan, who reacted first, stood up immediately, his face flushed red as he clenched his fists. Yes. Everyone on the sofa turned around in unison. Lin Jianshan immediately covered his mouth and sat back down on the small stool. The tense and joyful atmosphere in the living room shifted to a relaxed and joyful one. I knew it. Lin Yan is such a smart kid, he wouldn't have used all his energy right away. Look, he has already overtaken them. Auntie San said with a smile, rubbing her hands together. I saw it coming from the start. Little Yen was just feigning weakness to catch you off guard. You didn't believe me, said Uncle Four. Auntie's husband poured himself another glass of wine, his face flushed, and said to the younger relatives watching TV nearby. All of you should learn from Lin Yen. When he was in high school, he got up at 3 o'clock in the morning. He also had to buy groceries and cook every day, never touched a computer or phone. That's how he got into a top university. Chen Xiaohong sat in the middle of the sofa, feeling a bit embarrassed. She knew Lin Yen best. He wasn't anything like they were describing. But she never expected this. Both she and old Lin were just ordinary workers. Her son had grown up so ordinary, yet suddenly he had become so promising. Getting into Jinwu University was already surprising enough. But to be ranked among the top students at Jinwu University and secure third place is truly remarkable. He is sure to become someone important in the future. Chen Xiaohong turned to look at Lin Jianshan. Before they got married, Lin Jianshan seemed to have sold fish at the border. I wonder if he knows any high-ranking officials. What if our son is transferred to the border in the future? Could we ask someone to look out for him? In recent years, border conflicts have become increasingly severe. Even Chen Xiaohong, a woman who doesn't care about military affairs, knows some of the details. If you can get into Jinwu University, Mom would be happy, but Mom hopes you stay safe and sound. Chen Xiaohong looked at Lin Yan's profile picture on the TV screen inside. Behind her, Lin Jianshan's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination as he grinned and muttered. No wonder he has my son a tiger father doesn't he have a dog for a son. Nanling Daily Building. Only one office was still lit. The computer screen was displaying the news. Jin Yu was looking out the window, propping his chin on his hand and daydreaming. Since the news about Lin Yan was published, it had gone viral overnight. She had also been promoted from an intern to a full-time reporter at the Nanling Daily. However, after being promoted, her troubles began. Journalism is a highly competitive field. Military, agriculture, education, healthcare. Each field has senior reporters assigned to cover it. As a newcomer, she naturally had no standing to compete with those veterans for assignments. Jin Yu lay dejected on the desk. No interview topics, no breaking news. Was she supposed to do what she had done before, rushing to the entrance of a KTV at midnight to interview city residents about their stress levels and happiness index? Like a news story where a hero saves a beauty from a monster in the city center. It doesn't happen every day. Forget it, I'll just go home first. Jin Yu looked out the window at the pitch-black sky inside. Before he knew it, it had been several hours since he had finished work. He had just pressed the power button on his computer. Suddenly, the commentator's angry shout on the computer screen snapped her back to reality. The dark horse has emerged. Lin Yan has overtaken dozens of competitors in a row and climbed to third place. Lin Yan? Hearing a name so familiar it couldn't be any more familiar. Jin Yu's gaze immediately fixated on the computer screen, and her heart began to race. Her fingers pressed against the power button, unable to let go, already turning white. Jin Yu's breathing grew rapid. Looking at the screen, the delicate featured avatar was blazing in third place. And judging by the trend, it was highly likely to secure first place. Every year, there are 1 or 2 students from Nanling City who get into Jinwu University. And among those who excel at Jinwu University, not a single one. Jin Yu pressed the power button with one hand and dialed the director's phone with the other. Director, I need to go on a business trip to Jinwu University. Chapter 30, Conspiracy. In the copy, Lin Yan had already grown numb. After spending so much time in the dungeon, he hadn't even seen a single hair from a magical beast. Nearly half of the monsters had been taken care of by the bloodwing mad bees, and the remaining ones would be devoured by the swarming titan ants. It wasn't that he was being pretentious. It was just that grinding through the dungeon like this offered no sense of achievement. He still remembered when he was a kid, secretly downloading a cheat tool to hack the game. At first, it was a blast, but eventually, the gold and stats became unlimited. He grew tired of it. Does this dungeon have a PvP mode? I don't want to do PvE anymore. Bullying mindless monsters isn't what heroes are made of. At that moment, the bloodwing mad bees ahead suddenly transmitted some information back. The canyon fissure has reached its end. The view ahead suddenly opens up. The red flag at the highest point isn't far away either. Moreover, the bloodwing mad bees sensed that others were preparing to emerge from the other canyon crevices. Speed up. Our enemies are about to emerge. Lin Yan knew that the 35th wave of beasts had been dealt with. The 40th stage was the final destination. The remaining 4 stages were guarded by 4 bosses of varying strengths. This meant that, moving forward, they would not only have to deal with the monster bosses but also be wary of ambushes from other competitors. I wonder who will be the first unlucky one to fall. Lin Yan stood within the insect nest, moving forward slowly. Dungeon Hall. Everyone watched as Lin Yan's ranking rose to the top of the leaderboard, their hearts sinking to the bottom. At that moment, Lin Yan had already defeated the 35th wave of monsters. He was about to exit the canyon fissure and face the monsters of the 40th stage. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoyu and Luyu, ranked 2nd and 3rd, were engaged in fierce combat with the 35th wave of monsters. At this moment, there were still over 40 participants who had not been eliminated in the dungeon. They were all closely trailing behind. It can be said that, aside from the psychic-type players who were weaker in the early stages, most of the students from Jinwu University truly live up to their reputation as geniuses. Professor Gu, this isn't going to work. The professor who had just pledged his loyalty began to whisper. Lin Yan's techniques are quite unusual. He might have learned those bizarre insect manipulating techniques from Hufan Yuan. That's right. We absolutely cannot let the freshman representative fall into the hands of such a treacherous individual. Lin Yan has already reached first place, and we can't even enter the dungeon. How can this be? I have an idea, though it's a bit risky. Hurry up and say it. Before Guan could speak, the other professors who had already sided with him spoke urgently. They all regretted having sided with Guan too quickly to curry favor with him. Now, it was impossible to jump off this sinking ship. That's not to say they were dishonorable. After all, beast masters were a profession that valued strength above all else. Admiring the strong was a natural part of their nature. Since we can't enter the dungeon, let us control it, the professor said in a sinister tone. Then let's have the students who've already entered the dungeon block Lin Yan, right? The other professors were startled, but no one spoke. Guan narrowed his eyes but made no response. The professor felt a chill run down his spine and continued. Anyway, the students at the bottom of the rankings are already doomed to not become freshman representatives. Why not offer them some benefits to get them to give up the dungeon assessment, bypass the monsters ahead, and go straight to fight Lin Yan? That way, Luyu can return to first place. After saying this, the professor hurriedly looked at Guan's expression. At that moment, they had already regarded Guan as their pillar of strength. If Lin Yan were to secure the freshman representative position, Hufan Yuan's status would rise sharply, and those who had once mocked and ridiculed him but now fawned over him would face retribution. The professor from the fire department who had proposed the plan was sweating profusely. Among those present, aside from Guan, no one harbored deeper hatred toward Hufan Yuan than he did. But how are we supposed to contact the students in the copy? Another professor hesitated before raising his own doubts. The other professors nodded in agreement. That's right, there's no signal in the dungeon. They can't contact them even if they want to. A professor from the fire department pulled out an object, clenched his teeth. I had my students bring quantum communicators. I can notify my students, and they can relay your message to the students from other departments. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Using communication devices to contact students inside the dungeon, and it even involves an exam. This was clearly cheating. If the principal found out, even though they were professors with high social status and powerful beast taming abilities, they would still face expulsion from the school and disciplinary action from the association. They might even face imprisonment and be transferred to the border regions. The professors whispered among themselves. Soon, one professor shook his head and said to Guan, Professor Gu, I'm withdrawing. But rest assured, I won't utter a single word about this. The professor looked at Guan's inscrutable expression, sighed, and left. Immediately afterward, the second, third, and many more professors followed suit. Professor Gu, I'm sorry. I won't say a single word either. Take care of yourself. At this point, only a few professors remained by Guan's side. Only 8 professors remained. Is anyone else leaving? Guan surveyed the crowd and asked coldly. Everyone quickly shook their heads. Among them, some had clashed with Hufan Yuan, while others were Guan's close allies. In any case, they all shared a common goal. That was to prevent the insect-type specialization from rising to prominence at all costs. Then let us do it. I'll compensate them personally afterward. Guan struggled internally for a moment before making his decision. In truth, he had always despised such unfair cheating. But now, he truly didn't want to see insect-type beast tamers once again riding roughshod over him or his students. That sense of humiliation even surpassed his sense of self-respect and moral boundaries. But didn't Lin Yan also use Hufan Yuan's vile insect-based tactics? I'm just taking back what rightfully belongs to my dragon-type specialty. Guan closed his eyes, trying to comfort himself. The remaining 8 professors walked to the blind spot of the surveillance cameras, pulled out the quantum communicators. Hey, tell the lightning, martial arts, poison, and rock factions, have them immediately abandon the dungeon assessment, stop attacking the monsters in front of them, and all launch an attack on Lin Yan. At all costs, stop Lin Yan from advancing further. The voice on the other end of the communicator sounded surprised and hesitant. But on this end, the professors were already growing impatient. What but? Your rankings are already at the bottom. You won't get any decent rewards even if the assessment ends. Professor Gu from the Dragon-type department has promised to provide you with 3 times the resources. plus a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. A crackling sound followed. On the other end of the communicator, breathing grew heavier. Alright. I hope Professor Gu keeps his word. Chapter 31, The Vice Principal is also the Principal. In the copy. As Lin Yan emerged from the narrow gorge, he felt the world suddenly open up before him. The once narrow and crowded crevices had transformed into a vast plain. Finally out. Lin Yan watched as the remaining Titan ant forces emerged from the canyon in a steady stream, slowly spreading out across the plain. From a distance, it was a dark, ominous mass. Blocking Lin Yan's path was a 27th level bloodline crimson-eyed black tiger of the commander level bloodline. It was currently crouched on the ground. Upon seeing Lin Yan approach, its crimson eyes darted around, and it opened its mouth, expelling a foul-smelling breath. Roar! A long, piercing roar echoed through the air, as if challenging Lin Yan. Its duty was to block Lin Yan and prevent him from proceeding along the only path leading up the mountain. Charge! Lin Yan extended his arm, pointing toward the crimson-eyed black tiger. In an instant, the ground shook violently as thousands of Titan giant ants swarmed toward the crimson-eyed black tiger. Lin Yan found himself in the midst of the swarm of insects when he suddenly received a message from the bloodwing mad beast tasked with reconnaissance. His peripheral vision inadvertently glanced toward a dark crevice in a canyon. Looks like PvP mode is about to begin. In the shadows, several young-faced, wide-eyed student competitors were left speechless by the scene before them. What was this scene? Thousands of insect-type spirit beasts were charging toward each other. They could only feel the overwhelming power of nature, like a tsunami, crashing toward them. It was simply impossible to resist. They had all received messages from their respective professors and had come to stop Lin Yan from continuing forward. To be honest, upon receiving this mission, they even felt a hint of excitement deep down. Because, by this point in the battle, their physical and spiritual energy were nearly depleted. Even if their spiritual energy could recover, it would take a significant amount of time. They were certain they wouldn't secure any decent rankings. So-called geniuses were perhaps just the entry ticket to this dungeon. They still had a significant gap compared to those true prodigies. Therefore, all 16 of them chose to abandon the opportunity to compete for the spot as the new representative. Turning around, they pulled Lin Yan, who was ranked first, off his horse. No wonder he could defeat Lu Jie. The scene is a bit too much. The genius from the martial arts department couldn't help but praise him. The genius from the poison department snorted coldly. Defeating him might not be accurate, it was more like a one-hit KO. The martial arts prodigy glared angrily. Breaking the rules had already annoyed him. Does having a higher education level help with beast taming abilities? If you don't believe me, let's fight. The other geniuses were all speechless. Sure enough, beast tamers alter their personalities based on the type of contract beast they have. And the martial arts style beast tamers were universally recognized as having an overinflated sense of self-worth. The poison type beast tamer gave him a sidelong glance, took a step back, and ignored him. The genius specializing in fire was the overall commander of this operation. It was he who had contacted the external professor. Therefore, when the target, Lin Yan, appeared within everyone's sight, everyone's attention was focused on him. The two geniuses from the fire element specialization were Yang Lang and Su Yan. Yang Lang cleared his throat, his expression growing serious, and spoke. Everyone, your professor has already made it clear. Professor Gu has offered a generous reward, and besides, we're not exactly breaking the rules. You have all seen the methods Lin Yan used. Are those something a normal insect-type beast master could employ? Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they shook their heads. In recent years, although insect-type beast tamers have become increasingly rare, that doesn't mean they don't exist. They had all come into contact with them before. However, none of them could compare to Lin Yan in terms of insect-type beast taming. What are you trying to say? Someone asked. Yang Lang snorted coldly and explained. You've all heard of Professor Hu Fanyuan's exploits, right? Although insect-type beast tamers aren't opposed by the association, their methods are too bizarre. I believe it won't be long before the association takes action against insect-type beast tamers. Let's go stop Lin Yan now. It'll be our contribution to the association. Everyone sighed in relief, their faces once again filled with smiles. After all, openly targeting beast tamers in a monster dungeon. They still harbored a bit of resistance in their hearts. But now, Yang Lang had given them a legitimate reason. They now had a legitimate cause to act. Now, there's no more psychological burden. Let's do it. The martial arts prodigy rubbed his hands together eagerly. He's alone, and we're 16. I don't believe they can take all of us down. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, each summoned their spirit beasts. Within the beast control space, the recovery speed of the spirit beasts accelerated. In just a moment, the spirit beasts couldn't fully recover to their peak condition. However, they can easily sustain a brief battle. They also don't believe that Lin Yan can withstand their 16-person assault until their spirit beasts are exhausted. See that spot over there? The weakest point of the insect swarm. Let's gather together and charge toward that area. Yang Lang made a simple plan. As long as we control Lin Yan, our mission will be complete. Everyone agreed. The two geniuses from the combat discipline led the way, controlling their spirit beasts toward the weakest point of the insect swarm. A 26th level epic tier ancient mammoth with a bloodline, and a 27th level epic tier steel-boned rhinoceros with a bloodline. Roaring, they burst out of the canyon crevices. The others also controlled their spirit beasts to follow behind. In an instant, a massive army of spirit beasts, radiating an extraordinary aura, charged toward the direction where Lin Yan was located. On Lin Yan's side, the Titan ants in the rear sensed danger and immediately changed direction. Hundreds of Titan ants charged toward the direction of the spirit beast army. Outside the dungeon, the canyon fissure was long and narrow, with numerous weak magical beasts. Therefore, the control center focused all surveillance outside the canyon crevices. The cameras were aimed at the final boss monsters of the last few stages. When Lin Yan was the first to emerge from the canyon fissure, he was surrounded by a dense swarm of creatures, far exceeding the insect army summoned during the battle against Lu Jia. Though everyone in the hall had anticipated the outcome, they were still speechless at the sight. All that remained in their minds was a single thought. There was no suspense left. The representative of the new generation had already been chosen. There was no point in continuing to watch the match. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, suddenly, someone let out a startled cry. What's going on? How did they end up here? In the hall, Xiao Duo, who had been smiling happily moments ago, now looked shocked and confused. Bai Xiaoyi, standing beside her, had already guessed what was happening and grabbed Xiao Daoda's sleeve, afraid she might do something reckless. In the corner ahead, Hu Fanyuan stared at the crystal screen, which had suddenly changed. His expression remained unchanged, but the veins on his hands gripping the chair's armrests were prominently visible. In the control room, the vice principal blared angrily at the scene, slamming the teacup he held onto the ground. Damn it! What kind of nonsense is this fair copy test trying to pull? Do you even respect me as the principal? The teacher beside him jumped in surprise, about to remind him. The vice principal blared at them and ordered. The vice principal is also a principal. Bring Guan and the professors around him over here. Chapter 32, Is he even human? In the copy hall, everyone watched the scene with complex expressions. A dozen or so genius students who should have been clearing out the monster hordes along their respective routes and advancing toward the red flag. Instead, they bypassed the monster hordes and launched an attack on Lin Yan, who was in first place. What was this? Self-destruction? However, most of the people in the hall were secretly delighted. After all, they had all placed their bets on Lu Yu. Moreover, their respective academies also had geniuses participating in the raid and attacking Lin Yan. In this era where insect-type spirit beasts symbolize weakness, they certainly didn't want Lin Yan to ride roughshod over them and become the student representative. Watching the dungeon, where a dozen people led a massive spirit beast army, successfully breaking through Lin Yan's insect swarm blockade, as easily as slicing through vegetables. Scattered applause echoed through the hall. Soon, the applause grew louder and more rhythmic. Xiao Duo watched Lin Yan being surrounded by over a dozen people on the screen, with applause and cheers ringing out around her, and she was so angry she was about to cry. How can they do this? This is bullying. I'm going to confront them. Bai Xiaoyi quickly grabbed Xiao Daodu and whispered. Daodu, don't act impulsively. There are so many people bullying Lin Yan. Which one are you going to confront? Or are you planning to confront the entire school? But Xiao Duo stomped her foot in anger. They're so despicable. Can't they just let others be? Bai Xiaoyi shook her head. At that moment, the plump girl looked surprisingly wise. They can see a dragon-type genius as student representative, they can see a fire-type genius as student representative, and even when the poison-type came in first, they could still grit their teeth and accept it. But they absolutely refused to let Lin Yan be the student representative. Why? Xiao Daodu was confused, her heart filled with anger, having lost the ability to think independently. Is it because insect-type beast tamers are weak? But he clearly rose to first place on his own strength. Because he is an insect-type beast tamer. Bai Xiaoyi sighed and explained the situation. Lin Yan is indeed very powerful now, standing out among the weaker insect-type beast tamers. Even the insect-type department, which had been closed for years, was reopened because of him. But insect-type is different from the superpower type and poison type, which were also weak in the early stages. The late-game potential of insect-type beast tamers is simply too low. So low that, after all these years, the insect-type beastmaster has only produced one professor who was forced to switch to the insect manipulation discipline. Therefore, they won't tolerate someone destined to be a failure surpassing them now. After hearing Bai Xiaoyi's words, Zhao Duo's face turned pale. She knew that perhaps Bai Xiaoyi was right. But she wanted to help Lin Yan. In the control room, the vice principal blared at the professors who were silent and still wearing smug expressions, clenching his teeth and said, "When did the professors of Jinwu University resort to such despicable means? Although the professors were numerous and held prestigious positions within the university, they still refused to openly confront a vice principal. They remained silent. Guan remained expressionless, speaking coldly. Vice Chancellor, the students are all in the copy room. We don't have the power to interfere with their actions. Regarding this farce, I believe there will be a reasonable explanation. The vice principal held back his anger and asked, "What explanation?" Guan's lips curled slightly as he continued. An arrogant student secretly learned the unrecognized insect manipulation technique from the association and used it in the dungeon assessment and to bully classmates. The genius students from all departments, driven by a sense of justice, could no longer tolerate this and vowed to eliminate this student who was corrupting the campus atmosphere and tarnishing the reputation of beast tamers. I believe the television station will praise such righteous actions highly. The vice principal remained silent. He knew Guan had powerful connections. The professors behind him were also, to varying degrees, secretly linked to those prominent families. If he was determined, he could very well pull it off. You are now tarnishing the school's reputation. The vice principal spoke coldly, his heart filled with anger. Guan smiled slightly, his tone light. Don't say that, principal. I believe that once this news report is published, the association will change its view of the parasites and may even launch a full-scale boycott. The vice principal sighed. He knew that today's matter could only be left unresolved. As for the victim, Lin Yan, he had merely become a pawn in the long-standing feud between Guan and Hufang Yuan. I don't care anymore. Get out of here. The vice principal turned around, his eyes fixed on the screen. If they dared to go any further, then he would do whatever it takes to save Lin Yan's life. In the copy, looking at the group of over 10 people charging toward him, Lin Yan not only wasn't surprised, but felt a bit excited. He licked his lips and said, "Finally, they've fallen for it. That's right. The gap in the insect swarm wasn't a weakness caused by a shortage of insect soldiers. It was a deliberate tactic by Lin Yan, who feared they wouldn't dare to attack. What's the fun in a single-player game? Real-time competition is where it's at." Lin Yan turned around and smiled broadly at the dozen or so geniuses from various fields who were about to charge at him. He looked as sunny as could be. But in their eyes, that smile was terrifying beyond belief. Yang Lang saw Lin Yan smile, shivered, hesitated, and shouted, "Don't pay attention to his nonsense. Just charge in and win." After speaking, he discreetly hid behind the massive body of the ancient mammoth. The others swallowed nervously. At that moment, they suddenly remembered. This guy had once effortlessly defeated a member of the sophomore student council. But the arrow was already on the string. There was no turning back. Focus fire, use your skills, don't hold back. Yang Lang was determined and no longer cared about the consequences. The law doesn't punish the many. Even if there were accidental casualties, they could claim it was a mistake. The school wouldn't dare punish them, future high-ranking beast tamers. In an instant, a dozen spirit beasts erupted with spiritual energy. Various skills were fired toward Lin Yan's direction. Come on. Lin Yan waved his hand, and thousands of blood-winged bees flew toward him. They swarmed around the crowd densely. The spirit beast skills were unleashed, striking the blood-winged mad bees. The bodies of the blood-winged bees fell continuously. The air was filled with the smell of burning and blood. After the first wave of skills was unleashed, the last remnants of spiritual energy within the crowd were drained, and the spirit beasts lost their powerful offensive capabilities. Just as they were eagerly awaiting the collapse of the swarm. Suddenly, the blood-winged mad bees slowly dispersed, revealing Lin Yan standing atop the ant tide, completely unharmed. He's not dead. And he hasn't even been injured. Yang Lang was so scared he took a half step back. The 16 of them had used their skills together. Even a senior from the second year wouldn't dare to take that head on. But he just took it all in stride? Is he even human? Chapter 33, The Frenzy Beast Pill. In the dungeon hall, the atmosphere froze instantly. The students who had been clapping stopped mid-motion, their hands frozen in mid-air. Guan's expression darkened. The smiles in the professor's eyes gradually turned serious. The vice principal wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, unable to believe what he was seeing. Zhao Duo, who had been filled with righteous indignation, suddenly calmed down. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Lin Yan on the surveillance video. Hufang Yuan slowly relaxed his grip on the armrest and chuckled. Everyone reacted differently. But one thing was certain. The dozen or so geniuses who had abandoned their copy exams to rush here. Their final attack had been completely defeated. You guys, you just attacked me, didn't you? Lin Yan stood amidst the swarm of insects, like a king watching an assassin's blade fall. On the surveillance footage, Lin Yan spoke those words calmly. Immediately, over a dozen geniuses visibly panicked. They were terrified. They had all witnessed Lin Yan's heroic feat of defeating Lu Jia in an instant that night. Many of them had even cheered for Lin Yan before. But this time was different. Standing on the opposite side of Lin Yan, about to be surrounded by an endless tide of insects, were they. No, Yan Ge, we were wrong. A genius, panicking, tried to recall his spirit beast. But the spirit beast was in the midst of battle and couldn't be recalled. He didn't want the spirit beast he had nurtured for years to die like this. The lesson from Lu Jia's previous experience was simply too painful to forget. Dense swarms of titan ants were closing in on them. In the sky, blood-winged mad bees formed a vast net, trapping them with no escape. Yen Gu, spare us. Newcomers don't fight newcomers. We swear we'll never be your enemies again. Don't you remember? On the day we registered, I even saw you once. It's not our fault. It's all that fire element professor's doing. That's right. It was him who made us do this, and he said Professor Gu would reward us. Freshmen are naive. Because of a single word and an empty promise, they dared to attack Lin Yan. And because of the dire situation with the spirit beast, they revealed the mastermind behind it all. Guan? Lin Yan was taken aback. He had thought it was that kid Lu Jie who did it. It seems he's been caught in the crossfire of someone else's hatred. Lin Yan looked at the hidden surveillance camera in the copy. The director caught the moment, quickly zoomed in, and gave a close-up. Lin Yan's face appeared on the crystal screen, speaking each word clearly. I'll remember you. In the dungeon hall, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and took a step back. This had nothing to do with strength. It was simply because Lin Yan's aura was too overwhelming. Even through the screen, they could feel the sharp edge emanating from him. This was evident from the Lu Jia incident. Lin Yan was a man who was extremely difficult to deal with and held grudges. Anyone who crosses him is in for a world of trouble. But who exactly was he referring to when he said you? Everyone's gaze darted back and forth between Guan and the fire element professor. Guan's expression remained dark and expressionless. The fire element professor's face turned slightly pale. But it wasn't out of fear of Lin Yan's threat, it was because those few young upstarts in the dungeon had betrayed him. Vice Principal, I. Seeing the Vice Principal suddenly appear beside him, the fire element professor panicked. It's all the students talking nonsense. It wasn't me. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently glanced at Guan. He hoped Guan would step forward and speak on his behalf. But Guan didn't move. He didn't move. The fire professor's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. Professor Gu, what do you think? The vice principal seized the opportunity, sneering at Guan. Guan turned away expressionlessly and said calmly. It's all nonsense. Perhaps the students are just making things up, or perhaps he's using my name without my permission. Damn it! The fire department professor's throat tightened, unable to speak. Seeing the other professors hurriedly distance themselves from him, he knew he had been completely abandoned. Those students had publicly named the cheat's mastermind. Even if nothing happens now, the school would definitely investigate afterward and provide an explanation to society. However, holding so many professors accountable at once would cause considerable turmoil. However, holding only oneself accountable would provide a satisfactory explanation to society without offending other professors. The fire element professor suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. Under the vice principal's instructions, he was taken away by security for investigation. Don't take photos, the vice principal said, frowning at the students around him who had pulled out their phones and started flashing their cameras. Do not spread rumors. Once the investigation is complete, the school will issue an official statement. That's what he said. But many students still managed to take photos secretly. The vice principal no longer bothered to intervene, instead turning his gaze to Lin Yan on the large screen, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That's impressive. Can an insect-type beast tamer really achieve this level? That girl Ziwei really did find a promising talent. Speaking of which, let's calculate the time. She should be returning to school tomorrow. In the dungeon. Awwa! After defeating the 35th wave of monsters, the Earth Dragon was overcome by deep exhaustion. It could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground. The scales on its body were stained red with blood. Half was the blood of the beasts, and the other half was its own blood. Lu Yu, seeing this, kicked the Earth Dragon straight in the chest. This kick was infused with spiritual energy. The Earth Diving Dragon, already wounded, screamed in agony as it rolled on the ground. Lu Yu's face twisted into a grimace as he cursed. Useless trash. You can't even hold on until we get out of the canyon. Get up and move. If you can't get first place, I'll kill you first. The Earth Diving Dragon, hearing this, showed fear on his face and hurriedly got up from the ground. However, after consecutively surviving 35 waves of demon beasts, there wasn't even a moment to catch his breath. It was fighting with its very life. After this dungeon run, it would probably be bedridden for months. Seeing the Dune Dragon struggling to stand, Lu Yu's face rarely showed any tenderness. He took out a pill and held it to the Earth Dragon's mouth. Be a good boy, eat it, and you'll be as lively as ever. The Earth Dragon sniffed it, sensing a pungent, dangerous odor, and quickly backed away, shaking its head. Lu Yu's expression darkened. This mad beast pill had cost him several months' worth of living expenses. It could instantly restore a spirit beast's full stamina and even elevate its cultivation realm by a significant level. However, the side effects were also clear. The mad beast pill drained the remaining life and potential of the spirit beast. The price of becoming stronger is death. But it doesn't matter. Lin Yan, that insect-type trash, should have been taken care of by now. Lu Yu laughed lightly. Earlier, other celestial beings from other rifts had come to inform him. 8 professionals, totaling 16 people, would be sent to surround and attack Lin Yan. That's when he found out. Lin Yan was actually the first one, having already reached the 36th level of the demon beast boss. However, fortunately, in the end, the winner was still him, Lu Yu. It truly seemed like the heavens were on his side. Lu Yu's face was filled with madness as he took step after step toward the earth-splitting dragon. Eat it, and we'll sweep through the remaining levels together. Once I become the new student representative, I'll buy you fish meat cans. You love fish meat cans, don't you? The earth-diving dragon hesitated, drooling uncontrollably. The taste of that pill was almost ingrained in its genes as a repulsion. But, for his master. The earth dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the pill Lu Yu handed it. Thud. His heart gave a violent thud. The pupils gradually disappeared, replaced by a pool of blood red. Chapter 34, The Cruel Methods of a Demon, The Compassionate Heart of a Bodhisattva. Huff. Shinruoyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and bent down to look at the light-scaled dragon that couldn't fly. One man and one dragon, both physical and spiritual energy pushed to their limits. But fortunately, they had defeated the demon beast horde of the 35th stage. Now, only 4 demon beast bosses remained. Then climb the mountain, seize the red flag, and they would be victorious. Let us rest a bit after exiting the canyon's narrow gap. I wonder where we rank. Shinruoyu, drenched in sweat, gritted her teeth and carefully lifted the light-scaled dragon onto her back. She prepared to continue forward while carrying the light-scaled dragon on her back. The light-scaled dragon lay on Shinruoyu's back, its eyes nearly turning into 2, sticking out its tongue. Most dragon-type spirit beasts have 2 attributes. The light-scaled dragon is a dual attribute creature, combining dragon and psychic attributes. However, the dragon type is naturally more noble. Therefore, Shinruoyu was assigned to the dragon type. However, although the dragon type remains powerful from the early stages to the late stages, the psychic type attributes still make the light-scaled dragon slightly weaker in combat during the early stages. In fact, they are even weaker than non-pure-blooded hybrid earth dragons, whose dual dragon and earth attributes give them much stronger early combat power. I wonder where Lin Yan is. Shinruoyu was a bit worried. Before entering the dungeon, Guan had asked her to clear the way for Lu Yu. She refused. But she didn't know if anyone else was helping Lu Yu. Or maybe, should she send someone to block Lin Yan instead? Shinruoyu, carrying the light-scaled dragon, couldn't stop smiling wryly. There's always a social hierarchy wherever there are people. In such a pure place like school, with such a noble profession as a professor. Yet there are still so many intrigues and power struggles here. The light ahead grew brighter. Shinruoyu stepped out of the canyon's narrow opening and suddenly widened her eyes in shock. She saw the genius contestants who had entered the dungeon with her, now gathered around attacking Lin Yan. This is bad. Shinruoyu was about to rush to Lin Yan's aid, but she realized that her spiritual energy hadn't recovered yet. Now she couldn't even cast a proper skill. The light-scale dragon sensed its master's anxiety. It puffed out its cheeks, trying to fly up. But it ended in failure. It's okay, Shinruoyu comforted the light-scale dragon, patting it gently before turning her worried gaze toward Lin Yan. They're really shameless they've broken the rules and attacked Lin Yan. Shinruoyu hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to withdraw from the dungeon now. Go find the teacher and explain the situation? But who could she turn to? Guan? He definitely wouldn't get involved in something like this. He'd probably be thrilled to see this happen. Even this matter might be related to him. That senior Zhao hasn't been seen since the start of the semester. Just as Shinruoyu was at a loss for what to do, a turning point arose. The combined skills of those dozen or so people were effortlessly blocked by Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't even sustain a single scratch. Shinruoyu's tightly clenched heart suddenly relaxed, and she smiled. You're truly impressive. She watched for a moment longer. Shinruoyu, who had been slightly worried that Lin Yan might not handle the situation well, finally felt completely at ease. Because Lin Yan didn't act as ruthlessly as he had with Lu Jia. Instead, he chose to spare them. The ruthless tactics of a demon, but the compassionate heart of a bodhisattva. Brother Yan, from now on, the 16 of us will follow your lead. Seeing that Lin Yan was willing to spare them, the 16 geniuses from various fields wore expressions of excitement on their faces. Brother Yan's magnanimity will be forever etched in our hearts. From now on, if anyone dares to slander Lin Gu or the insect-related major, I'll be the first to deal with them. That's right. From now on, wherever Brother Yan points, that's where I'll fight. Once we're out of the dungeon, I'll be the first to deal with that kid Lu Yu. The 16 geniuses all swore their loyalty. Lin Yen didn't take it too seriously. He let them off the hook, but only because the vice principal had said so. In another month, students from Japan would be arriving for an exchange program. The so-called exchange was really just an opportunity to assess the abilities of the genius students from both sides. At that time, a fierce battle is inevitable. These dozen or so people are all professional geniuses. If we were to kill their spirit beasts now, their strength would undoubtedly plummet. It would only make the Japanese think that all the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom are useless. Most importantly, he doesn't even bother with the slightest bit of their spirit beasts' biomass. Everyone, withdraw from the dungeon. Don't get in the way. Lin Yen said indifferently. Everyone was deeply grateful and about to exit the dungeon when, suddenly, a dragon's roar burst out from the cracks in the canyon. A colossal dragon-like creature emerged, its pupils blood-red, scales exploding open to reveal its bones and flesh. Lu Yu stood atop the dragon's head, looking triumphant. As soon as he emerged from the canyon crevice, he spotted Lin Yen, who was surrounded. A dozen geniuses and their spirit beasts were only a few steps away from Lin Yen. It seemed that they had already subdued Lin Yen. What are you waiting for? Kill those pesky insects. Lu Yu, standing high above, ordered everyone from atop the head of the earth diving dragon. In his eyes, these people were all brought here by his mentor, Guan, to assist him. He was the future representative of the freshmen, the top freshmen of the first year. These geniuses were meant to follow his lead. What are you all standing around for? Get moving. Lu Yu saw that no one was moving and instead glared at him with hostile eyes. He grew annoyed. Disobeying orders? And you dare to look at me like that? Are you looking for trouble? He said. Lu Yu commanded the earth dragon, whose long tail swept across the ground. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. The ancient mammoth at the front was instantly swept aside and crashed onto the ground. It let out an agonizing howl. Lu Yu, what are you doing? The other geniuses, dissatisfied, scolded Lu Yu one after another. Lu Yu sneered coldly, finally understanding what had happened. So you useless fools not only failed to defeat Lin Yen, but were actually defeated by him? Useless fools deserve to die. Saying this, he was about to attack again. The other geniuses felt a chill run down their spines and pulled the combat system genius, who was worried about his spirit beast, backward. Everyone hurriedly hid within Lin Yan's swarm of insects. They felt a sense of irony. The insect swarm that had just filled them with fear and made them view it as their greatest enemy. Now it had transformed into their refuge? Lin Yan waved his hand, and instantly, a swarm of titan ants rushed forward. A massive dragon tail swept across the area. The exploding scales reduced their defense but significantly increased their attack power. In the instant of contact, over 100 titan ants were torn to pieces. Lu Yu stood atop the earth diving dragon, laughing maniacally. What a pathetic insect swarm. Nothing special. It's only because Lu Jia is such a that he could be defeated by such laughable insects. After today, everyone will know who the true genius of the Lu family is. Lin Yan coldly watched the enraged Lu Yu and snorted disdainfully. The previous strike had indeed taken out many titan ants. However, many titan ants had also used the opportunity to climb onto the tail of the earth diving dragon. They were biting and chewing fiercely. But something was off. Lin Yan furrowed his brows. Although the titan giant ant's attack power wasn't high, they could still inflict some damage on the earth diving dragon. Yet the earth diving dragon seemed completely unaware, as if it couldn't feel any pain. Something's off. Lin Yan grew vigilant. Without hesitation, he quickly directed the titan giant ants to circle around to the back of the earth diving dragon. More and more titan ants climbed onto the earth dragon's tail. Lin Yan didn't expect to kill the earth diving dragon with the weaker titan ants. Instead, he used them to create a diversion. His true trump card was currently forming an attack formation in mid-air. Chapter 35, Lin Yan's overwhelming pressure. A swarm of blood-winged mad bees gathered in mid-air. The cold, gleaming tail spike was pointed directly at the earth diving dragon, ready to strike at any moment. The geniuses witnessed this scene and felt a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, they hadn't crossed paths with Lin Yan, otherwise, an attack of this caliber, they wouldn't stand a chance. Didn't you see that even someone like Lu Jia was instantly killed by that move? Lu Yu's confidence was sky high at that moment, and he didn't even bother to glance at the swarm of bees in mid-air. He had witnessed the battle between Lin Yan and Lu Jia. But now, Lu Yu wasn't afraid at all. The earth diving dragon that had consumed the mad beast pill. It was even stronger than Lu Jia's pure-blooded sword spine-flying dragon. Kill them all. Lu Jia kicked the earth diving dragon's head, channeling his spiritual energy throughout his body. Earth-splitting slash. Roar. The earth diving dragon let out a furious roar, its blood-red eyes flickering with pain. It seemed that forcing the skill out in this state was taking a toll on him. However, this skill, sharper than ever before, was finally unleashed. Its long and wide tail swept toward them with unstoppable force. Lin Yan's expression grew solemn as he hurriedly commanded the Titan ant to dodge. However, the number of Titan ants was simply too overwhelming. Despite the emergency evasion, many Titan giant ants were still struck by the dragon's tail, turning into a cloud of blood. What a powerful spirit beast! Lin Yan was deeply shaken. Without time to think further, he continued to command the nearby Titan ants to climb toward the earth-diving dragon. The geniuses, caught in the ant swarm, hurriedly recalled their spirit beasts. Only the new recruit from the combat division, watching the ancient mammoth being swept away by the dragon's tail in the distance, felt like crying. Has Lu Yu lost his mind? How dare he attack us? That bastard! We even helped him earlier. What is going on? Why isn't Yen Gu fighting back? It must be, he can't switch hands. Look at Lu Yu's earth-diving dragon. Everyone fixed their gaze on the earth-diving dragon. Though they had never seen it before, they had all studied the characteristics of various spiritual beasts during high school. This earth-diving dragon was different. Everyone thought of a possibility and spoke in unison. Mad beast pill. A banned substance. Where did he get it? The vice principal slammed the table, looking to his side. Professor Gu, is this the moral conduct of your Dragon Division students? Guan frowned in deep thought. He hadn't expected Lu Yu to use such a thing. He had heard that Lu Yu was unpopular within the Lu family and often bullied. He never imagined he would go so far as to do this. This has nothing to do with me. Guan remained indifferent, refusing to say another word. The vice principal snorted coldly and said nothing more. Guan had connections above him, even he couldn't act lightly. Lu Yu is finished. The only question is whether he can survive before the effects of the mad beast pill wear off. The vice principal was somewhat concerned. Yen Gu, if it's not possible, let's retreat. Everyone hurriedly urged him. In their eyes, Lu Yu, who had taken the mad beast pill, was no longer someone they could defeat. Even Lin Yan couldn't defeat Lu Yu's technology and ruthlessness. No need. Lin Yan spoke succinctly, ordering everyone to step back while he continued to command the Titan ants to silently climb onto the back and tail of the Earth Dragon. Lu Yu, seeing the countless dead and injured insect soldiers, felt a sense of satisfaction. Insects are insects, trash is trash. Before the noble dragons, insects are nothing but fodder to be crushed. But if I had a pure-blooded dragon, this hybrid would only hold me back. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Yu's eyes, but he quickly cheered up. Because he was about to become the representative of the new generation. He would surpass Lu Jia and become the strongest of the new generation of the Lu family. What pure-blooded dragon-type spirit beasts! They're no match for him. Hurry up and clean up these insects. Lu Yu barked at the earth-diving dragon beneath him. He glanced at the blood-winged mad bees above his head and sneered. He knew that Lu Jia had died at the hands of such a spirit beast. However, these spiritual beasts posed no real threat to him. Once he had cleared away the annoying ants on the ground, he could burrow into the earth to avoid the blood-winged mad bees' attacks. The new representative is mine. Lu Yu's face couldn't hide his excitement. These geniuses would crawl at his feet. That Qin Ruoyu would also lower her proud head and let him toy with her. As for Lin Yan, he had no personal grudge against him. But to prove he was stronger than Lu Jia, he had no choice but to become a stepping stone. Lu Yu commanded the earth-diving dragon, whose massive tail swept toward them. This time, however, it was subtly heading toward the direction where Lin Yan was located. Lu Yu's face grew more ruthless. He intends to cripple Lin Yan. This would be the best proof that he was stronger than Lu Jia. Boom! The dragon's tail swept past. Only the corpses of Titan ants remained. Lin Yan dodged swiftly, suffering no harm at all. It's my turn now. Lin Yan snorted coldly. By now, the Titan ants on the earth-diving dragon were more than enough. He was ready for his final strike. A swarm of bees as thick as the sky gathered, their momentum overwhelming. Everyone inside and outside the dungeon had only one thought in mind. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to crush it. Is this what a bug-type beast tamer looks like? What an overwhelming pressure. There must be at least 2,000 of them. Add the ant-like spirit beasts on the ground, and there must be several thousand in total. This scene is far more spectacular than Lu Jia's last time. This isn't good. Why do I suddenly feel like turning around and running away? Bro, why are your pants wet? Humph. Lu Yu raised his head and sneered, a bug wants to slay a dragon? Don't you know my earth-diving dragon has both dragon-type and earth-type attributes? Earth dragon, burrow into the ground. Lu Yu commanded calmly. Once underground, that was his domain. If those pesky ant-like spirit beasts dared to follow, he could eliminate them all. Lu Yu was confident of that. After waiting for a while, Lu Yu began to feel a sense of foreboding. Earth-diving dragon, what are you doing? Hurry up and burrow into the ground. Lu Yu turned around. He saw that, at some point, the back of the earth-diving dragon was completely covered in insect-type spirit beasts. These ant-like spirit beasts were incredibly powerful, and their sheer numbers gave them an even greater advantage. For a moment, the earth-diving dragon couldn't move at all. This is bad. Lu Yu looked up in despair. The sky was filled with a swarm of blood-red winged bees, their stingers exposed, ready to attack at any moment. Blood rain, unleash. Lin Yan coldly ordered, his spiritual energy dropping by more than half. In an instant, countless tail needles fired relentlessly toward the earth-diving dragon. The massive body of the dragon made it nearly impossible for the blood-winged bees to aim. A massive number of tail needles nearly covered the earth-diving dragon's body entirely. Chapter 36, No matter who you are, get off Dodo. Ah! The earth-diving dragon struggled fiercely, but despite having lost all sense of pain, it still let out an agonizing scream. The blood-winged mad bee's tail stingers deal damage equal to a percentage of the target's health. A single tail spike might just scratch the surface. But it couldn't withstand the constant scraping. No! Lu Yu's eyes bulged with fury. Bound by a soul contract with the earth-diving dragon, he felt the earth-diving dragon's health rapidly depleting. Originally, after consuming the mad beast pill, the earth-diving dragon's health had nearly doubled. But, unexpectedly, it couldn't avoid being instantly killed. This man. Is he a monster? Lu Yu clenched his fists and shouted hoarsely. He wasn't worried about the earth dragon. He sensed that the new recruit he was about to claim was about to slip away. He would end up like Lu Jia. No. He would end up even worse than Lu Jia. Stop. Stop. The earth dragon must not die. He can't die. Lu Jia, looking like a madman, with his hair disheveled, roared at Lin Yan. The new representative was already gone. If he lost the earth-diving dragon, he wouldn't even have enough money to buy another spirit beast. Lin Yan ignored him completely, showing no intention of stopping. Until the kill notification popped up in front of him. You have successfully killed a level 26 commander tier spirit beast. Biomass plus 52, experience plus 0. The rain of arrows falling from the sky finally slowed to a halt. Phew. Finally dead. Lin Yan let out a sigh of relief, but his expression remained grim. Lu Yu could be considered the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. Gaining over 50 points of biomass. The cost was nearly 1,000 Titan ants' lives. The casualties were simply too excessive. However, fortunately, the biomass he had retained was still ample. There's no need to worry for now. Seeing the massive dragon carcass collapse with a thunderous crash, dozens of geniuses from various fields also sighed in relief. I told you, Yan Gu couldn't possibly lose. Ha, that fool Liu used technology and brute force and still couldn't defeat Yan Gu. What a waste. How can the Lu family all be like this? Could it be a hereditary case of hypermasculinity? It must be an issue with the old grave. The insect type is way too dominant. Is it too late to switch majors now? Don't even think about it. Even if you switch majors, you don't have Yan Gu's talent. Yeah, Lu Jia, that kid said Yan Gu's talent is in the lifestyle department. How could that be possible? At that moment, everyone stopped rushing to exit the dungeon. Staying here to witness the arrival of the new representative and the next generation of true gods isn't that even better? I'll copy the dog, I'll copy, woof 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 woof. Mom and Dad, they're bullying me. Why are you bullying me too? I don't want to go to school anymore. Don't hit me. Teacher, don't expel me. I promise I won't be late anymore. Alright, I'll take it off. Door closing sound. I got into Jinwu University. I got into Jinwu University. Ha ha ha. I'll get stronger and make all of you die. Lu Jia, I'm not afraid of you anymore. I'm sorry, Jia Gu, don't leave me. After the earth dragon died, Liu suddenly went mad, alternately crying and laughing, babbling nonsense. Lin Yan ignored him and led the insect army toward the last few demon beast bosses. He didn't care what Lu Yu had gone through. How pitiful Lu Yu had once been had nothing to do with him. As long as someone stood in his way, whether they were demons or bodhisattvas, they would all end up as dry bones in a grave. The path to the throne would inevitably be littered with corpses. Lin Yan raised his arm, pointing to the crimson flag atop the nearby mountain peak. Charge! The vast insect horde set off once more. Fortunately, the remaining few magic beast bosses were all in a straight line. The 3,000 Titan ants and 2,000 bloodwing mad bees, now reinforced. They charged forward in a relentless onslaught. Now, both inside and outside the dungeon, all sound ceased. Everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Yan and marched resolutely toward the red flag atop the mountain. This time, he had no opponents left. The two commentators stared intently at the screen. Lin Yan has cleared the 36th wave of monsters in 2 minutes. Lin Yan has cleared the 37th wave of monsters, taking 2 minutes. Lin Yan has cleared the 39th wave of monsters in 2 minutes. The Zerg swarm advanced effortlessly. The final few boss battles in the game were a breeze. They were crushed without breaking a sweat. Lin Yan's screen also displayed several kill notifications. You have successfully killed a level 26 commander tier demon beast, Crimson-Eyed Black Tiger. Biomass plus 52, experience plus 1040. You have successfully killed a level 27 commander tier demon beast, Swiftwind Rock Sparrow. Biomass plus 54, experience plus 1080. You have successfully killed the 28th level commander class monster, the Azure Blood Toad. Biomass plus 56, experience plus 1120. You have successfully defeated the 29th level commander class demon beast Crown Forest Python. Biomass plus 58, experience plus 1160. Lin Yan's spiritual energy surged, and he reached level 15. This state is amazing. Before entering the dungeon, he was only a silver-ranked beastmaster. Now, he is a silver-ranked beastmaster at the 5th stage. Student council members can enter and exit dungeons for free. Doesn't that mean we can keep leveling up indefinitely? Lin Yan thought to himself. Other beastmasters needed to restore their spiritual energy and heal their spirit beasts' injuries. But Lin Yan didn't need to at all. His insect soldiers die in battle, but he can simply convert biomass to replace them. As for Lin Yan's spiritual energy, he only needed to release his skills when facing danger. For ordinary magical beasts, he simply sent out a swarm of insects to overwhelm them. Moreover, dungeons not only allow for rapid leveling but also increase biomass. For Lin Yan, it's all benefits, no drawbacks. Shaking the thoughts from his mind, Lin Yan took one step after another toward the crimson flag at the summit. Everyone had already anticipated the outcome, but they still looked forward to the scene about to unfold. Jin Ruoyu stood at the exit of the canyon's narrow gap, smiling broadly as she watched Lin Yan. The other geniuses couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Although the rewards from this dungeon run no longer had anything to do with them, they might even face a school-wide disciplinary action upon returning. But at that moment, they couldn't help but genuinely feel happy for Lin Yan. After all, this mountain that had been weighing down on them was a kind-hearted, normal person. If it had been Lu Yu who became the freshman representative, their lives would definitely not have been easy. Outside the copy, Zhao Duo held her face in her hands, staring at Lin Yan on the screen with a starstruck expression. How could he be so handsome? Bai Xiaoyi stood beside her inside. Who would have thought that Zhao Daodu, who values money over everything else and gets hurt in love, would ever fall head over heels in love? And she even impulsively spent 200 yuan on a man? Suddenly, Bai Xiaoyi thought of something and whispered sharply. Duo. You bet 200 yuan on Lin Yan to win. Now the odds are 1,000 to 1. You've hit the jackpot. Let's go claim the prize. Unexpectedly, Zhao Duo heard this and paused for a moment. No rush, let's wait a bit. It's not over yet. She then shifted her gaze back to Lin Yan on the screen. Boom! Bai Xiaoyi was struck speechless, staring at the familiar stranger before her. 10,000 yuan. You actually said not to rush? No matter who you are, get off Daodu right now. Chapter 37, There's no way that's possible. Lin Yan simply reached out and grasped the red flag symbolizing victory in his hand. He pulled it out without much effort. The next second, the dungeon shook violently. A blinding white light flashed. Everyone quickly closed their eyes. When they opened them again, including Lin Yan on the mountaintop and Lu Yu, who seemed to have gone mad, everyone appeared in the dungeon hall. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping echoed in unison. This time, everyone in the hall was celebrating the birth of the new generation of student representatives. Beast Masters, where strength is revered. The outcome was decided. There would be no more changes. Everyone sincerely acknowledged Lin Yan. At the very least, in this moment, Lin Yan deserved their applause. Let us go. Guan saw Lin Yan immersed in the applause and cheers, turned, and left. The few professors from various departments who had not spoken a word since Lu Yu's defeat. They all followed Guan out. What about Lu Yu? One professor hesitated before asking. Everyone turned their gaze back to the corner of the hall. Lu Yu, whose expression fluctuated between excitement and fear, muttered to himself, his words inaudible. What should we do? Guan remained expressionless, as if looking at a piece of trash. Let him fend for himself. We'll notify the Lu family to handle it later. After speaking, he turned and left the dungeon hall. The others shrank their necks and followed suit. You did very well. The vice principal, wearing a professional smile, made his way through the crowd. Lin Yan, starting today, you are the new representative of the freshman class at Jinwu University. Lin Yan nodded silently. This was exactly what he had expected, so he didn't show much emotion. It was as if he wasn't the one who had been chosen. In contrast, Tang Tianyu. He was holding a bottle of alcohol, had taken off his shirt, and was waving it in his hands while running wildly around the hall. Woohoo! My brother is the freshman representative. Awesome! Lin Yan is awesome. Come on, everyone, shout with me, Lin Yan is awesome. His spiritual energy couldn't hold out, and he exited the dungeon. Tang Tianyu had been quietly watching Lin Yan's match from the shadows. However, before Lin Yan pulled down that flag, Tang Tianyu remained silent, neither cheering nor celebrating. Because he knew the rule of opening champagne at halftime. Therefore, Tang Tianyu had held back until now, before finally erupting completely. My brother. Lin Yan Nyo Cup. Lin Yan Nyo Cup. Everyone in the hall hurriedly avoided Tang Tianyu. Some girls screamed and covered their eyes, but the eyes peeking through their fingers gave them away. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng felt their faces burning. Damn it! It was supposed to be Lin Yan who was the new student representative. Why is he so excited? And he's the one who's embarrassing himself. Why do we have to feel embarrassed for him? Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng sighed and quickly stepped forward to pull Tang Tianyu, who was still causing trouble, out of the room. We can't let this embarrass us any further. Lin Yan clearly hadn't noticed these little incidents. His gaze searched for Qin Ruoyu, but unexpectedly locked eyes with someone in the crowd. A stunningly beautiful girl with an exceptionally striking appearance was blinking her sparkling eyes at him. Who is she? Lin Yan felt goosebumps rise on the back of his neck from her intense gaze. He quickly looked away. He finally spotted Qin Ruoyu on the other side. Lin Yan waved excitedly. He didn't know what he was trying to prove, but he just couldn't resist wanting to share it with her. Qin Ruoyu rolled her eyes and fanned her chin with her hand. Then, Lin Yan looked toward Hu Fanyuan again. He knew that professor who didn't seem to be feeling well. Once he sat down, he wouldn't move easily. However, Lin Yan looked at the spot where Hu Fanyuan had been standing before entering the dungeon. There was only an empty armchair left. Where did Professor Hu go? After barely getting through the vice principal. It was already past 11 p.m. The copy hall was about to close. The crowd began to disperse, but the discussions continued. Only now had they shifted from the real world to the virtual one. Lin Yan took a quick glance at the school forum. The videos and screenshots of his battles in the dungeon had been shared over 1,000 times. The top 10 most popular posts. 9 of them were about him. One of them was asking for Qin Ruoyu's contact information. Stepping out of the lobby, Lin Yan was just about to head back to the dormitory when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Lin Yan, wait a moment. Lin Yan turned around in confusion. It was that girl with the bright eyes. Who are you? Lin Yan felt like he had seen her before, but couldn't place where. You, hello, I'm. Zhao Duo felt a bit nervous and glanced at Bai Xiaoyi beside her with a look of grievance. After receiving an encouraging glance, she continued. Can I add you on social media? Ha? Lin Yan was taken aback, then looked down on her. Looking at those guys on the forum who only dare to hide behind the internet to ask for contact information. What does it mean to be brave? If you're so brave, ask in person. Is there something you need? Lin Yan remained non-committal and asked politely. Zhao Duo slapped her forehead in regret. Oh no! How silly of me! How could I forget to introduce myself first? Someone as outstanding as Lin Yan wouldn't just add a stranger's contact information. But what kind of excuse should she make up? No time to think. Zhao Duo locked eyes with Lin Yan and blurted out. I work part-time at a restaurant. Add me, and you can get a discount coupon. A question mark slowly rose in Lin Yan's mind. That's it? I thought it was. Never mind. Lin Yan took out his phone and showed the QR code. Anyway, Tang Tianyu's free meal voucher was only valid for a month. After a month, I'll have to pay for my own meals. Save where you can. Looking at the message from her friend, Zhao Duo was over the moon. I'm a genius. I actually came up with such a perfect excuse. But what was that fleeting look of disappointment in Lin Yan's eyes? Could it be? Just as he was thinking that, Lin Yan suddenly turned to Bai Xiaoyi beside him. Do you have a coupon too? Bai Xiaoyi froze, looking helplessly at Zhao Daodu. Zhao Duo's doubts vanished instantly, and she forced a smile. Of course. Lin Yan happily added 2 coupons and left. Zhao Duo watched Lin Yan's departing figure, her expression complex. The representative of the freshmen, unmatched in her class, a super genius who outshone an entire generation. How could she be so approachable? Unbelievable. Bai Xiaoyi shook her head, her tone heavy. Zhao Duo snapped back to reality and asked. What's unbelievable? Bai Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes and said seriously. The freshman representative is actually a foodie. Doesn't that mean I might also have a chance to become the top student in the grade? Zhao Duo opened her mouth but couldn't speak for a moment before finally managing to say. There's absolutely no way that could happen. Chapter 38, Let Go of That Boy. Who is she? Lin Yan had just turned a corner and was about to head back to the dormitory. Qin Ruoyu had appeared in front of him at some point and asked, looking at Lin Yan's back. Who? Oh, she is an upperclassman handing out coupons for an event. Lin Yan answered casually. Qin Ruoyu narrowed her eyes, growing suspicious. Why didn't she add anyone else? Lin Yan turned to look, but the two girls had already disappeared. But there were clearly still many people at the entrance of the hall. Could it be? Did they finish work? Lin Yan scratched his head. Qin Ruoyu rolled her eyes again and complained. You're so good in the dungeon, but as soon as you come out, you're like a different person? Lin Yan remained puzzled. After a moment, he finally realized. Could it be that the two of them are trying to hit on me? No, only the girl with the bright eyes added me. The other one is the chubby one. I added her. This can't be possible. Lin Yan counted on his fingers. Even though I'm good-looking, talented, have a great personality, and am a decent person. Stop. Qin Ruoyu quickly cut him off. She could already tell that Lin Yan was completely out of his league when it came to romance. What girl would be blind enough to fall for him? By the way, the student council will probably invite you to join tomorrow. Have you decided which department you want to join yet? Qin Ruoyu changed the subject. Watching Lin Yan stare blankly, pretending to ponder. Qin Ruoyu didn't know how many times she had rolled her eyes today. She explained. The student council has 4 departments: operations, resources, discipline, and publicity. Each department has its own unique strengths. First, the operations department has the highest standards and places a strong emphasis on evaluating members' combat effectiveness. However, since you're the top freshman, joining the operations department isn't too difficult. The resource department handles the management of the student union's resources and offers great benefits. The publicity department, as the name suggests, is responsible for recruiting outstanding students and handling external communications for the student union. The disciplinary department enforces school rules and discipline, which can easily lead to conflicts with others, so maybe it's best to avoid it. Lin Yan furrowed his brows and asked. Why not? I'm not afraid of offending people. Qin Ruoyu chuckled. Indeed, you've only been here a few days. You haven't even started your official classes yet. You've already defeated Lu Jia, a member of the sophomore student council, and Lu Yu, a freshman with exceptional abilities. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had been together since childhood, Lin Yan would know everything she does. Qin Ruoyu really wanted to ask Lin Yan, did the Lu family do something to offend you? Do you know what happened to the former head of the disciplinary committee? Lin Yan paused, dead? Not quite that bad. Qin Ruoyu snorted coldly. The resources department suspended the disciplinary inspection department's resource allocations. When the disciplinary inspection department head demanded an explanation, the propaganda department took his words out of context and slandered him. Finally, the operations department intervened and left him in a vegetative state. He's still in the ICU, and the school is covering the medical expenses. To this day, the position of disciplinary affairs department head remains vacant, and no one dares to take it. Lin Yan felt a surge of anger. Is there any law left? Is there any justice in this world? How did defending one's rights turn into malicious wage demands? And the root cause of all this is that the disciplinary inspection department uncovered disciplinary violations by the operations department director. Qin Ruoyu crossed her arms and sneered. Where there are people, there is society. Don't think that Jinwu University is some kind of charitable monastery. Lin Yan furrowed his brows and looked up, asking. What are the benefits and perks of being the head of the disciplinary affairs department? Qin Ruoyu opened her mouth and asked. Are you trying to? Lin Yan chuckled. I'm not afraid of offending people, I'm not afraid of fighting, and I'm certainly not a saint. If possible, I'd like to try for the position of Disciplinary Affairs Department Director. Qin Ruoyu shook her head. The benefits and perks of being a department head are almost 10 times that of an ordinary staff member. But first, you need the unanimous approval of the disciplinary committee members and the president's evaluation. This is tailor-made for me. The other members of the disciplinary inspection department must be dying for someone to take this position. Lin Yan couldn't hide the smile on his face. As for the evaluation, do you think I'm afraid? Qin Ruoyu had nothing to say, staring at Lin Yan. How come this kid becomes so sharp whenever the topic turns to evaluations, missions, resources, or money? He becomes so sharp? When it comes to emotions, he's as clueless as a duckling. No need to say more. This position of disciplinary committee director is mine for the taking. Lin Yan rubbed his hands together. 10 times the resources and benefits. This isn't just taking a shortcut or cutting corners. This is like taking off. Nanling City. Old City Resettlement Building. The live stream ended, and all the relatives and friends had left. Chen Xiaohong sat on the sofa, her excitement still evident on her face. No wonder he's my son, he must have inherited my excellent genes. Lin Jianshan bent over, picking up fruit peels and sunflower seed shells from the table. What about your genes? It's clearly my genes that he inherited. Chen Xiaohong wasn't happy and sat up straight, saying, Put. Your Lin family has never produced a beast tamer. But my great-grandmother was the descendant of a Golden Realm beast tamer. So, Lin Yan must have inherited my genes. As for your genes. Chen Xiaohong glanced at the fishing gear piled up by the door and snorted. Don't ever pass on your boring fishing hobby to my son. Lin Jianshan ignored her and continued tidying up the room. At that moment, an emergency news bulletin interrupted the program. The anchor's tone was urgent. Tonight, the water level of the Chaobai River has suddenly risen sharply, with reports of a suspected water-based monster of level 50 or higher in the area. No casualties have been reported so far. Residents are advised to exercise caution when traveling and avoid. Chen Xiaohong stared at the TV with wide eyes. Old Lin. Look quickly. Isn't the Chaobai River where you were going fishing tonight? That's strange. That river has never had any incidents before. How could such a high-level magical beast suddenly appear there? Good thing you didn't go. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble right now. You should really thank me. I saved your life. Lin Jianshan stared blankly at the TV, saying nothing. Lin Yan parted ways with Qin Ruoyu and returned to the dormitory. As soon as they entered the room, he saw Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng mounted on the naked Tang Tianyu, both drenched in sweat. Tang Tianyu was moaning and groaning, muttering something unintelligible. Lin Yan froze in shock. After regaining his composure, he flew into a rage, pointing his finger at the two of them. What are you doing? Let go of that boy. Han Xiaofeng turned his head, looking bitter. Yan Gu, you're finally back. Come quickly and hold down old Tang. He's going to go out naked. Lin Yan froze for a moment. Why? Li Jueming held Tang Tianyu tightly, gritting his teeth. We have no idea. This guy must have drunk way too much. He has been like this ever since you came back from the dungeon. We all decided if he dares to go naked, we'll pretend we don't know him. Chapter 39, Another Genius? Xiao Ranan. After a commotion, the dorm finally settled down. Lin Yan lay on the bed, his hands propped behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. He reviewed his recent gains. The system panel popped up. Bug Nest Host, Lin Yan. Realm, Silver 5th Tier. Bug Nest Level, 1. Core Function, devour any product containing genetic information and reproduce fusion insect warriors with that genetic makeup. Initial ant soldier types, Titan giant ants, bloodwing mad bees. Insect soldier quantity, 5,000 10,000 Titan giant ants, 3,000, bloodwing mad bees, 2,000. Biomass remaining, 7,205. Lin Yan exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. The combined total of his insect soldier count and biomass surplus had finally exceeded 10,000. As long as Lin Yan wanted to, he could summon 10,000 insect soldiers. However, in the dungeon hall, he had also heard others dismissing his insect soldiers. Most people believed that this strategy, with its low ceiling, slow growth rate compared to traditional spirit beasts, and reliance solely on numbers, ultimately, it's not something that can be taken seriously. The specific differences would become apparent after reaching the Golden Realm. By the time everyone reaches the Diamond Realm, the attributes of traditional spirit beasts will see a significant boost. At that point, the combat power formed by weak individuals in large numbers will be as good as non-existent. A high bloodline spirit beast over level 40. A single skill can eliminate thousands of insect soldiers. Lin Yan wasn't particularly concerned about this. In his view, the attributes of the Titan ants and bloodwing mad bees would continue to evolve and would not be much weaker than traditional spirit beasts. Moreover, Lin Yan's gaze fell on the insect nest S level. Still level 1. Since the awakening system activated, the core of the nest had never changed in rank. Lin Yan had never received any prompts to upgrade it either. If the nest insect core's level were to increase, what would it become? Would it enhance the attributes or quantity of the insect soldiers, or perhaps its bloodline? Lin Yan has no way of knowing. Earlier, he saw a level 50 magical beast near the Chaobai River. He called home to confirm they were safe. Lin Yan felt a little relieved. The house he lived in was still the resettlement building from 30 years ago. It was quite far from the city center. I need to save up some money to move to a better place. Lin Yan currently only has 1 million yuan. Houses in the city center cost several million yuan. This amount would barely cover the down payment. Plus, the city center doesn't seem very safe. Lin Yan recalled the incident after the college entrance exam. When he was picking up Qin Ruoyu at the KTV entrance, he encountered that monster. And now, a level 50 monster had appeared again. Such situations were extremely rare in the past. Could it be that the monster barrier is unstable again? 100 years ago, a global monster barrier disturbance erupted worldwide. Countless secret realms emerged, and an unimaginable number of powerful monsters poured out, causing widespread destruction. Countless ancient beast tamers sacrificed their lives to barely contain the situation. If the world is truly on the brink of a major upheaval, we must hurry to enhance our own strength. After being transported to this world, Lin Yan gained a family and new friends. He must protect these people. Damn it, it got away. Yunyang Province Beast Tamer Association. A dimly lit room filled with smoke. Zhao Ziwei listened to the curses directed at the water-type magical beast that had suddenly appeared and then escaped. Her fingers casually extinguished the nearly burned-out cigarette. She lit another one. Since it escaped, we can't catch it anyway. Let's discuss the next matter. We have a flight to catch later and need to return to Jinwu University. Everyone nodded in agreement. President Cheng Dingwa's worried expression faded, and he smiled. Almost forgot the main topic of today's meeting was about Lin Yan securing the position of freshman representative at Jinwu University. How long has it been since our Yunyang province produced such a genius? If everyone has no objections, let's proceed as planned and spare no resources in cultivating Lin Yan. Everyone nodded in silence. Securing the freshman representative position at Jinwu University and becoming the top student of his class. That was worth taking a gamble on. Wait. Just as everyone was raising their hands in agreement, someone stood up and interrupted the proceedings. Chairman, there's a situation. In Yangcheng City, we also have a new representative from a prestigious university. What? Everyone was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. This man was named Lu Xinghai, the branch president of the Yangcheng City Beastmaster Association. Cheng Dingwa, upon hearing this, also asked with a hint of surprise. Who is he, and which school does he attend? Why wasn't this reported in advance? Cheng Dingwei was baffled. These were two prodigies representing prestigious universities. And he hadn't even been informed beforehand. Xinqing University, Shaoranan, Lu Xinghai explained. The reason we didn't report it in advance is because the identity of this female beast tamer is classified, and she has connections in the capital. Cheng Dingwa shrugged indifferently. No problem. Since she has such deep connections, she probably wouldn't be interested in our Yunyang province's resources anyway. Then we'll stick to the original plan and fully support Lin Yan. Lin Yan's background has already been thoroughly investigated. His family background is clean, but his circumstances are average. For a profession like beast taming, which is extremely expensive, he simply cannot afford it. Helping Lin Yan now is like giving him a lifeline when he's drowning. In the future, there is a high likelihood of receiving returns dozens or even hundreds of times greater. However, Shaoranan is different. People don't need your kindness when they're already doing well. For such a family, anything Yunyang province does is just inviting humiliation. No, Lu Xinghai shook his head and said, Shaoranan is from the Shao family of the capital. Beijing, the Shao family. Everyone was taken aback. In the capital, there are many powerful and influential families. But since Lu Xinghai had specifically mentioned them, it must refer to the Shao family that was currently in turmoil. Cheng Dingwa furrowed his brows and asked, are you referring to the Shao family that has been attacked by the Tang family and is now on the brink of collapse? Lu Xinghai nodded. Cheng Dingwa frowned deeply. The Shao family had once been one of the most prominent clans in the capital and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, due to a major conflict of interests with the Tang family, which had risen to power later, they were targeted and suppressed by the Tang family and several other newly emerging clans. Now, whether they can survive is still uncertain. No wonder Shaoranan had to conceal her identity and come to Yangcheng City to study. People were whispering among themselves, clearly holding different opinions on the matter. After all, the Shao family is an established and influential clan, and no one knows how many hidden resources they have. If they were to handle Shaoranran, who excels academically, with indifference now. If the Shao family were to recover and take action against them, it would be a disaster of unimaginable proportions. However, if they were to sponsor Shaoranan, it would be unfair to Lin Yan. This is a future high-ranking beast tamer. If the resources of Yunyang province were split evenly between the two, it would clearly be insufficient. Why not do this? At that moment, a branch president suggested. In a few days, the 4 prestigious universities in Longwu will hold a joint entrance exam for freshmen. 10 outstanding talents will be selected to compete. The purpose is to prepare for the upcoming visit from Japan. Let us use the results of this exam to determine the rankings for the participants. Whoever ranks highest will receive all our resources for training. Chapter 40, 20 Yuan. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing the branch director's suggestion. It must be said. This was a great idea. Not only does it allocate resources more reasonably, but it also stands on the side of morality and justice. Let us go with that. Cheng Dingwa considered it briefly and approved the suggestion. At the end of the long table, the branch president of Nanling City, Li Chuan, let out a wry smile. He had thought Lin Yan was a sure thing. But unexpectedly, Shaoranan emerged out of nowhere. The competition among beast tamers is not just about talent and effort. What matters even more is the underlying strength and resources. Although the Shao family is currently on the brink of collapse, it remains to be seen whether they can survive. But, as the saying goes, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Regardless, the resources the Shao family can currently provide to Shaoranan. are far beyond what a child from an ordinary family like Lin Yan could ever hope to match. Zhao Ziwei stood up and walked out of the meeting room. She was about to catch a flight back to Jinwu University. First, she had been out recruiting for a long enough period of time. Second, she had been selected as an exam supervisor for the 4 university joint exam. She needed to return to prepare for the upcoming 4 university joint exam. Lin Yan, you really know how to surprise people. Zhao Ziwei hadn't expected it either. Lin Yan actually managed to secure the position of freshman representative. Now, I wonder if you can keep going? After all, the limit for insect-type beast tamers is almost reached. The next morning, Lin Yan was still in the dormitory when he received a call from the student council. He was told to bring his student ID to the dragon-type teaching building, first floor lobby, to process the paperwork for joining the student council. Lin Yan was still half asleep and almost hung up, thinking it was a scam call. But the call kept coming, persistent and unrelenting. Lin Yan snapped out of his daze and answered, "Hello?" The person on the other end sounded urgent, almost in tears. "Wait. Don't hang up before I explain. I'm Chen Hua from the Student Union's Publicity Department. Can I call you Brother Lin? Can you bring your student ID and come to the Dragon Building?" Lin Yan hesitated for a moment. Where is the Dragon Building? It really wasn't his fault. He'd only been at the school for a couple of days and was already swamped with tasks. He hadn't even had time to properly explore the campus. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. "All right, we'll go to the insect department building and wait for you in the first floor conference room." Beep beep beep. The call ended. Actually, Lin Yan had one more thing to say. That was, he had no idea where the entomology building was either. I tidied up a bit. Seeing that his roommate hadn't woken up yet, Lin Yan didn't feel right about waking up Tang Tianyu, who had been up all night, so she whispered in his ear, "Get up and buy me breakfast." Such a trivial matter wasn't something he would do. After stepping out of the dormitory building, the sun was already high in the sky, and it was almost noon. No wonder the student council was in such a hurry. Lin Yan rubbed his empty stomach and decided to head to the cafeteria first. He walked up to a window. He happened to run into the girl he had wanted to get in touch with last night. Lin Yan was also very happy to see Zhao Duo. "Did you forget to give me the discount coupon last night?" Lin Yan recalled Qin Ruoyu's reaction from last night and thought she was overreacting. She was clearly just working part-time at the restaurant. She wasn't a scammer at all. No one would go to the trouble of lying and actually take a part-time job at a restaurant. Zhao Duo saw Lin Yan and was very happy. But when she heard what Lin Yan said, she paused for a moment. She was just working part-time here, and the restaurant didn't have any coupons. She had just made up an excuse last night. Was she going to be exposed so soon? A smile flashed across Zhao Duo's face as she bit her lip. "That's right, but the coupons are gone now. But it's okay, I'll treat you to this meal." If Bai Xiaoyi were here now, she'd be surprised again. After being roommates for over a year, she had never seen Zhao Dao treat anyone to a meal before. They all knew about Zhao Duo's family situation. They usually avoided any dorm gatherings that involved spending money. Even if it was to celebrate passing all their exams, they would just order a couple extra dishes at the cafeteria. Really? That's a bit awkward, isn't it? Lin Yan scratched his head, still feeling happy that someone was treating him to a meal. Does that mean I'm a freeloader? Wherever he goes to eat, he doesn't have to spend a dime? It seems that after Tang Tianyu's temporary meal ticket expires in a month, I'll have to make another bet with him. He ordered a cumin lamb rice bowl. Lin Yan sat there eating slowly and deliberately. Zhao Duo kept glancing over. When she was caught by Lin Yan, she quickly looked away and pretended to be looking elsewhere. Back and forth. Lin Yan also noticed that something was off about the girl. Something's off. Lin Yan felt very strange, as he didn't know this girl at all. Was she approaching him with ulterior motives? Could it be she's surnamed Lu? After finishing the rice on his plate, Lin Yan walked toward the dining table, narrowing his eyes. Zhao Duo immediately pretended to be busy. However, though the girl was beautiful, she truly lacked any acting talent. Oof. Lin Yan sneered twice and asked, "Are you surnamed Lu?" The Lu family still hasn't given up their evil intentions. Since they can't defeat me head-on, they're trying to send a beauty to assassinate me? Zhao Duo froze, stammering. No, my surname is Zhao. Zhao Duo. Her eyes darted around, her speech stammered, and she even touched her nose. Lin Yan was certain in his heart that she was from the Lu family. Surnamed Zhao? Those with the Zhao surname aren't good people. Lin Yan thought of Zhao Langtian and Zhao Tianhua, the father and son, and silently complained in his heart. At that moment, Zhao Ziwei, who had just stepped off the plane, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Beast tamers possess spiritual energy for protection, especially high-ranking ones like her. They rarely ever catch colds or run fevers. What's going on? Is someone thinking about me, or is someone cursing me? Lin Yan laughed. Until his figure disappeared at the restaurant entrance, Zhao Duo finally took her eyes off him. She felt a bit down. She didn't know why, but during their second meeting, Lin Yan seemed less friendly toward her. Men's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea. Zhao Duo pursed her lips and secretly pulled out a small mirror. Looking at her bare face. Since Lin Yan knew she was working part-time here, would he come back to eat again next time? Should she start wearing makeup every time she goes out? If that's the case, I'll have to buy cosmetics, they're so expensive. Maybe I should check online to see if there's anything cheaper. Zhao Duo was looking for her phone but saw a bill in front of her. 20 yuan. Just enough for a plate of cumin lamb rice. Zhao Duo froze, instinctively glancing toward the entrance. She suddenly remembered he had already left. What's this? You said you'd treat me. Zhao Duo felt tears welling up in her eyes and quickly turned away to wipe them with her hand. Then, Zhao Duo took out her wallet, pulled out 20 yuan, and placed it in the money box. She took the 20 yuan note that Lin Yan had given her. She carefully tucked it into the inner compartment of her own wallet. Chapter 41, Insectology Department Building. Lin Yan followed the map and found the dilapidated teaching building located at the northeast corner of the school. In front of the building, there was a wooden sign. The sign was covered in dust and spider webs. It read Insectology Department in large characters. It's so run down. Did I come to the right place? Lin Yan was speechless. The path was overgrown with weeds, clearly abandoned for years. He entered the academic building. Every classroom was covered in dust, with random clutter piled haphazardly everywhere. Am I really going to have classes here? This is way too shabby. Lin Yan was speechless. At that moment, a student emerged from the conference room at the end of the corridor. Upon seeing Lin Yan, he paused for a moment before waving his hand. Over here, Lin Yan. Lin Yan recognized the voice. This was the person who had been calling him repeatedly that morning. He entered the conference room. Lin Yan noticed an area that had been wiped clean. The student who had claimed to be Chen Hua from the Student Union Publicity Department on the phone was also sweating profusely, holding a cloth in his hand. Now, Lin Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Making him wait so long, transferring from the dragon building to the insect building, and even having to clean the classroom. And himself. He had just woken up and gone out for a meal. I'm really sorry. Lin Yan felt a bit ashamed and said to Chen Hua, I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Chen Hua smiled brightly, sure, when? Lin Yan hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll let you know when I have the chance. After saying that, he didn't give Chen Hua the chance to say, there'll be an opportunity later. Lin Yan shifted his attention to a stack of documents on the table, which had been wiped clean. What's this? Chen Hua realized what he had said and hurriedly explained. These are the documents we'll be signing later. You know what kind of department the student union is. From freshman year to senior year, we only have a mere 50-odd members. We have a lot of power, but we also have a lot of responsibilities to fulfill. That's why we need these complicated contracts to bind the student union and individuals. Lin Yan nodded in agreement that made sense. Chen Hua secretly observed Lin Yan, feeling a mix of emotions. At first, he had been assigned to handle the process of Lin Yan joining the student union. He had some reservations. From what he had seen of Lin Yan's actions since the start of the semester, he was definitely someone who was hard to get along with, the type who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. He was in the publicity department, and unlike Lu Jie from the operations department who was also a second-year student council member, he wasn't someone who could hold his own in a fight. If he accidentally angered this guy, not only would the task be impossible to complete, you might even end up getting beaten up. But, unexpectedly, from what I can tell so far, Lin Yan isn't as intimidating as he seems. On the contrary, he's quite easy to get along with. Chen Hua relaxed and said to Lin Yan, take a look at the contract. It's very detailed. If there's no problem, let's sign it. Lin Yan looked at the contract, which was almost as thick as a dictionary, and furrowed his brows. He thought to himself, this is way too much. If I read through the entire thing, when would I ever finish? But judging by Chen Hua's expression, he wanted to sign it right away. What if there are any contractual loopholes that could end up selling me out? Just as he was thinking this, a soft footsteps sounded at the door. Both of them looked up simultaneously. There stood a stunningly beautiful young woman at the door, none other than Qin Ruoyu. Chen Hua was completely speechless. Jinwu University was already scarce in female students, and those as beautiful as her were even rarer. There was indeed one beauty in the second year. However, it was said that Lu Jie had already set his sights on her, so no one else dared to harbor any thoughts. Qin Ruoyu walked in, glanced at the contract on the table, and said to Lin Yan, I saw you from the restaurant. You look so disoriented, I thought you were on a date with some little girl. Lin Yan detected the jealous undertone in Qin Ruoyu's words. Date? I'm not on a date. I have no idea what to do right now. Take a look at these contracts. he said. Lin Yan opened the contracts with a bitter expression. The dense text was almost enough to drive someone mad. As he read, Lin Yan found himself drifting off unconsciously. Qin Ruoyu didn't say anything else, tucking her hair behind her ear and carefully examining the pile of contracts. Chen Hua observed the two of them, looking surprised. It seemed clear that the two knew each other. It had only been a few days since the new semester began, yet their demeanor clearly indicated they had known each other for years. Could they be a couple? Chen Hua remembered that he had felt the girl looked familiar earlier. It turned out she was the one who had posted on the school forum a couple of days ago asking for someone's contact information. And that forum was one of the top 10 most popular forums. The only one not related to Lin Yan. Chen Hua looked at the two of them and was speechless. So you two have got all the top 10 forums covered, huh? Qin Ruoyu read through it quickly. In no time, she had roughly gone through the contents of the contract. No issues. Let's sign it. Qin Ruoyu said to Lin Yan. In fact, there shouldn't have been any issues with these contracts in the first place. After all, the school was overseeing them. The student union wouldn't do anything to infringe on students' rights. Lin Yan nodded. He trusted Qin Ruoyu implicitly. He signed his name where required and pressed his fingerprint. Qin Ruoyu even took out a wet wipe and carefully wiped the ink off Lin Yan's hands. Chen Hua's gaze toward the two of them grew ambiguous. Sure enough, they're having an affair. Who would have thought that the beautiful freshman who made it to the top of the forum's hot search list right after the start of the semester? Turns out she's Lin Yan's girlfriend. This is major gossip. Chen Hua felt his heart racing. He's never been one to keep secrets. But he was worried that if Lin Yan found out it was him, he might retaliate. Maybe I should post this big piece of gossip using a fake account? He was just thinking about it. Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu both looked at him and asked, "What's the next step?" Chen Hua snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, "Oh, now you just need to choose the department you want to join, and I'll handle the paperwork with your student ID. Do you know about every department in the student union?" Lin Yuan nodded. Yesterday, Qin Ruoyu had already explained the differences between each department to him. "I want to join the disciplinary inspection department," Lin Yan said directly. Chen Hua was a bit surprised and reminded him. The disciplinary inspection department is a bit special right now. The position of department head has been vacant for some time. Benefits, perks, and access to information will be somewhat limited. Why not consider the operations department or the publicity department instead? Chen Hua had a personal agenda in mind. Regardless of what everyone was discussing about Lin Yan's future. At the very least, Lin Yan is currently the most prominent figure on campus. At least during his time at school, he will maintain this dominant position. Joining the propaganda department would at least give him some support. Chen Hua didn't realize that as a second-year student, he was actually thinking about relying on a first-year freshman. Such a thought is truly outlandish. As for the resources department, they have higher requirements for students' backgrounds. After all, having connections is essential for securing sponsorships. So the resource department was mostly made up of second-generation students. No, I'll join the disciplinary committee instead. Chen Hua saw that Lin Yan was determined and didn't feel right about persuading him further. Alright, I'll process your paperwork. You'll be a member of the disciplinary affairs department from now on. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan spoke boldly. Not an officer, I want to be the head of the disciplinary inspection department. Chen Hua froze in place, looking utterly disbelieving. What? Chapter 42, Reunion with Zhao Ziwei. Disciplinary inspection department head? Chen Hua paused for a moment before realizing. But you're a freshman. Lin Yan furrowed his brows and turned to look at Qin Ruoyu beside him. Did the contract mention that freshmen cannot hold ministerial positions? Qin Ruoyu shook her head, it wasn't mentioned. Chen Hua opened his mouth but hesitated before saying. But there's no precedent for this. The desolate and quiet meeting room was completely silent. Lin Yan spoke slowly, then I will be the precedent. Chen Hua froze, swallowing hard. After a long pause, he forced a wry smile and said, Brother Yan, should I go ask the chairman for permission? Lin Yan nodded. Earlier, when he had called him Yan Gu over the phone, it had been said with a touch of jest. But now, Chen Hua's use of Yan Gu was clearly heartfelt. Don't talk about being lowly or spineless. Don't you see that Lu Jia, the student council member from the sophomore class, is still lying in the hospital ward? This guy is about to become the head of the disciplinary committee. If he succeeds, he'll be the one in charge in the future. Calling him Brother Yan isn't a big deal. Chen Hua went out to make a call. When he came back, he looked at Lin Yan with a smile. Yan Gu, the president said to follow the procedure. Lin Yan knew the procedure for running for minister. First, you had to convince all the disciplinary committee members, then pass the chairman's evaluation. Although Qin Ruoyu hadn't said it that way yesterday. But it should be roughly the same. The disciplinary committee members are easy to deal with, but the president's evaluation is highly unpredictable. Should we challenge him personally, or the challenges he sets? If we challenge him personally, we don't know how strong he is. The president is Lei Ming, a third-year student in the lightning element at the Diamond Realm, 2nd tier, with a legendary tier bloodline at level 42, the Extreme Lightning Holy Lion. Qin Ruoyu seemed to have read Lin Yan's thoughts and said. Lin Yan was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that someone still in their 3rd year of university was already at the Diamond Realm. You know, many people, even after entering society and polishing their skills for years, can barely reach the Golden Realm. In the entire Dragon Country, the majority of Beast Masters are at the Golden Realm. That's terrifying. Lin Yan was confident he could defeat a Golden Realm opponent by skipping a rank. However, when it comes to the Diamond Realm, he has no confidence at all. As the ranks grow higher, Lin Yan believes that he will never fall behind others, and one day he will even defeat opponents 2 ranks above him. By the way, Chen Hua remembered something and said, "There's a student council meeting this afternoon, and all student council members will attend. Although you haven't completed the registration process yet, you can still attend and take a look at the disciplinary committee members." After confirming the time, Chen Hua used the excuse of having other matters to attend to and left with the contract. Before leaving, he specifically confirmed the date for Lin Yan's dinner invitation. Lin Yan laughed it off again. "It's already noon. Shall we go have lunch?" Qin Ruoyu asked. Lin Yan rubbed his bulging stomach. "Didn't you just go to the restaurant? Why didn't you eat?" Qin Ruoyu showed no expression. "I just passed by and saw you at the restaurant entrance." She couldn't possibly say she'd gone to investigate Zhao Duo to see if she posed any threat. "But she just happened to see you going there to eat, didn't she?" Lin Yan nodded. "Actually, I just had a pretty good meal. Why don't you try it? I'll treat you." After saying that, he added excitedly, "By the way, the girl I met last night was working part-time there." Qin Ruoyu shook her head. "Never mind, I'm going to eat with my roommate." Lin Yan felt a bit disappointed that cumin lamb rice bowl was really delicious. After they parted ways, Qin Ruoyu went off campus to meet her roommate for dinner. Lin Yan strolled through the campus, admiring the scenery and digesting his meal. Suddenly, he spotted an extremely familiar purple figure. Zhao Ziwu. Lin Yan remembered her name. It was in Nanling that the teacher in charge of admissions. It was even the admission notice she personally handed to Lin Yan. Lin Yan had been at the school for so many days and hadn't seen her once. Seeing a familiar face in an unfamiliar place always evokes an inexplicable sense of warmth. He hurried over. Lin Yan greeted Zhao Ziwei. "Ms. Zhao, do you remember me?" Zhao Ziwei paused for a moment, saw Lin Yan suddenly appear, narrowed her eyes, and pretended not to recognize her. "Who are you?" In recent days, she had heard no shortage of news about Lin Yan. She'd heard so much that her ears were almost calloused. On the day of the college entrance exam, he scored 10,000 points, shocking everyone. On the first day of school, he challenged a second-year student council member to a fight and defeated him with a single move. She went to Wancheng Mountain and brought back Professor Hu. In the dungeon, she dominated with an overwhelming advantage and secured the spot as the freshman representative. All these achievements are hard to forget. Lin Yan looked disappointed. "I'm Lin Yan from Nanling City. You personally handed me the admission notice." Zhao Ziwei looked enlightened and smiled, saying, "Oh, it's you. Where's Qin Ruoyu? She remembers her but not me?" Lin Yan was speechless. How could this teacher be so biased toward boys? "She went out to eat." Zhao Ziwu nodded, and the atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Lin Yan was about to say goodbye and leave when, at that moment, a man in a suit and tie, with slicked back hair, walked over quickly. Upon seeing Lin Yan standing beside Zhao Ziwu, his expression changed abruptly. "Ziwei, who is this?" Lin Yan could hear the hesitation and caution in the man's voice. Zhao Ziwu, however, remained unfazed, replying casually, "Lin Yan, the student I recruited." Upon hearing the word student, the man in the suit perked up. "A student? Let's go eat." Zhao Ziwei didn't respond but turned to look at Lin Yan instead. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us go together." Lin Yan sensed a chill. It was coming from the man in the suit. He noticed the smile and playful expression in Zhao Ziwu's eyes. Lin Yan was speechless. Could she be doing this on purpose? Just as he was about to refuse, Lin Yan felt another wave of hostility. This time, it was coming from Zhao Ziwu. It felt as though if he refused, something terrifying would happen. Lin Yan shrank his neck and forced a smile. "All right." The killing intent emanating from Zhao Ziwu vanished instantly. Meanwhile, the killing intent emanating from the man in the suit grew significantly. "All right, let's join the fun." The suit-clad man forced a smile at Zhao Ziwei. He turned his gaze and gave Lin Yan a piercing look. Lin Yan sighed. It seems like trouble is brewing again. Following the two, he entered a lavishly decorated Western-style restaurant. Lin Yan couldn't help but lick his lips. If we were to eat here in a hurry, how much would that cost? The man in the suit sat down elegantly and even kindly pulled out a chair for Zhao Ziwei. However, Zhao Ziwei had no intention of sitting down. Instead, she pushed Lin Yan's shoulders and pressed him into the chair. Finally, she found a chair for herself and sat down. Lin Yan was completely stunned. Wait, what are you doing to me? Don't you see the person across from us whose eyes are about to burst into flames? Will the knife and fork end up in me later? Chapter 43, Spreading Rumors About Me? No matter how intense the murderous intent on the suit-wearing man's body was, no matter how jarring the clinking and scraping sounds of the knife and fork in his hands were, Lin Yan finally managed to finish his meal without incident. Lin Yan also learned some information. The man in the suit was named Xinlei. He had just returned from studying abroad today. He and Zhao Ziwei were childhood sweethearts. He was about to join the superpower department as an assistant professor. And he has a secret crush on Zhao Ziwu. As for Zhao Ziwu, Lin Yan observed her attitude. It seems like she's not too interested in him, but she doesn't want to reject him outright. So he used himself as a shield. The overall beast taming abilities in the country are still inferior to those abroad. Throughout the entire meal, Xinlei kept talking about high-level topics from abroad, all to prevent Lin Yan from getting a word in. Lin Yan wasn't hungry and didn't feel like interrupting. Glancing at Lin Yan without showing any emotion, Xinlei smiled and continued. But when it comes to the beast taming talent of domestic university students, they are still a whole level behind those new beast tamers abroad. Zhao Ziwei looked out the window, seemingly not hearing him speak. Xinlei didn't mind and continued speaking to himself. Soon, students from the eastern Japan will be coming to our dragon country for exchange and study. Our 4 prestigious universities are still competing for spots to send representatives. We have to gather 10 participants from 4 top universities just to have the confidence to face the Japanese students. It's truly embarrassing. And in my opinion, the Japanese will definitely win this exchange program. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, Japan has a better system and a more humble attitude toward beast tamers. If it weren't for my family's arrangements, I wouldn't have come back to the country. Staying in the Eastern Kingdom would have been better. You don't know, when I was studying abroad in Japan. Lin Yan listened for a while, and even if he were a block of wood, he would have felt 3 parts anger. Moreover, Japan has had a long-standing enmity with the Dragon Kingdom. And Xinlei, with that attitude, was practically groveling before Japan. What a disgrace! Lin Yan slammed the table, glaring angrily. If you like Japan so much, why not just become a Japanese citizen? Xinlei smiled lightly, revealing a look of longing. I've been working toward that goal all along, but I just don't qualify yet. I really envy those who were born in Japan. Lin Yan laughed, surprised that he was so shameless. You just said that this exchange between the 2 countries will definitely result in victory for the Japanese? Xinlei shrugged his shoulders. What else could it be? I'm just stating the facts. With your limited perspective, you can't see the gap between the 2 countries. If you were fortunate enough to participate in this exchange, you might get to witness the prowess of the Japanese beast tamers. Lin Yan sneered. I can assure you with absolute certainty. I will participate in this bilateral exchange, and I'll make them crawl back home like dogs. Zhao Ziwei snapped back to reality and glanced at Lin Yan. Xinlei snorted derisively, mocking. Who can't talk big? I don't want to hear a kid bragging. Why don't we make a bet? If you lose to the Japanese, you drop out of Jinwu University and get out of here. Xinlei said this on purpose. He was certain Lin Yan wouldn't dare to agree. The competitors sent by the Japanese this time were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses, prodigies among prodigies. Moreover, he had planted a trap in that statement. That was that if Lin Yan lost to any one of the 10 competitors, it would count as a loss. Having studied in Japan for many years, he knew that Japan had produced an exceptionally demonic freshman named Yamamoto Juni. His contract beast, the twin-headed great snake, possessed a trace of mythical-level bloodline. In Japan, it has defeated all its peers and is extremely powerful. And the ordinary-looking student standing before him absolutely has no chance of defeating Yamamoto Juni. If you're too scared, just disappear right now. Alright. Lin Yan agreed immediately, placing his hands on the table. If I defeat the Japanese, you'll resign and never set foot in Jinwu University again. How about that? Such a traitorous dog. Lin Yan felt sick just looking at him. Xinlei was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Yan to agree. He was an assistant professor, a returning overseas elite. If he were to bet with a student, wouldn't that be a disgrace? The stakes are too low. Xinlei stood up, pulled out a bank card, and slapped it down on the table. This is my life savings. It's not much, just a measly million. If you win, you can take the million. Xinlei's face was filled with smugness. If Lin Yan couldn't come up with an equal stake, the bet wouldn't stand. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan also directly swiped a bank card and laughed. Alright, I'll bet $1 million too. Unexpectedly, the 1 million yuan scholarship he had never touched. It actually came in handy. Xinlei sneered, convinced that Lin Yan was just a pretentious show-off. A student couldn't possibly come up with a million. How do I know there's really a million in your card? Lin Yan didn't waste any time, grabbing a POS machine from a passing server. He swiped it forcefully and entered the password. The POS machine clearly displayed 1 million. Xinlei was speechless. He was just an ordinary student, how could he be so wealthy? Now he was in a bind. Xinlei clenched his teeth and said, "All right. With Mr. Zhao here as a witness, the bet is on. If you win, I'll leave, and the 1 million is yours." Lin Yan nodded. "If I lose, I'll leave the 1 million and go." The meal ended in an unpleasant atmosphere. As they were leaving, Zhao Ziwei, who hadn't said a word, patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs-up gesture. It was kind of cute. As they stepped out of the Western restaurant, Lin Yan glanced at the time and headed toward the meeting address Chen Hua had left. The student union had its own separate building, serving as its headquarters. It was located between the Dragon Series teaching building and the office building. Only the student union president and department heads were allowed to enter on regular days. Only during major meetings or events were staff members permitted to enter. Lin Yan walked through the student union headquarters. He saw many students wearing silver badges on their chests, all looking at him. However, no one stopped him, and no one approached him to ask if he was in the wrong place. The school forum was flooded with posts about Lin Yan. Every student knew who Lin Yan was. The student council members stopped what they were doing and whispered to each other with smiles on their faces. Lin Yan faintly heard what they were saying. Overreaching, disciplinary committee chairman, no chance, and similar words. Lin Yan didn't even have to think about it, it must have been Chen Hua who leaked the news. He didn't expect it to spread so quickly that everyone already knew. But it didn't matter. Lin Yan wasn't a shy girl, she wasn't afraid of others knowing. But Lin Yan stopped in her tracks and heard some strange words. "Beautiful new student, what a pity, the little white cabbage has been plucked. Spreading rumors about me?" Lin Yan stopped a passing student affairs officer and said through gritted teeth, "Where is Chen Hua?" Chapter 44, Becoming the Disciplinary Minister? Lin Yan was well known. Even Lu Jia, who was among the top-tier members of the student union, was soundly defeated by him. His temper is also quite bad. The staff member dared not resist, pointed in a direction, and quickly fled the scene. Lin Yan walked toward a room. Just in time to block Chen Hua, who was trying to escape. "Brother Yan, I was wrong." Chen Hua was straightforward, he closed the door and was about to kneel down. "There were so many people outside earlier. I'll apologize to you." This left Lin Yan at a loss, and he hurriedly helped him up. "We're not like that. Why don't you get up first?" "Thanks, bro." Chen Hua stood up immediately, smiling. "All right, I'll go now." He walked toward the door. "Come back here." Lin Yan grabbed him and pulled him back, tapping his forehead. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who's smiling at you. Given Chen Hua's attitude, he couldn't do anything to him either. "Forget it. When does the meeting start?" Chen Hua immediately replied. "It's about to start. I'll take you inside now." The two of them walked to a staircase classroom on the second floor. Student council members wearing silver badges entered the classroom one after another. Lin Yan followed Chen Hua and took a seat at the back of the classroom. A moment later, 3 students wearing golden badges on their chests took their seats in the front row. Their air of superiority made the student council members behind them feel a bit uneasy. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, they must be the department heads. Chen Hua nodded and whispered, "Yes, especially the one in the middle. He's the minister of the operations department. You should be careful. Lu Jia is an officer in the operations department and has a good relationship with the minister. Since you didn't join the operations department this time, you've disappointed the minister. He might target you." Lin Yan snorted coldly and said nothing. What he feared least was being targeted. Soon, a student with a center parting walked in, dressed ordinarily, with no badges on his chest. He looked exactly like Lin Yan. As soon as he entered, the once bustling lecture hall fell silent. "This is our student council president, Lei Ming," Chen Hua whispered, reminding everyone. Lei Ming sat at the front, facing everyone, and smiled as he spoke. "Everyone, don't be too formal. We're all family here. Just be yourselves. The only thing I can't tolerate is defecating in the classroom. Everything else is fine." A joke instantly lightened the atmosphere in the classroom. "Ha ha ha. The president is still the president. You're so funny. It's been a while since I saw the president, he seems even more handsome. I heard that during summer break, the president defeated a senior? What's so surprising about that? The president defeated a sophomore when he was a freshman. Isn't that the same as that freshman who has been trending lately? It's different, right? After all, he's in the insectology department. The president's talent and potential are definitely higher." Lin Yan sat in the back row. Listening to the buzzing conversations in front of him, he thought to himself, no wonder he is the president, he can stir up the atmosphere with just a few words. And judging by the attitudes of the executive members, he is clearly popular with the crowd. As the atmosphere grew lively, Ming gave a brief wave of his hand, and the lecture hall fell silent once more. Alright, the purpose of this meeting is to discuss the upcoming four-school joint exam and the upcoming exchange program between the two countries. Everyone listened quietly. Lin Yan nodded frequently from the back. It could only be said that he truly lived up to his reputation as the president. His passionate speech left the student council members below cheering wildly. They vowed to secure victory in this four-school joint exam. Give those Japanese a good thrashing. The only one who stood out was a group of people on the east side of the classroom remained silent the entire time. They didn't whisper to each other or make any movements. After the speech ended, Ming briefly outlined the upcoming adjustments to the student council's tasks. Finally, Ming smiled and pointed toward the corner. Everyone turned to look. Even the three department heads in the front row turned their heads to look at Lin Yan. The last item on tonight's agenda is the introduction of our new freshman representative, Lin Yan. As per our old tradition, the freshman representative can join the student council as early as their first year. However, there is one issue: the position of disciplinary affairs minister has remained vacant. And everyone has seen Lin Yan's capabilities. Therefore, Lin Yan is now seeking to directly become the head of the disciplinary affairs department. This time, there wasn't much reaction from the crowd. Shenhua had already spread the news. Following the procedure, let's first hear the opinions of the disciplinary affairs department members. Ming stepped down from the stage and walked to the center of the classroom. We're all family here, feel free to speak your mind. On the far right of the tiered classroom, a dozen or so disciplinary committee members sat motionless. The group had been leaderless for quite some time. There had been no one in charge of the department for quite some time. Other departments were beginning to show signs of isolation. So, when Ming asked the question, the dozen or so members of the disciplinary inspection department fell silent. After waiting for a while, seeing no one speak up, Ming walked over to the disciplinary inspection department and asked each person in turn. Our student union is still very democratic. If you agree, just say so. If you disagree, you can speak up directly. After a long pause, no one moved. Finally, a third-year disciplinary committee member mustered up the courage to stand up and said, President, the disciplinary committee has no objections. The former minister had already. Clap, clap, clap. In the silent classroom, Ming was the first to clap and said, since that is the case, the first item on the agenda should proceed without issue. As for myself, I still highly appreciate Lin Yan's performance. I decide that the motion is approved. Lin Yan, you are appointed as the head of the disciplinary committee of the student union. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in applause, with everyone clapping enthusiastically. Lin Yan was stunned, and Shenhua beside him was also stunned. The two exchanged glances. What? He passed already? He's become the head of the disciplinary committee? Are you kidding me? Ming handed a golden badge to Lin Yan. Lin Yan, you are now officially recognized as the head of the disciplinary affairs department by the student union. We hope you will stay true to your original aspirations and remember your mission in the work ahead. Lin Yan looked at Ming, who seemed sincere, but something felt off. Glancing around the lecture hall, he saw that after the applause died down, everyone was looking at him with mocking expressions. Even the disciplinary committee members on the far right were all looking at Lin Yan with sympathy. Everyone seems to think I'm doomed to follow in the footsteps of the previous minister? Lin Yan thought to himself without expression as he took the badge from Ming's hand. Don't wear it directly on your chest. Once you wear this badge, he becomes a member of the student council. This represents not only responsibility and duty, it also grants access to a wealth of resources and exclusive privileges associated with this position. From now on, we're all on the same team. Ming patted Lin Yan on the arm and said with a smile. Lin Yan took a half step back and said slowly, of course, I will fulfill my duties and ensure that no corrupt or unworthy individuals enter the student union. Chapter 45, a person shouldn't be so pathetic. Ming paused for a moment, then smiled and said, of course. That's our responsibility as student council members. After exchanging some more polite remarks, the meeting was finally over. The student council members began to leave in an orderly manner. Only the dozen or so members of the disciplinary committee stayed behind to bid farewell to Lin Yan. Director. The one leading them was the third-year student who had spoken on behalf of the other officers earlier. Lin Yan now knew his name. Yuan Kuwei. He was a student from the Dragon Department. At the peak of the golden 10th rank, just one step away from the Diamond Realm. He was no pushover. Noticing that the president, Ming, seemed to have something else to discuss with Lin Yan, Yuan Kuwei didn't linger. Minister, according to tradition, new employees should meet with the former minister after joining the company. We'll head out first. See you at the hospital tomorrow. Lin Yan heard clearly, and Yuan Kuei's last 3 words were spoken distinctly. It seemed to imply something. Before he could figure it out, Yuan Kuei had already left with the other staff members. Beside him, Lei Ming also smiled and replied. It's just a custom, but it's no big deal. With the 4-school league about to begin, we should prioritize the league. Lin Yan, however, didn't think much of it. It won't take much time to check it out. Lei Ming's tone carried a hint of disdain. What's there to see? Whether he can speak or not is still up in the air. After saying that, he cleared his throat and changed the subject. But if you really want to go, I'll accompany you tomorrow. Oh, almost forgot. Lei Ming slapped his forehead, smiled, and pulled out a bank card, slipping it into Lin Yan's chest pocket. It's a student council perk. We're all family, no need to be so formal. Lin Yan took the bank card out of his chest pocket and smiled. How much is this? Lei Ming waved his hand dismissively. Just 10,000. Lin Yan was secretly shocked. 10,000 was just 10,000? He wondered if the student union was really that wealthy or if someone was embezzling funds. President Lei, I thought the benefits for the minister's position didn't include this card, did they? Lei Ming patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and laughed. Lin, why be so picky? This is an internal perk. Lin Yan dismissed him with a sneer. He joined the student council to run for minister, and his purpose was simple. Money and resources. However, he wanted it to be given to him openly and honestly by the Student Affairs Office. Not through such underhanded means. Needless to say, he knew it well. This money was nothing more than embezzling staff benefits, inflating activity expenses, and misappropriating student council funds. A bank card with 10,000 yuan can be handed out casually. I wonder how much they've embezzled. Forget it, President. Lin Yan placed the card on the table. Once I officially take office tomorrow, if I encounter such a situation again, I will conduct a thorough investigation. After speaking, Lin Yan slowly walked out of the lecture hall. Behind him, Lei Ming watched Lin Yan's back and narrowed his eyes. He picked up the bank card and folded it in half with a slight effort. You don't know what's good for you. He stepped out of the lecture hall. Lin Yan was just about to head back to the dormitory. But at the door, he saw Professor Hu, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. It seemed like he was waiting for him. Professor, Lin Yan said happily as he walked over. Professor Hu Fanyuan heard the voice, looked at Lin Yan, but his gaze fell on the golden badge on Lin Yan's chest, and he furrowed his brows. Student Council President? Which department are you from? Lin Yan was about to answer, but was interrupted by Hu Fanyuan raising his hand. Regardless of which department, it won't benefit you. If you get the chance, you'd be better off taking that title off. Lin Yan was taken aback, not expecting Hu Fanyuan to say that. What's wrong with the student union? I receive a lot of resources and subsidies every month. Hu Fanyuan shook his head, his voice still hoarse. It's my fault for returning to Wanchang Mountain and forgetting to tell you about this. Lin Yan paused for a moment before hurriedly asking. You went back to Wanchang Mountain? What for? Classes start tomorrow, so I'm preparing teaching materials. Hu Fanyuan waved his hand and continued. None of that matters. Just remember, don't get involved in student council affairs. That's how it's always been. The upper echelons set the example, and the waters run deep there. I wonder how many good students have fallen victim to it. Just focus on your cultivation. No matter what you see or hear, pretend you didn't notice. Got it? Lin Yan felt the seriousness in Hu Fanyuan's words. Lin Yan furrowed his brows but remained silent. Seeing his reaction, Hu Fanyuan sighed. Never mind. You'll learn your lesson the hard way. Class starts officially tomorrow. Anyway, you're my only student. I've already moved to the entomology building. Come to class if you have time, if not, just go about your business. But remember, as I said before, don't get involved in student council affairs. If you need anything for your cultivation, tell me now, and I'll help you prepare it. Saying this, Hu Fanyuan smiled at him. Don't look at me now. After all these years, I've accumulated quite a few good things. Just ask, and I'll do my best to fulfill your requests. Lin Yan thought carefully for a moment. During the previous dungeon run, he had suffered because of his slow progress. He now needed a high-attack ground unit that could advance quickly. To compensate for the Titan Ants' weaknesses in ground combat. The Titan Ants were now heading toward becoming meat shields and wouldn't turn back. Using them for offense resulted in too many casualties. I need the corpse of a legendary tier bloodline magical beast that excels in offense. Obtaining a living legendary tier magical beast is too difficult. Anyway, the nestworm core can consume the corpse just as effectively. The corpse of a legendary tier demon beast? Hu Fanyuan clearly didn't expect Lin Yan to make such a request. What do you need such a useless thing for? Legendary tier beasts are already rare, and their corpses are usually turned into specimens for display. They're extremely expensive, and only wealthy individuals would be interested in them. Even if it's part of the school's inventory, there's no point in keeping something that doesn't benefit teaching. Seeing Lin Yan's slightly disappointed expression, Hu Fangyuan paused for a moment before saying, "However, I can try to find one for you." Hearing there was hope, Lin Yan immediately broke into a smile. "Thank you so much, Professor." The legendary tier demon beast corpse he had devoured from the Zhao family. It was said to be worth tens of millions. After bidding farewell to Hu Fangyuan, Lin Yan returned to the dormitory. The three roommates immediately barked like dogs upon seeing Lin Yan return. "Hey! Isn't this our very own Lin Yan, the student council member?" "Student council member, you've got to look out for us from now on. Don't forget us if you become wealthy, Brother Yan. Treat us. You have to treat us. I want barbecue. Freshmen are just officers. Work hard in your sophomore year, and maybe you'll become a department head by your junior year. That's right, maybe even aim for president. We agreed you're paying for this barbecue today. What about your silver badge? Show it to me. They say it makes a sound when you blow on it." The three of them got dressed and prepared to head out for some free barbecue. At the same time, they reached out their hands, asking Lin Yan for the badge. "Sorry," Lin Yan sighed, looking a bit disappointed. "I didn't become an officer, so I didn't get the silver badge." The three of them froze in unison. Tang Tianyu, who had already sobered up, was also surprised. "That shouldn't be possible. With your abilities. Never mind, let's go eat barbecue. I'll treat you." Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng also felt sorry for Lin Yan, patting him on the back. "Have a drink later, don't be too upset. After the barbecue, let us go get a foot massage. We'll treat you both." Lin Yan nodded, deeply moved, and pulled out a shiny golden object. "Thank you so much. It's settled then. By the way, I was elected as the head of the disciplinary committee. Here's my golden badge." The dormitory was suddenly filled with golden light. The three of them stopped in their tracks, staring at Lin Yan in disbelief. It wasn't the golden badge or being elected department head that surprised them. A person shouldn't, and can't, be this pathetic. Chapter 46, If you don't stop, we'll fight. Girls' dormitory. This barbecue place has a new set menu. A meal for 4 is only 89 yuan. That is such a bargain. Bai Xiaoyi was scrolling through food photos on her phone as usual. She happened to see the popular barbecue place near the school entrance and noticed they had a cheap set meal. She immediately shouted out loud in the dormitory. The other two, who were also big foodies, rushed over to take a look. Zhao Duo was reviewing the theory lesson for tomorrow. Upon hearing this, she put down her book and looked over as well. "Anyway, school starts tomorrow, so let us treat ourselves tonight." Bai Xiaoyi swallowed hard. When it came to food, she could always find all sorts of excuses. The other two roommates had no objections and looked at Zhao Duo. The four of them in the dormitory all came from average income families. However, Zhao Duo's circumstances were a bit different. Therefore, she rarely joined them for meals outside. Over time, they learned to avoid such gatherings whenever possible. They were worried she might feel lonely. "Maybe we should just skip it. We're not that into barbecue anyway." "Exactly, and their place has a long wait. We'll be eating late. We have an early class tomorrow. Let us just eat something light and go to bed. What about you, Duo?" The group exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Unexpectedly, Zhao Duo smiled, closed her book, and stood up. "It's okay, let's go eat. Actually, I won a lot of money from betting a few days ago, so I'll treat everyone today." She had bet on Lin Yan and won $1,000. Everyone stared in disbelief. "What is going on? When did Daodu become so generous? No need for you to treat us. Let us split the bill." "Let's go then, I'm starving. I haven't had barbecue in ages. I can already smell it." They walked out of the dormitory. Zhao Duo deliberately lagged behind and took out her phone. Seeing that the screen was still on the friend request confirmation page, she gathered her courage and sent a message. "We agreed I'd treat you today, why did you pay? Crying.jpg. No reply. Zhao Duo sent another message. "Have you eaten yet? Want to go out for barbecue? I'll treat you. Eager.jpg. Still no response. Zhao Duo sighed. It seemed like there was no chance this time. At the school gate. The same barbecue stall as last time. Lin Yan took a bite of free grilled skewers and a sip of free beer. After burping, he looked at the three people who seemed a bit speechless and asked, "Where should we go to get a foot massage later? We're still students, should we go somewhere proper?" Li Jueming said softly. "Don't worry, it's guaranteed to be legitimate." Lin Yan, "Then I won't go. It's not worth it." "The three of them? Class starts tomorrow, and the 8 a.m. class is the worst." Tang Tianyu rubbed his face and let out a loud cry. The other two sighed in unison. The three of them were all students in the supernatural abilities department. Only Lin Yan, who was in a special program, happened to be assigned to the same dormitory as them. By the way, Yan Good, do you have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow? Lin Yan picked up a string of kidneys and ate them in one go. No. What about the day after tomorrow? No. How many early morning classes do you have in a week? Lin Yan thought for a moment. Professor who said he lives in the entomology building, so I can go whenever I want and take the class whenever it's scheduled. What? The three of them were all shocked. Is that even possible? Is this the treatment reserved for direct disciples of the sect? Yan Ge, please ask him for me. Han Xiaofeng gripped Lin Yan's hand. Does the insectology department still accept students? I want to switch majors. Me too. Me too. The three of them envied them deeply. Why is there such a huge difference in life? Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a broken bottle and commotion came from the next table. Lin Yan and the others hurriedly looked over. They saw a group of students beating up a student. The student had glass shards and blood on his head. Seeing the fight, everyone scattered and kept their distance to watch. The barbecue shop owner came out to take a look but didn't intend to intervene. The students of Jinwu University were all beast tamers. The local sheriff couldn't do anything about it. They are only bound by the Beastmaster Association. And in general, the association doesn't punish such minor altercations. At most, they issue a verbal warning. The Beastmaster community values strength above all else. If you're bullied, you can fight back. As for whether you can win, that depends on your skills. As expected, the student who was attacked did not choose to fight back. Instead, he immediately crouched down with his head in his hands, clearly someone who was used to being beaten. The students who had attacked him, seeing his reaction, grew even more arrogant. They grabbed his hair and shouted, "Little turtle, when did you learn to talk back? I told you to buy a pack of cigarettes. Did you dare ask me for money? You work part-time at the restaurant every day, don't you know to show some respect to your old man? I'll ask you one more time, are you going or not?" The beaten student stared blankly, saying nothing. Playing the silent game with me, huh? That one T-work. Several people began to punch and kick him. But he just clutched his head and endured it. At the school gate, a barbecue stall. Zhao Duo was waiting in line. She kept checking her phone to see if she had received any messages. She also noticed that there seemed to be a fight, but she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it's a barbecue stall, and many people are drinking. Such incidents happen from time to time. At that moment, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly let out a startled cry, pointing over there and saying, "Look over there, isn't that Li Song from our class?" Zhao Duo looked over and saw a teenager curled up on the ground. His figure looked familiar. It really was Li Song. Why did he get beaten up again? He has such a stubborn personality, he'd rather get beaten than admit he was wrong. Bai Xiaoyi sighed. In class, he was often bullied by others. He never said a word, just letting them bully him. He doesn't fight back or tell the teacher. Zhao Duo looked at Li Song's expression and felt a pang of sympathy. Because both of them worked part-time at the cafeteria. In fact, she was one of the few in the class who talked to Li Song more often. Zhao Dao could empathize with Li Song, who came from a similarly impoverished background. After hesitating for a moment, "I'll go help him. That's too much bullying." Several roommates were startled and quickly stopped her. "Dao, don't be impulsive. Did you see those guys over there with the silver badges? The student union isn't doing anything, they're just standing by and watching. We don't need to get involved." "Exactly. Maybe it'll be over in a few minutes. Going there now will only make things worse." Several people held her back tightly. Zhao Duo could only stop in her tracks. She looked around at the crowd, who remained indifferent, some even smiling and watching the spectacle. Zhao Dao felt a wave of helplessness. She was no better than them. With the last remnants of her courage extinguished, she too became a bystander, complicit in the injustice. Is there really no one who will step forward as a true hero? On the other side, Lin Yan and the others witnessed this scene and felt deeply outraged. This is too much. Tang Tianyu clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the table. He couldn't stand people like this. Li Jueming sighed and said, "It's normal. When beast masters fight, no one intervenes. He just took a beating. He didn't even fight back. What's the point of us helping him?" Tang Tianyu nodded. He understood the logic as well. In the end, people must rely on themselves. However, what surprised the three of them was Lin Yan was sitting there, showing no intention of intervening. "Yan Ge, have you had too much to drink?" Lin Yan's face flushed slightly, and he shook his head. "No. Then how did you? Look at those people over there." Lin Yan tilted his chin upward. The three looked over and saw several students with silver badges, arms crossed, watching coldly. "They're all members of the disciplinary committee." Lin Yan sneered. "Ordinary students have no obligation to get involved in such matters, yet they can't escape. The disciplinary committee is supposed to maintain order and monitor violations, yet they stand there like statues. This is dereliction of duty. The three of them felt a stir in their hearts. They suddenly remembered that Lin Yan was already the head of the disciplinary committee of the student union. Those few officers with silver badges were all under his jurisdiction. At that moment, over there, things were changing again. One of the students who had been fighting seemed to be intoxicated. He actually ran to a corner and used a cup to collect a cup of filthy liquid. The color was identical to that of draft beer. He approached the student who had been beaten, forced open his jaw, and sneered. "You think you're so high and mighty? Drink this, and see how you act then." Everyone present was shocked and stepped back. This was utterly disgusting. Some people couldn't bear to watch anymore. Lin Yan slapped the table, summoning a blood-winged mad bee. Its stinger aimed at the cup, ready to strike. Suddenly, a girl stepped forward and shouted, "Stop! I've already recorded it. Do you believe me? I'll hand it over to the Student Council Disciplinary Committee." The students who were attacking her froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Who is this little fool? Recording? Did you even turn on beauty mode?" They even made a defiant yeah gesture. "Disciplinary committee? Look over there, those are all disciplinary committee members. Go ask them if they dare to handle my business. The student union president is my cousin. Let them try to handle me." The group grew even more arrogant. Several disciplinary committee members turned to leave. The girl was so angry that she didn't know what to do, and she actually summoned her spirit beast. A snow-white phantom fox appeared. "If you don't stop, we'll fight." Chapter 47, Step In. No mercy for anyone. It's her. In the dim night, Lin Yan could finally make out that it was Zhao Duo. It wasn't that he looked down on female beast tamers. In most cases, female beast tamers lacked the resolve needed for combat. If a dispute arose, they wouldn't stand a chance against these few drunk men. Regardless of her intentions for approaching me, she hasn't made any moves to harm him yet. I can't treat her as an enemy. Thinking this, Lin Yan summoned several bloodwing mad bees, concealed his form, and hid in the shadows. If anything happens, he remained on high alert, ready to act at a moment's notice. On the other side, upon seeing Zhao Duo summon her spirit beast, they were about to act. Several people burst into laughter and summoned their own spirit beasts as well. "This is hilarious. This little fool is trying to stick up for that guy? She is so pretty. Why not just stop fighting? Come over and have a drink with us, and we'll let this guy go." "Hey, isn't that the Lu Jie was eyeing? It really is her. No big deal, Lu Jie is no good anyway. This is a lucky break for us. Don't go back to school tonight. We'll take good care of you." As the alcohol took effect, their vulgar language began to flow freely. 5 massive spirit beasts were summoned as well. These 5 were second-year students majoring in the strength department, with beast taming abilities ranking among the top in their year. Zhao Duo's spirit beast, however, belonged to the weaker psychic type category, even though its level was slightly higher than theirs. But when facing 5 opponents, the disparity was evident. "You!" Zhao Dao was furious upon hearing their insults. The others behind her, including Bai Xiaoi, didn't want to escalate the situation. They quickly stepped forward to hold Zhao Dao back. "Forget it, Dao, let's go. We're no match for them." "That's right. If it comes to it, we'll go back and find the teacher and the student council. There's no need to confront them here." That's what they said. But it was already late, and the teachers had long since gone home. The disciplinary committee member of the student council is right here. But what good will that do? If she doesn't intervene, these drunk individuals might cause trouble. As classmates, Zhao Duo doesn't want her future self to look down on her current self. But before Zhao Duo could act, the other side struck first. Die. 5 people attacked simultaneously, unleashing their full strength. The massive spiritual beasts unleashed their various skills. Zhao Duo mustered her courage and stepped forward, but her resolve wavered. She hesitated for just a moment. The phantom spirit fox was knocked flying. Her health was nearly depleted. Bai Xiaoi and the others, seeing this, quickly summoned their own spirit beasts. However, they did not charge forward to fight the massive spirit beasts. Instead, they protected the phantom spirit fox and retreated backward. Spirit beasts engaged in battle couldn't be recalled to the beast taming space. "You've got quite the temper. Remember to be gentle when you're dealing with us later." The others grinned maliciously as they approached, grabbing Zhao Duo. "Let go of me." Zhao Dao struggled fiercely but was slapped across the face. Smack! A student with a shaved head and flashy attire knelt down in front of Zhao Dao, his face twisted in a menacing expression. "Stop pretending. Come on, bring over the holy water so the class beauty can taste it." A drunk student pinched his nose and grinned wickedly as he handed over a cup filled with yellow liquid. Zhao Dao looked terrified, constantly backing away until she collided with the table. Contract spirit beasts are bound by blood to their beast masters. The phantom spirit fox was severely injured in an instant. Zhao Duoduo was also in a bad state, her spiritual energy surging chaotically, causing her to collapse. Bai Xiaoyi tried to rush forward to save her, but was stopped by several others. The bald-headed student opened his phone camera and arrogantly raised the cup of holy water. "Guys, look at how this beautiful woman turned into a..." The others screamed and cheered. Just as the cup of liquid was raised high, ready to be poured down. Suddenly, bang! A black spike, about the length of a palm, pierced through. The cup shattered upon impact. Yellow liquid mixed with glass shards poured all over the student with a crew cut. Ah! Feeling the pungent smell of urine, the short-haired student screamed and jumped wildly. The urine soaking his body caused several nearby diners to vomit. Ugh, it's so disgusting. Does he have some kind of condition? This smell is disgusting. Get away from him quickly. It might be contagious. The crowd began to retreat. Even the few people traveling with him backed away, unsure of what to do. The bald-headed student flew into a rage, roaring at everyone around him. "Who did this? Come out if you have the guts." "It was me." Lin Yan moved the moment the blood-winged mad beast tail needles were fired. He pulled Zhao Duoduo off the ground. He took off his jacket and draped it over her. As the coat came off, the golden emblem on his chest was revealed. The surrounding crowd was instantly stunned. A golden badge. Is he the student council president? Isn't he Lin Yan? The new freshman who's been making waves lately? How did he become a president? No way, this has to be fake. He just arrived and already replaced a minister? You forgot? The disciplinary committee president's position has been vacant all along. Could it be that he became the disciplinary committee president? At that moment, no one cared how deep the waters were in that position. A fresh-faced newcomer could become a minister in the student union. This alone was enough to earn their respect. "It's you!" The student with the crew cut wiped the liquid off his face, then shook his hands in disgust and shouted angrily. "Do you know who I am?" Lin Yan scratched his ear indifferently and said, "You're just the younger cousin of the student council president. You go out bragging and have to use someone else's name. How pathetic." The short-haired student was furious but couldn't think of a comeback. He had been using his cousin's name to act superior for years. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this before. He looked around, and the glances from those around him seemed to carry a mix of pity and mockery. The short-haired student felt a surge of anger rise in his chest. He clenched his teeth and said, "Don't think that just because you're the disciplinary minister, you can act so arrogant. The last disciplinary committee head is still lying in the hospital. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize, then let me give you another beating. I'll let you off for now." Lin Yan laughed directly. "Who do you think you are? Just a worthless puppet using someone else's power. You're not even the student council president, yet you dare to bully your classmates like this. If you become student council president, you just run amok?" The short-haired student clenched his fists and lowered his voice. "Are you sure you want to be so disrespectful? Then this is going to be a big deal today." Lin Yan sneered, "Don't even mention you. Even if Lei Ming were here, I wouldn't give you that face. If I was afraid of trouble, I wouldn't have taken this position as disciplinary committee member." The crowd around them all gasped in unison. He really dares to say that. Lei Ming is the top-ranked third-year student. Even including the fourth-year students on internship, his strength was more than enough to rank among the top 3. Such a person, and he doesn't even give him any face. The last time he didn't give face. He's still in the hospital pretending to be a vegetable. The bald-headed student beckoned from behind, signaling the others to act together. 5 massive spirit beasts locked onto Lin Yan as their target, ready to pounce. "Attack!" The short-haired student bellowed. Today's been a total embarrassment. He had to redeem himself. Boom! Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Several people stopped in their tracks, and the 5 massive spirit beasts also came to a halt simultaneously. The screams of the surrounding crowd echoed continuously. Only to see thousands of insect-like spirit beasts swarm in from all directions. Chapter 48, The net is broken? You don't have the qualifications for that. At the school gate, it was completely silent. Customers and students from the barbecue shop and nearby stores stood motionless. Because there were thousands of ant spirit beasts, their aura was simply too overwhelming. Each ant spirit beast was the size of a soccer ball, with thousands spread out before them. There was barely any space to stand. Not only that, some sharp-eyed observers noticed that, at some point, a swarm of hornet spirit beasts had appeared, their wings flapping and creating gusts of wind. Everyone knew these were Lin Yan's spirit beast army. They had already witnessed this in the dungeon. However, seeing them in the dungeon and seeing them in person were 2 entirely different experiences. This dense swarm of spirit beasts. It was enough to make anyone lose all desire to fight back. Zhao Duoduo stood behind Lin Yan, still wearing his jacket. She looked at the slender yet reassuring figure ahead. She bit her lip, unconsciously moving closer and gripping the hem of Lin Yan's coat. She had always been afraid of insects since she was a child. As a child, she would cry hysterically whenever she saw the large cockroaches in the south. But now, seeing the swarm of insect-like spirit beasts summoned by Lin Yan, he didn't feel the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. At this moment, Lin Yan stood amidst the swarm of insects, as calm and composed as a king. Aren't we supposed to attack? Why aren't you moving? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the swarm of insect creatures advanced another step toward the group of students with shaved heads. The group felt a chill run down their spines, and the alcohol had completely worn off. The bald-headed student stepped forward bravely, clenching his teeth, and said, "Let us call it a day. I won't exaggerate anything to my cousin. From now on, we'll mind our own business. How about that?" Lin Yan snorted coldly. "I don't think that's a good idea. Whether you tell the truth or embellish it, I don't care. According to the student regulations of Jinwu University, you are suspected of drunkenness and causing disturbances, bullying and harassing fellow students, and intentionally harming students' spirit beasts outside of the arena and dungeons. Just these few charges alone are enough to expel you. Once recorded in your file, the association will also evaluate your conduct as a beastmaster accordingly. It might even result in the revocation of your beastmaster status. Losing your beastmaster status means you can no longer legally possess spirit beasts. Otherwise, imprisonment awaits you. Are you really willing to go all out and risk everything?" The bald-headed student finally realized who he was dealing with. He was the one who beat Lu Jia into the hospital on the first day of school. "Net torn?" Lin Yan sneered, "You don't even have the qualifications yet." After speaking, he ignored the short-haired student, whose face was as red as a beet. He turned to look at several disciplinary committee members who were trying to leave but were blocked by a titan ant. As disciplinary committee members, you turn a blind eye to disciplinary violations. That's dereliction of duty. The officials turned around. Under the gaze of the surrounding crowd, they hung their heads in shame. The one at the front was none other than Yuan Kuei, who had spoken with Lin Yan earlier that day. Yuan Kuei grimaced inside, saying, "Director, please punish us." By now, they no longer had the pride or superiority that third-year students typically felt toward first-year freshmen. Instead, they looked like elementary school students who had done something wrong, waiting for the teacher's judgment. Of course there will be punishment. Lin Yan waved his hand and turned his gaze back to the man with the crew cut. "But not now. Take him to the student affairs office, along with a few accomplices, and explain the situation to the duty teacher." After speaking, he removed the golden badge from his hand and tossed it to Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei caught the badge, exhaled, and his expression grew resolute. He led the few staff members behind him, escorting the man with the crew cut and the others. They took the group away. Yuan Kuei was a third-year student, and the few people behind him were also third-year students. Their strength was a whole level above the others. The others dared not act recklessly. The matter was settled, and the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Yan recalled the Titan Ant and the Bloodwing Hornet. He then turned to look at Zhao Daodu behind him. "Are you okay?" Zhao Daodu felt as though her heart had been struck by something, pounding wildly. "I'm fine." The two fell silent for a moment before speaking at the same time. "How did you end up here?" Zhao Duo paused for a moment, her voice tinged with hurt. "I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. I already told you I'd treat you to lunch, and you still wanted to give me money. I just sent you a message inviting you to dinner, and you still didn't reply. Is that how you feel about me?" As she spoke, 2 tears glistened on Zhao Duo's cheeks. Lin Yan panicked instantly. What on earth should I say now? "Don't cry." He reached into his pocket for a tissue. But he realized that as a rough-and-tumble guy, he never carried tissues with him when he went out. Zhao Duo noticed Lin Yan's awkwardness and panic. She calmly pulled out a pack of scented tissues from her own pocket and handed them to him. Lin Yan took the tissue and sighed in relief. "Thank you." He then handed the tissue back to Zhao Daodu, gesturing for her to wipe her tears. Zhao Daodu broke into a smile. "You're welcome." Lin Yan took out his phone and sure enough, there were 2 unread messages. He said somewhat embarrassed. "I was out drinking with my roommates and didn't check my phone." Zhao Duo glanced at the barbecue shop next door. All the customers had left, and the owner and staff were cleaning up. With this happening, there wouldn't be any customers tonight either. Looks like we won't be able to eat tonight. How about tomorrow? Lin Yan smiled and could only agree. No problem. At that moment, there was hardly anyone left outside the school. Lin Yan turned to look back and saw Tang Tianyu and the others give him a nod, then they left him behind, linking arms and walking away. What a betrayal! Zhao Duo also turned to look. Bai Xiaoyi and the others hid nearby, waving at her. It was clear they weren't planning to go back to the dorm with her either. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why don't I walk you back?" He swore he had no improper intentions toward the girl. though she was beautiful, gentle, and had a lovely voice. She was nothing like Qin Ruoyu, the sharp-tongued, violent maniac. Why am I comparing the two of them? Alright. Zhao Duo gave a sweet smile, and the tears still lingering on her face were enough to make anyone feel sorry for her. Cough cough. Lin Yan's face turned red, and she quickly turned away. The two walked toward the school, one in front of the other. On the tree-lined path, the streetlights stretched their shadows out behind them. Zhao Duo followed behind Lin Yan, lowering her head and stepping on his shadow with her feet, occasionally giggling. We're here. Lin Yan stopped in his tracks. Zhao Duo wasn't paying attention and bumped into Lin Yan's back. Ouch. Zhao Duo rubbed her nose and waited for a while, but Lin Yan didn't seem to notice. Should I go up? Lin Yan nodded, sure. Zhao Duo felt a little disappointed and started to climb the stairs. Suddenly, she heard someone behind her say, "Wait." Zhao Duo immediately turned around, her heart skipping a beat as she looked at him. You. Lin Yan pointed at her shoulder. You didn't give me back my jacket. Watching Zhao Duo go upstairs. Lin Yan put the jacket on, though it was summer, the nights in the north were still a bit chilly. Just as he was about to return to the dormitory, a voice that sent a chill down his spine came from behind him. Lin Yan, what are you doing here? Marla. It was Qin Ruoyu. Chapter 49, Sacrificing One's Life. Lin Yan stiffly turned around. As expected, he saw Qin Ruoyu behind him. Qin Ruoyu crossed her arms and stared at Lin Yan expressionlessly. Lin Yan felt so awkward he didn't know where to put his hands. Wait, why am I feeling so awkward? It felt like I'd been caught in the act. Lin Yan cleared his throat and said, there was an incident at the school gate earlier. She was alone and it wasn't safe for her to come back, so I gave her a ride. He met Qin Ruoyu's suspicious gaze. Lin Yan straightened his posture and said, why did you come back so late? Qin Ruoyu regained her expressionless face and walked past Lin Yan. Mind your own business? Watching Qin Ruoyu disappear down the hallway, Lin Yan tapped his lips. A woman's heart is as unpredictable as the sea. Back in the dormitory, the three of them immediately surrounded him, pulling at Lin Yan and asking him questions left and right. Lin Yan recalled Qin Ruoyu's gaze from earlier and felt a pang of unease in his heart. He simply replied that they were just friends. Midnight. Lin Yan lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Tang Tianyu's snores echoed rhythmically. Lin Yan turned over, unable to fall asleep. Recent events flashed through his mind. The joint entrance exam for the 4 schools was about to begin. Lei Ming didn't know if he would take it out on him because of the buzz cut incident. In less than a month, there would be an exchange competition with Japan. He had $1 million bet with that overseas returnee. No matter what, he must win this match. As he thought about it, Lin Yan's consciousness gradually faded and he entered a dream. In the dream, she was with Zhao Duo and they walked down the aisle. When it came time to enter the bridal chamber, Lin Yan lifted the bride's veil, but the bride had turned into Qin Ruoyu. Whoa! The sudden transformation startled Lin Yan awake. When the sunlight filtered through the curtains and fell on Lin Yan's face, he finally realized it had all been a dream. He checked the time, it was past 10 in the morning. The dormitory was empty, everyone had gone to class. Lin Yan got up, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and recalled the dream he had just had. It wasn't exactly a nightmare, and he wasn't afraid that the bride had suddenly turned into Qin Ruoyu. As for the feeling, it was more of a sense of confusion and uncertainty about the unknown. He glanced at the time. After getting ready, there wasn't too much time left before class. Anyway, professor who said it was fine to go to class whenever I wanted. Lin Yan remembered something and took out his phone to send a message to Yuan Kuei. Go to the hospital and check on him. The him in question was, of course, the former disciplinary inspector. He was currently hospitalized at the school's hospital. Yuan Kuei replied quickly. All right. At the hospital entrance, Lin Yan saw Yuan Kuei waiting there and walked over. Before he could speak, Yuan Kuei took out the golden badge and returned it to Lin Yan. The ones from last night have already been sent to the student affairs office. The duty teacher there immediately contacted the association. They are currently verifying the details. The duty teacher said that once verified, the school will expel them immediately, and the association will revoke their Beastmaster qualifications. Lin Yan nodded, unsurprised by the outcome. So many people had seen it last night. If no one had dared to report it, the matter would have been swept under the rug. However, Lin Yan intervened in his capacity as the head of the Disciplinary Affairs Office of Jinwu University. He directly handed the person over to the Student Affairs Office on the spot. If the school and the association didn't respond at all, it wouldn't satisfy the people. The two of them went upstairs together. Yuan Kuei lagged half a step behind Lin Yan and whispered in his ear. Director, Lu Jia has been discharged from the hospital and has arranged to take a leave of absence to return home. And Lu Yu is in a very poor mental state. The school has contacted the Lu family. The Liu family is ignoring the situation, so the school had no choice but to send him to a mental hospital for treatment. Lin Yan nodded. He wasn't the least bit afraid of what had happened to the two brothers. He also wasn't worried that Liu Jia would return to his family and try to make a comeback. Those who had been defeated by him would lag far behind until they could no longer see his figure. He entered an ordinary hospital room. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Yan caught the pungent smell of disinfectant. There were 4 patients in the ward. Except for the one lying quietly with his eyes closed in the corner. The other 3 patients were making a commotion. As soon as they saw Lin Yan and Yuan Kuei enter, the 3 of them froze and fell silent. There was no other reason Lin Yan's face was simply too distinctive. On the school forum, Lin Yan's popularity had just started to decline a bit. Last night, he once again topped the trending list. His handling of the drunk student incident had left many people feeling satisfied. Meanwhile, the news that Lin Yan had been appointed as the new head of the disciplinary committee had spread throughout the entire school. The 3 of them stared at Lin Yan, swallowing nervously. When Lin Yan's gaze swept over them, they quickly looked away, meet his eyes. This guy may have a thunderous temper, but he might not have a heart of gold. He's ruthless and doesn't mince words. Yuan Kuei led Lin Yan to the bed at the farthest corner of the ward. Minister, this is your predecessor. Former? That sounds so strange. Lin Yan paused for a moment before focusing his attention on the patient in front of him. His body was covered in tubes, his face pale, likely from lying in bed for an extended period. His limbs were showing signs of atrophy and wasting. Was he injured by the head of the operations department? Lin Yan furrowed his brows. How was it handled in the end? He had seen the operations department director at the student council meeting that day. He was a burly man. He only glanced at him before leaving. Yuan Kuei sat by the bed inside. It was a battle that took place in the dungeon, and it was ultimately ruled as accidental injury. The operations department head received a school-level disciplinary action, a formal reprimand. Lin Yan snorted and narrowed his eyes without speaking. Liu Jia and Liu Yu were both deeply shaken by the death of their spirit beasts, and the issues arose from their own mistakes. It wasn't their fault. As for Zhao Langtian's death, no one knew the truth. The official ruling stated that he had died at the hands of a demon beast. It had nothing to do with him. At that moment, Yuan Kuei suddenly stood up and addressed the other 3 people in the ward. Everyone get out. The 3 had noticed the silver badge on Yuan Kuei's chest the moment he entered. Without hesitation, they left the ward and even closed the door behind them. The ward was now empty except for the 2 men and the comatose patient on the bed. Yuan Kuei remained silent for a moment before suddenly making a move to kneel down. However, Lin Yan acted quickly and stopped him. What are you doing? Lin Yan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that. The usually composed and steady Yuan Kuei suddenly had tears in his eyes and began to cry. The minister is a good man. Whenever any of his colleagues or their families faced difficulties, he would go out of his way to help. Last year, my family had an accident, and I lost my source of income. I was too embarrassed to tell anyone. The minister secretly slipped me 2,000 yuan. He thought I didn't know, but I was fully aware. The minister was a good man. Lying here like this, it's worse than death. Yet those people are still at large, flaunting their power and arrogance. At this point, Yuan Kuei clenched his teeth. Minister, you're also a good person, and your talent for beast taming is the highest I've ever seen. As long as you can avenge the minister, I dare not speak for others. I, Yuan Kuei, am willing to die for you. Chapter 50, Liability Waiver. Lin Yan was deeply shocked. He never expected Yuan Kuei to speak so seriously. Keep your life. I don't need it. I don't know him, and I wouldn't take revenge for him. Yuan Kuei lowered his head, feeling disappointed and ashamed. But he heard Lin Yan speak again. However, since I've taken on the role of Disciplinary Affairs Department Director and am receiving resources and subsidies from the Student Affairs Office, I will never stand with those who act unjustly or break the law. Only one of us can stand in the end. Yuan Kuei looked up in surprise. He knew that Lin Yan was effectively agreeing to his request. Thank you. Yuan Kuei murmured softly. Lin Yan pretended not to hear. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yan received a message from Zhao Duo. Want to have lunch together later? Lin Yan recalled the strange dream from last night and shrank his neck before replying. I've got something to do at noon. Let us do it tonight. After sending the message, Lin Yan thought for a moment and added, I really do have something to do. From last night, it was clear that Zhao Duo was a sensitive girl who tended to overthink things. Soon. Zhao Duo replied back. Alright. Q.jpg. Put away your phone. Lin Yan bought 2 meals and headed toward the academic building. Professor who had mobility issues and lived in the remote insect science building, so he probably hadn't eaten yet at this hour. Carrying the 2 meals, he walked toward the insect science building. Lin Yan was stunned. Yesterday when he came to the entomology building, The place was desolate and in ruins, littered with weeds and trash. But now, there were now flat, well-paved roads and clean, tidy classrooms. The weeds and books that had once grown wildly outside the teaching building are now neatly trimmed. Is this still the insect-themed teaching building? Did I take a wrong turn again? Lin Yan stepped back and glanced at the sign. It clearly read Insect Department in large characters. I didn't come to the wrong place. Who did this? Lin Yan entered the building and saw that all the desks and chairs inside the classroom were spotlessly clean. He arrived at the office, and the door was open. Hu Fangyuan was sitting at his desk, writing something. Lin Yan knocked politely on the door. Hu Fangyuan looked up and saw Lin Yan coming over. He waved his hand dismissively. Come in. Lin Yan smiled and placed 2 meals on the table. I didn't know what you liked, so I just bought something. Hu Fangyuan glanced up, his voice hoarse. I'm fasting, I don't eat anything. Lin Yan was taken aback. Although beast tamers were a high-ranking profession with extraordinary powers, however, the source of this power ultimately relies on the contracted spirit beasts. Beast tamers themselves were relatively fragile. And the ability to fast, which appears in wuxia novels. Does it really exist? Hu Fangyuan refused to eat, so Lin Yan had no choice but to eat it himself. Hu Fangyuan was still busy with something and said, the joint entrance exam for the 4 schools starts tomorrow. Although freshmen, sophomores, and juniors all participate, the focus of this exam is still on the freshmen. Why? Lin Yan asked, his words muffled as he ate. Hu Fangyuan continued. Because this joint exam is specifically for the upcoming exchange competition with Japan. Among the Japanese delegation, there is one person who requires special attention. That's the first-year freshman from Heian-kyo University, Yamamoto Juni. He is said to be the greatest genius in Japan in a century, unmatched by any of his peers. The Japanese government arranged this delegation specifically to build momentum for him. Lin Yan nodded, regardless of the purpose. He must secure victory at all costs. Alright, I'll head to the dungeon hall this afternoon and go in for a few runs. Lin Yan said. Hu Fangyuan looked up at him and reminded him. The league is approaching, you should conserve your strength. He didn't know that killing monsters would grant Lin Yan biomass. In his view, Lin Yan entering the dungeon at this time was simply wasting his strength. After all, insect soldiers were disposable units. It's okay, I've got it under control. Lin Yan was packing up the empty lunchbox he had finished eating. Hu Fangyuan nodded. He knew Lin Yan wasn't the type to act recklessly. When he said he had it under control, it meant he had absolute confidence. He stepped out of the insect biology building. Lin Yan headed toward the copy hall. At that moment, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Students poured out in droves, rushing toward the cafeteria. In an instant, the once somewhat empty campus became crowded with people. Lin Yan went against the flow of people and just reached the entrance of the dungeon hall. He encountered a familiar face. It was the man in the suit he had seen eating that day, Shen Lei. What a coincidence, Mr. Shen. Lin Yan greeted him with a smile and asked. Where's Mr. Zhao? Why didn't you go to dinner with him? Upon hearing Lin Yan's question, Shen Lei clenched his fists tightly. Zhao Ziwei had just rejected his invitation, and he was still feeling upset. This annoying kid came over and looked in Lin Yan's direction, asking, What? Are you going to the dungeon hall? Lin Yan nodded, looking obedient. Yeah, isn't it time for the joint exam between the 4 schools? I need to prepare properly. Shen Lei chuckled. You should definitely prepare well. Lin Yan said no more and walked into the dungeon hall. Shen Lei watched his back and sneered. The exam is almost here, and you're still wasting your strength in the dungeon? You're truly a worthless insect-type scum who knows nothing. Now, Lin Yan had no chance of winning. He entered the dungeon hall. Lin Yan approached the staff member and said, Give me the key to a golden tier dungeon. I'll use it myself. The staff member recognized the school's famous student and exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you at the Silver Realm? According to the rules, you can only enter silver-grade dungeons. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, not expecting such a rule. While silver-tier dungeons could be used, leveling up was still too slow. After all, his goal wasn't to gain experience or levels, but to obtain biomass. He needed a lot of biomass. Endless amounts of biomass. After all, to make the insect soldiers as powerful as a natural disaster, a massive amount of biomass was required. Therefore, his target isn't the boss in the dungeon, but the numerous magical beasts ahead. The rewards from the B-rank monster bosses are far inferior to those from the minions. Alright, then. Just as Lin Yan was about to settle for the next best option, the staff suddenly spoke again. Actually, entering the golden tier dungeon isn't out of the question. Just sign a liability waiver. The school won't be held responsible for any accidents that occur in the dungeon. Lin Yan was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Of course. After signing the agreement, Lin Yan presented his student ID and student council identification to complete the necessary procedures. He successfully obtained the key to enter the golden level dungeon. Shortly after, in the dedicated instance activation room, they directly entered the dungeon. At the same time, a new post was rapidly spreading on the school forum. The 4-school joint exam is approaching, and Lin Yan signed a liability waiver to enter the golden tier dungeon. Chapter 51, Love Lowers IQ. The news of Lin Yan advancing to the golden tier dungeon. It spread throughout the entire campus like a whirlwind. Everyone's first reaction upon hearing the news was, Lin Yan has lost his mind. The 4-school joint exam is starting tomorrow. Entering a dungeon now, and one that's a whole level higher than his own, the golden tier dungeon. It's like asking for death. Doesn't he want to pass the 4-school joint exam? Xiao Yan is still too impulsive. Superpower Academy Teaching Building, 2nd floor restroom. Tang Tianyu, Li Jueming, and Han Xiaofeng lit a cigarette inside. With exams approaching and having to tackle a challenging level, this is even worse than a quick fix. The two shook their heads as well. We were counting on Yan Go to win first place in the 4-school joint exam and really make us proud. It looks like that's out of the question now. Yan Gu isn't the impulsive type. How could he do something like this? Han Xiaofeng suddenly said. I know. Both of them turned their gaze toward him. Han Xiaofeng spoke in a mysterious and serious tone. It's simple. Because Yan Gu is in love. Love makes people less intelligent. Tang Tianyu fell silent for a moment. That makes sense. The bell rang. The three of them headed toward the exit of the restroom and turned a corner. They bumped into a girl. Sorry, I didn't see you. Tang Tianyu and the others hurriedly apologized. It's okay. The girl lowered her head, seeming in a hurry to go somewhere. Watching the girl hurry away, the three felt a sense of familiarity. I remember now. It's the girl from last night. Han Xiaofeng suddenly exclaimed. Is she also from the Superpower Academy? Li Jueming furrowed his brows. What a coincidence, Tang Tianyu smiled. Lin Yan, that guy, really has some luck with women. I remember now. Han Xiaofeng exclaimed again. Li Jueming said impatiently, what did you remember now? We already know she's the girl from last night. Han Xiaofeng watched the girl's figure disappear before turning back to the two of them and saying, no wonder she looked familiar, she's Zhao Duo, the beauty of our superpower department. I heard about her when we first enrolled. But I heard that Lu Jia always comes to find her. I wonder what their relationship is. Lu Jia? The two were taken aback. Oh no. Li Jueming opened his mouth, could it be a beauty trap? This girl is trying to get revenge on Lu Jia. Tang Tianyu, though a bit slow, could also guess what was coming next. Can't beat Lin Yan head on, so she's resorting to this kind of trick? How despicable. We need to tell Lin Yan about this when he comes out. On the other side, Zhao Duo walked out of the classroom building and ran toward the academic affairs office. Li Song hadn't come to class all day today. She assumed he was assisting the student affairs office with an investigation. But unexpectedly, just as the first class of the afternoon had ended, she received a call from the student affairs office. It turned out that Li Song didn't want to talk much about last night's incident. This led to the case investigation hitting a dead end. Lin Yan and Zhao Duo were both key figures involved in last night's incident. Lin Yan had entered the copy, and they couldn't get in touch with him. That's why they called Zhao Duo over, hoping she could talk some sense into Li Song. Zhao Duo furrowed her brows. But it wasn't because of Li Song. It was because of something that happened on the way here. She heard that Lin Yan had actually gone to clear a dungeon. And it was a golden tier dungeon. You see, even she, a legitimate second-year university student and a golden rank beast tamer. If she went into a dungeon alone to level up, she'd come out completely drained. So during class today, the teachers strictly prohibited them from entering dungeons. The 4-school joint exam is such a big deal, and they're treating it so casually? Zhao Duo sighed and walked into the student affairs office. As soon as she opened the door, a female teacher wearing a body-hugging skirt and with an incredible figure walked out. You must be Zhao Daodu. Zhao Daodu froze for a moment before nodding quickly, yes, teacher. Zhao Ziwei smoothed her hair and smiled. Don't be afraid. Go inside and talk to Li Song. Don't worry, we have enough evidence, it's just a matter of how quickly the case is processed. After saying that, Zhao Ziwei walked away in her high heels, leaving behind a trail of perfume. I wish I could become such an outstanding woman one day. Zhao Duo sniffed and walked into the office. Zhao Ziwei descended the stairs, her high heels clicking loudly. A teacher caught up and hurriedly said, Ms. Zhao, the parents of the two students who caused trouble are here. They want to see you. Zhao Ziwei was the deputy director of the student affairs office, and this matter was under her jurisdiction. In cases like this, if the parties involved can reach an understanding, it can be resolved either way. I won't see them. Zhao Ziwu didn't even turn her head or stop walking. Tell them to go back where they came from and not to see the parties involved. When did school security become so lax that outsiders can enter the campus? She remarked casually. The teacher understood Zhao Ziwu's attitude. He called a few security guards and went upstairs. Zhao Ziwu walked toward the copy room. You little brat, you've really gotten too big for your britches. You dare enter the dungeon now with the exam tomorrow? Just wait and see what I'll do to you. Golden Tier Dungeon Scarlet Sun Desert. The sun blazed overhead. A vast expanse of barren land stretches as far as the eye can see. Lin Yan stood in the vast, open desert with no shelter in sight. He shielded his forehead with his hand, trying to block some of the sunlight, but it was of no use. Isn't this a dungeon? This feels way too real. The simulation was already more than halfway through. Lin Yan was about to give up. Of course, it wasn't because he wasn't strong enough. It was simply too hot. At this moment, the number of his Titan ants and bloodwing bees had both reached 10,000. The maximum number of insect soldiers was 2,000, with not a single one left. Moreover, the biomass reserve had also reached over 15,000. It could be said that, even if all his insect soldiers were to die in battle at this moment, he could still summon an insect army of nearly the same size within a single second. The insect race's disaster has begun to take shape. Lin Yan stood in the desert, watching the insect soldiers and magical beasts still engaged in fierce combat in the distance. The kill notification popped up before his eyes. You successfully killed a level 20 bandaged mummy demon beast. Biomass plus 40, experience plus 800. You have successfully killed 20 level magical beast bandaged mummies. Biomass plus 40, experience plus 800. Awesome. If it weren't so hot, Lin Yan would have loved to stay in this dungeon. These monsters have a unique feature. They can revive. Not far away is the boss's lair, a pyramid. Endless mummies keep pouring out of it. These monsters have lower health and defense compared to other monsters of the same level. Even the tank-like Titan ants find it relatively easy to defeat them. This dungeon is perfectly suited for Lin Yan. I wonder if I can claim this dungeon key for myself. Lin Yan licked his lips. However, this exhilarating battle is about to end. The pyramid in the distance began to shake. The main tomb chamber's doors swung open. The final boss, the pharaoh mummy, sat up from its coffin. When a certain number of mummies are defeated, the boss will awaken. Roar! A deafening roar caused all the mummies in the area to freeze in shock. It then unleashes an incredibly fast attack speed. The death notifications for the Titan ants keep piling up. Lin Yan hummed and immediately exited the dungeon. The dazzling light before his eyes gradually faded. Chapter 52, The Balance Arena. Dungeon Hall. Lin Yan sat in the dungeon entrance room. He took a moment to catch his breath. Actually, he was just enjoying the air conditioning. He glanced at his system panel. Bug Nest Host, Lin Yan. Realm, Silver 6th Tier. Bug Nest Level, 1. Core Function, devour any product containing genetic information and reproduce fusion insect warriors with that genetic makeup. Initial ant soldier types, Titan giant ants, bloodwing mad bees. Insect soldier count, 20,000 Titan giant ants, 10,000, bloodwing mad bees, 10,000. Biomass remaining, 15,480. Regarding the current interface, Lin Yan was satisfied. As soon as he opened the door, a stunningly beautiful woman stood outside the door. High heels, black stockings, a body-hugging skirt, a low-cut top, and flowing curls. Lin Yan's gaze swept from her feet to her face, until he noticed the face, adorned with meticulous makeup, which seemed vaguely familiar. He belatedly greeted her. Hello, Ms. Zhao. She wasn't wearing that elegant purple outfit. Lin Yan almost didn't recognize her. Not great. Zhao Ziwei cut him off and asked. The joint exam for the 4 schools is tomorrow, and you're still messing around here? Messing around? Lin Yan paused for a moment. What are you talking about? I'm in the dungeon leveling up for tomorrow's exam. Zhao Ziwei said impatiently. You're rushing through the dungeon and messing up your stats. How are you going to compete properly? Don't forget you have a bet with someone. If you lose, I'll lose face too. Lin Yan was completely confused. Isn't Xinlei your childhood friend? It seems like he's the one who lost, so you're the one who will lose face. Zhao Ziwei was speechless. She remained silent for a moment. Lin Yan could feel the air growing thick and sticky. At that moment, the savior arrived. Xinlei had arrived at the copy hall without anyone noticing. Seeing Zhao Ziwu and Lin Yan standing together, his face darkened instantly. Ziwei, what are you doing here? He had no classes in the afternoon and had come specifically to watch Lin Yan make a fool of himself. He hoped Lin Yan would emerge from the dungeon looking disheveled. He could then go up and mock him mercilessly. But he never expected to see Zhao Ziwei. And Zhao Ziwei was dressed so provocatively. Previously, when the two of them went out together, Zhao Ziwu was always dressed modestly. This stark contrast made Xinlei feel annoyed. Can't I be here? Zhao Ziwu glanced at Xinlei, looking puzzled. She had never liked Xinlei since she was a child. He was both petty and cowardly. It was only because their families had a good relationship that she had no choice but to grow up with him. Xinlei forced a smile from his sour expression. No, of course I can. I heard that Lin Yan had entered the dungeon, so I came to check on him. All the teachers in the school received a notice today reminding students not to enter the dungeon. What? Didn't Lin Yan receive the notice? Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Yan's teacher is that who something, oh right, who Fang Yuan. Teachers are just full of hot air, bragging about how they were unmatched in their prime, and now their students have picked up that bad habit too. That's hilarious. Hearing Xinlei actually mocking his own teacher. Lin Yan's expression darkened. If we were on the same level, I could beat you like a dog, believe it or not. Xinlei's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Ziwei was also a bit surprised. She never expected Lin Yan to be so bold, showing no mercy at all. What did you say? Xinlei's face twisted in anger. Being mocked by a child in front of the woman he loved was more painful than death. You're just a freshman majoring in entomology, and you dare to speak to a teacher like that? How dare you? Xinlei roared angrily. His spiritual energy surged, revealing his master-level cultivation. Even without summoning a spirit beast, it was far beyond what Lin Yan, a mere silver-ranked beast tamer, could withstand. Put! Lin Yan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood but managed to suppress it. However, a trickle of blood still seeped from the corner of his mouth. Xinlei, have you lost your mind? Zhao Ziwei rushed forward to shield Lin Yan, fearing that Xinlei would harm Lin Yan further. Upon seeing Zhao Ziwu standing by Lin Yan's side, Xinlei's anger boiled over. Ziwei, this insolent brat is too arrogant and disrespectful to his elders. I only gave him a slight warning. There's no need to make such a fuss. I'll cover the medical expenses. This penniless brat can ask for whatever he wants. Xinlei sneered. He had already thoroughly investigated Lin Yan's family background. His parents were ordinary workers, and they still lived in a resettlement housing unit in the old city. He got lucky and got into Jinwu University, and by some strange talent, he managed to beat a few students. And he dared to look down on his teacher who had returned from studying abroad? Here is 5,000. That should cover your living expenses for 2 months, right? Seeing that Lin Yan didn't say anything, he just stared at him blankly. Xinlei felt a chill run down his spine for some reason. Not enough? Haha, how about 10,000? Lin Yan remained silent. Xinlei grew angry. He had only used his spiritual energy to shake him, causing at most some internal injuries and bleeding. With today's medical technology, a quick fix would only cost 1,000 yuan at most. Was this kid so greedy? Just as Xinlei was about to raise the price further, Lin Yan finally spoke. I don't want the money. I have only one condition. Let's go to the Tianping arena and fight it out. Whoa! The crowd around them erupted in chaos. A freshman dared to challenge a teacher? Though the balance arena would suppress both combatants' cultivation levels to the same tier. But that's a master-level beast tamer, after all. In terms of combat experience and skill repertoire, how could a silver-ranked student possibly compare? Fight me? Xinlei almost burst out laughing. Forget it. If I win, people will say I'm bullying you. Lin Yan sneered and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Needless to say, Xinlei had been bullying him earlier. A Grandmaster-level beast tamer had actually dared to attack a newcomer from the Silver Mirror rank. The onlookers' gazes toward Xinlei had changed. Some people were whispering among themselves. The news that Xinlei had studied abroad in Japan also spread quickly. What kind of place is Japan? It could be said that nearly everyone present harbored deep animosity toward that country. Those Japan-obsessed study abroad dogs, daring to bully people here. Although I don't particularly like Lin Yan, his victories have all been fair and square. Didn't you notice? In all the battles and dungeons Lin Yan has fought, he's always challenged the stronger opponents and never bullied the weaker ones. Exactly. In terms of character alone, he's far better than this Xinlei. In my opinion, even if he goes to the balance arena, Lin Yan might not lose. Exactly, Lin Yan gets stronger the stronger his opponents are. Let us go after him. Follow him. Some of the onlookers had already started to cheer. Xinlei's face turned grim. He was already in a difficult situation. Fighting a student in a one-on-one match. If he won, it wouldn't be honorable. If he lost, how could he possibly continue attending school? Chapter 53, The Night Dog. Let us do it. Xinlei was also ready to go all out. In front of so many people, he couldn't back down. In the world of beast tamers, being weak is a crime. Being a coward is even worse than being weak. And he didn't believe that Lin Yan could beat him. What about the geniuses back home? He is the one who returned from studying abroad in the powerful eastern Japan. The battlefield shifted from the dungeon hall to the arena hall. Students who had no classes at the time also followed in droves to the arena hall. Students challenging their teachers. This was a rare sight indeed. The two stepped onto the balance platform. The crowd in the hall erupted into chaos. Just as the two stood on opposite sides of the stage, preparing to enter, Zhao Ziwei, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke up. This isn't fair. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to her. Lin Yan had just emerged from the dungeon and was knocked unconscious by Xunlei's spiritual energy. Even if the balance arena has suppressed both of their cultivation levels to the same rank, what about their combat experience and skills? This match isn't fair. Actually, Zhao Ziwei knew she couldn't possibly match Lin Yan. This duel was bound to happen. However, she spoke these words now. First, she hopes Xunlei will back down. Second, even if Lin Yan loses, no one will mock him for being inadequate. Everyone heard Zhao Ziwei's words. They all nodded in agreement. They also agreed. Xunlei was so angry he couldn't think straight. He never expected his childhood sweetheart to speak up for his rival. What is so great about that kid that everyone is siding with him? I'm a genius who returned from studying abroad in Japan. How could he possibly compare to him? Fine. If that is the case, I'll beat him to a pulp. Let's see if you'll still stand by him. In the world of beast tamers, the strong survive. If Lin Yan becomes disabled, even if he is popular now, no one will care about him. He'll gradually lose all attention and become a nobody. Then, he can do whatever he wants with him. He thought to himself. Xunlei gave Lin Yan a cruel smile, stepped onto the stage, and vanished. What's that fool laughing about? Lin Yan watched Xunlei, who had already entered the ring, and was speechless. He took a step forward and also entered the ring. The light in front of him brightened. When it faded, Lin Yan found himself standing on a flat grassland. Xunlei stood across from him, still wearing that silly grin. At this moment, Xunlei's cultivation level had been suppressed by the heavenly balance arena to the silver realm. The same as Lin Yan's. Summon your insects. Xunlei sneered and raised his hand. A black-bodied, winged spirit beast appeared. Come out, night dog. Though the name of the spirit beast contained the character for dog, it bore little resemblance to a dog. It stood upright on two legs, with a pair of bat-like wings on its back. Its face was difficult to discern, appearing extremely fierce. My night dog is an epic quality spirit beast. It even carries a trace of legendary grade bloodline. Lin Yan ignored him and pointed forward with his arm. Instantly, a swarm of black holes appeared, nearly covering the entire grassland. Xunlei suddenly widened his eyes. The Yaksha dog also grew restless. The next second, countless titan ants and bloodwing bees poured out of the black holes. There was no sound, but the silence was utterly overwhelming. There are so many of them. More than before. This is terrifying. There must be over 10,000 of them. Although their aura isn't very strong, there are just too many of them. How are we supposed to fight them? It all depends on whether Xunlei's spiritual energy can hold out. If the night dogs have strong area of effect skills, we might stand a chance. Everyone was discussing it heatedly. Some favored Lin Yan, while others favored Xunlei. Everyone had their own opinions. Xunlei was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. They're just a bunch of insects. Those students lost their composure when they saw them. I'm a teacher who studied abroad in Japan. Do you really think this little show can intimidate me? With that thought in mind, Xunlei launched the attack first. The Yaksha dog was a spirit beast of the supernatural ability system. Although Xunlei's current cultivation level was suppressed to the silver realm. However, his innate talent is magic power source, giving him naturally higher spiritual power than others. Zhao Ziwei was absolutely correct. Supernatural type spirit beasts are the strongest type of spirit beasts in the late game, not only in terms of spiritual power and skills. They are also closely tied to combat experience. Especially for psychic type spirit beasts, which heavily rely on skill and execution. Although Xunlei lacks combat experience, his theoretical knowledge is solid. He has a deep understanding of skill cooldowns, timing, and combo coordination. He has them all memorized. Yaksha dog, shadow clone technique. Xunlei issued the command, and spiritual energy rippled through the air. The Yaksha dog's figure instantly split into 12. Each Yaksha dog's spiritual energy was only slightly weaker than before. As expected, it's still just a silver mirror. If I used my full strength, I'd probably have over 100 clones. But these are more than enough to deal with this bunch of trash. Lin Yan saw the dozen or so clones of the Yaksha dogs and sneered. Want to compete with me in numbers? Then let's see who has more. Blood Rain. The Bloodwing Mad Bees unleashed their skill, starting with their ultimate move. 10,000 Bloodwing Mad Bees swarm the sky, blocking out the sun. At the same time, their tails lock onto a dozen night dogs. The next second, dense streams of tail needles fired toward the dozen night dogs. The tail needles provide complete coverage. It could be said that the night dogs had no chance to dodge. Humph. Child's play. Xunlei snorted coldly and released his second skill. Black Abyss Inferno. A dozen night dogs flew up and down, forming a circular formation. They spat out black flames from their mouths. The flames coalesced into a shield, incinerating all the incoming tail needles. Ha 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 ha, this move doesn't work anymore? Xinlei burst into laughter. He had watched Lin Yan's combat video. It was this very move that had directly defeated the second-year student Lu Jia. But this move was easily diffused by him. Now it's my turn, right? Yaksha Dog, Black Ming Shuriken. Once the black flames had completely incinerated all the tail needles, a dozen Yaksha dogs moved again. Black spiritual energy gathered in his hands, gradually forming the shape of a short sword. Then, the dozen or so Yaksha dogs simultaneously threw their shurikens at the swarm of bloodwing mad bees. As the Black Ming shurikens flew through the air, their size grew larger and larger, reaching over 10 meters in length. There were too many bloodwing mad bees to dodge. In an instant, those struck were grazed by the shurikens, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this situation, Lin Yan frowned. He pondered ways to break the deadlock. He knew that late-stage psychic-type spirit beasts were tough to deal with, but he hadn't expected them to possess such formidable combat power even in their early stages. Moreover, judging by Xinlei's appearance, his spiritual energy was clearly still abundant. To break through to the front lines and engage in close combat with the Night Dog, the bloodwing mad bees are out of the question. The Night Dog is flying so high, and the Titan giant ant can't reach it. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and came up with a plan. Chapter 54, Defeating Xinlei. Since the bloodwing mad bees can't defeat it, and the Titan giant ant can't reach it, why not combine them? Descend. Lin Yan pressed his hand down and issued the command. The bloodwing mad bees, reduced to just a few thousand by the shurikens, quickly plummeted downward. They landed amidst the swarm of Titan ants. At Lin Yan's signal, each bloodwing mad bee clung to a Titan ant and slowly rose into the air. What is this? Are they merging? Xinlei sneered. At this moment, over half of his spiritual energy remained. Moreover, his innate talent was accelerating the recovery of his spiritual energy. In his eyes, these insects were nothing but fish meat waiting to be slaughtered. Though he could eliminate them all, he was also curious to see what tricks Lin Yan had up his sleeve. I didn't expect Xinlei to be this strong. What's so strong about him? A master-level teacher bullying a student, what kind of skill is that? Exactly. Plus, Xinlei's spirit beast is a high-skill type that requires precise control. At his level, he's got plenty of experience. No wonder. Look how well those two skills were executed. I wonder if Lin Yan can hold on. I think it's pretty unlikely. After all, the gap in skills and experience is too huge. Exactly. Earlier, Lin Yan's skill combo could have instantly killed Lu Jia, who was at the Golden Realm, but Xinlei blocked it directly. That traitorous dog, Xinlei. Hey, look at what Lin Yan is trying to do. Everyone shared their opinions. On the large screen, everyone watched as Lin Yan commanded the bloodwing mad bees to lift the Titan ant into the air. Watching the bloodwing mad bees rise higher and higher, they continued flying until they reached the height of the Yaksha dogs. Lin Yan felt a bit nervous inside, unsure if his method would work. Lower them. The command was issued. The bloodwing mad bees immediately released the Titan giant ant they were holding. Soon, thousands of Titan ants plummeted toward the ground. Like raindrops, they plummeted toward the ground. However, those dozen or so Yaksha dogs were also within the range of the rain. Some Titan ants began to land on the Night Dogs. 1, 2, 3. Immediately afterward, all the Night Dogs were covered in Titan giant ants. The Titan ants began tearing into the bodies of the Night Demons. The Night Hound's health began to slowly decrease. Genius. There's actually such a combat method. Impressive. Super-powered spirit beasts are usually fragile. Since ranged attacks are ineffective against him, close combat must work. What's this? Is this some kind of ground-air integrated combat? The Yaksha dog is losing health. Lin Yan is amazing. Wait, something is wrong. Look at Xinlei's expression. Is he smirking? This is bad. Xinlei must have a backup plan. As expected. Seeing this, Xinlei not only remained calm but burst into laughter. Do you think you're so clever? Don't you know that psychic-type spirit beasts are best at control-type skills? As soon as he finished speaking, Xinlei's spiritual energy erupted, and he released his skill once more. Black Abyss Tremor. A dozen Night Dogs suddenly erupted with spiritual energy. Wave after wave of ripples directly shook the Titan ants off their bodies. Even the Titan ants that continued to fall couldn't land on the Night Dogs. Ha ha ha, do you see the gap between us now? Even if we were on the same level, you would never be my match. Xinlei pointed at Lin Yan and laughed heartily. He thought to himself, this should at least salvage some of my image in Zhao Ziwu's eyes. You think you're too clever for your own good. Lin Yan said coldly. Xinlei paused for a moment, then mocked. Out of ideas, so you're just spouting nonsense? You're about to die and still trying to be tough? Wait until I kill all your bugs, then see if you're still so tough. Shenlei looked up at the night demon dog in the air, ready to release his skill again to eliminate all of Lin Yan's insect soldiers. Suddenly, Shenlei discovered in horror. Those worthless ant-like spirit beasts were now glowing red. Meanwhile, the black nether tremor still active on the yaksha dog's body had lost its effect on these red glowing ant spirit beasts. The ant spirit beasts once again climbed onto the yaksha dog's body, continuing to tear and bite. And this time, the speed of the tearing was even faster. The night demon dog's health was dropping even faster. What's going on? What did you do? Shenlei felt a chill down his spine and looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan gave a cold smile. What's the matter? Mr. Shen thinks that weak insect-type spirit beasts aren't worthy of having skills? This is the Titan Giant Ant's skill, Berserk. Shenlei was startled. He never expected that the Titan Giant Ant, once its skill was activated, could actually resist control. This is way too overpowered. This is completely different from any insect-type spirit beast I've ever seen before. There are so many of them, some are ranged and some are melee, and the melee ones have high health and are immune to control effects. How do we fight this? Shenlei's mind raced, trying to figure out how to use his skills strategically to break the deadlock. But after brainstorming for a while, he couldn't find any skills that could counter these pesky insects. Just as he was struggling to come up with a solution, the situation changed again. The Titan Ant tore into the wings of the yaksha dogs. A dozen yaksha dogs plummeted to the ground. They landed on the ground. Now, the remaining Titan Giant Ants no longer needed to fly into the sky to fight. Countless Titan Ants charged toward the night dogs. Watching the night dog's health bars drop rapidly, Shenlei only realized this at that moment and hurriedly cancelled the dozen or so clones, transforming back into a night dog. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan had caught him off guard. He had actually forgotten to recall his clones to avoid the damage. I was careless. Shenlei was drenched in sweat. At that moment, the night dog's clone dissipated, and its main body's health was also depleted. Although the Titan Ant, which served as a meat shield, had decent combat power, but it couldn't withstand constant scraping. Shenlei knew he had lost. The yaksha dog was a native spirit beast of Japan that Shenlei had contracted during his studies there. It was extremely expensive and held great significance to him. He didn't want such a precious spirit beast to be lost here so carelessly, though he was deeply reluctant. But Shenlin still made the right decision at that moment. He reached out and pressed the button to surrender and exit the arena. A flash of light appeared. Both parties immediately vanished from the arena. They reappeared in the hall. Unexpectedly, the match ended so abruptly. And it ended with Shenlei, the teacher, surrendering. The atmosphere in the hall erupted instantly. Everyone began to discuss heatedly. Wow, Lin Yan actually won, and Shenlei surrendered. Isn't Shenlei supposed to be a tactical master? Is that all he's got? Just talk is cheap. He's good at theory, but in practice, it's all the same. Shenlei? I know him. My brother was his classmate, but they lost touch after he went to study abroad in Japan. What do you mean? Shenlei has always been a foreign-obsessed snob. His grades were average in Japan, and he only graduated by sucking up to Japanese talent. Even his job at our school was secured through connections. I never thought he was that kind of person. Disgusting. Listening to the others gossiping, Shenlei's face turned ashen, looking absolutely dreadful. Chapter 55, the four-school joint exam begins. On both sides of the stage, the two spiritual beasts had already been recalled. Shenlei looked at the severely injured night demon dog in his beast summoning space, his heart filled with anger. Though his spiritual power was suppressed within the arena, but the injuries the yaksha dog had sustained were real. This was a precious spirit beast from Japan, yet Shenlei glared angrily at Lin Yan. He, a returning assistant professor with a foreign education, had actually lost to a student. How could he possibly tolerate this? The mocking glances and taunting words from those around him felt like needles piercing his heart. You just wait. Shenlei spat out the threat and left without even acknowledging Zhao Ziwu. Lin Yan watched Shenlei's slightly disheveled figure and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This guy had been targeting him all along just because of Zhao Ziwu. He even dragged Professor Hu into it. Enough is enough. Although he had lost over 1,000 bloodwing mad bees and several hundred Titan giant ants. But it feels good. At that moment, Zhao Ziwei walked over, looking worried. Are you okay? Lin Yan shook his head. I'm fine. You should be worried about him being defeated by a student. Will Shenlei be so angry when he gets back that he'll spit blood? Seeing Lin Yan's nonchalant expression, Zhao Ziwu sighed. She regretted getting Lin Yan involved in her and Shenlei's affairs on a whim that day. Shenlei was so petty. Today he was humiliated by Lin Yan again. Who knows how he'll target Lin Yan in the future? It seems like she'll have to keep a closer eye on Lin Yan from now on. When you don't have class, be careful. I'll come find you often. Anyway, Lin Yan is a student council member and falls under the student affairs office. Ha! Lin Yan snapped back to reality and didn't understand what Zhao Ziwei meant. Just as he was about to ask again, Zhao Ziwu had already walked away in her high heels. After leaving the arena hall, Lin Yan looked up and saw that it was getting dark. He didn't choose to return to the dormitory but instead went back to the dungeon hall. Because of the upcoming joint exam between the 4 schools tomorrow, the dungeon hall was already nearly empty. As Lin Yan walked in, he happened to bump into the staff member from earlier that afternoon. The staff member looked at Lin Yan in surprise. "Why are you back? Didn't you go to the arena hall?" Lin Yan smiled and said, "I won, so I came back." You won?" The staff member stared in disbelief. She had seen it with her own eyes. Lin Yan had gotten into a dispute with an assistant professor and agreed to settle it at the Tianping arena. That was an assistant professor. A grandmaster level beast tamer. And you came back here looking so fresh and unharmed? I still need the copy I entered this afternoon. Lin Yan reached out his hand, asking for the copy key. The staff member paused for a moment and asked, "You want to go back into the dungeon?" She had assumed Lin Yan had left something behind and was coming back to retrieve it. "Here it is." The staff member handed Lin Yan the familiar dungeon key. "But be careful, we close at 10 o'clock. It's already past 8 o'clock. You have to get out in an hour." Lin Yan frowned. An hour wasn't enough time to do much. "What time do you open tomorrow?" 6 o'clock. The staff member finished speaking before realizing what he had said. "Are you going to stay here all night?" She'd heard of staying up all night at an internet cafe, but never at a game dungeon. "But this isn't allowed, is it?" The staff member looked a bit flustered. "I'm just leveling up before my exams, I'm not causing any trouble." Lin Yan pulled out his golden badge. The staff member naturally knew Lin Yan's identity. "Alright, I'll come first thing tomorrow morning. If you encounter any issues, just sound the alarm." The staff member left. The copy hall was empty, so they turned off the lights. It was pitch black. Lin Yan took out the key and walked into the room. He directly entered the dungeon Scarlet Sun Desert. Let's start leveling up. The next day, early in the morning, excluding the 4th-year students on internship, the elite students from each grade gathered at the school square. Each grade and major selected approximately 20 students. There was one exception, Lin Yan from the entomology department. Everyone felt nervous, because the 4-school joint exam was just around the corner. They all wanted to perform well and secure a spot in the upcoming exchange competition with Japan. That exchange competition between the 2 countries. It will be broadcast live worldwide. If they achieve any notable results, that would truly be a chance to rise above the rest. Not to mention the abundant resources and funding from the school and association. Just the honor alone. No one could refuse. "Where's Lin Yan? Where did Lin Yan go?" The teacher in charge of the exam shouted while holding the list. Students from all other departments were present. Only Lin Yan from the entomology department was missing. First-year students formation. The students looked around frantically, searching for Lin Yan's figure. Tang Tianyu, Li Jueming, and Han Xiaofeng were also searching. A student from the neighboring dormitory who recognized them asked, "Old Tang, where's Lin Yan from your dorm? Maybe he's too scared to come." Tang Tianyu rolled his eyes. "Don't be ridiculous. Lin Yan didn't come back to the dorm last night. He must be preparing for the exam." The students nearby burst into laughter. "Preparing for what? I saw him go to the dungeon hall last night. He's probably using the excuse of being in a bad state after just entering the dungeon to avoid the exam. I thought it was something else. Turns out he is a coward at home and a bully outside." "Ha, that is such a vivid metaphor." A group of people mocked him. Anyway, Lin Yan definitely won't be able to come, so they weren't afraid anymore. They were all geniuses from various provinces and cities. They never expected that upon arriving at the school, they would all be overshadowed by Lin Yan alone. All the glory was taken by him. Even the most popular girl in the first year seemed to be close to Lin Yan. This has caused a lot of people to feel resentful. "Has Lin Yan arrived yet?" The teacher in charge asked again as usual, then was about to mark an X in his little notebook. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Here! Lin Yan is here!" "Teacher, wait a moment, Lin Yan is here." The teacher leading the group looked up. From a distance, they saw a student strolling leisurely, showing no signs of hurry. As for the name Lin Yan, he had been hearing about him non-stop in recent days. Since the start of the semester, he had caused quite a stir. Yesterday, he even defeated an assistant professor from the supernatural arts department. Teachers appreciate students with exceptional talent, but they dislike those who disrespect their teachers. Moreover, Lin Yan's talent seems to have little room for further development. He relies on sheer numbers to win. Many teachers look down on this approach. 30 seconds remaining. The team leader frowned and looked at his watch. As soon as the time was up, he would immediately disqualify Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, hurry up. Tang Tianyu shouted. Lin Yan seemed not to hear a thing. You're so slow. Tang Tianyu, being an impatient person, couldn't help but summon his spirit beast, the sacred Kuei Ox. He channeled his spiritual energy and released an acceleration skill. He arrived beside Lin Yan. Get on the ox. Chapter 56, 3 Rules. Get on the ox? Lin Yan looked at Tang Tianyu rushing over in a hurry. And the sacred patterned Kuei Ox beneath him. Do you think you're a Lamborghini? Though he said that, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. After all, most people's spirit beasts could be used as mounts. The most impressive ones were the dragon-type spirit beasts. How cool are dragon knights? But Lin Yan's insect-type spirit beast, the largest titan ant, was no bigger than a soccer ball. How do you ride it? Do you step on one with each foot? That's not Neza. Lin Yan from the Insect Specialty Class 1, reporting for duty. The instructor stared at his watch and sighed. He didn't expect him to make it in the last 3 seconds. Fall in line. The insectology department had only one student, Lin Yan, so there was no formation. He decided to follow Tang Tianyu and join the superpower department's formation. Alright, since everyone is here, I'll just say a few words. The instructor didn't pay much attention to this minor incident and began explaining today's schedule. We'll board the bus shortly. Our exam site is at AIU Mountain. Many local students present turned pale upon hearing the name. Other students asked in unison. What's wrong? Is AIU Mountain some kind of scary place? The local students nodded despairingly. AIU Mountain is a demon beast restricted zone, and the central area is said to have over 50 level demon beasts. Over 50 level magical beasts? That would require a beast master at the sovereign realm to subdue them. Exactly. We're just silver ranked newbies. Going in there is a suicide mission. What should we do? I still want to live to fight the Japanese invaders. I don't want to die in a restricted zone. The teacher leading the group saw the students' reactions and nodded satisfactorily. Don't worry, while there are high-level beasts in AIU Mountain. However, we'll only be conducting assessments in the outer regions. The highest level beasts in the outer perimeter don't exceed level 30, so you can all rest assured. Additionally, for everyone's safety during this assessment, each student has been equipped with an emergency teleporter. In case of unforeseeable danger, press the emergency teleporter to be transported to a safe zone. However, using the emergency teleporter will automatically result in withdrawal from the assessment. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Wow, if we have to use emergency teleporters, this is going to be the real deal. I knew it, this must be a survival assessment. Bro, what's a survival test? You don't know? Have you ever played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? For schools, geniuses are randomly dropped into the wilderness, and they're ranked based on who gets eliminated first. Holy crap, that sounds pretty intense. What's so thrilling about it? If you're unlucky, you might get eliminated in the first wave if you run into Lin Yan. The teacher leading the group smiled and said to everyone, I hear some of you have already guessed correctly. That's right. This time's for-school joint exam is using a survival assessment format. Whoever stands last is the strongest. However, since students from all 4 schools are participating, it's a mixed bag. As students and alumni of Jinwu University, we should help each other out if we can. The teacher leading the group said this. But he knew deep down. No one would help someone who was destined to be an enemy in a battlefield that determined one's ranking. Even if they were his own classmates. At that moment, no one dared to mock Lin Yan anymore. This was a true killing machine. He might not be able to say much else, but dealing with these first-year freshmen was like playing a game. Brother Yen, now that we've entered the assessment, please spare us. I'll follow Yen Go wherever he goes. I don't care about first or second place, just getting into the top 100 is enough. I saw the student representatives from the other 3 schools, they're all nobodies. How can they compare to our Yen Go? Exactly. Our Yen Go is the top of the 4 schools, the #1 expert. Yen Go, lead us to beat them up. The students from the superpower department, being so close to the action. They showered Lin Yan, who was in their own squad, with praise. Even students from the neighboring squad came over to curry favor with Lin Yan. Among them were the genius freshmen from various departments, the same ones who had participated in the freshman representative selection event. The dozen or so who had once sworn allegiance to Lin Yan. All of them had left their own squads and gathered around Lin Yan. Once we enter the assessment site, the signal gun will sound, and everyone must follow Brother Lin's commands. Anyone who dares to waver or collude with students from other schools to oppose Brother Yen won't blame us for being ruthless. The dozen or so individuals scanned the crowd, and the other students quickly lowered their heads, make eye contact. Lin Yan felt a bit awkward. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Lin Yan suddenly felt out of place. Why wasn't anyone stepping forward to mock him? Was it time to avenge his friends and brothers? Could it be that this time, he was the one destined to be the villain? We're all from the same school. Let's make a pact. Seeing so many people gather around him, Lin Yan cleared his throat. First, no fighting among students from the same school before the final round. 2. If a fellow student is in trouble, you must come to their aid, no standing by and watching. 3. Follow the rules and prioritize improving your ranking above all else. Lin Yan finished speaking. The students around him nodded in agreement. One person led the way in clapping. Soon, the entire large squad erupted into applause. On the second-year side, Zhao Duo peered out and looked toward the center where the first-year students were gathered. The second-year students' superpower squadron was relatively close to the first-year students. Zhao Duo listened carefully for a moment before realizing it was Lin Yan speaking. When she heard Lin Yan lay down 3 rules for everyone and no one objected, her face immediately lit up with an admiring smile. It seems this guy isn't just troublemaking after all. Since she had known Lin Yan, he seemed to always get into conflicts with different people. But now, he had conquered everyone with his strength. What are you looking at? Stand in line. As an assistant professor in the Supernatural Abilities Department, Xinlei naturally became one of the instructors leading the assessment. After losing to Lin Yan last night, he hadn't slept a wink all night. Now, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, he appeared before the formation. After scolding the students who had been eavesdropping on Lin Yan's conversation, there was actually a student covering their mouth and giggling at him. Xinlei was furious and pointed at the student, shouting, "What are you laughing at? Get out here!" The student looked around nervously, his face turning pale. "Ah, is it me?" Xinlei walked into the crowd, grabbed the student by the collar, and pulled him out. "What were you laughing at just now? What were you laughing at?" The student felt wronged. He had only smiled once and was already being pulled out. "I wasn't laughing at anything. I just suddenly thought of something funny." Xinlei felt his dignity had been insulted and kicked the student in the leg. "You dare to talk back? Disrespecting your teacher?" This kick was infused with spiritual energy. A crack sounded. The student's leg bone snapped. Ah! The blood-curdling screams echoed across the square. Chapter 57, The Mountain of Sorrow. Damn it, Xinlei is way too brutal. He just laughed a little. How did he end up getting beaten so badly? This isn't that against the rules? Damn it, I'm going to report this to the principal. I heard Xinlei has some connections. Otherwise, how could he get a job at our school right after graduating from abroad? That looks so painful. What should we do? Should we call an ambulance? Why call an ambulance? The infirmary is right next door. Everyone looked at the student lying on the ground, moaning in pain, feeling sympathy for him. Xinlei came to his senses and started to panic. However, admitting his mistake now was out of the question. "Come out, night dog." Xinlei channeled his spiritual energy and summoned the night dog. Black Ming healing. The night dog approached the student with the broken leg. It opened its mouth and expelled a stream of black gas. Soon, the student's leg began to heal at a visible speed. The cries of pain ceased. "Get back to your ranks." Xinlei recalled the Yaksha dog and waved his hand impatiently. Though the student felt wronged, he dared not confront the teacher directly. However, he couldn't help but glance at the larger formation, where a figure was surrounded by admirers. If only I could be as strong and brave as him. The minor incident came to an end. The students boarded the buses one by one and set off toward Ayu Mountain. About 2 hours later, Lin Yan, who had been catching up on sleep on the bus, was awakened by a sudden jolt. "Lin Yan, wake up, we've arrived." Tang Tianyu shook Lin Yan's shoulders. Lin Yan opened his eyes and looked out the window. The scenery was vibrant with spring, and a range of mountains, not very tall but stretching for miles, came into view. "This is Ayu Mountain. Get out of the car." Tang Tianyu's tone betrayed his excitement. During the last freshman representative assessment, he had dropped out midway, and the incident had been weighing heavily on his mind ever since. This survival assessment would span a longer period of time. He had enough time to recover his spiritual energy. This way, his combat strength wouldn't be significantly weakened. Perhaps he could even secure a top-tier ranking. The students got off the bus and saw the beautiful and majestic scenery of Ayu Mountain, quickly pulling out their phones to take photos. "Wow, this view is amazing. Who said Ayu Mountain was scary? It's amazing. This scenery is at least a 5-rated scenic spot. I regret not bringing a tent. Why did I bring this old Japanese digital camera? This scenery needs a DSLR. Look, aren't those students from Qinghai University over there? Really? Look at their outfits, they're all wearing luxury brands. No wonder they're from the richest university, Qinghai University." That's right. To get into Qinghai University, you not only need good grades, but you also have to pass a financial verification before admission. I have a relative who failed the financial verification and ended up at Arctic University as their second choice. That's so exaggerated? Everyone was buzzing with conversation. Lin Yan also looked up and glanced at another gathering spot at the foot of the mountain. Most of the students there were dressed in expensive suits, standing with their backs straightened to an almost unnatural degree. They looked down on the students from Jinwu University with a look of contempt in their eyes. They were clearly the kind of people who were rich and heartless. Before long, 2 more convoys stopped at the foot of the mountain. The students poured out. Students from Beiji University and Zhuke University also arrived. The principals and professors from the 4 schools, along with a group of elderly men, gathered together and chatted happily. "Old classmate, it's been so many years since we last met. Over 20 years. How have you been lately? In less than a month, people from Japan will be arriving." "Oh, it's nothing. Why are you suddenly getting involved in this bilateral exchange again? Who knows what those little devils are up to? I heard this time they're bringing a tough character." Speaking of tough characters, by the way, old Qin, your school has a remarkable young man. The others turned to look at Qin Dinghua, the vice principal of Jinwu University. Zhao Dinghua's smile was so wide it looked like a chrysanthemum. "That's right. His name is Lin Yan, the representative of this year's freshman. You'd better tell your school's young people to be careful. Our school's genius specializes in taking down geniuses." Ha ha ha. The principals and professors present all burst into laughter. At that moment, the vice president of Qinqing University, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly let out a cold laugh. "I thought your school as flagship major was dragon type. When did it become insect related?" Lin Yan, the freshman who had been making waves recently. Other schools were paying close attention. Qinqing University had originally intended to use their freshman representative to build momentum for the school. However, Lin Yan has been making headlines and creating memorable moments one after another. Has completely overshadowed their school's momentum. No matter what major they're in, they're all top-notch at our school. Zhao Dinghua snorted coldly. Unlike your Qinqing University, which only has an ice-related major to boast about. The two of them went head-to-head. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Professors from other schools tried to lighten the mood. "It's all for the sake of Longhua. This assessment is also to counter the Eastern Japan Kingdom and bring glory to our nation. We haven't even started yet, and we're already fighting among ourselves? What's the point of that?" "Humph." The vice-chancellor of Qinqing University turned and walked away. Arriving at the large contingent from Qinqing University, they found a girl standing at the front. Xiao Ranan. The vice-chancellor of Qinqing University stood in front of her. "How about it? Nervous?" Xiao Ranan had a sleek, short haircut, striking features, and thin lips that parted slightly. "Not nervous. I'm really looking forward to this assessment." The vice president smiled approvingly. "You truly live up to the expectations of Qinqing University. Do your best, stay focused, and first place is yours. That newcomer from Jinwu University is just a lowly insect-type beast tamer. Don't bother with him." The vice principal raised his head and addressed all the first-year freshmen participating in the competition behind Xiao Ranan. "Once we enter the mountain, don't bother with students from other schools. If you see anyone from Jinwu University, attack them immediately. Especially that freshman representative from Jinwu University, Lin Yan. He's just an overhyped insect-type beast tamer. Our Qinqing University only recruits elites. Your beast tamers are all at the epic level, and some even have a trace of legendary level bloodline. Jinwu University is just a bunch of lucky peasants. Let them see the true strength of Qinqing University." At the same time, at the Arctic University, the principal and professors were also rallying the troops. Many people say that Arctic University is no longer what it used to be, and it's at the bottom of the 4 prestigious universities. We're all about getting things done, no need for empty talk. But we must show them the true depth of a prestigious, top-tier institution. For the glory of the Arctic. Zhuke University. A fiery red-clad woman wielded a leather whip, drawing the attention of countless men below, who swallow their saliva. Brothers and sisters, I'll say this one last time. The top 10 students will advance directly to the student council. And every month's resources will be doubled. Chapter 58, Entering the Assessment Area. Jinwu University. This time, the principal did not accompany them. The team was led by Vice Principal Zhao Dinghua. The task of motivating the students before the competition naturally fell on his shoulders. Students, we all know the competition procedures by now. Pre-match motivation has never been my strong suit. Our Jinwu University isn't as wealthy as Qinqing University, nor does it have the deep-rooted history of Beiji University, and I'm certainly not as handsome as the principal of Zhuke University. Laughter erupted from the audience. The vice principal raised his hand to quiet the crowd, and the laughter gradually subsided. "I heard that back when we were still in school, Lin Yan from our first-year team had already made a 3-point agreement. What I mean is, not just the first-year students, but the second and third-year students as well. No infighting, and no standing by while someone is in danger. Everyone knows that this assessment is for the upcoming exchange program with Japan. And it is said that Japan has produced an unparalleled genius among the first-year students. Therefore, this assessment will focus primarily on the first-year students. As the representative of the freshmen, I would like to invite Lin Yan to come up and motivate everyone with a few words. The vice principal looked at Lin Yan, who was sitting in an inconspicuous spot below the stage, and began clapping with a smile. The first-year students erupted into cheers and began clapping. The second and third-year teams gradually joined in with applause. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the stage under everyone's gaze. The applause from the third-year students lasted only 2 seconds before abruptly stopping. Lin Yan instinctively looked over. He saw Lei Ming, standing at the front of the third-year squad, standing there with his arms crossed, smiling without any warmth. Sure enough, this was clearly hostile toward him. Was it because he had refused that bank card and wasn't considered one of them? Or was it because he had sent the short-haired student to the student affairs office for expulsion, embarrassing him? Regardless of the reason, it doesn't matter anymore. Lin Yan stood at the front of the stage, his expression shifting from shy to serious. Then I'll say this. The audience fell silent, all eyes fixed on Lin Yan. Lin Yan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Charge forward and crush them. There was a moment of silence, followed by a deafening cheer from the larger group. Crush them. The cheers and slogans from Jinwu University were too loud. This immediately caught the attention of the other schools. The vice-chancellor of Xinjiang University saw this and sneered coldly. Crush us? You're just a bunch of ants. You're dreaming. At that moment, a loud, lingering flute sound echoed through the air. Everyone at the foot of AIU Mountain was immediately drawn to the sound. All the school principals leading their groups spoke in unison. Prepare, we're entering the mountain. 4 schools. Students from the same grade of each school would enter the same area. Similar to breeding poisonous insects, the strongest students from the same grade were selected. The IU Mountains are teeming with magical beasts. The closer one gets to the central area, the stronger the beasts become. Therefore, the weakest first-year students are naturally assigned to the outermost edges of AIU Mountain. Second and third-year students are relatively closer to the center. However, there is still a significant distance from the absolute center. Moreover, each grade's area is completely isolated from the others. You won't encounter higher-year competitors. However, to ensure fairness in the exams, the monsters in each assessment area have not been inspected by teachers. Therefore, you may encounter higher-level monsters inside. But luck is also part of one's strength, after all. If you encounter a higher-level monster, it's just bad luck. But if you can't escape, that's a matter of your own ability. The isolation boundaries of the assessment areas will gradually move toward the center of the area. Those who exceed the boundaries will be considered eliminated. In other words, the territory you need to survive will gradually shrink. To survive and secure a higher ranking, you must gather toward the central area. If you encounter an unavoidable danger, press the emergency rescue device. Although you will be eliminated, you will survive. This is a teleporter that will transport you to a random location at the edge of the region. That's all I have to say. Good luck to everyone. A high-ranking beastmaster from the association finished explaining the detailed rules to everyone. Everyone stepped into the teleporter outside the barrier. A flash of white light appeared. The students on the teleporter vanished instantly. It was Lin Yan's turn. Lin Yan stepped onto the teleporter and exchanged a glance with Tang Tianyu beside him. Both vanished simultaneously. AIU Mountain. First-year assessment area. Lin Yan surveyed his surroundings. A typical mountainous area with tangled shrubs, muddy ground from recent rain, and dense forests. Occasional screams of beasts could be heard in the distance. This place was different from the artificially created environments in the dungeon. This place felt very real. Lin Yan took a deep breath. The mountain air was refreshingly clean. Come out, Titan Ant, Bloodwing Wasp. Lin Yan extended his hand and murmured softly. Numerous wormholes swirled around him. Immediately, countless Titan giant ants and Bloodwing madbees emerged from the wormholes. Reconnaissance, alert. Upon receiving the order, the Bloodwing madbees immediately scattered in all directions, beginning to scout the surroundings. The Titan ants also spread out, keeping watch around Lin Yan. If any of the inconspicuous beasts were to sneak in unnoticed and attack Lin Yan, even 1,000,000 insect soldiers wouldn't be able to help. After confirming that the area around him was safe, Lin Yan slowly made his way toward the center of the area, opening the system panel along the way. Bug Nest Host, Lin Yan. Realm, Silver 6th Tier. Insect Nest Level 1. Core Function, devour any product containing genetic information and reproduce fusion insect warriors with that genetic makeup. Initial ant soldier types, Titan giant ants, Bloodwing madbees. Insect soldier count, 30,000 30,000 Titan giant ants, 15,000, Bloodwing madbees, 15,000. Biomass remaining, 40,835. Looking at the harvest from last night, Lin Yan was highly satisfied, feeling completely secure. With a total of 30,000 insect soldiers and over 40,000 units of biomass, The reserve forces exceeded the total troop strength. Even if all the insect soldiers currently swarming the mountains were to die, Lin Yan could still muster an insect army of the same size in an instant. If we had a few million tons of biomass, as long as the cultivation gap isn't too extreme, couldn't we wear down anyone? Given the current situation, a one-tier difference is manageable. But if there's a two-tier difference, these insect soldiers would have almost no advantage. It's like an adult dealing with a group of elementary school students, they might get tired. But against a group of ants, a lighter would be enough to keep you entertained for an entire afternoon. Suddenly, the bloodwing mad bees that had already flown far ahead sent back a message. We haven't encountered the beasts yet, but we've run into some familiar faces? Lin Yan's expression grew peculiar as he shook his head and smiled. It was a genius in the strength attribute, someone he had seen before in the new student representative's assessment dungeon. Lin Yan couldn't even remember his name. Never mind, let's just keep moving for now. They were currently at the edge of the lower region, and the monsters they encountered would be easily handled by these geniuses. They didn't need Lin Yan's help at all. Lin Yan steadied his mind and focused his gaze on the attribute panels of the Titan Ant and Bloodwing Mad Bee. Chapter 59, Lin Yan has arrived. We're saved. The attributes of the Titan Ant and Bloodwing Mad Bee have increased significantly. The roles of the two insect soldiers were developing in opposite directions. The Bloodwing Mad Bee's attack power has increased significantly, and their speed has also become faster. The Titan giant ants have allocated all their attribute points to health. Meanwhile, the level of the insect swarm core, which had always puzzled Lin Yan, remains at level 1. There is no indication of any changes. Could it be that my cultivation level is too low? Lin Yan rubbed his chin inside. He wondered what changes would occur once the core of the insect swarm's level increased. What changes would occur? Lin Yan looked at the ant swarm at his feet. The meat shields weren't proper meat shields, and the warriors didn't look like warriors. Perhaps after the core of the insect swarm has leveled up, the Titan ants will undergo significant changes. Never mind, thinking about it won't help. Lin Yan turned around. A semi-transparent, rippling light barrier was slowly approaching him. The insect swarm seemed to sense Lin Yan's emotional shift and accelerated its pace. They rushed toward the center of the area. There were bound to be many people waiting for him there. The hunt has begun. Zhuo, what are you doing? Aiyu Mountain, in the first-year student area. A group of students from Jinwu University and their respective spirit beasts were surrounded. The ground was littered with the corpses of slain magical beasts, their blood mingling with the blood on the spirit beasts' paws. Yang Lang and several geniuses, with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, glared angrily at the dozen or so people across from them wearing the insignia of Qinqing University. As soon as he entered the area, Yang Lang was fortunate enough to encounter several students from the same department. Then, they encountered an even larger group of over a dozen people from Qinqing University. They were in the midst of teaming up to fight the magical beasts. They were caught off guard and shot from behind. The leader, Zhuo, was the second-ranked genius in the ice department of Qinqing University, only slightly inferior to the freshman representative of their department. On the other side, Yang Lang was the top genius of the fire department at Jinwu University. If it were a one-on-one duel, they wouldn't have been intimidated. But they chose to gang up on them, showing no martial virtue. The numerical disadvantage was significant. Yang Lang and his group were defeated in an instant. The magical beasts they had almost captured were snatched away, and they were beaten up. What do you think? I just can't stand you guys from Jinwu University. Zhuo sneered. Qinqing University and Jinwu University have been bitter rivals for years. This has led to the students of the two schools also disliking each other. Students from Qinqing University believe that students from Jinwu University are all pretentious snobs. Students from Jinwu University, on the other hand, think that students from Qinqing University are all spoiled rich kids who don't study. As the saying goes, enemies meeting face to face only intensify their hatred. Especially before the exams begin. The vice principal had specifically instructed them to attack Jinwu University students on sight. Zhuo closed in step by step, with an epic tier bloodline extreme ice holy eagle circling overhead. Yang Lang's lava giant rhinoceros struggled to stand, with the flow of molten lava on its body slowing down. It looked as though it had suffered severe injuries. You've worked hard. Yang Lang, with a somber expression, patted his old companion on the shoulder. The few people behind him clenched their teeth, unwilling to give up. Yang Gu, are we really going to have to use the emergency teleporter? Once we use it, they would immediately lose their eligibility to compete. They would become the lowest ranked participants. But, if we don't use the emergency teleporter, they might get seriously injured, or even endanger the lives of their spirit beasts. Including themselves. There are no surveillance cameras here. Even if they die here, it could be blamed on the high-tier magical beasts. There's nothing we can do. We just had bad luck. We'll have to accept our fate. We didn't lose unfairly, we did our best. Yeah, there were too many of them, and we don't have the same strength as Yen Gu. We VE brought shame to the school. I'll never be able to show my face again. Hearing the name Lin Yan, Yang Lang's eyes darkened, and he sighed. In the new student representative assessment scenario, he followed the instructions of his department professor, targeting Lin Yan alongside the geniuses from other departments. Although Lin Yan later forgave them generously. However, he still felt terrible inside. As fellow freshman, Lin Yan was so powerful and upright. He felt like a rat in a sewer. After that incident, he even felt that the way people looked at him had changed. Don't get too cocky. Yang Lang snorted coldly, his eyes blazing with anger. As the new student representative of Jinwu University, Lin Yan will crush all of you into dust. I'll be waiting for you in the elimination zone. When that time comes, I hope you dare to face me one-on-one. Zhou Xiao scoffed indifferently. Losers have no right to challenge me. Now, get out of here and head to the elimination zone. Frost arrow. A hawk's cry echoed through the sky, and the temperature around them plummeted. Icy arrows rained down from the sky, piercing toward Yang Lang and the others. It's over. Yang Lang closed his eyes in despair and gritted his teeth, saying, "Use the emergency alarm." Everyone fell silent. Could this really be the end? Just as they were about to press the emergency teleporter button, suddenly, the sound of arrows colliding echoed continuously. Everyone opened their eyes and gaped in astonishment. They saw a dense swarm of tail needles shattered all the icy arrows. For a moment, the sky seemed to be filled with hailstones. It's Lin Yan. We're saved. Someone shouted out excitedly. This was Lin Yan's signature skill move. They had seen it many times before. Yang Lang suddenly turned his head. On a mountain peak, he spotted the man. He stood amidst a swarm of insects covering the mountains, towering above them like a king. He stared intently at the battlefield. Zhou Xiao saw his attack interrupted and grew furious. Who's there? In fact, he had heard the name shouted by the student from Jinwu University. It was also the name of an out-of-school student he had heard the most since the start of the semester. He could only pretend not to recognize Lin Yan. Who was Lin Yan? Does he even deserve for me to know him? It can only be described as the mysterious sense of pride of a privileged young man. Lin Yan stood on a small hilltop. He had just received information relayed back by the Bloodwing Mad Bee. He had seen someone he had encountered in a previous dungeon. Lin Yan knew immediately that he had encountered an old classmate. He had originally planned to go their separate ways. However, the Bloodwing Mad Bee saw them fighting against a group of people and being outnumbered. Lin Yan immediately changed direction and rushed over to help. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Zhou Xiao saw that Lin Yan wasn't speaking and had no intention of acknowledging Tianya. His anger flared up instantly. What's he trying to pull? He is just a bug-type beast tamer. Look at these despicable insects, their bloodlines probably don't even reach elite level. Killing them would feel like dirtying one's hands. Don't underestimate them after all, they're the new student representatives from Jinwu University. A genius from Qinqing University reminded him from the side. I know. Zhou Xiao growled softly. When school first started, he had thought his position as freshman representative was secure. But he never expected Xiao Ranan to emerge. And she was even in the same major as him. Having been immersed in honors and praise since childhood. Facing such a situation, he was immediately overshadowed. There is a great deal of resentment building up inside me. Now, he needed to vent this resentment. Charge together and take him down in one strike. Zhou Xiao made a hand signal and growled softly to the dozen or so geniuses behind him. Chapter 60, it's time for my attack. In an instant, over a dozen mystical beasts charged forward simultaneously. The geniuses of Qinqing University also unleashed their most powerful techniques. Extreme Ice Holy Eagle, Ice Age. Flame Prison Demon Lion, Flame Meteor. Mind-controlling Holy Fox, Dream Slumber. Sky-splitting Giant Ape, Back-breaking Charge. A series of thunderous roars echoed through the air. On this battlefield, spiritual energy was nearly into a storm. Over a dozen people unleashed their skills simultaneously. Skills that were both dazzling and powerful surged toward the small hill where Lin Yan was located. It seemed that their target was not just these insect-type spirit beasts, but also Lin Yan himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Lang and the others did not feel the slightest panic. Instead, they burst into laughter. This scene had unfolded just a few days earlier. At that time, there were 12 of them. They had also simultaneously unleashed their skills at Lin Yan. However, all of those skills were blocked by Lin Yan. No need to worry. Although their numbers are greater than ours were then. But Lin Yan is much stronger than he was back then. Yang Lang said with a touch of emotion. The insect-type spirit beasts covering the mountains and valleys had become much more numerous than before. Just as Yang Lang thought the scene was about to repeat itself. Suddenly, Yang Lang and the others' expressions changed. The dozen or so people from Qinqing University had all unleashed large-scale skills. These skills were highly effective against Lin Yan's insect swarm tactics. If executed properly, a single wave of skills could potentially wipe out all of Lin Yan's insect soldiers. Those few from Qingheng University have already drained a significant amount of their spiritual energy. As long as Lin Yan can survive this wave of skills, we can win. Yang Lang and the others could only comfort themselves with that thought. A dozen skills were unleashed. The air was so cold it felt like it was about to freeze solid, and a vast expanse of ice spread out across the ground. Every tree and rock in its path froze solid. The titan ants surging down the mountainside were instantly frozen solid. They resembled intricate ice sculptures. A massive meteor, engulfed in fiery flames, plunging toward the small hilltop. The immense impact, accompanied by sparks of flame. It crashes directly into the titan ant legion. Instantly, titan ants died in droves. Some meteors hurtled toward Lin Yan's position. Bloodwing mad bees charged forward, firing their stingers wildly at the meteors. But it was all in vain. They could only use their bodies to block the skills that might harm Lin Yan. For a moment, various skills came flying in from all directions. Moreover, these skills were all area of effect attacks. As long as they hit, a large number of insect soldiers would die. Gradually, the numbers of titan ants and bloodwing mad bees began to dwindle. Yang Lang and the others watching nearby were also deeply shocked. They never expected that these rich kids from Qingheng University were actually no pushovers. Their strength is also quite formidable. They wanted to go and help Lin Yan. However, their condition and that of their contract spirit beasts were in poor condition. Even if they went, it would be a suicide mission. Time passed quickly. The dozen or so people from Qingheng University had finally exhausted their spiritual energy. The skills of their respective spirit beasts had all been released, leaving them exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Ice and flame collided. The mountain peak where Lin Yan was located was shrouded in smoke and steam. For a moment, the situation inside was completely obscured. They must all be dead. Zhuo Xiao sneered coldly. He was certain of the power of the skills he had just unleashed. Even someone at the Golden Realm, even someone at the half-step Diamond Realm would be severely injured, if not killed. The smoke gradually dispersed. Everyone could now see the scene inside clearly. Yang Lang and the others' hearts immediately sank. They saw Lin Yan stood alone on the mountaintop, surrounded by the corpses of titan ants and bloodwing bees. If he had been the emperor ruling over the world moments ago, now, he was a prisoner awaiting judgment. Run! Use the emergency teleportation scroll. Yang Lang shouted loudly. Judging from the reactions and behavior of the few people from Zhuoxiao earlier, they harbored significant hostility toward Lin Yan. If Lin Yan were to stubbornly refuse now, and doesn't press the emergency teleportation device in time, he might very well die here. Yan Gu, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. We'll hold them off. Go tell everyone that we're not cowards who only bully the weak. Tell my mom I love her. Everyone made up their minds to hold them back. Give Lin Yan a chance to escape. Zhuoxiao narrowed his eyes, feeling quite content. What's so special about a student representative? They were defeated by me, and now they have to slink off to the elimination zone? New student representative? Nothing special. Is this the insect soldiers you're so proud of? They're just a minor tactic after all. These insect soldiers must be the ones you've been carefully training for a long time, hoping to make a big impression in this assessment? Ha ha ha, what a pity. We accidentally killed them all. This shows just what kind of students the rest of Jinwu University are. Get out of here and go to the elimination zone. Don't bother the old man. Zhuoxiao was extremely arrogant. Although their spirit beasts were all exhausted. But in front of Yang Lang and the others, as well as Lin Yan, they still had overwhelming combat power. Especially Lin Yan. Without their spirit beasts, they were no different from ordinary people. Brother Yan, let's go. Yang Lang forced a smile. Though it was humiliating, it was the truth. At this very moment, they, the true Martial University, had completely failed in this assessment. Without Lin Yan, the other geniuses from Jinwu University couldn't possibly defeat the freshman representatives from other schools. Leave? Where are we going? Lin Yan's smile was filled with confusion as he looked at Zhuoxiao. And you, Mr. Stranger, were you just talking to me? Stranger? Zhuoxiao froze for a moment before realizing he was being addressed. His anger grew even more, and he sneered. If you don't get out of here and head to the elimination zone, you'll never be able to leave. Chirp! The extreme ice holy eagle let out a piercing cry, flapping its wings and taking flight. It dived toward Lin Yan, who was still standing on the mountain peak. You brought this upon yourself. Die! Zhuoxiao sneered. Yang Lang and the others were startled, unable to utter a word as they watched the scene unfold. Could Lin Yan be meeting his end here today? Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Lin Yan raised his arm, as if performing some kind of mysterious ritual. Immediately afterward, Wormholes appeared everywhere. The next second, dense swarms of titan ants and bloodwing bees reappeared. Their numbers were no less than before. You attacked first. Now. Lin Yan stared impassively at Zhuo Xiao and the others. It's my turn to attack. A chill crept up Zhuo Xiao's neck. As if just coming to his senses, he shouted hoarsely. Quick, return. Extreme Ice Holy Eagle. But it was too late. Just as the Extreme Ice Holy Eagle turned around and flew back towards Zhuo Xiao, it was about to reach the distance where it would be recalled into the beast control space. The next second, countless tail needles flew toward the Extreme Ice Holy Eagle. No! Zhuo Xiao's eyes widened in horror. The Extreme Ice Holy Eagle soaring through the sky plummeted like a, slowly descending. It had reached the distance where it could be recalled into the beast control space. But Zhuo Xiao couldn't recall it. The Extreme Ice Holy Eagle was dead. Chapter 61, Buying Life with Money. The Extreme Ice Holy Eagle is dead. Its cold, lifeless body lay before Zhuo Xiao. Zhuo Xiao was stunned, frozen in place. This sudden turn of events was too much for him to accept. Why did this worthless insect-type creature summon such a massive insect army in an instant? Is he even human? He's a demon. Zhuo Xiao stared wide-eyed at Lin Yan. The few geniuses from Qingheng University behind him were also stunned. They had completely failed to anticipate such a situation. Just as they hesitated whether to take Zhuo Xiao and leave first. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the ground. They discovered in horror. The mountain across from them was moving. To be precise, it was the vast army of insect-type spirit beasts covering the mountain that had begun to move. Dense swarms of insect-like spirit beasts were rushing toward them with wild abandon. The momentum was just as intense as before. Zhuo Xiao and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They instinctively tried to resist. But they discovered that their spiritual energy had already been drained during the previous wave of attacks. Now, there wasn't a single shred of spiritual energy left in their bodies. Even if they took potions to restore their spiritual energy, they wouldn't be able to release their skills before this horde of insect-type spirit beasts tore them apart. We're done for. A dozen geniuses heard these two despairing words echo in their minds. Their choices were limited to two. Stay here and die. Or use the emergency teleporter. Yang Lang and the others saw the battlefield suddenly shift from offense to defense. After a moment of confusion, they couldn't contain their joy. They never expected that. Lin Yan actually had a backup plan in such a situation. He had a backup plan? What a terrifying man. Yang Lang thought to himself, feeling a bit down for some reason. I actually dared to think of opposing him. He is destined to be a leader of his generation, facing the towering waves crashing against the shore. And I, Zhuo Xiao, the other geniuses, and the representatives of the freshmen from various schools are all just small fish and shrimp, destined to be swept away by the waves and crashed against the shore. Yang Lang watched the man standing motionless amidst the swarm of insects. A beastmaster should be like this. From now on, I will be the loyal follower of Lord Lin Yan. This time, Yang Lang spoke those words with a gleam in his eyes. Those behind him were not surprised and smiled in agreement. Yes, I even feel fortunate that I volunteered to enroll in Jinwu University, giving me the chance to attend the same school as Lin Yan. I once believed I was the greatest genius and that I would surely have a place among the world's top beast tamers. But now I see that the true pinnacle of beast tamers is someone like Lin Yan. Before, I used to get angry and frustrated when I lost to other geniuses, but for some reason, I don't feel that way at all when I'm in front of Lin Yan. Because the gap between us is just too vast. There's no need for anyone to feel inferior. We're all geniuses among ordinary people, but Lin Yan is a genius among geniuses. He's different. Look, Zhuo Xiao and those guys are running. We're in trouble. Let's go catch them. Why chase them? Didn't you see Yan Guo's insect-type spirit beast already moving? This time, Zhuo Xiao and his group are really in trouble. To be honest, Zhuo Xiao is indeed formidable. If I were to fight him one-on-one, I wouldn't feel confident at all. Apparently, Zhuo Xiao is only the second best in the ice-type department at Qingheng University. Do you know who the first-place student is? Don't keep us in suspense, spill the beans. The first place is a girl named Xiao Ranan. She is the freshman representative of this year's Qingheng University. A girl? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned, even Yang Lang turned around in surprise. It wasn't because they discriminated against female beast tamers. It was simply that for a female beast tamer to outshine everyone else and become the freshman representative, the difficulty was no less than a bug-type beast tamer becoming the new representative of their Jinwu University. Regardless, that Xiao Ranan is definitely a prodigy. Who cares if she's a prodigy? She's no match for Yan Guo. What if Xiao Ranan teams up with the other two freshman representatives to take on Yan Guo? The freshman representatives are all prodigies, even Yan Guo. Humph. We're not pushovers. If that situation ever arises, we'll risk our lives to fight them. Yang Lang snorted coldly and said. You successfully killed a level 27 epic bloodline extreme ice holy eagle. Biomass plus 54, experience plus 1080. Looking at the kill notification that popped up on the screen, Lin Yen sighed. That's a bit heartbreaking. This battle had cost him a staggering 30,000 troops. He never expected that the few people from Qingheng University would be so tough to handle. Even with all his strength, their combined skills managed to wipe out his entire insect army. However, fortunately, he still had a backup plan. He promptly replenished all his troops. But now, his biomass is down to just over 10,000. We'll have to use it sparingly. The magical beasts in this area are no match for those in the desert map dungeon. Here, you have to go out and find the magical beasts, then kill them. Not only are they few in number, but if you encounter a powerful one, you'll have to engage in a prolonged battle. It's very time-consuming. However, the mummy beasts in that desert map are almost endless in supply. Although powerful pharaoh monsters will appear after killing a certain number. But before that, you can already obtain a large amount of biomass. Up ahead, Zuoxiao and his dozen or so men ultimately couldn't outrun the titan ants and bloodwing bees. A dense swarm of insectoid creatures surrounded the dozen or so men. The spiritual energy of the dozen or so people was completely depleted, and their spirit beasts had little combat power left. Facing tens of thousands of enemies, there was no room for resistance. Zuoxiao broke free from the restraints on either side, clenched his teeth, and shouted at Lin Yen standing on the mountain with a look of unwillingness. Do you intend to exterminate us all? Then come and get me. I'm not afraid of you. The genius beside him immediately covered his mouth. At this critical moment, threatening him was pointless. It will only provoke the other party. You must be Lin Yen, the new student representative from Jinwu University. I've heard a lot about you. A genius who looked refined and polite stepped forward and said with a smile. Indeed, his name was well known. At school, even the monster models on the training grounds had Lin Yan's photo plastered on them. Qingheng University had already instilled hostility toward Lin Yan in its students. Lin Yan stood on the mountain, arms crossed, saying nothing. The man didn't feel embarrassed but said, "This is part of the competition rules. We're all here to deal with the Japanese who are about to arrive, so this conflict is unavoidable. Actually, there's no deep-seated hatred between us, there's no need to exterminate each other. If you're willing to spare us, we're willing to give up all our resources." As he spoke, the man turned around and gestured to the crowd behind him. The others nodded reluctantly. With a clatter, they immediately took out everything of value they had on their persons and placed it on the ground. Chapter 62, What does seeing each other again mean? These items may not be priceless, but they could easily fetch $1 million or $2 on the market. The well-mannered genius said. Yang Lang and the others couldn't help but react. They were afraid Lin Yan would let them off the hook. These treacherous individuals from Qingheng University had just tried to kill them. They had even pulled out their emergency teleporters. Now you're telling me this? But Yang Lang and the others looked up at Lin Yan, who stood motionless on the mountain peak. They opened their mouths but couldn't say a word. After all, it was Lin Yan who had defeated them. Whether to stay or go, to live or die. It was all up to Lin Yan to decide. Others had no right to interfere or make decisions. Thus, whether it was Qingheng University or Jinwu University, they were all waiting for Lin Yan's decision. The dozen or so people from Qingheng University were also nervously swallowing their saliva. They held emergency teleportation devices in their hands, ready to press the button and flee at any moment. However, they would only do so as a last resort. They also absolutely do not want to go out. They are all geniuses, the top students in their respective fields. They were eliminated shortly after starting. Where would they go back to school with their faces intact? At that moment, everyone waited with bated breath. Finally, the results were announced. Approved. Lin Yan controlled the Titan ant and transported all the valuable items to the surface. There were many items, but none were large. A backpack was just enough to hold everything. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Lin Yan said casually, as if he had just yawned. How arrogant. Zuoxiao looked up at Lin Yan on the hilltop, thinking to himself. Wait until I gather the main force and join forces with Xiao Ranran. Then we'll see if you dare to be so arrogant. I'll make you regret letting us go this time. Humph. Zuoxiao snorted coldly, let's go. Seeing this scene, Yang Lang and the others were immediately disappointed. They never expected Lin Yan to actually agree to let them go. Could it be that even someone like Lin Yan couldn't resist the allure of money? Never mind, let's rest and regroup. The next battle could break out at any moment. After that, they decided to follow Lin Yan toward the regional center. Their spiritual energy needed to be replenished. If they encountered other schools' beast tamers or magical beasts, they would have no choice but to use the emergency teleporter. At that moment, Lin Yan, standing on the mountaintop, suddenly spoke again. Wait. The dozen or so students from Qingheng University felt a chill run down their spines and quickly turned around. They saw that the insect-type spirit beasts around them hadn't dispersed, they were still surrounding them. Lin Yan looked down at them from above, his expression inscrutable. "Hello, nice to see you again?" Zhuo Xiao and the elegantly dressed genius both widened their eyes in shock. "What does that mean? What does meeting again mean? Hey! We just turned around. We were just..." The refined genius began to speak. Lin Yan, standing on the mountaintop, impatiently waved his hand. "Attack!" In an instant, the swarm of insect-like creatures surrounding them suddenly moved. The geniuses from Qingheng University felt a chill run down their spines. One genius, too nervous and frightened, pressed the emergency teleportation device. The others had originally planned to wait and see. But when they saw their companions teleporting away, they too began to feel a sense of foreboding and unease. Why did they teleport away? Did they see something? Or did the insects really harm them? Damn it, I'm leaving too. For a moment. The teleporter's light waves flashed continuously. Zhuo Xiao and the refined genius exchanged a glance. Both of their eyes were filled with hatred. This Lin Yan is truly despicable. He had promised to let them go after receiving the money. But he turned around and didn't even recognize them. Forget it, let's go. Though it was humiliating, that was the reality. Watching everyone around him use the emergency teleporters to leave, Zhuo Xiao was about to utter a harsh threat. But when he looked down, a titan ant had already crawled up to his feet. Scared out of his wits, he immediately activated the emergency teleporter and vanished. Seeing this scene, Yang Lang and the others were speechless. They never expected such a twist. They all turned their gaze toward Lin Yan on the mountaintop. He showed no change in expression. It was as if, whether it was fighting against Zhuo Xiao and his men, having all the insect soldiers killed, accepting the money and sparing them, or then reneging and deceiving them into leaving. This series of events, Lin Yan seemed to be doing something as simple as drinking water. He just took their ransom money, and the next moment he turned his back on them. Yan Gu is truly unrestricted and unconcerned with trivial matters. A genius from Jinwu University tugged at the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to swallow the words shameless. He made a judgment about Lin Yan. Yang Lang patted his shoulder and sighed. "Count yourself lucky. We're on the same side as Yan Gu now." At the foot of AIU Mountain, principals and professors from various schools gathered together to chat. They looked at the empty elimination zone. A few principals smiled. The students' performance this year has been excellent. They've been in there for so long, yet no one has been eliminated yet. Yes, that's a good thing. The talent and strength of beast tamers are getting higher and higher. The policy of having freshman representatives is well designed. Having a goal motivates the students to keep moving forward. But we must also be cautious. What if the new student representatives are too powerful and demoralize those who come after them? If such a person really exists, that would be a good thing. That's right. Once such a person emerges, our Dragon Nation will gain another divine-level beast tamer. That's true. What do you think? Which school students will be the first to be eliminated? A professor asked with a smile. This was the most frequently discussed topic during the annual joint entrance exam of the 4 schools. The principals and professors from various universities were all eager to participate in such discussions. I'll bet 1,000 that the first one to be eliminated will be from Arctic University. 5,000 I bet it'll be Zhuke University. 6,000, I'll bet on Jinwu University. Everyone present began placing their bets. However, there were already over 10 people who had placed their bets. No one dared to bet on Qingheng University being the first to be eliminated. This is not just about Qingheng University, it has been rising rapidly in recent years, and the vice president of Qingheng University can't take jokes. There is another reason. The student council of Qingheng University, in the event of losing a competition, would resort to bribing with money. They have never hesitated to use emergency teleporters. Though there is some suspicion of cheating. But who can blame them? After all, students at Qingheng University are all well off. Even a cheap watch is worth a year's expenses for students from other schools. 10,000 I'll bet Qingheng University will be the first to be eliminated. Zhao Dinghua snorted coldly. Earlier, he had already exchanged harsh words with the vice-chancellor of Qingheng University. Now he wasn't in the mood to indulge him. The vice-principal of Qingheng University sneered. 5,000, I'll bet that Jinwu University will be the first to be eliminated. Before the regional assessment, he had already given instructions. If they see anyone from Jinwu University, take action immediately. He believed that the first to be eliminated was likely to be Jinwu University. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in the elimination zone. Everyone immediately sat up straight, watching the first person to be eliminated with serious expressions. Which school is he from? Chapter 63, Left Xiao, beaten to tears. The glow faded from the figure in the elimination zone. Everyone immediately leaned forward to look. Even Zhao Dinghua and the principal of Qingheng University stood up in tension. They looked at the person in the elimination zone. It was someone from Qingheng University. Zhao Dinghua sighed in relief and exclaimed with joy. Ha ha ha, the first to be eliminated is your Qingheng University. You lose, so pay up. The vice president of Qingheng University glared at the student in the elimination zone with a dark expression. He recognized the student a genius in the fire department. His abilities were no joke. Why you? The fire element genius opened his mouth but remained silent, lowering his head. The vice-chancellor of Qingheng University closed his eyes, took out a card, and slammed it on the table. Zhao Dinghua didn't bother with formalities either, picking up the card with a smile. Even among geniuses, there are differences. Thank you for your generosity, Principal Liu. The vice-chancellor of Qingheng University snorted coldly. Put away that petty attitude. It was just bad luck. From now on, I guarantee that Zhejianwu University will suffer heavy losses. Zhao Dinghua rolled his eyes and didn't respond. Qingheng University had been on the rise in recent years, thanks to its arrogant and ruthless school culture. Moreover, the students of Qingheng University were either wealthy or came from prestigious families. Though some lack natural talent, they can compensate with money. And in the early stages, this power built on money was still quite formidable. Even if my students lose, they will lose standing tall. Unlike you, a bunch of slaves to money. The vice-chancellor of Qingheng University sneered twice. Zhao Dinghua, do you think I did nothing just now? Once inside the area, my students will abandon students from other schools and directly surround Zhejianwu University. This is a personal grudge between you and me, and also the inevitable fate between Qingheng and Zhejianwu. Zhao Dinghua furrowed his brows, his expression growing serious. If that's the case, Qingheng University and Zhejianwu University would be locked in a bitter struggle. Even if we win, we won't make it to the end. Mad dogs gone to the dogs. Zhao Dinghua muttered under his breath. This is it. Suddenly, a large group of figures were teleported out of the elimination zone. It looked like there were at least a dozen of them. Everyone stood up, their faces filled with surprise. In this situation, it could either mean they had encountered a high-level magical beast, or they'd been surrounded and wiped out by other contestants. Ha ha, Zhao Dinghua, did you see that? Vice Principal Qingheng laughed wildly. Losing a little money to you is nothing. Now it's your true Martial University that's going to lose. Zhao Dinghua looked anxiously at the elimination zone. If it's really as Vice Principal Qingheng said, then the dozen or so people eliminated this time were likely his own students. What a devastating loss. Zhao Dinghua sighed. This is. The figures in the elimination zone gradually became clearer. Upon recognizing the identities of these dozen or so eliminated contestants, the crowd was left speechless. The dozen or so people in the elimination zone were all contestants from Qingheng University. What? The vice principal of Qingheng University slammed his fist on the table again, unable to control his expression. He never could have imagined. It was actually Qingheng University's contestants who were eliminated. And more than 10 of them at once. Vice Principal Qingheng froze for a moment, then spotted a familiar face among the eliminated contestants. Zhuo Xiao. What are you doing here? The vice principal of Qingheng University was stunned. He approached the second genius of the ice department. Could it be that you encountered some high-level magical beast? The crowd from the 4 major schools behind him also perked up their ears to listen. Zhao Dinghua grinned. Qingheng University really has bad luck. Over a dozen people were eliminated at once. Now, their overall ranking is definitely last place. Zhuo Xiao, upon seeing the vice principal and the professors, felt a surge of grievance welling up inside him. It's not the monsters, it's. The vice principal of Qingheng University had a bad feeling and asked. What is it? Just say it. Zhuo Xiao clenched his teeth, and tears streamed down his face. It's Lin Yan. He did it alone, defeating all 16 of us. A loud commotion erupted. The scene erupted in chaos, everyone unable to believe what they had heard. Vice Principal Chen Xing's face flashed a look of confusion. 1 against 16? Even if Xiao Ranran, the most talented student at Qingheng University, were to come, could she do it? The answer is likely no. What about Lin Yan? Is he seriously injured? The vice principal of Qingheng University hurriedly asked again. Unexpectedly. Zhuo Xiao shook his head, tears of frustration streaming down his face. No, he's unharmed. He's a monster, a devil. There were too many insects, tens of thousands of them. We fought with all our strength, killing them all, but he summoned tens of thousands more. Zhuo Xiao was overcome with emotion, as if recalling some painful memory. His words came out in fits and starts. Vice Principal Qingheng couldn't utter a word. He returned to the podium, sat down, and closed his eyes, deep in thought. No one wanted to provoke him at that moment. They all moved away from him and went over to congratulate Zhao Dinghua. Old Zhao, you're doing well. You've gained another capable officer. How come all the good prospects are being picked by you? This Zhuo Xiao is also a true genius. In previous years, he would have been the undisputed representative of the freshman and the top student of his class. I didn't expect this year to produce so many geniuses. Let's not even mention Xiao Ranan from Qingheng University, who managed to outshine Zhuo Xiao. Lin Yan from Jinwu University actually beat him so badly he cried. Bad luck, that's just his fate. The news of Zhuo Xiao being beaten to tears by Lin Yan spread quickly. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, who was continuing his advance in the region, was unaware of the incident. Brother Yan, the tally is complete. We've gathered 25 students. Yang Lang ran over to Lin Yan and reported. Lin Yan nodded and glanced behind him. Over 20 freshmen from Jinwu University, full of excitement, followed his lead. Not a single one had summoned a spirit beast. Instead, they looked like elementary school students on a field trip. They took out emergency food from their backpacks and ate while chatting. If Lin Yan ordered a rest and adjustment, they would definitely pull out blankets and lay out fried chicken. Everyone trusts Yan Gu. Yan Lang, as someone who was more familiar with Lin Yan, naturally stayed by his side. Everyone knows how strong Yan Gu is. Being able to follow you means you're guaranteed a spot in the final circle. Lin Yan smiled. After dealing with Zhuo Xiao and his group, they set off toward the regional center. Upon encountering monsters, they simply crushed them all in their path. When they encountered alumni, they recruited them into their large group. However, when they encountered competitors from other schools, they didn't bother to fight. Upon seeing such a large group and hearing Lin Yan's name, they fled far away. Suddenly, the Bloodwing Mad Bees responsible for reconnaissance ahead sent a message. A massive high-tier magical beast is heading this way. At the same time, the Bloodwing Mad Bees' death notification kept popping up. It must have detected the Bloodwing Mad Bees conducting reconnaissance. It had struck directly to eliminate them. Lin Yan's heart sank, and he immediately recalled the Bloodwing Mad Bees conducting reconnaissance. Everyone, prepare for battle. Those behind him heard Lin Yan's words and fell silent. After a few seconds of stunned silence, they all summoned their spirit beasts. Chapter 64, The Tooth-Blade Mammoth. Yan Gu, what's going on? Yang Lang's spiritual energy had already recovered by more than half. He summoned his spirit beast and looked around warily. The over 20 genius contestants behind him also summoned their own spirit beasts. Instantly, the small forest was filled with all kinds of spirit beasts, making it extremely crowded. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's Titan Ant and Bloodwing Hornet were scattered throughout the area. They seemed rather inconspicuous. They must be high-tier magical beasts, at least level 30. Lin Yan's expression grew serious as he stopped in his tracks, waiting for its arrival. 30 levels? Yang Lang and the others behind him exchanged glances, their voices trembling. Brother Yan, let's run. A level 30 beast is equivalent to a diamond tier beastmaster. We've crossed 2 major realms. Numbers don't matter anymore. The others behind them swallowed nervously, feeling afraid. That's level 30. In beastmaster terms, that's a diamond tier grand beastmaster. That was also the threshold for joining the Beastmaster Association. Out in the world, you'd be called a great beastmaster. That's right, Yan Gu, our goal is the ranking. Staying here to fight him to the death is pointless. Even if we all go together, even if we win, we'll suffer heavy losses. Right, wouldn't that just be letting the other 3 schools off the hook? Let's just leave. Everyone spoke at once. The central idea was clear. That was to run away quickly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan shook his head. Upon seeing Lin Yan shake his head, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. They all knew Lin Yan's temper. Once he made up his mind, no one could change it. Yang Lang looked around anxiously. The magical beast could emerge at any moment and devour them all. Why, Yan Gu? Lin Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of battle intent. It's targeting us. We can't escape. And it's injured. We have a chance to take it down. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed a bit. So it's injured, huh? However, a monster of this caliber was not something they could handle. The bulk of the fighting power still had to come from Lin Yan. They could only provide support from the periphery. Get ready for battle. Lin Yan suddenly shouted. Everyone gathered their spiritual energy, ready to act at a moment's notice. The next second, a massive elephant-like magical beast charged out with tremendous force. The eastern part of the region. Over 30 genius contestants from Qingheng University gathered together, seemingly waiting for something. In the center of the crowd stood a short, unremarkable-looking girl. She was the freshman representative of Qingheng University. Xiao Ranan. At that moment, a dejected young man approached Xiao Ranan, his voice filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, Ran, I lost my way. The young man was a genius in the support department. He had little combat ability, but his spirit beast, the tracking dog, had exceptional tracking skills. Earlier, Xiao Ranran and her group encountered a magical beast over 40 in number. Xiao Ranran led the group and attacked boldly. They managed to wound the high-level magical beast in one strike. Although the demon beast was massive in size, its escape speed was astonishingly fast. Xiao Ranen couldn't catch up, so she had the young man skilled in tracking go to determine its location. They then contacted the others to join the pursuit. However, unexpectedly, the magical beast turned around and slashed the prophet dog with a sword blade, injuring it. The young man wiped away a tear and stroked the prophet dog's head. Xiao Ranen looked over. The prophet dog's face had a deep wound still bleeding. Its nose was injured. It could no longer perform tracking tasks. "It's okay, take this." Xiao Ranen knelt down, stroked the prophet dog's head, and took out a pill. It was an intermediate-grade sword wound medicine, not very expensive. But few people carry such items. Thank you, Sister Ran." The young man took the pill with gratitude. Actually, Xiao Ranran's family background was not particularly privileged at Qingheng University. In fact, they were in a relatively lower position. The Xiao family was currently in a precarious situation, on the brink of collapse. Most of the family's money and resources were being allocated for the present situation. And Xiao Ranen is the future of the Xiao family. Unfortunately, the Xiao family can only focus on the present and cannot spare any attention for the future. Therefore, Xiao Ranen has managed to establish herself at Qingheng University, where money and background are highly valued, become a representative of the freshmen, and gain the admiration of so many people. Her true strength is evident. Sister Ran, the monster is heading toward the forest to the west. The young man placed the pill in his pocket and continued. The monster is injured, so its speed will definitely slow down. If we're lucky, we might even catch it. Though they also didn't approve of fighting such a monstrous beast of such an absurdly high realm. However, they couldn't resist Xiao Ranran's desire to kill it. The rest of the group had no choice but to risk their lives alongside her. "Alright, thanks." Xiao Ranen nodded and gave the young man a sweet smile. The young man blushed instantly and shyly waved his hands. At that moment, a tall, talented individual approached, furrowing his brows. "Why don't we head toward the regional center first? Let's not talk about the monsters yet. As far as I know, Lin Yan, the freshman representative of Jinwu University, is in that direction." "I'm afraid." Xiao Ranen shook her head. "With me here, there is nothing to fear. That monster dared to attack you? I'll definitely kill it. As for Lin Yan, if we happen to encounter him, perhaps this assessment will end early. Let us go." She finished speaking. Xiao Ranen flipped her twin ponytails and headed toward the western part of the area. The tall genius sighed but decided to follow Xiao Ranen's pace. The crowd behind them immediately followed in a large group. Spread out. Don't charge head-on." Lin Yan commanded the crowd, controlling the Titan ants one by one to launch suicide attacks against the magical beast. There was no other option. This tooth-blade mammoth demon beast, though injured, the residual ice attributed spiritual energy on its body continued to erode its health and speed. But after all, its cultivation level was far superior. Attacking it was like scraping the surface. But when the tooth-blade mammoth beast attacks them, even a glancing blow is fatal. It doesn't even need to use its skills. With just its basic attacks, it could instantly eliminate all the geniuses present. Lin Yan controlled the Titan ants to launch a suicidal attack, aiming to exploit the tooth-blade mammoth's weaknesses. Everyone else roamed around the battlefield, trying to find an opportunity to attack. As time dragged on, the tooth-blade mammoth realized that this group of treacherous humans seemed to be toying with it. It grew enraged. Ignoring the Titan ant's charge and the skills of the other beast tamers. Fixing its gaze on the target, it charged straight toward Lin Yan. The tooth-blade mammoth's burst speed was astonishingly fast. Even Lin Yan nearly didn't react in time. With a chill running down his spine, he quickly summoned the Titan ant back to defend. "Run!" Just as the tooth-blade mammoth broke through the Titan giant ant's blockade, its massive tusks glinted coldly. The long, sharp teeth were heading straight for Lin Yan. A sleek figure suddenly appeared. The light-scaled dragon descended from the sky, casting a slowdown skill on the tooth-blade mammoth. Taking advantage of this half-second of control, Qin Ruoyu dragged Lin Yan out of the tooth-blade mammoth's attack range. Chapter 65, Prey. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Qin Ruoyu, Lin Yan couldn't contain his joy. He hadn't expected to encounter her here. Qin Ruoyu glared at Lin Yan and spoke harshly. "If you want to die, just say so. I'll find someone to give you a painless death." "What were you thinking? Provoking a level 40 monster? Do you think I'm joking? If I deep in a moment later, you wouldn't even have a proper burial." Lin Yan smiled. "It's not that bad." Qin Ruoyu raised her fist angrily. She wanted to land a hard blow on Lin Yan's head. But she saw there were still so many people watching. He reluctantly lowered his fist. "You're here just in time. I feel more confident now. Stay by my side and wait for my orders." Lin Yan smiled and immediately took control of the Titan ant and Bloodwing Hornet. They charged toward the tooth-blade mammoth in a coordinated attack. The tooth-blade mammoth, having failed its previous attack, was already growing angry. Now, seeing these small insects daring to attack it, it was furious beyond control, ignoring the attacks entirely. Its body swelled to twice its original size. A pair of sharp, cold glinting tusks, each bearing the edges of blades, charged toward Lin Yan. Two blood-winged bees clung to Lin Yan's shoulders, swiftly shifting position to evade the attack. He shouted, "Now's the time. Attack his back with everything you've got." Everyone had been waiting for this moment for so long, and finally, Lin Yan gave the order. Instantly, they channeled all their spiritual energy, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the demon beast. Various skills were ready to be unleashed. Qin Ruoyu hesitated for a moment before releasing her spiritual energy. The light-scaled dragon unleashed its most devastating skill, charging toward the back of the toothblade mammoth. Boom! Instantly, over 20 of the most powerful skills were unleashed simultaneously. They exploded violently. Ah! The toothblade mammoth let out an agonizing scream, its already depleted health dropping further. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and shouted again. "Bloodwing mad bees, rain of blood." Instantly, over 10,000 bloodwing mad bees began to stir. Their stingers pointed in the same direction, firing relentlessly. This time, the dense stream of tail needles was not deflected. Instead, they pierced directly into the body of the toothblade mammoth. Finally, it's working! Lin Yan excitedly pumped his fist. Earlier, the bloodwing mad bee's attacks couldn't even break through the toothblade mammoth's outer defense. Now, the elephant was enraged. It unleashed its skill, causing its size, attack power, and range to increase. However, the cost was a decrease in defense. This gave Lin Yan an opening to strike. The bloodwing mad bee's skill deals a percentage-based damage, a noble ability. It is this ability that allows it to wear down the toothblade mammoth completely. Otherwise, a monster of this caliber, once it enters its final blood rage state, no one here would stand a chance against it. You have successfully defeated a level 39 legendary bloodline toothblade mammoth. Biomass plus 800, experience plus 16,000. The kill notification popped up. Lin Yan was stunned. How could there be so much? Could it be because of the huge level difference, and the system is giving extra rewards? As a massive amount of experience points flooded in, Lin Yan also reached silver 7th tier. Legendary bloodline can be consumed. Lin Yan immediately thought of this possibility. At that moment, the system displayed an option to choose whether to consume it. Lin Yan did not rush to make a decision. Instead, he manipulated the Titan giant ant to slowly lift the corpse of the tusked mammoth. In the natural world, ordinary ants can effortlessly lift objects several times their own weight. The carcass of this toothblade mammoth wasn't particularly large. Lin Yan decided to take it out and consume it in an uninhabited area. After all, this was one of his trump cards. It couldn't be exposed to others yet. The others witnessed this scene without surprise, smiling and saying, "Brother Yin wants to take this trophy with him? Great idea. This is nearly a level 40 magical beast. That's something you can brag about for a lifetime. If it were me, I'd take this monster to school. Oh, wait, no, I'd take it around the entire city. Now, I'll see who dares to question Yen Ji's position as the top of his generation. I heard the freshman representative from Qingheng University is a girl? Perfect for Yen Ge to have as his little assistant. Shoo, don't say that. Didn't you see Qin Ji Hua over there?" Everyone was buzzing with excitement, completely oblivious to the fact that Lin Yan had claimed all the credit for defeating the toothblade mammoth. In their eyes, they were just there to provide support. Drawing fire, issuing commands, and delivering the final blow, all of that was Lin Yan's doing. Lin Yan's contribution was naturally the greatest. But Lin Yan couldn't think that way. He took out the loot seized from Zhuo Xiao. He distributed it among everyone. Don't look down on them. Thank you all for risking your lives with me. Everyone who received the loot was overjoyed. These were all genuine brand name items, worth a fortune. And they hadn't even risked their lives. Even on the main battlefield, Lin Yan didn't dare to send them in, choosing to draw all the enemy's attention himself. Thanks, Yan Gu. This thing is worth tens of thousands now. You're too kind. We didn't do much. This is too valuable. That's how Yan Gu operates. Following him means you get the good stuff, but standing in his way means certain death. Post it on WeChat to show off. Everyone was thrilled with the unexpected windfall and grew even more grateful to Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't care about these things. Though the total value was around 1 or 2 million, if sold secondhand, it wouldn't be worth that much. If he gave it away, it wouldn't lose any value at all. Moreover, he was short on money at the moment. He currently had over 1 million yuan in his possession. There's also $1 million bet with Xinlei. Lin Yan has already considered this million as his own property. Qin Ruoyu watched everyone divide the spoils and learned from Lin Yan what had just happened. She had no objections to Lin Yan's actions. She simply refused Lin Yan's offer to give her a share of the spoils. "I didn't do anything, so there's no need to give me a share. Besides, I don't like second-hand things. As she said this, Qin Ruoyu's gaze made Lin Yan feel uneasy. Was she implying something? Lin Yan couldn't figure it out. The group continued on their way. The densely packed titan ants beside them were carrying the corpse of the tooth-bladed mammoth. Just as they emerged from the small forest. At that moment, a large crowd suddenly appeared before everyone. Looking at the school badge on their chests, they were indeed students from Qinghai University. Be careful, that girl is Xiao Ranran. Qin Ruoyu stood beside Lin Yan and whispered. Lin Yan sized up the girl leading the group, observing whether they intended to make a move. If they did, his group would certainly fight back. If they didn't, then he would lead everyone to the regional center. However, both sides remained for a while. Xiao Ranran finally broke the deadlock and coldly demanded. You killed my prey? Everyone knew who she was referring to. Everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Yan. Xiao Ranran didn't need anyone to tell her she had already watched Lin Yan's battle videos. She knew him better than anyone else. Your prey? Lin Yan sneered. If you don't get out of the way, I'll send you down to meet it. Chapter 66, One-on-One. Upon hearing this, the crowd from Qinghai University erupted in anger. They all pointed at Lin Yan and shouted. How dare you speak to Sister Ranran like that? Who do you think you are? If you dare to speak so boldly again, do you think we'll let you get away with it? That tooth-blade mammoth was injured by us. We've been following you all this time. You must give us an explanation. Apologize to Sister Ranran first, or else I won't let this go. If you're so brave, throw away the emergency teleporter. I'll fight you one-on-one. A genius student from Qinghai University stepped forward excitedly. Lin Yan glanced at him and pulled out his own emergency teleporter. In full view of everyone, he crushed it with force. Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Qin Ruoyu was also taken aback. You're crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Lin Yan shook his head. It's unnecessary. Then he turned to the contestant and asked with a cold smile. Come on, throw away your emergency teleporter too. Let us settle this one-on-one. The genius contestant from Qinghai University was immediately speechless. He hadn't expected Lin Yan to be so bold. He had only intended to impress Xiao Ranran and show off a bit. He never expected. Lin Yan's move had him roasted. Lin Yan's abilities were already legendary across the 4 major schools. A superpowered prodigy whose strength far surpasses his peers. He even took down a second-year student council member. Such a person. Sending an ordinary genius to fight him one-on-one would be no different from suicide. Go back. Xiao Ranran frowned and glanced at him, stepping forward to block his path. Lin Yan, I'm Xiao Ranran from Qinghai University. This prey was wounded by me, yet you're getting the easy part. I won't pursue it further. Let us both step back and leave. Xiao Ranran didn't want to confront Lin Yan just yet. Although her side had the numbers. But if it came to a fight, it would be unpredictable. To play it safe, heading to the regional center and securing a good position was the right move. Just as she was about to leave. Suddenly, a participant from Qinghai University shouted. Where did you get those things? Everyone finally turned their attention to Lin Yan and the items in everyone's hands. These were mostly valuable limited edition items, one-of-a-kind treasures. The contestant in question was usually close to Zhuo Xiao. At a glance, it was clear that many of the items belonged to Zhuo Xiao. What is going on? Xiao Ranran, seeing another complication arise, felt a pang of anxiety. The contestant found his ally and blurted out. Sister Ranran, the items they're holding belong to Zhuo Xiao and his group. What? Xiao Ranran looked over. Could it be that Zhuo Xiao had encountered them and already lost? Lin Yan also admitted it openly. These items were indeed given to me by them. Xiao Ranran's heart tightened. It seemed that Zhuo Xiao and his group had already lost. Qinghai University had gotten off to a bad start. She needed to salvage some face. What about Zhuo Xiao and the others? She knew that some students at Qinghai University would hand over money and resources in times of crisis to secure their survival. But, from the start until now, she hadn't heard a single word about Zhuo Xiao. She had assumed they were ahead. Now it seemed likely that they had already. Lin Yan shrugged. They weren't very lucky. They encountered me twice in just 1 minute, and I sent them on their way. Sent them off? The participants from Qinghai University were taken aback, realizing what that meant. You broke the agreement. You didn't spare them. Lin Yan smiled. The emergency teleporter gave them a second chance at life. I wouldn't give them that. If they were fighting against monsters on the battlefield, could they also hand over money to survive? The Qinghai University side was speechless. There was an unwritten rule among them that if one side surrendered money or resources, the other would spare them. But the barbarians from Jinwu University. They didn't even follow the rules of martial arts. Especially this Lin Yan. His behavior was utterly disgusting. All the participants from Qinghai University were furious, their aura intense. Ranran's sister, I can't take it anymore, let's go. It's time to show these barbarians what civilization and rules are all about. Exactly. Let's avenge Sua Shao. He's a freshman representative, and our Ran sister is also a freshman representative. What have we got to fear? Exactly, we're not afraid of them. The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao Ran sighed silently. It seems that in this situation, if she doesn't go with the flow, she won't be able to control it. It had been so hard to get this far, gaining so much public support. We can't just let it slip away. Lin Yan. Xiao Ranan took a deep breath and crushed her emergency teleporter as well. For Chen Xing, for my classmates, for Zhua Xiao, for civilization. I challenge you to a one-on-one duel. Lin Yan chuckled, crossing his arms. You dare challenge me to a duel? You're not worthy. As he spoke, Qin Ruoyu and Yang Lang stepped forward slightly. Yang Lang sneered. Don't think that just because you're the freshman representative of Qinqing University, you can stand on equal footing with Brother Yan. Even among freshman representatives, there are differences. Qin Ruoyu remained silent, only glaring coldly at Xiao Ranan. She wanted to challenge Lin Yan one-on-one, but she had to get past her first. Xiao Ranan felt a surge of frustration and said in a low voice. Alright, so you want to prove your strength, huh? Come on, no matter who you send, I only have one move. If I can't take him down with one move, I'll withdraw from the assessment. By Lin Yan's side, Yang Lang stepped forward. Brother Yan, let me go. I'm also the top-ranked genius in the fire department. Xiao Ranan is the top student in the ice department at Qinqing University. We're evenly matched. Take a break. I've got this. Lin Yan nodded. He also wanted to see just how strong Xiao Ranan really was. Yang Lang summoned his spirit beast, the lava rhino. Xiao Ranan also summoned her spirit beast, the heavenly ice phoenix. Both contestants quickly stepped back, watching the two face off. What do you think, Xiao Ran? Should you go first or should I? Yang Lang grinned savagely, his body enveloped in spiritual energy, ready to strike. Xiao Ranan smiled lightly. You go first, so you won't have any excuses later. But I hope you can handle it when I go. Talk big, Yang Lang snorted coldly. He immediately struck out, the lava-covered rhinoceros raising its front hooves, with molten lava flowing across its body. Then it stomped down heavily. The ground shook violently. From the center of the lava-covered rhinoceros, massive columns of molten lava erupted from beneath the ground. Endless fire domain. Several lava columns shot toward the ice phoenix. Xiao Ranan made no move. A blue ice shield automatically formed around the heavenly ice holy phoenix, directly blocking the magma columns. Several more lava columns followed, but none could melt the ice shield. That defensive power, is it a phoenix or a turtle? Yang Lang gritted his teeth. The next second, the celestial ice phoenix flapped its wings, causing several ice spikes to form around it. It shot toward the lava-covered rhinoceros. Icy spiked spears. Xiao Ranan coldly watched Yang Lang and released her skill. Chapter 67, New Troop Type, the 1,000-foot Mantis. Several icy spears shot toward the lava-covered rhinoceros. A sense of extreme danger surged through Yang Lang's heart. Retreat quickly. Yang Lang tried to issue the order, but it was too late. The ice spears pierced through the lava's barrier. They struck the lava-covered rhinoceros with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! The lava giant rhino let out a long roar, and molten lava erupted from its body. Ice and flame collided. The ice spear melts, leaving a large hole in the lava giant rhinoceros' chest. Its life force rapidly weakened. No! Yang Lang let out a heart-wrenching scream. For a beastmaster, a contract beast is almost an inseparable part of their life. The lava-covered rhinoceros crashed to the ground. It kicked up a towering cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the celestial ice phoenix continued to soar through the air, with ice spears once again forming around it. It shot out suddenly, aiming to deliver the final blow to the lava-covered giant rhinoceros. However, at the same time, countless black tail needles were fired out in rapid succession. The bloodwing mad bees used their tail needles to construct a barrier in front of the lava giant rhinoceros. All the ice spears were blocked. Lin Yan walked over to Yang Lang, patted his shoulder, and said in a solemn voice, "Use the emergency teleporter to take the lava giant rhinoceros for treatment." Yang Lang wiped away a tear and nodded firmly. After retrieving the lava rhinoceros, he crushed the emergency teleporter. A flash of white light appeared. Yang Lang's figure vanished. Not bad. You've earned the right to challenge me. Lin Yan took a step forward, walking in front of the crowd. Xiao Ranan saw the man and her heart skipped a beat. He was also a student representative, and his reputation far surpassed hers. Alright, let's go. I don't think you can beat me, Xiao Ranan said calmly, trying to hide her nerves. In front of so many people, she couldn't back down. As expected. Seeing Xiao Ranan's confident expression, the crowd from Qinqing University behind her immediately erupted into cheers. Sister Ran, you're amazing. Show this barbarian what you're made of. Take him down with one move. Let's see what he does. What a joke, true martial university. They're just here to be the bottom of our league. The crowd behind Lin Yan remained unmoved. Only mocking glances and disdainful expressions were exchanged. A bunch of clowns, making such a commotion. You've never seen the world. You've only defeated a mere Yang Lang, and you're already so excited? Don't blame them. They Haven T experienced the terror of Yen Gu firsthand. That's how it is. Xiao Ranen, keep going. Don't just give up because your opponent is Brother Yen. My 40-meter long sword almost slipped out of my hands. The two engaged in a heated verbal exchange. Lin Yan and Xiao Ranen remained silent. Both sides remained still, neither making the first move. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At that moment, shadowy figures began to appear in the nearby woods and on the hills. Students from Juke University and Beiji University had also arrived. At the forefront were the freshman representatives from both schools. However, they had no intention of getting involved in this duel. Instead, they maintained a safe distance. They watched quietly. Under the gaze of those around her, Xiao Ranen's pressure grew increasingly intense. Finally, she could no longer hold back. As she moved, her spiritual energy swirled. The celestial ice phoenix in mid-air had blue light flashing in its eyes. It let out a piercing cry. Choo! In an instant, a dark cloud gathered in the sky. The celestial ice phoenix hides within the dark cloud. Soon after, an icy rain began to fall from the cloud. The raindrops, infused with spiritual energy and frozen solid, plummeted downward with force. The blood-winged mad bees couldn't dodge in time and were struck by the ice rain, instantly turning into ice balls that shattered upon hitting the ground. Fortunately, the ice rain did not cause significant damage. For the Titan giant ants with higher resistance, it couldn't form a control effect. However, the Titan giant ants' health continued to deplete. Without the assistance of the blood-winged mad bees, the Titan giant ants were struggling against the heavenly ice phoenix in the sky. If this continues, they will eventually be worn down and defeated. It's working. Xiao Ranen was overjoyed inside. This Lin Yan isn't as powerful as I imagined. With just one skill, he had already controlled most of his insects. Outside, the two freshman representatives from Arctic University and Juke University exchanged glances across the distance. They saw confusion in each other's eyes. This Lin Yan, why is he so weak? Could it be that his reputation is all hype? These insect-type spirit beasts covering the mountains and valleys, are they really just for show, nothing but a facade? The icy rain continued to fall from the sky. The Titan ants have formed a circle, blocking Lin Yan inside. It seems we have no choice but to devour them. Lin Yan fixed his gaze on the corpse of the tooth-blade mammoth behind him. This was the corpse of a legendary tier magical beast, invincible in single combat. If we devour it, we'll definitely obtain a powerful new unit. Perhaps it might break the current stalemate. As for his own abilities, as long as you demonstrate enough talent, then Jinwu University will definitely protect him. Lin Yan turned around and saw trust in everyone's eyes. Titan ant, protect me. I must devour it. Lin Yan commanded the Titan giant ant to bring over the corpse of the tooth-blade mammoth. The next second, a swarm of Titan giant ants surged forward like a tidal wave. They surrounded Lin Yan, enveloping him completely. The outer Titan giant ants endured the icy rain attacks. As one Titan giant ant fell, another immediately took its place. What's Yen Gu doing? Why isn't he doing anything? Could he be holding back a big move? This is so frustrating. Just taking hits like this, the little brats from Qingheng University's top-ranked class will laugh at us. Mocking before the outcome is decided is as meaningless as farting. Don't you trust Yen Gu? Exactly. After all, the other side is the freshman representative. Yen Gu must have his own strategy. Just wait and see. Across the stage, the Qingheng University competitors immediately started mocking. Laughing yourself to death. What kind of freshman representative is that? All he does is hide behind the bugs. What did that guy say earlier? Even among freshman representatives, there's a difference. Well said. Now it's clear who is the strong one and who is the coward. Lin Yan is just a cowardly turtle. Hiding is no skill at all. That's the school spirit of Jinwu University. Do you know what the spirit beast of the Jinwu University principal is? I know it's a big turtle. That's all part of the tradition. Students at Jinwu University are all cowards. The chatter outside grew louder. Lin Yan ignored it and looked at the corpse of the tooth-blade mammoth. A system prompt popped up in front of him. Lin Yan directly selected Begin Devouring. The next second, a massive black hole appeared before him, slowly beginning to swallow the mammoth's corpse. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Lin Yan's forehead. This toothed mammoth was too high level, and its body was so massive. Consuming it was extremely exhausting. Xiao Ranen watched as Lin Yan hid among a group of insects, unsure of what he was up to. She saw that Lin Yan had also hidden the corpse of the tooth-blade mammoth inside. I have a bad feeling about this. Xiao Ranen narrowed her eyes. Her spiritual energy surged, preparing to unleash her ultimate move. At that moment, titanic giant ants surrounded the center. Lin Yan finally finished devouring the corpse of the Toothblade Mammoth. You have successfully devoured the legendary bloodline, Toothblade Mammoth, and obtained the insect warrior, 1000-foot mantis. Chapter 68, The Despair of Xiaoranan. 1000-foot mantis. Level, 17. Bloodline, legendary. HP, 2200. Attack, 870. Defense, 440. Agility, 790. Spirit, 620. Skill, sword dance combo rapidly slash the opponent, dealing massive true damage and restoring 20% of the damage delta's health. The center of the Titan giant ant. Lin Yan looked at the attributes and skills of the 1000-foot mantis and couldn't help but gape in astonishment. He couldn't stop the smile spreading across his face. This is amazing. A high attack, high agility assassin. True damage, a tank killer. Skill with blood-sucking, long-lasting endurance. Perfect. Lin Yan looked at his system panel. Biomass remaining, over 14,000. And during this time, the number of dead Titan ants and bloodwing bees had reached 12,000. This freed up enough insect soldier slots to allocate to the Qianren mantises. At that moment, the icy rain gradually ceased. Lin Yan also controlled the Titan ants to open up and stepped out. As soon as it appeared, the side of Qinqing University erupted in mocking laughter. Ah, look. The cowardly turtle is out. The ice rain has stopped, and he's come out. Doesn't he think Ranran's sister has no spiritual power? What a clown. Doesn't he know that Ranran is preparing her ultimate move? By the way, Lin Yan's emergency teleporter is gone. He won't be able to teleport out later. Does that mean Lin Yan has no choice but to beg for mercy later? Look at him so calm. I hope when he kneels down to beg for mercy later, he'll still look so arrogant. Look, Ranran is about to unleash her ultimate move. Where is your phone? Get ready to take a photo. I want to record her scared out of her mind expression. Lin Yan remained calm, with his hands behind his back. Watching the celestial ice phoenix disperse the dark clouds in mid-air and dance with an arrogant demeanor. Xiaoran glared coldly at Lin Yan. Although she had no idea what kind of trick he was pulling, judging from the power he had demonstrated so far. It was truly nothing to speak of. If it weren't for her strict adherence to the principle that even a lion must give its all when hunting a rabbit and never underestimate an enemy, she would have felt that this ultimate move was a waste. You're also a representative of the freshman and a fellow provincial from Yunyang province. Xiaoranan gathered her strength to unleash her ultimate move, while seemingly persuading him to surrender but actually diverting his attention. I was willing to let you off, but your actions are utterly despicable. You don't deserve to be a freshman representative. This move will cause you some pain, but it will help you recognize the gap between us and learn to stay humble and focused. The crowd behind her immediately began to praise her. Sister Ranran is so kind. She speaks so gently to someone like Lin Yan. Sister Ranran, there's no need to waste your breath on him. Just take action. Exactly. Such a barbaric little person speaking to him is a waste of breath. Only by making him realize there are always better people out there will he learn his lesson. Lin Yan looked at the crowd across from him, each speaking in turn. What are they babbling about? Now it's my turn to act. The people behind him were startled. Qin Ruoyu also took a step back, moving further away to get a better view. The move of the top student of their class. It was worth watching closely. Mid-air. The heavenly ice phoenix dived downward, its feathers gradually sharpening into ice-like blades. Her entire body shot forward like a cannonball, accelerating multiple times. Its speed reaches a terrifying state. On the side of Qinqing University, seeing this familiar skill, they couldn't help but smile. This was the heavenly ice holy phoenix's current ultimate move. Divine Phoenix descends. Xiaoran murmured softly, channeling all her spiritual energy into the heavenly ice holy phoenix. A shadowy figure of an ancient phoenix manifested on the body of the heavenly ice holy phoenix. With an unmatched aura, it charged toward Lin Yan's location. It's over. Xiaoran said with a smile. She had previously used this very technique to severely wound the Toothblade Mammoth. Even a diamond beast tamer wouldn't dare to block her move head-on. The crowd behind her immediately began whispering and laughing. It was time to pop the champagne. Watching the heavenly ice phoenix diving down from the sky, Lin Yan didn't back down an inch, pointing his finger forward. Come out, Qianren manted. Face your opponent. As soon as the words left his mouth, the area was instantly filled with countless wormholes. A large number of new insect species, the Qianren mantises, flew out from within. What is this? Are these Yengu's new insects? I knew Yengu had a backup plan. This new insect-type spirit beast is so cool. Holy crap, look at those huge sides. They look so sharp. This is definitely a real spirit beast. This aura, this number, I'm glad I'm on Yen Ge's side. Let's see how powerful these new creatures are. Lin Yan spent 10,000 points of biomass to summon exactly 10,000 Shenron mantises. The moment the Shenron mantises appeared, they locked onto their target. The Tianbing Holy Phoenix in mid-air. Although the target was imposing and in the midst of a powerful attack. However, the Shenron mantises showed no fear, instead brimming with battle intent. Insect-type spirit beasts are born warriors. The participants from the 4 major schools are all here. Let me kick off this feast. Skill, sword dance slash. Lin Yan's spiritual energy surged violently, and he gave it his all. In an instant, 10,000 Shenron mantises soared into the sky, charging toward the descending Tianbing Holy Phoenix. Sword dance slash caused the 1,000-foot mantises to dance in the air. The entire army of 10,000 1,000-foot mantises activated their skills simultaneously. Massive wind blades sliced through the air, targeting the celestial ice phoenix. In an instant, the battlefield in mid-air turned into a meat grinder. Countless wind blades slashed through the air, with occasional stray blades striking the ground, carving out deep gorges. Whoa, this power is pretty terrifying. This new insect is far more powerful than the 2 insects Yen Gu used before. Shoo, the outcome is about to be decided. At that moment, it wasn't just the sight of Jinwu University and Xinqing University. Even the onlookers from Zhuke University and Arctic University, who were watching from the periphery, watched the scene with solemn expressions. In mid-air, the tornado formed by countless wind blades finally collided with the heavenly ice phoenix. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky. The chaotic spiritual energy caused the space to slightly warp. Everyone squinted their eyes, straining to see the battle unfolding in the sky. After a moment, after the chaotic spiritual energy currents in the sky finally settled, everyone finally saw the horrific scene in the sky. Lin Yan's new insect soldiers had suffered heavy casualties, with many Shenron mantises' bodies frozen in ice, slowly falling toward the ground. On the other side, the heavenly ice holy phoenix was also in a dire situation, her powerful charge attack having been halted. One of its wings was badly damaged, and the blue ice crystals on its body had grown dim. Xiao Ranran's spiritual energy had been drained, leaving her in a dire state. At that moment, Lin Yan suddenly spoke again. Are you done? I've still got more. In an instant, behind Lin Yan, a swarm of blood-red winged bees soared into the air, their countless stingers aimed at the celestial ice phoenix. Xiao Ranan was instantly plunged into despair. Chapter 69, Implanting the Slave Mark. At that moment, the Tianbing Holy Phoenix, severely wounded, slowly plummeted from the sky battlefield. Although the 10,000 Shenron mantises had suffered heavy casualties, they were not completely helpless. This ultimate move dealt immense single-target damage. Even if it grazed the bodies of the Shenron mantises during its release, they would instantly explode into a cloud of blood mist. However, Lin Yan's insect soldiers were densely packed, covering the entire battlefield. They were simply too numerous to be killed. I've lost. I'm withdrawing from the assessment. Stop immediately. Xiao Ranran was so desperate she was about to cry. The heavenly ice phoenix was severely injured, and her connection to Xiao Ranran was extremely weak. She had just issued several commands, attempting to awaken the Tianbing Holy Phoenix. But all of them went unanswered. There was no response at all. Perhaps, at this moment, the celestial ice phoenix had already fallen into a coma and was in critical condition. If she doesn't receive timely treatment, it will die. She does want to secure first place in the assessment. But if the heavenly ice holy phoenix dies, everything is lost. The celestial ice phoenix has not yet withdrawn from battle and cannot be recalled into the beast summoning space. If she uses the emergency teleportation scroll, the Tianbing Holy Phoenix will be trapped here forever. Watching Lin Yan stand by coldly, ignoring her, Xiao Ranan clenched her teeth in anger and knelt down. Lin Yan, I beg you, please spare my Tianbing Shenghuang. Behind her, the crowd from Xinqing University was startled and rushed forward to help Xiao Ranan up. Ran, get up. There's no need to beg him. You're the face of Xinqing University. How could you kneel before him? Don't beg him. You're embarrassing us. Didn't you see how the students from Jinwu University are mocking us? If it comes to that, just give it up. We can always buy another one later. Though this Tianbing Holy Phoenix is your life's work, your dignity as a person is more important. The crowd behind them chattered excitedly. Xiao Ranan was furious, not wanting to offend them but also unwilling to give up the Tianbing Holy Phoenix. She could only kneel there in silence. She was different from these young nobles. She could freely access her family's resources. At the moment, her family was on the brink of collapse. There were simply no extra resources to spare for her. Thinking of this, 2 tears streamed down Xiao Ranan's cheeks, and her voice choked up. Lin Yan, for the sake of our shared origins in Yunyang province, please spare me. If the heavenly ice phoenix is gone, I won't live either. Lin Yan looked at her in surprise. He hadn't expected her to be a fellow villager. But as the saying goes, countrymen meet countrymen, but they shoot each other in the back. This woman had just attacked him, using her most powerful move right off the bat. If he hadn't had a backup plan and summoned the Shenron mantis in time, I might already be dead. If you want to be my enemy, you better be prepared. Lin Yan stepped forward slowly, raising his arm. As soon as he swung down, the remaining thousands of Shenron mantises would pounce. The blood-winged mad beast behind him would turn this celestial ice phoenix into a hedgehog. Wait! Xiao Ranan's eyes widened in shock as she blurted out. I'm from the Xiao family of the capital. I have money. How much do you want? Or if you want something else, anything at all, even me, just ask, and I'll agree. But please don't harm the celestial ice phoenix first. The crowd from Qingheng University behind her saw this and quietly stepped back a few paces. They wanted to distance themselves from this woman. This is too embarrassing. It's completely disgracing Qingheng University's reputation. Qingheng University may bow to money, but we will never bow to a poor beggar. Especially not to a barbaric poor person like Lin Yan. Anything goes? Lin Yan slowly lowered his raised arm, stroking his chin as he appraised Xiao Ranan. Qin Ruoyu, standing behind him, saw this and walked forward with a dark expression. She slapped Lin Yan on the back of the head. What are you thinking? Lin Yan turned around, looking at Qin Ruoyu with an innocent expression. Killing this celestial ice phoenix isn't worth it. Let's demand something instead. Lin Yan wasn't a saint, and he was calm to a frightening degree. In this situation, letting her go was clearly the better option. A heavenly ice holy phoenix of the 10th level is only worth a few dozen points of biological material when killed. Killing a few magical beasts could make up for it. But if we could obtain a legendary tier demon beast specimen, that would be a huge profit. Qin Ruoyu looked at Lin Yan and didn't think he was lying. She decided to let him off. Lin Yan cleared his throat, his eyes turning cold again. I'll let you off this time, but you have to give me something in exchange. Xiao Ranan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately replied. Of course. Just say the word, and I'll do anything. Lin Yan asked, do you have a specimen of a legendary tier magical beast? Since they're a family from the capital, such things shouldn't be too difficult for them to obtain. A specimen of a legendary tier magical beast? Xiao Ranan was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yan to make such a request. Before the Xiao family's downfall, she had seen a legendary tier magical beast specimen in the family. This was a testament to the family's heritage. However, after the Xiao family's downfall, to avoid trouble, she had been sent to Yunnan province and hadn't returned home for many years. Such flashy, worthless items were likely sold or given away long ago. Xiao Ranan clenched her teeth and said, yes. At the end of this month is the Holy Imperial Festival. I'll go home for a visit and bring it back for you. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, an empty promise? How can you guarantee it? At that moment, the celestial ice phoenix plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground, clearly unconscious. Xiao Ranan hurriedly checked and confirmed that the heavenly ice holy phoenix was not in any immediate danger, then sighed in relief. However, her expression remained solemn. Because the Tianbing Shenghuan's injuries were severe. If they didn't leave the area immediately and receive professional treatment, it might result in irreversible damage, or even death. Xiao Ran bit her lip, clearly torn. The Tianbing holy phoenix moaned in agony beside her. I can make you plant the slave mark until I obtain the specimen of a legendary tier magical beast. No sooner had the words left her mouth. The crowd erupted into chaos, staring in disbelief at Xiao Ranan, who was still kneeling on the ground. What? She's actually offering to plant the slave mark herself? Disgraceful. How could our Qingheng University produce such a disgrace? I used to call her sister Ran all the time, but I never expected her to be this kind of woman. What's a slave mark? The slave mark is a modified version of the beast taming contract, essentially binding a human to a beast. However, its effects are limited, and it primarily serves as a symbol of humiliation. What? Xiao Ran agreed to this? Has she lost her mind? The Xiao family is in turmoil. If Tianbing Shenghuan dies, she has finished. She has no choice but to comply. Even so, she still has no shame. Listening to the harsh words of the crowd, Xiao Ranan kept her head down, lost in thought. Lin Yan furrowed his brows in thought before finally nodding and saying, all right, let's do it. Xiao Ranan sighed in relief and raised her head expressionlessly. She walked up to Lin Yan, knelt down once more. I, Xiao Ranan, swear allegiance to Lin Yan as my master. I will remain loyal to you until death, never wavering. On Xiao Ranran's forehead, between her eyebrows, a lotus-like pattern appeared. A strange sensation arose within Lin Yan's heart. He extended his finger and touched a strand of spiritual energy to the pattern on Xiao Ranan's forehead. Chapter 70, Lin Yan's Proposal. After the slave contract was completed, Lin Yan felt that the bond between him and Xiao Ranan had indeed grown deeper. However, he was the one in the higher position. Xiao Ranan remained kneeling, looking up at Lin Yan with trembling legs. Although she knew it was due to the slave contract. But deep down, he couldn't help but submit to him. It felt as though he was her master by birth. stand up. Now that the contract had been established, he now had the protection of a legendary tier magical beast specimen. There was no need to make things difficult for Xiao Ranran anymore, regardless of the circumstances. Now, she is also considered one of his own. Turning back, Lin Yan noticed that Qin Ruoyu had already disappeared. He looked at the nearest genius from Jinwu University and asked, "Where's Qin Ruoyu?" The genius paused for a moment before hurriedly replied, "She just left. I don't know where she went." "Gone?" Lin Yan furrowed his brows, glancing at the slowly approaching barrier, and said, "Never mind, let's go first. The ultimate goal of this assessment is to determine the ranking of those who survive until the end. If you step outside the shrinking barrier area, you're immediately disqualified." The geniuses from Jinwu University were all in high spirits. Their freshman representatives defeated the freshman representatives from other schools in a direct confrontation and even implanted slave marks on them. This move, it was truly a moment of pride. Yan Gu is so powerful. He even planted the slave mark on Xiao Ranan. I told you so. There's a difference between freshman representatives. What kind of gap? The gap between masters and slaves? Look at those people from Qinghai University over there, their faces are all red. This is hilarious. Where's all the mockery from earlier? They've all gone silent. The roads at Qinghai University must be really smooth and clean today. Ha? What do you mean? No pebbles. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. On the other side, the contestants from Qinghai University were all dejected and silent. They only directed their venomous glances at Xiao Ranan. It's all because of this that they can't hold their heads up high. From now on, I don't know this person. A genius from Qinghai University snorted coldly and turned to leave. The others followed suit. What a disaster, so embarrassing. How could we end up in the same school as someone like that? I should have chosen Jinwu University when I applied. What a loser. All he does is bully the weak. We should let Zhou Xiao be the freshman representative instead. Exactly. If we had, we wouldn't be so humiliated now. Damn it, don't let me see her at school again. She's disgusting. Let us go, let us go. Just thinking about how I used to call her Ranran sister makes me want to vomit. Everyone at Qinghai University left one after another. Only the last young man remained. He approached Xiao Ranan in silence, took a sword wound ointment from his pocket, and handed it to her. Xiao Ranran gave a pitiful smile. What does it mean when everyone abandons you when you're down? She finally understood what it meant. She admitted that she had indeed used some underhanded methods to boost her popularity. But more than that, they were the ones who actively pursued her and showed her favor. As for their motives, do you really need to ask? Now that she's fallen, she's been branded as their slave. They discard you like a worn-out shoe. What a mockery. Xiao Ranan reached out to take the sword wound medicine. But she didn't expect. As she reached out, the young man let go without a flicker of emotion. The sword wound ointment brushed against her hand and fell to the ground, sticking to the dirt. The young man turned away without a second glance. Xiao Ranan closed her eyes in agony. She retrieved the celestial ice phoenix back into her beast summoning space. She crushed the emergency teleporter behind her. Around them, Lin Yan had already left with the people from Jinwu University. The people from the Arctic University and the Zhuke University, after watching the commotion, they too left in fear. They had thought it would be an evenly matched duel. But it ended with the complete defeat of a freshman representative. Even looking at Lin Yan, he still seemed to have plenty of energy left. That's terrifying. A monster, an absolute monster. The freshman representatives from the two schools made their assessment of Lin Yan. Lin Yan led his group to the central area. The way there was naturally smooth sailing. At that moment, Tang Tianyu appeared with Han Xiaofeng and Li Jueming, who had not been seen before. Upon seeing Lin Yan and the other students, they were also startled. You guys are really fast. We had to rush here as quickly as we could. I have some serious news to share with you. Tang Tianyu gripped Lin Yan's shoulder with a serious expression and said, We just ran into the freshman representatives from Arctic University and Zhuke University. Guess what? They're walking together. That's clearly a malicious alliance. This puts us in Qinghai University in a dangerous position. Even though you're very strong, we can't afford to take any chances. I suggest you team up with that Xiao Ranan from Qinghai University. Lin Yan looked at Tang Tianyu's expression and couldn't help but smile. In a way, Xiao Ranan is on my side now. Tang Tianyu sighed in relief and laughed. I knew you had something up your sleeve. By the way, where is Xiao Ranan now? Lin Yan replied. She should be back in the elimination zone. Tang Tianyu suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed. What did you say? What are we going to do now? What should we do? Lin Yan sneered. It seemed that the strength he had just demonstrated had frightened both Beiji University and Zhuke University. They were forced to abandon the dignity of being freshman representatives and team up together. It's no big deal. They wouldn't dare to lay a finger on me, Lin Yan said indifferently. Although they had teamed up, they absolutely dared not lay a finger on him. If they had the confidence, they would have launched a surprise attack earlier. The outcome would have been much better than this. They teamed up to guard against me attacking one of them. This is why their rankings are so low. At this point, the area around the central location is constantly shrinking. People from Arctic University and UK University have all arrived. They were facing off against Lin Yan's group from a distance of about 10 meters. The remaining members of Qinghai University also arrived one after another. Without Xiao Ranan leading them, they were scattered in small groups, unable to form a cohesive force. As the circle grew smaller and smaller, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lin Yan cleared his throat and said, "I'll say one thing." With just a few words, everyone fell silent. All eyes turned to him. In this chaotic situation, a random fight could lead to accidents, and none of us want that. Therefore, I've decided to withdraw from the central area one by one according to the strength rankings of the 3 schools. The top 10 spots are as follows. Maizhenwu University holds 6, with 2 each for the Arctic and UK sides. New student representatives can be ranked among the top 5. What do you think of this proposal? Zhenwu University has no objections. Beiji University and UK University, however, furrowed their brows as they weighed the pros and cons. However, time waits for no one. Lin Yan's actions were once again so domineering and defiant. They seemed to have no other choice. The representative of the new students from UK University spoke first. UK University agrees. The representative from Beiji University sighed and raised his hand. We, the representatives of Beiji University, also agree. On the periphery, the crowd from Qinghai University was also stunned. What about us? Chapter 71, Q Elimination. Wait a moment. Qinghai University is also one of the 4 top universities. You're dividing the top 10 spots among yourselves. Did you forget about us? A participant from Qinghai University with a higher cultivation level stepped forward and said, Lin Yan, why aren't there any students from Qinghai University in the top 10? This isn't fair. Lin Yan glanced at him sideways. You're asking me for fairness? You've got the wrong person. You should go find Xiao Ranran or that guy's Xiao. What do you want from me? The contestant from Qinghai University opened his mouth, embarrassed and annoyed, and said, if that's the case, our 2 schools will be enemies. Lin Yan chuckled lightly. Don't flatter yourself. I can represent Zhenwu University, but can you represent Qinghai University? The crowd behind him immediately gathered around Lin Yan. Even the representatives from Beiji University and UK University turned their attention to the man. The meaning was clear. They all supported Lin Yan. They were all part of his entourage. But what about you? The man was speechless. At that moment, Zhuo Xiao was expelled from the elimination zone, and Xiao Ranan used an emergency teleportation scroll. Though he is currently the strongest in terms of cultivation and combat power. But he cannot represent Qinghai University. Even now, many on his side did not acknowledge his authority. Since you've brought it up, I'll outline the ranking arrangements for Qinghai University. Lin Yan stood in place, letting out a cold laugh. The crowd from Qinghai University exchanged glances and swallowed hard. Not a single person dared to speak up. They never expected that, as students of the prestigious Qinghai University, would have to rely on a student representative from another university to decide their fate. All Qinghai University participants, stay where you are and do not move. Wait until the regional barriers advance, then rank yourselves according to your current positions. Lin Yan paused for a moment before continuing, his expression unchanged. If any of you feel dissatisfied, challenge me now. Or all of you together? The crowd from Qinghai University immediately grew restless. However, upon seeing the crowd behind Lin Yan, they dared not shout loudly. They could only whisper among themselves. This isn't fair. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. They hold the upper hand. How can you ask them to be fair when you're the one who went to ask Xiao Ranran? Don't mention that. From now on, in my heart, Zhuo Xiao is the new representative of Qinghai University. This is too much. I'm standing so far back, won't I be eliminated next? Then move forward. Who is stopping you? You. Don't fight among ourselves. We need to stick together. Otherwise, let us all summon our spirit beasts and catch Lin Yan off guard. This suggestion was not agreed upon by the Qinghai contestants who were positioned further forward. The players in the front rows actually tacitly agreed to Lin Yan's arrangement. Say something. What should we do? Humph. Didn't Lin Yan make it clear? If you're not satisfied, go ahead and challenge him. I'll just give up. The players in the front rows tacitly agreed. Those in the back accepted their fate. Attack Lin Yan? You might get eliminated right now, and your spirit beast could end up severely injured. It's not worth it. It's definitely not worth it. The regional barriers are gradually advancing. They are beginning to engulf the participants from Qinghai University. One by one, the lights fade away. They appear in the elimination zone outside the region. On the podium, the principals and professors of the 4 major schools were no longer surprised. Another Qinghai University participant? What's going on? Dozens have been eliminated in just a moment, more than the combined total of the other 3 schools. The vice principal of Qinghai University's face is as dark as night. I haven't seen him this angry in ages. It's all because of that Lin Yan from Jinwu University. I wonder what those Qinghai students did to offend him. Lucky for us, our university has decent relations with Jinwu University, so our rankings should be okay this time. Oh my, does this ranking even have any reference value anymore? Exactly. As long as that kid Lin Yan is around, everyone else will just be background noise. What's wrong? Don't you have any confidence in your new student representative from Zhuke University? Our school's freshman representative said that in terms of combat strength, he can't match Xiaoranan, but Xiaoranan is still in the emergency room and hasn't come out yet. That Lin Yan from Jinwu University is truly a monster. His unique insect swarm tactic might actually be quite promising in the future. His abilities are perfectly suited for the battlefield, and Jinwu University has military backing. Ugh. Let us wait and see. Maybe we're witnessing the rise of a general. The prominent figures outside, renowned in their respective circles, whispered and discussed among themselves. Occasionally, someone would come over to Zhao Dingwei to offer congratulations in advance and show their goodwill. On the other side, at Qinghai University, not a single person approached to strike up a conversation. Even the professors from the university kept their distance from the vice-chancellor, fearing that a single wrong word might offend him and be taken out on them. However, Zhao Dingwei couldn't care less about such things. He walked over to the vice-chancellor of Qinghai University with his hands behind his back. Before he could speak, Vice Principal Chen Xing snapped at him. Get out! Zhao Dingwei didn't get angry, he just kept smiling. Such a temper. What if you die from it? We'll have to chip in later and buy some firecrackers to celebrate. Deputy Principal Chen Xing's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Zhao Dingwei. What exactly do you want to do? If you're here just to mock us, then get out of here. It was impossible for him not to be angry. Xiaoranan, whom he had held in the highest regard, had actually been branded with a slave mark. And the one who did it was Lin Yan from Jinwu University. Considering his own reputation and the school's prestige, he kept quiet and kept it a secret. But he knew such a thing couldn't be kept secret forever, it would eventually spread like wildfire. As the vice principal, his reputation would be ruined. Zhao Dingwei remained silent, standing beside him, watching the figures continuously appearing in the elimination zone. At that moment, judging by the time, they should have just entered the final round. All remaining contestants from Qinghai University had appeared in the elimination zone. According to the staff statistics, the highest-ranked Qinghai University contestant is ranked outside the top 200. This has never happened before. Needless to say, it's Lin Yan's doing again. They've all been wiped out. Zhao Dingwei said with a smile, turning his head to find that the vice principal of Qinghai University had already vanished from the spot. He headed toward the school's camp bus. As he passed by the elimination zone, he didn't forget to shout at the Qinghai contestants in the elimination zone. What are you all standing around for? Get back in the car. Do you want me to invite you on the bus? You bunch of good-for-nothings. The students of Qinghai University said nothing, lowering their heads and silently making their way toward the school bus. How full of vigor and ambition they were when they first arrived. Now they were utterly defeated. Zhao Dingwei smiled broadly and waved at the vice principal of Qinghai University. Drive carefully. We'll see you at the exchange match between our 2 countries. Oh, by the way, it seems like you won't be able to participate in the exchange match after all. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Dingwei laughed heartily, and those around him joined in with laughter. Deputy Principal Chen Xing turned around and glared at Zhao Dingwei. You just wait. This isn't over. Zhao Dingwei snorted coldly, it was never over. At that moment, shadows appeared again in the elimination zone. And one after another, moving at an incredible speed. As if someone had orchestrated it. Chapter 72, the evaluation ends. First place, Lin Yan. Watching the eliminated participants one after another. Most of them were from Arctic University and Zhuke University. Occasionally, 1 or 2 contestants from Jinwu University would appear. Staff members from the 2 universities were stunned and rushed forward to ask, "What's going on? Are you being eliminated one after another?" To their surprise, the competitors who emerged simply shook their heads and remained silent. Only the Jinwu University athletes were in high spirits, their faces beaming with smiles. What's going on here? A professor from Jinwu University stepped forward to ask. Several students from Jinwu University chatted animatedly for a while. Everyone finally understood. It was all Lin Yan's plan. The staff and professors exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. Everyone need not fight, instead, they would be eliminated in order of their rankings within the school. However, students from Jinwu University ranked higher than those from the other two universities. Strangely enough, the representatives from the other two universities actually agreed. What are they doing? Surrendering without a fight? I must discipline them. A professor from Jukai University exclaimed angrily. For professors at a prestigious university that prides itself on its reputation, this was absolutely unacceptable. It's too embarrassing. Immediately afterward, as more and more contestants emerged, the information they were receiving became increasingly shocking. Xiao Ranan was marked with a slave mark by Lin Yan. And she did it voluntarily. The professors exchanged glances again, their mouths agape in disbelief. Implanting a slave mark. It signified absolute submission and the abandonment of one's dignity. Xiao Ranan, a freshman representative from a prestigious university. What could have driven her to abandon her dignity in future and beg a man to brand her with the slave mark? Lin Yan, you're a real tyrant. A professor sighed. In recent years, the level of beast taming education has developed rapidly. The gap between new beast tamers has also narrowed significantly. It's a time of diverse talents. But now, a monster has emerged. It has disrupted the calm waters. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing. The professors said with concern. The students of our school, upon coming out, were all looking downcast. They're all geniuses from various provinces and cities. When they first entered the school, they were all full of pride. But now, all that arrogance has been completely eroded. At least for now, it's a good thing. A professor remarked. The other professors nodded in agreement. Shadows kept appearing in the elimination zone. Until the last figure appeared, the students from Jinwu University in the elimination zone immediately erupted into cheers. Everyone shouted the same name. Lin Yan, Lin Yan, Lin Yan. The participants from the other two schools stood aside, biting their lips as they watched the scene unfold. The two freshman representatives sighed in unison, enviously gazing at the man standing at the center. Lin Yan smiled and waved at the crowd. It was like a celebrity arriving at the airport. Assistant Tang Tianyu stood in front of Lin Yan, slightly bending his waist and extending his arms to block the fans rushing forward. You're something else. From a distance, Zhao Dinghua arrived at the elimination zone. His heavy hands landed firmly on Lin Yan's shoulders. Lin Yan felt a searing pain and grimaced, saying, Vice Principal, are you trying to kill me? Zhao Dinghua burst into laughter. I wouldn't dare. You're a hero of our school. Tonight, all the first-year students will have a dinner together, and I'm treating everyone. This year's first-year assessment. 4 schools participated, and the top 10 students from Jinwu University accounted for 6 spots, leaving the other schools far behind. Their arch-rival, Chongqing University, didn't even have the chance to follow behind and eat dust. It can be said that this was an absolute victory. The credit goes entirely to Lin Yan. The first-year students from Jinwu University erupted into cheers. They once again shouted Lin Yan's name. This wasn't just once. They also added the vice principal's name. On the other side, Zhao Ziwei heard the commotion and furrowed her brows. However, another figure appeared in the elimination zone in front of her. Zhao Ziwei snapped back to reality, looked at the figure in front of her, and nodded. Number 38, Zhao Duo. Good, go over there and wait. Zhao Ziwu smiled at Zhao Duo. Zhao Daodu's face flushed slightly, and she nodded blankly, whispering, Thank you, teacher. Then, she went to the other side to wait. Zhao Duo tiptoed to look at the area where the first-year students were gathered. It seemed like the assessment had already ended. The elimination zone was crowded with a large group of people. The atmosphere was lively and noisy. I wonder how Lin Yan is doing. He's the freshman representative, he's definitely in the top 10, but I wonder if he can make it into the top 5. Zhao Duo had also come up through the freshman ranks. She's seen the freshman representatives from other schools, and they're all tough competitors. Take this year's class, for example. Zhao Daodu had heard that the freshman representative from Chongqing University, despite being a girl, was incredibly strong. Her explosive power even surpasses many second-year geniuses. If Lin Yan were to meet her. Moreover, the ranking in the assessments isn't solely based on raw ability. Luck also plays a significant role. Zhao Daodu looked around and saw no one else nearby. Plus, before she came out, the assessment area was still in chaos. It seemed like it would take a while before it ended. Let's go find Lin Yan. Zhao Daodu's heart skipped a beat. She took out her phone, intending to send Lin Yan a message to ask where he was. But through the reflection on her phone screen, she saw the bloodstains and shallow scars on her face. She hesitated for a moment but decided to head to the emergency center first. She wanted to clean up her wounds first. Accidents during the assessment were common, and almost no one came out unscathed. No one would care about such minor injuries. But Zhao Duo had noticed something herself, though she didn't know when. She was becoming increasingly concerned about her appearance. She entered the trauma ward of the emergency center. She had her wounds treated briefly. As soon as she stepped outside, Zhao Daodu spotted a familiar figure sitting on the steps, looking dazed and dejected. Xiao Ranan? Zhao Duo was surprised. How did she end up here? Aren't the first-year exams just over? It seemed like she had been waiting there for quite some time. Could it be that she was eliminated already? With doubts in her mind, Zhao Daodu made her way to the elimination zone for first-year students. It was crowded and bustling. Many students from the university were still enthusiastically discussing the recent exams. Zhao Daodu pricked up her ears and listened for a while. Her eyes widened, and her cherry red lips couldn't close. Lin Yan had actually defeated 16 attackers, defeated Xiao Ranan, and even planted the slave mark. He even forced the remaining 2 representatives to reluctantly accept his ranking proposal. This time, in the first-year assessment of Jinwu University, 6 out of the top 10 spots were taken by students from the same university. And Lin Yan secured first place. Zhao Duo felt a vague sense of crisis and frowned, saying, I'm only in the 30s. Will Lin Yan look down on me? Among beast tamers, the strong are revered. Even when making ordinary friends, their abilities are more or less on par. The gap between herself and Lin Yan is still huge. At that moment, Lin Yan's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Hey, what are you doing here? Chapter 73, I only want my steak well done. Hearing Lin Yan's voice, Zhao Duo jumped suddenly, then relaxed. She revealed a beautiful smile, turned around, and greeted him. I'm here. Before she could finish, Zhao Duo realized she had misunderstood. Lin Yan's greeting wasn't meant for her at all. Behind the noisy crowd, Lin Yan was staring in surprise at a female journalist with striking good looks. The female journalist was wearing a professional pencil skirt, with her long legs adorned in black stockings. The two were chatting and laughing, clearly having known each other before. Zhao Duo watched them with a touch of jealousy. Of course I came here specially for you. Jin Yu held the microphone, stuck out her tongue, and instantly turned serious. Let's start with the question. How did Lin Yan perform in the joint entrance exam for the 4 schools this time? Lin Yan was speechless. First place. Jin Yu's smile grew even wider. Did you encounter any strong opponents this time? Lin Yan paused for a moment. Not really. Jin Yu blinked, not understanding. What do you mean? Because I have no opponents. Lin Yan said casually. The two continued their conversation. It seemed like it wouldn't end anytime soon. Zhao Duo sighed and walked back to the second-year area. She never expected that Lin Yan had so many beautiful girls around him. Actually, it's pretty normal. He's so outstanding, everyone likes him. Zhao Daodu lowered her head and twirled her fingers. He probably won't ask me out to eat again in the future. At that moment, in the distance, 2 figures were walking toward them. It was Lin Yan, who had just been interviewed, and the female journalist. They stood outside the second-year area, peering inside. Who are they looking for? Zhao Duo felt a faint hope in her heart. Could they be here for me? Sure enough. Lin Yan spotted her in the crowd and immediately smiled. He said something to the female journalist beside him and walked over this way. The female journalist, however, looked displeased and embarrassed. I've been looking for you everywhere. You didn't even reply to my message. Lin Yan approached Zhao Daodu, who was still staring blankly, and smiled. Now we're even. Zhao Daodu snapped out of her daze, quickly looked at her phone, and realized it was dead. You're looking for me. What's up? Lin Yan pointed to Jin Yu beside him. This big-shot journalist is treating us to dinner. You're one of the few friends I made at school. Since the evaluation, Lin Yan hadn't seen Qin Ruoyu at all. He had no idea where she had gone. You ask why I didn't bring Tang Tianyu and the others? The big journalist said he was treating us to a Western meal. They just eat some stir-fried pancakes. Zhao Duo looked at Lin Yan, feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. All right. Lin Yan nodded. Then don't take the school bus later. Let's take the radio station's car back. Zhao Duo nodded. After informing Zhao Duo, the two returned to the freshman area. The student rankings had been finalized, and students began boarding the buses one by one, preparing to return to school. Lin Yan looked around again but still didn't see Qin Ruoyu. The message he had just sent on his phone had not been replied to. Jin Yu looked at Lin Yan, who seemed lost in thought, and sighed inwardly. Although it hadn't been too long since their last meeting. But upon seeing him again, Lin Yan was like a completely different person. The first time he had seen him, Lin Yan still had a strong scholarly air about him and the vigor of a young man. This time, when he saw him, Lin Yan exuded a powerful aura of strength. When Jin Yu first found him, she was even a little afraid. Fortunately, Lin Yan hadn't forgotten her. Or perhaps he could pretend not to recognize her. I wonder what kind of person he'll become after he graduates and enters the world of beast tamers. The assessment matters have been temporarily put on hold. Other matters needed to be handled back at school. Worth mentioning is, this time, the third-year students of Jinwu University suffered a crushing defeat. As the top student of the third year and also the student council president, Lei Ming. Since the assessment ended, his expression has been rather gloomy. Some say he ranked outside the top 5. It can be said that he is the worst performing student in that grade. The worst performing year in terms of academic rankings. However, none of this had anything to do with Lin Yan. Lin Yan, Qinruoyu, and Jinyu got into the radio station's car. The other radio station colleagues were generously given the day off by Jinyu. In the blink of an eye, you've become a big journalist. What's your position now? Lin Yan sat in the passenger seat, watching Jinyu drive carefully. Jinyu smiled slightly. Thanks to you, the video of our interview with you got a lot of views and even went viral nationwide. I've been promoted. The radio station is planning to launch a new program dedicated to interviewing talented students who have made it big after leaving our city. If this show goes well, I might even get promoted to editor-in-chief. Congratulations, Lin Yan yawned, responding casually. Jinyu turned her head slightly, glancing at Lin Yan, who was closing his eyes to rest. Actually, she had only said half of what she wanted to say. This time, she had come to Jinwu City specifically to interview him. When she first suggested to the director that she should go on a business trip to Jinwu City, the director wasn't very agreeable. However, after Lin Yan had made such a big splash at school, the director also recognized the potential in Lin Yan. Although an out-of-town interview required a lot of funding and might result in a complete loss. However, if we're lucky, this could very well be an exclusive interview with the future leader of the younger generation. This could be a highly profitable interview. In the end, the radio station approved Jinyu's proposal. From now on, she will temporarily work alongside Lin Yan, filming the daily lives and competition progress of genius students from prestigious universities. The car stopped in front of a Western-style restaurant near the school. Lin Yan opened his eyes and looked around. This place felt so familiar. It was the same Western restaurant where she had dined with Shenlei and Zhao Ziwei before. What a coincidence. The three of them walked into the Western restaurant. It was obvious that Zhao Duo was feeling awkward. She had never been to a proper restaurant before, let alone such a high-end Western restaurant. What would you like to eat? Jinyu flipped through the menu and asked politely. Zhao Duo stared at the overwhelming array of dishes on the menu, completely overwhelmed. This is so expensive. Can you even eat snails? Which one is the main dish? Seeing Zhao Duo's confused expression, Lin Yan smiled, took the menu, and quickly ordered a few suitable dishes. The waiter asked, "How would you like your steak cooked?" Jinyu replied directly, "Medium rare." The waiter then looked at the other woman at the table. Zhao Duo hesitated for a moment. "Medium well, I think." The waiter immediately looked down on her. "I'm sorry, ma'am, we don't have steak cooked to medium rare. We only offer medium, well done, medium well, and well done." Lin Yan furrowed his brows, then fully cooked. The waiter was about to say something else. Lin Yan tapped the table firmly. "I want it all well done. If your chef can't do it, have your boss come out and explain it to me personally. You're just a server, your job is to relay the customer's requests. Answer me now, can you do it or not?" Chapter 74, The Plan to Win Over the Senior. Lin Yan's aura was fully unleashed. Not just the waitress. Even Zhao Duo and Jinyu, who were sitting next to him, were startled. The waiter swallowed hard and hurriedly said, "Yes, sir. I'll notify the kitchen immediately." After speaking, he hurried away. Zhao Duo looked at Lin Yan with admiration. He's practically a superhero. Why can he be so brave when we're all just human beings? The three chatted for a while. Jinyu took out a small notebook and recorded the entire conversation. The two people across from him were being interviewed. They were all top students at Jinwu University, genius beast tamers. Especially Lin Yan, who was the center of attention. Since entering Jinwu University, his popularity had never waned. Even when he was just having a meal here. There are always many Jinwu University students coming over to greet Lin Yan. The waiter brought the dishes to the table, dared not even look up to meet the three of them. 3 steaks. 1 medium rare, 2 well done. The food arrived, and the interview was about to end. Jinyu smiled at Zhao Duo and asked the final question. "I heard that there are few girls at Jinwu University, especially beautiful ones. You're so beautiful, must have a lot of male classmates pursuing you at school." Zhao Duo glanced at Lin Yan, who was struggling with his fully cooked steak, and replied modestly, "Not many. Maybe only half of one." "Half?" Jinyu was taken aback. Zhao Duo lowered her head, pondering whether she should continue. She was, of course, referring to Lu Jie. He had been pursuing her since their first year of university. Though he called it pursuing her, it was more like looking for a plaything. Lu Jie had dated many girlfriends, both on and off campus. It was said that every girlfriend he had was treated terribly by him. If they dared to speak out after breaking up and cause a scene, Lu Jie would seek revenge, even going so far as to force a female student to jump off a building. However, the Lu family has a lot of influence, and they covered up the incident, so few people know about it. Zhao Duo knows about it. It was because Lu Jie started pursuing her openly, and she and her roommates investigated it. Last semester, Zhao Duo kept avoiding Lu Jie. This time, at the start of her sophomore year, she thought she couldn't avoid him anymore. But unexpectedly, Lin Yan appeared out of nowhere and beat Lu Jie so badly he ended up in the hospital. Zhao Duo thus narrowly escaped trouble. Jin Yu was about to ask more questions. Suddenly, a student walked over and greeted Lin Yan. Brother Yan. Lin Yan had just stuffed a large piece of steak into his mouth. He looked up at the person and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Zhao Duo recognized the person and exclaimed in surprise, "Wang Xiaohu?" Wang Xiaohu was the student whose leg had been broken by Shen Lei before the exam. Although his leg had received timely medical treatment, the emotional trauma he had suffered could never be fully healed. Zhao Duo? Wang Xiaohu saw his classmate and looked a bit strange. "How do you know Yan Ge?" Zhao Duo looked at him speechlessly. "This is something I should be asking you, isn't it?" "Yan Ge, I'll go first. We'll chat later." Wang Xiaohu was very mindful of boundaries. Seeing Lin Yan dining with two beautiful women, he gave Lin Yan a look that only men would understand. He then walked into a private room. Zhao Duo asked, "How did you two meet?" Lin Yan looked confused and furrowed his brows. "I don't know him. Who is he?" Out of the blue. Across from him, Jin Yu watched Lin Yan and nodded to himself. I didn't expect him to be so popular at school. Even people who don't know him come over to say hello. And even a second-year student calls him Yan Ge? After finishing their meal, the three of them ate until they were satisfied. Zhao Duo was still a bit nervous and ate only a little. Jin Yu stood up and called the waiter to settle the bill. "Someone has already paid," the waiter said. Jin Yu was shocked and looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan shrugged his shoulders, looking innocent. Upon further inquiry, they learned from the waiter. The person who paid the bill hadn't even left their name. "I was supposed to treat you to dinner." Jin Yu sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. This incident also showed just how popular Lin Yan was. Zhao Duo looked at Lin Yan and felt moved. She knew. This had nothing to do with ability. She also knew the freshman representative from the previous year. He was also the most outstanding student in his class. But he didn't have Lin Yan's current status or popularity. Jin Yu drove the two of them to the school gate. He then returned home. She had rented a place near the school for this program. She had rented a place near the school gate. It was convenient for filming and interviewing Lin Yan. "Bye, Dodo. Once I've rented the place, I'll cook for you myself." Jin Yu smiled and waved goodbye before driving off. Lin Yan watched Jin Yu leave, but out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a red sports car. It was the same one Qin Ruoyu had driven. He glanced at the license plate number, it was the same too. Lin Yan hurried forward. He intended to check if the person inside was Qin Ruoyu. But the red sports car beat him to it, roaring away with its engine revving. "Never mind, I'll ask her later when I see her." "What's wrong?" Zhao Duo noticed Lin Yan's unusual behavior and asked with concern. "Nothing. I'll take you back." After dropping Zhao Duo off at the dormitory entrance, Lin Yan returned to his dormitory alone. He planned to rest for a bit before heading to the dungeon hall to grind some levels. During the assessment, the number of his insect soldiers decreased significantly. Even the biomass was nearly depleted. To prepare for any unexpected situations that might arise at any moment, he didn't forget that many people were watching him. For example, Lu Jie, who was still in the hospital, the mad Lu Yu, and Shen Lei, with whom he had a bet. Zhuo Xiao and others from Qinqing University. As for Xiao Ranan, Lin Yan furrowed his brows. She was now his servant, so there was no need to worry about her. If she fulfilled her promise and brought out the legendary grade magical beast specimen, he would have to fulfill his promise and remove her slave mark. After coming into contact with it, any normal person would harbor deep resentment and seek to erase this shameful chapter from history. At that time, I might end up with another enemy. I never realized I'd unknowingly made so many enemies. Lin Yan mocked himself. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Tang Tianyu and the others had already returned and were getting dressed. Those in suits were putting on suits. Those tying ties were tying ties. Han Xiaofeng, the show-off, was even spraying perfume on himself. Lin Yan was speechless. The guy who usually saves up a whole basin of socks before washing them. This is forgetting one's roots. Something's off. Are you guys going on a blind date? Tang Tianyu chuckled. It's pretty much the same as a blind date. The vice principal said he'd treat us to dinner, and it's already been arranged. It's at the Cloud Top Hotel tonight, a cocktail party. Everyone from freshmen to juniors will attend, and apparently some senior female students will also come back to join. Lin Yan looked down on him. So you're dressing up so flashily to try to seduce the seniors? Tang Tianyu snorted coldly. You're just a well-fed fool who doesn't understand the hunger of the starving. Have you considered that some of us are still virgins? Tonight, I've got a task for you. Be the wingman for the guys. He tossed a bag to Lin Yan. Change into your clothes. Now I declare the Conquer the Senior Sister plan officially underway. Chapter 75, The Wine Party Incident. He lay in bed until evening. When I opened my eyes again, it was already getting dark. Lin Yan rubbed his eyes and yawned. What time is it now? 7:30, Tang Tianyu said from below the bed. Lin Yan leaned his head down from the top bunk and nearly choked on the strong smell of hair wax. What the hell are you guys doing? Tang Tianyu and the other two stood together, striking a pose. All three had their heads topped with curls, and Tang Tianyu's even had a hint of an explosion hairstyle. Do you even know what fashion is? What's trendy? Lin Yan gave them a thumbs up and climbed down from the top bunk. You have taste. No wonder you're my dear roommate. By the way, don't mention me when you're at the party. Tang Tianyu and the two exchanged glances and chuckled. Come on, Lin Yan, get yourself a two. Your face is small at LL look great on you. Exactly, I think at LL be just like a rock star. Let us go out together, we'll be the real deal, the true martial arts F4. Lin Yan gave them a dismissive glance, his lips turned down. After arguing for a while, the three of them couldn't sway Lin Yan's determination to get his hairstyle. They hailed a taxi. Lin Yan and the others arrived at the Cloud Top Hotel. The vice principal was in a lavish mood, having booked half the hotel for the cocktail party. As everyone knew, the Yunding Hotel was the most prestigious hotel in Jinwu City, where every inch of space was worth its weight in gold. To book half the hotel, even for just one night, would cost several million. It seems that this time, Vice Principal Zhao Dingwei is really going all out. At the hotel entrance, many students from Jinwu University were coming and going, chatting and laughing. Many ordinary guests couldn't help but glance over, marveling. The students of Jinwu University really have it good. Lin Yan was about to walk through the hotel entrance when his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Qin Ruoyu. Lin Yan perked up. I have something to do. I need to go home. Looking at those cold 6 words, Lin Yan furrowed his brows. Going back to Nanling? Why so suddenly? After thinking for a moment, Lin Yan typed a few words and asked. What's going on? Is there anything I can do? The other side replied quickly. No, I'll handle it and come back. Then they added an emoji that said, what are you looking at? Lin Yan's tightened heart finally relaxed. Thankfully, nothing had been switched. He walked into the hall. This cocktail party was attended by many people. And just as Tang Tianyu had said, at the central bar, there were many girls gathered together, chatting and laughing. The guys dared only hold their glasses and greet people from the outer perimeter. If they were explicitly rejected by the girl they liked, they would immediately retreat, lowering their heads and leaving. Lin Yan turned around. As soon as Tang Tianyu and his two friends entered the hotel, they straightened their backs, looking like 3 peacocks spreading their tails. Old Yan, tonight, watch your brothers show off. After saying that, Tang Tianyu led the way and headed toward the central bar. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and followed suit. The cocktail party was a buffet-style event. Lin Yan was happy to have some alone time. Holding a plate, he loaded it with food and walked to a corner to eat alone. Being in his growth spurt, the steak he had for lunch had already been digested. Lin Yan didn't hesitate and began to devour the grilled meat with gusto. At that moment, a shadow suddenly engulfed him. Lin Yan looked up and saw a person standing before him. Xinlei looked at Lin Yan with a cold smile. I hear you got first place in the joint entrance exam for the 4 schools? Lin Yan swallowed the grilled meat in his mouth, pulled out a piece of paper to wipe his mouth, and replied calmly. Is there a problem? Or are you here to cash in on your bet early? Xinlei snorted coldly. Don't even think about it. You couldn't possibly win. You don't even realize the gap between you and the genius from the Eastern Kingdom. Your position and the country you come from determine your perspective and understanding. Lin Yan looked at him in confusion. Mr. Xin came all this way to see me just to say that? Xinlei looked down on Lin Yan with a cold smile. What are you thinking? Who has the time to come find you specifically? After speaking, Xinlei turned his gaze to a bar counter behind him and waved his hand at several students wearing wooden clogs. The students in wooden clogs raised their glasses in response. Xinlei turned back to Lin Yan and said smugly. Did you see that? They're exchange students from Japan. Although they don't participate in the school rankings, their abilities are among the top 3 in their respective fields. Japan may be a small country, but it's brimming with talent. Lin Yan sneered, looking at him. So you're implying that the Dragon Kingdom is vast but lacks talent? Xinlei looked innocent. I didn't say that. With that, he turned and left. You can stay here and eat slowly. I'm going to accompany the Japanese geniuses. Lin Yan watched Shenlei's back with a look of contempt. This guy actually acts like a traitor with such a clear conscience. He has truly fallen to the lowest depths. The few Japanese exchange students wearing wooden clogs followed Shenlei's finger and looked at Lin Yan. They all made a throat-slitting gesture toward Lin Yan and burst into laughter. Shenlei poured himself some wine and joined in the laughter. Lin Yan paid no mind and continued eating the grilled meat on his plate. A few dogs barking at you, what's the big deal? But if they dare to open their mouths and bite someone, don't blame Lin Yan for pulling out their teeth. After finishing the plate of grilled meat, just as he was about to go get another plate, Tang Tianyu walked over with a disappointed expression and sat down. What's wrong? Lin Yan asked curiously. Han Xiaofeng sighed. He's had a setback in love. I never thought old Tang would fail so badly on his first attempt at love. Lin Yan burst into laughter. What happened? Li Jueming's expression grew peculiar. Old Tang went all out for love, but she said she doesn't want to talk about kids. Lin Yan burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Old Tang, you have the face of a 30-year-old, and yet you're being called a kid? Could it be that you've been showing off your masculine charm? Tang Tianyu looked furious, slamming his fist on the table. Damn it! This woman has no eyes. A man like me, a good-looking bachelor, you can't even find me even if you're shining an LED light on me. Lin Yan patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't be so upset. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. There are other girls out there. Maybe someone likes you. Tang Tianyu dragged his jaw and looked toward the central bar counter. You don't understand. Lin Yan was speechless. This was their first meeting, and he was already acting so desperate. Don't tell me you fell head over heels for her after just one meeting? No. Tang Tianyu turned his head and looked at Lin Yan seriously, saying, out of all those girls, she is the prettiest. Lin Yan paused for a moment, then raised his thumb. That makes sense. He was about to continue comforting Tang Tianyu. Suddenly, a scream came from the central bar counter. What are you doing, you scoundrel? Chapter 76, following Lin Yan into battle. Lin Yan and the other three turned their heads in unison. Everyone in the hotel lobby also turned their gaze toward the central bar counter. There they were. Those few Japanese exchange students wearing wooden clogs seemed to have drunk too much. They had actually made their way to the central bar counter, forcing a girl to drink, while babbling nonsense in their foreign tongue. The girl refused to drink and scolded them a few times. She was slapped across the face by the leader of the Japanese exchange students in front of everyone. The girl was clearly angry and was about to summon her spirit beast to fight back. But she was held back by her companions. This was the most expensive hotel in the city. If she were to take the initiative and damage anything, she would be held fully responsible. Who knows how much she'd have to pay? The few Japanese exchange students had also anticipated this, laughing wildly without restraint, speaking in broken Dragon Country dialect. You Chinese women, what are you pretending to be? You're not the kind who'll sleep with anyone for money, are you? Upon hearing this, all the Jinwu University students in the hotel were enraged. Everyone had had a few drinks and pointed at the Japanese exchange students, shouting angrily. Damn Japanese devils. Get out of here. Getting out isn't enough, they should be carried out. Do you know where you are? Do you think I'll let you get away with this? I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Then don't hold back, attack his brothers. Tang Tianyu also wore a ferocious expression, gritting his teeth and said, damn it! You dare hit my woman? You're asking for trouble. With that, he grabbed a bottle and charged forward. Lin Yan, Han Xiaofeng, and Li Jueming quickly followed suit. In an instant, the crowd was filled with excitement. Everyone rushed out and surrounded the few exchange students from Japan. Damn it! The Japanese exchange students, now slightly sober, huddled together in fear. At that moment, Shenlei stepped forward bravely and shouted. What are you doing? What do you all want? These are exchange students from Japan. They have diplomatic immunity. If you lay a finger on them, it'll be an international incident. These words indeed stunned many of the students. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Shenlei frowned and continued. The school will handle this matter. Those who need to apologize will apologize, and those who need to be disciplined will be disciplined. You all go back now and wait for the school's announcement. Everyone understood. What apology? What punishment? The school will definitely sweep it under the rug. In the end, it will just be a slap on the wrist. Those Japanese exchange students will still get off scot-free. They just want these Japanese exchange students to pay the price now. Seeing that no one was moved, Shenlei scolded. Do you even respect me as your professor anymore? Don't you even listen to your professor? Now, all of you, get back. Disperse. As he spoke, he shoved the student at the front. The others had no choice but to comply. With Xinlei there was no way they could proceed further. Tang Tianyu was unwilling to give up, gritting his teeth as he looked at Lin Yan. What should we do? Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the girl who had been hit. She was heavily made up, had a fiery figure, and looked quite alluring. She stood out sharply from the ordinary girls around her. Lin Yan was a bit surprised. He never expected Tang Tianyu to like someone like this. We can't just let this slide. The anger in Tang Tianyu's eyes was about to boil over. Lin Yan could even feel his body trembling. Of course we can't just let it go. Lin Yan took the wine bottle from Tang Tianyu's hand and spoke softly. Then, he threw the bottle with all his might, grazing the ear of the lead Japanese exchange student and shattering against the pillar behind him. Shards of the bottle and spilled alcohol splashed all over him. Damn it! Who did that? Everyone was startled. Another expert. Everyone followed the direction the bottle was thrown and found the expert. It's Lin Yan. It was Lin Yan who threw it. A student shouted out, and the hotel lobby erupted in cheers. Lin Yan is amazing. Brother Yan isn't afraid of anyone. What's Xinlei? He's just daring to show off in front of us ordinary students. Exactly, only Yengu can handle him. Everyone, get ready. Follow Yengu into battle. Take down those Japanese dogs. The crowd, which had just dispersed, gathered again and followed Lin Yan. The disheveled Japanese exchange student was still screaming. Lin Yan didn't even glance at him, instead mockingly asking Xinlei. Mr. Shin, as far as I know, you're just an assistant professor, right? When did you become a professor? You didn't even tell us about your promotion. When the vice principal arrives, we'll have to ask him about it. Xinlei, seeing that Lin Yan was causing trouble again, gritted his teeth and said, an assistant professor is still a professor. Lin Yan replied with an "oh," then realized with a smile. An assistant professor is also a professor. You studied abroad in Japan, so you think you're a Japanese dog now? The crowd behind him burst into laughter. Lin Yan said it well. So you're just an assistant professor? What are you trying to pull here? Exactly. Why give up being a proud Chinese and go act like a Japanese dog? Disgraceful. Your backbone is so weak. In our village, people like you would have their spines broken. Xinlei listened to the harsh words and coldly stared at Lin Yan. What do you want to achieve? Are you trying to provoke an international incident? Lin Yan sneered. With just a few worthless scum like you think you can cause an international incident? Alright, we have more people, so we won't bully them just because they're outnumbered. Among beast tamers, shouldn't we settle things with our strength? One-on-one duel. Tell your master and see if they dare. Xinlei's face darkened. The lead exchange student from the eastern nation stepped forward. I can understand. You're from the Dragon Kingdom. You're very brave. I'm a second-year student at the Golden 9th rank. You can send a third-year student to fight me one-on-one. Anyway, you Dragon Country people are also weak. Lin Yan could clearly sense the anger of the crowd behind him. He never expected this Japanese devil to act so arrogant. Lin Yan, let me handle this. Tang Tianyu couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. I'm a first-year freshman with a silver 6th rank cultivation level. I'm challenging you despite the rank difference. How about it? The leader of the Japanese exchange students glanced at Tang Tianyu with disdain. You're too weak. Sangben Jun, you go first. A short Japanese exchange student wearing wooden clogs stepped forward from behind. I'm a first-year exchange student, just like you, and we're both at the silver 6th rank. You don't have the qualifications to challenge Lord Yukimura. Tang Tianyu clenched his fists, glaring at the short man in front of him. This was the man named Sangben who had first approached his goddess to offer her a drink and, after being rejected, had become enraged. Then you're it. If I don't beat the crap out of you today, you'll be the one who's clean. Let us go. To the dueling arena. Chapter 77, Betting on a Slap. Sangben narrowed his small eyes and curled his lips. One-on-one it is. As a beast warrior of the Great Eastern Empire, I fear no enemy. Both sides were brimming with intensity. The crowd followed them to the hotel's arena. The Cloud Peak Hotel is extremely expensive, a place only affluent beast tamers can afford. Naturally, they are equipped with high-end dueling arenas. The facilities are even on par with those of the True Martial Arts University. Dueling arena. Tang Tianyu and the Japanese exchange student named Sangben stood on opposite sides. Lin Yan led a large group of Jinwu University students, standing on one side. Shui Siyuan, wearing wooden clogs, stood with several Japanese exchange students behind him, coldly watching Lin Yan and the others. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain, completely disregarding them. These Japanese devils are so arrogant even as death approaches. Who is that guy? Can he handle this? Him? He's Lin Yan's roommate. Do you think he can handle it? Lin Yan's roommate? He must be able to handle it. The Japanese sent a few geniuses over specifically to save face. What is there to fear? With Brother Yin here, nothing will go wrong. Everyone was very optimistic about Tang Tianyu. On the other side, Shuai was equally confident in Sang Ben. Sang Ben won't lose. That's right. He has the bloodline of that great lord. Moreover, Sang Ben has just drunk the fiery liquor of the Dragon Kingdom. His demon of alcohol might already be stirring. Humph. Those laughable Dragon Country people don't even realize the gap between us. Anyway, it won't be long before Yamamoto Juni arrives in the Dragon Kingdom to challenge these so-called geniuses. Let's go ahead and take care of them today to boost our morale. Exactly. On the dueling platform, 2 beams of light flashed, and the 2 figures disappeared along with the light. On the large screen beside them, the scene of the 2 entering the stage also appeared. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng were so nervous they couldn't move, staring intently at Lin Yan ahead. Lin Yan stared intently at the screen, showing no movement or expression. On the screen, a grassy field with a clear blue sky. Tang Tianyu directly summons his spirit beast. Come out, holy Mark Chinox. A massive bull covered in intricate runes appeared, radiating an otherworldly glow. Sang Ben sneered, the hair on his upper lip twitching. Sake drinking child, let them see what you're made of. Instantly, a hideous demon suspended mid-air, holding a massive wine gourd, tilted its head back and took a sip. Thud, thud, thud. As the alcohol flowed down his throat, the demon's spiritual energy grew increasingly chaotic. Tang Tianyu furrowed his brows, daring not to underestimate the enemy. Holy Mark Qilin. Skills, strength enhancement, defense enhancement, speed enhancement. 3 consecutive enhancement skills were unleashed. The Holy Kuei Nyo's body suddenly grew larger, and its pair of curved horns became thicker and longer. Barbarian Bull Charge. With 3 enhancements, the Holy Kuei Ox struck first, charging forward like a cannonball. It charged fiercely toward the drunken demon, who was still wiping his mouth. Trash, Sang Ben chuckled, pointing a finger. The figure of the sake drinking demon vanished in an instant. Avoiding the Holy Mark Kuei Bull's charge, he instantly appeared behind it. Poison Hand Blade. Sake drinking demon spat a mouthful of alcohol onto his hand and slashed viciously at the back of the Holy Mark Qilin's neck. Tang Tianyu's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly commanded. Thorn Armor. Zheng. A spiked shell suddenly appeared on the body of the Holy Kuei Nyo. The thorn armor could withstand and reflect incoming damage. Sang Ben furrowed his brows and quickly cancelled the skill. Sake drinking child's figure flickered again and returned to Sang Ben's side. You've got some skills. Sang Ben smiled and praised him. But if that's all you've got, you're as good as dead. After speaking, Sake drinking demon moved again, his form leaping continuously as he charged toward the sacred Kuei Nyo. Tang Tianyu snorted coldly. Who knows who'll die first? Several runes flashed on the body of the Holy Kuei Nyo as it engaged in fierce combat with Jiu Tun Tongzi. Below the dueling platform, Zhang Yi held her chest with both hands, her eyes filled with worry as she watched the screen. The slap marks on her face still stung fiercely. Her heart was filled with anger and resentment. But when she saw the boy who had once rejected her yet still stood up for her, her mood miraculously calmed down. Zhang Jiang, you must be falling for him, right? The girl beside her teased her playfully. Zhang Yi frowned and asked. Really? The girl next to her covered her mouth and giggled. When you were looking at him just now, your eyes were full of concern. I've never seen you show any interest in a guy before, except for your ex. Realizing she had said the wrong thing, the girl beside her immediately shut her mouth. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with memories, then she shook her head, her gaze growing cold once more. Having been hurt by a man once before, she understood. Even if a man is good to you now, he will eventually change his heart. I want tea like him. Not now, and not ever. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment before continuing. Once his duel is over, I'll make things clear to him. The Holy Mark Chinox heavily flung the wine-drinking child into the air. The injured Jiu Tun Tongzi threw a poisonous wine, which splashed onto the Holy Kuei Nyo, releasing a hissing white smoke. Tang Tianyu and Sang Ben both unleashed their most powerful techniques, yet the battle remained fiercely contested. They had already exchanged hundreds of blows. The Holy Kuei Nyo is a psychic type, while the sake drinking demon is a psychic type and poison type. Both relied heavily on spiritual energy and skills in battle. Now, both sides' spiritual energy is nearly depleted. If they continue fighting, it will come down to pure physical combat. Enough, old Tang, come out. Lin Yan used the duel room's communication device to address Tang Tianyu in the secret arena. Tang Tianyu clenched his teeth, refusing to give up. I can win. On the other side, Shuai also frowned and said to Sang Ben in Japanese. Sang Ben, there's no need to waste time with the Dragon Country people. Sang Ben snorted coldly. The Dragon Country people have already shown their weakness. I'm certain I can win. Shuai continued to shout. You're already exhausted. What if you lose? As a beast warrior of the Eastern Empire, I can only win, I cannot lose. Sang Ben glared at Tang Tianyu across from him. By this point, the fight had reached a boiling point. Neither side was willing to back down. Suddenly, The scene of the arena's secret realm quickly faded, and the two were forcibly expelled. Lin Yan pressed the forced exit button. Tang Tianyu returned to the duel room, frowned at Lin Yan, and asked, "What's going on? I could have one." Lin Yan glanced at him. Sang Ban also said he could win. Your spiritual energy is already depleted, and the outcome of the next battle is too unpredictable. If you lose, are you going to make all of us take the blame for you? Tang Tianyu fell silent, still unwilling to accept defeat. Lin Yan patted his shoulder and comforted him. You've done your best. While you're still in good condition, go find your goddess. If you end up with a black eye and a swollen face, how will you face her? Don't worry, I've got this. After speaking, Lin Yan took a few steps forward, looking at Yukimura in his wooden clogs. Hey, you. Was that you who slapped me just now? Shui Siyuan narrowed his eyes, knowing he was talking about him. So what if I did? Lin Yan rolled up his sleeves and said menacingly. Let us settle this one-on-one. The stakes are a slap, how about it? Chapter 78, Duel. The Hair-Eating Demon. A slap? Shui Siyuan sized up Lin Yan from head to toe and sneered. You? A worthless Silver Realm cultivator dares to challenge me? Shui Siyuan had just arrived in Longhua from Japan after the start of the school year. Due to his exchange student status, he didn't attend classes or live with the other students from the school. Plus, the language barrier made things even harder. As a result, information was relatively limited. Therefore, Shui Siyuan and the others were unaware of Lin Yan's exploits. If you want me to intervene, you're not qualified. Have your second or third year seniors come instead. The people behind Lin Yan looked at each other in confusion. Among the many people present, there were only first and second year students. Although Zhao Dinghua had allowed third year students to attend this banquet. However, the rankings from the recent four-school assessment were not ideal. Lei Ming, the leader of the third year students, hadn't come, and the rest of the students dared not show up either. Among the sophomore students present, the top few were also absent for unknown reasons. The rest of the students also dared not approach. It wasn't because they were cowards. That Shui Siyuan had already revealed his background Golden Realm, 9th tier. Not only were their cultivation levels inferior, but their spirit beasts and celestial scrolls were also far behind. There was no chance of winning at all. Even if they forced themselves to fight, they'd only end up making a fool of themselves. Therefore, for a moment, no one behind Lin Yan dared to speak. Ha ha ha, the beast tamers of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed all useless. What's wrong? Don't you even have the courage to challenge me? You can only send a low-ranking junior, thinking that even if you lose, it won't be embarrassing? How ridiculous. Shui Siyuan and the few people behind him laughed heartily, mocking them freely. Everyone felt deeply unjustified, but at this point, they had already agreed to a one-on-one duel. If they attacked all at once now, they would only lose face. No need for words. If you're too cowardly to fight, just apologize to her, slap her back, and this matter will be settled. Lin Yan spoke calmly. Shui Siyuan sneered and asked, Do you really think you can beat me? Lin Yan laughed lightly. Stop stalling. If you're brave enough, come on. As he spoke, Lin Yan walked directly toward the dueling platform. Shui Siyuan stared at Lin Yan for a moment before snorting and stepping onto the duel platform in his wooden clogs. Two flashes of light vanished in an instant. This time, it was Lin Yan and Shui Siyuan who entered the secret realm of the Bluegrass Arena. As the two prepared to fight, the crowd immediately began waving their fists in excitement. Yan Gu is in. We've got this. Humph. What's so special about being at the 9th rank of the Golden Realm? Even he'll have to kneel before Brother Yan. Can I get a turn to slap him? I've been helping my family farm since I was a kid. I don't know why, but I'm a bit worried. What if something happens to Yan Gu? Impossible. What about Lu Jia from the Golden Realm before? He was taken out in one move. But Lu Jia and this Shui Siyuan are still different. After all, Shui Siyuan is one of the few geniuses in the Eastern Kingdom. Genius? Yan Gu fights geniuses. Just wait and see. No one who can beat Yan Gu has even been born yet. Not just not born yet, they haven't even been conceived yet. 666. The crowd's murmurs gradually died down. Because on the screen, the match was about to begin. Shui Siyuan stepped forward in his wooden clogs, his black hair flowing freely in the breeze. Come out, hair-eating demon. A monkey-like spirit beast, entirely wrapped in pitch-black hair, was summoned. The long black hair on its head grew even longer, resembling tentacles that could attack or defend. A of black hair stood upright, transforming into a sharp blade, pointing directly at Lin Yan. It seems you've already made up your mind to die. Lin Yan raised his arm and summoned a 1,000-foot mantis. Always talking about death, it seems you've already foreseen your own fate. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Instantly, countless black figures appeared around Lin Yan. Immediately afterward, a swarm of Qianrun mantises burst forth from within. During the four schools assessment, many had died. But there were still thousands left. The 1,000-foot mantises possessed high mobility, high burst damage, and their skills included true damage and blood-sucking effects. It was more than enough to deal with Shui-Cun. Thousands of 1,000-foot mantises instantly filled the grassland. A dark, oppressive mass pressed down on Shui-Cun's heart. Out of nowhere, he felt a surge of panic. Why does he have so many spirit beasts? Shui-Cun forced himself to calm down and carefully observed Lin Yan summoning so many spirit beasts. Finally, he exhaled in relief. It was just my imagination. These spirit beasts may be numerous, but their attributes are low. They're not even in the same league as my hair-eating demon. My hair-eating demons are well balanced in both offense and defense. These low-tier attacks can't even break through my defenses. Withstand the first wave, charge to his front, and execute the decapitation tactic and we win. A mere silver-ranked beast tamer thinks he can outnumber me? Dream on. Shui-Cun thought to himself, letting out a cold laugh. The Eastern Japan Empire has always conquered others through virtue. Since your cultivation is lower, I'll let you go first. Lin Yan smiled and said, alright, but I'll only use one move. If one move doesn't finish you off, I'll surrender immediately. Do with me as you will. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui-Cun hadn't reacted yet. The crowd in the dueling chamber was already in tears, unable to contain their excitement. That's it. That's the spirit. It's all coming together. This is exactly like when we challenged Lu Jia the underdog defeating the stronger opponent with a single move. I used to think Yengo was just putting on a show, but hearing him say that now, it feels so satisfying. One move. Break the bones of this Japanese dog. Yengo never says anything he is not sure about. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled, the iconic moment is about to happen. I can't wait to see the expression on Yukimura's face when his jaw drops. The excited voices of the crowd left Zhang Yi a bit taken aback. She was a senior intern who had just returned to campus yesterday to collect materials. She knew nothing about Lin Yan's situation. Hearing everyone's reactions now, she couldn't believe her ears. Tang Tianyu, who had been standing beside Zhang Yi since earlier but hadn't dared to speak, stepped forward and cleared his throat before saying, his name is Lin Yan. He's my roommate, a genius in the entomology department, and also the representative for this year's freshman. He's really impressive. Zhang Yi was even more stunned upon hearing this. Insect-related major? Genius? Freshman representative? I recognize all those words, but I don't understand a single thing he's saying. How talented is he? Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment before asking. Tang Tianyu felt a surge of excitement and explained. At the beginning of the semester, there was a second-year university student council member, a genius named Lu Jia, who was at the third stage of the Golden Realm. He spoke arrogantly, provoked Lin Yan, and challenged him to a duel on the stage. At that time, Lin Yan was only at the first stage of the Silver Realm. Can you guess what happened? Zhang Yi looked at him without saying a word. The scene fell silent. Tang Tianyu didn't feel awkward at all. He excitedly said, one strike, one kill. Lin Yan defeated Lu Jia, a third-tier Golden Realm practitioner, with a single move. Zhang Yi's mouth dropped open, and she turned her head. She stared in disbelief at the screen, where Lin Yan stood amidst a swarm of insects, resembling a king. Chapter 79, The Snow Village Kneels. One move to defeat me? Shui-Cun sneered disdainfully. You dragon country person, you're really arrogant. If you can beat me, I won't just slap you, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. But do you even have the strength to do that? Lin Yan smiled slightly, finally taking the bait. Whether I have the strength or not, you'll find out soon enough. After speaking, Lin Yan no longer held back, channeling all his spiritual energy. He pushed the skills of the Qianren mantis to their absolute limit. Sword dance slash. As he spoke, thousands of Qianren mantises flapped their wings and swung their hooked blades. Thousands of sword chi streaked toward Shui-Cun with a piercing whistle. The incoming sword chi made Shui-Cun feel the threat of death. What? In the chaos, he managed to command the hair-eating demon to activate its defensive skill, blocking it in front of him. Black waterfall envelopes the body. The Shifagui's hair spread out like a waterfall, wrapping tightly around his body like bandages. The sword chi layered upon each other. Under rapid consecutive strikes, the black hair was severed. However, more layers of black hair continued to grow back. Shui-Cun clenched his teeth, his spiritual energy surging out like a floodgate had been opened. The replenishment of the black hair required him to expend his spiritual energy. Damn it! What's going on with this sword chi? Why hasn't it stopped yet? The sword chi seemed endless, showing no signs of weakening or stopping. Gradually, Shui-Cun's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The growth rate of the hair-eating demon also slowed down. Finally, at the moment his spiritual energy was depleted, dense sword chi instantly pierced through the hair-eating demon's defenses. Blood spattered as the hair-eating demon crashed heavily to the ground. However, the sword energy showed no signs of stopping. Stop! Stop at once! Shui-Cun panicked instantly. If this continued, The hair-eating demon would surely die on the spot. At that moment, in the dueling chamber, Sangben and several Japanese exchange students were also panicking. They never expected Shui Yuen would lose, and lose so badly. Quick, press the emergency exit button. One of the exchange students reacted quickly and shouted. The exchange student closest to the button immediately rushed forward and pressed it. On both sides of the duel stage, 2 flashes of white light appeared instantly. Lin Yanshuakin was immediately forced out. The spirit beasts all automatically returned to their respective beast summoning spaces. Lin Yan did not shout to continue the duel but instead smiled slightly at the dazed Shui Yuen. The most trustworthy Japanese? It's your turn to keep your promise. Shui Yuen's face turned deathly pale as he glared intently at Lin Yan, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. Several Japanese exchange students behind him remained silent, heads bowed. They tried to sneak away, but they discovered that the doors to the dueling chamber had already been tightly sealed by students from Jinwu University, who had even stationed guards to block the entrance, as if afraid they would escape. I apologize. Shui Yuen closed his eyes unwillingly and bowed 90 degrees toward Jiang Yi. Private message. I'm very sorry, it was our mistake. Several Japanese exchange students behind him also shouted apologies in unison. Sangban's face turned bright red. If the earlier duel with Tang Tianyu had left him feeling a bit resentful, now, in front of Lin Yan, all his arrogance had vanished. This man had actually defeated their Japanese genius in a higher level match. Shui Yuen's talent was exceptionally high, even surpassing his own. But, facing Lin Yan, who was more than 10 ranks below him, he was defeated in an instant. Perhaps only Yamamoto Juni can match him in battle. Mentioning that name, Sangban couldn't help but shiver and shrink his neck. As a fellow student of Yamamoto Juni, Sangban had personally experienced his terrifying prowess before coming to Longwei as an exchange student. After apologizing, Shuetsuan and the others turned to leave. Lin Yan called them back. Wait, did I tell you to leave? The group turned back. Shui Yuen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What else do you want? Lin Yan sneered. Are you really that forgetful, or are you just playing dumb with me? Our bet wasn't just a simple apology, was it? Kneel down. I'll slap you back. The crowd behind him immediately started shouting. That's right. You slapped one of our men. Do you think an apology will make everything okay? Dream on. Get down on your knees. I won the slap fighting championship. Let me do it. I just bought this trendy ring, let me do it. Bro, is that even a ring? It looks like a knuckle duster. Got a problem with that? No objections, but I have a suggestion. Point the diamond side toward the palm and give it a good whack. I think this kind of thing should be left to Jiang Yi to handle herself. Exactly, as long as it makes Jiang Yi feel better. Forget it. With those Japanese perverts, I'm afraid when Jiang Yi slaps him, he'll stick out his tongue and lick her. Ugh, Japanese people are so disgusting. Everyone chattered away. Shui Yuen and the others listened, their anger boiling over. What does it mean to want to slap me but be afraid I'll lick your hand? This is an insult to the beast warriors of the Great Eastern Empire. But no matter how much they raged inwardly, their true feelings were evident on the surface. The weak have no status. One must show infinite tolerance toward the victor. Over here, after everyone said that, Jiang Yi also hesitated. Originally, she had intended to take matters into her own hands, but now she was afraid of encountering some strange situations later. She had heard that in certain situations, slapping someone could be pleasurable for the recipient. And if he really stuck out his tongue and licked her, then her hand would be ruined forever. Let me do it for you. If I don't knock out a few of his teeth, I'll write my name backwards. Tang Tianyu rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. He had always been into working out. His muscles were the kind that guys would compliment as impressive, but girls would find disgusting. Jiang Yi stared at Tang Tianyu for a moment before nodding slowly. All right. Amidst the chaotic crowd on Lin Yan's side, everyone was shouting in unison, kneel down. Shui Yuen, torn inside, finally collapsed to his knees with a thud. His eyes were vacant as he stared ahead, seemingly ready to face his judgment. Several exchange students from the Eastern Kingdom looked pale and rushed forward to help Shui Yuen up. Senior, get up quickly. Sangben stamped his feet in frustration, but there was little he could do. Have him take the slap for Shui Yuen? That was out of the question. Shui Yuen stood there with a composed expression, ready to accept his fate. Lin Yan was speechless. It's just a slap, not a beheading. Why are you getting so worked up? Old Tang, hurry up and finish this. I didn't finish eating yet. It must be said, the grilled meat at the Yunding Hotel is truly delicious. Tang Tianyu's face twisted into a cruel grin as he swung his powerful arm, aiming it at Shui Yuen's face with all his might. Smack! Shui Yuen grunted and fell sideways to the ground. At the same time, a string of blood-stained teeth flew out. Chapter 80, Talent in Question. Tang Tianyu had struck with full force, infusing the blow with spiritual energy. Xue Ziyuan tried to block it with his spiritual energy. However, he discovered that his spiritual energy had just been depleted, leaving him no time to replenish it. That's satisfying. Tang Tianyu shook his numb hand and returned to Jiang Yi's side, smirking triumphantly. How about that? Did you vent your anger? If you're not satisfied, I'll give him another slap buy one, get one free. Jiang Yi burst into laughter and shook her head. However, the look in her eyes toward Tang Tianyu had softened considerably. Seeing Xue Ziyuan's pitiful state, everyone burst into laughter, sharing the video they had just recorded. Xue Ziyuan climbed to his feet, spat out the blood in his mouth, and asked in broken lingua, "What exactly is your talent?" This man could simultaneously contract and control so many spirit beasts, and even defeat him in a single strike despite being of a higher rank. He must possess an extremely powerful talent. If we could figure out what his talent was, we might be able to develop countermeasures against it. Then, avenge today's defeat. Lin Yan smiled lightly and said calmly, "My talent is insect taming." Xue Ziyuan furrowed his brows in thought before declaring firmly, "Impossible. There is no such talent as insect taming in the combat talent sequence." Lin Yan replied irritably, "Who told you I'm a combat type talent?" Xue Ziyuan paused for a moment before realizing, if it's not combat type or talent, then it must be lifestyle type talent? But that's impossible. Lin Yan turned and walked away, waving his hand. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." The crowd excitedly surrounded Lin Yan as he left. Only Xue Ziyuan and a few Japanese exchange students were left standing in the wind, feeling disoriented. Life-type talent? He, a genius beast tamer from the mighty Eastern Empire, had actually lost to a life skills prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom? Put. Xue Ziyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, the blood gushed out from his chest. Compared to Tang Tianyu's single slap, clearly, the two sentences spoken by Lin Yan caused far greater damage. Lin Yan had just stepped out of the duel room and returned to the banquet hall. He immediately spotted Zhao Dinghua. The vice principal who had invited all the students to drink and eat was completely baffled. Where did everyone go? Weren't we supposed to all come and celebrate? Did I come to the wrong place, or did they? As the host, he had planned to make a grand entrance and enjoy the applause. But how did he end up being the first to arrive? The professors beside him joked. "Old Zhao, you must have invited us just to have dinner with us. You're being too polite. You even went out of your way to book such a large venue. That's too extravagant and wasteful. We've known each other for so many years. Coming out for a meal, a simple meal would suffice. Look at all this lobster and abalone." Zhao Dinghua was feeling down and didn't respond to them. Just as he was about to call to ask what was going on, suddenly he saw Lin Yan arriving with a large group of people. Zhao Dinghua hurried over, looking at Lin Yan with a surprised expression. "Where have you all been? Why are you so late?" Lin Yan smiled. "Nothing, we just went to the dueling arena." "The dueling arena?" Zhao Dinghua paused for a moment and asked in a low voice. "What were you doing at the dueling arena? Who was fighting? What happened?" Lin Yan didn't say anything but nodded toward the back. Zhao Dinghua pushed through the crowd to look. Several students dressed in Japanese attire were carrying a student covered in blood. The student was also wearing wooden sandals, revealing his Japanese identity. Zhao Dinghua furrowed his brows, glancing at their school badges. They were clearly students from this school. Those must be the exchange students from Japan. Zhao Dinghua had never had much regard for Japanese people. And now they had caused such a commotion, which only added to his displeasure. What's going on here? What happened to him? Is he dead or alive? These Japanese exchange students also recognized Zhao Dinghua. The principal was often absent, so most of the school's affairs were handled by this vice principal. Therefore, among these Japanese exchange students, only the newly enrolled Sango and the unconscious Yukimura were unfamiliar with him. They all recognized this vice principal. "Principal, please save Yukimura. He is seriously injured. Please save him at all costs. I beg you." They bowed at a standard 90-degree angle. Zhao Dinghua seemed to have figured something out and turned to look at Lin Yan. "Did you do this?" Lin Yan nodded, looking helpless. He hadn't expected Xue Ziyuan to be so enraged that he fainted. Tang Tianyu was also surprised, examining his own arm. Could it be? I'm a once-in-a-million martial arts prodigy? Just a casual slap, and I injured him internally? Jiang Yi heard Tang Tianyu muttering to himself and couldn't help but smile at him. Is he that confident? Zhao Dinghua sighed and began examining Xue Ziyuan's injuries. Though he was a Japanese exchange student, dying here would still be a hassle. It's nothing serious. Let us take him to the hospital. I'll cover the taxi fare. Zhao Dinghua waved his hand dismissively. Sang Ban bit his lip, a flame of humiliation burning in his eyes. The group silently carried the unconscious Xue Ziyuan away. Their backs looked lonely, like a few stray dogs. Did you defeat him? Zhao Dingwa approached Lin Yan, who was busy placing grilled meat on a plate. How many moves did it take? Lin Yan held up one finger. One move. Zhao Dingwa wasn't surprised, but he sighed deeply. Your arrival is both the fortune and the tragedy of this era. Ha! Lin Yan turned his head in confusion, only to find that Zhao Dingwa had already turned his back and walked away. What an odd old man. After finishing the grilled meat, Lin Yan was about to return to his corner. He was pulled into a small room by Tang Tianyu. What's going on? Tang Tianyu didn't answer but pulled him down to sit. There were now 8 people in total, including Lin Yan. 4 people from Lin Yan's dorm and 4 from Jiang Yi's dorm. The current situation had turned into a dormitory social gathering. Wingman! Wingman! Tang Tianyu whispered into Lin Yan's ear, then cleared his throat twice. Let's go singing after the party. Anyway, there's no early class tomorrow, and you guys don't have class either, so we can go back later. Jiang Yi smiled at him without responding, which was her way of agreeing. By the way, I saw a piano over there. Do you want to play a song? Sure, let us all go together. My roommates can play the guitar and the flute, so we can play together. As Jiang Yi spoke, the other 3 roommates got up to leave. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng exchanged glances, then gave Lin Yan a subtle nod. The 2 each found a girl and left, finding other topics to talk about. Tang Tianyu happily went to play the piano with Jiang Yi. Here, only Lin Yan and Jiang Yi's roommate with thick bangs remained. Hello, my name is Lin Yan. Lin Yan noticed the awkward atmosphere and spoke up first. And Ran. After saying just 2 words, and Ran continued eating her cake. Lin Yan looked over and saw a large plate of high-calorie food piled up like a small mountain. A fellow sufferer. Lin Yan took a closer look at Ran. He never expected her to eat so much yet still maintain such a slender figure. Not a single ounce of excess fat was visible. How much exercise does she do? Chapter 81, Assassination. Lin Yan's side fell silent. Neither of them spoke. Only the sound of silent eating could be heard. Soon, Tang Tianyu and Jiang Yi returned. Judging by their demeanor, their relationship seemed to have grown closer. A little while later, Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng also returned. They chatted and laughed with their respective female companions, causing them to burst into laughter. Tang Tianyu saw that everyone was present, scratched his head, and smiled. Let's go karaoke. I'll treat everyone, and we can celebrate Yen Gu winning first place in the 4-school competition. Jiang Yi and the 3 roommates all turned to look at Lin Yan. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Earlier, they had only heard that he was the representative of this year's freshmen. They never expected that even in the 4-school exam, where there were so many talented and gifted students, could he have come in first place? And Ran was only surprised for a moment before continuing to focus on her steak. Lin Yan sighed helplessly. I don't think there's any need for that. It's so late we should go back to sleep. Tang Tianyu was at a loss and turned to look at Jiang Yi beside him. Jiang Yi glanced at the other roommates. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng as female companions also shook their heads. We have things to do tomorrow. Why don't you guys go? Jiang Yi's face showed a hint of hesitation. It was clear she really wanted to go. Her gaze fixed on Ran. She sat beside her and shook her arm. Come on, Ran, just come with me. Ran pushed her glasses up. Stop wiggling. I can't even hold the fork properly. But I'm not full yet. Jiang Yi immediately said. It's late at night, eating something so greasy isn't good for you. Let's go get some fruit instead, okay? Ran thought for a moment, puffing out her cheeks. All right. Ran agreed. Tang Tianyu turned to Lin Yan with a pleading look, exaggerating his mouth to silently say 2 words. Wingman, Wingman. Lin Yan sighed, stood up, and said. All right, go ahead. He had originally planned to get up early tomorrow to grind points in the dungeon hall. Now it seemed like that plan would have to be postponed. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng politely escorted the 2 ladies back. The group was now down to 4. They hailed a taxi and headed to a larger KTV nearby. They entered the private room. Lin Yan had no intention of participating and leaned against the corner, planning to play with his phone and take a nap. He really wasn't good at singing. He was afraid that if he started singing, he'd scare them. Let us wait a moment. We'll go remove our makeup first. Jiang Yi took out some tissues from her bag and walked into the restroom with Ran by her side. Tang Tianyu grew excited. He was about to see the goddess without makeup. He sat down next to Lin Yan, but before he could speak, he was rejected. Stay away. I'm going to sleep. Lin Yan put his jacket on backwards and found a comfortable position to lie down. Tang Tianyu didn't care at all and said. That's so considerate. I feel like this could be something. If it works out, I'll make you my top wingman. Lin Yan shot him a glance and replied irritably. What nonsense. If it works out, I'll extend your free meal pass for another month. Tang Tianyu laughed. No problem. Just as they were talking, the bathroom door opened. Lin Yan could clearly feel Tang Tianyu's body tense up and his breathing become heavy. After all, the impact of seeing someone's natural face on a guy who's head over heels in love is undeniable. It was simply too overwhelming. Zhang Yian and Ran, both without makeup, came out. To be honest, the difference between their appearances before and after makeup was striking. The makeup artistry of Longwei is truly legendary. Lin Yan widened her eyes slightly, also feeling a bit surprised. If we say that Zhang Yi's makeup gives her a 9 out of 10, then after removing the makeup, she was left with only 7 points. However, what surprised Lin Yan the most was in Ran. She hadn't applied much makeup, probably just lipstick and sunscreen. Now, her thick bangs were casually tied back. Her black framed glasses were also taken off. Probably because she couldn't see clearly, her eyes were slightly squinted. She looked vibrant and confident. If she was a 6 before, now, her beauty is a 9 out of 10. Zhang Yi stood there, staring at Tang Tianyu without saying a word. Tang Tianyu also stood up and looked at her. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Just this silent stare. And Ran sat down beside Lin Yan, her face still damp with water droplets. What are they doing? Lin Yan smiled. This is a test of one's heart. If Zhang Yi noticed even the slightest unusual expression on Tang Tianyu's face, then it would be all over. All the efforts made tonight would be in vain. How beautiful. Tang Tianyu stared intently at Zhang Yi, showing no signs of hiding his feelings, and spoke directly. What? Zhang Yi thought she had heard wrong. The difference between her appearance before and after makeup was significant. She was well aware of that. Many people had also made hurtful comments, both openly and behind her back. Even her ex-boyfriend had mocked her about it on more than one occasion. So, Zhang Yi just went to remove her makeup to test Tang Tianyu. If he was like those people, and was only attracted by her makeup and appearance, then there was no need to continue the relationship. But fortunately, Tang Tianyu showed no signs of disgust or disdain. Instead, he was mesmerized? That's why Zhang Yi asked in a self-conscious manner. You're really beautiful. Tang Tianyu stared straight into her eyes without flinching. This time, it was Zhang Yi who felt a bit embarrassed, her face turning slightly red. What are you talking about? Lin Yan was completely convinced. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But he never expected that Tang Tianyu, this rough and tumble guy, could say such sappy words. Both of them felt the other's feelings. They began a duet of love songs. And Ran ignored them completely, busy snacking on dried fruits nearby. Lin Yan covered herself with a jacket and dozed off on the sofa. The night passed in silence. The next day, it was still dawn. Lin Yan was awakened by Tang Tianyu, who was still in a heightened state of excitement. Wake up, we're going back. Lin Yan opened his eyes and nodded. The four of them walked back to school. Lin Yan desperately needed to catch up on sleep and declined the offer to eat breakfast. This drew an unhappy glance from Ran. However, seeing how sleepy Lin Yan was, she didn't say much more. As the four approached the school gate, they passed through a desolate street. Since it was still early, the empty streets seemed normal. Suddenly, a middle-aged man darted out from an alleyway on the side. He charged straight toward them, holding a dagger. Among the group, Lin Yan was the first to react. But upon seeing the knife in the man's hand, he was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye. Without time to think, Lin Yan charged forward. His fist, infused with spiritual energy, struck out. The middle-aged man was an ordinary person and was knocked flying several meters by the blow, landing unconscious on the ground. What's going on? Who is he? Tang Tianyu hurriedly stepped in front of Lin Yan, his heart racing. Are you okay? Lin Yan didn't respond. Instead, Zhang Yi and Ran let out cries of surprise. Ah! Tang Tianyu turned around and felt a rush of adrenaline. There was a dagger, straight and rigid, stuck in Lin Yan's abdomen. Chapter 82, Emergency Rescue. Doctor! Doctor! Tang Tianyu carried Lin Yan into the school hospital, shouting loudly. Zhang Yi and Ran followed helplessly behind. The dagger was lodged at an angle, and they used their hands to block it from touching other areas, preventing further injury. They were also afraid of hurting Lin Yan. The hospital had just started its shift. An emergency room doctor emerged, staring in shock at the bloodied figure on Tang Tianyu's back. Where's the nurse? Stop the bleeding first and prepare for surgery. After speaking, he approached to examine Lin Yan's injuries. It doesn't seem to be life-threatening. He's... Lin Yan? What's going on here? Tang Tianyu was completely flustered, speaking incoherently. The doctor couldn't take it anymore, frowned at Zhang Yi and Ran. You two speak. Zhang Yi and Ran exchanged glances, both looking pale. Zhang Yi composed herself and explained the entire situation from the beginning. The doctor nodded. Just call the police. I need to report this to the school. It's been years since such a serious incident occurred. The spiritual energy at the Silver Realm is insufficient to provide automatic protection for the body. The attacker had a clear target. Think about whether Lin Yan has offended anyone recently. The doctor stopped mid-sentence and suddenly closed his mouth. Who had Lin Yan offended? He didn't know what he was like before. But since he started university, he's been offending someone almost every day. Enough to form a football team. Lin Yan entered the operating room. 3 people were waiting at the door. Tang Tianyu was crouched on the ground, his face filled with self-blame. Last night, Lin Yan said he wanted to go back to the dormitory to sleep, but he insisted on dragging him to the KTV. If I hadn't done that yesterday, Lin Yan wouldn't be like this now. Jiang Yisun looked at him with sympathy. Don't say that. They clearly came prepared. Even if nothing had happened just now, they would have found another opportunity to act. And Ran sat in the chair, staring blankly at the operating room light. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. The vice principal, accompanied by a group of professors and teachers, hurried over. Where is Lin Yan? How is he? Tang Tianyu stood up, head bowed. He's lost a lot of blood and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. What's going on here? The vice principal arrived at the operating room door and paced back and forth for a moment. Tang Tianyu recounted the simple assassination attempt once more. The vice principal flew into a rage. How dare you? This is outright lawlessness. A commoner dares to stab a student of Jinwu University in broad daylight. And he even ambushed him in advance. No matter who he is. No matter what his background is. I will investigate this to the bottom. The vice principal stopped a nurse entering the operating room to deliver supplies. Tell the doctor, no matter what it takes, save Lin Yan. Anyone who dares to be careless or negligent in this matter will have to deal with old Zhao's wrath. The nurse was startled and hurried inside. At that moment, the crisp sound of a cane tapping the floor echoed. The vice principal heard the sound and knew who it was. He went to meet him. Professor Hu, what brings you here? Hu Fangyuan looked at the tightly closed operating room, his face expressionless. My own disciple has been stabbed. Can I come and see him? The vice principal sighed. Hu Fangyuan was in poor health, and they had originally planned not to tell him yet. But he didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Who did this? Hu Fangyuan spoke softly, but everyone present could hear the murderous intent in his voice. An ordinary person who frequented gambling dens and owed a lot of money. He was probably hired by someone. Where is he? He's at the police station. We'll start interrogating him once he wakes up. We've already made arrangements. The vice principal sighed. Hu Fangyuan sneered. At the police station? Do you think he'll survive the night? The vice principal was startled. How is that possible? They wouldn't dare. Hu Fangyuan snorted coldly. If they didn't dare, my student wouldn't be lying in the operating room. The vice principal fell silent for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Send the person to the security office at Jinwu University. We'll handle the interrogation personally. Don't give me any excuses about procedures. Bring them here now. No, I'll send someone to pick them up myself. We'll discuss it at tomorrow's meeting, and that will be proper procedure. Beep beep beep. The phone hung up. The news of Lin Yan's assassination spread quickly throughout the entire school. Among the first-year students, everyone was filled with righteous indignation and had already prepared to take collective action to find the mastermind behind the assassination. The second-year students remained relatively silent. The third-year students, however, were secretly looking forward to the chaos. Girls' dormitory. Dodo, why are you up so early? There's no early class today. Are you going to your part-time job? Bai Xiaoyi glanced at her phone. It was only just past 7 in the morning. Zhao Duoduo's face was pale, and her voice trembled slightly. Lin Yan is injured. Bai Xiaoyi sat up in surprise. I didn't hear anything yesterday. He was still full of energy when he came out of the assessment area, wasn't he? Zhao Duoduo shook her head. Yesterday, she had gone out for Western food with Lin Yan. Lin Yan was fine then. But the school forum and group chat were buzzing with rumors. Though no one knew the exact details. But it was basically true. I need to go check it out. Without seeing Lin Yan with her own eyes, Zhao Duoduo couldn't rest easy. Upon arriving at the hospital building, there were already many freshmen, almost completely surrounding the hospital. Make way. Zhao Duoduo pushed her way through the crowd and made her way to the hospital's operating room. She saw Lin Yan's roommate and many others. She noticed a student walking over. The vice principal frowned and scolded. Go wait outside. Don't cause trouble at a time like this. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Duoduo. Zhao Duoduo was at a loss for words. I'm sorry, Tang Tianyu recognized Zhao Duoduo and quickly interjected. She's Lin Yan's good friend. Tang Tianyu didn't know how close they were. He could only say that. The vice principal was in a bad mood at the moment and had strictly forbidden anyone unrelated from entering. But since he was Lin Yan's good friend, then there was no issue. Come in. The vice principal's voice softened slightly. Thank you. Zhao Duoduo approached Tang Tianyu. Among this group of people, she was the only one Zhao Duoduo recognized. How is Lin Yan? Zhao Duo tried to keep her voice steady. Tang Tianyu sighed and recounted what had happened earlier. He lost a lot of blood and is still in critical condition. Zhao Daodu's heart sank. It's that serious. Was he targeted in a premeditated assassination? Who could it be? Lu Jia, Lu Yu, the student union, Qinqing University, or the Japanese? Or perhaps an old enemy? Zhao Duo clenched her fists tightly, gritted her teeth, and silently swore to herself. No matter who he is, I won't let him get away. At that moment, the light at the operating room door suddenly went out. Everyone stood up. Even Hu Fanyuan, leaning on his crutches, stood up. The doctor emerged from the operating room, removed his mask, and sighed. The patient has been saved, but the vital meridian has been damaged, and it's very serious. Chapter 83, Coincidence. The patient was saved. But the vital meridian was damaged? The expressions of the crowd gathered outside the operating room varied. Spiritual veins and spiritual beasts are the foundation of a beast tamer. Spiritual veins determine the recovery, storage, and speed of spiritual energy. It can be said that if a spirit beast is a vehicle, then the spirit vein is the engine of that vehicle. If the spiritual veins are damaged, the beast tamer's strength and future potential will be significantly reduced. Tang Tianyu heard this news and felt both joy and regret. Ultimately, it was all his fault. If he hadn't insisted on bringing Lin Yan along to the KTV, Lin Yan wouldn't have been injured. A nurse pushed Lin Yan, who was lying on the hospital bed, out and into a private VIP room. There was no need for the vice principal to make special arrangements for this. There were so many school officials present. There were also so many students gathered outside the hospital. And Lin Yan's name is quite famous in the school. The doctors and nurses dared not take any chances. Everyone followed into the ward. Zhao Dingwa sat by the bedside, staring at Lin Yan, who was pale and unconscious, his brows furrowed. There was no immediate danger to his life, but his spiritual meridians were damaged. This isn't exactly good news. In fact, it's quite bad. Lin Yan was the rising star of the new generation. This time, he was the face of Jinwu University. Now that Lin Yan is in such a state, and the exchange and competition with the Japanese nation is only a month away, the spiritual veins will definitely not be repaired in time. Whether Lin Yan decides to participate in the exchange competition between the two countries despite his injuries or withdraw from the competition, for Jinwu University or for Longwei, it is unacceptable. Zhao Dingwa dialed a number and growled into the phone. Go to the police station and bring that person back to the school. Investigate his social connections, who he's been in contact with, and find out if any members of prominent families have recently visited Jinwu City. Dare to lay a finger on my people? Even the Heavenly King himself wouldn't be spared. Hearing Zhao Dingwa's roar, everyone shuddered in unison. This vice principal, who had always presented himself as a kind-hearted gentleman, had a side that roared like a lion. Click, click. Hu Fanyuan's distorted face twisted in anger as he tapped his cane twice. Please let me know if the vice principal has any news. My students can't just take this lying down. Zhao Dingwa nodded silently. The other professors dared not even breathe. The atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Duo, however, didn't feel as upset as she had expected. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. Because Lin Yan was not in any life-threatening danger. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. Zhao Duo had an inexplicable confidence in Lin Yan. Damage to the spiritual vein might be a major issue for other beast tamers, as it directly affects their future achievements. But Lin Yan would definitely find a way to resolve it. Even if your spiritual vein doesn't heal properly and you end up as an ordinary beast tamer, I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. Zhao Duo stood at the edge of the crowd, tiptoeing to look at Lin Yan's pale face. Under the nurse's persuasion. To avoid disturbing Lin Yan's rest, Zhao Dingwa led the professors and teachers away. Hu Fanyuan, leaning on his cane, walked slowly step by step. His back seemed a bit lonely. You all go back first. I'll stay here with him. Tang Tianyu, with red eyes, said to Jiang Yi and Enran. What surprised him was, Jiang Yi didn't seem to mind, but Enran was reluctant to leave. Why don't I stay and take care of him? Seeing that the others in the ward were looking over, Enran hurriedly explained. Boys are naturally careless, and you haven't slept all night. I'm not that tired yet. You can come and relieve me in the afternoon. Tang Tianyu hesitated for a moment before glancing at Zhao Daoda standing by the door. Zhao Daoda gathered her courage and stepped forward. You all go back. Let me stay and take care of him. Tang Tianyu gave her a I knew it look. Zhao Duo went to Lin Yan's bedside, skillfully tucked the blanket in place, adjusted the drip to the appropriate flow rate, and began wiping Lin Yan's hands and feet with a warm towel. The three of them watched her in astonishment. They never expected her to be more skilled than some nurses. Zhao Duo gave a self-deprecating smile. My mother has been hospitalized for years, so I naturally picked it up over time. So I can't claim to be good at much else, but taking care of patients is something I'm really good at. And Ran nodded dejectedly and followed Jiang Yi out. Tang Tianyu felt a bit embarrassed. This is really inconvenient for you. Don't worry, I'll come over to take your place this afternoon. Zhao Duo smiled, no need, I can manage on my own. Tang Tianyu was so tired he couldn't stand it anymore, so he called Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng, who were waiting downstairs, and left. He closed the door. Zhao Duo sat down next to Lin Yan. Looking at the delicate face that brought her peace of mind, she couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Just as Zhao Duo was about to make her next move. Cough cough. Lin Yan suddenly opened his eyes, startling Zhao Duo, who jumped to her feet. In truth, he had been awake for some time, but after a sleepless night, he was too exhausted to stay awake and had hoped to rest for a moment. But he couldn't fall asleep. The morning's assassination attempt felt like a thorn lodged in his heart. He was also trying to figure out who it was. How could someone hate him so much? As he thought about it, he felt a soft, delicate hand on his face. He had intended to pretend not to notice. But the scent of a girl's perfume and the breath on his face made him unable to keep pretending any longer. You woke up? Zhao Duo clutched her heart, feeling it race wildly. Oh my goodness. When did he wake up? Did he sense anything? How embarrassing. Lin Yan's pale face flushed slightly. I'm thirsty. Zhao Duo quickly brought a cup of warm water, first testing the temperature herself before offering it to Lin Yan's lips. It's not too hot, just right. Lin Yan's face flushed even redder, and she nearly choked on the water. What are you doing here? Where's old Tang and the others? Zhao Duo fidgeted nervously and said. I told them to go back first. I've been taking care of my mom in the hospital for years, I'm pretty good at it. Lin Yan nodded. Saying thank you now would have felt too formal. Auntie, she is. Zhao Duo showed no signs of sadness on her face, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone as if she were talking about someone else's family. Cancer, already in the middle stages. With modern medicine, there are healing-type spirit beasts that help prevent the cancer cells from spreading every day. But it can't be completely cured, we can only keep it under control. Since middle school, I've been working part-time and saving money to take care of my mother. Zhao Duo nodded, lowering her head and clenching her hands. I have no holidays, no time for myself. If I slack off even a little, the medical expenses might not be enough. But things are a bit better now that I'm in college. The school knows my situation and waived my tuition fees and even gave me an interest-free loan. And the rest more, am I talking too much? Will you look down on me? Zhao Duo lifted her head and looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan was taken aback, not expecting her situation to be so dire. He shook his head and said. On the contrary. I admire you greatly. If I were in your position, I might not have done any better. It's just your father. Zhao Duo sighed self-deprecatingly. Him? When I was in elementary school, my mother and I were kicked out by him. Everyone says he is the richest man in Nanling City, with absolute power. Yet he is so stingy he wouldn't even give us child support or living expenses. Later, when my mother was diagnosed with cancer, I knelt down and begged him, but he still refused to lend me any money. Recalling the past. Zhao Duo's heart was filled with anger and humiliation, and her voice trembled with tears. In the hospital bed, Lin Yan's pupils contracted slightly, and his hands unconsciously clenched the blanket. Nanling City, the richest man in the city, Zhao Duo, the Zhao family. Could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 84, The Bloodite Society. What's your father's name? Lin Yan pressed further. Zhao Duo shook her head. Let us not talk about that. In my heart, he is already dead. Lin Yan nodded and said nothing more. Regardless of whether Zhao Duo was connected to the Zhao family. At present, Zhao Duo had not done anything to harm him. The assassination attempt had nothing to do with her either. Lin Yan couldn't transfer his grudge against Zhao Langtian and Zhao Tianhua, the father and son, onto Zhao Duo, who was also a victim. I want to eat an apple. Lin Yan nodded toward the fruit basket on the table. Zhao Duo stopped crying and smiled, picking up a small knife and skillfully peeling the apple for Lin Yan. Security room. A room with no windows or doors. What's your name? A bright light shone on the middle-aged man's face, blinding him. Li Sanner. The middle-aged man was terrified and stammered. He had indeed been accused of killing an ordinary student. After all, the reward was generous enough to pay off his gambling debts and start over. The man he was targeting had powerful connections, and even if he were taken to the police station, they could get him out. But he never expected that the student wasn't an ordinary student at all. That single punch sent him flying several meters, crashing into the wall before coming to a stop. Even after treatment, his abdomen still hurts so much he feels like vomiting. After being taken away by a group of men in black from the detention center, he thought they would quietly release him. Instead, he was beaten mercilessly and then locked up here. Who on earth is that student? Li Sanner roared inwardly, then blurted out the question. The interrogator under the harsh spotlight snorted coldly. You don't even know who he is, and you dare to lay a hand on him? All you need to know is that you've messed with the wrong people. This is my final warning, don't listen to whatever promises your backers make. Spill everything you know right now. Otherwise, killing you is easy, and making you wish you were dead is even easier. With a loud thud, he slammed his hand on the table. Lysander was already so scared he couldn't think straight, blurting out everything he had eaten the previous day. The interrogator, having finished his report, pushed open the door and walked out. A spirit beast that resembled both a dog and a lion followed him out. Zhao Dinghua sat in his chair, lit a cigarette. How's it going? The interrogator sighed wryly. It's exactly as we suspected. He had no access to the core figures. The one who ordered him was the casino boss. The source of the money and the intelligence were all provided by this boss. The casino boss's identity has been identified as. Zhao Dinghua frowned and snapped. Hurry up and speak. When did you become so slow and indecisive? The interrogator lowered his head and whispered. The casino boss's surname is Liu. Zhao Dinghua remained frowning. Someone from the Liu family? How could they be so careless? Are you sure? The 3 consecutive questions left the interrogator speechless for a moment. Vice Principal, you're questioning my professionalism. My spirit beast, Diding, though it can't fight, is most skilled at detecting lies. Don't even mention this gambler. Even if you're a beastmaster at the Sovereign Realm, I could make you confess where you hide your secret stash, believe it or not. Zhao Dinghua flew into a rage and smacked him on the head. What are you talking about? You have no dignity. I just can't believe the Liu family would stoop so low as to pick on a child. And a major clan from the capital Wun Ti resort to such methods. Isn't that just admitting it was you? The interrogator rubbed his head and continued. Actually, I feel this has nothing to do with the Liu family. The casino owner is Liu Hua, a collateral branch of the Liu family, who was marginalized by the family due to his lack of talent. He came to Jinwu City and opened a casino, which is doing quite well. It's rumored that he has some connection to the Blood Eye organization. Just now, our colleagues outside reported that the casino owner has disappeared. Zhao Dinghua narrowed his eyes. The Blood Eye gang? That does sound like something those madmen would do. Issue a city-wide manhunt for Liu Hua. The reward is 1 million. I'll cover it. Contact the Liu family and demand an explanation. Notify the association to root out every Blood Eye Society rat in Jinwu City. Regardless of whether they're involved or not, if we can't find the real culprits, then they're the ones to blame. IU Mountain. A secluded cave. A slightly overweight man, panting heavily, arrived at the cave entrance. I'm exhausted. Those black-clad dogs from Jinwu University move so quickly. If I'd been a moment later, they would have spotted me. At the cave entrance, a young man sat cross-legged on the ground, peering through a telescope at the distant hillside. After all, it's a prestigious university with military connections. I just didn't expect that Lin Yan managed to survive. The overweight man was none other than the casino owner, Liu Hua. He took a sip of water and asked with a puzzled expression. Master, my 2 younger brothers were beaten up by Lin Yan and came begging for our help, but you refused to intervene. Why are you going after Lin Yan now? The master put down his telescope, clenching his teeth. I've spent years training those tooth-blade mammoths, and he killed them all. Liu Hua looked at him in astonishment, swallowing hard. It's all his fault. The tooth-blade mammoth was the Hallmaster's key experimental project. Transforming a lowly moon-tooth elephant with an inferior bloodline into a legendary tier tooth-blade mammoth. The resources invested were countless. If this could be widely adopted, it would completely alter the world's balance of power. Originally, the Hallmaster intended to compete for the leadership of the Blood Eye clan, relying on this tooth-blade mammoth. However, the plan has failed. Years of hard work have gone down the drain. No one could just let this go. Liu Hua, you know how difficult it has been for our Blood Eye Society to reach this point. The master stood up, pacing back and forth. The brothers and sisters of the Blood Eye Society are all trash with mediocre talents, and our contract spirit beasts are of lowly bloodlines. This world has no place for you. It was the Blood Eye Society that took you in. The Blood Eye Society has altered your talents and enhanced the bloodlines of your contract beasts. It gave you the hope of one day becoming the strongest. Therefore, anyone who dares to stand in our way is an enemy of the 1,000 members of the Blood Eye Society. I will kill Lin Yan to account for this to everyone. Mom, I'm fine, I'm okay. Lin Yan lay in the hospital bed, smiling as he said. I'm eating out. It's pretty chaotic, so I 1T turn on the video. At that moment, the hospital room door creaked open. Zhao Duo entered carrying several insulated lunchboxes, catching her breath and said, You didn't say what you wanted to eat, so I bought a few extra dishes for you. You won't be able to finish it all. I'll pack it up and take it home for dinner. By the way, that journalist's sister from last time rented a place near the school, right? I'll use her kitchen tomorrow to make you some chicken soup. Zhao Duo turned around and saw Lin Yan glaring at her and making a shoe gesture with her fingers. Looking at her phone, which was still on a call, she finally realized what she had done and quickly covered her mouth. But it was too late. Chen Xiaohong's excited voice came through the phone. Son, wait a few days until the holy festival. Remember to bring your girlfriend home. Chapter 85, Ambiguity in the Hospital Room. Lin Yan tried his best to persuade her, but finally managed to hang up the phone. Zhao Duo covered her mouth and whispered, "Did I say something wrong?" Lin Yan shook his head helplessly, a wry smile on his lips. "No, it's just a misunderstanding on my mother's part. I didn't tell her about the assassination attempt because I didn't want her to worry. She thought you were my girlfriend and asked me to bring you home for the Holy Guardian Festival." Zhao Duo was so surprised she opened her mouth wide. Seeing Zhao Duo hesitate, Lin Yan quickly said, "She was just joking. Don't worry about it. Just focus on your own business. Your mom is still in the hospital, isn't she? Take advantage of the holiday during the Holy Imperial Festival and go visit her." Zhao Duo nodded. Although she was also looking forward to visiting Lin Yan's home. But her mother was alone in the hospital, and even with a caregiver, she couldn't be fully taken care of. She must take advantage of this holiday to visit her mother at the hospital. She opened the lunchbox. For dishes and a soup, it was quite a feast. Zhao Duo served Lin Yan a bowl of porridge and said, "By the way, the rankings for the joint exam of the 4 schools have been released. The top 10 students from each grade will participate in the upcoming exchange competition between the 2 countries. As the top student, according to tradition, the representative from Japan will come to our school for the exchange competition." Lin Yan nodded. He had also heard some rumors about the top contenders for this assessment. Yamamoto Juni, reportedly unmatched in his generation in Japan. He is hailed as the greatest genius in a century. However, Lin Yan wasn't the least bit afraid. Whether he was overhyped or just a self-proclaimed genius, or truly deserving of the title, Lin Yan will always respect his opponents. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. But, Zhao Duo said with some concern, damage to the spiritual vein is no small matter. The conditions for repair are extremely stringent. Even if the school does everything it can to help you, there's no guarantee it will work. If it fails, and I'm saying if. After speaking, Zhao Duo carefully observed Lin Yan's expression. Lin Yan shrugged indifferently. "Don't worry, I won't give up. A mere damage to the spiritual vein is nothing, it won't stop me." Zhao Duo sighed in relief. "Why don't we go tell the vice principal? You can skip this international exchange competition for now?" On one hand, she was concerned about Lin Yan's pride if he were to lose. On the other hand, if Lin Yan were to suffer further injuries, that wouldn't be good at all. "I feel much better now." Lin Yan got out of the hospital bed and stretched his limbs. Zhao Duo was startled and rushed forward to support him. "Don't move around yet. The doctor told you to rest." Lin Yan felt that the injuries in his body were no longer severe. With the assistance of healing-type spirit beasts, modern medical technology had advanced rapidly. Such simple sword wounds, as long as they weren't fatal, weren't a big deal. Lin Yan touched the healed wound on his waist. There was still some pain. He tried to channel his spiritual energy. Noticeable lag. It seems so. If I release the insect soldier's skills now, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. This spiritual vein, how should it be repaired? Lin Yan furrowed his brows. Perhaps he should consult Professor Hu about this. After finishing their meal, Lin Yan's plan to leave the hospital was immediately rejected by Zhao Duo. "Stay one more day and let the doctor check you over again. Be a good boy. I'll peel you another apple." Lin Yan couldn't persuade her and had no choice but to lie back down on the hospital bed. Watching Zhao Duo efficiently tidy up the leftover food and organize everything in the ward neatly, Lin Yan felt deeply moved. He recalled the moment when he pretended to be unconscious, and Zhao Duo had almost leaned in to kiss him. Lin Yan closed his eyes and let out a soft snore. Would she come again? "This time, I promise I won't resist." Sure enough, not long after. After tidying up the ward, Zhao Duo made no further moves. The ward was completely quiet. After waiting for a while and confirming that Lin Yan was truly asleep, Zhao Duo tiptoed over to Lin Yan's side. Lin Yan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. The girl's breath brushed against his cheek, carrying the scent of lavender laundry detergent. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the ward door was pushed open. The breath and scent vanished instantly. Cough, cough. Zhao Duo coughed lightly twice, and Lin Yan also opened his eyes, pretending to have been woken up by the sound of the door opening. Zhao Ziwei stood at the door, glancing thoughtfully at Zhao Duo before saying, "I heard you were assassinated. Father sent me to check on you." "Father?" Lin Yan looked at her suspiciously. "Who's that?" Zhao Ziwei sat down by the bed, looking at him strangely. "You don't even know?" "My father is the vice principal, Zhao Dinghua." Lin Yan was slightly shocked, not expecting the two to be related. Zhao Ziwei glanced at Zhao Duo and smiled, saying, "You've been so kind, Duo. I'll take over the care from here on. You should go rest first." Zhao Duo's face had turned red without her noticing, and she practically fled the ward. "What's the rush?" At the ward door, Tang Tanyu watched Zhao Duo flee quickly and asked curiously, He turned around. Zhao Ziwei, dressed in a professional outfit and looking extremely sexy, made him gasp in astonishment. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng were also carrying a large bag filled with items such as video game consoles, playing cards, and Japanese photo books. What is going on with Lin Yan, that kid? So many beautiful women? Are you planning to take turns accompanying them? Is this a vacation, or are they here for a hospital stay? Would you want this kind of luck? Forget it, I don't want to get stabbed for no reason. Zhao Ziwei looked at the three people standing at the door. As a teacher who had worked at the student affairs office for many years, her authority was evident. Close the door, get out. The three immediately left the ward, quietly closing the door behind them. Lin Yan looked at Zhao Ziwu and asked, "What's going on?" Sending everyone away must mean there's something important going on. Zhao Ziwu remained expressionless and said, "We've finally gotten a lead on the mastermind behind the assassination attempt." Lin Yan sat up straight, his spirits lifting. "Go on." Zhao Ziwu handed Lin Yan a copy of an interrogation report. The murderer is a compulsive gambler, and the mastermind behind it all is the casino owner, Lu Hua. Lu? Lin Yan's heart sank. So they sent the big fish after the small fry? But to his surprise, Zhao Ziwu shook her head. According to the investigation, this case has nothing to do with the Lu family you're thinking of. The casino owner, Lu Jiatian, has poor talent and left the Lu family years ago to open a casino in Jinwu City. He is likely colluding with another notoriously infamous faction, and that faction is the true mastermind behind the assassination attempt on you. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "What faction? Have you heard of the Blood Eye Society?" Zhao Ziwei said. Chapter 86, Give it to him. The Blood Eye Society? Lin Yan searched his memory and actually found some information about this organization. An illegal organization within the Dragon Kingdom that does nothing but cause trouble. Zhao Ziwei nodded. Right, but it's not entirely accurate. The Blood Eye Society is a highly secretive organization. Its structure includes one leader, 10 hall masters, and over 100 members in each hall, totaling over 1,000 people. They are not legitimate beast tamers, only a small fraction are naturally gifted individuals who joined the Blood Eye Society to evade punishment from the Dragon Nation and the Association after committing crimes. Most of them are ordinary beast tamers or even ordinary people, and their spirit beasts are of inferior bloodlines. They create chaos and destruction across the country, and there may be deeper conspiracies lurking behind their actions. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised. Such an organization should have been eradicated by the association long ago. The association is teeming with experts. Dealing with this rabble is no match for them. Zhao Ziwei shook her head. Over a decade ago, the Blood Eye Society was indeed eradicated for a time, and the association's higher-ups believed it had been completely wiped out. However, 5 years ago, a man claiming to be the leader of the Blood Eye Society emerged, openly recruiting followers. He claimed that even those with only life-type talents, or no talents at all, could become powerful beast tamers. Even beasts with inferior bloodlines can break through their bloodline constraints and ascend to rare, elite, or even epic bloodlines. Lin Yan furrowed his brows repeatedly. How is that possible? The upper limit of a beastmaster is largely determined by the bloodline of their spirit beast. If even beasts with inferior bloodlines can advance their bloodlines, then everyone in the world could become a beast tamer. If that were true, it could be said that this marks the beginning of a new era. This person is truly great. Lin Yan truly admired such a person from the bottom of his heart. But admiration is one thing if he were to assassinate him. Lin Yan wouldn't show any mercy either. At most, he'd reminisce about his ideals in his heart. Zhao Ziwei crossed her arms across her chest, revealing a glimpse of her cleavage, and snorted coldly. Although his empty promises have attracted many ignorant people, they cannot be fulfilled. The association has apprehended several members of the Blood Eye Society and discovered that their strength has not undergone a qualitative leap. The school has teamed up with the association to issue an arrest warrant for casino boss Lu Hua and vows to capture all remaining members of the Blood Eye Society. For the time being, I will personally protect you. If your spiritual vein hasn't healed by the time of the international exchange competition, you should withdraw from the competition. Everything must prioritize your safety. Lin Yan smiled, surprised that the school was so protective of its own. No problem. Even if my spiritual veins are damaged, those Japanese aren't a match for me. Strategically, one must look down on one's opponents. Tactically, one must take them seriously. Lin Yan was confident but wouldn't underestimate his enemies. The next morning, after the doctor conducted a full body examination on Lin Yan, it was confirmed that, aside from damage to his spiritual veins, there were no other issues with his body. Lin Yan was finally able to return to his dormitory. However, after just taking a quick shower and changing into fresh clothes, he was already preparing to head out again. Dungeon hall? Tang Tianyu lay on the bed, groaning. For heaven's sake, can you just calm down? You just got out of the hospital, and you're already heading out again? Lin Yan said calmly. What is there to be afraid of? The doctor said that aside from the spiritual vein, the rest of my body is fine. I can't just lie here and rot away. Tang Tianyu sat up on the bed, put on his jacket. Alright, I'll go with you. Lin Yan waved his hand and walked straight out of the dormitory. No need. I've already arranged for a bodyguard. They left the dormitory building. Sure enough, he saw Zhao Ziwu waiting there. I'll head to the entomology department building first to find Professor Hu. The two arrived at the insectology department. Zhao Ziwei stayed put and waited. Lin Yan went straight to Professor Hu Fanyuan's office. He knocked and entered. The office seemed to be filled with books, leaving barely any space to stand. Hu Fanyuan was surrounded by a pile of messy books. He looked up at Lin Yan, his hideous face revealing a hint of fatigue. You're here? Lin Yan found a place to sit down and then opened a book. Then he opened the second one, the third one. Without exception. All of these books were about medical topics, specifically methods for repairing spiritual veins. Teacher. Lin Yan sighed, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't quite put into words. Hu Fanyuan had gone out of his way for him. It's nothing. It's just my duty as a teacher. Hu Fanyuan's hoarse voice sounded unusually warm. I've been dreaming of going back to the border one day to prove myself. I have no hopes for myself in this life. I can only pin my hopes on you. As long as you grow up, prioritize the interests of the nation, and achieve great deeds at the border, I will be content. Lin Yan looked seriously at Hu Fanyuan's face and nodded slowly. No need to say more. He would definitely make it happen. By the way, the specimen of the legendary bloodline demon beast you mentioned, I found one. Hu Fanyuan flipped through the book in his hands and said. Really? Lin Yan perked up immediately. A specimen of a legendary tier bloodline demon beast meant he could create a new troop type. This would greatly enhance his combat power. Even if the spiritual veins couldn't be repaired in the short term, he would have an extra advantage against that genius from Dongyuan. After bidding farewell to Hu Fanyuan, Lin Yan arrived at the dungeon hall. The staff in the dungeon hall were startled. Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital? Lin Yan patted his chest. I'm fine now. I need to go back to that dungeon, the Crimson Sun Desert. Lin Yan reached out to ask for it. The staff member looked hesitant and after a moment said, the key to that dungeon has been taken. What? Lin Yan nodded, then I'll wait for him to finish the dungeon. The entire dungeon hall was filled with hundreds of dungeon instances. Only the Crimson Sun Desert was the most suitable for Lin Yan's current situation. Its level was perfectly matched to Lin Yan's, and the mummies that could be repeatedly spawned provided a large amount of biomatter. The staff member paused for a moment before saying, that dungeon isn't being used by anyone, it's just been taken. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, taken and not used? Is that even possible? The staff member remained silent, simply giving a subtle nod toward the sofas in the rest area. Lin Yan understood and walked toward the rest area. Sure enough, he saw a familiar figure. Lei Ming was lying on the sofa, his legs crossed, twirling a golden key in his hand. Lin Yan sat across from him and spoke directly. Give me the copy. Lei Ming didn't seem surprised by Lin Yan's appearance. He snorted derisively. After getting stabbed in the back, I thought you'd learn your lesson. Don't think I'm easy to deal with. That's just how I am with my own people. If you weren't part of the student council, you'd be better off leaving on your own. Lin Yan clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to charge forward and punch him. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice rang out. Take him. Zhao Ziwei walked over in her high heels. Chapter 87, Leader? Lin Yuanshan. Zhao Ziwu approached Lin Yan, furrowing her brows as she looked at Lei Ming. Lei Ming's expression softened, and he stood up and said, Ms. Zhao, what is going on? Zhao Ziwu didn't mince words. Didn't you hear me? Give it to him. Lei Ming's eyes flashed with coldness as he gritted his teeth and said, Teacher, that's not right. I got the copy key first. You know the rule of first come, first served, don't you? As the student council president, Lei Ming couldn't help but lose his temper at this point. Even if you're Zhao Ziwu, the deputy director of the student affairs office, so what? If you've got the guts, expel me. See if the entire student union agrees. Zhao Ziwei chuckled lightly. As the student union president, have you forgotten the school rules? Let me remind you then. Article 75 of the school regulations states that student council members and students who have obtained the right to choose a copy key must not keep the copy key for an extended period, refuse to return it, or maliciously obstruct other students from entering the copy. Those who keep the copy key for an extended period must report it to the student affairs office for review. As far as I know, the student affairs office did not approve your possession of this copy key. It seems the student affairs office is really lax these days. Zhao Ziwei glanced at her watch. Hand over the key. Go back and copy the school rules 100 times. Have it ready for me by this time tomorrow? Lei Ming's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and looked at Zhao Ziwu. Ms. Zhao, are you really going to protect this worthless good for nothing with a damaged spiritual vein? Zhao Ziwu looked at him calmly, 200 times. Lei Ming snorted coldly, threw the keys at her, and turned to leave. The student council president and members following behind him also left in a huff. Zhao Ziwei handed the key to Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded and took it. "Thank you, Ms. Zhao." Zhao Ziwei showed no expression on her face. "No need to thank me, we're just following the rules." "Do you like this copy?" She remembered that before the joint entrance exam for the 4 schools, Lin Yan had spent a long time in this copy. Lin Yan nodded. "This copy has greatly improved my skills." Zhao Ziwu nodded and found a quiet sofa to sit down. "I'll give you a permission certificate later. From now on, this dungeon will be yours. Go into the dungeon first, I'll wait here for you." Lin Yan felt deeply moved at this moment, saying anything else would seem overly sentimental. He turned and entered the dungeon preparation room. Nanling City. By the Chaobai River. Xin Ruoyu hung up the phone and walked over to a middle-aged man who was fishing. "Leader, the information is confirmed. He was indeed attacked. However, there is no life-threatening injury, only his spiritual vein has been damaged." The middle-aged man's hand holding the fishing rod trembled slightly as he asked in a low voice. "It doesn't matter. The school will naturally investigate everything. Xiao Yan is a man, he knows what to do. What about those insect-type spirit beasts he has? Have you found out anything about them?" Xin Ruoyu shook her head. "Nothing, but it's likely related to his innate talent. These insect-type spirit beasts are highly unusual. They can reproduce endlessly, and their numbers grow rapidly. He can already summon tens of thousands of them. Moreover, I suspect that the species of these insect soldiers is related to legendary tier bloodline beasts." The middle-aged man hummed. "What do you mean?" Xin Ruoyu said while counting on her fingers. After the martial arts exam ended, he specifically requested a specimen of a legendary bloodline bloodwing demon wolf from Zhao Tianhua. During the 4-school joint exam, he killed a severely injured legendary bloodline toothblade mammoth. After leaving the area, the toothblade mammoth vanished without a trace. He spared Xiao Ranan from Qinqing University in exchange for a legendary grade magical beast specimen. And it's said that his professor, Hu Fangyuan, is currently having someone search for a legendary grade demon beast specimen, and it seems he's already made some progress. After finishing his words, the scene fell silent for a moment, with only the sound of flowing water by the river. After a moment, the middle-aged man laughed. "The toothblade mammoth? I think I know who the assassin was." Xin Ruoyu widened her eyes and asked, "Who?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "You don't need to know. I'll handle it." Xin Ruoyu nodded and asked again. "Then why did you rush me back here? Is there something important?" Ripples spread across the river surface. The man in the middle lifted his fishing rod but was disappointed to find the fish had already eaten the bait and swam away. A sect leader in the northwest has died, leaving the group leaderless. Go investigate, and then you can take over as sect leader immediately. Xin Ruoyu hesitated, lowering her head without responding. The middle-aged man gave him an amused look. "Of course, you can refuse. I will respect your decision." Xin Ruoyu kept his head down, his expression unclear, and asked softly, "If I don't go, what will happen to the northwest region?" The middle-aged man sighed helplessly. "Then we'll have to abandon it for now and reclaim it once the situation improves." Xin Ruoyu took a deep breath, as if making a major decision. "I'll go." The middle-aged man nodded. "If you encounter any difficulties, let me know. The situation in the northwest is complex. First, stabilize the situation, then we'll discuss the rest. Before you leave, go meet with Xiaoyan first." Xin Ruoyu hesitated for a moment, bit her lip. "No need. It's just once I stabilize the situation, I don't want to take on the role of Northwest Hallmaster. I think I'd rather return to school and continue my studies." The middle-aged man nodded slowly. "All right." Xin Ruoyu left. The middle-aged man sighed, and his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. After answering the call, he glanced at the empty fish box and said nervously, "Honey, I caught one. This one must weigh over 2 pounds. I'll be right back. We'll have braised fish for dinner tonight." After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man dialed another number. "Hello? Is this Zhang's seafood store? Prepare a 2.5-pound grass carp. I'll come pick it up later." Qinqing University Canteen. Xiao Ran carried a plate of cheap food to a corner table. People around her kept their distance, whispering behind her back. "Your wife. That's your wife. What bad luck, how did you end up with her? Ha, what a disgrace. She actually chose that barbarian Lin Yan as her master. If I were her, I'd just die. I thought she was really powerful, but it turns out she is just a bully at home. She gets weak-kneed in front of men from other schools, ha ha ha. Let us vote together tomorrow. Zhuo Xiao is the real new representative of our class. But Zhuo Xiao also lost to Lin Yan. So what? At least Zhuo Xiao didn't beg for mercy." "Exactly. Xiao Ranan's knees are so weak she doesn't deserve to be the freshman representative." Xiao Ranan ignored the harsh words. She silently ate the food in front of her. Suddenly, A large hand reached out and overturned her plate. The rice and vegetables spilled out, mixed with scalding hot soup, splashing all over Xiao Ranan. Zhou Xiao stood before Xiao Ranan, sneering. You disgrace to the school, what gives you the right to eat in the same cafeteria as me? Chapter 88, Other People's Children. Zhou Xiao's excessive behavior did not elicit sympathy from the surrounding students. Instead, they laughed and watched the commotion. Everyone's gaze toward Xiao Ranran carried only 2 words. You deserve it. Xiao Ranan looked at her oil-stained clothes, stood up, and glared at him angrily. What are you doing? I didn't provoke you. Zhou Xiao shrugged indifferently. He had always disliked Xiao Ranan. When they first enrolled, Xiao Ranan had outshone him and become the representative of the freshmen. Later, she used her gender advantage to attract a large group of followers, enjoying endless glory. He, on the other hand, was supposed to be the school's prodigy, the center of everyone's attention. Yet, he was suddenly ignored by everyone and reduced to a background figure. Zhou Xiao dreamed every day about how to bring this person down. Unexpectedly, the turning point came during the joint exam of the 4 schools. When he was eliminated by Lin Yan right at the start, his heart sank to the bottom, and he felt utterly hopeless. But, unexpectedly, Xiao Ranan actually agreed to sign a slave contract for her spirit beast, becoming Lin Yan's servant. When Zhou Xiao heard the news, he nearly burst out laughing. Xinqing University values reputation above all else. Xiao Ranan had even abandoned her reputation. Her fate must be dire. Without her standing in the way, I'll be the top student at Xinqing University. Even if the school doesn't allow a re-election of the freshman representatives, everyone knows who truly led Xinqing University to glory. You actually acknowledged Lin Yan as your master? Do you know how other schools will look at us now? Zhou Xiao didn't know either, but it didn't stop him from stirring up everyone's emotions. Xinqing is the top university among the 4 major institutions, and you've ruined our reputation. As long as you don't withdraw from school, I won't let you have a single day of peace. Xiao Ranan stared at him for a moment. Zhou Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, swallowed hard, and forced himself not to back down. Although Xiao Ranan had lost all her reputation, her abilities were still top-notch. If she were to challenge him to a duel now, what should he do? Zhou Xiao regretted his decision, blaming himself for not suppressing his desire for revenge and instead confronting her directly to vent his emotions. This kind of thing should have been left to his subordinates. However, the scene he had imagined did not unfold. Xiao Ranan silently brushed the rice grains off her body and left without a word. Zhou Xiao watched her departing figure, a flash of determination gleaming in his eyes. Dare not? Or unwilling? I heard that Lin Yan's spiritual vein was damaged, causing her strength to plummet. Could it be that signing the slave mark has also affected her strength? We'll have to find an opportunity to test her later. Nanling City. Branch of the Beast Tamer Association. Li Chuan arrived at the entrance and greeted several people getting out of a black SUV. At the front was none other than Chang Dinghua, the president of the Provincial Association. President Chang, thank you for taking the trouble to come personally. Li Chuan hurried forward and shook hands with him. Chang Dinghua smiled as he surveyed the building of the Nanling City branch. No need to trouble yourself. I didn't come here for you. You must have heard about the joint entrance exam for the 4 schools. Nanling City has produced an extraordinary young talent who outperformed the geniuses from the other 3 prestigious universities to secure first place. Truly remarkable. Li Chuan personally led the group to the conference room. It's all thanks to your wise decision, granting Nanling First High School 2 direct admission spots to Jinwu University. That is what gave Lin Yan, this piece of gold, the chance to shine. Everyone burst into laughter. Chang Dinghua extended a finger and tapped Li Chuan, shaking his head. Smooth talker. By the way, what was the name of the other student admitted to Jinwu University? How are her grades? Xin Ruoyu. Li Chuan quickly interjected, her grades are decent. She would have been one of our top priorities in previous years, but this year we have Lin Yan, after all. The group entered the conference room, with Chang Dinghua taking the seat of honor. This time, we're here to discuss the matter of fully cultivating Lin Yan. Let's go to Lin Yan's house later and see if there's anything we can help with. We'll handle it all. Additionally, all of Lin Yan's school-related expenses will be covered by us, and there must be a substantial amount of funds available for his personal use, not less than 5 million. Don't worry about the funding, the provincial government has already allocated it. Li Chuan was overjoyed. Then I'll thank the chairman in advance. They briefly discussed a few other matters. Under the guidance of Nanling No. 1 High School, the group headed to Lin Yan's home. Old Lin, you caught such a big fish. You're the one with the skills. My old Li couldn't do that. What are you looking at? You're just not admitting it, are you? Old City District, Resettlement Building. Lin Yuanshan carried the fish box, deliberately leaving the lid open, and walked around the neighborhood in a showy manner. This attracted a crowd of neighbors. Among them, Old Li gave him a look that said he knew the truth, and leaned in close to Lin Yuanshan's ear and said, "Don't think I don't know those fish are bought. Wild fish have yellow tails. Lin Yuanshan replied with a smile. Last time we went to the bathhouse, you stayed on the second floor for 3 extra minutes, and the bill came to 398. Don't think I didn't notice. Old Lee stepped forward and covered Lin Yuanshan's mouth with his hand, laughing awkwardly. This fish is huge. It's definitely wild. Old Lin, you're not only good at fishing, but you're also good at having kids. How is Xiaoyan doing at school? Lin Yuanshan pushed Old Li's salty hand away and spat twice. My son is the new student representative and came in first place. The neighbors around them listened with smiles, but didn't believe a word of it. Stop bragging. Xiaoyan is promising, but you don't have to lie to us. Jinwu University is a prestigious university, one of the top 4 universities in the country. It's filled with the brightest talents from all provinces. If Xiaoyan can avoid being at the bottom, that's already impressive, let alone coming in first. Yeah, my second aunt's neighbor's son's younger brother is at Jinwu University. He said it's full of geniuses, and there are also the offspring of prominent families. He ranks second in the province on the martial arts exam, but he is almost at the bottom there. Old Lee quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Enough, Xiaoyan is a good kid, I've watched him grow up. Who knows? Maybe he really did come in first. Old Lin, aren't you supposed to go home and cook? Hurry back. As the group was about to disperse with smiles, suddenly, a group of people dressed in black suits arrived. The man leading them had a warm smile, and everyone felt they had seen him before, as if they had met him somewhere. Fellow villager, may I ask if Lin Yan's house is here? The man's magnetic voice immediately snapped everyone out of their daze. They had seen him on TV. He was Cheng Dinghua, the president of the provincial capital Beastmaster Association and the most influential figure in Yunyang province. He is here to find Lin Yan. Lin Yuanshan looked at him in surprise and nodded. Yes, I'm Lin Yan's father. What do you need from him? Cheng Dinghua smiled, extended his hand, and shook Lin Yuanshan's hand. It's like this, Lin Yan has been elected as the freshman representative of Jinwu University and also secured first place in the joint entrance exam of the 4 universities. To express our congratulations, the provincial government would like to offer some assistance to Lin Yan, so we've come for a home visit first. The neighbors immediately widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Yuanshan shaking hands with Cheng Dinghua. Lin Yan, that child, isn't just a freshman representative. He's also the top scorer in the joint entrance exam of the 4 major universities nationwide? Chapter 89, Discovering the Trail. Dungeon, Xiyang Desert. You successfully defeated a level 20 magic beast bandaged mummy. Biomass plus 40, experience plus 800. You successfully defeated a level 20 magic beast bandaged mummy. Biomass plus 40, experience plus 800. Lin Yan, wearing sunglasses, watched the pyramid in the distance tremble. This was the sign that the dungeon boss, the pharaoh mummy, was about to emerge. Lin Yan didn't waste any time and immediately exited the dungeon. Back in the dungeon lobby. It was already midnight. The hall was empty. Lin Yan opened the system panel to check his information. Bug Nest host, Lin Yan. Realm, Silver 7th tier. Bug Nest level, 1. Core function, devour any product containing genetic information and reproduce fusion insect warriors with that genetic makeup. Initial ant soldier types, Titan giant ants, bloodwing mad bees, 1,000-foot mantises. Insect soldier count, 35,000 Titan giant ants, 10,000, bloodwing mad bees, 10,000, 1,000-foot mantises, 15,000. Biomass remaining, 72,400. Phew. Lin Yan looked at the long list of insect soldier numbers and biomass residue, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This time, the biomass residue had reached twice the number of insect soldiers. This meant that Lin Yan could deploy all his insect soldiers 3 times over. They would swarm the sky, endless and unstoppable. Unfortunately, the damage to the spiritual veins has significantly weakened our overall strength. Lin Yan frowned as he channeled his spiritual energy, which flowed out of his palms in intermittent white streams. He had already tried this in the dungeon. The insect soldier's skills couldn't be activated. Only once had he managed to unleash a skill with all his might, but the results were still disappointing. The skill only lasted a few seconds before fading away. Currently, his insect soldiers were only capable of fighting against monsters in the dungeon. If he were to fight against someone like Xiao Ranan, a peer of the same caliber, he would definitely lose. A Silver Realm body is still too weak, he actually got injured by an ordinary person. Lin Yan shook his head. If his cultivation reached the Golden Realm, his physique would be greatly enhanced. Ordinary swords and blades wouldn't be able to harm him. Pressing his temples, Lin Yan felt exhausted. He had been grinding through dungeons since morning, and it was now past midnight. He needed to rest for a while. He walked toward the rest area. Lin Yan saw a stunning figure lying on the sofa and was taken aback. Zhao Ziwei hadn't left. He had assumed she had already gone back and would come to pick him up tomorrow morning. He never expected. Lin Yan walked over to Zhao Ziwu, took off his jacket, and covered her with it. Zhao Ziwei suddenly woke up, releasing her spiritual energy in an instant, her killing intent escaping. Only when she recognized it was Lin Yan did she retract her energy, rubbing her eyes and asking, "You're out." Lin Yan was startled, cold sweat breaking out on his back. What level of cultivation does she possess? Just by releasing her spiritual energy, she had caused such immense pressure. Even Shenlei couldn't do that. It seems that Zhao Ziwu's cultivation level is far higher than Shenlei's. I'm so tired. Let's rest for a while. Lin Yan sat on the sofa, yawned, and took out his phone to fiddle with it. Zhao Ziwei glanced at him and closed her eyes. She reached out her small hand and tugged at Lin Yan's jacket before continuing to sleep. Lin Yan sent a message to Qin Ruoyu, telling her about the recent events. But a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Lin Yan suddenly widened his eyes. Had he been deleted? He dialed Qin Ruoyu's phone, but it kept showing no answer. Lin Yan couldn't hold back any longer. What was going on? It was already late at night, so it seemed he'd have to go ask someone tomorrow. By the time dawn broke, the dungeon hall opened, and the sounds of footsteps and conversations filled the air. Lin Yan got up and rubbed his eyes, feeling much more alert. He instinctively looked beside him. Zhao Ziwei had already washed up, dressed, and reapplied her makeup. She was busy with her laptop. Noticing that Lin Yan had woken up, she nodded toward the breakfast on the table. "I bought this for you." Lin Yan didn't hesitate, eating his breakfast with a messy hairstyle. "Mr. Zhao, do you know any teachers in the dragon department?" Zhao Ziwei stared at the computer screen and casually replied, "I do." Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I have a friend who has been unreachable lately and isn't on campus. Could you ask around for me?" Zhao Ziwei nodded and quickly got a response. The teacher from the dragon department said that Qin Ruoyu has taken a long-term sick leave, the medical procedures are in order, and her academic status has been preserved. Sick leave? Lin Yan furrowed his brows and pressed further. "Do you know what the illness is?" Zhao Ziwu shook her head. "The medical records have been entered into the school's archive system, and I don't have access to them." Glancing at Lin Yan's troubled expression, she continued. "This is student privacy, even the principal can't access it." Lin Yan sighed and had no choice but to give up. Zhao Ziwei looked at Lin Yan with a hint of amusement. "Why do you look like you've just been dumped?" "Don't worry. With today's medical technology, especially since she is a beast tamer with spiritual energy to sustain her, there is no danger to her life. However, I saw on the system that before Qin Ruoyu took a long sick leave, she requested a short leave to visit her family. Since you're both from Nanling City, you can go home during the Holy Beast Festival holiday and look for her." Lin Yan nodded heavily. Just as he was about to dive back into the game, his phone vibrated and rang. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat as he picked up the phone, only to be disappointed to find that it wasn't her. The caller wasn't Qin Ruoyu. It was the vice principal. "Hello? Lin Yan, there's good news. The casino boss Lu Hua has been found. He's hiding in Aiyu Mountain. We're already on our way to arrest him. We'll give you the results soon." On the other end of the line, Zhao Dinghua's voice sounded excited. Lin Yan thought for a moment and said in a solemn voice, "Vice Principal, I want to join this operation too." On the other end of the line, Zhao Dinghua paused for a moment. "No way. It's too dangerous. The depths of Aiyu Mountain are complex and unpredictable. We haven't prepared in advance, and you're just a Silver Realm cultivator going in alone is too risky." Lin Yan's tone was firm. "I'm confident. Even if I can't defeat them, I can retreat safely. You don't need to accommodate me. Do as you must. I just want to see with my own eyes what the mastermind behind the assassination attempt looks like." Zhao Dinghua hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "All right, but stay close to us once you arrive. Ziwei is with you, isn't she? Have her come with you. We'll be waiting for you at Aiyu Mountain." The call ended. On this side, Zhao Ziwei also received the message. She didn't try to persuade Lin Yan or ask why. Instead, she said directly, "Let's go." Lin Yan nodded and followed her. Aiyu Mountain. A black Cadillac speedily drove past and stopped in front of Zhao Dinghua. The door opened, and Zhao Ziwei stepped out of the driver's seat. A moment later, Lin Yan held his stomach with one hand and leaned against the car door with the other, bending over and vomiting. Ugh. Chapter 90, dividing into 9 groups. Watching Lin Yan vomit uncontrollably, Zhao Dinghua scolded his daughter. "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you drive slower? Look what you've done to Lin Yan." Zhao Ziwei looked at her father, who was clearly taking the blame off himself, and replied sarcastically. "He told me to drive faster. He's your son, isn't he?" Zhao Dinghua helped Lin Yan to his feet and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Do you need to rest?" After vomiting up everything he had eaten for breakfast, Lin Yan felt much better and waved his hand, saying, "No, let us just go straight into the mountains." Unbeknownst to them, only a few days had passed. He had returned again. Last time, during the joint exam of the 4 schools, they used the outskirts of Aiyu Mountain. This time, they had arrived at an area closer to the central mountain. Everyone set off toward the mountains. Several black-clad figures summoned abnormally ferocious spirit beasts to clear the path ahead. No matter what level of demon beast appeared ahead, they were all killed instantly. Even Lin Yan sensed the aura of a demon beast over level 40. However, the moment the aura appeared, it was instantly annihilated. Recalling the time he and numerous geniuses had surrounded a severely wounded 40th level demon beast, sacrificing countless insect soldiers to barely defeat it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. These black-clad figures were at least Diamond Realm cultivators. The group quickly advanced. Lin Yan did not summon his insect soldiers, as in the presence of these individuals, whether it was reconnaissance or combat, he would be as useless as a butcher wielding a sword in front of Guan Yu. He decided not to make a fool of himself. They arrived at a mountain hollow. The black-clad scout in charge of reconnaissance was at a loss and turned to look at the vice principal. There are 9 paths in total, and all of them have Lu Hua's aura. We need to split up and act separately. Zhao Dinghua frowned and pondered for a moment. Aiyu Mountain was vast, and this was just one of its peaks. It wasn't something they could fully explore on their own. The school and the association wouldn't dispatch all their personnel to participate in this operation either. Then we'll split up. Zhao Dinghua made a swift decision, dividing the black-clad men present into several groups. Even with himself included, it wasn't enough. There was one remaining fork in the road, which could only be taken by Lin Yan, who had joined the group at the last moment. I'll take the 9th route. Lin Yan didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Zhao Ziwu stepped forward and nodded, saying, I'll go with Lin Yan. No problem. Zhao Dinghua nodded. He had confidence in his daughter's abilities. Stay safe. If anything unexpected happens, avoid confrontation and wait for us to come to your aid. The depths of Aiyu Mountain were shrouded in spiritual miasma, with chaotic magnetic fields, making it impossible to receive any signals. Communication with others could only be established through primitive means. The black-clad figures flooded into the remaining side paths. Zhao Dinghua gave his daughter one final reminder, stay safe. He then led a black-clad figure into a side path. Let's go too. Zhao Ziwei walked ahead of Lin Yan and took the side path. They had all left, leaving the task of protecting Lin Yan to Zhao Ziwei. Zhao Ziwu summoned her spirit beast, the purple-winged spirit snake, to deal with any potential dangers that might arise at any moment. Lin Yan didn't feel the need to be sentimental. He insisted on showing off and walking ahead. He obediently followed behind Zhao Ziwu, acting like a useless little follower. But this time, Lin Yan raised his hand and released all the insect soldiers. 10,000 titan ants and bloodwing bees went out to scout the enemy's situation. 15,000 thousand-foot mantises remained nearby, serving as bodyguards. Zhao Ziwu looked at the densely packed, swarming insect soldiers covering the mountains and valleys, and felt a moment of disorientation. She had only ever seen Lin Yan's battle recordings before, so she understood his insect swarm tactics. But witnessing these insect soldiers in person actually gave her a sense of oppression. She was a master-level beast tamer. How much higher was Lin Yan's realm compared to hers? If those beast tamers were only one level higher than Lin Yan, or even at the same level as him, wouldn't they develop psychological trauma when facing this overwhelming horde of insect soldiers in battle against Lin Yan? The two walked silently, one in front and one behind. They walked for quite some time. Lin Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhao Ziwei turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Her spirit beast was still a bit lacking in reconnaissance. It couldn't compare to Lin Yan's tens of thousands of insect soldiers. Lin Yan held his breath, focusing intently as he received the information transmitted back by the bloodwing mad bees. The communication between him and his spirit beast relied on the flow of spiritual energy. Now that his spiritual veins were damaged, the information exchange with the bloodwing mad bees, which were farther away, had also weakened. After a while, Lin Yan finally understood the message transmitted by the bloodwing mad bees. In the southeast direction, there is a cave with signs of a beastmaster's presence, but their whereabouts are unknown. However, they must still be there. Zhao Ziwei asked in confusion. Why? Lin Yan looked at the constant updates about the bloodwing mad bees being killed, and sneered. The insect soldiers I sent out to monitor the situation are almost all killed. We need to leave immediately. Zhao Ziwei nodded, staying put, and said to Lin Yan, who was speeding up, "Come here." Lin Yan was puzzled but obeyed. He walked over to Zhao Ziwu. The purple-winged spirit snake twisted its body, wrapping Lin Yan and Zhao Ziwu together. Suddenly finding himself in such close proximity to a mature woman's body, Lin Yan could barely breathe. Even though he held his breath tightly, he could still smell the fragrance from Zhao Ziwu's hair. With his body pressed tightly against Zhao Ziwu, Lin Yan swallowed hard. Zhao teacher, what's going on? Zhao Ziwei remained silent. Purple-winged spirit snake's body began to emit a purple spiritual energy glow. The next second, the two people and the snake vanished instantly. Lin Yan's vision flickered with strange lights, as if he were traveling through a temporal tunnel. A few seconds later, the lights before his eyes faded away. Lin Yan looked around at the environment, which hadn't changed much, still in a daze. Zhao Ziwei tapped him on the shoulder and pointed toward a cave in the distance. Is this the place? Lin Yan compared the information transmitted back by the Bloodwing Mad Bee and nodded. This is the place. Lin Yan's gaze locked onto an open area ahead. Hundreds of Bloodwing Mad Bees lay scattered and lifeless on the ground. The Bloodwing Mad Bees tasked with monitoring this area are all dead. I didn't send any new insect soldiers afterward. But why can't we see any of them? Could they have escaped? Lin Yan summoned a wormhole, and a blood-winged mad bee emerged from it. It quickly soared upward and flew toward the cave, intent on investigating further. At that moment, a gigantic bat screeched and charged toward it. With a single bite, it devoured the newly summoned blood-winged mad bee. The mangled remains spun down and crashed onto the ground. At the same time, an invisible sound wave spread toward the two of them. Zhao Ziwei's expression changed slightly. This is bad. The purple-winged spirit snake once again wrapped the two of them together. A flash of purple light flickered and vanished. A massive bat, with white, pupil-less eyes, stared at the spot where Lin Yan and Zhao Ziwu had disappeared. It tilted its head and pondered for a moment. It flapped its wings and flew away once more. Chapter 91, Dark Moon Bat? Assemble. Come back, Dark Moon Bat. Deep within the cave, Su Ling raised his hand, and the massive bat flew toward him and landed. Did you find anything? The Dark Moon Bat shook its small head and let out a shrill cry. Lu Hua stepped forward, examining the massive Dark Moon Bat with a look of admiration. Master Su, the last time we met, your Dark Moon Bat was still a rare grade bloodline. How long has it been since we last saw each other, and now it's already an elite grade? Su Ling crossed his arms and gave a cold smile. That's nothing. If that Toothblade Mammoth hadn't died, I could already have a legendary grade bloodline contract beast. The technique isn't perfected yet. Bloodline advancement requires a massive amount of life energy from the contract spirit beast, and even after advancement, it takes a long time to recover. Otherwise, those few students would never have been able to kill the Toothblade Mammoth. Damn Lin Yan. I wish I could tear him to pieces. As he spoke, Su Ling clenched his fist and slammed it against the stone wall beside him, causing it to shake. Lu Hua was startled, swallowed hard, and asked, Master, there are so many people coming from the mountain. They might find us any moment now. What should we do now? Su Ling's face darkened as he clenched his teeth and said, The wild prison mountains are teeming with wild beasts, making them the perfect natural testing ground for the god-making plan. It's my fault. I let those black-clad dogs from Jinwu University sniff out our location just to vent my anger. We can't win in a direct confrontation. We have no choice but to flee. Lu Hua sighed, a hint of sadness flickering across his face. Another escape. He had spent so many years in Jinwu City and had grown attached to the city. To suddenly leave here and head to an unknown, unfamiliar place. I'm still a bit reluctant to leave. Alright, I'll go inform everyone and bring the experimental data and drawings with me. Lu Hua tapped the stone wall, and a hidden door slowly opened. Let us go to Nanling City. The leader will protect us. No. Su Ling's eyes flashed, and she firmly objected. We're not going to Nanling. Lu Hua was taken aback. Why? Su Ling lowered his head and whispered. I haven't told everyone yet, but the god-making plan hasn't been approved by the leader. He believes that when the bloodline of spirit beasts advances beyond the elite level, there's a risk of instability. Such instability would be unfair to both the contracted spirit beasts and the beast tamers. That's nonsense. He is too indecisive. His ideal is to give even beast masters with trash talent and spirit beasts with trash bloodlines a chance to improve. But that's not enough. Those so-called geniuses have contract spirit beasts that are epic tier or even legendary tier. Su Ling's eyes were red as he grabbed Lu Hua's shoulders, his ferocious expression startling him. We're all trash tier talent. High tier bloodline spirit beasts have never been assigned to us. No one needs to grow stronger than us. We must become so powerful that everyone who once looked down on us will kneel at our feet, trembling in fear. Lu Hua's inner flame was ignited, and he spoke firmly. I understand. Let's take the experimental data and start over somewhere else. Enter the secret door. Lu Hua lowered his head and made his way through the narrow passageway. Before long, they arrived at a massive underground laboratory. Inside, there were various experimental benches and instruments, with drawings covered in data piled up as high as mountains. Nearly 100 members of the Moon Hall all turned to look at Lu Hua. Without exception, their eyes were blood red. Like bloodthirsty beasts in the night. Lu Hua took a step back in fear. He didn't often come here and had never seen this scene before. Everyone, there are outsiders coming from the mountain. We must take the experimental data and leave immediately. Destroy everything except the core data. We can't leave anything behind for the eagles and dogs of the Beastmaster Association. The crowd panicked briefly before acting in an orderly manner. An important portion of the data had already been stored. It was being carried by the strongest among them. Unimportant paper blueprints were burned to ashes. The remaining large experimental instruments were smashed to pieces. Then, everyone lined up and began evacuating. A beastmaster commanded his spirit beast to unleash its abilities at the stone wall. Massive boulders rolled down, burying the hidden laboratory beneath them. Everyone passed through the narrow passageway one by one. They reached the entrance of the cave. Su Ling gazed out through the cave entrance. The dark moon bats had already scanned the area with sonar. Those people had not yet found this place. Retreat via the side path. Keep a low profile. We'll head north. Su Ling addressed the group, his tone leaving no room for argument. But someone still asked in confusion. The plan has failed. Shouldn't we go to Nanling City to seek the leader's protection, report our findings to the leader, and then decide on the next experimental site? Su Ling furrowed his brows. At this moment, morale was unstable, and these people harbored an extremely high level of loyalty toward a leader they had only met a few times or perhaps not at all. If he were to tell them now, his god-making plan was actually being carried out behind the leader's back, he would likely be torn to pieces on the spot. Don't ask questions. This is the leader's will. Su Ling scanned the crowd and spoke coldly. Though the crowd was puzzled why hadn't the leader's will been made public earlier? Instead, it was only verbally communicated to them at the last minute. However, Su Ling was, after all, the hall master. In such a critical situation, the hall master's orders were almost equivalent to the leader's. Seeing that no one had any objections, Su Ling nodded and said in a solemn voice, "Let's go." That was close. Not far from the cave entrance, on a cliff. Zhao Ziwei, still shaken, patted her chest, swaying slightly. Lin Yan, seeing this, shifted his gaze awkwardly and said calmly, "What do you mean? What just happened?" Zhao Ziwei's expression grew serious as she explained. The bat spirit beast just emitted a sound wave to pinpoint the enemy's location. Luckily I teleported in time. If we'd been discovered, we'd be in trouble. Lin Yan was startled and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that person's cultivation level is higher than yours?" Zhao Ziwu nodded, showing no embarrassment. Although that spirit beast is only an elite level bloodline, its level has reached 50. If it were one-on-one, I wouldn't lose. But I think there must be more than one expert in that cave. She was about to say more when Zhao Ziwu suddenly stopped. She looked at Lin Yan with a strange expression and asked uncertainly, "Are dark moon bats of that kind of spirit beast considered elite level bloodlines?" She was a teacher in the student affairs office and usually handled school matters. She had long since forgotten most of the knowledge from her middle school textbooks. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment, and replied based on his memories. Dark moon bats are commonly found with ordinary grade bloodlines, though rare grade bloodlines occasionally exist. The highest bloodline grade is rare. Zhao Ziwei looked at the cave where the dark moon bat had disappeared, lost in thought. She was certain she hadn't made a mistake. That dark moon bat must have been an elite grade bloodline. Bloodline mutation? Or artificially induced? Could it be related to the blood eyes? Zhao Ziwu realized the gravity of the situation and whispered to Lin Yan, "Contact everyone and gather here immediately." Chapter 92, The Teenager and the Girl. Upon hearing Zhao Ziwu's words, Lin Yan didn't hesitate and immediately issued orders to all the Bloodwing Mad Bees. Instantly, despite suffering heavy losses, the Bloodwing Mad Bees scattered rapidly. The mountains and valleys began to search for the whereabouts of Zhao Dinghua and the others. The magnetic field of Aiyu Mountain was chaotic, so they could only use this primitive method to communicate. "Vice Principal, are we lost?" The black-clad beast tamer looked a bit downcast. He had thought following Zhao Dinghua would ensure safety. This great beast master at the sovereign realm level was already a renowned figure even when he was stationed at the border. But he never expected this. Zhao Dinghua, though powerful, had an utterly abysmal sense of direction. Before long, the two of them got lost in the dense forest. They made a mark on a tree, but ended up passing by it 3 times in a loop. He had already given up hope. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching rapidly. Zhao Dinghua and the black-clad beastmaster immediately grew alert. But, when the thing drew near, the two lowered their guard. "Is this Lin Yan's insect spirit beast?" the black-clad beastmaster asked uncertainly. Zhao Dinghua nodded. He had watched many of Lin Yan's matches and had a strong impression of this insect, which appeared frequently. The Bloodwing Mad Bees circled around the two of them once. Then they flew off in one direction. Seeing the two of them not moving, they paused to wait for them. At that moment, the two finally reacted. The black-clad beastmaster asked in astonishment, "Could it be that it's telling us to follow it? Such a small insect has map navigation capabilities?" The two followed the Bloodwing Mad Bee toward a direction they had never been before. At the same time, the other groups of black-clad beast tamers were all following the Bloodwing Mad Bees toward the cave. "How about it? Made contact yet?" Zhao Ziwei stared at the cave and turned to ask Lin Yan beside her. Lin Yan shook his head with a wry smile. I don't know. After my spiritual veins were damaged, the information I received from the Bloodwing Mad Bees is limited. However, I've already issued precise instructions to the Bloodwing Mad Bees. Whether they can understand them is up to them. Zhao Ziwu nodded. There was nothing else to be done. Suddenly, a group of people emerged from the mountain cave and began descending the mountain along an extremely hidden path. Zhao Ziwu was immediately startled and exclaimed urgently. This is bad. They're escaping. AIU Mountain was vast. They had very few men stationed on the outskirts. Relying on the beast tamers stationed at the outskirts to block them was highly unlikely to succeed. Zhao Dinghua and the others didn't know when they would be able to return. Now, we can only rely on them. I'm going in. We can't let them escape so easily. Zhao Ziwei spoke with determination, turning to Lin Yan behind her. You're only at the Silver Realm, you can't help much. Stay here and wait for me. As she spoke, she was about to charge forward with the purple-winged spirit snake. Lin Yan suddenly grabbed Zhao Ziwu's wrist with such force that she couldn't break free for a moment. What are you doing? Zhao Ziwu looked at the crowd descending the mountain, growing anxious. Lin Yan stood up and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Ms. Zhao, this time, just think of me as a teenage boy. Letting women fight while you hide in the corner and cowardly survive, that's a disgrace to men. Zhao Ziwu stared silently at Lin Yan. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Let go of me. Lin Yan realized then that he was still gripping her wrist. The sweat from his nervousness had left a damp mark on Zhao Ziwu's wrist. Zhao Ziwei didn't seem to notice and said, let us go together then. You be careful. Lin Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Had his overly dramatic remark been ignored? This was even more humiliating than being mocked. I'm going. Lin Yan hurriedly said, pointing ahead. In an instant, the fastest 10,000 Shanren mantises flapped their wings and charged forward, rushing toward the path leading down to the cave where the others were gathered. Close in and engage them. Don't let them escape. Lin Yan issued the order. The members of the Blood Eye clan reacted swiftly, summoning their spirit beasts to block the swarm of Shanren mantises closing in from all directions. What are these things? Is a demon beast tide erupting? Damn it! I just contracted my spirit beast recently, it's no match for these insect-like beasts. Diamond Realm and Master Realm practitioners, stay outside and protect your comrades inside. Wait, these aren't demon beasts, they're spirit beasts. Impossible. Who could have contracted so many demon beasts at once? There are so many. I can't even kill them all. Everyone was surrounded by the swarm of insects, crying out in distress. Su Ling also snapped out of it and angrily exclaimed. Lin Yan. I didn't come looking for you, yet you've come here to meet your doom. Lu Hua jumped in surprise and asked. Is it Lin Yan? Did the people from Jinwu University come too? Su Ling snorted coldly, of course. He's the top student in the entire school. Those high and mighty adults wouldn't dare let him go out alone. Everyone, stay calm. These are just beasts of the 10th level. There's nothing to fear. As he spoke, the Dark Moon Bat flew in front of Su Ling. Su Ling stood on the Dark Moon Bat's back, and the bat flapped its wings effortlessly, taking off into the air. Lin Yan. Watch me kill you. The Bloodline Advancement Trial of the Toothblade Mammoth, from epic to legendary. This was his greatest research achievement to date. Once stabilized, he could begin large-scale experiments. If this technology matures, it would mean the emergence of extremely rare and powerful legendary tier bloodline spirit beasts. He could replicate them in bulk, as many as he wanted. At that point, he could easily assemble an army of beast tamers composed entirely of legendary tier bloodline spirit beasts. At that point, the rules of this world would be written by him. But all of this was destroyed by a single person. Lin Yan, you vile insect, come out. Su Ling roared, his voice echoing across the sky. He was confident in his own strength. No matter who the opponent is, as long as he finds Lin Yan, he will risk taking a direct hit to kill him. The Titan ants that had followed behind also caught up. Lin Yan commanded the army of 10,000 Titan ants, charging toward the gap in the encirclement that the Blood Eye sect members had torn open, using the sheer numbers of his insect soldiers to delay their escape. Listening to the furious roars in the sky, Lin Yan felt a surge of blood in his veins. He looked up at Su Ling in the sky and said enviously, how cool. I wonder when I'll ever have a spirit beast I can ride. But envy was one thing. Lin Yan had no desire to go out and try riding a bat mount or get an autographed poster. The gap in their realms was too vast. Anyone who goes out there is a fool. Stay here and don't move. I'll handle him. Zhao Ziwei paused, turned her head, and said again. This is a battle between master-level beast tamers. Only one side's defeat or death can end it. Lin Yan, wait for me to return. Watching Zhao Ziwu's disappearing figure, Lin Yan raised his head and muttered. It seems I'm not the only one with a case of teenage angst. Chapter 93, The Flame Dog. Zhao Ziwu suddenly moved. The purple-winged spirit snake danced around her, enveloping her in spiritual energy as she flew into the air. Shattered stream of light. A dazzling beam of light shot out. It charged straight towards Su Ling. Su Ling narrowed his eyes, unconcerned. Though both were master-level beast tamers. But he was at the 9th rank. Zhao Ziwei was merely a 2nd-rank practitioner. A 4-rank difference was more than enough to compensate for the gap in their bloodlines. Su Ling manipulated the Dark Moon Bat, rolling once to dodge the skill. Evil Moon Slash. Su Ling immediately counterattacked. A black crescent-shaped light blade flew toward Zhao Ziwu, who was mid-air. Zhao Ziwei and the purple-winged spirit snake dodged swiftly. The two fought back and forth, evenly matched. Lin Yan shielded his eyes with his hand, slightly startled. The energy waves generated by the clashing skills seemed poised to shatter the mountain peak. A master-level beast tamer truly terrifying. Ignoring the battle between the two, Lin Yan looked down at the members of the blood eye sect on the path below the cave. It was easy to tell that when these people fought, their eyes turned blood red as they channeled their spiritual energy. Even their respective spirit beasts had blood-red eyes, resembling demonic beasts. Is this the method to turn ordinary people into beast masters? It looks a bit like a dark art. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of foreboding. The death notifications for his insect soldiers kept popping up before his eyes. And so far, not a single spirit beast from the Blood Eye Society had been killed. This is trouble. I didn't expect their strength to be this powerful. Lin Yan gritted his teeth. At that moment, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the path ahead. Damn insects, die! A violent explosion echoed through the air. The death count instantly showed nearly 1,000 Shenron mantises dying simultaneously. Lin Yan was startled and hurriedly looked over. There stood a burly man, with a 3-meter-tall giant canine spirit beast towering behind him, its body engulfed in flames. Lin Yan furrowed his brows. Although this massive canine spirit beast differed slightly from his memories, he was certain. Fire Flame Dog, a common-grade bloodline spirit beast. However, both its size and the flames on its body far exceeded those of a typical Fire Flame Dog. Its bloodline had reached the elite rank. Unbelievable. This Fire Flame Dog and that Dark Moon Bat were both spirit beasts of the same bloodline. Yet, they have both advanced their bloodlines and increased their ranks. That's right. Lin Yan looked at the burly man on the path. He is also a Grandmaster-level beast tamer. The burly man swept away the insect soldiers in front of him and addressed the crowd behind him. These insects are nothing special, they're just numerous. I'll go deal with that woman. She's the real threat. The others nodded in agreement. They had also noticed that, aside from their numbers, these insects were no different from the ordinary magical beasts found in the mountains. The burly man rode on the fire-breathing dog, and the flames, hot enough to melt steel, did not harm him. You activated your teammate protection. Lin Yan felt a pang of envy. Why were all their mounts so cool? A man and his dog soared into the air, charging toward Zhao Ziwu, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, with unmatched flames trailing behind them. The situation reversed instantly. 2 against 1, especially between two master-level beast tamers. Zhao Ziwu was instantly at a disadvantage. In just a few seconds, the evenly matched battle turned into a relentless retreat. Under their relentless attacks, Zhao Ziwu made a single misstep and was struck by a fireball. Both the person and the snake were injured and fell to the ground. They crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Teacher Zhao. Lin Yan rushed over to help Zhao Ziwu to her feet. The purple-winged spirit snake, struck by the fireball, had its scales burned to charcoal and fell off. That previous strike, the purple-winged spirit snake had absorbed most of the damage. As a result, Zhao Ziwu only sustained minor injuries. Her clothes were slightly burned, revealing the snow-white skin at her waist. Lin Yan took off his coat and draped it over her. Don't go back. I'll try to stall them. Wait for the vice principal and the others to arrive. Zhao Ziwei shook her head. In the presence of a master-level beast tamer, the number of spirit beasts a silver-ranked beast tamer possesses is completely meaningless. I'll go distract them. You get out of here quickly. Zhao Ziwei channeled her spiritual energy, ready to act at any moment. You're the strongest genius of this year's class and the school's future hope. If something happens to you, I want to be able to explain it to the old man. If I can get out alive, then what are you doing? She didn't finish her sentence. Zhao Ziwu's lips were immediately covered by Lin Yan's. Of course, he used his hand to cover them. Ms. Zhao, don't you have any common sense? Lin Yan stood in front of her and said calmly. In most TV dramas and novels, when this kind of scene and dialogue appears, it means you're definitely going to die. But I don't want you to die. Lin Yan took a deep breath, his gaze firm, looking at the two master-level beast tamers of the Blood Eye Society in the distance. Does the number matter in front of Grandmasters? Then there must not be enough of them. Even if there are over 30,000 pigs, it would still take time to kill them all. Behind him, countless wormholes opened up, constantly replenishing 3 types of insect soldiers. The insect soldiers in front also abandoned their attack and turned back toward Lin Yan. The members of the Blood Eye Society had no idea what was happening and dared not pursue recklessly. Lin Yan stood amidst tens of thousands of insect soldiers, as if issuing an imperial decree. Kill. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. Lin Yan had thought this through, spreading the insect soldiers apart. This way, when the enemy used area of effect skills, this effectively reduced casualties among the insect soldiers. That's not enough. Lin Yan remained expressionless, biting his tongue until it bled, and blood immediately trickled down the corners of his mouth. The pain and blood loss caused his heart to race. The flow of spiritual energy also began to accelerate. Zhao Ziwei sensed Lin Yan's intention and hurriedly exclaimed, "What are you doing? Stop immediately. Your spiritual veins are already damaged. Forcing the spiritual energy to flow will overload them." Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" But he showed no intention of stopping. Finally, the speed of spiritual energy circulation reached a certain point. Lin Yan released the skill without hesitation. Titan Giant Ant, Berserk. Bloodwing Mad Bees, Blood Rain Downpour. 1,000-Foot Mantis, Sword Dance Slash. He unleashed 3 skills in quick succession, with striking effects. The Titan Giant Ant's body grew larger, its health and defense significantly increased, and it became immune to control effects. It charged toward the 2 Master Tier Beast Masters. The Bloodwing Mad Bees formed a formation, unleashing a barrage of tail stingers like a torrential rain. The 1,000-Foot Mantis swung its claws and followed the Titan Ant into the fray. Dense wind blades sliced forward. 35,000 insect soldiers unleashed their skills simultaneously. Lin Yan felt his body drained in an instant, his vision went black, and he nearly lost his balance. Zhao Ziwei hurriedly caught him, pulling Lin Yan into her arms. She had just taken a heavy blow, and the combat power of the purple-winged spirit snake had dropped significantly. It would take some time to recover. Looking at the endless swarm of insect soldiers surging toward the Blood Eye sect members, she glanced once more at Lin Yan in her arms. Zhao Ziwu felt a sense of security for the first time, knowing she was being protected. Chapter 94, Are You Ready to Die? Lin Yan felt a softness at the back of his head. He also caught a whiff of a milky scent. However, his severely exhausted body left him no time to think about anything else. Don't worry, these insect soldiers should be able to hold them off for a while. Lin Yan lay in Zhao Ziwu's arms, speaking weakly. I only hope the vice principal and the others can arrive soon. Su Ling watched the swarm of insect soldiers charging toward them with reckless abandon, and had already noticed Lin Yan in Zhao Ziwu's arms. He couldn't help but recall the tooth-blade mammoths he had spent years nurturing, only to have them killed by these insects, filling him with rage. Do you really think these pathetic insects can stop me? Die, all of you. The Dark Moon Bat released a massive crescent-shaped beam of light, instantly sweeping toward the thousands of Titan ants about to charge forward. He had thought this attack would instantly wipe out all the insect soldiers. But, unexpectedly, the Titan giant ants hit by the crescent-shaped light blades saw their health plummet, leaving only a sliver of life remaining. Yet it was precisely this sliver of health meant that the Titan ants could continue advancing. It also meant that he still needed this skill to eliminate them all. Disgusting insect! Su Ling cursed angrily and once again channeled his spiritual energy to release his skill. Another round of crescent-shaped light blades slashed out. It took the complete annihilation of thousands of Titan ants to finally eliminate them all. Clearing out a wave of Titan giant ants had already consumed one skill. But behind them, there were still countless insect soldiers. Su Ling's spiritual energy was already running low. Damn it! A burly man beside him boomed. Let me handle this. Su Ling nodded and stepped aside. The burly man raised his hand, his spiritual energy nearly forming a whirlwind. Earth-burning fire. The fire-breathing dog unleashed its skill. A vast expanse of flames erupted from the ground. In an instant, thousands of insect soldiers were engulfed in the sea of flames. Moreover, the flame skill deals continuous damage. If the insect soldiers aren't instantly killed, the intense heat of the flames continues to deal damage until the insect soldier's health was depleted. The skill was fully activated. The burly man took a slight breath, though the effect was quite significant. However, such a large area AoE skill consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Su Ling didn't feel overjoyed that he had eliminated over 10,000 insect soldiers with just 2 skills, because the number of insect soldiers on the battlefield hadn't decreased at all. He noticed from a distance that there were numerous small wormholes behind Lin Yan. They were continuously transporting reinforcements outward. This won't work. We'll never win like this. Su Ling frowned and looked at the burly man beside him. I have no idea how many of these insect beasts he can summon. Even if we're stronger and the insects are weaker, with such numbers, we'll be worn down to death. If we wait for their reinforcements to arrive, we'll be in trouble. The burly man paused for a moment and muttered gloomily. I don't believe he can keep summoning these insects. Su Ling replied impatiently. What good does it do to doubt? Even if he can't keep summoning them, if he summons tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, how long will we have to keep fighting? Don't we need to recover our spiritual energy? The burly man glared at Lin Yan and snarled. How despicable. If you're so skilled, fight us fairly. There's no point in talking. Su Ling said coldly. The two of us will go together, release our skills simultaneously, and take the opportunity to charge toward Lin Yan. Whether we capture him or kill him, we'll leave this place immediately. The burly man hesitated, glancing at Zhao Ziwei, who was holding Lin Yan. What about her? She's a genuine master-level beast tamer. She's different from us, who were cultivated using special methods. Su Ling had no regard for anyone else. Forget about her, just take Lin Yan. This kid is the top genius of Jinwu University. If we control him, Jinwu University will hesitate to act against us. The burly man scratched his head and grinned. Great idea. What if we capture Lin Yan and have the university president admit me as a student at Jinwu University? That's Jinwu University. One of the 4 prestigious universities. If I go back to the village with a Jinwu University diploma, I can't even imagine how awesome that would be. See who in the village dares to bully my parents. Su Ling angrily hit the burly man on the shoulder. You fool. Do you think they want you? As long as the two of us hand over Lin Yan, or if we get caught, all that awaits us is prison. We'll spend the rest of our lives locked up in a dark, windowless dungeon. Forget about going back to the village. If word gets out, your parents will be disgraced for the rest of their lives. Who will take care of them then? The burly man's smile vanished, and he looked at Lin Yan with an expression of utmost gravity. Then I won't go to Jinwu University anymore. Let us go capture Lin Yan, he said. The two moved simultaneously, releasing their spiritual energy. The dark moon bat and the flame puppy simultaneously activated their self-enhancing skills. Both spirit beasts grew significantly in size. The dark moon bat's speed increased, and its damage output rose. The fire flame dogs saw their health and defense increase. The two controlled their spirit beasts and charged into the swarm of insects. Immediately, hundreds of insect soldiers surrounded them. In just a single clash, these insect soldiers were crushed into pulp. The two spirit beasts, with unstoppable momentum and power, charged straight toward Lin Yan. Zhao Ziwei, seeing this, gently leaned Lin Yan against a tree. She, along with the purple-winged spirit snake, prepared to engage the enemy. Lin Yan leaned against the tree, feeling his eyelids grow heavy, too weak even to utter a word of caution. Bang! The two charged forward with resolve, their targets clear and their will unwavering. They struck with all their strength. The purple-winged spirit snake's injuries had not yet healed. It managed to block only one attack. The next second, it was sent flying by the two's combined attack. Zhao Ziwu was also caught in the crossfire due to the purple-winged spirit snake's sudden severe injuries. Her spiritual energy surged wildly, and blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. Seeing that their first strike had been effective, the two were overjoyed. They quickly exhausted the last remnants of their spiritual energy and released their skills once more. They charged toward Lin Yan. Zhao Ziwu witnessed this scene, her eyes widening in shock. However, at that moment, she had no means to defend herself. No! Without a moment to think, Zhao Ziwei embraced Lin Yan and used her body to shield him from the skill. But a skill of this caliber was no longer something a human body could withstand. Zhao Ziwu closed her eyes tightly, waiting for death to come. She didn't know what was happening. The skill, which had been cast instantly, didn't hit her. Did it miss? Zhao Ziwu opened her eyes and turned around. There, a gigantic rock snake had appeared out of nowhere. It used its massive body to block the skill for her. Looking at this spirit beast that belonged solely to her father, Zhao Ziwei relaxed and sat down on the ground, still clinging tightly to Lin Yan. The next moment, the master of the Rock King Snake finally arrived, Zhao Dinghua, roaring as he approached. Dare to touch my daughter and my student. Are you ready to die? Chapter 95, Interrogation. Zhao Dinghua rushed over and saw the injured Zhao Ziwu and Lin Yan, who was nearly unconscious in her arms. A surge of anger shot straight to the top of his head. This man, who appeared gentle and diplomatic to outsiders. When his child was harmed, he displayed the thunderous fury of a lion. His body, like a rock python, rose high, blocking all attacks. Its thick tail swept out. The dark moon bats and fire dogs were instantly sent flying backward, crashing into and shattering over a dozen towering trees before embedding themselves into the mountainside. King's Realm. Su Ling was startled and retreated rapidly. A single realm could crush a person. This applied to all beast tamers except the top-tier prodigies of lower ranks. Beast tamers at the King's Realm have been deployed just to capture us? We've only been in Jinwu City for a short time and have always kept a low profile. We haven't provoked such powerful figures. The burly man swallowed hard, his fighting spirit already gone. Su Ling's face was filled with despair as he closed his eyes in agony. It seems we're doomed to escape today. But at least he's alone. We'll sacrifice our lives to hold him off. Have our comrades take the classified blueprints out. As he spoke, Su Ling looked toward Lu Hua, who was being carried away by the crowd. Lu Hua, although you've only recently joined our Blood Eye Society and your strength is still weak. But I know you have ambition. Take the classified blueprints and escape. Lu Hua, hidden in the crowd, nodded slowly. In an instant, a dozen black-clad figures appeared, swiftly taking control of the surrounding hills. With their spirit beasts glaring menacingly, they watched the members of the Blood Eye sect. Su Ling and the burly man exchanged a glance, then both roared in unison. Kill! Their spiritual energies surged rapidly, slowly enveloping their bodies, making their forms nearly ethereal. The two spirit beasts also crawled out of the pit, their severely injured bodies rapidly healing. Su Ling and the burly man, determined to fight to the death, roared simultaneously. On the day the Blood Eyes descend, no one shall be spared. They charged forward with all their might, once again attacking Lin Yan. Zhao Dingwa stood in front of him, while the black-clad men around him narrowed there, aiming to capture him alive. Lin Yan could no longer hold on, closed his eyes, and fainted. When he opened his eyes again, what greeted his eyes was a slightly outdated ceiling. Looking around, Lin Yan realized he was in a bedroom that felt both old-fashioned and cozy. Where am I? As soon as Lin Yan spoke, he felt his throat dry and sore. The next moment, the door opened. Zhao Duo peeked her head in, looking at Lin Yan with a surprised expression. Hey, you're awake. Lin Yan pulled back the blankets and sat up, asking. Where are we? Zhao Duo walked in, wearing an apron and holding a spatula. This is Jean's place. You've been unconscious for 3 days. The hospital said you're fine. No one was taking care of you in the dorm, so it was convenient that Jean the reporter had to leave for a while. Her place is empty, and it's quiet here. I told Ms. Zhao to let you stay here to rest. Don't worry, no one else knows about this. Lin Yan nodded, glancing at the apron on Zhao Daoduo's waist. What's this? Zhao Duoduo's expression changed slightly, and she hurried into the kitchen. Oh no, my soup. A moment later, Lin Yan sat at the dining table, looking at the 4 dishes and a soup in front of him, which were fragrant and appetizing. Your cooking is actually this good? 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetarian. There was also a chicken soup. It looked very appetizing. Zhao Duo served Lin Yan a bowl of chicken soup and smiled. The doctor said you'd probably wake up today, so I went to the market early this morning to buy the ingredients. Eat more. Though you're not exactly fully recovered, your body is still severely depleted. I added some tonic herbs to the soup. Drink more of it. Lin Yan stirred the expensive herbs in the bowl with his chopsticks inside. Any herbs related to spiritual energy were far more expensive than ordinary herbs, almost as valuable as gold. Such luxury items were completely out of reach for ordinary people. Zhao Duo was just a student who had to work part-time to earn her living expenses. She never expected someone would be willing to spend so much on spiritual herbs. Does it taste good? Zhao Dao held her face in her hands, leaning against the dining table, her eyes sparkling as she asked. Lin Yan nodded. It's delicious. She gulped down a bowl of chicken soup and handed it to Zhao Dao. Pour me another bowl, please. Zhao Duo took the bowl, looking very happy. Sure. Watching Lin Yan eat heartily, Zhao Duo began telling her about what had happened over the past few days. The assassins who tried to kill you have been caught. The school and the association are taking this very seriously and have been investigating for several days. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked. Have they found out the results? What was the reason behind the assassination attempt on me? Zhao Duo shook her head. I don't know either. The vice principal said you can go see him once you wake up. Lin Yan nodded. Then I'll head back to school later. After politely drinking several bowls of chicken soup, Lin Yan rubbed his bloated stomach. He simply couldn't drink anymore. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, he was now desperate to know why the Blood Eyes were targeting him. As he stood up, he noticed a hint of disappointment in Zhao Duo's eyes. Lin Yan paused, puzzled, and asked. What's wrong? Zhao Duo's face was filled with worry as she bit her lip. We bought a lot of food this morning, and there's still some left. Jean the reporter won't be back for a while, and I'm worried about the food. Lin Yan understood what she meant, covered his head with his hands, and sighed. My illness doesn't seem to have fully recovered yet. It looks like I'll need to stay here and rest for a few more days. Zhao Duo's face immediately lit up with a smile. Really? That's great. Realizing she had said the wrong thing, Zhao Duo covered her mouth and quickly corrected herself. No, I meant to say. Lin Yan smiled and shook his head. I understand what you mean. I'll be back for dinner tonight. Zhao Duo exclaimed in delight. Great. Back at school, Lin Yan went straight to the student affairs office. As expected, Zhao Ziwei was there. What are you doing here? Zhao Ziwei saw Lin Yan and quickly put down the documents she was holding. After their joint battle at Ayu Mountain, the two had developed an unspoken understanding, and their relationship had grown inexplicably closer. Where are the assassins being held? Lin Yan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Zhao Ziwu locked the office door and whispered. Officially, the assassins from the Blood Eye Society are all being held in the interrogation rooms of the Beastmaster Association. However, the school's security department has secretly taken over the interrogation of the Blood Eye Society. They are currently being held in the basement of the school's security office. Lin Yan nodded, already familiar with the school's and the vice principal's style. Have they been recruited? Why did they try to assassinate me? Zhao Ziwei shook her head. The Blood Eye Society has over 100 members, but only the sect leader knows about the assassination attempt. The mastermind, Lu Hua, has not been captured. The Blood Eye sect master remains silent no matter how he is interrogated. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, surprised that even the vice principal and over a dozen black-clad individuals of unknown strength had failed to capture him. It seems that Lu Hua is indeed a bit of a crook. Can you take me to see it? Lin Yan was eager to meet this blood-eyed hall master. Chapter 96, He Can't Escape. Jinwu University, Security Office. Underground Chamber. Zhao Ziwei and Lin Yan walked through the narrow passageway. After a short while, a slightly spacious underground room came into view before the two of them. It wasn't like the torture scenes they had imagined, with people bound to wooden stakes and subjected to brutal interrogation. Lin Yan found himself in a bright interrogation room and saw Su Ling, the leader of the Blood Eye Society. Through the one-way glass, Lin Yan saw that Su Ling was already too exhausted to move. However, a bright spotlight was shining directly into his eyes. He could faintly hear the loud voices coming from the interrogation room, forcing him to stay awake. He's been like this since we brought him back. It's been 3 days, and he hasn't said a single word. The black-clad interrogator looked helpless, shrugging his shoulders. He hadn't expected Su Ling to be so resilient and able to endure so much. If this doesn't work, we'll have to resort to torture. Let me go in and talk to him, Lin Yan said. The black-clad guard looked at Zhao Ziwu, who nodded in agreement. The black-clad man finally opened the interrogation room door and let Lin Yan step inside. Sitting across from Su Ling, Lin Yan turned off the bright light. Su Ling, who had been dozing off, forced his eyes open and finally saw Lin Yan in front of him. He perked up immediately. It's you! Lin Yan stared at him expressionlessly, though he felt a bit puzzled inside. You know me. Su Ling sneered, of course. You're the sinner of this world. You're an utterly foolish fool, you don't even know what you've done. A sudden outburst of anger. This caused Zhao Ziwu outside the interrogation room to furrow her brows. The black-clad guard beside her looked equally confused and explained. In the past 3 days, this is the first time he's spoken. Inside the interrogation room. Lin Yan responded with a cold laugh. Since you're so confident, why don't you tell me why I deserve to die, so that the people of Longhua and the association can judge me together? Su Ling opened his mouth but lowered his head and remained silent. He looked like a tough nut to crack. According to the vice principal's previous statement, it was unlikely that the Lu family was targeting him. In fact, it was easy to see why. A family of such stature wouldn't stoop so low as to target a first-year freshman. If it wasn't the Lu family, then Lu Hua wouldn't be so reckless as to risk his life to assassinate him for 2 distant relatives with little blood relation. Therefore, the connection to the Lu family is merely a coincidence, and the assassination was ordered by the blood-eyed hall master standing before him. So, what exactly did I do to anger him? Lin Yan looked at Su Ling, who was keeping his head down and saying nothing, and fell into deep thought. Aiyu Mountain, coincidence, angered, what did I do? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Yan's mind. He found it hard to believe and cautiously asked. Tooth-blade mammoth? Su Ling snapped his head up, staring at Lin Yan in disbelief. You? Lin Yan sneered at him, now certain of his thoughts. How would I know? Tooth-blade mammoth is mostly an elite-level bloodline, with occasional epic-level bloodlines. But the one I hunted had a legendary tier bloodline. I had assumed it had broken through its own genetic chains to ascend to a higher bloodline. Now that I think about it, something doesn't feel right. The first-year assessment area is on the outskirts of Aiyu Mountain, where such high-tier beasts rarely appear. I didn't notice it before, but now that I think about it, it's just too much of a coincidence. And your Dark Moon Bat and that Flame Puppy both broke their own genetic chains to ascend their bloodlines. Does the Blood Eye sect actually possess the means to freely advance the bloodline of spirit beasts? Those words struck Su Ling like a heavy hammer. He had remained silent for so many days. All for the sake of keeping the Blood Eye Society a secret. For this secret, he was willing to die, even to live a life worse than death. But he never expected. The person he hated most had appeared, and the secret he had hidden so painstakingly had become a joke. The interrogation room door swung open. The black-clad guard looked at Lin Yan, his eyes betraying his admiration. Come out first. Lin Yan glanced at Su Ling, who was dazed and had his eyes tightly closed. Before leaving, he turned on the bright lights again. That's amazing. How did you know? The black-clad guard closed the interrogation room door and remarked with admiration. Judging by Su Ling's reaction, it was almost certain. Over the past 3 days, the security team had taken turns interrogating him. They had tried both threats and bribes. but they couldn't pry a single word out of him. But when Lin Yan sat down and spoke a few words, and Su Ling broke down? I think you were born for this job. Why not consider interning at our security department first? The black-clad guard smiled at Lin Yan, placing his arm around his shoulder. After graduation, you can be promoted directly, with a very high salary. Zhao Ziwei quietly pulled Lin Yan's sleeve, dragging him back, and said impatiently, Lin Yan is the disciplinary inspector of the student union under the student affairs office. Is the security department trying to poach someone right in front of me, the deputy director of the student affairs office? The black-clad guard felt a chill run down his spine, and he forced a smile. Of course not. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Zhao Dingguo was followed by several black-clad men as they approached. Seeing Zhao Ziwu and Lin Yan there, he didn't seem surprised. You're here. Lin Yan, I need to apologize to you. There was a fugitive who escaped. It's the casino boss Lu Hua I told you about. The one inside is Su Ling, the leader of the Blood Eye sect. We interrogated him for 3 days but couldn't get any useful information out of him. But don't worry, give me a few more days, and I guarantee I'll get it out of him. Before he could finish, a black-clad guard coughing twice interjected. Vice Principal, we've already interrogated him. Zhao Dingguo glared and asked. When? This man, who had been pretending to be mute since he walked in, someone who wouldn't open his mouth no matter what they did. Had he finally spoken? What methods did you use? That's impressive. Zhao Dingguo hurriedly asked, looking at the black-clad guard. The black-clad guard scratched his head awkwardly and said, It wasn't me who interrogated him. It was Lin Yan. He just sat there and said a few words. Judging by Su Ling's reaction, everything Lin Yan said was correct. The black-clad guard recounted the entire conversation and reactions between the two men in the interrogation room. Zhao Dingguo looked at Lin Yan in disbelief, then burst into laughter. Jinwu University really hit the jackpot. Lin Yan felt a bit embarrassed. As the person involved, I'm well aware of the details of the assassination attempt. I think, whether it's the Blood Eye member we captured or this Hall Master, none of them are important. That Lu Hua must have escaped with something extraordinary. We need to catch him as soon as possible. Zhao Dingguo nodded. Don't worry, the wanted notice has been issued nationwide. He won't get away. Chapter 97, The Wanling Expo. The assassination attempt was temporarily put on hold. After leaving the security office, Lin Yan headed straight for the building housing the insectology department. To be honest, it's embarrassing. Despite having been in school for so long, he hadn't attended a single class. Now that he was injured, it was the perfect opportunity to settle down and attend a few classes. He found Hu Fangyuan in the office. He was still buried in a sea of books, flipping through thick ancient texts. Professor, I'm here. Lin Yan moved the pile of books scattered on the chair and sat down with a thud. Hu Fangyuan looked up at him and said directly, I found a way to cure your spiritual vein. A solution already? Isn't it supposed to be very complicated? Lin Yan paused for a moment and asked. What method? Hu Fangyuan's terrifying face gave off a chill. We'll extract a complete spiritual vein and transplant it into you. Lin Yan stared wide-eyed, clearly not understanding. What do you mean by live extraction? Hu Fangyuan remained silent, staring straight at Lin Yan. Lin Yan felt a chill run down his spine. How could that be? No beast tamer would be foolish enough to give up their own future to serve another. Even if someone agreed. Lin Yan himself wouldn't do it either. The thought of having another person's spiritual vein inside him, especially one that had been forcibly extracted, sent chills down his spine. Professor Hu, I'm fine as I am now. I can still clear dungeons normally, but using spiritual energy to cast skills is difficult and drains me quickly. In any case, swapping my spiritual vein for someone else's is absolutely out of the question. Seeing Lin Yan's strong reaction, Hu Fangyan lowered his head and spoke softly. Then I have no other options. In his view, on the path to becoming stronger, one should resort to any means necessary. His own disciple was simply too kind-hearted. Looking at the silent Professor Hu, Lin Yan sighed. Sure enough, repairing this spiritual vein wasn't going to be easy. Hu Fangyuan finished reading the book and began teaching Lin Yan. From the types of insect-based spiritual beasts to the evolutionary history of insect-based magical beasts. Then, based on Lin Yan's natural talents, he provided many unique combat techniques. This broadened Lin Yan's horizons. Before long, the entire afternoon had passed. The lesson was over. The sky had grown dark. Lin Yan rubbed his growling stomach, feeling hungry. He had only had soup for lunch, which wasn't very filling. I wonder what Zhao Duo made for dinner today. Just as he was about to leave and head back to his rental apartment to eat. Suddenly, Hu Fangyuan, with a serious expression, snapped out of his thoughts and called out to Lin Yan. I've thought of another way to fix your damaged spiritual vein. Lin Yan sighed wryly. Just as long as it's not another bloody method. Hu Fangyuan ignored the remark and continued on his own. Among insect-type spirit beasts, there is one that is extremely unique. It can't be used for combat, but it can enhance one's own abilities, making it a type of support class spirit beast. The soul-devouring cicada feeds on the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and can also replenish its own spiritual energy. Most people can only contract one spirit beast, so no one would choose to contract such a useless one. I almost forgot about you. Since you can contract such an insect-type spirit beast, contracting one more auxiliary spirit beast shouldn't be a big deal. Supportive spirit beast. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. His insect soldiers all originated from the core of an insect nest. He hadn't contracted any other spirit beasts himself. He didn't know if he could successfully contract one. But it was worth a try. Where can I buy the soul-devouring cicada? Hu Fangyuan shook his head. I've only heard of this rare auxiliary spirit beast. It's not available on the open market. Just as Lin Yan was feeling a bit disappointed, Hu Fangyuan changed the subject. However, there's a Wanling Expo in the capital city, and it might be held soon. It specializes in auctions of rare spirit beasts. If the soul-devouring cicada appears, it's likely to be there. He stepped out of the classroom building. Lin Yan headed toward his rental house. He took out his phone and searched for the official website of the Wanling Expo. He discovered it was a private organization. Just as Professor Hu had said, the spiritual beasts being auctioned there were all strange creatures Lin Yan had never heard of before. Swiping across the screen, Lin Yan's gaze suddenly froze, fixated on the official website page. Soul-devouring ants, rare auxiliary-type spirit beasts from the southern frontiers Poison Mountain, starting bid, 100,000. Lin Yan perked up immediately. Not expensive at all. He glanced at the auction time. Yes, it starts tomorrow at 8 p.m. At that time, it would be auctioned alongside over 100 other rare spirit beasts. Lin Yan currently had 1 million in his possession. The starting bid is 10,000. If the price doesn't get too out of hand, he should be able to secure it. Upon returning to the rental house, Lin Yan immediately felt a warm sense of comfort. The room was clean and tidy, with a steaming hot meal on the dining table. The TV was on, and clothes he had dried were hanging on the balcony. Zhao Duo was busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing the door open, she peeked out and looked at Lin Yan with surprise. You're back. Are you hungry? Come eat quickly. I'll finish washing the pots and come right over. Lin Yan looked at the table, carefully covering the dishes with plates, feeling a warm glow in his heart. After serving both of them, Zhao Duo wiped her hands and sat down, placing a plate of spare ribs in front of Lin Yan. Sweet and sour pork ribs. Do you like them? Lin Yan nodded, picked up a piece with his chopsticks for Zhao Duo first, then began to eat. By the way, I need to go to Beijing tomorrow. Zhao Duo was a bit surprised and asked. What for? Lin Yan didn't hide anything and repeated what Hu Fangyuan had said. After listening, Zhao Duo put down her chopsticks, took out a card from her bag. I don't really understand, but an auction must require a lot of money, right? I've saved up some money from my part-time job. Take this first. If you don't have enough, you can use mine. Lin Yan smiled and pushed the card back. No need. It 1T cost much. These niche spiritual beasts aren't very popular, so the price 1T be too high. If it doesn't sell, maybe I can find a buyer and haggle for a better price. Zhao Duo puffed out her cheeks and looked at him skeptically. Really? Really? Lin Yan quickly held up 4 fingers, I swear. Both of them smiled at the same time. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Yan went to Hu Fangyuan's place as usual and attended classes all morning. It was tedious, but all practical knowledge. Hu Fangyuan was in poor health, and his voice sounded like a saw being dragged across wood. After speaking for a while, he had to catch his breath. Therefore, he never wasted words or beat around the bush. This was something Lin Yan greatly appreciated. After finishing the lecture, Hu Fangyuan picked up his teacup to moisten his throat. Have you looked into the Universal Expo? Lin Yan nodded. The high-speed rail ticket for this afternoon, I'll be there by tonight. The starting bid for the soul-devouring cicada is 10,000. I should be able to bid it down. He had specifically checked, and the usual auction price was around twice the starting bid. Even if it's particularly in demand, Lin Yan could accept 5 times the price. Chapter 98, Li Kuei and Li Gui. It's not that simple. Hu Fangyuan shook his head and pulled out a card. There's 1 million in the card. Take it as a backup. Lin Yan shook his head and smiled. You're pulling this trick too? Also? Hu Fangyuan smiled as well, though his expression was slightly unsettling. Who else could be as generous as your teacher? Lin Yan shook his head and took the card directly. It wasn't because he was being hypocritical, nor because he thought Zhao Duo's money was insufficient. After spending so much time together, he knew Hu Fangyuan's temperament well. If he didn't accept it, Hu Fangyuan would definitely be dissatisfied. He was like a precision instrument, calculating what was the most reasonable choice at that moment. That's why he had directly proposed that terrifying plan to change the spiritual vein yesterday. Lin Yan simply couldn't accept it, which is why he objected. Seeing Lin Yan accept the card, Hu Fangyuan nodded satisfactorily. The capital is a treacherous place, you must remain low-key. Lin Yan was speechless. I've always been low-key, okay? Hu Fangyuan looked at him without saying a word. The meaning was clear. During this back-to-school period, don't you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Do you need me to list them all for you? Lin Yan understood his gaze and quickly made a stop gesture. Stop. Those were all them provoking me, I was just defending myself. Hu Fangyuan smiled again. Just keep that in mind. In case you get into trouble again. Don't worry, the school and I will always be your strong backing. This time, Lin Yan nodded seriously. Although he had encountered many scum, he had met even more good people. After eating dinner at the rental house. After bidding farewell to Zhaduo, Lin Yan entered the high-speed rail station. He didn't plan to notify the others. It was just a minor matter anyway. Lin Yan looked at the red exclamation mark on the chat page with Qin Ruoyu on his phone screen, feeling a bit down. Zhao Ziwei said she had taken a long sick leave. What kind of illness could she possibly have that would drive her to such extremes? Does she even have the courage to face him? After this matter is settled, he would go find her when he returned home for the Holy Imperial Festival. Lin Yan thought to himself that after the Holy Guardian Festival, it would be time for the exchange competition with the Eastern Japan Kingdom. This competition has attracted a great deal of attention both domestically and internationally. Everyone wants to see whether the Dragon Kingdom's beast-taming prowess has progressed or regressed. To put it bluntly, this would determine the future international landscape. Small nations were waiting to align themselves with the powerful, while major powers were eyeing opportunities to exploit resources. This decisive battle. Lin Yan has no reason to lose. Lin Yan turned off his phone, leaned against the car window, and closed his eyes. Jinwu City was in the north, not too far from the capital. The drive takes 2 hours. By the time they arrived in the capital city, it should be around 7 o'clock, just in time for the Wanling Expo auction to begin at 8. The auction is likely to go until midnight, so Lin Yan decided to catch some sleep first. The girl beside him was quietly watching a TV show on her tablet. Seeing that Lin Yan was about to sleep, she took out her headphones from her bag and put them on. Lin Yan nodded and smiled at the girl in gratitude. The girl blushed and shyly looked away. He had just fallen asleep when someone tapped Lin Yan on the shoulder with considerable force. Lin Yan opened his eyes irritably, and the murderous intent in his eyes startled the person. What are you staring at? A greasy-looking man stood before Lin Yan, speaking in a bold and arrogant manner. I want that window seat. You move over there. Following the direction of the fat man's finger, Lin Yan saw a slightly crowded spot. The elderly couple beside him had taken off their shoes, releasing a wisp of white smoke. Just looking at it, one could sense the odor. No way. Lin Yan held his breath and squinted his eyes. Take your hand away if you still want it. The fat man was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yan to be so assertive. Glancing at the cute girl beside Lin Yan, the fat man swallowed hard and shouted. Get out of here and make room for me. Do you know who I am? Lin Yan chuckled and asked. Who are you? The fat man crossed his arms, looking proud. Which school are you from? Do you know about Jinwu University? My name is Lin Yi. I'm the freshman representative and head of the disciplinary committee at Jinwu University. He is my older brother. Lin Yan hadn't reacted yet when the cute girl next to him suddenly gasped, staring intently at the fat man. There were many college students in the carriage, all turning to look at the fat man. No wonder the name Lin Yan was simply too famous. It could be said that there were few college students in Longwei today who didn't know that name. Moreover, in many student circles, Lin Yan is secretly regarded as a spiritual leader. He was seen as a symbol of resistance against wealthy second-generation students and unethical teachers. Videos of Lin Yan's battles are widely circulated. However, there aren't many photos or videos of him himself. Some secretly taken photos are limited to his back. The image of Lin Yan circulating outside is still from the video interview with Jinyu. However, Lin Yan's spiritual veins were damaged, his spiritual energy was drained, and he had been bedridden for 3 days. At this time, his face was pale, his eye bags were swollen, and his hair was disheveled. This does not match the image in the videos. Therefore, no one could recognize her. Are you scared? If you're scared, just give up your position. The fat man, seeing that everyone believed him halfway, began to boast. Otherwise, I'll have my brother beat you up. Lin Yan's smile grew even wider. Does Lin Yan know you're using his name to show off outside? The fat man paused for a moment, then grew furious. What are you talking about? Get up right now, or I'll call my brother. Do you dare to tell me which school you're from and what your name is? Lin Yan's smile faded as he slowly stood up and said. Jinwu University, Lin Yan. The train car erupted into chaos. The fat man paused for a moment, then sneered. You dare to impersonate my brother? You're finished. The cute girl was left speechless by the scene, staring at Lin Yan as he stood up. At that moment, there were students from Jinwu University in the carriage who had been laughing at the commotion. They had even recorded a video to post on the school forum. However, as Lin Yan stood up and recognized his face, they were so scared they couldn't even hold their phones steady. Yan Gu, it's really you. Several students from Jinwu University stepped forward, staring at Lin Yan in shock. The fat guy was completely dumbfounded by the scene. Could it be that he really is Lin Yan? Impossible. How could this be such a coincidence? It must be that these people are playing tricks, or they're all in on it. Thinking this, the fat man pulled out his phone and started taking photos of Lin Yan. Impersonating my brother, huh? You'll all pay for this. Lin Yan couldn't take it anymore and kicked the fat man hard in the stomach. The fat man fell to the ground, writhing in pain and screaming. You're finished. You, just wait and die. I'll make my brother Lin Yan break your legs. The commotion continued for a while. The train conductor heard the commotion and rushed over, asking urgently, "What's going on?" The fat man clung to the train attendant like a drowning man, pointing at Lin Yan and shouting, "This man is impersonating my brother Lin Yan and even attacked me. No, he kicked me." The conductor looked at the fat man lying on the ground, moaning in pain, then turned to Lin Yan. "Student, may I see your student ID?" Chapter 99, A Remarkable Thing. Sure. Lin Yan took out his student ID and handed it to the police officer. Everyone's gaze shifted to the conductor, including the cute girl standing next to Lin Yan. The conductor took out a verification device and scanned it, confirming the authenticity of the student ID. He then slowly read out the information on the ID card. First-year student at Jinwu University, Lin Yan. In an instant, a commotion erupted in the carriage. The cute girl widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Yan. She never would have imagined. The person sitting next to her was her idol, Lin Yan. "Can you sign my autograph?" The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her fists tightly. People in the carriage also pulled out their phones and started taking photos of Lin Yan. Holy cow! It's Lin Yan from Jinwu University. Our role model. Can we take a photo with you, Brother Yan? That's him. I'm from Arctic University. I saw him during the joint entrance exam for the 4 universities. He's so handsome. Go get his contact information for me. Look at that fat guy on the ground, trying to extort money from Yan Gu. Put. Disgusting. Which school are you from? What is your name? Hurry up and say it, or I'll kick you again. Some enthusiastic students rushed forward to threaten the fat guy. Everyone else also blared at him with hostile eyes. The fat guy felt a chill run down his spine the moment he heard the conductor shout out Lin Yan's name. He never expected to be so arrogant in front of the real deal. The fat man's pants were soaked with sweat, mixed with the smell of panic, instantly driving away those around him. Even the conductor covered his nose and took a few steps back. Lin Yan stood there, smiling coldly. Now explain yourself. Where did you get such a cousin? The fat man's face turned pale as he crawled up from the floor of the carriage. I was just pretending. I didn't know you were Lin Yan. Lin Yan frowned, pinching his nose, and used his toes to push him back, preventing him from approaching. Why did you do this? The fat man glanced nervously around and stammered. I just wanted to show off. I didn't mean anything else. I'm sorry, please let me go. I'll never do it again. I'm sorry. The fat man was so desperate he started banging his head on the ground. Lin Yan didn't stop him, but stepped aside to avoid the head banging and said to the police officer, "Officer, this person has damaged my reputation. How should we handle this?" The conductor thought for a moment and said, "I'll take him off the train and send him to the police station. However, if he refuses to admit it, relying solely on the train surveillance footage may not be sufficient to convict him. You may need to accompany him to the police station." Lin Yan frowned. "I'm in a hurry and don't have time to go to the police station." The police officer nodded and looked around. "In that case, please write a written report. Anyone here willing to come with me to the police station as a witness?" There were many students in the carriage, all out on a trip. Since they weren't in a hurry to begin with, they all raised their hands. I'm willing too. I took a video. I'll go too." A dozen or so students raised their hands, eager to join in the fun. The train police officer nodded. That should be enough. The high-speed train pulled into the station. The police officer led the overweight man and several student passengers off the train. The high-speed train resumed its journey. Lin Yan stared out the window, lost in thought. He didn't give the previous incident a second thought. The cute girl sitting next to him cleared her throat. Cough, The next second, a sticky note with a signature was handed over. Lin Yan turned to look at her. "You just asked me to sign something, right?" The cute girl looked at the signature in surprise and exclaimed, "Yes." Her eyes turned into stars as she looked at Lin Yan. She never expected it. Lin Yan is so talented and good-looking. And so detail-oriented. This man is nothing but a plus in every way. Are you heading to the capital? The next stop on the high-speed rail is the capital city. Lin Yan nodded and replied succinctly. Yes. There was a moment of silence. The cute girl felt a bit awkward and took the initiative to introduce herself. You haven't asked me my name yet. Lin Yan looked at her in surprise, then smiled. Sorry, may I ask your name? Fan Shuiying. The cute girl replied immediately. Hello, Fan Shuiying. Lin Yan nodded at her. They were now acquainted. Where's Lin Yan? At the entrance of Jinwu University, inside a rented apartment. Zhao Duo looked at Zhao Ziwu, who had suddenly paid a visit, and was taken aback. Ms. Zhao. Lin Yan has gone to Beijing. Zhao Ziwei was also aware of this rental house. Back when Lin Yan was unconscious and moved in, Zhao Ziwei had also come to visit him. Zhao Ziwei froze for a moment. Beijing? What's he doing in the capital city? Zhao Duo could only repeat what Lin Yan had told her. That's it. He bought that soul-devouring cicada and came back. Why don't you come back tomorrow to find him? Zhao Ziwei glanced at the surroundings of the rental house. It was quite cozy. It's too late. Zhao Ziwu turned and left. I'll go find him. She got off the high-speed train. Lin Yan politely declined Fan Shuiying's offer to give him a ride. She hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Wanling Expo. Upon arrival, the parking lot was already full. Many cars were stuck at the entrance, with traffic police maintaining order. The crowd was so dense that it was almost impossible to move, completely blocking the entrance to the expo. Lin Yan glanced at the time 7:50. There were only 10 minutes left before it started. He didn't expect there to be so many people. Aren't they supposed to be auctioning rare spiritual beasts? I thought no one would be interested. The driver lit a cigarette and laughed. All the rare and precious spiritual beasts in the country are being auctioned here. How could there not be so many people? You look like a student. Are you here on vacation? Take my advice, just go in and have a look. Don't buy anything under any circumstances. These spiritual beasts, while rare, are also extremely expensive. And they're practically useless. Lin Yan smiled. Indeed, I wouldn't buy anything useless. Beep beep. A car behind them honked impatiently. The driver stuck his head out the window. Honk your horn, can't you see we're stuck up front? Several people got out of the car behind and walked toward them. The taxi driver sneered and turned to Lin Yan, saying, Young man, I'll drop you off here. I have to run. If I don't, I'll get beaten up. Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He paid the fare and got out of the car. The men saw the taxi driver had left, glanced at Lin Yan, muttered curses under their breath, and got back into the car. Damn it, people from Beijing have such poor manners. Master, what are we doing here at this Wanling Expo? From the back seat, a man in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said with a smile. Su Ling from Yu Hall has been arrested. Have you heard? The others nodded. We know. Apparently, he tried to assassinate a college student but failed and instead got caught by the student and his people? The entire Moon Hall has been wiped out. I told you he was a good-for-nothing. He is just an amateur. The man in glasses pushed his glasses up and said calmly. Actually, there was a survivor who escaped from the Moon Hall. Yesterday, he found me. He showed me something incredible. Chapter 100, There's Another Master? The three people in the car looked at each other in disbelief. Who would have thought that another person would show up? Master, what is this incredible thing? The Moon Hall is so poor, what could they possibly have? We've requested funding multiple times, but the leader hasn't approved it. The man with glasses looked puzzled and said. They've created a legendary level spirit beast. Everyone's eyes widened in shock and they all exclaimed in unison. That's impossible. The God creation plan was already rejected by the leader. Could they have been secretly experimenting? Artificially enhancing bloodlines is strictly limited to the elite rank. Once it exceeds that, it will go out of control. This is an order from the leader, how dare they disobey? What use is a legendary tier spirit beast that is out of control? It'll eventually turn into a demon beast. Su Ling deserves to die. What does he think he is doing? The man in glasses showed no change in expression and continued. What if I told you that the legendary tier bloodline spirit beast hasn't gone out of control? Everyone stared at the man in glasses in shock. This time, they couldn't utter a word. The man in glasses chuckled lightly. Su Ling may not be strong in combat, but he's a genius in research. The stability value of that legendary bloodline spirit beast has exceeded 50%, making it usable. Once the experimental data is complete, we can begin the contract. But we never expected that the legendary bloodline spirit beast would be killed by a group of students. What a pity. The three of them realized, so that's why Su Ling flew into a rage and tried to assassinate that student? The man in glasses shook his head. Regardless of his intentions, the classified documents are now in our possession. The person who came to join us is named Lu Hua, and he's from the Lu family in the capital. According to him, Su Ling mentioned that artificially advancing to legendary tier bloodline requires a massive amount of spiritual energy. The three began to understand. So the purpose of our visit this time is. The time was now 7:55. The gates of the Wanling Expo opened, and the crowd that had been waiting for a long time rushed in. The man in glasses got out of the car, his gaze piercing through the crowd and walls, fixated on the auction hall. Soul-devouring cicada. To perfect the god-making plan, we must obtain it. Lin Yan entered the hall and received a numbered token in order. Number 866. A lucky number. However, it was also clear that there were many participants in the auction. Lin Yan found his seat, a spot toward the back of the tiered auditorium. As soon as he sat down, a young couple beside him started chatting. Are you here just to join the crowd? The two looked around excitedly. Most of the people here were just there for the spectacle. Especially since Lin Yan was so young and dressed so simply. He must be here for the same reason as them, just to join the crowd. Lin Yan smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. On stage, the host, dressed in a suit, took the stage and said into the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. The Wanling Expo auction is about to begin. Before that, please allow me to introduce the spiritual beasts that will be auctioned today. After a lengthy introduction, finally, the first rare spirit beast to be auctioned appeared. The host's magnetic voice rang out. This is an auxiliary type spirit beast, the spirit shield turtle. Don't underestimate support type spirit beasts. On the battlefield, support type spirit beast tamers are highly sought after. This spirit shield turtle can grant a shield to other spirit beasts. When paired with spirit beasts that have high health and defense, the effect is even more remarkable. Starting bid, $50 million. The auctioneer swung the gavel and struck it forcefully. A dozen bidders raised their paddles simultaneously, beginning the bidding. Soon, the starting bid of 50,000 yuan soared to 1 million yuan. Lin Yan couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Luckily, the starting bid for the soul-devouring cicada was only 10,000. Even if it had been 10 times that, I could still afford it. Soon, one after another, rare spirit beasts were auctioned off. Under Lin Yan's eager gaze, a miniature spirit beast was placed on the exhibition stand. After introducing so many spiritual beasts, the host was already feeling a bit parched. After taking a sip of tea, he began to introduce the spirit beast at a leisurely pace. The soul-devouring cicada. Although it belongs to the insect-type spirit beasts, its unique mechanism makes it quite popular for certain purposes. However, it is important to note that this spirit beast has no combat ability and no supportive effects. It can only increase its own spiritual energy reserves. Please bid cautiously. Starting bid, 100,000. Begin. As he finished speaking, a few people raised their bid cards. They were all from research institutes and scientific research companies. Obtaining this spirit beast was merely for experimental purposes. Lin Yan didn't rush to bid. He could tell. Those who raised their signs seemed disinterested and were going through the motions. It seemed like they didn't care whether they got it or not. All he had to do was wait for them to finish bidding. He could add a bit more money. He could then ask to take it. Each bid increases the price by 10,000. The current price has already reached 19,000. But those few people don't seem to be stopping yet. The young couple watching from the sidelines, after seeing so many auctions, also felt like giving it a try. You raise the bid, and I'll record a video to post on my social media. What if we actually win it? That's impossible. There are so many people bidding. It's okay, just hold it up. When the auctioneer calls our number, you can put it down. The girl pleaded insistently. The guy finally agreed. Lin Yan watched from the side, frowning. This is just causing trouble. If they bid once, he might have to spend an extra 10,000 yuan. The host on stage looked at everyone's bids and quickly announced. 21,000 for one bid, 21,000 for two bids. Bid number 95, 22,000. 22,000 once, 22,000 twice. At that moment, the couple raised their bid card, with the woman smiling and taking photos with her phone. The auctioneer shouted from the stage. Bid number 867, 230,000. Suddenly, the few people bidding in front simultaneously lowered their signs, clearly intending to withdraw from the bidding. The young couple panicked. This was something they hadn't anticipated. Seeing no one bidding, the auctioneer shouted. 23,000 once. 23,000 going twice. The young couple looked terrified and clung tightly to each other. They were just there on vacation, wanting to join the fun and post a photo on social media. How did they end up winning the bid? 23,000. To buy a bug-type spirit beast? And it's even a support-type one. That's such a rip-off. And they already have spirit beasts. What should we do? Can we back out of the auction? No way, we already signed the paperwork when we came in. Once you bid on it, you can't back out. The penalty fee would be a fortune. What should we do now? It's all your fault. You should have stopped me earlier. The young couple was already in despair, staring wide-eyed as the auctioneer called out. 23,000, 3 times. Lin Yan looked at the young couple beside him, just about to raise his bid card. Suddenly, from the front, a bid card was raised. Number 108, 240,000. Lin Yan froze for a moment. There's another expert? Chapter 101, Auction. The auctioneer smiled at bidder number 108. 24,000, once. 24,000, twice. Lin Yan took a deep breath and raised his paddle. The auctioneer's gaze shifted to Lin Yan. Bidder number 866, 25,000. A commotion erupted at the front of the tiered auditorium, with several people turning around to look for something. Their gaze eventually settled on Lin Yan, who was holding the bid card. Before the host could begin counting down, a few people at the front raised their signs again. Lin Yan, unwilling to be outdone, also raised his sign. The young couple beside him looked at Lin Yan in surprise and whispered, "Just play along, don't keep bidding. The auction rules are clear: if you bid on something, you have to pay for it. This worthless spirit beast isn't worth over 20,000. Listen to us, don't bid anymore." Lin Yan ignored them. As the people in front of him put down their bid cards, he raised his own again. The auctioneer was also taken aback. These two are really going at it? The price had already reached 28,000. Having worked at the auction house for so many years, he was well aware of the value of the spirit-devouring cicada. It wasn't worth nearly that much. At most, it was worth around the starting bid of $10,000. "Gentlemen, please slow down a bit, I can't keep up." The auctioneer made a joke to lighten the mood. The people in front didn't laugh. Instead, they gritted their teeth and said, "Master, I think this kid is doing this on purpose." The other two also echoed angrily. "That's right. Let me go teach him a lesson." Daring to deliberately inflate the price, he must be taught a lesson. The man in glasses raised his hand to silence them, speaking coldly. "What's the point of causing a scene here? Everyone sit down." The others reluctantly sat down. "Our budget for this is 5 million. As long as we can secure the soul-devouring cicada, this money will eventually come back. Keep bidding higher. It's just a kid, how much could he possibly have?" The bidding war between the two sides continued for several more rounds. When the auction price reached 60,000, the auctioneer, whose voice was hoarse, raised his hand and said, "The bidding price has already exceeded 3 times the starting bid. To avoid delaying the auction schedule, the next bid increase is $10,000. A slight stir arose among all the bidders present. Surprisingly, none of the rare and powerful spirit beasts that had been auctioned earlier had gone through so many rounds of bidding. Instead, it had gotten stuck on this mediocre support-type insect-type spirit beast. When did this trash become so in demand? Lin Yan didn't hesitate and raised his bid again. The price reached 70,000. If he acted decisively enough, he might just scare them off. But his hopes were dashed. The sign in front of him was raised again. The buzz in the crowd grew once more, with some already mockingly glancing at Lin Yan and the bespectacled man. 2 country bumpkins, daring to bid 70,000 for a worthless spirit beast. They've never seen the world. The host was unfazed by the scene, surprised that bidding had already begun before the final spirit beast had even made an appearance. The bidding signs on both sides were already filled with tension. Lin Yan's palms were already sweating slightly. He only had 1 million. At most, he could bid 2 more rounds before having to use the funds provided by Professor Hu. He had no idea how much the people on the other side were willing to pay for this spirit-devouring cicada. The bidding price kept rising, quickly reaching 2 million. At this point, Lin Yan only had 1 million left. If he couldn't hold on for 5 more rounds, he wouldn't be able to keep going. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out again. "Hold on a moment, both of you. It's clear that both of you really like this soul-devouring cicada. But a spirit-devouring cicada can't be split in half and given to both parties. To keep the auction on schedule, we need to change the bidding rules again. Let's switch to direct bidding. If either party has a desired price, they can call it out directly." All eyes in the room were fixed on the two of them. Lin Yan snorted coldly, raised his bid card, and shouted, 3 million. This was all he had. Now it was up to the other party to see if they dared to match it. If they dared to match it, he would have to give up. Then he would wait for the next soul-devouring cicada to appear or find another way. However, as the sign in front of him was raised, Lin Yan lost the bet again. 5 million. The man in glasses' voice echoed through the auction hall, causing a stir among the crowd. A soul-devouring cicada that started at 10,000 had been bid up 50 times its original price, reaching a staggering 5 million? This time, it's probably going to make the news tomorrow. The man in glasses remained expressionless, appearing calm and composed, but the few people beside him grew anxious. "What? Boss, we only have 5 million. He only bid 3 million. Let's go for 350 million, or even 4 million. Exactly, what if he only has 3 million? The man in glasses shook his head. Judging by his demeanor, he must have a strong hand. I'll just show my bottom card. If he still has money, we'll walk away. If he doesn't dare to match the price, this soul-devouring cicada is ours. There's nothing more to say. The three of them held their breath, silently praying that Lin Yan wouldn't raise his bid again. As they had anticipated, Lin Yan sighed, placed his bid card back on the table, and stood up to leave. Those who witnessed this scene immediately grew excited. Master, that kid is leaving. He is giving up. Ha ha ha, he's out of money. His chips aren't as many as ours. The soul-devouring cicada is ours. The god-making plan will flourish in our hands. The master was right. 5 million is nothing. Sooner or later, this world will be ours. Listening to the others chatter, the man in glasses also let a smile flicker across his face. Sure enough, he had one. Although there was a minor setback, the outcome was perfect. Seeing that Lin Yan hadn't raised his bid again, the host sighed in relief. The auction was finally over. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million three. Surprisingly, a bid card was quietly raised from the last row in the corner of the hall. 6 million. Lin Yan looked toward the corner in surprise. Could there be another high bidder? But the voice sounded familiar. The man in glasses froze with a smile on his face, and the three people beside him also fell silent, staring at the back row. It was a woman, a very beautiful woman. At just 6 million, she had ended the auction. Let's go. The man in glasses spoke coldly, without a trace of emotion. The three followed him in silence. As they passed by Lin Yan, they all gave her a lingering glance. They then took a long, appraising look at the woman in the corner. The host, who had just started to feel nervous, relaxed again and spoke faster and faster. 6 million once, 6 million twice, 6 million three times. Sold. The auction hammer came down with a loud thud. Sold. Let us congratulate lady number 998 for successfully bidding on this soul-devouring cicada. Chapter 102, Surrounded. The auction hadn't ended yet. The area outside the Wanling Expo was deserted. The moon was bright, and the autumn wind had a hint of coolness. Lin Yan hurriedly caught up to the graceful figure ahead and exclaimed with delight. Mr. Zhao. Zhao Ziwei snapped back to reality, smiled at Lin Yan, and didn't say a word. Lin Yan felt a bit uneasy under her smile and scratched his head. Thank you, Ms. Zhao. Although he didn't know why Zhao Ziwei was here, if she hadn't intervened at the last moment and purchased the soul-devouring cicada for 6 million yuan. The soul-devouring cicada would have truly fallen into someone else's hands. What are you thanking me for? Zhao Ziwei smiled at Lin Yan. You're too self-centered. I never said I bought the soul-devouring cicada for you. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Ms. Zhao, I didn't mention the soul-devouring cicada at all. Zhao Ziwu fell silent, staring at Lin Yan for a moment. She flipped her hand, and a completely black insect-type spirit beast appeared in her palm. It was the soul-devouring cicada. Here, take it. Zhao Ziwu's face lost its smile, but her tone was more sincere than before. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to the capital? Lin Yan was about to speak, but she interrupted him again and asked. Why didn't you tell me about the soul-devouring cicada? Why won't you borrow money from me? After repeated questioning, Lin Yan was left speechless. Zhao Ziwei didn't seem to expect an answer either and turned to leave. Lin Yan hurried after her. Actually, his approach wasn't wrong. But now that Zhao Ziwei had asked, it had become a problem. The two walked one in front of the other, neither saying a word. They walked all the way to a park. Zhao Ziwei finally slowed her pace and asked without turning her head. Why are you following me? Lin Yan opened his mouth, thought for a moment, and said. I don't know either. Zhao Ziwei suddenly laughed out loud, turned around to look at him. That's an honest answer. Lin Yan gave a sheepish smile and scratched his head. Zhao Ziwei sighed softly. Back when she first met Lin Yan in Nanling City, she had felt that this young man, though outwardly carefree, was actually very strong-willed and highly self-respecting. However, this wasn't necessarily a good quality. Because Lin Yan had no background and no resources. In other words, just like this auction, he didn't have many cards to play. Even if he couldn't win the auction for the soul-devouring cicada, he wouldn't ask to borrow money. He'd rather die with dignity than live in shame. In the future, he will lose many things because of his pride. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Lin Yan looked into Zhao Ziwu's eyes and said again. This time, I didn't think things through. I thought the money I had was enough to buy the soul-devouring cicada. Next time, no matter what I do, I won't keep it from you. Zhao Ziwei was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Yan to admit his mistake voluntarily. That's good. Zhao Ziwu nodded, feeling much better. Don't forget to return the 6 million to me. Ha? Lin Yan opened his mouth. He had to pay it back? I thought it was a gift. What are you talking about? Zhao Ziwei reached out and tapped Lin Yan on the head. From now on, I'm your creditor. Paying back a creditor is only fair. Don't even think about leaving me until you've paid it all back. Zhao Ziwei waved her hand. Let us try the soul-devouring cicada first and see if it works. After that round of bidding ended, Zhao Ziwu went to the backstage to pay, then obtained the soul-devouring cicada. Lin Yan nodded, took out the soul-devouring cicada, and attempted to communicate with the core of the insect nest to contract this spirit beast. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaching from all directions interrupted Lin Yan's contract process. You two are indeed in cahoots. Master, I didn't misjudge him. This kid is Lin Yan from Jinwu University. The man beside him is a teacher from Jinwu University. The four men in glasses appeared, accompanied by a group of intimidating beast tamers. One of the weaker beast tamers, hiding behind the man in glasses, whispered something. The glasses-wearing man's expression suddenly turned fierce. It was them who sent Su Ling inside. What a small world. Although his relationship with Su Ling was only superficial, they were still part of the same organization. If Su Ling was captured, he might never be released or even die inside. The man in glasses felt a pang of sympathy for the underdog. If you don't have any help, you'll die here tonight. The man in glasses said coldly. He was a master-level beast tamer, with combat prowess surpassing even Su Ling's. There were countless diamond-tier beast masters surrounding them. Dealing with the two of them was more than enough. Zhao Ziwei looked around and reminded them. Do you know the forces behind the Wanling Expo? They wouldn't tolerate such a heinous act as killing bidders to seize auction items. If you kill us, not only the Imperial Guard of the capital, the Beastmaster Association, and the True Martial University will not spare you. The forces behind the Wanling Expo won't spare you either. You'll just have to wait to be hunted down by them all. Poof. The man in glasses pushed his glasses up and said with a smile. Do you think the Blood Eye Society would fear them? Zhao Ziwu's pupils contracted slightly. It was the Blood Eye Society again. What do these madmen want? Was this encounter a coincidence, or were they here on purpose? They're about to move. This time, Zhao Ziwu didn't say anything like you go first, I'll cover the rear. She spoke directly to Lin Yan. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Lin Yan raised his hand, and a swarm of wormholes appeared around him. However, this time, the biomass hadn't been replenished. His combat power would be severely weakened. The man in glasses sneered coldly and said to those around him. Quickly end the battle, kill him, and avenge Su Tangzhu. Just as they were about to act, suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the distance. What are you doing? Stop. The voice sounded like that of a park security guard. The man in glasses was about to deal with the source of the voice. The next moment, a powerful spiritual energy surged toward them. The might of his cultivation realm was plain for all to see. King's realm. This is bad, let's get out of here. The man in glasses gritted his teeth and growled. Those around him reacted swiftly, quickly withdrawing their hands. They scattered in all directions. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned by the scene, retracting the wormhole and exchanging a glance with Zhao Ziwu. They just left like that? Soon, from the direction of the sound, a cute girl and an old man with white hair appeared before them. This old man was none other than the Beastmaster of the Sovereign Realm. May I ask who you are, senior? Zhao Ziwei bowed politely. The old man remained silent, shook his head, and looked at the cute girl beside him. The cute girl smiled at Lin Yan. I didn't expect it to be you. The auction was a bit far away, so I didn't dare to recognize you. Seeing Lin Yan staring blankly, the cute girl puffed out her cheeks. Hey, you haven't forgotten who I am, have you? Lin Yan snapped back to reality. Fan Shuiying, what are you doing here? Chapter 103, Temporary Boyfriend? The young woman in front of him was none other than Fan Shuiying, the girl who had asked for his autograph on the high-speed train. This is my home. Fan Shuiying smiled sweetly at Lin Yan, who was speechless with shock. What a coincidence. I never expected you'd be here too. Lin Yan looked at the brightly lit Wanling Expo behind Fan Shuiying and was somewhat stunned. He never expected that the girl he had randomly met on the high-speed train. She was actually a wealthy, beautiful heiress. Zhao Ziwei also looked at Lin Yan with some surprise. How did he end up connected to the Fan family? This guy never stays still wherever he goes. However, it was fortunate that the Fan family intervened this time, allowing them to escape danger. Thinking of this, Zhao Ziwu furrowed her brows, her heart tightening. The Blood Eye had been dormant for so many years. Yet recently, they've been emerging one after another. What exactly are they up to? This matter must be reported to the association to draw the attention of higher-ups. A soft cough interrupted Zhao Ziwu's thoughts. Fan Shuiying turned to the elderly man beside her and said, Second uncle, you should go back first. The old man chuckled, gave Lin Yan a meaningful glance, then turned and walked away with his hands behind his back. Fan Shuiying looked at Lin Yan with a smile in her eyes, not rushing to speak, but glancing at Zhao Ziwu instead. Zhao Ziwu immediately understood and said, I'll go take a look over there. With that, she left decisively. Lin Yan sighed helplessly, glancing at Fan Shuiying, and said, You've sent everyone away. What do you want to do? Fan Shuiying swayed her slender legs and, unusually, acted coy. I did you such a big favor. Aren't you going to repay me? Lin Yan paused for a moment, then blurted out. How should I repay you? Are you asking me to marry you? Fan Shuiying snapped her fingers, her eyes sparkling. Bingo! This is going smoother than I expected. You said it yourself. Lin Yan was taken aback and hurriedly asked. What do you mean? I was just joking. Fan Shuiying leaned in close, the expensive perfume making Lin Yan's nose itch. But I'm not joking. How about being my boyfriend? Lin Yan shook his head decisively. No way. Fan Shuiying wrinkled her nose and asked. Why? Am I not attractive enough? You're pretty. I have a lot of money. It has nothing to do with money. Lin Yan sighed helplessly. Miss Fan, two people need an emotional foundation to be together. Fan Shuiying was confused. I met you so late. Doesn't that mean I'll never compare to your childhood sweetheart? Lin Yan paused, unsure how to respond. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fan Shuiying covered her mouth, and her bell-like laughter rang out. I'm not teasing you anymore. Let us talk seriously. I've run into some trouble and need you to pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me to a gathering. What do you say? Just pretend to be my boyfriend? Lin Yan looked at the mischievous smile on the young girl's face and felt a bit suspicious. It'll only take up half of your morning tomorrow. Think of it as repayment for saving my life. Lin Yan thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Before the girl could react with surprise, Lin Yan added. But holding hands and kissing are extra. The girl's smile froze on her face. That evening, Lin Yan was assigned to a 5-star hotel near the Wanling Expo. Zhao Ziwei was staying in the room next door. Upon learning of Lin Yan's decision, Zhao Ziwei showed no reaction, only reminding Lin Yan to be careful. The capital was a treacherous place if one accidentally offended the wrong person. Even if the school intervenes, they won't be able to protect you. Lin Yan lay on the bed, his hands propped behind his head, lost in thought. Regarding tomorrow's gathering, Fan Shuiying had already made everything clear to him. It was a private gathering of the Fan family, attended only by family members. Elders have their own concerns, and the younger generation has its own worries. According to Fan Shuiying, there were many sisters of the same age in the family, and they would boast about their boyfriends at every gathering. She, however, had been single her entire life and had no common topics to discuss, leaving her feeling excluded and marginalized. After entering university, she too once yearned for sweet romance. However, the boys either felt intimidated by her status and appearance or were simply insecure, or perhaps there was something else going on. Few ever approached her. The few who did were of low quality. This gathering was more formal, with the cream of the crop from the clan attending. If Fan Shuiying went alone, she might end up sitting with the children. I wonder what the banquet will be like. Lin Yan sat up from the incredibly soft bed, feeling a headache coming on. Given the style of these wealthy individuals, they probably won't organize a human cockfight, will they? Make us outsiders compete on the spot to show off our beast taming skills? Lin Yan sighed. If that were the case, he might end up disappointing Fan Shuiying's expectations. He wasn't in peak condition right now without his biological reserves, his combat strength had dropped significantly. Lin Yan took out the soul-devouring cicada and moved his mind. An inexplicable contract was formed. The soul-devouring cicada vanished and appeared in the beast taming space, occupying a wormhole on its own. The next moment, a massive surge of spiritual energy filled the beast taming space and began to seep out, nourishing the damaged spiritual veins. The spirit veins were quickly repaired, and Lin Yan felt that his spiritual energy had more than doubled compared to before. Moreover, Lin Yan could sense that as both he and the soul-devouring cicada's ranks increased, their spiritual energy would grow exponentially. If I switch careers to become a psychic-type beast tamer, wouldn't I be unstoppable? Lin Yan shook his head with a smile. It's just talk. If you really made him change his spirit beast, he wouldn't want to. The issue of spiritual energy has been resolved. However, the banquet is tomorrow. How will we resolve the issue of biomass? Without a large military force to back him up, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel uneasy. If only I could run through the Red Sun Desert dungeon right now. Just as he was thinking this, the door to the presidential suite was knocked on. Lin Yan opened the door, surprised to see Zhao Ziwu arrive so late. Is there something you need, Ms. Zhao? Zhao Ziwu glanced past Lin Yan into the room, her expression slightly uneasy. Nothing, just checking if you're asleep. Lin Yan chuckled. Ms. Zhao, just say it straight. What's going on? Zhao Ziwei hesitated for a moment, her face turning slightly red as she lowered her head and said. There's a bug in my room. Lin Yan widened his eyes, not understanding. Then what? Zhao Ziwu grew annoyed. What do you mean then? There are bugs, that's what I'm saying. Lin Yan suddenly realized that this diamond-ranked beast tamer, a professor at the prestigious Shinwu University, was actually afraid of bugs? This is a 5-star hotel, the most expensive presidential suite. How could there be bugs? This hotel is probably also owned by the Fan family. Come with me and see for yourself. Zhao Ziwu led Lin Yan to the adjacent suite and pointed to the dark, bug-like creatures in the corner of the bathroom, saying, "There it is." Lin Yan leaned in to take a closer look and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He picked up a bug with his fingers and held it out in front of Zhao Ziwu, startling her. "Hold it away. Don't come closer." Lin Yan squeezed it tightly and laughed. "It's fake, just a decoration." It was probably Fan Shuiying who knew he was an insect-type beast tamer and had specially arranged an insect-themed suite. However, the staff misunderstood the instructions and ended up making both suites insect-themed. He casually tossed the plastic insects into the trash bin and asked the question on his mind. "Mr. Zhao, why aren't you afraid of the insect-type spirit beast I summoned?" They had fought side by side before. Lin Yan remembered clearly that Zhao Ziwei had shown no fear toward his Titan ant. Zhao Ziwei looked at the plastic insects in the trash can and said with a lingering sense of fear, "That's different. Those are spirit beasts, they're our allies. I'm not afraid of demonic beasts either, just kill them. But, these are ordinary bugs. I'm afraid of them." Chapter 104, The Dungeon Scroll. Arrival at Fan Family Manor. Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh as he gathered all the insect-shaped decorations in the entire suite and destroyed them. Zhao Ziwei checked twice to make sure nothing was missed, then waved her hand to dismiss everyone. "All right, you may leave." Seeing Lin Yan still standing there, she asked again, "Is there something else you need?" Lin Yan looked at Zhao Ziwu's calm and composed expression and was speechless. This was classic: use someone when you need them, and discard them when you don't. "Ms. Zhao, do you have any of those copy scrolls?" Lin Yan gestured with his hands, knowing that Zhao Tianhua had one. The ones with 20 bosses inside, meant to trick him. But he also understood that such items were likely very rare and not easily obtainable. However, Zhao Ziwei didn't disappoint him. She pulled out a golden scroll. "I have one. I made a copy of it in the dungeon hall at school before we left. It's the one you always go into, the Qiyang Desert Dungeon." Lin Yan was overjoyed, almost unable to believe his ears. "Really? How did you get this?" Without a trace of the insect, Zhao Ziwei regained her aloof demeanor. "Why so many questions? Just consider it an early birthday celebration for you." "Birthday?" Lin Yan thought for a moment. His birthday was the day before the Holy Imperial Festival, and the date was fast approaching. He never expected Zhao Ziwu to know his birthday. Even his own father might not remember. Once, on his birthday, his father, Lin Yuanshan, came back from fishing and saw a bowl of noodles on the table. He wolfed it down in a hurry. Then Lin Yan and his mom came out with the dishes and were both stunned. "Where's my longevity noodles?" "Thank you, Ms. Zhao." Lin Yan happily took the copy scroll and pulled out his phone to ask, "When's your birthday, Mr. Zhao?" "I'll write it down." Zhao Ziwei expressionlessly shut Lin Yan out the door. "Look it up yourself." Back in his room, Lin Yan rushed into the dungeon. He only had one night, and at the very least, he needed to gather the largest possible force, 35,000 troops. All night. He had to stay up all night. Upon entering the dungeon, a wave of heat hit him again. Lin Yan shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand, squinting slightly. Dense waves of enemies appeared all around him. Although the battle at Aiyu Mountain had cost them many insect soldiers, there were still a few thousand left. He couldn't say anything else, but they were definitely enough for clearing the dungeon. What surprised Lin Yan even more was that this dungeon scroll was the original, censored version from the dungeon hall. Everything else remained unchanged, except that the final boss had been removed. This was a good thing for Lin Yan. Anyway, he was planning to farm the boss anyway, as clearing out the minions is the best way to get materials. Time was tight, so Lin Yan urged his insect soldiers to charge at the bandaged mummies rushing toward them. Soon, kill notifications started appearing one after another. In this state, Lin Yan couldn't afford to rest. Standing on a sand dune, he kept an eye on the battlefield below. He adjusted the positions and coordination of the insect soldiers to increase the speed of killing the beasts. Once his forces had been reduced to a certain level, he used the biomass obtained to summon more insect soldiers. However, to speed up the process of defeating the monsters, Lin Yan summoned a horde of 1,000-foot mantises. They have high attack power, high mobility, high skill burst damage, and blood-sucking abilities, making them the perfect choice for clearing enemies. Wave after wave of bandaged mummies emerged from the pyramid tombs. They were then swiftly killed by the swarming insect soldiers. It just kept going like that. Time passed slowly. Finally, after grinding enough biomass points, Lin Yan yawned and logged out of the dungeon. Back in the presidential suite, the sky outside was just beginning to grow light. Glancing at the time, it was already 6 in the morning. Lin Yan was so tired that his eye bags were dark, lying on the bed in a big shape, and fell into a deep sleep. Just 5 minutes. The next second, the doorbell rang, and Fan Shuiying's voice came from outside the door. "Lin Yan, are you awake?" Lin Yan covered his face with a pillow and reluctantly got up. He hadn't even managed to sleep for 5 minutes. However, when he got up, he noticed that the sunlight outside was blindingly bright. Realizing something, Lin Yan looked at the time. It was already 10 in the morning. He had only slept for a second. How had 4 hours passed? How strange. After responding, Lin Yan quickly washed up and dressed neatly. When he opened the door, Fan Shuiying was still waiting there. Dressed in a stunning evening gown, her flawless makeup complemented her features perfectly. Lin Yan glanced at his own shabby outfit and furrowed his brows. Fan Shuiying noticed everything and smiled, saying, "It's okay. Our family isn't that snobby. We wouldn't look down on you just because you're dressed simply." Lin Yan finally relaxed and followed Fan Shuiying out. As they passed by Zhao Ziwei suite, they noticed that the door status had been changed to "please clean." She must not be inside. I wonder where she went. The two left the hotel and got into a luxury business car. They headed straight for a mansion. At that moment, Lin Yan finally understood what it meant to be part of a prominent family and what it meant to be wealthy beyond measure. The estate covered thousands of acres, with lawns stretching as far as the eye could see. Outside the estate gates, over 100 luxury cars were parked. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Yan knew he was there to attend a gathering, he would have thought he had come to the wrong place, like a car show. The two walked side by side into the estate. On the lawn, every few meters, there were small groups of family members chatting. They all greeted Fan Shuiying. Then their surprised glances fell on Lin Yan beside her, and they nodded at him. Lin Yan returned each greeting, feeling like a lowly servant. Suddenly, a slightly harsh voice rang out behind them. "Oh, isn't this Fan Shuiying? What's this? Did you bring your boyfriend back this time?" Lin Yan turned around and saw a woman dressed like a wealthy matron, sizing him up from head to toe and occasionally rolling her eyes. By her side, a fair-skinned, well-groomed young man with red lips and white teeth was holding her arm. Fan Shuiying, upon seeing the woman, didn't get angry. She smiled and said, "How has my second cousin been lately?" The woman ignored the question and turned to Lin Yan, asking, "Where did this guy come from? Did you hire him with your money?" Lin Yan stepped forward with a serious expression and said, "Of course not." Fan Shuiying hadn't paid a dime. She'd used her connections to get him. Fan Shuiying felt delighted inside, stepping forward to link her arm through Lin Yan's. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Yan, a student at Jinwu University." The wealthy woman was taken aback, her gaze toward Lin Yan growing serious as she nodded. No wonder. Even though the Fan family was a prominent clan with considerable wealth. But that didn't mean every young member of the clan was a genius. Due to the family's teachings, the clan wouldn't spend money to send them to Qinqing University or any other prestigious institution. If you're capable, you're capable. If you're not, you're not. So, many of the less talented younger generation end up attending ordinary universities. Fan Shuiying herself only managed to get into a first-tier university. Chapter 105, You Won't Even Call Me Grandfather? But the aristocratic woman looked down on Fan Shuiying with disdain. A top student from Jinwu University? How could he possibly be interested in you? After speaking, she swung her expensive handbag and left, joining another group of socialites to chat. Lin Yan's expression seemed rather unpleasant. Fan Shuiying shrugged indifferently. "It's nothing. My second cousin is just like that. She doesn't mean any harm." Lin Yan nodded. "There's no need to tell me that. She's your family. Besides, we're just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend." Fan Shuiying lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "I know." In the main hall of the estate, Fan Zhongtian, the head of the Fan family, leaned on his cane, his expression solemn as he watched the younger generation outside chatting and laughing. He sighed deeply. These days, the Fan family had grown in numbers, but their business had made no progress. Worse still, their foundational strength was slowly eroding. At its core, the root cause lies in the passing of the previous family head, his father. The family lacked a powerful beastmaster to lead them. He himself had average talent, and despite investing countless resources to select numerous epic tier and even legendary tier compatible spirit beasts, yet his cultivation realm remains at the king realm. The other family members serving the Fan clan are no stronger than him, also at the king realm. In the capital city, the king realm is simply insufficient. At the very least, one must be like the previous generation of clan leaders, who had a beastmaster at the half-step legendary realm. Only then could one establish a foothold in the capital and expand their business. But Fan Zhongtian looked at the younger generation on the lawn and knew that this wish was unattainable. The young members of the Fan family simply lack the necessary talent. Even if we pour in all our resources, they won't reach the level of a half-step legendary beastmaster. Therefore, in recent years, he had shifted his focus to the husbands of the female younger generation. If the Fan family could secure a son-in-law with extraordinary talent, they could focus on nurturing him. The problems of the Fan family would be easily resolved. Thinking of this, Fan Zhongtian tapped his walking stick on the floor with force and turned to ask the person beside him. "Has Qingqing returned with her husband?" The housekeeper paused for a moment before replying. The fourth miss said she would return, but Fan Zhongtian furrowed his brows. "But what? The butler took a step back, bending his waist even further. The fourth miss said she returned only to pay respects to her parents and will have no further ties with the family. Fan Zhongtian sighed and said, "She is still blaming me." The housekeeper dared not speak, only staring at Fan Zhongtian's lonely figure. This fourth miss of the Fan family had lost her parents at a young age. However, she possessed a natural talent for beast taming and had been admitted to a prestigious university in the capital during the college entrance exams. With a little more money, she could have entered the prestigious Qinghai University, one of the 4 top universities, and continued her studies with her childhood sweetheart. Unfortunately, according to the Fan family's ancestral rules, clan members were not allowed to spend money to enter schools that did not match their natural talent or academic achievements. Fan Qingqing's dreams were shattered. Sure enough, 6 months after enrolling, her childhood sweetheart found a new lover at Qinghai University and broke up with her. With many siblings in the Fan family and her parents absent, she had never been particularly favored. She left in a fit of anger, swearing never to return to the family. Last year, Fan Qingqing returned home to pay respects to her parents and brought back a boyfriend who claimed to be from the University of the Arctic. Fan Zhongtian saw an opportunity to cultivate talent and arranged for the two to become engaged, with the young man becoming a son-in-law of the Fan family. However, to everyone's surprise, Fan Qingqing firmly refused and even mocked the entire Fan family. This left Fan Zhongtian furious. Nevertheless, for the sake of the family's long-term future, they must still strive to secure Fan Qingqing and her boyfriend from the Arctic University. The Fan family's descendants are mediocre. We can only pin our hopes on outsiders. I wonder when Shuiying will bring back a grandson-in-law for me. The housekeeper, upon hearing this, immediately followed up. With Miss Fan's conditions, suitors would likely line up from the capital all the way to foreign countries. Selecting the best one from among these well-bred young men will be quite time-consuming and laborious. Miss Fan Shuiying is the only daughter of Fan Zhongtian's eldest son and has always been quite favored. This flattery was spot on. Sure enough, a rare smile appeared on Fan Zhongtian's face. "Ah, that's right. My Shuiying will definitely find an outstanding boyfriend." At that moment, a commotion erupted at the front gate, followed by what sounded like someone summoning a spirit beast. A loud crash followed, and someone let out a cry of pain. It was clear that the battle had been decided, and the loser was injured. "What's going on?" Fan Zhongtian, leaning on his cane, walked toward the commotion. The butler hurriedly summoned the bodyguards, who tightly protected Fan Zhongtian. They followed behind. The battle erupted suddenly. As a bystander, Lin Yan protected Fan Shuiying and stepped back a few paces. In an unnoticed corner, several bloodwing mad bees had secured the best vantage points. They were ready to strike at any moment. Fan Shuiying hid behind Lin Yan, watching the two fighting, and opened her mouth. "Why did fourth sister come back?" Whispers spread through the crowd. Lin Yan sorted through the information in his mind and roughly pieced together what had happened. The instigator was none other than the wealthy woman. However, the one lying on the ground was the noblewoman's handsome young companion. The spirit beast was also lying on the ground, wailing in pain. On the other side, the woman whom Fan Shuiying had addressed as fourth sister was accompanied by an expressionless young man, who was the one who had struck first. Behind him was a massive leopard-shaped spirit beast, which had just struck the young man and his spirit beast, severely injuring them. "Second sister, you're causing trouble as soon as you return. It seems you've forgotten that I'm no longer the little girl you could bully back then." Fan Qingqing's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed across the lawn. The surrounding whispers fell silent, and Lin Yan could hear the sound of people swallowing and their hearts racing. It seemed that many had once bullied her. The wealthy woman crouched beside the pale-faced man, glaring angrily at Fan Qingqing. "Fan Qingqing, you haven't come home for so long. Is this how you treat your older sister when you finally return?" Fan Qingqing glared at her coldly. "Sister? I, Fan Qingqing, have no sister, no family." At that moment, the crowd parted to make way. Fan Zhongtian appeared with his men. He glanced at the pale-faced man lying on the ground, waved his hand for them to carry him away, then turned his attention to the young man beside Fan Qingqing. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he exuded an extraordinary aura, and the spiritual beast behind him had a high bloodline. At first glance, he was clearly a prodigy. No wonder he was a top student at the University of the Arctic. "Qingqing, is this your boyfriend?" Fan Qingqing sneered. "After all this time, you're still so power-hungry. Back when I was in the Fan family, no one cared about me. I endured their bullying and mockery, and seeing you was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Now that I've dated a boyfriend from a prestigious university, your attitude has done a complete 180. The Fan family has fallen to this state, and you bear the primary responsibility." Fan Zhongtian's expression darkened slightly as he tapped his cane. "Now that things have come to this, you won't even call me grandfather?" Chapter 106, Are You Looking Down on Me? Everyone around them held their breath. After all, this was the head of the Fan family. Once he gets angry, no one dares to breathe loudly. Fan Qingqing sneered. "Get out of the way. I have returned this time to retrieve my parents' ashes and spirit tablet." It has nothing to do with the Fan family or you. Fan Zhongtian frowned, sighed, and was about to step aside. At that moment, the wealthy woman burst into tears and threw herself at Fan Zhongtian's feet. Grandfather, she is being so disrespectful to you. In her eyes now, there is no Fan family, no you, and no me as her older sister. Look at what the man she brought with her did to Xiao Shang. This can't just be swept under the rug. If we let this go, everyone in the Fan family act this way in the future? That would be chaos. These words struck Fan Zhongtian right in the heart. In the world of beast tamers, the strong reign supreme. He had managed to build up the Fan family's business in such an environment. It was all thanks to the rules. If this matter were to be swept under the rug today, the outsiders who have aligned themselves with the Fan family would start to harbor ambitions. Thinking of this, Fan Zhongtian tapped his cane and said solemnly, "Qingqing, apologize to your sister." Fan Qingqing snorted coldly. "Why should I apologize? Because I hit her worthless boyfriend? If you want to find a son-in-law to take over the family business, you should have done your homework. What a loser." The wealthy woman stared in disbelief, unable to believe that the once timid girl dared to speak to her like that. "You!" Fan Zhongtian was also enraged. "How dare you!" The spiritual energy of the sovereign realm surged forth, overwhelming everyone present. The old steward wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously said to Fan Qingqing, "Fourth miss, just give in." Fan Qingqing remained unmoved, glancing sideways at Fan Zhongtian. "What? Is Master Fan going to personally take action against us juniors? Do you want to invoke family discipline? Come on, my parents' spirit tablets are watching from the ancestral hall." Fan Zhongtian's body trembled as he pointed at Fan Qingqing, unable to speak for a long time. Suddenly, his body swayed and he was about to fall. Fan Shuiying rushed out from behind Lin Yan, grabbed Fan Zhongtian, and cried out, "Grandfather, what is wrong?" Fan Zhongtian was already elderly and had numerous underlying health issues. Although his cultivation level was high, years of medication had accumulated toxins in his body that were astonishing. In a fit of anger, his qi and blood surged upward, even his spiritual energy couldn't suppress it. Fan Shuiying, her eyes filled with tears, looked at Fan Qingqing. "Second sister, please speak to grandfather kindly. Grandfather is old, we shouldn't make him so angry." Fan Qingqing harbored resentment in her eyes. No one in the Fan family was worth a thing. "Stop pretending. Do you get tired of acting like a saint every day? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're just trying to curry favor with the old man so you can take over the Fan family's business in the future? If you don't move out of the way, don't blame me for not sparing your old age." After speaking, Fan Qingqing summoned her spirit beast, a white spirit dog leaping forth. "Wind-swallowing dog, clear the way." The wind-swallowing dog was surrounded by powerful winds, closing in step by step. The younger generation of the Fan family, with their mediocre abilities, dared not step forward to block its path. The elder family members, who were all outsiders, dared not lay a finger on their own kin. Fan Shuiying stood in front of Fan Zhongtian, who was fainting from the pressure, trembling with her body and closing her eyes tightly. She had no intention of intervening, nor was it necessary. She was only at the third stage of the Silver Realm. Her cousin, however, was already at the fifth rank of the Golden Realm. The gap in their cultivation levels was too great. She wouldn't summon her spirit beast to court trouble. She didn't want to end up hurting her own spirit beast for nothing. Lin Yan flickered his fingers, and the bloodwing mad bees hidden in the shadows shot out their stingers. They flew toward the front of the wind-swallowing dog. Sensing the danger, the swallowing winged dog was forced to halt its advance and retreat 2 steps. Several tail needles as sharp as steel pins embedded themselves into the ground. Fan Qingqing immediately grew alert, scanning her surroundings and coldly demanded, "Who's there?" Those around her hurriedly stepped back, afraid of provoking it. Fan Qingqing sneered. "What? Dare to do it but not own up to it? The Fan family, so you're all cowards." She had already stated that she was not a member of the Fan family. So it wasn't exactly a direct insult to herself. The surrounding Fan family members clenched their teeth in anger but dared not speak up. They couldn't beat them, so why humiliate themselves further? Excuse me. Lin Yan slowly stepped out of the crowd and walked over to Fan Shuiying's side. He hadn't forgotten that his mission this time was to play her boyfriend. The mission wasn't over yet, he had to fulfill his duty. "No need to rush to scold me, it was my doing." Lin Yan remained calm. "There were too many people earlier, and I couldn't push my way out in time." Fan Qingqing frowned at him. "You're not a member of the Fan family. Who are you?" Lin Yan kept his hands in his pockets, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fan Shuiying. "I'm her boyfriend, Lin Yan." Fan Qingqing frowned but didn't speak, seeming to be deep in thought. The young man beside her, however, changed his expression, looking at Lin Yan with a mix of surprise and suspicion. He was a second-year student at the University of the Arctic, and he had heard plenty about the name Lin Yan. Was it just a coincidence, or was it really him? Fan Qingqing sneered. "If you want to stand up for her, you better be prepared to take a beating." Lin Yan nodded. "Of course, but for the sake of fairness." I won't fight you one-on-one. Hearing this, Fan Qingqing scoffed. Another cowardly weakling. Lin Yan pointed expressionlessly at the young man beside Fan Qingqing. You're too weak. Let your boyfriend fight me instead. Even if he can only last one round, at least he'll lose with more dignity than you. Fan Qingqing seemed to have heard wrong, furrowing her brows and asking. What did you say? She turned to look at her boyfriend behind her, a mocking expression on her face. You want to fight A's one-on-one? You think you're worthy? If I'm not mistaken, you're just a silver-ranked beast tamer, aren't you? After observing Lin Yan's spiritual energy for a while, she was fairly certain that Lin Yan was only at the silver realm. Lin Yan nodded and admitted it openly. That's right, I'm at the silver realm. Fan Qingqing was about to mock him again. Just then, Lu Zhe suddenly tugged at her sleeve and whispered something in her ear. Fan Qingqing's brows furrowed even deeper as she looked at Lu Zhe in disbelief. Are you afraid of him? Lu Zhe sighed helplessly, about to say something else. Fan Qingqing suddenly broke free from his grip, exclaiming in frustration. I don't need you. I'll handle him myself. Let you go first. Make it quick. Upon hearing this, the people around them immediately stepped back, clearing the area for the confrontation. Lin Yan turned to look at Fan Shuiying and asked for her opinion. Fan Shuiying lowered her head and thought for a moment. She then noticed that Fan Zhongtian had regained his composure and nodded at her. Fan Shuiying said. After all, she's my sister. Don't be too harsh. Lin Yan nodded. Fan Qingqing heard this and sneered. Are you looking down on me? Chapter 107, still a one-hit kill. Regarding Lin Yan's strength. Fan Shuiying was well aware of this. She had even gone out of her way to find Lin Yan's match videos and watched quite a few of them. These videos all showed that facing off against Lin Yan never ended well. Fan Qingqing was not very familiar with the name Lin Yan. She was studying in Beijing and had her own circle of friends. The arrogant Fan Qingqing would never take any opponent seriously. So when Lu Zhe briefly mentioned Lin Yan's situation to her, Fan Qingqing remained unconvinced. Don't even think about begging for mercy later, or that these big shots from the Fan family will protect you. They're all opportunists who never show mercy to the weak. Lu Zhe opened his mouth, wanting to say more. But recalling Fan Qingqing's earlier gaze, he closed his mouth again. There was one more thing he hadn't mentioned. He had heard that Lin Yan's spiritual vein had been damaged and he had been in the hospital for several days. If that's true, then even if Fan Qingqing couldn't defeat Lin Yan, he was confident he could drive Lin Yan back and save Fan Qingqing. As a second-year university student and a Golden Realm beast tamer, dealing with a first-year Silver Realm student with a damaged spiritual vein should pose no problem. Lin Yan nodded and took a step forward. There's no point in talking. Let's just get started. Fan Qingqing had already spotted the few insect-type spirit beasts hiding in the corner and sneered. Can you contract 5 spirit beasts at the same time? Why insect-type spirit beasts? Is it because you can't contract stronger ones? The swallowing wind dog bared its teeth, lowered its head, and advanced step by step. Several wind blades condensed around them, slicing the faces of those nearby until they stung. Fan Qingqing is actually this strong? A top-tier university, though not as prestigious as the 4 major brands, but still far stronger than us. Terrifying. I heard that Fan Qingqing's grades aren't even top-notch at her school. How strong must the top students at those 4 prestigious universities be? I don't know. Listening to the whispers around him, Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled as he thought to himself. You'll see soon enough. I wonder how much of his strength he can unleash after his spiritual vein was damaged. Fan Zhongtian snapped back to his senses, suppressing the chaotic spiritual energy surging within him, and turned to look at Fan Shuiying. Shuiying, how strong is your boyfriend? He had also noticed Lin Yan's spirit beasts, just 5 insect-type spirit beasts hiding in the shadows of the estate. If he is not strong enough, we should replace him with someone stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Fan family's reputation couldn't afford to lose face multiple times. All the elite young disciples of the Fan family were no match for a traitor who had openly renounced the family. Where would the Fan family's face be? Fan Shuiying smiled and comforted him. Please don't worry. I can't guarantee anything else, but Lin Yan has never lost a fight. Of course, she was referring to fights against opponents of the same level. Lin Yan glanced at the crowd watching the fight and said, Please step back a few paces. Everyone quickly stepped back a few paces. Step back further. The crowd hesitated for a moment before stepping back a few more steps. Fan Shuiying helped Fan Zhongtian step back a few steps as well. Step back again. Everyone stepped back a few more steps, creating a sufficiently large space. Step back again. Some of the Fan family members were unhappy and stepped forward, saying, Back up? With just your few worthless spirit beasts, do you really need so much space? Making a step back this much, are you just waiting to lose so you can crawl into a crack in the ground? Everyone else also blared at Lin Yan with displeasure. They felt he was being too arrogant. Enough! Fan Zhongtian barked, and everyone fell silent. Then, the head of the Fan family took the initiative to step back. The others could only follow suit, clearing an entire patch of grass for the two of them. Playing tricks. Fan Xingqing crossed her arms and sneered coldly. Lin Yan slowly raised his hand. This gesture caused Lu Zhe's gaze to sharpen, and Fan Shuiying in the distance grew excited. They had all seen it in the video. This was Lin Yan's signature move. Who told you I only have 5 spirit beasts? Lin Yan spoke emotionlessly, enunciating each word clearly. And who said insect-type spirit beasts are weak? As soon as he finished speaking, dense wormholes appeared on the estate lawn, surrounding Lin Yan tightly. In the next instant, tens of thousands of insect-type spirit beasts emerged from within. Titan ants, bloodwing bees, 1,000-foot mantises. Instantly filling the entire lawn. Come on, you can go first. Lin Yan stood amidst the swarm of insects, gazing coldly at Fan Xingqing. The wind-swallowing dog was so terrified by the scene that it barked wildly, crouching low with its tail between its legs. Fan Xingqing snapped out of her shock, suppressing her fear, and ordered, "Swallow wind dog, attack." At this point, she couldn't back down. Even if she lost, she couldn't show weakness in front of the Fan family. The wind-swallowing dog glanced back at Fan Xingqing and let out a whimper. The swarm of insects was ahead. Sending it alone into the fray was no different from suicide. Fan Xingqing glared and ordered again. "What are you waiting for? Go!" Lu Zhe watched the scene with a frown. The members of the Fan family, who had retreated to the edge of the lawn, watched the scene in utter shock. Goodness gracious! There are way too many of them. Is this even a beast master? This guy must have assembled his own army. Fan Zhongtian stared at Lin Yan with a solemn expression. Yu Guangzhong caught a glimpse of his granddaughter joyfully pumping her fist and cheering, and a smile crept onto his lips. Shuiying has found a good husband. This young man's beast taming talent is so terrifying. His future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. As long as we keep a tight grip on him, the rise of the Fan family is within reach. On the grassy battlefield, the wind-swallowing dog, surrounded by wind blades, charged toward Lin Yan with determination. The insect nest suddenly moved, rushing forward like a tsunami crashing against the shore. The wind-swallowing dog was instantly submerged. After exhausting all efforts to replace several Titan giant ants, they were all killed by the 1,000-foot mantises that arrived shortly after. Wind-swallowing dog, dead. You have successfully killed the level 25 epic bloodline spirit beast swallowing wind dog. Biomass +0, experience +1,000. The kill notification popped up. Lin Yan showed no surprise. He was now at his peak condition. Lu Zhe saw this and inwardly cursed. This is bad. Rumors are unreliable. Lin Yan's current state shows no signs of his spiritual vein being damaged. Moreover, looking at the attributes of this insect-like spirit beast, it's even stronger than before. Fan Xingqing was also taken aback when she saw the swallowing wind dog get instantly killed. She is a golden realm beast tamer. The opponent was merely a silver realm practitioner. How could she be killed in an instant? Lu Zhe walked over to her with a wry smile. That's the true strength of the top freshman at Jinwu University. Fan Xingqing snapped back to her senses and glared at Lu Zhe. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me too? Does attending a prestigious university automatically make you better than a top-tier university? Don't forget, you were the one who lost to me back then. Lu Zhe shook his head. If it hadn't been for love, he never would have lost. Only she couldn't see it herself. Chapter 108, A Man's Unspoken Understanding. Lu Zhe, go on, teach him a lesson for me. Fan Xingqing's lips trickled a thread of blood as she glared at Lin Yan with hatred. She scanned the crowd of Fan family members watching the fight, her heart aching with pain. Though they were far away, she could see the contempt in their eyes and hear their whispers mocking her. Fan Xingqing clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, and gritted her teeth, saying, Lu Zhe, didn't you hear me? Do you also want to see me humiliated? Lu Zhe looked at Lin Yan amidst the swarm of insects and felt a sense of helplessness. I can't beat him. Joking aside, he was only an average student at the University of the Arctic. On the first day of school, Lin Yan had already defeated Lu Jia, who was ranked 10th in his sophomore year. He wasn't even worth considering. Let us break up. Fan Xingqing looked at Lu Zhe with disappointment. This man had once said how much he loved her, but in a moment of crisis, he wasn't willing to stand up for her. Lu Zhe sighed and walked away. He looked at Lin Yan, and the two exchanged glances. Lin Yan seemed to understand Lu Zhe's gaze and smiled gently. Lu Zhe's eyes were filled with helplessness. Could he really see Lin Yan give him a subtle wink? There was no time to think further. Lu Zhe comforted Fan Xingqing and summoned his spirit beast. Come out, Thunder Leopard. A leopard covered in purple patterns appeared. Attack! With a simple command, the Thunder Leopard looked at the swarm of insect creatures before it, hesitated for a moment, then charged forward. As expected, dense swarms of Titan ants instantly surrounded the Thunder Leopard. A few seconds later, the Titan ants retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind the Thunder Leopard, covered in blood. I lost. Lu Zhe looked at the thunder leopard, which had only superficial wounds and no internal injuries, and spoke thoughtfully. With a flick of his mind, he summoned the thunder leopard back into his beast taming space. Fan Xingqing seemed to still be in shock. The death of the wind-swallowing dog had dealt a double blow to her mind and body. Now, Lu Zhe, who was not only from a prestigious university but also a year senior to her, had been easily defeated. Fan Xingqing closed her eyes, tilted her head, and collapsed backward. Lu Zhe hurriedly caught her and then looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan raised his hand, summoning all the insect soldiers back, and said to him, "Take her back." Lu Zhe looked at Lin Yan with gratitude and said, "Thank you." He then carried the unconscious Fan Xingqing away. After recalling the insect soldiers, Lin Yan walked toward Fan Shuiying. However, he noticed that all the members of the Fan family were staring intently at him. A moment of silence fell. Lin Yan scratched his head awkwardly and approached Fan Shuiying. "Why are you all staring at me?" Fan Shuiying felt inexplicably shy and pulled on Lin Yan's sleeve, whispering, "Second cousin came back last time and caused such a commotion that no one could control her. Luckily you were here this time. Otherwise, if the attendants had to restrain her, it might have caused a scandal that would reflect badly on the Fan family. In any case, you did very well this time." Lin Yan heard the praise and felt a stir in his heart. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to say the famous line, "You should get paid extra." Cough cough. Fan Zhongtian, leaning on his cane, walked over. "You must be Shuiying's boyfriend, right?" Lin Yan nodded. After all, one must honor a contract. "Yes, grandfather." Hearing this title, Fan Zhongtian's old face broke into a wide smile. "If the Fan family had a son as outstanding as you, I would die with no regrets." Fan Shuiying shook his arm and said, "Grandfather, don't say that. You must live a long and healthy life." Fan Zhongtian smiled broadly at Lin Yan, growing more pleased with each glance. "Where are you from? What do your parents do?" Lin Yan answered each question in turn. This made Fan Zhongtian even more pleased. A clean and ordinary family background, he was the perfect match. "Take good care of Shuiying from now on. I'll have her parents visit your family soon, and once you graduate, we'll start discussing the wedding arrangements." Fan Zhongtian held Lin Yan's hand, his face never losing its smile. "You won't have to worry about a car or a house." Fan Shuiying blushed and hurriedly interrupted. "Enough, grandfather, what are you saying? We're still dating. Let us not talk about that yet." Fan Zhongtian smiled broadly. "Alright, let us not talk about it anymore." After chatting for a moment, at the urging of the family doctor, they took Fan Zhongtian away for an examination. The wealthy woman timed her approach perfectly, walking over with a forced smile on her face as she looked at Fan Shuiying, but her eyes kept glancing toward Lin Yan. "Shuiying, how long have the two of you been together?" Fan Shuiying froze for a moment and instinctively looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan remained composed, giving a faint smile. "For some time now." The wealthy woman smiled slightly, took Fan Shuiying's hand. "It was your cousin who was wrong earlier. She has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. She didn't mean anything by it. Don't take it to heart." Judging by Fan Zhongtian's reaction earlier, Fan Shuiying would undoubtedly become the rightful head of the Fan family in the future. As the saying goes, a woman's status rises with her husband's. "Cousin, we have other matters to attend to. We'll discuss this later." Fan Shuiying didn't want to deal with him and pulled Lin Yan away. The noblewoman stood behind her, smiling and waving her hand. "It's fine. You two go ahead and take care of your business. My matters aren't important. It's time. I should go." Outside the Fan family estate, Lin Yan looked at Fan Shuiying and said. This also meant that their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend had come to an end. No, it should be the end of pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Fan Shuiying looked at Lin Yan with a touch of reluctance but couldn't bring herself to ask him to stay. She had already caused him enough trouble. If she said anything else, it would make her seem greedy. "When will you be coming back to the capital next time?" Fan Shuiying lowered her head, and the sadness of parting welled up in her heart. Lin Yan kept his hands in his pockets and smiled. "I don't know either. Who can say what the future holds?" Fan Shuiying nodded silently, looking at Lin Yan, tears welling up in her eyes. On her phone, Zhao Ziwei asked Lin Yan where he was. She had booked high-speed train tickets for the two of them to return to Jinwu City at noon. The train was about to depart. "I'll be there soon." Lin Yan sent a message and waved goodbye to Fan Shuiying. "I'm leaving. You go back." Fan Shuiying watched Lin Yan get on the train and leave. She opened her mouth to say something, but the car had already driven away. She could only wave goodbye as he drove away. "Can you give me a hug? If only I had asked for that when we were at the estate." Fan Shuiying felt a bit regretful. On the high-speed train, Zhao Ziwei was in a bad mood, staring out the window without saying a word. Lin Yan didn't dare to disturb her, so he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. When she opened her eyes again, the high-speed train had already arrived at the station. They got off the train and walked out of the square. They arrived directly at the school gates, where the massive shadow of the black tortoise still loomed overhead. Welcome back. Zhao Ziwei finally spoke to Lin Yan for the first time since their return, walking toward the school grounds in her high heels. Lin Yan hurried to follow her. Chapter 109, Lu Jie's Return. Zhao Duo had already moved back to school from the rental house. Lin Yan returned to the dormitory and found that the three of them weren't there. It had been a long time since he had stayed in the dormitory. For a moment, it felt unfamiliar. After lying on the bed for a while, the dorm room door opened. Tang Tianyu looked at Lin Yan and exclaimed with surprise. "You're back." Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng also walked in, and upon seeing Lin Yan, their eyes lit up. "Yan Gu, how is it going?" Lin Yan knew they were asking about his spiritual vein and nodded. "It's healed." The three were thrilled. Really? A damaged spiritual vein was no small matter. How could it be healed so quickly? The three exchanged glances, each with a peculiar expression on their faces. Lin Yan noticed this immediately and asked with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" Tang Tianyu smiled and leaned against the table, saying, "It's not really a big deal. It's just, Lu Jie has been discharged from the hospital." Lu Jie has been discharged from the hospital? Lin Yan paused for a moment before remembering. After Lu Jie's spirit beast was instantly killed by him, the dual blows to his spiritual power and psyche left him unconscious and hospitalized. Who would have thought there would be a silver lining? Thinking about it, it made sense. He had natural talent, and his family had a strong background. Although recontracting a spirit beast is a bit troublesome, it's not a big deal for the Lu family of the capital. An epic tier bloodline spirit beast could be purchased with ease. Han Xiaofeng pursed his lips and said, "I wonder how he managed it." Lu Jie spent a fortune to buy him a dragon-type spirit beast with a trace of legendary grade bloodline. Li Jueming sighed as well. That kid really has good luck. The Lu family even prepared a secret realm for him alone. By now, he's probably already maxed out the new spirit beast's level. Tang Tianyu looked at Lin Yan with a hint of concern in his eyes. Lu Jie has really changed these days. Though I know you're not afraid of him, it's still best to avoid any conflicts. The three nodded in unison. Lin Yan smiled, understanding their meaning. They weren't afraid that he couldn't defeat Lu Jie. They were afraid he might kill Lu Jie's new spirit beast again. The Lu family had gone all out this time. If Lu Jie were to be rendered useless again, the Lu family might not be able to resist taking action. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lin Yan smiled. As long as Lu Jie doesn't do anything reckless, he won't die. They chatted casually for a while longer. Lin Yan walked out of the dormitory and headed straight for the dungeon hall. As his level increased, so did the strength of his opponents. His sense of security grew increasingly fragile. In his previous life, he had come across a saying, "All fear stems from insufficient firepower." And Lin Yan's loss of security stemmed from a lack of firepower. This problem was also easy to solve. Grind dungeons. By grinding dungeons, one can accumulate a large amount of biomass. By then, legendary bloodlines and diamond tier experts. All will be overwhelmed by his sea of insects. Enter the dungeon hall. The staff member on duty today was still the same girl. When she saw Lin Yan, she was taken aback for a moment. "You? What are you doing here?" Lin Yan went about his usual registration and smiled. "What's the matter? Can't I come?" The staff member quickly shook her head. "Of course not. I was just worried about your injury." "Oh, right, your copy has been approved. You don't need to register anymore. The key is with you, right? Just go ahead." Lin Yan finally remembered that Zhao Ziwei had already persuaded him to take the long-term review of the copy key. After finding the key in his pocket, Lin Yan remembered the copy scroll. Carrying a copy around with you really does have its drawbacks. After using it, it entered a cooldown period. The duration was a full 3 days. Moreover, compared to the number of low-tier magical beasts, it was significantly lower than a proper copy. If possible, it's better to go to the dungeon hall to level up. Dungeon Scarlet Sun Desert. The bandaged mummy let out a low growl and charged toward Lin Yan. Behind it, a dense swarm of insectoid troops roared and charged forward. Kill notifications flashed one after another before his eyes, and his biomass continued to rise. Lin Yan stood with his hands on his hips, watching the bloody battlefield with satisfaction. The sound of that bandaged mummy is getting better and better the more I hear it. Lu Jie stepped out of an extended Hummer. He looked up at the shadow of the black tortoise hovering above the school square and composed himself. An elderly man got out of the passenger seat and walked over to Lu Jie, instructing him. "Young master, misfortune has brought you fortune. The family is willing to give you another chance. However, this is your final opportunity. If you fail again, the Lu family will have to choose another genius to cultivate." Lu Jie remained expressionless, his face calm. He did not grow arrogant or reckless despite his second chance. Nor did he lose his composure due to the butler's threats. He had grown up. "I understand." Lu Jie kept his hands in his pockets and walked toward the school gate. There were many people on the street, some of whom recognized Lu Jie and took out their phones to secretly take photos and post them on forums. Like a rock falling into a lake, it immediately created ripples. Wow! Lu Jie is back at school. Damn it! I heard he contracted a legendary tier dragon-type spirit beast. Is that true? Are you doubting the power of the Lu family from the capital? Lu Jie is the acknowledged heir to the Lu family. He could easily obtain a legendary tier bloodline spirit beast. It's not legendary tier, it only has a trace of legendary tier bloodline. I don't think it's very useful. Recontracting not only requires leveling up again, but the synergy between the spirit beast and its master will also be much weaker, so combat power will definitely be reduced. The person above still doesn't get it. What does legendary tier bloodline mean? Even a trace of it is enough to bridge the gap. I don't know. Who's stronger now, Lu Jie or Lin Yan? Lu Jie is still higher in cultivation, and now with the new spirit beast bloodline, I can only say, it's hard to say. Lu Jie's temper will definitely make him seek revenge on Lin Yan. Let's just wait and see. Anyone taking bets? I'm betting on Lin Yan to win. Me too. The forum was already in an uproar. Lu Jie was unaware of any of this. He glanced up and walked into the dungeon hall. Those watching from the shadows tensed up immediately. As far as they knew, Lin Yan was currently in the dungeon hall grinding dungeons. Moreover, Lin Yan had just returned to school. With both of them back, was a major battle about to erupt? In an instant, people rushed to spread the news, and more people began to gather at the dungeon hall. At that moment, Tang Tianyu was lying in his dorm room scrolling through short videos. Suddenly, the school forum he was following popped up with numerous messages. Tang Tianyu glanced at them briefly before sitting up abruptly. What the hell? Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng looked up at him in confusion. What's wrong? Tang Tianyu jumped off the bed, grabbed his jacket, and said hurriedly. Something's wrong. Lu Jie is back. Han Xiaofeng didn't understand. He's back, so what? Do you have to go greet him? Tang Tianyu cursed under his breath. Greet him? Lu Jie has gone to the dungeon hall. The two of them were startled and ran toward the dungeon hall. Chapter 110, The Zhao Family's Phone Call. Girls' Dormitory. After taking a shower, Zhao Duo sniffed carefully to see if there was any lingering smell of cooking oil on her body. Thankfully, it was just the scent of shower gel. She opened the package she had bought, which contained some skincare products. Zhao Duo sat upright in front of the mirror, applying them carefully. Her roommate looked at her curiously. Usually, after finishing her part-time job and returning to the dormitory, Zhao Duo would just take a shower and go straight to rest. Why had she suddenly started skincare? Bai Xiaoyi exchanged a suggestive glance with the two of them. The two immediately understood. Oh. So they're in love, huh? No wonder she started paying attention to her appearance. After applying it, Zhao Duo looked at herself in the mirror, feeling a bit embarrassed. The reflection in the mirror. Her skin looked whiter and smoother than before. She touched her hands, which were still rough. Zhao Duo sighed. Due to her job, she inevitably came into contact with grease and dish soap every day. The skin on her hands was the roughest and darkest. I'll buy some hand cream next payday, she said. Zhao Duo looked at the few bottles of cheaply packaged skincare products on the table. I guess I was just being impulsive again. She had asked Lin Yan about it in the morning, but he had already returned to school. They had planned to have dinner together that evening. So she took the day off early, returned to the dormitory, and got ready in advance. Compared to other girls, Zhao Duo felt she really had no advantages. She couldn't offer Lin Yan any help. Even his mother's illness could potentially hold him back. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was already mid-month. It was time to pay the hospital bills. Zhao Duo hurried to the balcony. She dialed a number and spoke softly with an apologetic tone. Dr. Wang, it's Zhao Duo. I'm sorry to bother you again, but could you please help me pay my mother's medical expenses? I'll transfer the money to you right away. To her surprise, the voice on the other end was unusually polite. No need. Your mother's hospital fees and medical expenses have already been settled. Zhao Duo was taken aback and quickly asked. Who paid it? The voice on the other end said, I don't know. They just said their surname is Zhao. Surnamed Zhao. Zhao Duo's heart sank, and she unconsciously clenched the hem of her shirt. It was someone from the Zhao family. But why would they help her and her mother? Back then, when her mother was sick, she had knelt at the Zhao family's doorstep for 3 days. They hadn't lent her any money. Now they've paid the medical bills in full. What could their true intentions be? Oh, right, my mother. Zhao Duo suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. The person on the other end of the phone sounded surprised. Ah, your mother was transferred to a private hospital in Nanling City. They have all the necessary paperwork. I was going to notify you, but they said they'd already told you. Didn't you know? Beep beep beep. Zhao Duo hung up the phone in a daze, her mind going blank. This confirmed it was the Zhao family. Her mother must have been taken away by them. What do they want? At that moment, the phone rang suddenly. The caller ID showed it was from Nanling City. The Zhao family. Hello? Zhao Duoduo's voice trembled with tears as she demanded. Where's my mom? What do you want? Ha ha. The voice on the other end was both familiar and, seemingly gentle on the surface but tinged with a chilling coldness. Is this Duo? Zhao Duoduo recognized the man's identity. It was her biological father, Zhao Tianhua. What do you want? Zhao Duoduo couldn't control her trembling. She dared not imagine what might have happened to her mother. What should she do? The voice on the other end of the phone was calm and unhurried. All these years, I've been pretty neglectful toward the two of you. I should bring your mother here to enjoy her golden years. By the way, you're studying at Jinwu University, right? The Holy Guardian Festival is just a few days away. Why not come home for the holiday and spend some time with the family? Zhao Duoduo felt as though she had been plunged into an ice cellar. She clenched her phone tightly, wanting to say something else. But the call had already been hung up. She crouched on the balcony, her body drained of all strength. She hugged her knees and began to cry silently. Why? Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Zhao Duoduo wiped away her tears and forced herself to calm down. Zhao Duoduo, you must stay calm. Don't act impulsively. Don't lose your composure. No matter what they want to do, they won't harm mom before I go to the Zhao family. Hatred can numb a person's will. At that moment, Bai Xiaoyi rushed over with her phone, opening the balcony door. She found Zhao Duoduo sitting on the ground, her eyes red and tear-stained. Duo, what's wrong? Bai Xiaoyi asked in surprise. Just a moment ago, she was still getting ready for a date. What happened? Did they break up? Zhao Duoduo stood up and shook her head. Nothing's wrong. What's wrong, Xiao Bai? Bai Xiaoyi paused, seeming to realize her own concerns weren't so important after all. Lin Yan has returned to school and is in the dungeon hall. Zhao Duoduo nodded, I know. Bai Xiaoyi pointed at the constantly refreshing forum messages on her phone. Lu Jia is back too. He went to the dungeon hall to find Lin Yan. Everyone on the forum is saying they're going to fight. Are they going to fight again? Zhao Duoduo wasn't too worried. Lin Yan had already told her. The soul-devouring cicada had been captured, and his spiritual vein issue had been resolved. Now, he definitely won't lose to Lu Jia. Let us go check it out. She needed to keep herself busy to stop thinking about that matter. Bai Xiaoyi noticed Zhao Duoduo's unusual state and advised her. Why don't you rest in the dorm? I'll go to the dungeon hall and let you know as soon as I hear anything. Zhao Duoduo shook her head. It's okay, let us go together. Only by staying by Lin Yan's side could she prevent other girls from taking advantage of the situation. Ziwei, listen to me. In the student affairs office, Xinlei took out a red invitation and placed it on Zhao Ziwu's desk. My grandfather is turning 80, and he specifically asked me to bring you along. Zhao Ziwei looked at the invitation on the desk and furrowed her brows. She really didn't want to go. The Xin family was all sick, with some mental issues. She and Xinlei were just the same age, and their families were on good terms. Their relationship wasn't like childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Moreover, since Xinlei went to Japan for his studies, they had barely spoken to each other. After he returned to the country, his family arranged for him to become an assistant professor at Jinwu University. She only helped him out of obligation. Zhao Ziwei rubbed her temples and sighed. I understand. Just leave it there. She needed to come up with an excuse to avoid attending the birthday banquet. The old patriarch of the Xin family treated her like his own granddaughter every time he saw her. His constant inquiries made her feel very uncomfortable. Let us go now. Grandfather must be eager to see you. Xinlei rubbed his hands together, picked up Zhao Ziwu's bag from the table, and urged her. Let us go already. Zhao Ziwei sat there motionless. Is this person mentally ill? Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and a teacher from the student affairs office said anxiously. Something's wrong. The copy room is surrounded by a crowd. The students are saying that Lin Yan and Lu Jia are about to fight, and they've even started betting on the odds. Zhao Ziwei stood up immediately. Go check it out. Chapter 111, Lu Jia and Yuan Kuei. Watching Zhao Ziwu leave decisively. Xinlei was startled for a moment, then grew furious. You! I told you to go to the birthday banquet, but you kept making excuses. The moment you heard about Lin Yan, you rushed off to find him. You're such a whore. Just wait until I tell your grandfather. Xinlei glanced at the time the birthday banquet was about to begin. If he didn't leave now, he might not make it in time. He watched as Zhao Ziwu's figure disappeared. Xinlei hesitated for a moment before following her. The copy hall. A large crowd gathered, all peering inside. Zhao Duoduo and Bai Xiaoyi pushed their way through the crowd and walked to the front. On the empty sofa sat a man none other than Lu Jia. He was waiting for Lin Yan. After losing to Lin Yan last time, he had been hospitalized for several days. His pride, built up over the years, had been shattered, nearly robbing him of all hope. His family had even prepared to abandon him and support other clan members instead. But fate intervened. After this failure, his A-rank talent dragon might actually evolved for the better. It evolved into the S-rank Dragon Knight. Though it still falls short of true S-rank talent. But compared to an A-rank talent, the difference is like night and day. Moreover, the family, due to his talent's evolution, specially found him a Crimson Flame Giant Dragon. This epic tier bloodline spirit beast contains a trace of legendary tier bloodline. This single thread of legendary tier bloodline alone makes its value exceed 10 million. You get what you pay for. This Crimson Flame Dragon is far superior to the previous Sword Spine Dragon. If he had used this Crimson Flame Dragon instead of the Sword Spine Flying Dragon during his battle with Lin Yan, he would have definitely won. I wonder what expression you'd have on your face if you saw me now. Lu Jie sat on the sofa, unable to contain his excitement. He had already instructed the staff in the dungeon hall to notify Lin Yan to come out. He intended to challenge Lin Yan again in public. The complete failure from last time had been haunting him like a nightmare, causing him to wake up in fear countless nights. And the one responsible for all of this. It was Lin Yan. He must defeat Lin Yan once more in person. To completely wash away the shame of the past. Otherwise, he would be unable to eat or sleep, and the rest of his life would be spent in bitterness and humiliation. The hall was packed with people. Lu Jie knew that these people were all there to watch him challenge Lin Yan. However, he didn't stop them. The more people who knew, the better. He wanted everyone to see that he wasn't the worthless loser who had been defeated by a junior. He was Lu Jie. The genius of Jinwu University, Lu Jie. At that moment, a man wearing a student council badge approached him. It was Yuan Kuei. He was a member of the disciplinary committee in his third year and deeply admired Lin Yan. Seeing Lu Jie return with a vengeance, intending to cause trouble for Lin Yan again, he stepped forward immediately. Lu Jie, now that you're back, keep a low profile and don't cause trouble. Don't bother our department head. Yuan Kuei and Lu Jie were both student union members, and Yuan Kuei was a year senior to Lu Jie, so he spoke without hesitation. Lu Jie stood up, showing no fear, and gave a cold laugh. Yuan Kuei, do you think you're something special? You're just an old student council member in your third year, yet you're being dominated by a first-year freshman and willingly acting like a dog. You're truly despicable. Get out of here. Watch out, I'll take you down too. Yuan Kuei's expression grew colder, and his fists clenched tightly. Our department head doesn't have time to deal with you, a defeated underling. If you want to challenge him again, you'll have to beat me first. The crowd around them erupted into chaos. How did Yuan Kuei get involved? Yuan Kuei is a third-year student challenging a second-year student? How dare he? So what? Double standards, right? Lu Jie is also a sophomore, yet he dared to challenge the freshman Lin Yan. Exactly. Don't talk about seniors bullying juniors. When Lu Jie first fought Lin Yan, where were you? Don't bring up grades or age. Beast masters ultimately rely on strength to speak for themselves. Lu Jie just wants to prove he is stronger than Lin Yan. If Lin Yan can defeat him by transcending his realm, can he also defeat Yuan Kuei by transcending his realm? I heard Yuan Kuei just advanced to the half-step diamond realm. I wonder how strong he is. If he is a true diamond realm, Lu Jie doesn't stand a chance. That's right. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. There are only a few diamond realm practitioners in the entire third year. Listening to the crowd's heated discussions, most of them didn't hold much hope for Lu Jie. Lu Jie's expression darkened, but he didn't react, only giving Yuan Kuei a cold smile. Alright, before I deal with your master, let me take care of you first. See you on the stage. With that, Lu Jie stepped out of the dungeon hall and headed straight for the arena hall. Yuan Kuei furrowed his brows and followed suit. The crowd around them wouldn't miss this opportunity and rushed over as well. Zhao Duo watched the crowd leave without moving, staying put where she was. Bai Xiaoyi chewed her gum and asked curiously. Daodu, shouldn't we go take a look? Zhao Duo shook her head. No, I'm going to wait here for Lin Yan to come out. She didn't care about the competition at all. The phone call earlier had left her feeling deeply upset. Perhaps only seeing Lin Yan would bring her peace of mind. At that moment, the door to the copy room opened, and Lin Yan emerged with a look of resentment on his face. Can't people just level up in peace? Glancing up and seeing Zhao Duo, Lin Yan paused for a moment. What are you doing here? Zhao Duo felt like crying. Lin Yan noticed that Zhao Duo was acting strangely and asked. What's wrong? Zhao Duo, on the verge of tears, threw herself into Lin Yan's arms. Bai Xiaoyi turned around naturally and walked out quickly. Hey, who called me? Zhao Duo leaned against Lin Yan's shoulder, her frail body trembling. Lin Yan didn't know what to say, so he gently patted her back. After a while, Zhao Duo finally calmed down and looked at Lin Yan. As if nothing had happened. If one ignored the damp patch on Lin Yan's shoulder. Lin Yan looked at Zhao Daodu and didn't ask anything else. She knew Zhao Daodu would say what she needed to say in her own time. Zhao Duo took a deep breath and forced a smile. Let us go to the arena hall. Lu Jia and Yuan Kuei are fighting. Yuan Kuei? Lin Yan was a bit surprised. When did those two get involved? Let us go. Lin Yan stepped out, regardless of the situation. Yuan Kuei was still his man. If Lu Jia had truly become much stronger this time, Yuan Kuei would be at a disadvantage. Zhao Duo followed behind Lin Yan. When the two arrived at the arena hall, the area was already crowded with people, all waving their fists and cheering. Upon seeing Lin Yan arrive, someone shouted out first. Lin Yan is here. Lin Yan is here. Make way. Lin Yan is here to take care of Lu Jia. Chapter 112, The Ring Showdown. Everyone made way, their eyes filled with excitement as they watched Lin Yan. Jinwu University was known for its combative spirit, and such stories of defeated rivals returning to seek revenge were particularly popular. Lin Yan showed no expression, but inside, he harbored a deep resentment toward Lu Jia. This guy just won't give up. After getting beaten once, he still hasn't learned his lesson and wants to come back for more? He walked to the front of the crowd. A large screen displayed the battle taking place in the secret arena. Lu Jia and Yuan Kuei stood on opposite sides, summoning their respective spirit beasts. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened, fixating on Lu Jia's new spirit beast. A dragon-type spirit beast engulfed in flames, its dragon aura almost solidifying into a tangible presence, exerting an overwhelming pressure. What a powerful spirit beast! Lin Yan's eyes rarely showed any sign of shock. He had seen legendary tier bloodline beasts before, like the Toothblade Mammoth from Aiyu Mountain. However, in terms of sheer presence alone, this Crimson Flame Dragon was even stronger than that Toothblade Mammoth. Indeed, bloodlines enhanced through human cultivation still can't compare to these naturally pure bloodlines, can they? Yuan Kuei's contracted spirit beast was an epic tier bloodline diamond ape. Roar! The diamond ape pounded its chest and let out a roar toward the Crimson Flame Dragon. Sound waves spread out in circular waves, heading toward the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon. Among the crowd, some knowledgeable students chuckled. Golden Stone Sound. Enemies affected by this sonic wave will have their duel resistances significantly reduced. The outcome is decided. Yuan Kuei is at the half-step diamond realm, while Lu Jia is only at the golden third tier. He was hit by the diamond sound and lost the initiative. There's no chance left. Ha, experience truly matters. Lu Jia is still young and lacks combat experience. The discussions were heated, with most people not holding out much hope for Lu Jia. Lin Yan stood at the front, his brows furrowed. Although the data on their strengths clearly showed a significant gap, for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Yuan Kuei was going to lose. What's wrong? Zhao Duo noticed Lin Yan's somber expression and asked softly. Lin Yan shook his head, about to speak. A shout came from behind him. Lin Yan, over here. Tang Tianyu raised his hand and ran over, followed by two other roommates. Pushing through the crowd to the front, Tang Tianyu panted. As soon as I heard that Lu Jia was causing trouble for you again, I came to find you. I went to the dungeon hall but didn't see a single person. After searching for a while, I finally found someone who knew you were in the arena hall. What's going on? Who's Lu Jia fighting with? Lin Yan looked at the large screen and explained. It's Yuan Kuei, a member of the Student Union's disciplinary committee, a third-year student, and a half-step diamond realm practitioner. Tang Tianyu blared at the unremarkable man on the arena battlefield. Half-step diamond realm? That strong? Did Lu Jia get beaten senseless by you last time that he dares to challenge someone at the half-step diamond realm? Lin Yan shook his head. Yuan Kuei might lose. What? Tang Tianyu pointed at the screen. How is that possible? Lu Jia is only at the third stage of the golden realm. Zhao Duo also looked up with a puzzled expression. She also thought Lin Yan was wrong. It should be Luo Jia who loses, right? Lin Yan fixed his gaze on the battlefield on the screen, where both sides were already preparing for battle. It's hard to say. Let's wait and see. The arena hall fell silent. Everyone remained quiet, focusing intently on the battle unfolding on the large screen. After the diamond ape emitted that sound wave, Yuan Kuei immediately unleashed his skill. Spiritual energy surged forth, and layers of armor appeared on the diamond ape's body, resembling crystals. Diamond armor. Yuan Kuei crossed his arms, looking down at Lu Jia from above. Let you go first. How about that? It wasn't out of arrogance. He was indeed of a higher cultivation realm than Lu Jia and also a senior from the student union. If he were to strike first, he might risk being mocked, and even if he won, it wouldn't be an honorable victory. Lu Jia's face was as dark as water. In the past, he would have mocked him mercilessly. However, after his battle with Lin Yan, he had come to realize something while lying in the hospital bed. He had indeed been too reckless in battle and hadn't taken his opponents seriously. From now on, even when facing a rabbit, a lion must give its all. Alright. Lu Jia's veins bulged as he leaped onto the Crimson Flame Dragon. A massive surge of spiritual energy enveloped Lu Jia and the Crimson Flame Dragon, blending them seamlessly into one. Dragon Knight. Lu Jia, riding the dragon, displayed an air of dominance over the world. Let you witness the power of an S-class combat talent. As he finished speaking, the colossal dragon beneath him let out a thunderous roar. Roar! The dragon's might was fully displayed, and a trace of legendary great bloodline emerged, instantly suppressing the diamond-clad ape. The real battle hadn't even begun. The diamond ape, which had been in the upper hand, now found itself at a disadvantage. Yuan Kuei's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected the situation to shift so quickly, nor had he anticipated that Lu Jia's new spirit beast could be so domineering. Country bumpkin. Lu Jia was about to mock him, but stopped himself. Come on, let's settle this on the battlefield. It's a fair fight, and no hard feelings if someone gets hurt. As he spoke, the crimson flame giant dragon soared into the sky, spewing columns of fire toward the diamond-armored ape. The magical flames burned against the diamond armor, causing barely any damage. Just putting on a show. Yuan Kuei snorted coldly and issued his command. Charge forward and engage in close combat. The diamond-clad ape, receiving the order, braced itself against the flames and charged forward with a roar. With a powerful leap, they soared into the sky, crashing into the crimson flame dragon like a cannonball. Roar! A dragon and a monkey clashed mid-air. The diamond ape clung to the dragon's body, its massive fists pounding down on the crimson flame dragon like a torrential rain. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the arena hall burst into laughter. Lu Jia's little combo just now really fooled me. I thought he was so powerful. What's so special about being a dragon type, fire type, and flying type? He's just getting chased and beaten. What dragon might? What legendary bloodline? It's useless. Is that it? How dare Lu Jia compare himself to Lin Yan? Don't even try to compare him to my brother. Lu Jia isn't even worthy. Everyone laughed and joked around. Tang Tianyu also saw this scene and laughed out loud. What's so funny? The difference is pretty obvious, isn't it? Lin Yan looked at the big screen and whispered. We lost. Tang Tianyu placed his hands behind his head. Of course we lost. Lu Jia can't fight back anymore. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. It's Yuan Kuei who lost. Tang Tianyu furrowed his brows. What's wrong with Lin Yan today? He's been saying all along that Yuan Kuei would lose, and now he's saying this? He can't even see the obvious outcome of the battle. Right now, it's clearly the diamond ape chasing after the crimson flame dragon, pounding it relentlessly. Magic-based ranged spirit beasts, once engaged in close combat by melee spirit beasts, have no chance of survival unless they can escape instantly. There's nothing left to do but wait for death. Suddenly, on the large screen, the battlefield on the arena changed. The diamond ape, which had been clinging to the crimson flame dragon and pounding it fiercely, fell from mid-air. It crashes heavily onto the ground, creating a large crater. Chapter 113, a single mayfly gazing at the sky. The sudden fall of the diamond ape caught everyone off guard. Just moments ago, it was fiercely pounding the crimson flame dragon. How could it suddenly fall from the sky? Yuan Kuei was slightly shocked. Others might not know, but he was well aware that with the diamond ape's arm string, once it grabbed its opponent, there was no way it would let go. He had encountered many flying-type spirit beasts, but none had ever escaped the diamond ape's mid-air pursuit. But how could this crimson flame dragon? Yuan Kuei looked at the diamond ape crashing into the large pit and issued an order. Climb out. Move quickly. The crimson flame dragon descended from the sky, with Luo Jie standing on its back, a smile in his eyes. Yuan Kuei, don't bother. It's already lost its ability to fight. Yuan Kuei hurried to the edge of the pit, looking down at the motionless diamond ape below, his heart sinking. How could this happen? The diamond armor on the diamond ape's body was intact. Such an impact should not have been enough to render it unable to fight, given its defensive capabilities. What on earth is going on? Yuan Kuei looked up at Lu Jia. What did you do? He hadn't seen Lu Jia use any skills or techniques. Lu Jia smiled softly, crossing his arms. What did I do? Don't you already know? You managed to withstand a wave of my dragon flames and still think you can walk away unscathed? Yuan Kuei clenched his fists and shouted. Impossible. Diamonds are immune to physical damage, you. But as he spoke, Yuan Kuei suddenly stopped. He looked at the diamond-covered ape in the pit in disbelief. Lu Jie saw his expression and laughed inwardly. That's right. My dragon flame deals mental damage. It accumulated inside the diamond ape's body without erupting, letting you gloat for a moment. I just detonated it. Look, this is the result. Yuan Kuei's dark face turned pale. He had actually lost. He had lost so easily. Lu Jie snorted with a cold laugh, his eyes filled with cruelty. Losers die. Let you taste the pain I once endured. A fiery red dragon soared into the sky, spinning twice before unleashing a torrent of flames toward the unconscious diamond-encrusted ape in the pit. No! Yuan Kuei's eyes bulged in horror as he shouted. The diamond ape, already unable to resist, if it were to endure such an attack again, it would likely perish right there. Ha ha ha, die. Lu Jie's face twisted into a maniacal grin, his mind filled with laughter. Suddenly, the battlefield stage flickered with an illusory glow. The two were forcibly expelled. Lin Yan's hand released the forced ejection button, and he exhaled deeply. Thank goodness I made it in time. He had already anticipated that Yuan Kuei would lose, and Lu Jie, feeling unfair, might resort to underhanded tactics. But he didn't expect Yuan Kuei to lose so quickly. Still, he reacted quickly and pressed the forced exit button in time. Yuan Kuei reappeared at the edge of the arena, gradually coming to his senses from a dazed expression. The diamond ape appeared unscathed within the beast control space. He turned to look at Lin Yan and the forced exit button beside him, feeling deeply grateful. Thank you. Yuan Kuei sighed. He had been planning to stand up for Lin Yan. But he never expected Lin Yan to be the one to save him. Lin Yan patted Yuan Kuei on the shoulder as he walked over. There's no need to thank me between us. Then he looked over at Lu Jie on the other side of the stage. This was their first meeting since he had defeated him last time. Lu Jie stared intently at Lin Yan, his expression as dark as water. The psychological trauma Lin Yan had inflicted on him last time was too profound. So much so that seeing him now made his emotions completely unstable. It's you. Lu Jie clenched his teeth, his voice hoarse. Lin Yan gave him a dismissive glance, not bothering to take him seriously. A defeated foe from now on, seeing him would be like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon in the sky, or a tiny insect yearning for the heavens. The gap between the two would only grow wider. At that moment, the arena hall fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the brief battle. Lu Jie had actually won, and so quickly. Although Yuan Kuei had underestimated his opponent. But Yuan Kuei was already at the half-step diamond realm. He had the confidence to underestimate his opponent. Let alone letting Lu Jie strike first if any of you here were in his place. Under such an advantage, there are plenty who would give 3 moves. Yuan Kuei just lost so easily? Not just that if it weren't for Lin Yan's quick reflexes, the diamond ape might have been killed. I never expected Lu Jie to be this strong now, able to defeat even a half-step diamond realm cultivator. That's too exaggerated. After being defeated by Lin Yan, did he undergo a complete transformation? Wah. If that's the case, I want to be beaten up by Lin Yan too. Wait, if Lin Yan wins again, doesn't that mean he can defeat a half-step diamond realm cultivator at the silver realm? That makes sense, but ultimately it's still because Yuan Kuei underestimated his opponent and was countered. Let's see. I think Lin Yan might be in trouble this time. Add 1. Lu Jie has already entered the ranks of top-tier geniuses. Lu Jie listened to these voices, his eyes burning with intensity. Lin Yan, I admit I lost to you last time. But I refuse to accept it. This time, I will wash away the shame of my previous defeat. Lu Jie's voice echoed throughout the arena hall. Everyone stared at Lin Yan's back, swallowing nervously. What would Lin Yan's reaction be? They were all eagerly awaiting his response. After a long while, when the arena hall fell into complete silence, Lin Yan let out a soft laugh. Ha ha. Everyone immediately perked up their ears to listen. Lu Jie narrowed his eyes, listening intently to what Lin Yan was about to say. Lin Yan crossed his arms, looking at Lu Jie with a calm expression. So, you want to wash away your shame by having me play a childish game with you? Whether you get stronger or weaker is your choice. What does it have to do with me? From the moment you lost to me, you've had no chance of surpassing me. Go back. You're not my opponent. Everyone stared in disbelief, unable to believe Lin Yan would react this way. So domineering. He didn't even bother to acknowledge Lu Jie. Lu Jie's face darkened like storm clouds, gritting his teeth and glaring at Lin Yan. He dared to humiliate me like this. What does he mean, playing house? What does it matter to him whether one gets stronger or weaker? What about saying there's no way he could ever surpass him? Lin Yan. Lu Jie could no longer contain himself and shouted. If you're a man, come fight me. Lin Yan looked at him with pity. He hadn't expected the blow from their last defeat to affect him so deeply. If he were to return to that battle, well, he wouldn't hold back either. If I don't fight you, does that make me not a man? Lin Yan chuckled. I don't care what you think of me. You've just returned to school and you're already eager to seek revenge on me. If you have the time, focus on improving yourself. Fighting me will only make you more frustrated. Saying this, Lin Yan turned to leave. Lu Jie's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting this turn of events. Realizing what was happening, he shouted before Lin Yan could exit the arena hall. Wait. You, if you dare to leave, you'll be the one cleaning up her mess. Lin Yan turned around. He saw Lu Jie pull out a dagger and press it against Zhao neck. Chapter 114, The Privacy Arena. The gleaming dagger pressed against Zhao fair neck, flashing a cold gleam. Lu Jie gritted his teeth, staring at Lin Yan with a look in his eyes. With a single push, the dagger could easily slit Zhao Duoduo's throat. Madman! Lin Yan cursed under his breath. He never expected Lu Jie to be so ruthless. Tang Tianyu and the others clearly hadn't anticipated this either. The arena hall was too crowded, so Lin Yan turned and left. The narrow crowd passageway was barely wide enough for one person to pass through. He and Zhao Duoduo reached the entrance of the passageway at the same time and stopped simultaneously. Zhao Duoduo politely let them go first. Tang Tianyu clenched his fists and glared angrily at Lu Jie. If he had been behind him just now, Lu Jie wouldn't have dared to act. Lu Jie, what kind of hero do you think you are? Tang Tianyu stepped forward and shouted. Let her go. If you've got the guts, take me hostage. Lu Jie sneered, tapped him with the dagger, then pressed it back against Zhao Duoduo's neck. Get out of the way. It's none of your business telling me what to do. Lin Yan, I hear you're pretty close to this little. Lu Jie's gaze toward Lin Yan grew more jealous. He had pursued Zhao Duoduo multiple times without success, almost resorting to force. Yet Lin Yan had only been there for a short time, and Zhao Duoduo was already throwing herself at him. In comparison, Lu Jie had lost completely. Whether it was the battlefield or the battlefield of love, he had been utterly defeated. Lu Jie clenched his fists tightly and nearly shouted. Duel with me, or else you'll be the one to bury this. Before meeting Lin Yan, he had managed to stay rational. But upon seeing Lin Yan, all the humiliation he had endured surged to the surface. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Revenge. He would rather die than fail to prove his strength. At that moment, Zhao Ziwei appeared in the arena hall. Upon seeing this scene, her heart immediately sank. Lu Jie, what are you doing? Let her go. Upon hearing that a teacher had arrived, the crowd immediately parted to make way. Xinlei followed Zhao Ziwei and burst into laughter upon seeing the scene. He heard the students whispering around him and realized what was happening. He snorted coldly. You deserve it. Lu Jie gave a cold smile and thrust the dagger forward. A trickle of blood seeped from Zhao Duoduo's neck, pain and fear mingling together. She trembled, looking helplessly at Lin Yan. Lin Yan felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him. He rolled up his sleeves and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Get on the stage. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lu Jie, seeing his goal achieved, grinned widely. He released the dagger and let Zhao Duoduo go. Zhao Duoduo, now free, instinctively ran toward Lin Yan. Zhao Ziwei stepped forward and signaled with her eyes. Zhao Duoduo changed course and ran toward her. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Zhao Ziwei pulled out a tissue, pressed it against Zhao Duoduo's wound to stop the bleeding, and held her close to comfort her. Lu Jie didn't dare to strike too hard, fearing Lin Yan wouldn't fall for the trap, so the wound wasn't deep, just a superficial abrasion. Thank you, Ms. Zhao. Zhao Duoduo couldn't help but tremble, her eyes still filled with fear. In the past, Lu Jie had also tried to force himself on her. Several times, she had nearly escaped. This psychological trauma had haunted her for a long time, until last time when Lin Yan beat Lu Jie into the hospital, which eased it somewhat. Just now, when Lu Jie pressed the knife against her neck, the psychological trauma resurfaced. She was terrified. Lin Yan stood on the stage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This was no longer a friendly sparring match between students. Lu Jie could no longer be treated as an ordinary opponent. He had already threatened the safety of those close to Lin Yan. He must be defeated as an enemy and completely eliminated. Lu Jie approached the other side of the stage, feeling a hint of excitement. Once he entered the arena hall with Lin Yan, he had 100 ways to defeat him 100. However, Lin Yan's spirit beast was acting strangely. Those despicable insects were growing in number, as if they could never be eradicated. Otherwise, Lu Jie would definitely make him taste the agony of losing his contract spirit beast. Just as the two were about to enter the arena hall, Tang Tianyu shouted from below. Lin Yan, Zhao Duoduo is fine now. You don't need to enter the arena hall to fight him. I've already notified the security department. Lu Jie is suspected of kidnapping and intentional assault. They'll be here soon to arrest him and hand him over to the police station. Lu Jie, upon hearing this, glared angrily at Tang Tianyu, his words filled with murderous intent. You're asking for death. Dare to ruin my plans. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, staring at Lu Jie, and said slowly. No problem. Handing him over to the Public Security Bureau is a mercy for him. If possible, delay it. I don't want the security department to come and rescue him so quickly. Whoosh. Everyone looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. How could someone be so cool? How could he say such a thing? From the look of it, Lin Yan plans to give Lu Jie a good lesson before the security office arrives? But, can he really do it? Oof. Lu Jie gave a meaningful smile, selected a platform, and said, agree, and let's fight here. A notification popped up on Lin Yan's small screen. Your opponent has invited you to enter the private arena battlefield. Do you accept? Private arena battlefield? Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before quickly tapping agree. Exactly what he wanted. In the private arena, there were no cameras, and previous battle records couldn't be traced. Generally, such battlefields are not permitted for student combat. It can only be used under school supervision for special scenarios. However, Lu Jia was still a member of the student council, so he had higher permissions. Therefore, he could choose the privacy arena. He wanted to kill Lin Yan here. Lin Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. He was thinking the same thing. Stop wasting time. Come in. The two exchanged glances and entered the arena simultaneously. The scene shifted. A blinding white light filled the vision, and the previous scene vanished. In its place was a small, misty plain battlefield. The ground was muddy and treacherous, with dark clouds filling the sky and weak light filtering through. Rain soaked the clothes of both men. Lu Jia moves first, summoning his spirit beast. Come forth, Crimson Flame Dragon. The Crimson Flame Dragon soared into the sky with overwhelming might, letting out a dragon's roar toward Lin Yan. Roar! Lin Yan let the wind from the dragon's roar blow his clothes wildly, saying nothing. His arms slowly extended forward, like an emperor's sword pointing ahead. In the next instant, countless wormholes appeared, almost forming a continuous expanse. Countless insect soldiers crawled out of the wormholes, neither roaring nor moving chaotically. Titan ants, bloodwing bees, and thousand-foot mantises, the three types of insect soldiers, stood in neat formation, solemn and still. They resembled a well-trained army, awaiting orders from Lin Yan. Lu Jia's scalp prickled, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. He recalled the last time he had been dominated by this insectoid army. He had thought that by contracting this noble dragon-type spirit beast with a hint of legendary bloodline, he could dispel this fear. But he never expected. That fear had already seeped into his very bones. It seems. Lu Jia suppressed the trembling in his heart, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. Only by killing you can I rid myself of this demon within my heart. Chapter 115, The Battle Begins. The Arena Hall. Everyone stared at the pitch-black screen, feeling completely confused. What is going on? The screen is broken? We can't see the battle between Lin Yan and Lu Jia. It broke down at such a critical moment? How annoying. Don't worry, guys. Let me go up and give it a good whack. That's how I fixed my TV when I was a kid. Impressive, go for it, bro. That crystal screen must cost a fortune. I'm rooting for you. Maybe I'll just skip it. I suddenly don't feel like watching anymore. Wait, the crystal screen isn't broken. You're right, it looks like the privacy arena? I knew it. The privacy arena is also called the life or death arena. With the grudge between these two, only one of them might survive. It's confirmed. This is getting out of hand. It must be Lu Jia's doing. I saw him change the arena settings earlier. He's really a cancer at Jinwu University. Look, the security guards are coming. As they spoke, a group of black-clad figures entered the arena hall. The leader, a towering figure, stepped forward and looked at the pitch-black screen. What is going on? Who reported this? Tang Tianyu stepped forward and nodded, saying, "It was me." The leader glanced at him and asked, "I thought someone was suspected of kidnapping and intentional assault. Where is the suspect?" Tang Tianyu pointed to the stage above. Lu Jia. He's already entered the private arena battlefield. Then he looked at Zhao Duo, who was pale beside him. She's the victim. Lu Jia used her to force Lin Yan into a duel. There are surveillance cameras in the hall, and all the people present can testify. The leader of the black-clad men nodded and said to the black-clad men beside him, "Press the forced exit button to stop the duel. Arrest Lu Jia first. If he resists, charge him with disrupting public order." Yes. The black-clad man responded and stepped forward. Everyone could see that the security personnel hadn't even bothered to check the surveillance footage to verify the facts before convicting Lu Jia. It seems that Lin Yan has quite a connection with the security department. The black-clad man walked up to the control panel for the stage, pressed a button behind him, but nothing happened. After pressing it several times, there was still no change. "Boss, this device seems to be malfunctioning." The leader frowned and hurried forward. After pressing it several times himself, there was still no response. The permissions are very high. The forced shutdown function has been disabled from within. The leader of the black-clad men suddenly had a very bad feeling. Something's going to happen. Go get the vice principal. The battlefield. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Lin Yan stood on the muddy ground, rain streaming down his hair. The forced exit function has been disabled. Seeing the function displayed on the controller, Lin Yan finally relaxed. Earlier, he had accidentally discovered that he had control over the arena battlefield. He could adjust the settings. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lu Jia, just an ordinary student council member, could even change the arena mode. As a department head, he naturally had even higher permissions. Now you're trapped. Lin Yan looked up at Lu Jia with an icy glare. Today, he was going to make Lu Jia die here. A sapphire blue screen popped up before him. Bug Nest host, Lin Yan. Realm, Silver Rank 8. Bug Nest Level 1. Core Function, devour any product containing genetic information and reproduce fusion insect warriors with that genetic makeup. Initial ant soldier types, Titan giant ants, bloodwing mad bees, 1,000-foot mantises. Insect soldier count, 40,000 Titan giant ants, 10,000, bloodwing mad bees, 10,000, 1,000-foot mantises, 20,000. Biomass remaining, 82,970. Plenty of biomass. Lin Yan now felt quite secure, especially with the insect soldiers already stored. His current insect soldier count has reached 120,000. What does that even mean? If he could summon them all at once, he could even destroy a small city. However, the maximum number of insect soldiers is the limit. Nevertheless, as his cultivation level increases, the maximum number of insect soldiers will gradually rise. There will definitely come a day when his insect soldiers will no longer be limited in number. Mid-air. Lu Jia rode atop the Crimson Flame Dragon, looking down on Lin Yan from above. Before taking action, he suddenly asked, "Do you know what the difference between us is?" Lin Yan ignored him, carefully maneuvering his insect soldiers into advantageous positions, gradually forming an encircling pressure on Lu Jia. Lu Jia was oblivious, lost in his own thoughts, speaking to himself. "If I lose to you, I can still make a comeback, and even become stronger than before. But you, if you lose this time, I guarantee you'll fall into a quagmire and never climb out for the rest of your life. But, young master, I'm a kind-hearted person." Lu Jia flashed a smile. "If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, and agree to become a servant of the Lu family, I might consider sparing your life. Of course, you'll have to change your surname to Lu and be called Lu Yan from now on. And one more thing, you must personally hand over that little Duo to me." Lu Jia's tone grew increasingly. Lin Yan gave him a dismissive glance, growing impatient. "You talk too much. But fine, seeing you like this, I don't feel any remorse either. Between us, it's until death do us part." Regardless of Lu Jia's expression, Lin Yan issued the battle command directly. Titan ants, protect. Bloodwing bees, fire. 1,000-foot mantises, attack. The orders were given, and the insect army moved instantly. The Titan giant ants retreated, tightly surrounding Lin Yan in the center. The bloodwing mad bees scattered in all directions, keeping their distance from Lu Jia, their stingers unleashed. The 1,000-foot mantises flapped their wings, leaving only after images behind as they charged forward with their sharp claws slicing through the air. The three major troop types charged forward in unison. Lu Jia was once again ignored. Before he could even feel anger, he hurriedly maneuvered the Crimson Flame Dragon to dodge the tail needles. Though these ordinary tail needles caused little harm to the Crimson Flame Dragon. However, he dared not gamble on whether Lin Yan had employed any tricks. Soon, a large number of continuous tail needles overwhelmed the Crimson Flame Dragon, leaving it unable to dodge in time. Lu Jia decided not to dodge anymore. The Crimson Flame Dragon breathed fire, melting all the incoming flames. The tail spikes were just dealt with. Immediately afterward, a large group of Qianrun mantises surged in from all directions. This new type of insect-like spirit beast had appeared in the video footage Lu Jia had watched during his hospitalization, and it was extremely troublesome. Red Flame Dragon, accelerate and shake them off. The massive body of the Crimson Flame Dragon was surprisingly agile. It made a sharp turn in mid-air and flew off in the opposite direction. Its massive wings flapped, instantly flinging the surrounding 1,000-foot mantises a great distance away. How fast? Lin Yan watched as Lu Jia and the Crimson Flame Dragon grew into a tiny black dot on the horizon. He never expected that a spirit beast with a trace of legendary tier bloodline could be this powerful. Kill! Lin Yan swung his arm, sending a swarm of 1,000-foot mantises charging after Lu Jia. Dungeon Hall. A highly expensive bulletproof vehicle came to a stop at the entrance. Vice Principal Zhao Dingwa got out with a grim expression, hands behind his back, and walked inside. Behind him, a middle-aged man with deep wrinkles elegantly got out of the car and smiled. "Principal Zhao, there's no need to rush. Lu Jia is my son, I'm not in a hurry, so why are you?" Chapter 116, Zhao Dingwa's Thoughts. Zhao Dingwa stopped in his tracks and sighed heavily. "Mr. Lu, you know the school's difficulties. Jinwu University was founded on martial arts. We value strength. If the Lu family wants special treatment, you can have Lu Jia transfer to Qinqing University. I'll handle the paperwork personally." The middle-aged man was none other than the current head of the Lu family, Lu Rong. He had originally come to Jinwu University on official business. The Lu family planned to fund the construction of a beast taming training building at Jinwu University and establish a campus charity foundation to support academically and morally outstanding students. He had just finished discussing the details with Vice-Chancellor Zhao Dingwa, who was in charge of the matter. Then he heard about Lu Jia challenging Lin Yan to a duel and kidnapping a female student with a dagger. Such an incident, once it spreads and gains traction, would be a major scandal. Neither Jinwu University nor the Lu family in the capital could tolerate it. Lu Rong smiled and waved his hand dismissively, appearing completely unconcerned. Vice Principal Zhao is overthinking it. I'm not here to accuse anyone or cover for anyone. However, since my son is involved, as his father, I can't just ignore it. Zhao Dingwa fell silent for a moment before saying, "Let's go check on the situation first." The two entered the arena hall, and the students watching the match fell silent, making way for them. At the front, Tang Tianyu, Zhao Ziwu, Zhao Duoduo, and others stood silently, staring at the vice principal. Zhao Dingwa's gaze fixed on the bloodstain on Zhao Duoduo's neck. "Are you okay?" Whereas the medical team, Zhao Ziwei spoke up for her. "It's just a superficial wound, the bleeding has stopped." Zhao Dingwa nodded and turned his attention back to the pitch-black screen of the stage. The private arena. He had no authority to view the situation inside. "Have you tried forcing them out?" Zhao Dingwa asked the leader of the black-clad men. "It's locked from the inside." "It must have been Lin Yan who did it. He's the student council president and has the authority to do so." The leader of the black-clad men whispered into Zhao Dingwa's ear. Zhao Dingwa sighed. He never expected things to escalate to this point. He was well aware of the feud between Lu Jia and Lin Yan. He had also learned from Lu Rong that Lu Jia had returned to school today. However, he hadn't anticipated that their relationship had deteriorated to the point of no return. Was this situation really going to end with one of them dying? Whether it's Lin Yan or Lu Jia, neither is someone he can accept. If he had to choose one, Zhao Dingwa still hopes that Lin Yan can survive. The battlefield. Lin Yan stood in the rain, letting the wind and rain beat against his face. He closed his eyes, his mind filled with the information relayed back by the 1,000-foot mantis and blood-winged beast that had gone to hunt down the crimson flame dragon. Suddenly, the tracking information from the front lines suddenly cut off. Tens of thousands of insect soldiers lost their target and fell into confusion. The figure of the crimson flame dragon had vanished into thin air? This is bad. Lin Yan opened his eyes, feeling an ominous premonition. In the open field not far away, a blazing ring of fire suddenly appeared out of thin air. The next second, a massive crimson flame dragon carrying Lu Jia emerged from the fire ring. "You pathetic insect, you think you can catch up to this noble dragon? This crimson flame dragon possesses 1/8 of the bloodline of a legendary tier spatial type spirit beast. How about it? Do you realize the gap between us now?" Lu Jia couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Yan was surrounded only by those ant-like spirit beasts that lacked combat power and couldn't fly. With just a flick of his finger, he could easily erase Lin Yan. "I'd love to see your pitiful struggle before you die, but I'm not the same person I used to be. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Die." Lu Jia's eyes turned blood red as he roared. The crimson flame dragon beneath him opened its mouth and roared, spewing forth thick columns of fire. They surged toward Lin Yan, engulfing him in flames. Lin Yan stood still, estimating the distance between himself and the swarm of insect-like creatures rushing toward him. The surrounding titan ants moved, forming a high wall to block the flames. The outer layer of titan ants was reduced to charcoal, but more were constantly arriving to replace them. "How long do you think you can last, you pathetic insect?" Lu Jia laughed wildly, continuing to release his spiritual energy to replenish the crimson flame dragon's flame technique. This ordinary flame skill consumed relatively little spiritual energy. Relatively speaking, the damage was lower, but the range was wider. It was the perfect countermeasure against Lin Yan's swarm tactics. Watching the endless stream of titan ants dying, Lu Jia felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Last time, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Lin Yan. This time, the tables have turned. "You're celebrating too soon." Lin Yan channeled his spiritual energy, releasing it toward the distant insect horde. Instantly, the speed of the 1,000-foot mantises and bloodwing bees surged. Noticing Lin Yan's intentions, Lu Jia didn't panic. Instead, he smiled even more broadly. "You're trying to use your spiritual energy to boost the speed of your spirit beasts? But I heard your spiritual veins are damaged. How much longer can you keep this up? You're about to collapse, aren't you?" He had already heard that Lin Yan had been assassinated, and it was Lu Hua who had done it. After being defeated by Lin Yan, he hated him with a vengeance. He had even sent men to find Lu Hua, hoping he could use some means to make Lin Yan pay a terrible price and avenge him. However, after consulting with his superiors, Lu Hua refused. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Hua had finally taken action. And he didn't even reveal his own involvement. When he received the news at the Lu family's training ground, he almost rushed back to school to seek revenge. However, since his new spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon, hadn't fully developed yet, he feared that Lin Yan, desperate and cornered, might fight to the death and defeat him again. Lu Jia forced himself to wait until now. As soon as the Crimson Flame Dragon had just passed its juvenile stage, he rushed back immediately. He wanted Lin Yan dead. Only death could rid him of the shadow of his inner demons. Lin Yan remained silent. The distance between the 1,000-foot mantid and the bloodwing mad bees was sufficient. One after another, black holes appeared, pulling them all back into the beast taming space. Spiritual power? Lin Yan sensed the spirit-devouring cicada lying quietly in the beast controlling space. For every ounce of spiritual energy he lost, the soul-devouring cicada replenished it. The spiritual energy released by the 3,000 spirit beasts earlier was almost beyond imagination. In the past, he would have been drained dry after just one release. But now, his spiritual energy remained almost unchanged. The soul-devouring cicada was like a massive power bank to him. It continuously supplies him with spiritual energy. Lin Yan looked at Lu Jie calmly, his heart unruffled. He wasn't the only one to turn misfortune into fortune. After surviving an assassination attempt, Lin Yan's transformation could be described as a complete metamorphosis. Persevere? Lin Yan chuckled lightly. I hope you can hold on. As soon as the words left his mouth, the spiritual energy surging from Lin Yan's body suddenly increased by several fold. A massive surge of chaotic spiritual energy nearly formed a storm, completely enveloping Lin Yan within it. Chapter 117, The Fusion of the Crimson Flame Dragon. The spiritual energy across the entire battlefield seemed to be stirred into motion. The full power release of the soul-devouring cicada finally revealed its true might. If anyone else had contracted the soul-devouring cicada, they would have nothing but a massive amount of spiritual energy with no outlet. Because the soul-devouring cicada lacks combat capabilities, and all its spiritual energy can only be used for self-defense. However, Lin Yan was different. A single soul-devouring cicada in his beast taming space was insignificant, yet it could channel its spiritual energy into tens of thousands of insect soldiers. It was a perfect match for Lin Yan. Lu Jie saw the spiritual energy storm and his expression changed slightly. Your spiritual vein hasn't been damaged. Even an ordinary beast tamer's spiritual energy isn't this fast. Let alone a crippled beast tamer with damaged meridians? Lu Jie hesitated for a moment before regaining his composure. It doesn't matter. No matter what happened to your spiritual veins, today's outcome is already decided. Before a true dragon, insects are nothing but fodder to be crushed. Innate skill, Dragon Resonance. Lu Jie's spiritual energy plummeted rapidly, and his entire body began to fade into nothingness. A crimson flame colossal dragon raised its head and roared, its dragon form gradually merging with the ethereal Lu Jie. Lin Yan was taken aback, not expecting Lu Jie to have awakened his innate skill. Most beast tamers' innate abilities are passive, used to enhance their connection with spirit beasts or strengthen the beast's power. Active skills that can be released are extremely rare. Generally, only S-rank talents possess such active skills. Lu Jie's spiritual energy shadow merged with the crimson flame giant dragon's body. A massive dragon-like spirit beast, far larger than before, bathed in flames and lava, appeared before Lin Yan. Roar! The crimson flame dragon fusion form snorted, and scalding lava erupted from its nostrils. The temperature around them surged sharply. Not bad. You have the qualifications to fight me. Lin Yan looked at the giant dragon before him with a serious expression. But he wondered if Lu Jie, who had fused with the crimson flame dragon, could still hear him. Roar! The crimson flame dragon fusion form roared again, as if in response to Lin Yan's words. Lin Yan extended his hand, and the dense black holes once again surrounded him. Instantly, the insect soldiers who had gone to pursue the crimson flame dragon reappeared. Kill! Without a word, Lin Yan swung his hand and issued the order. The swarm of insect soldiers moved simultaneously, charging toward the crimson flame dragon. The sheer number of insect soldiers caused the ground to tremble slightly. The crimson flame dragon fusion form had grown to nearly 3 times its original size, resembling a moving wall of earth. Due to its increased size, the crimson flame dragon fusion form struggled to bear the weight, its 2 dragon wings drooping lifelessly, losing its ability to fly. For abnormally thick claws swung toward Lin Yan. Roar, roar, roar! Lin Yan stood his ground, as the tide of insect soldiers surged past him. The 2 sides collided. In an instant, the bodies of the insect soldiers fell like a shower of blood. Titan giant and 1. Titan giant and 1. 1,000-foot mantis 1. 1,000-foot mantis 1. Bloodwing mad bee 1. A long list of insect soldier death notifications appeared. Lin Yan remained expressionless as he closed the death notifications. Come on, let us see if my insect soldiers are wiped out first or if you die first. Black wormholes appeared intermittently behind him, and insect soldiers poured out endlessly from the wormholes, mostly 1,000-foot mantises. The 1,000-meter mantises were highly mobile, dealt high damage, and their skills included bloodsucking. They are currently the most cost-effective insect soldiers available. Spiritual energy was channeled into all the insect soldiers. 3 skills are released simultaneously. For a moment, the battlefield was a chaotic mess, resembling a massive free-for-all. Lin Yan's strategy was clear, and one could say that by this point, there was no other option. A battle between geniuses. No flashy moves, just straight-up combat. More and more insect soldiers fell. Lin Yan's biomass was rapidly decreasing. Meanwhile, the massive crimson flame dragon hybrid's molten armor is peeling off layer by layer. Finally, a 1,000-foot mantis was the first to slice through its skin. Blood flowed out like molten lava. Upon hitting the ground, it instantly ignited into a ball of flame. Dragon blood stained the entire ground. Who cares what kind of dragon you are? If you can bleed, you can die. Biomass dropped by over 20,000. Lin Yan gritted his teeth and continued to release his spiritual energy. Kill them. The arena hall. Lu Rong held a stack of documents, flipping through them. This Lin Yan is the one who took the spot of Lu Yu as the freshman representative? The butler beside him nodded respectfully. Yes, he's also the one who injured the young master earlier. The crowd around them sensed something was off. Is the Lu family from the capital here to settle the score? Lin Yan, an ordinary student with no background, has been targeted by the powerful Lu family. This doesn't bode well. That's not right. At that moment, Zhao Ziwei stepped forward, her brows furrowed in anger. What do you mean Lin Yan took Lu Yu's spot as the freshman representative? The freshman representative position is meant for those with the ability to hold it. Lin Yan is more capable, so it's only natural for him to take it. It's not about stealing from others, nor is it about others giving it away. Lu Rong was taken aback, not expecting someone to speak up so boldly. Upon recognizing her as Zhao Ziwu, he remembered she was the daughter of Zhao Dingguo and smiled. Don't get so worked up, niece. I was just speaking off the cuff. Zhao Ziwu's chest rose and fell, clearly upset. You dismiss all of Lin Yan's efforts with just a casual remark? Lu Rong smiled and narrowed his eyes, saying nothing more. Zhao Dingguo sighed and pulled his daughter aside. You're being impulsive. Lu Rong came this time, claiming it was for the school's reconstruction, but in reality, he's here to back up Lu Jia. With a prodigy of S-rank talent emerging in the family, he naturally wants to protect him. And Lin Yan has already been marked by Lu Jia as his #1 rival on his path to success. You shouldn't be creating more enemies for Lin Yan at this time. Zhao Ziwei exhaled deeply, still feeling unjustified. What a ridiculous Lu family, getting into a feud with a student. Zhao Dingguo wanted to glare at her, but seeing his daughter's angry expression, he reluctantly gave up. You know what's best. The Lu family is currently at the height of their power. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. The father and daughter returned to their usual demeanor, waiting for the results from the arena. Lu Rong stared at the pitch-black screen, lost in thought. After a long while, he suddenly spoke. How does the school handle students who die during these arena matches? Zhao Dingguo thought for a moment and replied. According to the beast control law, compensation is paid to the student's family. Lu Rong smiled with his hands behind his back and said to the butler beside him. Prepare 10 million for Lin Yan's family. After the arena match ends, notify the journalists to visit his home and compensate them properly. Blunt mockery. Lu Rong was so certain that Lin Yan would be killed by Lu Jia. Zhao Ziwei was about to step forward to argue with him. Zhao Dingguo grabbed his daughter by the arm, his voice growing colder. Mr. Lu is so certain that the one who will die inside is Lin Yan? Chapter 118, the outcome is decided. Upon hearing Zhao Dingguo's question, Lu Rong smiled silently, speaking with great confidence. What else could it be? Could it be my son who died? You've been the vice principal for so many years and taught so many students. You should know the value of a spirit beast with even a trace of legendary level bloodline. I am also aware of the grudge between Lu Jia and Lin Yan. Though it was a minor matter, it involved the dignity of a beastmaster, so a life or death decision must be made. By the way, according to the records, Lin Yan's talent is listed as the living arts discipline. Wasn't the admission review conducted properly? Zhao Dingguo's expression darkened. He knew Lu Rong was right. In the exchange competition between the two countries, that unparalleled genius from Japan had contracted a spirit beast with traces of legendary tier bloodline. Lu Jia's beast, though lacking in bloodline, was still powerful enough. Talent doesn't mean anything. Zhao Dingguo said solemnly. Lin Yan's strength has already proven everything. Ha, of course. Lu Rong smiled. However, since this is a private arena. Lu Rong smiled, Lin Yan could have died in an accident. According to the beast control law, we cannot directly hold my son responsible. His uncle serves on the association's court. I believe he will make a fair judgment. The crowd in the hall fell silent. Tang Tianyu clenched his fists and glared angrily at Lu Rong. The underlying meaning was clear, Lin Yan was already as good as dead, and all that was left was to collect his body. Does having a noble bloodline make one strong? I don't care whose blood that worthless bastard has. Tang Tianyu shouted loudly. But Lin Yan will never lose to Lu Jia. After Lu Jia dies inside, I'll hire a lawyer to defend Lin Yan. Lu Rong glanced at Tang Tianyu and smiled lightly. Ignorant child, you don't understand what legendary bloodline means, or what S-class combat talent is. Humph. Tang Tianyu sneered, that's because you don't know what Lin Yan is. Upon hearing this, those around them paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Exactly, does having powerful strength necessarily have anything to do with bloodline? Then everyone should just stop fighting and summon spirit beasts to compare bloodlines instead. You keep talking about bloodlines and talent. Does your Lu family have all the geniuses? I'm the 9th ranked student in my second year, higher than Lu Jia, but my spirit beast only has an elite level bloodline. What does that say? There are no trash spirit beasts, only trash spirit beast tamers. The depth of that statement keeps getting better. I'm betting on Lin Yan. What kind of trash is Lu Jie? My brother Lin Yan hasn't lost in combat, even if he hasn't won in talent. We'll see the results soon. Those who emerge from the battlefield are the winners. Lu Rong's smile gradually faded. He hadn't expected so many people to speak up for Lin Yan. As a prominent family in the capital, the Lu family valued their reputation above all else. Yet, they had lost that face because of Lin Yan. Lu Rong's expression grew increasingly somber. He desperately needed Lu Jia to come forward with the news of Lin Yan's death. The battlefield. The rain fell harder and harder, as if foretelling the end of the battle. Lin Yan stood in the rain, covered in blood. The casualties among the insect soldiers were too heavy. Even though he had experienced many battles and witnessed the deaths of insect soldiers with his own eyes, he was utterly shocked by the scene before him. Tens of thousands of insect soldiers activated their skills and charged forward, rushing toward the fusion form of the Crimson Flame Dragon. The magma armor was incredibly hard, and as it charged left and right, it collided with the insect soldiers, turning them into a blood mist. Their fiery red bodies turned blood red. Rain washed away the bloodstains, leaving the ground sticky and covered in blood. Roar! The Crimson Flame Dragon fusion form is also taking a beating. After Lu Jia released his skill and fused with it, it gained immense attack power and health. However, this came at the cost of losing its flight ability and agility. After the 1,000-foot mantis tore through the defenses, the three types of insect soldiers charged together. Nevertheless, the Qianran mantises still outnumbered the others. Lin Yan later summoned more insect soldiers using biomass, but they were all Qianran mantises with the strongest capabilities. Although they still cause significant damage, you can't withstand it indefinitely. The Crimson Flame Dragon fusion form discovered with horror that no matter how many insect soldiers it killed, these insect soldiers seemed endless, charging toward him again without any decrease in numbers. His armor was already peeling off in large patches. Minor wounds covered his body, oozing a steady stream of crimson dragon blood. Roar! The threat to his life caused the Crimson Flame Dragon fusion to let out a furious roar, using every last ounce of his strength. After slaughtering all the insect soldiers that had gathered around him once more, he seized the moment when the remaining insect soldiers closed in and charged straight toward Lin Yan. Die! Lu Jie's consciousness roared, and the ferocious dragon's mouth spewed out its final burst of flame. The scorching heat wave was about to touch Lin Yan when nearly 100 black holes appeared around Lin Yan. Dozens of titan ants rushed over, surrounding Lin Yan tightly and forming a sphere. The flames engulfed the sphere, releasing a pungent smell of burning. The black sphere rolled backward, escaping the attack range of the Crimson Flame Dragon fusion entity. The next moment, a tidal wave of 1,000-foot mantises surged forward. Lu Jie's consciousness plunged into despair. He realized he had no chance left. This time, he had actually lost. Roar! He had awakened an S-rank talent and contracted a spirit beast with a trace of legendary bloodline. He should have been a prodigy, the heir to the Lu family of the capital, a future elite of the nation, and the most powerful beast tamer. He would have endless power, wealth, and countless women, reaching the pinnacle of life. How could he lose to the same person twice in a row? Twice. No, something must be wrong. The Crimson Flame Dragon fusion form was covered in bloodstains. The sharp claws of the 1,000-foot mantis pierced through the armor into the skin, inflicting damage. Thick dragon legs exposed bones, spilling dragon blood as it stumbled and staggered in the opposite direction. Lu Jie's consciousness was fading. The Crimson Flame Dragon fusion form had lost its will to fight, surrounded by fear. The desire to survive drove it to flee from that terrifying human and the endless swarm of insects. Pursue! Seeing that the Crimson Flame Dragon fusion form was already at its last gasp, Lin Yan no longer cared about the risk of fighting a desperate battle, leading tens of thousands of insect soldiers in pursuit. The 1,000-foot mantis army charged forward, completely depleting the Crimson Flame Dragon's remaining health. The massive dragon's body crashed to the ground. It then gradually shrank in size, returning to its original form. Lu Jie's body also separated from it. Lin Yan saw the kill notification appear before his eyes. You have successfully defeated the level 23 epic tier bloodline spirit beast Crimson Flame Dragon. Biomass plus 0, experience plus 1,200. He closed the notification. Lin Yan looked at Lu Jie lying on the ground, his eyes cold. Lu Jie was not dead, his eyes vacant as he stared at the sky. Rain poured into his eyes, but he didn't flinch or dodge, as if he couldn't feel it at all. Lin Yan remained silent for a long time before turning away resolutely. Thousands of mantises rushed forward eagerly, piling up into a small mountain. When Lu Jie tried to kill Lin Yan, his fate was already sealed. Lin Yan pressed the button to exit the battlefield. A flash of white light flickered in his eyes. He returned to the arena hall. Chapter 119, Reunion soon. The arena hall. Suddenly, a beam of light fell on the waiting area to one side. Everyone's gaze immediately focused there. Zhao Duo and the others were pleasantly surprised, as they knew that was the spot where Lin Yan had entered the arena battlefield. When exiting the arena battlefield, both combatants would emerge simultaneously. Now, only a beam of light was shining there. Doesn't that mean Lin Yan had left, and Lu Jia had been permanently left behind? Zhao Dinghua narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Lu Rong's butler whispered a few words in his ear. Lu Rong's expression suddenly changed, his eyes fixed intently on the direction of the stage. Only a single beam of light who could have survived. For some reason, Lu Rong, who had been so confident moments ago, now felt completely uncertain. The light on the stage gradually faded. The figure inside became visible. A slender figure walked down, expressionless. The hall fell into a brief silence. Then, a deafening cheer erupted. Wow, wow. It's Lin Yan. Lin Yan won. Impressive. I knew Lin Yan would come out on top. Is he smiling? I still see him with that cold, expressionless face. Get lost. He's coming. You can ask him yourself why he's so expressionless later. Shoo. Don't talk. It's still intense. The chattering crowd immediately fell silent, their eyes darting toward Lin Yan as he walked down. Lin Yan took a deep breath, walked over to Zhao Duo, and looked at her with a puzzled expression. What is going on? Why are you all staring at me? Zhao Duo bit her lip, her heart racing. Where is he? Lin Yan knew exactly who she was referring to, but he shook his head innocently. I don't know. Zhao Duo's expression darkened. Without any concrete news, she couldn't calm down. Lin Yan smiled, rubbing his chin. But I think he won't be able to appear before you again in the future. Zhao Duo froze, tears streaming down her face as she stared straight at Lin Yan. Is that true? The man who had cast a shadow over her mind, had he really died on the battlefield? Lin Yan gave her a wink, the meaning clear. Zhao Duo felt no more resentment, wiped away her tears, and smiled. Tang Tianyu was completely confused by their silent exchange and whispered. What about Lu Jia? The others also turned to Lin Yan, waiting for him to answer directly. Zhao Dinghua looked at Lin Yan, shook his head slightly, and signaled him not to say anything more. Lin Yan noticed that he seemed to have figured something out and looked in another direction. Sure enough, a middle-aged man of noble bearing, with veins bulging on his forehead, strode forward and stood before Lin Yan. Where is my son Lu Jia? A loud shout filled with spiritual energy sent Lin Yan reeling, his soul unsteady. Tang Tianyu quickly stepped in front of Lin Yan, equally unsettled, and glared at Lu Rong. What do you think you're doing? Zhao Dinghua's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Mr. Lu, do you think you can show off your power at Maizhenwu University? You've come to the wrong place. Lu Rong's face turned ashen, wanting to explode, but he restrained himself due to Zhao Dinghua's strength and status. Closing his eyes, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his voice trembling. Where is my son, Lu Jia? Lin Yan, knowing his identity, showed no fear and repeated. I don't know. He might be dead inside, or he might still be alive. To be honest, Lin Yan turned around at the last moment. He didn't know how gruesome Lu Jia's death had been. In the Beastmaster world, spirit beasts have all sorts of bizarre abilities. He had a spirit beast with a trace of legendary tier bloodline, so maybe it underwent a dragon blood rebirth. The mockery was at its peak. Lin Yan looked sincere, but everyone present could hear the mockery in his words. You, Lu Rong and Lu Jia, have always boasted about how powerful your legendary blooded spirit beasts are, haven't you? Now Lin Yan has defeated Lu Jia. What else is there to say? Lu Rong ground out the words through clenched teeth. You're just a mere life-type talent. How could you possibly beat Lu Jia? What underhanded tactics did you use? The private challenge was your idea too, wasn't it? What are you trying to hide? Lin Yan chuckled, raising an eyebrow at him. Mr. Lu, don't speak without evidence. The privacy arena was proposed by Lu Jia. If you don't believe me, you can check the records. As for your son's whereabouts, I'm truly unaware. If you truly want to see him, I hope you two can reunite soon. Upon hearing this, everyone was speechless. Lin Yan dared to speak to Lu Rong like that. Lu Jia is dead, though it hasn't been explicitly stated, it's an unspoken consensus among everyone. To reunite Lu Rong and Lu Jia, father and son. Wasn't that the same as openly telling Lu Rong to go die? Even Tang Tianyu, with his deep connections in Zhao Dinghua's power and status, dared not speak to Lu Rong so directly. How dare you? The Lu family's steward couldn't help but scold him. The head of the Lu family had been humiliated by an unknown upstart, how could he possibly tolerate it? Lu Rong was like a ferocious tiger ready to pounce, glaring at Lin Yan with venom in his eyes. You will pay for your words today. Lin Yan glanced at him indifferently, then turned to Zhao Dinghua and said, Vice Principal, I'm a bit tired. I'll head back first. Zhao Dinghua nodded. Go ahead. Lu Jia's butler stepped forward and blocked Lin Yan. The master hasn't finished questioning you yet. You can't leave. Bang. Before the words had even finished, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from Zhao Dinghua's body. The illusory form of the Rock Snake King emerged from behind Zhao Dinghua, its regal aura unmistakable. Do the students of Jinwu University need your permission to go wherever they please? The Lu family's steward hurriedly took 2 steps back, staring at Zhao Dinghua in terror. The unique spirit beast of the king realm appeared, exerting an overwhelming pressure. Lu Rong. Zhao Dinghua turned to the silent man standing beside him, his face filled with sorrow. Regarding the matter involving Lu Jia, I apologize. I will report it to the Association for Investigation. If you still wish to discuss the reconstruction project, I would be happy to discuss it further in my office. If you dare to harm my students, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Please leave now. The words seemed gentle, but they were incredibly firm. Lu Rong stared at the stage for a moment before turning and leaving. The butler hesitated for a moment before following his master's footsteps. The master and servant departed. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall finally began to ease. Everyone was buzzing with discussions about the battle between Lin Yan and Lu Jia. Lin Yan quietly left the arena hall and headed toward the dungeon hall. He had to admit that Lu Jia had indeed grown much stronger. He had sacrificed nearly half of his biomass and tens of thousands of insect soldiers to finally wear down and defeat the Crimson Flame Dragon fusion form. He now needed to return to the dungeon hall to continue farming biomass. He took a secret path. Lin Yan kept his eyes forward, his steps firm. He had killed Lu Jia with his own hands, just as he had killed Zhao Lengtian before. To say there was no emotional turmoil within him would be impossible. But in this world, if you aren't ruthless toward your enemies, you're being cruel to yourself. Lin Yan had no way back. Whoever stood in his way, he would kill them. A series of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Lin Yan's heart raced, and he channeled his spiritual energy, summoning several blood-winged bees from the surrounding hiding spots to keep watch. He instinctively turned around. A soft body collided with his chest. Lin Yan's hand, which had been about to give an order, froze mid-air. Zhao Duo threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Chapter 120, Welcome to the Northwest. Lin Yan froze for a moment, unsure of how to comfort her. Fortunately, this was a narrow path, and there was no one around. Otherwise, they would definitely have been surrounded by onlookers. Lin Yan had let down the girl who came looking for him? It's okay. Lin Yan ruffled the young girl's hair and comforted her. Zhao Duoduo's sobs didn't subside. She seemed to have a lot of emotions to release, and her tears soaked Lin Yan's shirt. On the other side of the path, a few people were walking over, chatting and laughing. Lin Yan quickly patted Zhao Duoduo's back and whispered, "Someone's coming. Let's go to the backyard." The backyard was a picturesque spot on the campus of Jinwu University, renowned as a romantic haven for couples. However, Jinwu University was known for having more men than women, and there weren't many couples on campus. Additionally, the university had a reputation for being combative, so most couples preferred to meet in the fighting arena. Therefore, the backyard garden was rarely visited. Zhao Duoduo gently bumped her head against Lin Yan's chest, nodding in agreement. The two parted ways. Zhao Duoduo covered her face with a tissue and avoided Lin Yan's gaze. Lin Yan tried to gauge her mood through her eyes, but Zhao Duoduo seemed resistant, so he gave up. They walked one in front of the other. Occasionally, the sound of someone blowing their nose could be heard from behind. Every time Lin Yan stopped, the sound of sniffling would cease. After trying a few times, an annoyed voice came from behind. "You're doing this on purpose." Lin Yan laughed and continued walking. A pavilion on an artificial hill in the backyard. The two sat side by side. Zhao Duoduo, with her eyes slightly swollen, stared blankly into the distance. Lin Yan leaned against a pillar, also lost in thought. He seemed to be suffering from a deficiency of biomass. When there's a shortage of biomass, one's mind becomes restless and uneasy. He should be happily leveling up in the dungeon hall, not sitting in the pavilion of the backyard garden, feeling the breeze. In the end, it was all because of Lu Jia. Never mind, the dead are gone, so there's no point in talking about him. Lin Yan turned his head and looked at Zhao Duoduo, who was lost in thought. "Still want to cry?" Zhao Duoduo nodded, her lips trembling, on the verge of tears again. It wasn't just because of Lu Jia, but also because her mother had been taken away from the hospital. What did the Zhao family want from her? Zhao Duoduo felt completely lost and even terrified about her future. If it weren't for Lin Yan and the others who had been quietly helping her all along, she probably wouldn't have any hope left to keep living. Lin Yan was startled and quickly patted her on the back. Don't cry, don't cry." He hated seeing women cry. Zhao Duoduo finally managed to stop crying. Lin Yan thought for a moment and said, "In a few days, it'll be the Holy Imperial Festival holiday. Let us go back and visit Auntie. Everything will be okay. Besides, I'm still here. With our relationship, I'll handle anything, no matter how big." Zhao Duoduo looked at Lin Yan, with only those half-spoken words echoing in her ears. What kind of relationship were they? Lovers? Definitely not. Friends? That seemed a bit too much. Zhao Daoda closed her eyes and decided not to think about it anymore. She wrapped her arms around Lin Yan's arm and leaned against his shoulder, falling asleep with a sense of security. This moment was hers alone. Lin Yan's body stiffened for a moment before shifting into a more comfortable position to let her sleep better. Turning his head, the young girl's delicate, beautiful face was just inches away. Lin Yan swallowed hard, desperately wanting to take a bite. He suddenly thought, maybe staying here to enjoy the breeze wasn't such a bad idea after all. Regardless, the outcome of Lin Yan and Lu Jie's showdown on the stage spread throughout the entire campus in no time. Everyone avoided mentioning Lu Jie's name, simply brushing it off with a "no one knows where he is." Of course, everyone knew exactly what had happened to Lu Jie. Lin Yan was once again deified in the hearts of everyone in the school. Someone had compiled statistics on the performance of all the freshman representatives over the years. They came to a conclusion: Lin Yan was the strongest among them all. Student Union Headquarters. Lei Ming closed the forum on his phone, his face as dark as water. He never expected Lu Jie to lose. All the information and intelligence obtained by the Lu family after their release from the hospital were provided by him. S-tier combat talent, a new spirit beast with a hint of legendary tier bloodline. With such power, he was certain to become the head of one of the student council's departments in the future, and might even be his successor. Yet he had lost twice to Lin Yan. This time, he even lost his life. Ding ding ding. The phone on the table rang. Lei Ming stood up, closed the doors and windows, and made sure no one else could hear before answering the call. Hello? Yes, I understand. I'll try to persuade Lin Yan one more time. The amount of embezzlement this time is too large. If he's willing to cooperate, everything will be easier. But I don't think he'll side with us. What should we do if he refuses? Got it. I'll handle it neatly. Nanling City. Zhao family mansion. After listening to the report, Zhao Tianhua slammed his phone onto the ground. Bang! The phone shattered into pieces, scattering fragments across the floor. The servants trembled in fear. The butler waved his hand, signaling them all to leave, then approached Zhao Tianhua. The information has been confirmed, it is accurate. That student named Lu Jie, like the eldest young master, has also gone missing. If there is no unexpected turn of events, they were both killed by Lin Yan. A flash of murderous intent crossed Zhao Tianhua's eyes as he clenched his teeth and said, "Monitor Lin Yan's movements. Once he returns to Nanling City, I want him to wish he were dead. Make him wish he were dead." Longwei, Northwest Region. A jeep drove through the desert, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhejiang Province, as the name suggests, is a border region covered in barren deserts. The living conditions here are harsh, with no caravans or tourists. Only criminals, undocumented migrants, and gold prospectors seeking quick riches venture here. A veritable melting pot of misfits. Qin Ruoyu sat in the jeep, glancing at the messages on her phone. Her eyes, hidden behind a veil, flickered. The signal was poor, and it took her a while to figure out what was happening. Lin Yan had killed Lu Jie. Although the forum didn't say it outright, she could figure it out. Time is of the essence. We should eliminate all potential threats to Lin Yan before we leave. Qin Ruoyu thought to herself, but unfortunately, the Northwest region was already in complete chaos. She had just been appointed as the head of the Dream Hall and rushed here to clean up the mess. She hadn't had time to check on Lin Yan's side. Fortunately, Lin Yan had handled it himself. The jeep suddenly came to a stop. The strong inertia jolted Qin Ruoyu, and she wrapped her face in her veil before asking, "What is going on?" The man in the driver's seat lit a cigarette and replied casually, "The car broke down. We're waiting for someone to come fix it." Qin Ruoyu nodded, opened the door. "I'll walk the rest of the way myself." The door wouldn't budge, as if it had been welded shut. "Open the door." Qin Ruoyu frowned and said. The bald man in the passenger seat turned around and gave a sinister laugh. "When you took off your mask just now, we both saw it. You're such a delicate little thing, looking like a movie star. Those roughnecks from the gold rush are loaded. You're worth at least 50,000. We 1T take your fare, but..." He glanced at his accomplice in the driver's seat. "Second brother, the gold rush gang 1T be here for a while. Why don't I have some fun first? I've never been with someone like you before." The man in the driver's seat took a drag on his cigarette and nodded slowly. "Hurry up." The bald man's face lit up with joy, and he rubbed his hands together. "You don't know me? 3 minutes is all it takes." Saying that, the bald man got out of the car, opened Qin Ruoyu's door from the outside, and chuckled. "Don't blame me. That's just how the world works. You're just a young woman, coming here alone to the desert, and this is what happens. Welcome to the Northwest." Qin Ruoyu stared at him expressionlessly, then twisted her wrist. The light-scaled dragon suddenly appeared outside the car, its previously hidden power now unrestricted. Diamond Realm, 10th tier. Blood spattered everywhere, and the screams of the two men lasted only an instant before abruptly stopping. Qin Ruoyu stepped out of the car. The two men's bodies lay haphazardly on the ground, their eyes wide open in death. They never could have imagined that a lone, fragile woman could be so fierce. Welcome to the Northwest. Shinruoyu stepped over the bodies, got into the car, started the engine, and drove off. Chapter 121, Lie Detector Test. Dungeon Hall. Xiyang Desert inside the dungeon. Lin Yan sat on a sandy slope, watching the chaotic battle below. Kill notifications kept popping up in front of him, and his biomass was rapidly increasing. It was already past midnight. He had spent a long time in the backyard with Zhao Duo and had just sent her back to her dormitory. This time, he had completely alienated the Lu family. Judging by the words of that middle-aged man named Lu Rong as he left, he was certain that the Lu family would target him in the future. However, Lin Yan didn't care. If he didn't kill Lu Jia, there would be even more trouble in the future. Lin Yan thought to himself that in 3 days, it would be the Saint's festival holiday, and he planned to go home for a visit. Should he buy some local specialties to bring back? The day before the Holy Imperial Festival was his birthday. Usually, he would gather a few close friends for a gathering. But Lin Yan didn't have many friends, so he usually spent it with Shinruoyu. Shinruoyu. Lin Yan furrowed his brows. This time when he goes back, he must figure out what's going on. What is she hiding from me? Right, I should discreetly find out more later. If I have time, I'll visit her mother with Zhao Duo and give her a surprise. Also, after the Holy Imperial Festival holiday, it would be time for the exchange competition with Japan. We need to prepare thoroughly. Since he is the new student representative and student council president, he must take on this responsibility. He has no reason to lose this competition. He spent the entire night in the dungeon. He had almost made up for the lost biomass, reaching around 80,000. Lin Yan was exhausted. After exiting the dungeon, the sky was already bright. He glanced at the time. It was 7 in the morning. Lin Yan decided to head back to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lin Yan had a bad feeling. After seeing that the caller was Zhao Dinghua, he hesitated before answering the call. Hello, Vice Principal, is there something you need? As he spoke, he yawned. The tone on the other end of the line was serious. Lin Yan, the association has sent someone to investigate the incident where you and Lu Jia disappeared after your private duel, with Lu Jia suspected to be dead. Lin Yan's heart sank, and he asked, what do you need me to do? Zhao Dinghua said on the other end of the phone. The association's investigators will conduct a psychological lie detector test on you to determine whether you killed Lu Jia. Come to the security department. Lin Yan nodded. Alright, I'll go now. After the call ended, Lin Yan hesitated. He didn't know what a mental lie detector test was. However, the investigators sent by the Beastmaster Association must have special methods. If anything went wrong, it would be troublesome. Never mind, we'll deal with it as it comes. He arrived at the security office. Lin Yan noticed that besides the usual black-clad men, there were many unfamiliar faces wearing Beastmaster Association uniforms, all staring at him warily. Xiao Yan, over here. Vice Principal Zhao Dinghua waved him over from the side, gesturing for Lin Yan to approach. Lin Yan walked over and noticed a middle-aged man with a square face standing beside him. The two nodded to each other. Zhao Dinghua introduced. This is my student, the prodigious talent of our Jinwu University, Lin Yan. Xia Yan, this is the investigator from the association I told you about, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked at Lin Yan with a serious expression. From Zhao Dinghua's words, he could tell that Zhao Dinghua, or rather the school, held this student in high regard. For a vice principal to address a freshman so familiarly was already telling. Lin Yan, don't be nervous. I'm just doing my job. Zhang Wei extended his hand to shake Lin Yan's. In a moment, I will use a lie detector to conduct a lie detection test on you. If you are truly innocent, I will issue a certificate and you will be free to go. However, if the polygraph results show that you killed Lu Jie or are withholding information about the incident, the association will arrest you. You need to think this through carefully. Lin Yan nodded. The machine was quickly calibrated. Lin Yan sat down on the chair as instructed, with only a few wires attached to his wrists. They were connected to the lie detector. Zhang Wei looked at the lights on the machine and said, I will ask you 3 simple questions shortly. You only need to answer yes or no, silence will be interpreted as no. The lie detector detects your spiritual energy fluctuations. When you tell the truth, it will display a green light. When you lie, it will display a red light. If a red light appears once during the 3 questions, you will be deemed to have withheld information. What awaits you next is the association's judgment. Lin Yan heard this and fell into deep thought. The lie detector judges based on spiritual energy fluctuations. This was similar to some lie detectors he had heard of in his previous life, which used abnormal fluctuations in brainwaves to make judgments. This means that, as long as his spiritual energy remained stable and did not fluctuate, he would be deemed to be telling the truth. Conversely, any fluctuations would be deemed a lie. When it comes to spiritual energy, the soul-devouring cicada is quite skilled. As long as the soul-devouring cicada can control his spiritual energy fluctuations, he will pass this lie detector test. I understand. Lin Yan replied. Zhang Wei nodded and pressed the button. Suddenly, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enter his body. He hadn't even moved. The soul-devouring cicada sleeping within the beast taming space seemed to sense some kind of threat. In an instant, a massive spiritual energy from the beast taming space clashed with it. The two spiritual energies were locked in a stalemate. However, the soul-devouring cicada was gradually gaining the upper hand. Zhang Wei glanced at Lin Yan and asked the first question as usual. Did you kill Lu Jie? Lin Yan shook his head and denied it outright. No. Under his command, the soul-devouring cicada began to exert its power. Endless spiritual energy flowed from it into his entire body and stabilized the spiritual energy throughout his body. The lie detector lit up green. Zhang Wei made a note and asked the second question. Did you intentionally harm or kill Lu Jie using methods outside the beast taming competition, either directly or indirectly? Lin Yan shook his head again. No. As expected, the lie detector lit up green again. Zhang Wei froze, furrowing his brows. He hadn't expected Lin Yan to answer so decisively. Such a long question would typically require some thought, even from someone who hadn't done this before. But Lin Yan just blurted it out. Moreover, his spiritual energy fluctuations were extremely stable, almost to the point of being overly so. Zhang Wei looked deeply at Lin Yan but saw nothing on his face. He immediately asked the third question. Do you know anything about Lu Jie's death or disappearance? I know nothing about it. Lin Yan looked at him with a sincere expression. Still a green light. All three questions had been answered truthfully. The test was passed. Zhao Dinghua and the black-clad man beside him both sighed in relief. Is that enough? Lin Yan tried to remove the wires attached to his hand. Zhang Wei looked at Lin Yan's detailed records, and a smile appeared on his serious face. No rush, let me do it. He walked up to Lin Yan, carefully removing the wires while casually asking. By the way, do you like that girl Zhao Duo? Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat, realizing what Zhang Wei was up to. He released the soul-devouring cicada's control over the spiritual energy and said, I don't like her. Zhang Wei and the others all turned to look. The lie detector flashed a bright red light. Chapter 122, A Hug. The red light signified a lie. Zhao Dinghua quickly stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Wei's arm, and angrily said, Zhang Wei. A lie detector test only has 3 questions. What are you doing? Zhang Wei's wrinkles deepened. Vice Principal Zhao, please calm down. I was just testing the accuracy of the lie detector. There's no other meaning to it. Zhao Dinghua sneered. 3 lie detector tests, 1 failure means interrogation. What are you testing? Do you really want to send my student to the interrogation room? I'm curious, how much money did Lu Rong give you? Zhang Wei's face turned pale, and he hurriedly explained. There's absolutely no truth to that. Everything I've done is within my duties. I've never received a single benefit from the Zhao family. Zhao Dinghua released Zhang Wei's arm and coldly said, I hope that's the case. Zhang Wei dared not linger any longer, packed up the equipment, and prepared to leave. Regarding the report on Lin Yan passing the lie detector test, I will prepare a report and submit it to the association. Then I'll return to the association first. Goodbye, Vice Principal Zhao. Zhang Wei left with the association members. In the security office, a group of men in black surrounded Lin Yan, watching him with interest and whispering to each other in laughter. Lin Yan passing the lie detector test goes without saying. The crucial part was the extra test at the end. Lin Yan had lied. What did he say? He doesn't like Zhao Daodu? Everyone knows Zhao Daodu. She is the beauty queen of the super ability department in her 2nd year. If it weren't for her poor sense of style, she could easily be called the school beauty queen. Plus, Lin Yan is always seen with Zhao Daodu. Many people already believe that the two of them are in a relationship. They just haven't made it official yet. And now, everyone is watching Lin Yan with a curious expression. When Lin Yan saw the lie detector's red light flash, he felt both surprised and not entirely unexpected. Vice Principal, is this matter settled now? Zhao Dinghua said with a smile, of course. There won't be any more trouble like this for you in the future. You don't need to worry about the Lu family or the association putting pressure on you again. The lie detector results have proven your innocence. The school will take full responsibility for everything. Lin Yan felt a warm glow in his heart. Thank you, Vice Principal. Thank you, school. After leaving the security office, the school was once again thrown into turmoil. There were 2 main issues. Lin Yan denied killing Lu Jie and passed a lie detector test. Lin Yan denied liking Zhao Duo but failed the lie detector test. When compared, surprisingly, the latter has garnered more attention. At the restaurant counter, it was mealtime, and Zhao Duo was fully equipped with a mask and gloves, serving food. In the past, she wouldn't have been so particular about such details. But now, she had to make a change. If she were a guy, she wouldn't like a girl with rough hands and a greasy smell either. She served a plate of black peppered beef stir-fry. A student customer took the tray, nodded, and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Ha! Zhao Duo stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was seeing as the student had already fled the scene. What did he call me? Sister-in-law? Next. Several students who were serving food also called out auntie. Zhao Duo could tell they didn't mean any harm, on the contrary, it seemed sincere. Finally, after a student called out auntie and was about to leave with his tray, Zhao Duo saw that mealtime had passed and there were hardly any people left. She stepped out of the stall and grabbed the unfortunate soul. "Explain yourself. Why did you call me that?" Zhao Duo rarely lost her temper. She couldn't tolerate her good reputation being slandered. The student, who had been stopped, was taken aback and asked back, "Don't you know, Mrs. Zhao?" Zhao Duo grew even angrier, clenching her teeth, and said, "What do I know?" The student pulled out his phone, which displayed the hottest topic on the forum. Lin Yan denies liking Zhao Duo. Lie detector results show he's lying. Seeing the first half of the sentence, Zhao Duo felt a bit disappointed. But the second half of the sentence completely stunned her. A double negative is a positive. Isn't this effectively admitting that Lin Yan likes her? "Sis, I have class this afternoon. I need to eat quickly and then." The student looked awkward, glancing at his watch. At that moment, Zhao Duo no longer felt the anger she had earlier. Instead, she felt a bit embarrassed and began to act shy. "Sorry, you go ahead." Since she was talking about herself and Lin Yan, there was no issue. The gossip about Lin Yan on the school forum gradually died down as the two parties remained silent. The focus shifted to another major event. The Holy Guardian Festival. The Holy Beast Festival commemorates the day when the first beast tamer in history forged a contract with a spirit beast. It is also the most grand festival in Dragon Country, second only to the New Year. The school granted a 7-day holiday. Students were eagerly looking forward to going home or making plans to visit an entertainment paradise. Zhao Duo didn't have many options. Every year on the Sacred Beast Festival, she goes to the hospital to accompany her mother. But this year was different. She must go to Nanling City to face that terrifying family. If it weren't for her mother being taken away by them, Zhao Duo would never want to see them again in her entire life. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhao Duo was packing her luggage in the dormitory. Tomorrow was the first day of the holiday for the Holy Imperial Festival. She looked at the photo of herself and her mother on the table. Once a dazzling star on stage and television screens, she now lay emaciated and gaunt, ravaged by illness. She was only managing a forced smile in the photo with her daughter. "Mom, once this matter is resolved, I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Yan. Before, I always hesitated to reveal my broken heart because of the broken window effect. But Lin Yan isn't that kind of person. He won't look down on me or pity me because of what I've gone through. He'll stand by me and face the storms of the future together." After packing her things, Zhao Duo sent Lin Yan a message, telling him she was leaving tonight. Lin Yan replied quickly, "I'll send you off." Zhao Duo's face lit up with a smile. In the days that followed, Lin Yan didn't avoid her because of the lie detector incident. His words and actions were the same as before. Zhao Duo was also tactful enough not to bring up the matter. The two of them silently chose to forget about it. This was for the best. Lin Yan waited downstairs in the dormitory building. When he saw Zhao Duo coming downstairs, he walked up to her and took her luggage. As soon as he took it, Lin Yan was a bit surprised and said, "It's so light." In his mind, a girl's luggage was always heavy and bulky. They were packed with clothes compressed to the extreme and a bunch of bottles and jars of cosmetics and skincare products. Zhao Duo nodded and smiled. "I don't have much stuff anyway, and I'm just visiting my mom, so light luggage is fine." Lin Yan nodded. "What time is your ticket?" To her surprise, Zhao Duo shook her head. "Someone's coming to pick me up." After saying that, she lowered her head, lost in thought. Lin Yan saw this and didn't ask any more questions. They walked all the way to the school gate. Zhao Duo took her luggage back from Lin Yan's hands. "The car is up ahead. You go back. I'm leaving." Lin Yan hesitated for a moment, opened his arms, and smiled broadly. "Want a hug?" Zhao Duo was taken aback. Chapter 123, "You two aren't even named Lin Yan. Want a hug?" After blurting out those words, Lin Yan immediately regretted it. Their relationship clearly wasn't at that level yet. And hugging before parting was just too sentimental. "Ha, I was just joking." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Duo dropped her luggage and tightly embraced Lin Yan. The embrace of the young girl was soft and fragrant. Lin Yan froze instantly, daring not to move. Fortunately, the embrace didn't last too long. Zhao Duo seemed much happier, picked up her luggage again, and smiled. "I'm leaving." Lin Yan nodded, raised his hand, and waved, "Goodbye." Zhao Duo disappeared into the crowd. Lin Yan felt a bit uneasy inside, standing there for a moment before returning to school. At the school gate, Zhao Duo got into a black SUV. There was only the driver inside the car. Looking at Zhao Duo, who had a cool and composed demeanor, he smiled and said, "Welcome home, miss. Shall we get started?" Zhao Duo didn't say anything, just nodded. The car started moving. The driver, being considerate, didn't say anything either. Zhao Duo turned her head to the side, watching the bustling traffic outside the window, and closed her eyes in pain. Nanling City existed only in her memories from her youth. It brought her nothing but sadness and fear. This trip to Nanling City was uncertain. She didn't know how to face her former enemies. She was just a student, with no money, no connections, and no power. Even if she manages to rescue her mother this time, the heavy medical bills would still crush her at any moment. After parting ways with Lin Yan, a wave of exhaustion swept over Zhao Duo. "I'm so tired." Suddenly, Zhao Duo felt a hard card in her pocket. She pulled it out in confusion and froze. It was a bank card. On the back, written with a sticker, it read, "There is 1 million yuan in the card. The password is your birthday. Wishing Auntie a speedy recovery." The handwriting was a bit messy and rough, but it was written very carefully. When had this card been slipped into her pocket? During the hug earlier? Zhao Duo couldn't hold back her tears anymore, feeling as though something had filled her heart. "Whoa, Lin Yan." The driver looked at Zhao Duo through the rearview mirror, her face streaked with tears, and sighed inwardly. What a pitiful child, such a hard life. Back at the dormitory, Lin Yan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Over the past few days, he had spent all his time in the dungeon hall, not only grinding out a ton of experience but also significantly improving his cultivation level. A transparent screen of azure blue appeared before his eyes. Bug Nest Host, Lin Yan. Realm, Silver 10th Tier. Bug Nest Level, 1. Core Function, devour any product containing genetic information and reproduce fusion insect warriors with that genetic makeup. Initial ant soldier types, Titan giant ants, bloodwing mad bees, 1,000-foot mantises. Insect soldier count, 50,000 50,000 Titan giant ants, 10,000, bloodwing mad bees, 10,000, 1,000-foot mantises, 3,000. Biomass remaining, 328,000. No one has disturbed him in the past few days. Lin Yan's cultivation had made a breakthrough, reaching the 10th rank of the Silver Realm, and he could now become a half-step Golden Realm cultivator. Most importantly, the biomass residue has reached a new all-time high. It has reached a staggering 320,000. Over 300,000 units of biomass, and every single unit can be converted into a bug soldier. To put it bluntly, if he can break through the maximum number of insect soldiers, Lin Yan could easily surpass 2 major realms and defeat the enemy. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Lin Yan's gaze shifted to the attributes of the 3 types of insect soldiers. Titan Giant Ant. Level 20. Bloodline, Legendary. HP, 6,000. Attack, 530. Defense, 920. Agility, 460. Spirit, 0. Skill, Berserk enters Berserk state, immune to control effects, significantly increases attack power and speed. Bloodwing Mad Bee. Level, 20. Bloodline, Legendary. HP, 4,700. Attack, 740. Defense, 380. Agility, 810. Spirit, 300. Skill, Blood Rain. All Bloodwing Mad Bees fire a large number of poisonous needles at the target, dealing percentage-based damage. 1,000-foot Mantis. Level, 20. Bloodline, Legendary. HP, 5,200. Attack, 1,280. Defense, 640. Agility, 970. Spirit, 880. Skill, Sword Dance Combo. Rapidly slash the opponent, dealing massive true damage and restoring 20% of the damage delta's health. There are 3 types of insect soldiers, and the highest rated one is the Qianrun Mantis. It completely outclasses the Bloodwing Mad Bee in terms of attack power and agility. However, the Bloodwing Mad Bees are ranged attackers, and their skills deal noble percentage-based damage. Their roles are different. Therefore, the Bloodwing Mad Bees are also very important insect soldiers. The Titan Giant Ant, on the other hand, has continued to evolve in the direction of a meat shield. Compared to those epic tier, or even legendary bloodline spirit beasts, Lin Yan's insect soldiers, the improvements they have made are far inferior to those of the spirit beasts. However, the sheer number of these insect soldiers is simply overwhelming. Even if the improvement is only minimal, when tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of insect soldiers improve together, the combined strength would be utterly terrifying. At present, Lin Yan is not invincible among his peers. Even at the Golden Realm of the first year of high school, Lin Yan would still be unmatched. The dormitory door was pushed open. Tang Tianyu and the others returned after finishing their last class. Lin Yan closed the system. Tang Tianyu saw Lin Yan return and excitedly asked, Lin Zi, what number is your ticket? Lin Yan looked under the bed, yawned. Tomorrow morning. Tang Tianyu chuckled, want to come over to my place? The two of them are going too. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng chimed in unison. Yeah, let's all go to old Tang's place together. You have no idea how beautiful old Tang's sister is. Compared to her, old Tang looks like he was picked up off the street. Tang Tianyu's forehead darkened, and he said speechlessly, get out, get out. I'm warning you, don't even think about hitting on my sister. After saying that, he pulled out his phone and showed Lin Yan a QR code image. What's this? Lin Yan looked at the QR code on the screen, not quite getting it. Tang Tianyu looked at him awkwardly and turned his head away. It's my sister's WeChat. She wants to add you. Ever since his sister found out that the famous Lin Yan was her brother's roommate, her attitude had done a complete 180. She stopped calling him brother, paid back the money she owed, and stopped tattling to their parents. The sibling relationship had improved significantly. Lin Yan was speechless and lay back down on the bed. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng suddenly widened their eyes, staring at Tang Tianyu in disbelief. How could there be such a hypocritical person in the world? You're not our brother. You don't even consider us human beings. The two of them surrounded Tang Tianyu, one in front and one behind, glaring angrily. We begged you for ages, and you wouldn't give us anything. Lin Yan didn't want it, but you're begging to give it to her? Tang Tianyu felt guilty and shifted his gaze. You two aren't even named Lin Yan. Chapter 124, Kidnapping. The three of them started fighting, and the dormitory was soon in chaos. In the end, it ended with Tang Tianyu ruthlessly subduing the two. Besides being a beast tamer, I also have another profession, a kickboxing coach. Tang Tianyu looked down at the two defeated men, panting heavily, with a domineering expression. Han Xiaofeng stood up, speaking with a sour tone. You call teaching elementary school kids warm-ups at the youth center mixed martial arts coaching? Tang Tianyu rolled his eyes, mind your own business. Anyway, the kids call me coach. Both of them fell silent. This guy sure knows how to pat himself on the back. Lin Yan watched the commotion unfold, feeling inexplicably better. Tang Tianyu raised his head and asked again. What do you say? Want to come to my place? My sister is really pretty. She looks like that girl who was pretty popular recently, Bing Bing. Lin Yan wanted to refuse. After all, the Holy Guardian Festival was best spent with family, and it was almost his birthday. Was he really going to spend his birthday at Tang Tianyu's house? Forget it, I'm not going. Have fun. Seeing Lin Yan refuse, Tang Tianyu felt a bit disappointed. There were 4 of them in the dorm, and they should all be together. Just then, Lin Yan received a message on his phone. Lin Yan opened it and saw it was a message from his mother, Chen Xiaohong. Son, after we pick you up at the station tomorrow, let us go back to our hometown for a visit. All your aunts and uncles miss you. Lin Yan couldn't help but picture those nosy relatives who would pry into every detail of his life, even asking about the few words he exchanged with girls at school. During his childhood, Lin Yan had been embarrassed countless times by these village intelligence agents. To this day, seeing them still brought back the psychological trauma from his childhood. He immediately replied decisively. I'm going to my classmate's house for a birthday party. I want to be back tomorrow. Lin Yan looked at Tang Tianyu, who was looking at him earnestly. What did you just say? Tang Tianyu paused. You look like that person I heard about recently, Bing Bing? Lin Yan waved his hand. No, the previous sentence. Tang Tianyu thought for a moment. Want to come to my place? Yes. Lin Yan got out of bed and grabbed Tang Tianyu's hand, saying earnestly. Please take me with you. Lin Yan changed her ticket at the last minute. That evening, he boarded the high-speed train heading to the capital with them. The journey was only a few hours. When the high-speed train came to a stop, the 4 of them walked out of the station side by side. Tang Tianyu took out his phone to hail a taxi but found it was dead. I'll do it. Li Jueming nonchalantly pulled out his phone and asked Tang Tianyu beside him. Tell me your neighborhood, and I'll splurge and call a business car. Tang Tianyu hadn't said a word. A plump middle-aged woman walked over with small, quick steps and said mysteriously. Young man, looking for a place to stay? Li Juming froze for a moment, then quickly waved his hands. No, thank you, ma'am. The plump woman ignored him, tugging at Li Jueming's sleeve. It's very cheap. There's a young girl who can help you relax, you know? She gave Li Jueming a flirtatious glance. At this point, even the 4 of them, who were slow to catch on, finally understood what was going on. The 3 of them stepped back in unison, distancing themselves from Li Jueming. No, Li Jueming tried to escape, but the obese woman grabbed the hem of his clothes tightly, refusing to let go. Young man, listen to your auntie. The plump auntie didn't even know how to determine the family hierarchy. Look at the blisters on your lips. You need to cool them down. Sister has options at all price points, from 50 to 500. But the 50 ones aren't guaranteed in quality, and you can't be picky. Li Jueming tugged at the corner of his mouth and turned his pleading gaze toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan sighed, cleared his throat, and shouted, "The sheriff's coming." The plump old woman's face turned pale. She skillfully pulled her scarf up and slunk away. Tang Tianyu and Han Xiaofeng couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you've got a bubble on your lip. It's okay, Xiao Ming. If you want to go, just go. We won't tell on you." Li Jueming rolled his eyes, speechless. "Cancel the business car. Let's take the budget one." Han Xiaofeng was startled and hurriedly tried to stop him. "Don't. Think twice, Minggu." Tang Tianyu crossed his arms and gave a cold smile. You don't want what happened earlier to end up on the school forum, do you?" Li Jueming's face turned sour, and he hung his head in submission. A moment later, a black SUV pulled up in front of the four of them, and the doors opened automatically. No wonder it's a luxury business vehicle. I wonder if it has seat massagers. The four were about to get in. Suddenly, a stretched Hummer drifted over, its tires screeching against the ground, emitting an unsettling sound. Several people were startled by the sudden scene. Lin Yan was the first to react, quickly pulling the three of them back. However, the extended Hummer had no intention of hitting them. The window rolled down, and the person who appeared made Tang Tianyu exclaim in surprise. "Second brother?" In the extended Hummer sat a handsome man, none other than Tang Tianyu's second older brother, Tang Tianhua. He looked at Tang Tianyu with a worried expression. "Why couldn't I reach you? Something's happened at home." Tang Tianyu shook his dead phone, his heart sinking. "What is going on? What happened?" Tang Tianhua gestured for everyone to get in the car. "Get in first, we'll talk about it when we get back." The four exchanged glances, and Tang Tianyu said in a low voice, "Get in the car." They got into the extended wheelbase Hummer. The others weren't paying attention to the luxurious features inside the car. Instead, they were more concerned about what had happened at Tang Tianyu's house. Tang Tianhua glanced at the three strangers through the rearview mirror, hesitating to speak. Although he knew these three were his younger brother's roommates. But since it involved his family's private affairs, he wasn't sure if he should speak up. Tang Tianyu, seeing his expression, grew annoyed and said, "Second brother, what's the matter? Why are you keeping things from me? These three are my best friends. There's nothing I can't tell you." Tang Tianhua finally explained the entire situation. The matter was simple. This year's Holy Imperial Festival had summoned all Tang family members studying in cities across the country back to the ancestral home for the holiday. Among them was Tang Tianyu's younger sister, Tang Qiner. On her way home, Tang Qiner suddenly lost contact. Those waiting at the airport for hours saw no sign of Tang Qiner and were unable to contact her, realizing something was wrong. The Tang family immediately contacted the police station, and both parties searched for hours but found nothing. Just as they were at a loss, the Tang family received a kidnapping message. The kidnappers demanded that the Tang family hand over 5 million in cash, or else they would kill her. The exchange location was at Banana Mountain. This was a premeditated kidnapping. "After my fourth sister was kidnapped, you couldn't contact her either." Tang Tianhua was sweating profusely, on the verge of tears. "We all thought you had been kidnapped too, which is why I rushed here in such a hurry. Thankfully, you're safe and sound." Chapter 125, The Tang Family Members. After Tang Tianhua finished speaking, the car fell silent. Lin Yan and the others looked at Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu's face darkened as he clenched his fists and slammed them against the car door. Though he and Tang Qiner usually teased each other playfully and exchanged insults, she was still his half-sister. Blood is thicker than water. With his sister kidnapped, how could he not be worried? "Calm down. We'll all help you find her." Lin Yan patted Tang Tianyu's hand, trying to comfort him. The car drove toward the outskirts of Beijing. The Tang family didn't live in the city center of Beijing. Instead, they had a villa in the suburbs. Although it was called a villa. However, the moment the car entered the villa area, the three of them were all taken aback. Before them stood a vast estate on a hillside, with pavilions, towers, and intricately carved beams and pillars. A villa so grand it could almost be called a castle stood before them. Holy cow, the Tang family is so wealthy. As soon as he got out of the car, Han Xiaofeng couldn't stop gaping. Li Jueming also stared in disbelief at the castle-like villa, exclaiming with a mix of shock and regret. "Old Tang, so you're a rich kid." Tang Tianyu looked at the crowd gathered at the villa's entrance and sighed in relief. "I'm not." After a pause, he continued, "My grandfather is." Li Jueming twisted his lips. Tang Tianyu had no interest in small talk and whispered, "Wait here for me. I'll go check out the situation." After all, there was trouble at someone else's home, and they didn't want to get involved. Lin Yan and the others stayed put, waiting for Tang Tianyu to return. Earlier, Tang Tianhua had mentioned that the kidnappers demanded the transaction take place at Banana Mountain. He had just searched and found that Banana Mountain was a mountain range with a complex network of trails. If the kidnappers were determined to hide, they wouldn't be easy to find. However, Lin Yan now had a full 10,000 bloodwing mad bees, these spirit beasts that resembled demons in appearance. In Banana Mountain, where weaker magical beasts roam, they wouldn't stand out at all. By releasing the 10,000 bloodwing mad bees to pinpoint the kidnapper's location. Then send in a master of unmatched strength to launch a surprise attack, and there's a chance we could rescue the hostages safely. However, Lin Yan, looking at the large group of Tang family members, did not intend to reveal his plan outright. After all, he was an outsider. He decided to wait and see what they came up with first. At the villa's entrance, a large group of adults who appeared to be either wealthy or influential gathered to discuss the kidnapping incident. Dare to kidnap someone from the Tang family. You must be tired of living. Forget about those good-for-nothing police officers. Prepare the money and bring Qiner back first. We can't give them money. They're targeting our Tang family. If we give them money, they all know our Tang family is easy to bully. Nonsense. If we don't pay, Qiner's life is over. Humph. Killing her is a minor matter, losing her honor is a major one. Give them the money first. After saving Tang Qiner, I'll personally take care of these thieves and grind their bones to dust. The media has already started paying attention. Don't end up giving the money and losing her. Where would the Tang family's face be then? Is face more important than a human life? The crowd was in an uproar, with people holding various opinions. Tang Tianyu's expression darkened. He couldn't understand why his sister, the prodigious young genius of the Tang family, the daughter of the eldest son and the future heiress of the Tang family. Yet here they were, still debating the matter. Could it be that human life really isn't as important as so-called face? Cough, cough. Everyone, shut up. A dragon-headed walking stick tapped the ground, its voice not loud, but it silenced all the Tang family members present. An elderly man in traditional Tang attire emerged slowly from the villa. His steps were slow and light, yet they carried an awe-inspiring dignity. The old man's face was deeply wrinkled, his expression unreadable, as he scolded. How could I have raised such good-for-nothings? Such a minor matter has dragged on for so long, and yet none of you can come up with a single solution. Everyone hung their heads in shame. The Tang family had managed to establish themselves in a place like the capital for a reason. That was their numbers. The first generation, the founder of the Tang family, had 12 sons and 17 daughters. The second generation fared slightly better. However, there were also 58 grandsons, including Tang Tianyu, and 42 granddaughters. The sheer number of descendants was unmatched among the prominent families of the capital. Despite having so many descendants, Mr. Tang did not abandon them to fend for themselves but instead took great care to nurture them. He took an active interest in the education of almost every grandson and granddaughter. He spares no effort in their education, spending billions of dollars each year. As a result, among the 100 descendants of the Tang family, not a single one is a good-for-nothing rich second-generation heir. At most, they are merely average. Mr. Tang tapped the man at the front of the crowd with his cane. It was Tang Tianyu's father, Tang Shan. You are Qiner's father. Come up with a plan. Tang Shan clenched his teeth and said. Send men to search the mountains immediately and find the hideout of those scoundrels. We must take control of the situation. Then force them to hand over Qiner. The Tang family, known for our iron will, cannot bow down to a bunch of thugs. Old Master Tang narrowed his eyes and threw his walking stick across the room. You fool! Causing such a commotion, do you want Qiner to die even faster? You're Qiner's father, and you come up with such a ridiculous idea. Tang Shan lowered his head and took the blow. Father, this is the best solution for the family at the moment. Old Master Tang reached out his hand, and Tang Shan obediently picked up the walking stick and handed it to him. The best solution for the family isn't necessarily the right one. Leaning on his cane, Old Master Tang spoke solemnly. I have made my decision. Take the money and redeem Qiner. Whatever the kidnappers demand, agree to everything. If Qiner comes to harm, the unity of the Tang family, which has been built up over so many years, will be shattered. As the old man finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted into their phone, then hung up and said in a low voice, Father, our contact at the police station says the kidnappers are likely members of the Blood Eye Society. The words Blood Pupil Society sent a chill through the crowd. All the Tang family members present paled. Even the usually unflappable old Master Tang paled. What? Those madmen? The Tang family members looked at each other in disbelief. They knew that the plan to redeem him with money might not work. After all, the Blood Eye Society was notorious for being a group of ruthless madmen with no principles. They're only good for trouble. At least that's what everyone outside the group says. The Blood Eye Society might very well take the money and then kill the hostages. Then they'll wash their hands of it and walk away with the money. Father, there's only one option left. The person who hung up the phone was Tongshen's 14th uncle, also known as Tang Tianyu's 14th uncle, speaking in a solemn tone. Send a few young disciples with limited strength to infiltrate Banana Mountain and locate the Blood Eye Society's hideout. If that fails, we can either pay the ransom or search the mountain and capture them. Weak in strength means weak spiritual energy, reducing the likelihood of being discovered. After all, among the Tang family members present, there was no one who had returned to the primordial state and could hide their spiritual energy. Old Master Tang furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement with the plan. We can only try our luck. There were only 5 hours left until the kidnapper's deadline. But who should we send? Chapter 126, We Must Not Let Them Escape. The Tang family has many young members, but it might also be because there are simply too many of them. Most of the younger generation hadn't inherited the powerful genes of the old patriarch. Among them, Tang Tianyu was one of the more genetically gifted. From a young age, he demonstrated extraordinary talent and went on to enroll in Jinwu University, one of the 4 prestigious universities. Among his peers, he is undoubtedly one of the top 5. Tang Laoyi scanned the younger generation present and asked, "Who is willing to go to Banana Mountain and find the blood-eyed madman who kidnapped Qiner?" Dozens of the young disciples present looked at each other, but only hesitated for a moment. Then, a dozen or so older young disciples volunteered. "Grandfather, I'm willing to go and rescue Qiner. I'll go too. My spirit beast is skilled in tracking. I'm sure we can find my cousin." A bunch of scum. I won't let them get away. The young disciples were filled with passion, shouting that they would teach those Blood-Eye Society scum a lesson. The adults nearby quickly pulled their children back, warning them to keep quiet with their eyes. No one knew what those madmen from the Blood-Eye Society might do. Even if they just went to investigate, if they were discovered, they might end up dying there. After all, though they were of the same clan and blood, they weren't the closest relatives. There were over 100 such relatives. As Tang Qiner's older brother, Tang Tianyu naturally stepped forward to volunteer as the vanguard. Tang Shan grabbed his shoulders and gave him a meaningful look. "Stay put. Don't go anywhere." He wasn't like old Master Tang, who had lost his loved ones at a young age and longed deeply for family and kinship. He had grown up in a large family with many brothers and sisters. In such an environment, intrigue and rivalry were inevitable. This led to Tang Shan having a relatively indifferent attitude toward family and kinship. To put it bluntly, Tang Qiner was just an average girl with mediocre grades. She was certainly not worth the risk for Tang Tianyu, the prodigy of the heavens. Tang Tianyu didn't know what his father was thinking, but when he saw him blocking him from going, he immediately grew impatient. "Why? Qiner has been kidnapped. As her older brother, I must go." Tang Shan glared at him, but realized he couldn't scare his son, so he lowered his voice and said, "Do you know how dangerous this is? People could die." Tang Tianyu scoffed, "If I don't go with the resolve to die, how can I save my sister?" Cough cough. Just as the father and son were arguing fiercely, old Master Tang cleared his throat, interrupting the argument. He tapped his walking stick on the shoulders of the tall teenagers in front. "Those who have surpassed the diamond realm should not go. Your spiritual energy is too high, you'll be easily detected." The tall teenagers immediately looked disheartened. At their age, they were full of youthful vigor and had no concept of fear. Upon hearing they couldn't participate in this rescue mission, their spirits sank. Immediately, old Master Tang tapped a few more youths whose cultivation levels and ages met the criteria. "You 5 go." The 5 teenagers, including Tang Tianyu, exchanged smiles. The 5 of them had already been designated as heroes. Setting aside the family rewards, the fact that they had faced the Blood-Eye Society and nearly engaged in battle was already something to boast about. Tang Tianyu turned around and raised his eyebrows triumphantly at Tang Shan. Tang Shan's face darkened. He had only this one promising son, he couldn't afford for anything to happen to him. Old Master Tang tapped his cane and continued. "I won't bother repeating the usual safety precautions. Whether you've located the Blood-Eye Society or not, grandfather will reward you handsomely. Whoever among you can locate Qiner's whereabouts and achieve this feat may choose any item from the Tang family treasury." As soon as he said that, not only the younger generation, but even Tang Shan and the others paled in shock. Who would have thought that this time, old Master Tang would go to such great lengths? Although the Tang family couldn't be considered one of the top aristocratic families in the capital, they were still a legitimate first-rate family. The wealth accumulated over decades by the family was all stored in the family treasury. Every single item inside was a treasure worth at least several million. The old patriarch has truly gone all out for this ordinary granddaughter. "Father." Tang Shan took a step forward and approached the old patriarch, whispering softly. "Tianyu has finally managed to get into Jinwu University. If he were to meet his end at the hands of the blood-eyed madman of Banana Mountain, how would I live out the rest of my life? If you won't consider me, at least think of the child's deceased mother." The old man's heart softened slightly, and he finally nodded. This time, Tianyu 1 go. The other 4 can go. Tang Tianyu froze for a moment and immediately asked, "Why?" The parents of the other 4 teenagers were also dissatisfied. How could Tang Shan, your eldest son, have the power to keep his own son from going with just one word? They weren't adopted either. Just as they were about to speak up, they noticed that Tang Laoyi's expression had grown somber. An invisible aura of authority emanated from Tang Laoyi. The parents of the 4 teenagers reluctantly shut up. That's final. Let us depart now. Old Master Tang made his decision, and a single glance was enough to silence everyone. Tang Tianyu was furious, but he knew his grandfather's temper. Changing his mind was already rare, asking him to do so a second time was simply impossible. At that moment, Lin Yan, who had been observing the situation, slowly walked over. It wasn't that he was eavesdropping on their conversation. It was simply that Tang Laoya's presence was too overwhelming, and no one dared to speak. As a result, the area in front of the villa was completely silent. Although Tang Laoya's voice was aged, it was still deep and resonant. Lin Yan listened carefully, but noticed that Tang Tianyu's expression was grim, realizing that he was unwilling to give up this rescue mission for his sister. Who are you? What are you doing here? Get out! At the villa's entrance, an uncle from the Tang family saw Lin Yan approaching. After a moment of confusion, he realized there was no one of that name among the Tang family's young members and immediately shouted at him. Everyone turned to look. There stood a young man with an outstanding appearance and demeanor, walking toward them. Tang Tianyu saw Lin Yan approaching and was so surprised he opened his mouth in shock. Why are you here? Didn't you say you'd wait for me there? After speaking, he explained to the uncles and grandfather around him. This is my roommate, Lin Yan. He's also the representative of this year's freshman at Jinwu University and the head of the disciplinary committee of the student union. I invited him over to my place to hang out. With those words, the suspicious glances that had been directed at Lin Yan instantly turned into admiration. Such an outstanding young man, if he continues to grow steadily, he will undoubtedly join the ranks of the great beast masters in the future. Many adults with daughters looked at Lin Yan with the same gaze one would reserve for a potential son-in-law. Such an outstanding child, and he's classmates with Tianyu. We can't let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 127, Entering the Mountains. Among the younger generation of the Tang family, many girls stared at Lin Yan with wide, beautiful eyes. The older or younger ones naturally didn't know anything, they just felt that Lin Yan had a long name and was very handsome. However, some college students of the same age were well acquainted with the name Lin Yan. He was the top freshman at Jinwu University. One could even say he was the top freshman in the entire Dragon Nation. Who would have thought he would come to their home? The Tang family members grew restless. Lin Yan gave Tang Tianyu a nod and said to the old Mr. Tang, "Since you won't let Tianyu go, I'm willing to take his place." The crowd erupted in chaos, clearly not expecting Lin Yan to make such a decision. Why would an outsider risk his life to rescue a girl he didn't even know? Old Master Tang was also puzzled and narrowed his eyes, asking, "Young man, this isn't a joke. Do you know what kind of people the Blood Eyes are?" Lin Yan smiled slightly and said, "I know. They're just a bunch of rabble." Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Mr. Tang glared at him, his tone growing impatient. This young upstart was being far too arrogant. You're still young and don't understand the true danger of the Blood Eye clan. I'll ask you again. Are you sure you want to go to Banana Mountain in place of Tianyu? Lin Yan didn't hesitate for a moment, I'm certain. Old Master Tang nodded, showing no further reaction. Remember, this is your own choice. With that, he leaned on his cane and turned to return to the villa. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Yan, their expressions complex. They couldn't fathom why he would do such a thing. They were all Tang Qin's relatives and couldn't bring themselves to do such a thing. Lin Yan was actually willing to risk his life for a stranger and go to such lengths. You didn't have to do that. Tang Tianyu sighed wryly. He had invited Lin Yan to his home with no ulterior motives. But he never expected that it would accidentally involve Lin Yan in the kidnapping incident at his home. Lin Yan waved her hand and looked at Tang Tianyu, saying, "There is no need for further words. Let us hurry to Banana Mountain." Tang Tianyu felt moved and sighed softly. A large bus descended from the Tang family villa. Only a few people were on the bus. They were the few people personally selected by Old Master Tang to investigate the situation at Banana Mountain. Lin Yan sat in the last row, leaning against the window and closing his eyes to rest. Tang Tianyu sat beside him, watching the scenery outside the window change, his thoughts complex. In his mind, he envisioned a mischievous girl with 2 ponytails, always puffing out her cheeks and sticking out her tongue. At home, she would eat his snacks and monopolize the TV. When they went out to play, she would boldly ask for money and laugh out loud at him when he was rejected by girls. But so what? When he was injured during training, his sister would bring him medicine and tenderly tend to his wounds. When he's looked down upon by a goddess, she'll rush forward to argue with others. Tang Tianyu looked at Lin Yan beside him, and his panicked heart settled down. With him around, everything would be fine, right? At that moment, inside the carriage, a few others approached. Tang Tianyu felt a sense of foreboding. These cousins had always been at odds with him, although they all participated in this operation. However, Tang Tianyu was certain that their intentions were not pure. What do you want? Tang Tianyu grew wary, glaring at them with a hostile expression. Lin Yan also opened his eyes and sized up the 4 men who seemed to have come with ill intent. You're Lin Yan? The leader, a young man with uneven eyes, glared at Lin Yan. Tang Tianyu grew tense and immediately stood up. What do you want? He recognized the leader. He was from his uncle's family, a second-year student at a prestigious university in the capital. He was known for his domineering behavior and tendency to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. It was precisely because of his temperament that he hadn't been admitted to a prestigious university. Otherwise, with his beast taming skills, he could have easily gotten into Jinwu University. Tang Tianyu couldn't help but feel tense. His cousin had a fiery temper. Lin Yan isn't the type to spoil children. If the two of them were to get into a fight, their mission would be exposed before they even reached Banana Mountain. Calm down. Before Tang Tianyu could finish speaking, he saw several people pull out their phones, open the camera, and speak with some excitement. Can we take a photo together? The 3 people behind them also nodded excitedly. Ha! Tang Tianyu was dumbfounded. What's going on here? How did this turn into a fan meet and greet? Lin Yan also paused for a moment. It was just a photo, and he didn't seem to have a reason to refuse. Otherwise, it would seem too unapproachable. Sure. Lin Yan stepped out from inside and took photos with several people in the backseat one by one. The leader of the group, who was Tang Tianyu's cousin Tang Tianfang, said excitedly. I've only heard about you before. I never thought I'd meet the real person. I saw your fight with Lu Jia from the Lu family. That was so satisfying. You have no idea. Our school also has some Lu family members who are arrogant and bullying. I've always hated them. But ever since you took down that Lu Jia, the pride of the Lu family, this semester, the Lu family members at our school have toned it down a lot. Those bastards deserve to have their arrogance crushed. Tang Tianyu tugged at the corner of his mouth, wanting to say something. Could there be someone even more arrogant and domineering than you? Lin Yan smiled and didn't take it seriously. The matter with the Lu family is in the past. It has nothing to do with me. Let us focus on planning this operation first. Tang Tianfang and the others nodded. We understand. You give the orders, and we'll carry them out. Lin Yan gave him a suspicious look. What did he understand? Still, this attitude was commendable. Cough, cough. Alright, I'll explain what you need to do next. Everyone immediately focused their attention, staring intently at Lin Yan. Lin Yan smiled slightly. Wait. The others looked confused. Wait for what? Lin Yan didn't keep them in suspense any longer and said directly. Wait for me outside Banana Mountain. There are too many people around. Although our cultivation levels are all below Diamond Realm, the more people there are, the higher the chance of being discovered. You all know how many spirit beasts I have. It's easier for me to scout the area in the mountains. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Yan was indeed correct. They had all seen the battle videos of Lin Yan circulating on various campus forums. The swarming insect soldiers not only could charge and kill all enemies but were also top-notch at gathering information. Alright, then. We're counting on you. The bus came to a stop. Banana Mountain had arrived. Several people got off the bus, and the elders of the Tang family were already waiting at the perimeter. Tang Laoya's orders had already been issued, and they could only follow them. Tang Shan wasn't in a hurry either, since Tang Tianyu had already been disqualified from entering the mountain. He had come here personally to oversee the situation, to prevent him from sneaking in. Chapter 128, Hiding Spiritual Power. This is Banana Mountain. The group got out of the car, and Tang Tianyu pointed to the distant mountains stretching endlessly into the horizon. Lin Yan looked around and nodded slightly. Banana Mountain truly resembled a banana leaf, with low peaks that stretched endlessly in a continuous undulating pattern. If one were to hide within them, it would indeed be difficult to be discovered. According to the information left by the Blood Eye Gang kidnappers for the Tang family. 5 hours later, the Tang family sent someone to follow their instructions, carrying the ransom deep into the mountains. They were to place the money at the designated location. As for when they would release the hostages, the kidnappers did not provide further details. They only said that they would release the hostages once the ransom was received, but the location was not specified. This was also a major concern for the Tang family. After all, the Blood Eye Society had a terrible reputation, and they refused to mention the location for releasing the hostages. It was no wonder the Tang family was filled with anxiety. Are you ready? Let's start heading into the mountains. Tang Shan, dressed in a suit and tie, stood with his hands behind his back, urging the 5 people, including Lin Yan, to hurry up. His son didn't need to risk his life personally. These younger relatives weren't worth worrying about. Hurry up and go rescue your precious daughter. After Tang Shan gave the order, to his surprise, only Lin Yan stepped forward, while the other 4 Tang family members and Tang Tianyu remained where they were. What does this mean? Tang Shan narrowed his eyes, unsure of their intentions. Lin Yan looked at Tang Shan and suddenly smiled. Uncle, there's no need to go to all this trouble. I can handle this on my own. Tang Shan frowned and turned to look at Tang Tianhua and the others. He knew his nephew's temper. He was as fierce as fire and hated pretentious people the most. This classmate of his own son had been putting on airs since they arrived at the villa earlier and had undoubtedly already annoyed Tang Tianhua. This was the perfect opportunity for Tianhua to teach him a lesson and prevent him from corrupting his own son in the future. Tianhua, are you going to be a coward? Tang Shan glanced at Tang Tianhua behind him, his tone laced with contempt. He wanted to provoke Tang Tianhua's anger and direct it all toward Lin Yan. Sure enough, Tang Tianhua moved, quickly walking over to Lin Yan. By the way, there's a fire mist in Banana Mountain. Take this antidote pill with you. Tang Tianhua took out an elegantly packaged box containing a special antidote for the fire mist. Lin Yan took it and nodded. Thank you. Tang Tianhua scratched his head awkwardly. What are you saying? You're going to save people for the Tang family. We should be thanking you. In any case, please be careful. Tang Shan listened to the two men's conversation and was completely speechless. Is this really the Tang Tianhua he knew? He wasn't even this polite when talking to his own father. How could he change so much just from spending a little time in the car with Lin Yan? Moreover, his own son had been a very proud person before going to university. Now, there was a subtle trend emerging where everything seemed to revolve around this Lin Yan. The two of them had changed so much that Tang Shan was deeply alarmed. Tang Tianhua turned and left, but then turned back to say to Tang Tianhua, Uncle, having self-awareness doesn't make you a coward. But I've heard a saying, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Don't forget, Shiner is also your own daughter. These words clearly carried a hidden meaning. Tang Shan flew into a rage and shouted, How dare you speak to me like that? Tang Tianhua sneered, Of course I'm speaking to you. Insolent? I've been insolent many times before. Do you want to try again? The other Tang family members present all turned their heads away, pretending not to see what had happened. You? Tang Shan was furious but could do nothing about it. This nephew was truly too reckless. He looked at Tang Tianyu, hoping his son wouldn't fight with this good-for-nothing nephew. But at the very least, he should say a few kind words for him as his father and show some respect. But he never expected. Tang Tianyu merely stared coldly at the scene, showing no intention of standing up for his father. Dad, Shiner is still in the hands of the Blood-Eye Gang's kidnappers. We should prioritize saving my sister first. Humph. Tang Shan straightened his expensive suit. With a wave of his hand, his assistant produced a tracking device and attached it to Lin Yan's body. I wonder if those Blood-Eye Society madmen have any special tactics. This tracking device is hidden. Once you confirm Chiner's location, press the tracker, and we'll head straight there at top speed. At that point, we'll catch those bastards off guard and rescue Chiner in one fell swoop. Lin Yan nodded. The key to this plan lay in his own location. The terrain of Banana Mountain was complex, with crisscrossing paths that made it easy to hide. The kidnappers chose this location to exploit a time advantage. This would prevent Tang's elite fighters from locating them quickly. This would give them enough time to respond and facilitate their escape. Under the watchful eyes of the Tang family members, Lin Yan entered Banana Mountain. He walked through the dense forest on the outskirts of Banana Mountain. Lin Yan summoned the soul-devouring cicada at once, and with a thought. His spiritual energy completely vanished. This was the ability of the soul-devouring cicada. Not only could it enhance the strength of his spiritual energy and repair damaged spiritual veins, it can also conceal one's spiritual energy. It is important to note that, aside from those few elite beast tamers who have truly mastered their craft, no one can achieve the ability to hide their spiritual energy. At this moment, Lin Yan felt no spiritual energy fluctuations on his body, just like an ordinary person. Come out, Bloodwing Mad Bee, Titan Giant Ant. Lin Yan summoned his 2 insect soldiers. Instantly, hordes of insect soldiers appeared everywhere. Under Lin Yan's command, the Bloodwing Mad Bees flew low and scattered in all directions, disguising themselves as ordinary bee-like magical beasts. The Titan Giant Ants shook their bodies and burrowed into the ground. The underground provided valuable information and was an essential reconnaissance location. Lin Yan had no intention of leaving any stone unturned. He would dig 3 feet into the ground to find Tang Chiner. She was an only child, the younger sister of Tang Tianyu, a half-sister, so to speak. The insect soldiers began their operation. Lin Yan continuously received feedback, avoiding nearby powerful magical beasts, and made his way alone deeper into the mountains. Deep within the Banana Mountain, a shape-shifting lizard stood atop a thick tree trunk, vigilantly scanning its surroundings. Below the tree, inside a makeshift camouflage tent, 3 kidnappers are grilling meat, flipping skewers over the flames. Where's the seasoning? The meat's almost done. Time to add the spices. I'll get it. Another burly kidnapper entered the tent and rummaged through his backpack. In the corner of the tent, a young girl with 2 ponytails watched the man entering the tent, her mouth stuffed with a cloth, muffling her cries. Wah, wah, wah. Let me go. The burly kidnapper didn't even turn his head as he said, Stop screaming. Save your strength. There's no one within 20 kilometers. We won't harm you. It's just that your family is too wealthy, and we want a little something for ourselves. Once we get the money, we'll let you go provided your family knows what's good for them. The girl with the twin ponytails, Tang Chiner, heard that the kidnappers wouldn't harm her. She felt a little more confident, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. Whoa, don't even think about it. My family will definitely come to save me. Chapter 129, Fire Mist. The burly kidnapper walked up to Tang Chiner and sneered. Miss Tang, if this clean rag isn't enough to shut you up, I don't mind using the socks on my feet instead. Saying this, the burly kidnapper extended his foot. A pair of thick hiking boots, with a faint whiff of foot odor wafting out from the cracks in the shoes. Tang Chiner's eyes widened, and she instinctively tried to scream. But upon remembering the kidnapper's words, she immediately fell silent and closed her mouth. The burly kidnapper looked at Tang Chiner, who had calmed down, and left satisfied. He stepped out of the tent. A well-dressed man with glasses approached, frowned upon seeing the group grilling. What are you doing? Don't you know that smoke could give away our position? Put it out immediately. I don't want any mistakes at this critical moment. A blonde-haired kidnapper pointed at the shape-shifting lizard perched on the treetop and laughed. Master, my shape-shifting lizard is best at stealth and surveillance. No beast master can escape its sight. After its bloodline advanced to the epic tier a few days ago, its abilities changed. Now, any beastmaster whether diamond tier or bronze tier, as long as they have spiritual energy within them, the shape-shifting lizard can detect them. Moreover, its surveillance range has expanded significantly. From here, we can monitor the outermost perimeter of Banana Mountain. Upon hearing this, the man in glasses, Chen Yan, the leader of the Blood Eye Clan's fire hall, finally relaxed his expression slightly. Better safe than sorry. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, put out the fire. The Blood Eye sect was a group of people abandoned by the world, banding together for survival. As the hall master, he couldn't be too harsh on such a group of people. Got it. The blonde-haired man laughed loudly and signaled to the other kidnappers. Air Pang, hurry up and serve the food. It's time to eat. Shen Yan, the man with glasses, kept his hands in his pockets and glanced inside the tent. After watching Tang Chiner sit silently in the corner, he turned to Huang Mao and said, Send her 2 skewers later. Even though we're temporarily acting as kidnappers, we should still observe basic hospitality. Huang Mao glanced at Tang Chiner and rolled his eyes. Master, this young lady has tasted everything. These skewers probably won't even catch her eye. Chen Yan glared at him. Just do as I say. Stop arguing. Huang Mao shuddered and nodded quickly. Chen Yan sat on a moss-covered rock, watching Tang Chiner remove the cloth from her mouth and eat the meat skewers. He sighed. He had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Although the fire hall was the main headquarters of the Blood Eye Society, it didn't have much funding. The Blood Eye Society of today was no longer the same as it had been in the past. The leader adhered strictly to the rules and did not allow any branch to break them, especially on matters of principle. Many of the newly recruited members had privately remarked that it didn't even feel like an illegal organization. In fact, when Chen Yan first joined, he also got caught up in this issue. After all, they're an illegal organization, they're already rejected by the world. Why can't we just do as we please and act according to our own desires? With the sudden power of wealth, it's hard not to look down on ordinary people. That day, the leader held his newborn son in his arms, the two of them bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Who says this world doesn't accept us? It's just a bunch of people up there who are afraid of us. We follow not the rules they set, but the rules of our hearts. At that time, Chen Yan was still half understanding, but there was something new in his heart. Now, he still doesn't know what that thing is called. However, after that, his behavior became much more restrained. Chen Yan watched Tang Chiner, who had finished eating the skewered meat, trying to slip away, but was pulled back by Air Pang, who retied her and stuffed a cloth into her mouth. The man named Lu Hua had brought out the documents related to the god-making plan from the Moon Hall. It would require a great deal of money to carry out. A few months ago, the soul-devouring cicada could have been dealt with for just a few million. But it was snatched away by a young upstart. Now, after much effort, a spirit-devouring cicada had finally appeared on the black market. Though its quality was inferior, its price had skyrocketed several times over. As a result, Shen Yan had no choice but to take a desperate risk. Among the major families in the capital, only the Tang family is not as powerful but still very wealthy. They kidnapped Tang Chiner and demanded a ransom sufficient for further research. The sky was growing darker. Chen Yan glanced at the time and said, We have 1 hour left. Start preparing. Everyone extinguished the fires and sprang into action. 5 million in ransom was the maximum amount of funds they could mobilize in such a short time. It was also enough to sustain their ongoing research. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Lin Yan walked along the pitch-black mountain path without turning on his flashlight. Although his spiritual energy had been blocked, there were still many magical beasts in the mountains with similar abilities to his. However, light was still too easy to be detected. All around him, in the air and underground, were his insect army. He could anticipate and avoid any potential dangers that might arise. However, the dangers he could avoid only existed in the possible encounters with magical beasts. Some thorns and branches still caused Lin Yan great pain. After walking several kilometers, Lin Yan was already covered in wounds, with even the area below his eyes on his face bearing a deep gash. Still haven't found it? Lin Yan sighed. They had been walking for several hours. The entire Banana Mountain had already been searched by half of the insect soldiers. There was still no sign of humans. Time was growing short. The kidnappers' deadline was fast approaching. Once they began contacting the Tang family to send someone into Banana Mountain to deliver the ransom, they would have to move their position. By then, Lin Yan would have no chance of finding them. The wounds on his body burned like fire, and his body felt scorching hot. Lin Yan sat under a tree, using the moonlight to see clearly. The wounds on his arms, torn open by thorn-covered branches, were oozing small wisps of smoke, as if being burned by something. Hiding his spiritual energy meant Lin Yan couldn't use it to heal his wounds. The Banana Mountain was filled with fire mist, a toxic substance lingering in the air. Those poisoned would experience high fevers and other symptoms, and if left untreated for an extended period, it could be life-threatening. Lin Yan looked at the antidote pill in his hand, hesitated, and decided not to take it, instead putting it back into his pocket. This antidote would only purge the fire mist from his body. It would not grant immunity to it. Originally, he had planned to wait until the fire mist toxins accumulated to a certain level before taking the antidote. This would be the most cost-effective approach. However, he hadn't anticipated that, having lost his spiritual power and vision, he was severely injured by the thorn-covered, harsh environment of Banana Mountain. The wounds exposed to the toxic mist accelerated the speed at which the fire mist infiltrated his body. I'll wait until the last moment to take the antidote pill. Lin Yan stood up and took a deep breath. He must hurry to confirm Tang Qiner's location. At that moment, the blood-winged mad bee at the front suddenly transmitted a message. Traces of human habitation have been detected. Chapter 130, Locating. Bajio Mountain was a remote and desolate place, shrouded in fiery miasma. Apart from some association research teams, even fugitives wouldn't choose to escape here. Without an antidote, one couldn't survive more than 3 days here. So, the human traces discovered by the blood-winged mad bees. They must be blood-eyed clan kidnappers who had prepared in advance. Lin Yan headed in the direction the blood-winged mad bees had indicated. The locator was pinpointing his own position. Therefore, Lin Yan must go there personally and then press the locator. With a clear target. Lin Yan didn't bother with the burns caused by the fire mist on his body and rushed to the location reported by the blood-winged mad bee. Fortunately, the reported location wasn't too far from Lin Yan. It didn't take long. Lin Yan arrived at the location where the blood-winged mad bees had reported. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. A flock of bird-like magical beasts screeched as they darted through the forest. Lin Yan hid behind a tree, peering out with one eye. In front of a blurry camouflage tent, several men sat, their faces barely illuminated by the flickering flames. In front of the tent sat a slender young woman, huddled in fear. It was unclear what she had gone through, but she seemed deeply traumatized. Chen Yan flicked his cigarette butt onto the ground and crushed it with his leather shoe. With the only source of light gone, Chen Yan's expression darkened. I'll say it again, the Blood-Eye clan is not a gathering place for petty thugs. We've come together for a great ideal. Next time, anyone who dares to break the rules, don't blame me for cleaning house. The others heard this and nodded silently. A short, slender man sat on the ground, clutching his arm. The pain made him grimace, but he dared not utter a sound. Tang Qiner is crucial to the god-making plan. We cannot afford to fail. Even if the deal fails, we can kill her, but we must not dishonor her. Anyone who dares to touch her again won't get away with just losing their hands. Chen Yan glanced at the man who had nearly ruined his plans. If he hadn't discovered him in time, Tang Qiner would have been defiled by this lecherous brute. In that case, even if we managed to obtain the ransom, it would have drawn endless retaliation from the Tang family. Moreover, it went against Chen Yan's principles. The man with the severed hand lowered his head, dared not meet his gaze again. Tang Qiner's location had been pinpointed. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and pressed the locator. Baijiu Mountain, outside the mountain. Tang Shan glanced at the time and frowned. It was almost time for the ransom exchange and hostage handover. But Lin Yan hadn't located their position yet. I knew he was just bluffing. Tang Shan sneered. He said he could handle it alone, but here we are. My daughter is still in the hands of those madmen. Tang Tianhua and the others exchanged glances. Time had indeed passed quickly. Could something have gone wrong? The Banana Mountain was filled with fiery mist and dangerous magical beasts. Lin Yan, though strong in combat, couldn't rule out the possibility of a mishap. After all, he was only a silver-ranked beast tamer. His combat experience certainly couldn't match that of these seasoned beast tamers. What should we do? If Lin Yan meets with an accident, all our efforts will be in vain. Tang Tianyu, however, remained calm. It won't happen. Lin Yan never makes mistakes. Since he agreed, he will definitely follow through. Tang Tianhua pursed his lips and didn't say much more. Tang Shan heard his son speak like this, turned to look at him, and furrowed his brows slightly. What kind of spell has this Lin Yin cast on him? Never mind. Tang Shan waved his hand dismissively, clearly intending to give up on Lin Yin. Send more men into the mountains. We can't pin our hopes on just one person. Tang Tianyu immediately stood up and said. No, Lin Yin has his own plan. Sending more people into the mountains recklessly will disrupt his plan. Tang Shan sneered, what plan? I think he is just going in there like a headless fly, bumping around aimlessly. Regardless, Sheener is my own flesh and blood. I will never pin my hopes on an outsider. You lot, if you still consider me your uncle, pack your things and prepare to go into the mountains. The others looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Time was running out. Even if they went into the mountains now, what could they possibly do? At that moment, a disciple from the Tang family hurried over, carrying a beeping device. Uncle, that person triggered the locator. He has found the location of my cousin Sheener. Everyone around them immediately turned to look. Tang Shan seemed to be caught off guard and asked. What? Who? The man repeated himself. The guy named Lin Yin. He's confirmed the location of my cousin Sheener. It's the red dot on the screen. Tanshan looked over and saw a very conspicuous red dot appearing amidst the complex terrain of Bajia Mountain. How can we verify its authenticity? Is there any possibility of false reporting? Tang Shan still refused to believe it. Banana Mountain was so vast, and it was still nighttime with extremely low visibility. How could he have done that alone? A member of the Tang family tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, Uncle, no one can be certain whether he truly found it or reported falsely due to danger. But regardless, we must send someone there immediately. Tang Shan hesitated. He was more inclined to believe that Lin Yin had encountered a life-threatening situation and had activated the locator to allow the Tang family to send someone to rescue him, rather than actually finding Tang Sheener's location. If that were the case, the Tang family absolutely couldn't send anyone to rescue him. Otherwise, how would the Tang family save face? But what if he really had found Tang Sheener's location? Tang Shan fell into deep thought, contemplating the possibilities of the situation. Tang Tianyu, seeing his father silent for so long, grew impatient. Father, what are you hesitating about? At this critical moment, hurry up and order the family's retainers to go to the location Lin Yin reported. Tang Shan, who usually didn't care about anything, cared deeply about this, his only promising son. Their generation was mediocre in talent, with no clear standouts. Perhaps due to genetic inheritance, the next generation had many children with exceptional talent. Take Tang Tianyu, for example. Among his cousins, he consistently ranks among the top few. At his young age and low cultivation level, it's not yet evident. However, Tang Tianyu has the potential to become the top person in the Tang family in the future. When that time comes, his status as a father will naturally rise accordingly. The position of family head can only be secured through the future achievements of Tang Tianyu. Therefore, Tang Shan dares not take this son lightly. Tianyu, don't rush. Tang Shan snapped back to reality and said with a smile. Dad, I was just thinking about who would be the best person to send. Tang Tianyu knew his father was always scheming, and snorted coldly. There's no need to think about it. Send Tang Yi. Chapter 131, Undercover. The Tang Yi mentioned by Tang Tianyu was a retainer of the Tang family. Tang Yi wasn't really a name, it was more of a code name. From Tang Yi to Tang Shi, they were all orphans raised from childhood in the Tang family, selected for their exceptional talent and nurtured with great care. Once they reached a certain level of cultivation, the strongest among them were given the names Tang 1 through Tang 3 in descending order. For those who had long regarded the Tang family as their sacred homeland, this was a tremendous honor. At that moment, Tang Yi, who had been waiting patiently nearby, stepped forward. Tang Yi was not tall and had an unremarkable appearance, but his eyes were unusually bright. Despite being in his early 40s, he had already reached the first stage of the king's realm. A true genius. He was also the first-ranked martial artist in the Tang family, second only to the old patriarch. Master Tang, let me go. Tang Yi looked at Tang Shan and said. In his eyes, there were no complicated matters. He only knew that the heir of his benefactor had been kidnapped, and the Tang family had nurtured him for 40 years. This was the moment he needed to repay them. Tang Shan saw that everyone was looking at him, and Tang Yi had volunteered, so he realized there was only one path forward. Then go ahead. Tang Shan handed the tracking device to him personally, speaking with genuine emotion. Please take care of it. Make sure you bring Sheener back safely. Tang Yi took the locator and nodded excitedly. Having lived in the Tang family for over 40 years, nothing was more important to him than the recognition of his own family. Tang Tianhua rolled his eyes at Tang Shan's insincere expression. There was no time to waste. Come out, Holy Light Sword Lion. Tang Yi summoned his spirit beast directly. A level 51 super-powered epic bloodline spirit beast. Tang Yi leaped onto the back of the Holy Light Sword Lion, their minds connected. The Holy Light Sword Lion stood majestically and sanctimoniously, closing its eyes. Spiritual energy rippled outward in waves. The man and the lion instantly transformed into a streak of light, streaking across the sky above Banana Mountain like a meteor. The crowd was blown back by the invisible spiritual energy current, nearly losing their balance. Even Tang Shan, the strongest present, was startled. As the eldest son of the Tang family, he had spent countless resources, yet he was still only at the master realm. And this was as far as he could go. He had overused his magical elixirs to force his growth, and there would be no further progress in his later years. He couldn't help but sigh. Talent is the most important thing for a beast tamer. Baijiu Mountain. Lin Yan pressed the locator and hid his entire body behind the trees. In this pitch-black night, even spiritual energy was concealed. Thus, he was indistinguishable from a weak, wild beast passing by. Suddenly, on a towering tree in front of the tent, a lizard on the treetop emitted a series of urgent goo-goo calls under the moonlight. Huang Mao sat up abruptly, his face pale, and said, "Trouble. A powerful beastmaster is closing in quickly." The others froze in shock. They hadn't even notified the Tang family to send the ransom yet. How could they have arrived so quickly? Shen Yan was the first to react, urgently asking, "Are they just passing by, or are they targeting us? What's his cultivation level? How long will it take them to arrive?" Huang Mao broke out in a cold sweat. The sudden warning from the shape-shifting lizard had startled him. "They're targeting us. Their objective is clear, and they're approaching in a straight line." As for his cultivation level, at least a 10th rank Master Realm Cultivator, and possibly even a King Realm Cultivator. Estimated arrival time, 10 minutes. "Master, we need to evacuate immediately." Chen Yan hesitated for only a moment before quickly issuing orders. "Take Tang Qiner with us and abandon everything else. Follow the evacuation route. Everyone, move out quickly." With a loud commotion, everyone sprang into action. They scrambled to bring Tang Qiner out. Lin Yan hid behind a tree, watching the scene with bated breath. What is going on? How did they discover us so quickly? He had only just activated the locator a second ago. He looked over at the group. A burly kidnapper summoned his spirit beast. The ground trembled, and in the darkness, a massive worm emerged from the ground, bringing up a lot of dirt. What is that? A shield machine? Lin Yan's heart sank, but he remained calm and continued to observe. The burly kidnapper named Pang said, "Master, everything is ready. My earth diving worm can swallow all of us, then burrow deep into the ground, reach the rendezvous point outside the mountain, and spit us out. We'll make sure the Tang family's men can't find us." Shen Yan nodded and said, "Let us begin." Pang's body trembled with spiritual energy, and the earth diving coiling worm slowly opened its massive mouth. A massive mouth nearly 2 meters wide opened, surrounded by a circle of sharp, jagged teeth. "Everyone come inside. Though the smell isn't pleasant, and it'll be a bit bumpy." Pang pinched his nose and raised his voice. "Everyone, just bear with it. Don't vomit or litter inside. My spirit beast has OCD, and I don't want to be spat out by it underground." The others grimaced, thinking to themselves, "Your spirit beast is based on a maggot, right? Do maggots have a cleanliness obsession?" But such thoughts were for later. In this critical moment, survival came first. This creature charging straight toward them was definitely no pushover. If they were caught by them, they'd be in for a world of trouble. Flight is the best strategy. Lin Yan watched as the others led Tang Qiner toward the mouth of the maggot-like creature, about to escape, and grew desperate. As that person had said, the experts sent by the Tang family won't arrive for another 10 minutes. If they escape, all his efforts will be in vain. "No, we absolutely can't let them get away." Lin Yan clenched his teeth, feeling a burning pain throughout his body. It seemed the fire mist had already corrupted him greatly. "Forget it, let's give it a try." Lin Yan summoned the soul-devouring cicada, releasing all the spiritual energy within his body and boosting its absorption to maximum power. "Who's there?" Just as Lin Yan was about to release his spiritual energy, Huang Mao felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced toward the nearby forest. The shape-shifting lizard issued a strong warning, and spiritual energy fluctuations appeared beside him. Could it be that the Tang family's expert had already arrived? Shen Yan and the others heard this and also looked toward the forest, summoning their own spirit beasts. "Come out." Lin Yan slowly emerged from behind the tree trunk, no longer hiding himself. The night was shrouded in darkness, and no one could see each other's faces clearly. If Lin Yan weren't so tense at that moment, he might have recognized the group standing opposite him as the very same people who had robbed him after the auction in the capital. However, both scenes took place at night, and Lin Yan couldn't overlay the two blurry faces in his mind. "Let her go." Lin Yan took a deep breath. Facing a group of kidnappers with Diamond Realm and Master Realm cultivators, he couldn't help but feel tense. However, duty compelled him to stand his ground, unwilling to retreat even an inch. Chen Yan looked at Lin Yan, narrowing his eyes, and a dangerous aura emanated from his body. A Silver Realm rookie had managed to sneak up on them without anyone noticing. And none of them had noticed. What a disgrace. If this news reached headquarters, he wouldn't even be fit to hold his title as Hall Master. Huang Mao sensed the change in the sect master's aura and swallowed hard, trying to excuse himself. Master, this kid must have used some trick to block his spiritual energy, which is why I didn't notice him. Chapter 132, The Black Gold Giant Ape. Enough. I don't want to hear any explanations. Chen Yan growled and turned to leave. Since this lovesick fool is so eager to die, let us grant him his wish. Take care of him and leave quickly. The burly man beside him, his face already dark, waved his hand. A massive ape-like spirit beast charged forward, letting out a deafening roar, its fist the size of a clay pot crashing toward Lin Yan. Black Gold Giant Ape, Black Gold Fist. The fist, accompanied by a whistling gale, crashed down. The others had already closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. If things went as expected, the next second, the suddenly appeared teenager would have his brain crushed. Fortunately, he hadn't summoned his spirit beast yet. Otherwise, that poor spirit beast would have to accompany its master to hell. Beside the massive jaws of the earth-diving twisted worm, Tang Qiner was bound and gagged on the ground, glaring at Lin Yan with her beautiful eyes. Who is he? He's so handsome. No, this isn't the time to be focusing on that. Is he here to save me? Why is he doing this? Why does he look familiar? Wait, my brother posted a group photo of his dorm. He asked Lin Yan. Tang Qiner's breathing became rapid as she struggled to get up. Erpang quickly held her down and shouted. Don't move. Close your eyes and stay away. Don't let the blood splash on you. If you have that disgusting blood smell on you, my spirit beast won't swallow you. The black ape leaped into the air, its fists aiming straight for Lin Yan's head. No! Tang Qiner screamed inwardly, instinctively closing her eyes. She didn't want to witness that scene. If Lin Yan died to save her, even if she survived, she would spend the rest of her life consumed by endless regret. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A piercing sound cut through the air. Roar followed by a heart-wrenching scream. That didn't sound like something a human should be able to make. Moreover, being attacked by a spirit beast of this caliber, he should have been reduced to a blood mist on the spot, with no chance to make a sound. Everyone instinctively looked over. There stood Lin Yan, completely unharmed, not even changing the posture of his hands in his pockets. Instead, the front of the black gold giant ape was pierced by countless steel needles, turning it into a hedgehog. The immense force sent it flying backward. How is this possible? The master of the black gold giant ape stared at Lin Yan in disbelief. Everyone else also looked at Lin Yan in astonishment. A mere Silver Realm novice had nearly defeated a Diamond Realm ally in a single exchange. Though he was only at the first stage of the Diamond Realm, and the Black Gold Giant Ape's bloodline had only advanced to the elite rank after its evolution. Even after the bloodline upgrade, it was still inferior to others of the same bloodline. However, no matter how you look at it, that was a difference of two major realms. Fighting across realms is already considered genius, but fighting across two realms is outright monstrous, the kind of talent destined to shake the world. Crossing two major realms is unheard of. At least they've never heard of it. The owner of the Black Gold Giant Ape looked at Lin Yan with a changed expression. What kind of monster is this? Chen Yan's gaze locked onto the dark forest behind Lin Yan. Vaguely, the sound of flapping wings could be heard. There was only one sound, but slowly, countless bee-like spirit beasts emerged from the forest, flying out in perfect formation, resembling a well-trained army. Who are you? Chen Yan asked in a low voice. Such a gifted youngster must be a genius secretly cultivated by the Tang family. Or perhaps the heir of another family who had arranged a marriage with Tang Qiner? In any case, this young man was definitely no ordinary person. Let her go. Lin Yan's tone showed no sign of backing down. How about I take your place as a hostage? Chen Yan sneered. You're like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Everything in this world is predestined. The Black Gold Giant Ape's punch didn't kill you, so you won't die either. I can be honest with you, I wouldn't kill you, just as I wouldn't kill Tang Qiner. People like you, from wealthy families, would bring endless trouble if you were killed. However, I believe your family will be willing to pay a fortune to redeem you. Lin Yan responded with a cold laugh. Then I believe you can't do it. Chen Yan waved his hand dismissively. I admit, you are indeed a genius, capable of surpassing two major realms. But I am a grandmaster. When you reach my level, you'll understand what a gap really means. The blonde-haired man stepped forward and whispered in Chen Yan's ear. Master, the expert from the Tang family will arrive in 5 minutes. We need to leave immediately. Chen Yan stared impassively at Lin Yan and said slowly, one word at a time. 1 minute no, half a minute will suffice. We need an extra ace up our sleeve. He's far stronger than that Tang Qiner. Tang Qiner sat on the ground, emitting muffled sounds. Lin Yan stretched his limbs, his eyes burning with determination. I know I can't beat you, but you think you can take me down in a minute? It's not that easy. Chen Yan said nothing more, and a surge of violent spiritual energy erupted from his body. Come out, blazing winged dragon. In the darkness, a burst of flame appeared. The scorching flames made the air hot and dry. A massive dragon-like spirit beast emerged from the sky, flapping its wings, sending a wave of heat crashing toward them. Lin Yan was blown back half a step by the heat wave. Chen Yan's face lit up with a smile as he leaped lightly onto the back of the blazing winged dragon. Is your confidence based on this large number of bee-like spirit beasts? That might not be enough. As he spoke, the blazing winged dragon stirred up another gust of hot wind. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and said, "Of course it's not enough. But I never said this was all I had. Come out, all of you. Let this kidnapper see what you've got." The next second, the earth shook violently. Countless insect soldiers surged out from all directions. Titan ants burst out of the ground, instantly covering the entire mountain peak. Blood-winged mad bees began to rise into the sky, flying higher and higher, their numbers growing steadily. At first, they were just a small, dark mass, but soon they filled the entire sky as far as the eye could see. The most terrifying, numerous, and powerful 1,000-foot mantises silently arrived to provide support. In an instant, the entire mountain peak was filled with the rhythmic flapping of wings. The only sound was the synchronized movement of Lin Yan's spirit beasts. The synchronized flapping of their wings sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. How many are there? Huang Mao took a step back in fear and shouted. Tang Qiner was also startled by the scene. She had heard her brother mention that Lin Yan's talent was unique, allowing him to summon numerous insect-type spirit beasts. However, witnessing it firsthand still left her speechless. Chen Yan stared silently at Lin Yan, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. Impressive. Your talent is truly terrifying. You're the first person I've ever seen with such abilities. Once today's matter is settled, and my goal is achieved, I will personally apologize to you. But not now. You should surrender first. Chapter 133. Who said my insect soldiers are all dead? After speaking, Chen Yan suddenly moved more accurately. The blazing winged dragon beneath him moved. The massive dragon wings flapped, charging toward Lin Yan. In an instant, tens of thousands of insect soldiers also moved, charging recklessly to block Lin Yan's path. Without Chen Yan giving the order, the blazing winged dragon spat out a torrent of flames from its mouth. Under the intense flames, countless insect soldiers who had launched suicide attacks were incinerated. Even those that didn't come close to the blazing winged dragon were incinerated into charcoal by the dragon's flames. Lin Yan had already anticipated this outcome. Even the strongest Qianren mantises couldn't touch the blazing winged dragons. The two major realms were already the limit of Lin Yan's full effort. The master realm above that was completely beyond his capabilities. However, he couldn't win, but he couldn't win. Buying time is still possible. Lin Yan found himself amidst a swarm of insects, with insect soldiers rushing past him from all sides. They charged forward, only to be engulfed by flames. Then they turned into lines of death messages before Lin Yan's eyes. Lin Yan exhaled deeply. Though these insect soldiers were merely converted biomass. But regardless, these insect soldiers were his warriors, the vanguard of his survival in this world. So many insect soldiers had died. And they died so easily. All Lin Yan could do was survive and seek revenge on this person. Dragon flames erupted, incinerating the insect soldiers blocking Lin Yan's path. The tail of the flames nearly swept past Lin Yan. Lin Yan retreated awkwardly, but more Titan ants surged forward, forming a protective barrier in front of him. Chen Yan, however, had no intention of letting Lin Yan off. He pressed forward relentlessly. Lin Yan raised his arm and then brought it down with a forceful strike. In an instant, the swarm of bloodwing mad bees, which had been separated from the battlefield from the start, simultaneously activated their skills. A torrent of blood poured down. A large number of dense tail needles flew toward the exploding flame-winged dragon, striking its body like raindrops. However, the Master Realm is indeed the Master Realm. A flame shield automatically unfurled around the exploding flame wyvern. All the incoming tail needles were deflected, emitting a series of crackling sounds. The intense attacks of tens of thousands of bloodwing mad bees, unusually, had no effect. The flame shield remained intact, not even sustaining a single scratch. Chen Yan raised a fist and then suddenly opened it. The flame shield exploded like a bomb. Searing flames rippled outward in all directions. In an instant, the intense heat generated by the explosion of the flame shield instantly vaporized and killed all the insect soldiers within 100 meters. Even the bloodwing mad bees in mid-air that were closer were not spared. Lin Yan's insect soldiers were rapidly decreasing in number, having already lost more than half of their forces. Chen Yan stood atop the blazing winged dragon, arms crossed, gazing coldly at Lin Yan. Can't you spare your insect spirit beasts a little pain? I said I wouldn't kill you. If I were you, I'd surrender peacefully and avoid causing more losses for yourself. Flames engulfed the mountains and valleys. The orange-red flames illuminated their faces, making them clearer. Chen Yan recognized Lin Yan's face and was taken aback. It's you? Lin Yan also recognized the man, the same group that had tried to rob him earlier. If not for Fan Shuiying arriving in time, he might have succeeded that day. You're from the Blood Eye Society, aren't you? Lin Yan asked, his voice cold to the bone. Chen Yan nodded, seeing no need to hide anything. Today's situation had only two possible outcomes. If the kidnapping succeeded, they would obtain the ransom and leave the capital to continue their experiments elsewhere. If the kidnapping failed, they would be captured, and their true identities would be exposed no matter what. That's right, I am Chen Yan, the leader of the Blood Eye Society and the head of the Fire Hall. Remember that well, so you won't be able to find anyone to seek revenge against later. Surrender now and come with me. Otherwise, with a flick of my finger, the rest of your insect soldiers will be burned to ashes. Lin Yan nodded but said, I remember clearly. Rest assured, I will definitely avenge this. Leave? Chen Yan shook his head and laughed sarcastically, it seems you have no intention of surrendering. Watch as the rest of your insect beasts meet their doom. The blonde-haired spectator grew impatient and shouted, Master, there's only 2 minutes left. Hurry up and end this. Chen Yan nodded, pointed his finger, and shouted, Great burning heaven! A colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted from Chen Yan's body. The exploding flame-winged dragon let out a piercing roar, its entire body engulfed in flames. It resembled a fiery dragon emerging from the depths of hell. The exploding flame-winged dragon soared into the sky, its body spreading out in mid-air, dancing gracefully. Then it plunged downward, crashing into the ground. In an instant, the entire mountain peak shattered into pieces, with lava and flames erupting from the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of a fiery hell. Lava columns surge upward, exploding in mid-air. The remaining insect soldiers on the battlefield were dealt massive damage simultaneously, instantly perishing. Only the small area where Lin Yan stood remained unscathed. This was Chen Yan's deliberate plan. In his eyes, Lin Yan was nothing more than a giant ATM machine, and he needed him to secure a large ransom. All your insect soldiers are dead. Do you want me to come down and capture you personally? Chen Yan stood with one foot on the dragon's head, looking down at him and shouting. Lin Yan remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Who said my insect soldiers are all dead? Chen Yan froze. The next moment, a swarm of pitch-black wormholes surrounded Lin Yan. As Chen Yan stood there with his mouth agape, dazed, a large number of the same 3 types of insect soldiers emerged in formation from inside. One after another, they seemed to have no end. This is bad. Chen Yan realized something time was running out. Why could he still summon insect soldiers? How many more does he have left? He only had a second to think. The same number of insect soldiers as before reappeared on the field. Their hideous mouthparts opened wide, roaring viciously toward Chen Yan. Despite the ground being littered with the corpses of their own kind and the air filled with the putrid stench of burning insect soldiers, Huang Mao and his spirit beasts, upon seeing this hellish scene, had already cowered in a corner, trembling with fear. However, the insect soldiers showed no fear whatsoever, maintaining their high combat spirit. Oof. Chen Yan's smile was bitter. He knew he had failed. Despite his abundant spiritual energy, the blazing winged dragon's health and stamina were nearly untouched. Even if these insects came in 10 or 20 times their current numbers, he could easily kill them all. But he had no time left. Chen Yan silently gazed toward the sky, where a meteor was streaking across the pitch-black night. That was a master from the Tang family, a powerful beast tamer who might even be at the king's realm. Once he arrives, they would be trapped forever. Chen Yan didn't believe he could match Lin Yan and defeat this Tang family master of the king realm by transcending his own realm. Let's go. Chen Yan made his decision and turned to leave. Huang Mao opened his mouth, glancing at the bound and gagged Tang Qiner. Master, what about her? Chen Yan remained silent. Lin Yan took a step forward, and the tens of thousands of insect soldiers around them moved simultaneously. It was as if they were responding on his behalf. Huang Mao shuddered and retracted his neck. His contract spirit beast, the shape-shifting lizard, wasn't nearly as powerful as the black gold giant ape. If it were targeted by these insects, it would be reduced to dust in an instant. Chapter 134, Rescue Successful. Don't fight like a cornered beast. It was just one failed operation. Let her go. We'll deal with this guy. Chen Yan turned to look at Lin Yan, narrowing his eyes. Oh, I haven't even asked your name yet. Lin Yan glared at him coldly. There's no need for that. I'll come find you myself. Chen Yan nodded solemnly, then dived into the mouth of the earth-burrowing worm first. The others followed closely behind, fearing they would be swallowed by the terrifying swarm of insects. After the earth-diving worm had swallowed everyone, it twisted its massive body and burrowed into the ground, its sharp teeth grinding the rocks and soil in front of it into dust, disappearing in an instant. Lin Yan was speechless, it really was like a shield machine. Woo woo woo. Tang Qiner stared wide-eyed at Lin Yan, who was still staring blankly in the direction the earth-diving twisted worm had disappeared, and shouted. Lin Yan snapped out of his trance and hurried over to untie the rope from Tang Qiner's body. Phew! The cloth in her mouth was also removed by Lin Yan, and Tang Qiner took deep breaths of fresh air. However, the smoke and the smell of burning in the air caused her to cough a few times. Lin Yan stared blankly at the cloth in his hand, which was soaked with saliva. Tang Qiner's face flushed red, and she quickly snatched the cloth strip from him, hiding it behind her back. What are you looking at? Lin Yan snapped out of his trance and laughed awkwardly. Nothing. He wasn't a pervert, nor had he intentionally sniffed it. Most people's saliva doesn't have a smell. But this piece of cloth had an extremely unique fragrance. It was somewhat similar to the fragrance of flowers used in medicine. Let us go back first. Your brother and the others are worried sick. Lin Yan helped Tang Qiner to her feet. Tang Qiner just stood up but stumbled and fell into Lin Yan's arms. It wasn't on purpose. After being bound for so long, her body had grown stiff. Lin Yan thought for a moment, then knelt down. Come on, I'll carry you. Tang Qiner clutched the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible. Isn't this too much trouble? Hurry up. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. It was already this late, and she was still being so indecisive. No one knew if the blood-eyed ones would come back for a surprise attack. Moreover, this mountainous area had been completely devastated by that so-called Great Burning Heaven. Who knows if lava might suddenly erupt out of nowhere, or the ground might collapse at any moment. Lin Yan could sense that Chun Yan was holding back, afraid of hurting himself. A master-level beast tamer, how terrifying. Escaping this place as quickly as possible is the only sensible choice. Alright. Tang Qiner immediately became obedient and climbed onto Lin Yan's back. Lin Yan glanced back at her with a strange expression. He hadn't expected this little girl, who looked so slim, to. What's wrong? Tang Qiner murmured. Nothing. Lin Yan shook his head and continued walking with Tang Qiner on his back. The mountain path was rugged and difficult to traverse at night. Fortunately, the Titan ant was leading the way for Lin Yan, and they managed to leave that place. Not long after, the meteor in the sky finally fell. There was no sense of the force of a meteorite crashing down. Instead, it was as if a divine being had descended from the heavens. A plain-looking middle-aged man appeared before the two, sitting atop a lion-like spirit beast. The middle-aged man walked up to Tang Qiner and almost knelt down. I arrived late, Mississippi. Are you unharmed? Outskirts of Banana Mountain. Tang Shan and the others looked toward the distant mountain hollow, where flames shot into the sky. It was clearly the commotion caused by a high-level spiritual beast. A battle has begun. What's going on with Lin Yan? Tang Shan threw the telescope he was holding onto the ground and shouted angrily. Tang Yi hasn't arrived yet, and he's already alerted the enemy. Is he trying to put Qiner in mortal danger? Tang Tianyu furrowed his brows slightly and spoke on behalf of Lin Yan. Lin Yan might have done this out of necessity, or perhaps he has his own reasons. He would never do anything to harm his sister. Let's just wait and see. Lin Yan might even rescue his sister directly. Tang Shan looked at his son helplessly. Tianyu, don't idolize this man too much. He's just a silver-ranked beast tamer. Among those blood-eyed society madmen, there are grandmaster-ranked experts. Are you saying he can rescue Qiner from a grandmaster-level beast tamer? Don't be ridiculous. In terms of talent, family background, and resources, you're far superior to him. Yes, he is strong now, but that doesn't mean anything. I've lived nearly 50 years and seen too many examples of early geniuses who ended up mediocre later in life. It's clear that Lin Yan is exactly that kind of person. My son Tianyu is the true future powerhouse. Tang Tianyu shook his head. Dad, you don't understand him. Tang Shan was furious. What did he mean I didn't understand him? Was this kind of person really worth trusting? Tang Tianyu had no desire to continue the conversation. He walked to the side and looked toward the area where flames were shooting into the sky. There were two people he cared about most facing danger, their lives hanging in the balance. If the worst were to happen, those madmen from the Blood Eye Society might resort to extreme measures. Lin Yan was someone he had invited here, yet now he was putting him in such danger. If something happened to Lin Yan, Tang Tianyu would never forgive himself. Come out safely. Tang Tianyu closed his eyes. Signal detected. Suddenly, the Tang family member responsible for tracking and monitoring shouted in alarm. Tang Tianyu abruptly opened his eyes and hurried over to ask. What signal? Who sent it? It's Lord Tang Yi. The signal says the rescue was successful. Upon hearing the last few words, Tang Tianyu suddenly felt the heavy weight on his shoulders lift, and he felt much lighter. Tang Shan was also surprised, as he had seen with his own eyes that Tang Yi had just arrived at the signal location. Had they already rescued the person so quickly? Truly the first-rate fighter of the Tang family. Tang Tianhua also sighed in relief, smiling broadly as he exchanged glances with the few teenagers beside him. Lin Yan was someone they trusted. They had voluntarily given up searching in the mountains and placed all their hopes on Lin Yan. If Lin Yan failed, it would be a loss for everyone, and they wouldn't have any glory either. But fortunately, the rescue was successful. The greatest credit undoubtedly goes to Lin Yan. But no one knows how much effort he put into the rescue. Everyone waited anxiously. That familiar meteor rose again and flew toward this direction. Soon, Lin Yan and Tang Qiner were returned by Tang Yi's skill. Tang Qiner got down from the lion and saw many members of the Tang family. Her father, Tang Shan, and her older brother, Tang Tianyu, were both there. "My daughter, you're finally back safely." Tang Shan spread his arms wide, squeezing out 2 tears. Tang Qiner didn't hesitate, throwing herself into Tang Tianyu's arms and leaving Tang Shan aside, bursting into tears. "Brother, I almost didn't get to see you again." Tang Tianyu gently patted Tang Qiner's back and raised his eyebrows at Lin Yan. Lin Yan shook his head, signaling that everything was fine. Tang Tianyu finally relaxed. Tang Shan didn't bother to acknowledge his daughter, as he had no objections. After all, he was just going through the motions. "Tang Shan, you did a great job. You successfully rescued Qiner and have once again brought honor to the family. What reward do you desire?" Unexpectedly, Tang Yi shook his head. "It wasn't Timmy who saved the young lady. Please reward this young man instead." Chapter 135, Offering Oneself in Marriage? "You didn't save the young lady? Was it Lin Yan?" Tang Shan was taken aback, and the people around him were also surprised. What is going on? Looking at Lin Yan's nonchalant, unconcerned expression, Tang Shan felt a surge of anger rising within him. Tang Yi sighed and spoke slowly. "When I first entered Banana Mountain, I was already discovered by the Blood Eye Society. They planned to move the young lady away, but fortunately Lin Yan appeared in time to delay them for a moment. The Blood Eye Society knew I was about to arrive and feared Lin Yan would continue to delay them, so they let the young lady escape. This was a very simple matter. Everyone understood immediately. However, everyone knew deep down that while it sounded simple, the actual difficulty of carrying it out was unimaginable. No matter how talented Lin Yan was, his cultivation level was what it was. In the presence of a master-level beast tamer, he was no match. To have held on until Tang Yi arrived was already an extraordinary feat. Now, even Tang Shan couldn't find any fault with it. What else could be said? They risked their own safety to rescue your daughter in front of a master-level beast tamer. Even if it were a diamond-tier beast master. Would he dare to do that? Return to the Tang family. I must report this to the old master. Tang Shan turned and left. He had just said that Lin Yan couldn't do it, and then the other party turned around and proved him wrong. It was a bit awkward, of course. Whether he was asked to thank or apologize to the junior, it was impossible. Tang Shan led the Tang family members away in a hurry. Tang Qiner didn't follow them. She directly boarded the bus Lin Yan had arrived on. Lin Yan was sitting in the last row. At that moment, it was still dark outside, and he watched the flames rising from the Banana Mountain. The fire seemed to be spreading rapidly. Don't worry, we've already notified the security team. They'll go put out the fire. Tang Tianyu handed Lin Yan a bottle of water, sat down next to him, and said. Lin Yan nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. That man named Chen Yan was the strongest person he had ever encountered. When Zhao Dinghua had intervened earlier, he had fainted and hadn't seen it. Facing an opponent of this caliber, he felt a sense of helplessness. He could only send the insect soldiers to their deaths to buy time. This was a disgrace. A naked, unadulterated disgrace. Still not strong enough. Tang Tianyu heard Lin Yan utter the sigh beside him and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hey, buddy, are you trying to make us all die? Suddenly, there was an extra person in front of him. Tang Qiner walked to the last row and said shyly. Brother, I. Tang Tianyu immediately understood and reached out his hand. I understand, no need to say more. After speaking, he stood up, made room, and walked to the front. Tang Qiner bit her lip and sat down next to Lin Yan. I haven't thanked you yet. Lin Yan snapped back to reality and replied. No need. Given my relationship with your brother, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Tang Qiner turned her body to face Lin Yan and said urgently. It's different. He is him, and I'm me. Lin Yan suddenly smiled, twisted open the water bottle, and took a sip. So what do you want? Tang Qiner said solemnly. You saved me. From now on, I'm yours. Put. Lin Yan was so startled by her words that he couldn't help but spit it out. Tang Tianyu, sitting in the front row, was drenched in saliva. He turned around with a resentful expression and silently got up to move to another seat. Lin Yan stared at Tang Qiner in shock. This girl, is she too open-minded or too conservative? How could she just offer herself like that? Actually, it's not necessary. Lin Yan took another sip of water and cleared his throat. Tang Qiner persisted, her tone firm. I've already decided. From now on, whatever you say, I'll do. You're a good person, so I'll follow you. Lin Yan looked up and down at Tang Qiner, his expression odd. How did she end up giving me the good person label? What's going on with this girl's thought process? The bus returned to the Tang family's residence. The Tang family's villa nestled in the mountains was still brightly lit. Tang Shan and the others arrived first and had already gone to wake up the old man who had just fallen asleep. Lin Yan and the others entered the villa's main hall. The Tang family members had all stayed up all night and were lined up on both sides of the hall. The old patriarch was being supported by a younger relative and seated in the central armchair. Upon seeing Tang Qiner safe and sound, the old man felt relieved and waved her over. Unlike his son Tang Shan, the old patriarch's affection for these younger generations was genuine. He did not divide his affection into over 100 portions simply because he had over 100 descendants. Instead, he had a special affection for each and every one of them. Therefore, although Tang Qiner had spent little time with her grandfather growing up, their relationship was exceptionally close. Grandfather. After going through such an ordeal, Tang Qiner saw her relative's emotions welling up again and threw herself into Tang Laoya's arms. Tang Shan watched from the side, growing impatient. It was the middle of the night, and he was exhausted, but he put on a pleased expression. It's okay now. You're back, that's what matters. Tang Laoyi patted Tang Qiner on the head, his cloudy yet sharp eyes fixed on Lin Yan, who stood out like a sore thumb in the hall. Come here and sit down. Lin Yan was taken aback, not expecting old Master Tang to speak to him in such a manner. But he obeyed and walked over. A young man from the Tang family brought over a chair and placed it near Mr. Tang. Once Lin Yan was seated, Mr. Tang nodded. I have lived for over 70 years and have seen countless talented and handsome young men, but someone as unique as you is a first for me. Lin Yan blinked in confusion. Many people had called him a genius, a prodigy, and the rising star of the younger generation. But what did unique mean? Everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Yan. Tang Laoya's gaze seemed to pierce straight to the heart. The Beastmaster God bestows varying degrees of talent upon Beastmasters according to their preferences. I am curious to know what you did to make the Beastmaster God despise you so much. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The younger members of the Tang family, who knew Lin Yan's background, looked at Tang Laoyi in disbelief. To them, Lin Yan's talent was nothing short of terrifying. Even Tang Tianyu, who ranked among the top 5 in their group, could only come in second to Lin Yan at school. Whenever Lin Yan was present, the spotlight could only shine on one person. As for the younger generation and adults who were unaware of Lin Yan's background, were also highly impressed by Lin Yan's performance tonight. He single-handedly rescued Tang Qiner from the master-level experts of the Blood Eye sect. If it weren't for Tang Shan's own words, they would have definitely thought it was fake. After all, Lin Yan is merely a silver-ranked beast tamer. What he accomplished would be beyond the capabilities of even an average diamond-tier practitioner. Therefore, when Old Master Tang spoke those words with a meaningful tone, everyone turned their attention to Old Master Tang. Lin Yan sensed the unusual atmosphere and was about to speak. In the silence, Tang Qiner stepped forward. Grandfather, how could you say that? Chapter 136, Ghostly Nightmare. Tang Qiner stood up, her delicate brows furrowed. How dare you speak to your grandfather like that? Tang Shan couldn't help but scold her. Tang Qiner turned around and looked at her father. That's exactly what he said. He called me weak and said the Beastmaster God despises me. Lin Yan saved me tonight. How can you speak of him like that? You. Tang Shan clenched his teeth. Dare to talk back to me? Seeing the father and daughter arguing, Lin Yan didn't know whether to stand or sit. Tang Tianyu gave him a calm glance and stepped forward. Grandfather has spoken clearly. Whoever completes the task will be a great hero of the Tang family and may take anything from the family treasury. Lin Yan did it. Why humiliate him in front of everyone? Seeing his son speak up for Lin Yan, Tang Shan shot Tang Qiner a subtle glare but ultimately said nothing. Enough, enough. The old patriarch of the Tang family didn't get angry at the two young ones for speaking up for Lin Yan. Instead, he smiled and explained. I didn't mean to humiliate Lin Yan. When I was young, I was severely injured in battles on the frontier. After narrowly escaping death, I gained a blessing in disguise. My talents evolved. Therefore, I can see the strength of others' talents, and the title of Beastmaster God is not something I made up on the spot. His aged eyes gleamed with sharpness, and Tang Laoyi's expression was solemn at that moment. The strength of one's natural talent depends on how much the beast taming god favors you. If he doesn't like you, he'll just give you a mundane talent for survival. But your talent, the beast taming god despises you to the core. I've lived most of my life, and this is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. Old Master Tang finished speaking. Lin Yan was utterly shocked. His life-sustaining ability was well known to many. A simple investigation would reveal it. However, his combat abilities came from the system and the insect nest core. He had never mentioned this to anyone, and no one could possibly know. Yet Tang Laoyi seemed to be referring to this with every word he spoke. His insect nest core was indeed different from the typical beast taming methods. Could this be why the beast taming god despised him? Young friend, there's no need to overthink it. Old Master Tang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I was merely mentioning it offhand. Regardless of how the Beastmaster God feels, I still hold you in high regard. At such a young age, you've already achieved so much. Your future accomplishments surpassing mine is no problem at all. As he spoke, Old Master Tang stood up. Come with me. You are the greatest contributor to the Tang family. Though our family treasury is not lavish, it has collected rare treasures from all over the world. Come with me to choose one. It is yours by right. Everyone looked at Lin Yan with envy. Tang Tianyu also sighed with emotion as he patted Lin Yan on the shoulder. What kind of treatment was this? Even when he was rewarded for being admitted to Jinwu University, his grandfather had only taken some rare cultivation resources from the treasury. He wasn't even allowed to enter the treasury to choose for himself. Tang Qiner was also overjoyed, never expecting her grandfather to be so generous this time. After all, there were many valuable items in their own treasury. Moreover, this also indirectly highlights her importance, doesn't it? Tang Shan watched Lin Yan's back, his eyes flashing with a hint of cruelty. Tang Laoyi was nearly 80 years old. Among beast tamers, only those with exceptional talent lived much longer than ordinary people. Once old Master Tang is gone, won't all the Tang family's possessions belong to him, Tang Shan? Of course, that includes this treasury. Now, what Lin Yan is taking is something that was destined to belong to Tang Shan. Lin Yan was unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling in everyone's minds. He followed old Master Tang out of the living room and into a tea room. It seemed to be Mr. Tang's private domain. Tang Laoyi did not hesitate, directly pushing open a cabinet filled with expensive teas. A small hidden door appeared before them. After verifying their iris and fingerprint patterns, the two were finally allowed to enter. After passing through a bright corridor with glass walls on all sides, Lin Yan was immediately stunned by the scene before him. Custom-made walls were adorned with various artifacts that were only seen on TV and the internet. From ancient dinosaur fossils to the plant gold known as the Tianling snow lotus. Top-tier medications capable of reviving the dead and regenerating bones, which are worth a fortune on the market. Dragon eggs of epic lineage. Every kind of rare and precious treasure imaginable is available. Lin Yan even spotted life-sized statues carved from solid gold. How much must that cost? Lin Yan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He never expected Tang Tianyu to be so low-key, yet his family background was so wealthy. Though he does have many brothers and sisters. But even if this wealth were divided into 1,000 shares, it would still be more than his family's fortune. Even Lin Yan, who usually had a positive mindset, couldn't help but feel a hint of envy toward the wealthy at that moment. Since I've said it, I won't change my mind. Seeing that Lin Yan was clearly overwhelmed, Tang Laoyi smiled and said. Lin Yan took a deep breath to calm himself down. There was only one chance, so he would choose the item that would benefit him the most. That golden statue as tall as a person? No, in this world where the strong reign supreme, power equaled money. As long as one is strong enough, money is just a cold, useless string of numbers. Many things cannot be bought with money, but they can be obtained through strength. Lin Yan didn't believe that all the treasures in this room were honestly earned through business by old Master Tang. After scanning the room, Lin Yan found what he was looking for. Just as he was about to choose the celestial snow lotus as a future life-saving opportunity. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Lin Yan noticed a dusty stone beneath a display case in the distance. It looked like a fossil of something. Lin Yan walked over, bent down, and studied the stone for a moment. Apart from some strange patterns, there was nothing else remarkable about it. Dead silence, icy cold. What is this? Lin Yan looked up and asked Tang Laoyi, who was pacing back and forth. To his surprise, Tang Laoyi picked up the stone, put on his glasses, and studied it closely for a moment before saying uncertainly. It seems to be a fossil I picked up on the frontier battlefield years ago. It's a remnant of an ancient battlefield. It's too ancient for anyone to say exactly which era it comes from. One of my superiors said it was a fossil of an ancient magical beast, and if taken to the interior, it could be sold for a lot of money. But after returning here, I never had the opportunity to use it to save my life, so I just kept it here. To be honest, its collectible value is higher than its practical value. That was put very clearly. Any random item here is worth more than this when converted to money. Take a look at the others. This thing is only good for display, it has no other use. Lin Yan took the fossil, and instantly, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Detected, legendary bloodline ghost shadow nightmare. Consume? Chapter 137, Zhao Family Manor. Lin Yan's heart was in turmoil. He never expected that this ancient fossil actually contained the bloodline of a legendary tier demon beast. If he were to consume it, what kind of troop type would awaken? Lin Yan paused for a moment, then carefully cradled the ancient fossil against his chest. Old master, I'll take this. Tang Laoyi looked at Lin Yan in astonishment, then pointed to the treasure trove of rare and precious items in the warehouse. I have so many heavenly treasures here. Are you sure you want this stone? The old man paused again. Don't worry about saving money for me. I've lived this long, I still have some backbone. Go ahead and choose whatever you like. Whatever you pick, I will not refuse. To his surprise, Lin Yan shook his head, holding the ancient fossil as if it were a precious treasure. No, I just like this one. Seeing this, old Master Tang could only smile and shake his head. Alright then, since you've chosen it, this stone is yours. Looking at Lin Yan's calm expression, he didn't seem particularly happy. Old Master Tang felt he had somehow guessed something. This child hasn't earned any merit, yet he is greedily demanding something. That's truly rare. Tianyu, you've made a good friend. An old man and a young man exited the gates of the treasury. Mr. Tang bid farewell to Lin Yan, saying he was getting old and felt extremely tired, so he excused himself to go to bed. Lin Yan walked back to the villa's main hall from the tea room. Most of the people in the hall had already left. It made sense. Why would anyone linger after an outsider had obtained a treasure from their family's treasury? Boring, boring. Only a few people remained in the hall. Upon seeing Lin Yan emerge, Tang Tianyu immediately approached him. How about it? What did you choose? Lin Yan had nothing to hide, so he simply pulled out the ancient fossil. After all, no one else knew the true nature of this object. Tang Tianyu and Tang Qiner gathered around, examining it from every angle for a while, but they still couldn't figure out what it was. What is this thing? Tang Tianyu asked in confusion. Tang Qiner was also very curious about it, holding it in her hands and examining it closely. A fossil, Lin Yan pointed to the patterns on it. It's said to be from an extinct magical beast from ancient times. What? What? Tang Qiner was startled and dropped the ancient fossil. Lin Yan acted quickly, catching the ancient fossil securely. I was actually holding a piece of a magical beast's remains? Tang Qiner covered her chest, still feeling a bit frightened. It's been tens of thousands of years. It's already turned into stone. Lin Yan said with a smile. Tang Tianyu frowned. Brother, why did you pick this thing? Is there something wrong with it? Of course. Didn't you see the golden statue as tall as a person in the treasury? Why didn't you choose that? Tang Tianyu exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Come on, that's your family's stuff. Is it really necessary to be so disloyal? You're not even happy to save your family some money? Lin Yan said irritably. Who knows how heavy that golden statue is? What if the old master says it has to be moved out by hand to be valid? My family's stuff and mine are two different things. Even if you empty the treasury, I wouldn't care. Tang Tianyu shrugged his shoulders, still regretting that Lin Yan had taken such a useless item. Tang Qiner nodded like a chick pecking at grain, indicating she had no objections either. By then, it was almost dawn. Everyone returned to their respective rooms to sleep. Lin Yan naturally shared a room with Tang Tianyu, sleeping on the same bed. However, Tang Qiner's gaze toward the two of them was a bit peculiar. I wonder what that little girl has been watching online. The night passed in silence. Nanling City. In the dim night, the car came to a stop in front of an estate. Zhao Duo got out of the car and looked at the place that had once broken her heart so deeply. She had knelt here begging the people inside to save her mother, and it had also been at night. Miss, please come in. The butler standing at the door greeted her with a warm smile. Zhao Duo found the old face somewhat unfamiliar. Back then, she hadn't even seen the face of a butler. Where is my mother? Zhao Duo's eyes and voice were as cold as ice. The butler maintained his smile, extended his hand, and pointed in the direction of the door, repeating the same words. Miss, please come in. Zhao Duo ignored him and walked into the estate. The entire estate was pitch black, with security guards patrolling the area, their bodies shrouded in darkness, resembling ghosts. Only the door the butler had pointed to had a beam of light shining out from within. With each step she took, Zhao Duo felt her body growing heavier and heavier. She felt a growing fear toward the unknown door ahead. What would be inside? How was her mother? Had she been harmed? Who would be inside? Her biological father, whose face she could no longer recall, and his cruel and ungrateful wife. Zhao Duo stopped in her tracks, her body trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't understand why, when all she wanted was to survive. Stubborn, striving, clenching her teeth to survive in this world. Why did so many troubles keep finding her? In her 20 years of life, she had never truly enjoyed her own life. The next 20 years wouldn't be any different. In her life, only two people who weren't related to her had ever given her warmth. One was an old man who, when she was at her lowest point, gave her an epic bloodline spirit beast. This allowed her to unleash her talents, get into Jinwu University, and finally find hope for survival. The other was Lin Yan. He never gave up, even when facing opponents stronger than himself. Though he didn't do it intentionally, he still helped her out of a major predicament. She aspired to become like him, facing any difficulty with courage. What would Lin Yan do in this situation? Zhao Duo recalled that comforting smile and took a deep breath. If it were him, he would have kicked the door open and beaten them into a pulp. Even if he knew he couldn't win, he wouldn't stop. Thinking of this, Zhao Duo's body stopped trembling, and she walked toward the door that was letting in light. She didn't kick it, but instead pushed the door open with all her strength. Zhao Duo opened her tightly closed eyes, and the scene inside filled her with rage. On a long sofa, Zhao Tianhua sat in the center, wearing a smile that sent a chill down one's spine. Beside him sat an elegant and refined woman, who was his wife. Her own mother, Lu Yanan, was kneeling on the floor, scrubbing it with a cloth. Mom! Zhao Duo could no longer contain her emotions and rushed forward to help Lu Yanan to her feet. Having battled cancer for years, she weighed only 70 pounds, her once stunning beauty now withered, her face gaunt and sallow. When she was in the hospital, her spirits were still relatively good. Now, her waxen complexion had taken on a pallid hue, and her eyes were filled with exhaustion. Zhao Tianhua. Zhao Daoda glared at the culprit sitting on the sofa, her voice trembling as she shouted. What do you want? Chapter 138, $1 million bill. Zhao Tianhua smiled, simply patting the sofa beside him. My daughter, it's been a long time. Come sit down first. Let Dad take a good look and see if you're still the same as when you were little. Zhao Daoda clenched her fists, as if she wanted to punch him in the face. But she also knew that Zhao Tianhua was far stronger than her. Don't be angry. I didn't T-force her. She did it voluntarily. Seeing Zhao Duo remain unmoved, Zhao Tianhua's fake smile gradually faded from his face. If you don't believe me, just ask her yourself. Lu Yanin reached out and tugged at Zhao Daoda's sleeve, her eyes pleading, and nodded slightly. Why? Zhao Daoda asked angrily, her voice trembling. Lu Yanin lowered her head, unable to meet Zhao Duo's gaze. Of course it's for you, Zhao Tianhua sneered. How pitiful are the hearts of parents. Working as a maid in the Zhao family, I give her 10,000 yuan a day. Not only can it cover her future medical expenses, but it can also help with your living expenses and tuition fees. How could she possibly refuse? Zhao Duo pulled Lu Yanin's arm and remained silent for a moment before speaking. We don't want the money. Let us go. Stop. Zhao Tianhua shouted, reaching out his hand. The butler handed him a stack of bills. These are the medical expenses for your mother over the past few days. If you want to leave, settle the bills first. Zhao Daoda took the bills and looked at them, her eyes widening in shock. The numbers on the bills added up to a staggering 10 million. 10 million? Zhao Duo blared at him angrily. Why didn't you just rob someone? It's just a few days of treatment, how could it possibly cost 10 million? Zhao Tianhua's eyes showed no emotion. The Zhao family uses the best medical equipment and medications, so of course they're more expensive. Originally, she could stay here. I could pay her salary and provide free treatment. After all, we're family. But if you insist on taking her away, then settle the bill in full. Zhao Duo was shocked by his shamelessness. But having to kneel on the ground and clean at midnight, her condition was growing increasingly severe. If she stayed here, she wouldn't last another month. I don't have 10 million right now. Zhao Daoda said firmly, I'll pay you back later. Just let me take my mother with me. Zhao Tianhua shook his head. You can't leave until the bill is settled. Zhao Daoda suddenly realized something and asked, what do you want? Bringing my mother here out of the blue couldn't possibly be just about extorting money from me. Sure enough. Zhao Tianhua crossed his legs and smiled, saying, it's simple. Just help your father with a small favor, and not only will I waive the bills, but I'll also cover all future medical expenses. How about it? Zhao Daoda felt a sense of foreboding. What favor? Zhao Tianhua pulled out a photo showing the backs of a man and a woman. It was easy to recognize, as the woman in the photo was Zhao Duo herself. As for the other person, Zhao Daoda held the photo, trembling all over. What do you plan to do to Linyan? Zhao Tianhua smiled slightly. I've already investigated everything. You were quite close to Linyan at school, which saved me a lot of trouble. My son Zhao Lengtian's death is connected to him. I heard he was stabbed but didn't he die. I want you to kill him. I'll arrange for someone to make it look like an accident. If it's exposed, I'll find someone to frame you. Once it's done, I'll have you added to the family registry, making you a member of the Zhao clan. Medical expenses, tuition, and living costs, none of that will be a problem. Whatever you need, the Zhao family will provide. It's a pretty good deal, isn't it? Zhao Duo suddenly felt deeply ironic. Just business, huh? Back then, you abandoned me and my mother. Even when I was seriously ill and needed money to save my life, you didn't show the slightest mercy. Now you want your own daughter, your flesh and blood, to kill someone, and not just anyone, but the person he loves most, to regain what should have been hers all along. This really is a great deal, isn't it? Zhao Duo forced herself to suppress the urge to spit in his face, and only managed to utter one word. Get out! Zhao Tianhua's expression immediately hardened, his voice icy. What did you say? Zhao Daoda grabbed Lu Yanin and started walking toward the exit. As a child, she had once longed for this place. Now, she only wanted to escape. Squeak! The door slammed shut, and two burly security guards blocked their path, summoning two identical black wolf-like spirit beasts that growled menacingly, ready to pounce at any moment. I told you, you can't leave. Zhao Tianhua's voice echoed behind her. Go reflect on your actions, my dear daughter. I'm sure you'll agree soon. Bring her to the small black room. She stayed at the Tang family's house for 2 days. Tang Qiner only found out the next day that Lin Yan had come here to celebrate his birthday. She stayed up all night to handcraft a bracelet, which she presented to Lin Yan with great ceremony at the birthday banquet the day before the Holy Imperial Festival. The banquet was not very grand. It was held in an inconspicuous pavilion halfway up the hill of the Tang family villa. There weren't many people present, aside from the 4 of them from the dormitory. It was just Tang Qiner and Tang Tianhua. Actually, there was no need to come here. There's a very nice private dining room in the capital, and I had already reserved a private room. Tang Tianyu sat on a small stool, flipping the grilled meat on the iron plate. As the guest of honor, Lin Yan naturally enjoyed the privilege of doing nothing, lying back in a bamboo chair. The sun had not yet fully set. The orange-red sunlight bathed Lin Yan in a peculiar glow. After waiting for a while without a response, Tang Tianyu couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw his younger sister holding a fan, carefully shooing away mosquitoes from the sleeping Lin Yan. Ingrate! Tang Tianyu muttered angrily to himself. Here he was, his own older brother, grilling meat until it was smoky and sweating profusely. You ungrateful little brat didn't even bother to fan him with the fan. Instead, you're going to shoo away mosquitoes for this idle person. The bond between brother and sister snapped gently at that moment. Isn't it fine here? Lin Yan removed the book covering his face and yawned. Tang Tianyu unconsciously applied more force to the fork as he flipped the meat. At least if we were eating at a restaurant, I wouldn't have to grill this damn meat here. Lin Yan gave a nervous laugh but made no move to help. Lin Yan is the birthday boy doesn't have to do anything. When it's my birthday, I only have to blow out the candles and cut the cake. Tang Qiner spoke up for Lin Yan. Tang Tianyu rolled his eyes and turned to his sister with a sour expression. It's not your birthday today, and I didn't see you doing any work either. Tang Qiner stuck out her tongue. Tang Tianyu, furious, grabbed a piece of raw charcoal and tried to smear it on Tang Qiner's face. Tang Qiner dodged, and the 2 of them ran back and forth around a pillar. The meat is going to burn. Tang Tianhua was speechless and stepped forward to take the grilled meat off the fire. Lin Yan watched the scene and smiled. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Duo. It's my birthday today, aren't you going to say happy birthday? No reply. She must be busy. Chapter 139, Black Night Current, Night Alone. The sun was slowly setting in the west. The coolness of early autumn arrived, and Lin Yan didn't know why, but he felt a bit anxious. During the birthday party, Lin Yan was distracted the entire time. She kept checking her phone to see if Zhao Duo had replied. Upon reflection, her behavior seemed a bit off before she went home. At the time, I thought it might be due to homesickness from returning home for the holiday, combined with concerns about her mother's illness. Now that I think about it, there must be something she can't bring herself to say. I wonder if the 1 million I gave her will be of any help. What is wrong? Tang Tianyu noticed something was off with Lin Yan, glancing at his watch repeatedly as if he had an urgent matter. Nothing. Lin Yan shook his head. Tang Qiner noticed Lin Yan's irritable mood, pinched a bit of cream from the cake, and quietly slipped behind Lin Yan. Hey, happy birthday. The cream successfully smeared onto Lin Yan's face. Smile more, you're starting to look like a bitter melon. Tang Qiner leaned against Lin Yan's shoulder, tilting her head to look at him. Lin Yan furrowed his brows and stood up to leave. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what was wrong with Lin Yan. What's the commotion? Tang Tianyu scolded. Tang Qiner watched Lin Yan walk away, pouting her lips in disappointment. What's the big deal? He just got angry out of nowhere. Lin Yan walked to a secluded corner and took out his phone to call Zhao Duo. Sure enough, the screen showed that the other party had turned off their phone. Something's wrong. That was the first thought that crossed Lin Yan's mind. No matter how busy she was, she wouldn't turn off her phone. Lin Yan dialed Zhao Ziwu's number. As a school teacher, she might know where Zhao Duo was. The call connected, and Zhao Ziwu's lazy voice came through. Hello, happy birthday, Lin Yan. You're not calling just to ask for a gift, are you? I thought I already gave you one. Lin Yan ignored that and hurriedly said. Zhao Duo might be in trouble. Do you know which hospital her mother is at? Zhao Ziwei paused for a moment, and soon Lin Yan heard the sound of her getting up. Then came the sound of keys clacking on a keyboard. During the vacation, every student had to fill out a form indicating their plans for the break. This was to ensure that the school could locate students promptly in case of any emergencies. Lin Yan waited patiently for a moment before hearing Zhao Ziwei say on the phone. I found it. Zhao Duo has always gone to the first central hospital in Jialan City. The school sent representatives to visit her last year. Jialan City? Lin Yan nodded. The city wasn't too far from Nanling City. Taking the high-speed rail from Beijing would take 6 hours, while flying would take 3 hours. Thank you. I'll go there immediately. Just as he was about to hang up, Zhao Ziwei spoke again on the other end of the line. Why are you going to Jialan City? Zhao Duo listed Nanling City as her destination for this vacation. Is she going to find you? Nanling City? Lin Yan's mind went blank, and he suddenly remembered something. The Zhao family. Zhao Duo has a complicated relationship with the Zhao family, and their relationship is probably quite strained. Otherwise, there's no reason why her mother is in the hospital with a serious illness and the medical expenses are being covered by Zhao Duo working part-time to earn money. I understand. Lin Yan said, then hung up the phone. On the other end, Zhao Ziwei looked at the disconnected call and Lin Yan's cryptic remark, I understand, furrowing her brows in thought. Then she dialed another number. Hello, Mr. Chang, there is something I need your help with. Lin Yan returned to the pavilion, his expression even worse than before. This time, Tang Qiner could also sense the change in Lin Yan's aura. Fearful, she hid behind Tang Tianyu and peeked at Lin Yan. How scary. Lin Yan didn't waste any words and directly said to Tang Tianyu. Take me to the airport. I need to return to Nanling City. Tang Tianyu was taken aback, is something wrong at home? He knew that Nanling City was Lin Yan's hometown. No. Lin Yan shook his head. It's Zhao Duo. She might be in danger. I need to go find her. Tang Tianyu raised his eyebrows, with many questions on his mind, but he also knew this wasn't the right time. The last flight is already full. The next one is in 4 hours. After glancing at the flight information, Tang Tianyu said regretfully. Then take the high-speed rail. Lin Yan said. In this world, planes and high-speed trains were still among the fastest modes of transportation. However, it wasn't impossible for some beast tamers to have contract beasts skilled in flight or speed. However, Lin Yan was still far from reaching that level. High-speed rail tickets are available, but the journey takes 6 hours. Will you have enough time? Tang Tianyu shrugged his shoulders. Lin Yan frowned and asked him, what do you mean? We can't get on an official flight. Tang Tianyu blinked his bright eyes, a hint of excitement flickering in them. What about a private jet? Lin Yan was taken aback. The outskirts of Beijing. Lin Yan looked at the massive aircraft before him and could only mutter, what a rich bastard. Tang Tianyu walked around the Gulf Stream, marveling. This is my grandfather's private jet. He rarely even uses it himself. He says it's too fuel efficient, ha 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 ha. As for us, forget about it. You're the only one with the connections. Lin Yan looked at him with a smile. But let's face it, it's really your connections. If we were just ordinary classmates, your grandfather wouldn't have lent his private jet to me. Tang Tianyu burst into laughter, patting Lin Yan on the shoulder. That's easy to say, but I have other plans tomorrow and can't accompany you. Lin Yan shook his head, I can handle it myself. Tang Tianyu stared at Lin Yan for a moment, then sighed softly. Man, even though I strongly disapprove of such methods, this time I hope you'll use it. If you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, feel free to mention my family's name in the capital. Though my grandfather didn't say it explicitly, I can see it. As long as you're willing, the Tang family will always be your steadfast backing. Lin Yan nodded seriously this time, thank you. The flight crew quickly finished preparing for takeoff. Lin Yan boarded the plane, looking out the window at the colorful lights below as the aircraft gradually ascended. Due to the changes in air pressure, his eardrums buzzed slightly. A flight attendant approached the VIP passenger, who had been informed in advance, carrying a tray of drinks and snacks. The flight is expected to take 1 hour and 30 minutes. You may rest for a moment. I will call you when we arrive at the designated location. Is there anything you need at the moment? Nothing, thank you. Lin Yan waved his hand. This Gulfstream jet was faster than a regular commercial flight. He only hoped he would make it in time. Zhao Duo was no longer just a simple friend to him. When he was injured, Zhao Duo took care of him every day in the rented apartment. There were many things he couldn't see. For example, the food was always hot, and his clothes were always clean and smelled nice. That time, Lin Yan felt like he had a home. It was different from the home he had with his parents, it was his own little home. Zhao Daodo had become family to him. Chapter 140, The Zhao Family, Asking for Death. Yunbei Province. The Beastmaster Association. Old Shen, nearing 40, had been injured in border battles years ago, damaging his spiritual veins. After retiring, he was assigned to the gate guard position at the Beastmaster Association in his hometown's provincial capital. After working there for over a decade with no prospects for promotion, Old Shen believed he had mastered the job of gatekeeper. His expertise? The association president's office staff loved cigarettes from the city of Jialan. All he had to do was deliver a few packs during major holidays. He would be the first to know about any developments or matters concerning the association. Therefore, whenever there was an inspection by higher-ups, Old Shen would always stand at his post on time, fulfilling his duties with utmost diligence. On nights when no leaders were around. 9. Old Shen's face was covered in sticky notes. He pushed aside the notes blocking his vision, and they still faintly carried the breath of a colleague. Old one, could you please brush your teeth before playing cards next time? Out of all these notes, yours stinks the worst and sticks the hardest. Old Wang chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Right, let's go. Take the money, take the money. A few people dejectedly pulled out a few bills from the pile of change in front of them and tossed them to him. Old Chen, is there no supervisor inspecting today? A skinny man in a security uniform asked nervously. After all, this was a provincial-level unit. If they were caught neglecting their duties on the job, it could cost them their jobs. This job paid well and was respectable. No one wanted to risk it. No big deal. It's almost the Holy Emperor Festival, right? I just finished delivering some incense sticks to the office guys. Damn it, each one costs over 1,000 yuan, and I delivered 5 of them. Those brats said there hasn't been a supervisor checking in the past week. Old Chin puffed on a cigarette, but it was a local brand that cost $10 a pack. My monthly salary is just over 10,000, and this one trip cost me half a month's wages. A skinny man chuckled and lit Old Chen's cigarette. No wonder you're the team leader. I'll go buy some pork head meat and 2 more boxes of green sticks. Let's have a little to eat and drink. Old Chen gave him a satisfied look, just about to scold him with a laugh. His voice was drowned out by the urgent honking of a car horn. What the hell is the gatekeeper doing? Open the gate quickly. Old Chen's heart sank. He stuffed the cards into his chest and hurried to open the door. There sat the chairman, Cheng Dingwa, with a furious expression on his face, glaring coldly at him through the open car window. A chill ran down Old Chen's spine. Without a moment to think, he grabbed the remote control and opened the gate. It's over, it's over. Old Chen looked at Cheng Dingwa raising the car window in despair. Who would have thought that at this late hour, the chairman not only hadn't left but was actually coming out? One after another, SUVs bearing the association's logo emerged in a steady stream. The engines roared at full power, and the vehicles quickly disappeared from sight. Everyone stepped out, staring blankly at the large convoy. Old Chen swallowed hard. This is like a horde of monsters attacking a city. The president is leading the team personally. What on earth is happening? In the off-road vehicle. The driver glanced at Cheng Dingwa through the rearview mirror, his expression solemn, and couldn't help but ask. Chairman, where are we going? Is this some kind of classified operation? Since receiving the call to assemble, he hadn't heard a single word about it. All he knew was that they were heading to Nanling City. He had heard of that place many times before, and it was said that a genius beast tamer had originated from there. Cheng Dingwa shook his head slowly and sighed. We're going to the Zhao family. Don't ask any more questions, because I don't know either. Earlier, Zhao Duo had called him, sounding very urgent. She said it was about Lin Yan's safety and that he must go to the Zhao family to protect Lin Yan. Normally, he wouldn't have bothered with such matters if it were anyone else. However, there were 2 reasons. First, Lin Yan was a prodigious beast tamer from the province, currently at the peak of his career, with the potential to become the top young talent in his field. The other is Zhao Ziwei, the daughter of the vice-chancellor of Jinwu University. How could Lin Yan be connected to the Zhao family? Cheng Dingwa only knew one thing: during the college entrance exams, Lin Yan and Zhao Tianhua seemed to have had some friction. However, after investigating, there was no evidence linking his son's death to Lin Yan. He had also sent someone to warn Zhao Tianhua not to harm Lin Yan. He never expected him to be so inconsiderate. Cheng Dingwa's eyes flashed with intense anger. If anything were to happen to Lin Yan tonight, he would hold the entire Zhao family responsible. Do you understand now? Someone asked in the darkness. Zhao Duo trembled, unable to speak, only shaking her head. She had no idea how long she had been locked up here. An hour? 10 hours? But the agony was so unbearable that she had thought of suicide countless times. In the tiny room, there were rats, venomous snakes, and a foul stench. The moment she summoned the spirit beast in the living room, she was subdued and forced to drink a potion that suppressed her spiritual power. Then she was thrown into this place. Have you made up your mind? The voice that drove her to the brink of collapse sounded again. Zhao Duo clutched her head in agony, whispering in a voice only she could hear. I won't hurt Lin Yan. I won't hurt Lin Yan. These words were meant only for herself. She feared she couldn't hold on any longer and could only keep repeating this to herself as a form of self-reassurance. The rat crawled over her arm once more. The slimy snake's body chased after the mouse, close behind. Zhao Duo broke down and screamed, tears streaming down her face. She didn't know how much time had passed. Zhao Duo felt numb to it all: the rats, the poisonous snakes crawling over her body. She felt nothing. She gave a faint smile, her cracked lips barely moving. I won. She had held on, perhaps not for much longer, but she hadn't done anything against her will. Lin Yan wouldn't hate her, and perhaps he would think of her often in the future? Think of those days in the rented room. Zhao Duo smiled. It was the happiest time of her short life. She closed her eyes, and tears flowed silently down her cheeks. Mom, I'm sorry. I want to live for myself. The Gulfstream landed at Nanling Airport. Lin Yan had just stepped off the plane when a car pulled up in front of him. The driver didn't get out. Instead, the flight attendant who had followed closely opened the door for him and smiled. It was arranged by the young master. Please get in quickly. Lin Yan was touched and didn't say a word, getting into the car directly. The driver said nothing, turned the car around, and accelerated away, the tires screeching on the ground. Just then, Tang Tianyu's phone rang. Before Lin Yan could thank him, he hurriedly said, I've tracked the last location of your phone. It's a private estate. I've sent it to your phone. Lin Yan opened the address on the map, and his pupils contracted. It was none other than Zhao's mansion. Lin Yan clenched his fists, and uncontrollable anger erupted from his eyes. The Zhao family, you're asking for death. Chapter 141, The Green Cuckoo Demon Python. I can only take you this far. The driver pulled the car to a stop beside a small grove across the river from the Zhao family estate, explaining with a hint of apology. If we go any further, their security will notice us, and my identity can't be revealed yet. Thank you, that's enough. Lin Yan got out of the car and spoke softly. The driver waved goodbye and drove off, glancing unintentionally at the rearview mirror. He was so startled he nearly drove the car into the river. All he could see was a dense swarm of insect-like spiritual beasts filling the entire forest. But that wasn't all. The sky was filled with a dark, swarming mass of spirit beasts, like a black cloud pressing down on the city. Goodness, what kind of friend does the young master have? The driver swallowed hard, stomped on the gas pedal, and disappeared into the distance. The sky was just beginning to grow light. Not far away, at the Zhao family estate, even at this hour, there were still many security guards patrolling the area. The coolness of the early morning lingered in the air. Lin Yan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a puff of white mist. As he moved, a flood of insect nests surged toward him from behind. Inside the Zhao family estate, Zhao Tianhua, dressed in a robe, sat on a plush sofa. A maid brought over a warm towel and gently wiped his face. Did she agree? The maid hesitated, but the butler waved her away and replied, "Not yet. She's unconscious. The private doctor said her condition is critical." Zhao Tianhua took a slow sip of coffee, unconcerned. Critical just means she is not dead yet, right? Wake her up and tell her my patience is running out. She cares so much about that Lin Yan. If we show her photos of her naked with several men, would she still insist on this? The butler hesitated. This. Zhao Tianhua waved his hand impatiently. Go do it. I remember there are a few strong men in the security team. Yes. The butler took 2 steps out the door but suddenly stopped at the threshold. Zhao Tianhua set down his coffee and frowned at the butleress retreating back. Why aren't you hurrying? The butler, pale-faced, pointed toward the main gate of the estate and stammered. Beasts, it's a beast horde. Zhao Tianhua stood up and said in a deep voice. What nonsense are you talking about in the morning? This is the city center. Where would a beast horde come from? He walked toward the large floor-to-ceiling window, pulled back the curtains, and his expression immediately changed. Outside the estate, a dense swarm of insect-like spirit beasts filled the sky, the silence so thick it was suffocating. Amidst the swarm stood a young man whose features were indistinguishable. The security guards had no idea what was happening and dared not move. It's Lin Yan. Zhao Tianhua sneered. He recognized these insects. However, Zhao Tianhua narrowed his eyes. There were far more of them now, and the varieties had increased as well. Upon hearing the name Lin Yan, the butler calmed down considerably and began directing the security guards in the front yard. He's just a kid. These worthless insects are no threat. Capture him immediately. The security guards, hearing this, finally felt reassured and summoned their spirit beasts. In the front yard, dozens of steel-cored black dogs were summoned simultaneously, barking furiously toward the swarm of insects. The security captain waved his hand, and dozens of security personnel who had gathered nearby sprang into action. Dozens of steel-cored black dogs charged toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan stood atop the titan ant, moving with the swarm, his eyes cold. At this point, there was only one word left. Kill. Lin Yan issued the order coldly, his voice not loud, but the entire 5,000 insect soldiers trembled in unison, as if infused with something, their killing intent erupting instantly. The titan ants charged forward first, and the moment they encountered the steel cable black dogs, they swarmed over them and devoured them completely. Only one steel cable black dog, significantly larger in size, managed to break through the relatively slower-moving titan giant ant's encirclement. Its eyes flashed with savagery as it bared its fangs and lunged toward Lin Yan. In the next instant, several thousand-foot-tall mantises surrounded it, their claws flashing like shadows. Blooms of blood blossomed on the steel cable black dog's body. Awoo! The steel-cored black dog sensed the threat of death and instinctively turned to flee. But the 1,000-foot mantises didn't give it the chance. The scythe of death swung down, and a kill notification popped up before Lin Yan. You have successfully killed a level 29 elite bloodline spirit beast, the steel-corded black dog. Biomass plus 50, experience plus 0. Lin Yan casually closed the message and looked at the dog's head rolling to his feet. He kicked the dog's head with all his strength toward Zhao's estate. The dog head traced an arc through the air before landing on the grass and rolling a few times. All the contract spirit beasts of the dozens of security personnel were killed. Zhao Tianhua watched the scene unfold, and the cold smile on his face gradually faded. This was an open declaration of war against the Zhao family. The butler's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze toward Lin Yan changed. This kid is really at the Silver Realm? These dozens of security guards were at least Golden Realm 5th tier, and the security captain was a beast master at the half-step Diamond Realm. And yet, they couldn't even last a single round against that kid? After all, Zhao Duo, who was at the Golden Realm, was subdued in an instant by them. The butler turned to look at Zhao Tianhua, but Zhao Tianhua showed no reaction, only staring out the window at Lin Yan amidst the swarm of insects. With his cunning and experience, he wouldn't act without first thoroughly testing their capabilities. Thus, the butler volunteered to take action. "Master, let me go and take him down." Zhao Tianhua nodded slowly. The butler walked to the front yard, looked at Lin Yan, and shouted loudly, knowing full well the answer. "Who goes there?" Lin Yan didn't answer his question but instead responded from a distance in a deep voice. "Tell Zhao Tianhua to come out." The butler sneered, his spiritual energy surging. A massive green serpent was summoned into existence. "You think you can just see the master whenever you want? Once my green phoenix demon snake captures you, I'll take you to see the master then." Before he could finish speaking, the green phoenix demon python vanished instantly from its original spot, and a highly blurry figure flickered repeatedly before appearing in the air in front of Lin Yan. The massive serpentine body twisted and coiled in the air, spewing a jet of bright green venom toward Lin Yan. At such a short distance and such a blinding speed, there was no way to dodge it. Lin Yan couldn't avoid it either, and he didn't intend to. He swung one hand forward, and at the same time, a blood-winged mad bee plummeted from the sky. The venom struck the blood-winged mad bees, instantly producing a corrosive mist. With a sizzling sound, the corpse of the blood-winged mad bee swayed and crashed onto the ground in front of Lin Yan. Kill! Lin Yan's spiritual energy surged, swirling around him like a storm. The soul-devouring cicadas within his body were operating at full power. They absorbed spiritual energy from the air and channeled it into Lin Yan's body. In an instant, all 50,000 insect soldiers were as though they had been injected with adrenaline. The Qingjun demon python's attack failed, and it attempted to retreat. But just as its form vanished, a dozen red-eyed 1,000-foot mantises swung their clawed blades, striking viciously. Chapter 142, I Did It. SSSHH. The Qingju demon python winced in pain, and its skill casting was interrupted. Its massive serpentine body twisted wildly. The Chenrun mantis, which had activated its skill, dealt true damage. Lin Yan could sense the power of that previous strike. This person is a diamond rank beastmaster. Very powerful. As the python's body twisted, its thick tail grazed the 1,000-foot mantis, exploding into a cloud of blood. The difference in levels is quite significant. For this snake-like spirit beast, Lin Yan's insect-type spirit beasts were no different from real insects. The only difference is that they deal much more damage. Perhaps having discovered the vulnerability of these insect-type spirit beasts, the Qingju demon python didn't hurry to leave. Charging head-on at the swarming 1,000-foot mantises, it rampaged wildly. Under its writhing body, blood mist erupted everywhere. Lin Yan's vision was filled with a string of death notifications. Blood rain pours down, fire. Taking advantage of the Qingju demon python's unrestrained slaughter, Lin Yan seized a good opportunity. In an instant, a massive number of tail needles rained down on the colossal python's body like a torrential storm. The Qingjun demon python's massive body revealed its weakness at that moment. It wasn't agile enough. When moving in one direction, it couldn't suddenly change course before its body had fully turned. The tail needles left no target untouched, all piercing into the body of the Qingju demon python. This time, the Qingju demon python truly felt the pain. The bloodwing mad bee's skill deals percentage-based damage. Such a dense barrage of attacks, all landing cleanly, caused the blue-crested demon python's health bar to plummet. In an instant, it dropped by more than half. The green phoenix demon serpent was jolted back to its senses. It was a ranged attacker, relying on its speed that left no trace and its skills infused with various toxins to fight. Earlier, relying on its higher level, it had tasted the thrill of close-range slaughter and had become a bit overconfident. "Fool, get back!" The butler clenched his teeth in anger and hurriedly gave orders. He had assumed that with his superior cultivation, he could easily defeat Lin Yan without resorting to complicated maneuvers. But he never expected Lin Yan's counterattack to be so swift and ruthless. This could end badly for him. The butler felt absurdly ridiculous. After all, he was a Diamond Realm cultivator. Fighting a Silver Realm kid and actually needing tactical maneuvers? Withdraw and switch to guerrilla tactics. Once he got into his comfort zone, he had 100 ways to take down Lin Yan. As the green phoenix demon snake was about to disappear, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Capture it. Don't let it escape. He had already witnessed its speed. It had only given him the opportunity to get close by underestimating him. If he let it escape, another fierce battle would be unavoidable. Zhao Duo still didn't know what was going on. They had to act quickly. The spiritual energy storm swirling around Lin Yan was nearly forming a vortex. The 1,000-foot mantises near the Qingjun demon python opened their mouths and charged madly toward it. The moment they charged forward, they were almost instantly struck down by the Qingjun demon python, like moths flying into a flame. However, This successfully interrupted the Qingjun demon python's spellcasting. Its short-range spatial teleportation had a casting animation. Kill. Lin Yan, standing at the center of the spiritual energy storm, pointed at the creature and shouted, "Kill it!" The Bloodwing Madbees continuously fired their stingers at the Qingjun demon python. The Titan giant ants piled up a wall and crawled toward the python's body. Sharp mandibles collided with steel-like snake scales, sparks flying everywhere. The 1,000-foot mantis, armed with wind-blade claws, relentlessly slashed at the vital areas of the Qingjun demon python. SSSSSS. The green crow demon python's scream this time was more agonizing than ever before. A wave of insect soldiers fell, followed immediately by another wave. The green phoenix demon python abandoned its spatial teleportation and attempted to escape by crawling out first, relying on its higher level. However, the titan ants bit into its shattered scales and dragged it backward with relentless force. For a moment, the green crow demon serpent was completely immobilized. The butler grew panicked, sweat trickling down his forehead. He realized a terrifying truth: no matter how high his cultivation level was, how high the green phoenix demon python's level was, or how high the damage of its skills was, none of that mattered anymore. Even if he killed all the insects around him, what then? Endless waves of insects would keep coming, forcing him to kill them all over again. The butler noticed that black holes were constantly appearing around Lin Yan. The insects killed by the Qingjun demon serpent would crawl out again from those black holes. This isn't just one person, it's an army. The butler's scalp prickled, and he looked at Zhao Tianhua for help. Zhao Tianhua snorted coldly, his expression grim. "Humph. Useless. Come back. I'll have to handle this myself." The butler felt as though he had been granted a pardon, gritting his teeth as he released his final skill. Lin Yan sensed that the life force of the Qingjun demon python was already extremely weak. With just a little more effort, he could grind it to death. At that moment, the Qingjun demon python suddenly curled into a ball and remained motionless. Has it given up resisting? Lin Yan was puzzled. Suddenly, the Qingjun demon python's life force vanished instantly. That doesn't make sense. According to Lin Yan's calculations, it should take at least 5 more minutes to grind it to death. How could it be dead already? Sure enough, under the full force of the 1,000-foot mantis's swing, the Qingjun demon python shattered like layers of glass, with a hard outer shell but nothing inside. Lin Yan walked over, picked up a fragment, and finally realized. Snake shedding? A python shedding its skin? He looked up at the lawn of the estate. The butler glared at Lin Yan with a grim expression. The Qingjun demon python was curled up in a ball within his beast taming space. It was something no one would believe. He had been forced to use his life-saving skill by a mere silver-ranked child. "Master, I'm sorry." Zhao Tianhua stepped forward, gazing at Lin Yan with a cold smile on his lips. "You called for me?" Lin Yan moved forward with the swarm of insects. Seeing the main culprit emerge, his anger could no longer be contained. "Whereas Zhao Duo?" Zhao Tianhua wasn't surprised by this and laughed. "You must have the wrong person. Zhao Daodu is my daughter. Why would I need you to interfere?" Lin Yan raised his hand, and the swarm of blood-red winged bees behind him instantly formed a formation in mid-air. A dense volley of attacks surged toward Zhao Tianhua's face. "Humph." Zhao Tianhua sneered disdainfully as spiritual energy surged around him. A gigantic bear, nearly 2 stories tall, descended from the sky, opening its blood-stained maw and roaring. The sound waves instantly shattered all the tail needles fired toward him. In the process, nearly 100 titan ants at the front could no longer endure the pressure and were literally shaken to death by the roar. Zhao Tianhua, with his hands behind his back, strolled forward a few steps, smiling at Lin Yan. "You think you can cause trouble at the Zhao family with just you? You're too green." Lin Yan took a step back instead of advancing, urging the swarm of insects forward again. "Where is Zhao Duo?" Zhao Tianhua sneered coldly. "I was planning to send that little to kill you, but she dared to refuse. I locked her up and was planning to send a few roughnecks to take care of her properly." "What, do you want to watch?" Lin Yan clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. "Let her go. I'll do whatever you want." Zhao Tianhua's expression grew dark as he clenched his teeth and asked the question again. "What happened to my son, Lang Tian?" "I killed him." Lin Yan stood atop the swarm of insects, moving forward slowly, his face expressionless. Chapter 143, Overpowered Operation. Zhao Tianhua was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Yan to admit it so directly. "You lowly peasant, you finally admitted it. My son, how did he die?" Lin Yan looked at him, his voice devoid of emotion. "He tried to kill me, but I killed him instead. That's all there is to it." Zhao Tianhua clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. "You're lying. My son was a prodigy, how dare you kill him?" As soon as he spoke those words, Zhao Tianhua realized he had made a mistake. The young man standing before him seemed to be the true prodigy. So Zhao Tianhua changed his tune. "How dare you compare your worthless life to my son's? You're just a lowly peasant. If you're going to die, just die. Why resist?" Lin Yan no longer wanted to argue with this man who had lost his mind. It was pointless. Release Zhao Duo, and I'll give you the chance to avenge your son. Zhao Tianhua let out a savage laugh, pointed his finger, and the colossal bear stomped the ground with tremendous force. Lin Yan felt the ground shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. From the center of the Zhao family estate's lawn, the ground cracked layer by layer, and countless insect soldiers fell into the fissures. What gives you the right to negotiate with me? Lin Yan took a step back and recalled all the remaining Titan ants into his beast summoning space. 2 bloodwing mad bees flew over, grabbed Lin Yan's shoulders, and carried him into the air. Then I'll leave now. Once I'm out of here, it'll be harder for you to kill me. Zhao Tianhua watched Lin Yan fly away and snorted coldly. You came here specifically for Zhao Daodu. Now that things have come to this, are you willing to give her up and leave on your own? Lin Yan stared at him expressionlessly. You can try. Zhao Tianhua fell silent, staring at Lin Yan's resolute expression, hesitating for a moment. If it were him, could he do something like this? Of course he could. Zhao Tianhua was a ruthless person himself. Forget about abandoning Zhao Duo and letting her leave. If it were him, he wouldn't even have come in the first place. Knowing it was a suicide mission yet still trying to save someone, that's something only a fool would do. As for Zhao Tianhua, he didn't care about Zhao Duo or Lu Yanan. He has used every trick in the book, threatening and bribing, but from start to finish, all he has ever wanted is for Lin Yan to die. Now, Lin Yan has come to him willingly. Although killing someone twice in a row might cause some trouble, he couldn't afford to be picky now. Go bring Zhao Duo out. Zhao Tianhua turned his head, and the butler said. The butler nodded hurriedly and ran toward the back. Lin Yan remained suspended in mid-air, facing off against Zhao Tianhua from a distance. After waiting for a short while, the butler returned, his face ashen, and whispered into Zhao Tianhua's ear. Master, Zhao Daodu is near death. If we bring her out now, she'll die, and that would ruin everything. Should we use some high-quality spiritual medicine to keep her alive for now? Zhao Tianhua furrowed his brows, surprised that Zhao Daodu couldn't withstand the ordeal. She couldn't hold on any longer. No need. A worthless life like hers doesn't deserve spiritual medicine. Zhao Tianhua waved his hand, signaling the butler to step back. Lin Yan noticed this and felt a pang of anxiety, unable to help but ask. Where's Zhao Daodu? Zhao Tianhua sneered. I thought about it. Why should I listen to you, a lowly peasant? If I hand her over to you, what if you run away again? You want her, don't you? Come and take her yourself. If you don't have the guts, then get out of here. After speaking, Zhao Tianhua turned to the butler and said. Ah Fu, the brothers just killed a spirit beast. Have Zhao Duo serve them well. The butler obeyed and led a group of excited security guards inside. Lin Yan listened to the master and servant's conversation, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Damn it, Zhao Daodu is your daughter. Do you even deserve to be called her father? Zhao Tianhua shrugged indifferently. A little whore's daughter? Does she deserve to be my daughter? Hearing Zhao Tianhua use the word bastard repeatedly, Lin Yan's anger erupted uncontrollably. Soul-devouring cicada, maximum power. One after another, black holes appeared around Lin Yan. Titan ant, go berserk. Blood-winged mad bees, blood rain pouring down. 1,000-foot mantis, sword dance slashes. One command after another was issued, and a tornado formed from a gathering of spiritual energy appeared in mid-air. A massive influx of spiritual energy surged into Lin Yan's body. Around him, the 5,000 insect soldiers, now fully replenished, stirred with excitement, resembling tribal warriors blessed by a shaman's ritual. Pairs of blood-red eyes brimming with battle intent fixated on the colossal bear, revealing their savage mandibles. Zhao Tianhua narrowed his eyes and sneered inwardly. A mere silver realm cultivator? I could crush you with a single flick of my finger. Extreme heavenly giant bear, ancient god. Colossal spiritual energy surged from Zhao Tianhua's body into the extreme heavenly giant bear's body. Instantly, the colossal form of the extreme heaven giant bear grew even larger, and the surrounding space seemed to be crushed, cracking inch by inch. Dong dong dong. Strange sounds echoed, the giant bear's heartbeat sounding like distant war drums. Its body, which had been 2 stories tall, now soared to 5 stories high. Its fur not only failed to tear apart due to its enlarged body but instead became even thicker. It looked as though it had donned a suit of armor. Its teeth and claws, due to its abilities, had grown thicker and longer. At this moment, the extreme sky giant bear truly resembled an ancient god from a bygone era. Do you now realize the gap between us? Zhao Tianhua waved his hand, and the extreme heaven giant bear took heavy steps toward Lin Yan. Even just walking normally, the ground, which had already been strained to its limits, began to collapse once more. How powerful! Lin Yan felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, but he had seen masters like Tang Yi before. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere grandmaster-level practitioner? Crush it! Crush it! Lin Yan gave the order, and 5,000 insect soldiers charged toward the gigantic bear. In an instant, a black, endless tide surged toward Zhao's estate. Zhao Tianhua witnessed the scene and swallowed hard. This peasant is truly formidable. Although he had seen Lin Yan's strange talent before. However, the current numbers far exceeded his expectations. The grudge between my Zhao family and him is irreparable. If we let him continue to grow today, disaster will befall my Zhao family in the future. Today, he must be killed. Zhao Tianhua made up his mind and moved his thoughts. The heaven-shattering giant bear stomped the ground once more, causing the earth to crack layer by layer, spreading toward Lin Yan. At that moment, in an instant, thousands of titan ants plummeted into the fissures in the ground. Insects are just insects. Zhao Tianhua sneered coldly. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore, and the contempt in his eyes turned to gravity. Only to see that from the bottomless fissure, countless titan ants were crawling out once again. Chapter 144, New Troop Type Ghost-Faced Royal Moth. Boom! The chandeliers on the ceiling swayed back and forth. Dust fell from above. Old Lin, is it an earthquake? Chen Xiaohong emerged from the kitchen holding a cutting board, her face filled with concern. Lin Yuanshan sat upright on the sofa, casually flipping through the TV channels with the remote control, yawning and saying, "No, it's nothing." Chen Xiaohong looked out the window and saw that many people were already panicking and running downstairs. The streets outside were already packed with people. "What's nothing?" Chen Xiaohong walked over, grabbed him, and tried to run, urgently saying, "Can't you see everyone's running away? Our son is coming back tomorrow. Are you going to let him come back and bury us?" Lin Yuanshan was speechless, but he could only let his wife drag him along as they ran downstairs, one in front and one behind. Daojin can't run away, Xiaojin doesn't need to run. Besides, this isn't even an earthquake. Chen Xiaohong glared at him, furious at her husband's helplessness, and kicked him. "You're always arguing with me. If this isn't an earthquake, then what is it? Are the demons invading?" To his surprise, Lin Yuanshan shook his head, looked toward the direction of the rising sun, and said seriously, "It's not monsters. It's spirit beasts." The two ran to a relatively open area, and Chen Xiaohong finally exhaled in relief, snapping, "You make it sound so real. You saw it, right? You're just pretending to know something you don't. Remember this, you're just an ordinary person. Our son is the beast tamer." Lin Yuanshan smiled, looking at his wife, who was holding his hand with one hand and a cutting board with the other, and said with a smile, "Alright, I'll remember. I'm just a commoner. Looks like breakfast is out of the question today. I'll go buy something to eat. You stay here and don't move." Chen Xiaohong kicked him again, but this time Lin Yuanshan dodged it easily, muttering angrily, "Don't think I don't know that S from the textbook." Lin Yuanshan gave a sheepish smile and ran off. Chen Xiaohong watched her husband leave and suddenly realized something. She hurriedly called out, "Hey, where are you running off to? The breakfast shop is over there." The titan ants piled up on the ground like mountains. The celestial giant bear delivered another war stomp, crushing the remaining titan giant ants to death. With that, all 20,000 titan giant ants were wiped out. The 1,000-foot mantises that charged in revealed their claws wrapped in wind blades, continuously slashing at the celestial giant bear. However, it had no effect. Zhao Tianhua did not use any skills, his thick fur alone blocked all the attacks. Even the strongest Qianren mantises, with their most powerful attacks, couldn't inflict any damage on the giant bear. Lin Yan felt such immense pressure for the first time. The last time was when he faced Chen Yan, that equally terrifying man. But that time, the mission was simple, just to hold him off. But this time, Lin Yan was determined to defeat Zhao Tianhua. The pressure they faced was completely different. Before leaving school, Lin Yan's biomass was 320,000. He had depleted a significant amount on Banana Mountain, leaving him with only around 200,000 before departing the capital. The recent battle with the Qingjun demon python had cost him tens of thousands more. This extreme heavenly giant bear was even more formidable, each of its attacks claiming the lives of hundreds or even thousands of insect soldiers. Currently, Lin Yan's biomass has dropped to less than 100,000. Emergency. We can't keep wasting resources like this. Lin Yan began planning his battle strategy. Since the battle with the extreme heaven giant bear began, he had ceased summoning the titan giant ants. In the face of such an overwhelming difference in power and level, the titan ants and the 1,000-foot mantises were now on the same level in terms of survival. Because they could only withstand the extreme heaven giant bear's attacks for a moment. On the other hand, the more agile Qianren mantises were slightly easier to survive. However, this was only relatively easier. If hit by the extreme heavenly giant bear's attack, they would be instantly blown into a cloud of blood mist. What surprised Lin Yan the most was, in the face of such a gap, neither the percentage damage of the bloodwing mad wasps nor the true damage of the 1,000-foot mantid were effective. That colossal bear seemed to be the ancient deity Akala incarnate. No matter how many techniques you use, I remain unmoved. Zhaodwood was fate inside is unknown. We can't delay any longer. We must break this stalemate immediately. But how to break the deadlock? Lin Yan suddenly thought of something and took out the ancient fossil he had obtained from the Tang family. The mysterious patterns on it hinted at its extraordinary nature. By consuming it, one could obtain a new type of soldier. What kind of new troops would they be? Could they save the current situation? Lin Yan had no idea. But desperate times call for desperate measures. Devour. Lin Yan's mind flickered, and the core of the insect nest activated. A pitch-black vortex appeared, drawing the ancient fossil from tens of thousands of years ago into its gravitational pull, inch by inch. Beads of sweat the size of beans formed on Lin Yan's forehead as he struggled to maintain control. The soul-devouring cicada operated at maximum power, supplying the insect soldiers with an enormous amount of spiritual energy. This placed a tremendous strain on his body. Now, he had to divert part of his energy and physical strength to the devouring process. Lin Yan immediately felt a dizzy spell, his body stumbling, nearly falling from mid-air. Hold on. Lin Yan clenched his teeth, the veins on his temples bulging. Finally, just as he was about to collapse from exhaustion, the system's notification sound finally rang out. You have successfully devoured the legendary bloodline Ghost Shadow Nightmare and obtained the insect warrior Ghost-Faced Emperor Moth. Lin Yan didn't have time to think, immediately checking the attributes and skills of the new unit, Ghost-Faced Emperor Moth. Ghost-Faced Emperor Moth. Level 17. Bloodline Legendary. HP 2000. Attack 380. Defense 450. Agility 620. Spirit 1480. Skill, Abyssal Chant, cast a chant on the target, causing daze and reducing both defense and magic resistance. The effect varies depending on the skill level and the number of targets. Spirit nearly 1500? Lin Yanshin was stunned by the new recruit's stats. After reviewing the skill, the role of this new unit became clear. It was an extremely powerful support mage. It has crowd control and debuffs. Lin Yan watched the extreme heavenly giant bear in the distance continuing to slaughter the insect soldiers, a gleam of battle intent flashing in his eyes. With the addition of this new unit, perhaps they could give it a try. All the Titan ants were wiped out. Lin Yan replaced the 20,000 insect soldier slots vacated by the Titan giant ants with ghost-faced royal moths. The skill effects of the ghost-faced royal moths are related to their level and quantity. Lin Yan couldn't increase their level at the moment, but having more of them would achieve the same effect. Instantly, one after another, black holes appeared around Lin Yan. A large number of ghost-faced emperor moths flew out from within. The ghost-faced emperor moths are entirely black, with no discernible facial features, except for a small mouth adorned with tiny fangs. From the mouth outward, eerie patterns spread out, giving an extremely ominous appearance. Lin Yan had no interest in examining the appearance of this new species at the moment. After summoning all 20,000 ghost-faced imperial moths, he summoned the remaining insect soldier slots into thousands of giant mantises. Ghost-faced royal moths, abyssal chant. Lin Yan confirmed his target. The 2,000 ghost-faced imperial moths flew toward the sky-piercing giant bear in a massive formation, activating their skills outside the bear's attack range. Suddenly, an extremely eerie and unsettling melody filled the air. Chapter 145, Now is the Time. 2,000 ghost-faced emperor moths formed a neat formation, dancing gracefully in the eerie sound, resembling some ancient ritual. Zhao Tianhua noticed this scene and immediately furrowed his brows, feeling an ominous premonition. Another unknown insect had appeared. Moreover, this insect looked utterly evil, resembling the primal beasts of ancient times. Extreme Heavenly Giant Bear, kill them! Zhao Tianhua commanded the Extreme Heaven Giant Bear to abandon the mantis insects in front of it and charge toward the newly summoned insects. The colossal form of the Extreme Heaven Giant Bear twisted, its massive bear paws whipping up gale force winds. Zhao Tianhua smirked coldly, already envisioning Lin Yan's new insect being shattered into pieces by that single strike. Die! By this point in the battle, Zhao Tianhua could see that the insects Lin Yan had summoned were gradually unable to keep up with the Extreme Heaven Giant Bear's slaughtering pace. Once he eliminated all the insects in front of him, the Extreme Heaven Giant Bear would be able to rampage unchecked, charge toward Lin Yan, and with a single attack, he could eliminate Lin Yan, who was as weak and insignificant as his own spirit beast insects. At that moment, the song of the ghost-faced imperial moth in mid-air suddenly grew loud and clear, like a war cry from the heavens. The Extreme Heaven Giant Bear's massive bear paws froze mid-air, its entire body immobilized. Dizziness. It's a mental control skill. Zhao Tianhua felt a surge of fear and tried to release his skill. But no matter how he channeled his spiritual energy, it vanished into thin air with no response. Now! As the Extreme Heavenly Giant Bear was disoriented, Lin Yan roared. He knew that the Extreme Heavenly Giant Bear wasn't just stunned, its resistance to both physical and spiritual attacks had also been weakened. The opportunity was fleeting, and he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In an instant, the 1,000-foot mantises and bloodwing bees, whose ranks had been fully replenished, launched their attacks simultaneously. Dense streams of tail needles flew toward the Extreme Heaven Giant Bear. The assassin-like Shenron mantises swung their blade claws, spinning wind blades as they struck. The extreme heaven giant bear's formidable defensive power vanished. Like a hot knife through butter, blood spattered everywhere. The Bloodwing Mad Bee's attacks dealt percentage-based damage, and at this point, they had broken through the defense threshold, causing damage that continued to stack. In an instant, the extreme heavenly giant bear's health dropped by half. The 1,000-foot mantis skills inflict true damage and have a blood-sucking effect, dealing massive damage to the extreme heaven giant bear with reduced resistance. It only lasted 2 seconds before the extreme heaven giant bear regained consciousness. The level disparity between the two was still too great. Even with 20,000 ghost-faced royal moths attacking at full strength, they could only stun the extreme heavenly giant bear for 2 seconds. However, after waking up, the extreme heavenly giant bear was still overwhelmed by the damage from the sudden attack. Its health plummeted rapidly, and for a moment it struggled to stay on its feet, nearly falling to the ground. It worked! Seeing the extreme heavenly giant bear looking weakened, Lin Yan gradually relaxed. However, the 20,000 ghost-faced imperial moths were also exhausted, their wings barely flapping. It seemed that the previous skill had taken a significant toll on them. On this side, Zhao Tianhua skillfully controlled the colossal bear, preventing it from falling. But inside, his mind was in turmoil. Those vile insects had actually injured his extreme heaven giant bear. What were those insects? Lin Yan, a silver rank beast tamer, whose spirit beast was at most silver rank. And he had contracted so many spirit beast insects they certainly weren't high bloodline spirit beasts. At best, they're just ordinary blooded demon beasts transformed into trash spirit beasts. And yet these trash creatures managed to inflict so much damage on his epic bloodline extreme heaven giant bear? If such an attack were to happen again, his extreme heaven giant bear would likely be left severely injured. Such terrifying talent. Zhao Tianhua's eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. This boy must not be spared. Bear King charge. Zhao Tianhua didn't hesitate and immediately activated his skill. A surge of spiritual energy poured into the released extreme heaven giant bear, which let out a loud roar before collapsing onto the ground. Its massive limbs pushed off the ground with tremendous force, and a golden shield enveloped its body as it charged forward like a cannonball. Lin Yan saw this and quickly ordered the nearby Qianren mantises to block it. A swarm of Qianren mantises rushed forward, brandishing their claws to block Lin Yan's path. However, Lin Yan witnessed what it meant to be like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Under the colossal bear's charge, the Qianren mantises' fragile bodies were instantly reduced to a blood mist. Lin Yan witnessed this scene and exhaled a breath of stale air. It seemed impossible to stop them, so he could only retreat for now. He controlled the 2 bloodwing bees on his back to fly backward, avoiding this skill for now. At that moment, Zhao Tianhua's lips curled into a cold smile as he channeled another surge of spiritual energy. The colossal bear, in the midst of its charge, opened its blood-stained maw and let out a deafening roar. This time, the bear's roar spread out in radiating waves toward Lin Yan's direction. Wherever the sound waves reached, the 1,000-foot mantises and bloodwing bees were all struck into dizziness. Lin Yan was also shaken by the sound wave, letting out a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The 2 bloodwing mad bees behind him also fell into a daze, their wings still flapping instinctively. However, Lin Yan was unable to control them to rise and evade. At that moment, the extreme heaven giant bear, bathed in a golden spiritual energy shield, charged forward. From its speed alone, Lin Yan's pupils contracted slightly, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively closed his eyes. Suddenly, it felt as though something had collided. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Lin Yan opened his eyes to find himself unharmed. Instead, the colossal bear, its massive body flapping like a bloodied kite with its strings cut, was flung backward. It crashed violently into the wall of Zhao's estate. The sudden change was too shocking. Zhao Tianhua snapped out of it, staring in disbelief at the extreme heaven giant bear, which had returned to its original size and was embedded in the wall. What's going on? The extreme heaven giant bear had activated its skill. Under the enhancement of the ancient god's true form, it had also activated the Bear King charge. In that state, the extreme heaven giant bear was not immune to low-level attacks and was also immune to control effects. Only an opponent whose cultivation level far surpassed his could achieve the feat of knocking it flying with a single strike. Otherwise, even a master tier 10th rank expert would have to take that hit head-on. Zhao Tianhua stared at Lin Yan in disbelief. Could it be that this was also something Lin Yan had achieved? At that moment, a convoy of off-road vehicles bearing the association's emblem dodged the gaps in the ground and came to a stop in front of Zhao's estate. Chang Dinghua finally arrived with his men. They had already felt the tremors emanating from the Zhao family's side while on the road. Years of experience told him this must be a battle between beast tamers. Thinking of the task Zhao Ziwei had entrusted to him, Chang Dinghua dared not delay, ordering the convoy to accelerate to full speed. Fortunately, they had not arrived too late. The extreme heavenly giant bear was severely injured, and its abilities naturally vanished. The insect soldiers, who had been unconscious, began to awaken. Lin Yan leaped down from the sky, looking at Cheng Dinghua and the others, confused. Were they the ones who had just saved him? Chapter 146, The Man Behind Lin Yan. Zhao Tianhua looked at Cheng Dinghua and the others, his expression growing cold. As the wealthiest merchant and honorary mayor of Nanling City, he naturally recognized the association president from the provincial capital. Mr. Chang, what brings you here? Cheng Dinghua looked at Lin Yan, who was unharmed, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he walked into Zhao's estate, looked at the ground shattered into pieces, and at Zhao Tianhua, whose body was wrapped in spiritual energy. His expression darkened, and he shouted angrily. Zhao Tianhua, you, a master-level beast tamer, attacking a silver-ranked beast tamer, what do you think you're doing? Don't you know the rules of beast taming? Do you even respect our beast tamer association? Facing this high-ranking official from the provincial association, he would normally bow and scrape in submission. But today, he refused to do so. He, Cheng Dinghua, had gone to such lengths for this mere child. This was no different from tearing off the mask. Lin Yan came to my Zhao family looking for trouble and injured dozens of security guards. I was just defending myself. After saying this, Zhao Tianhua felt an inexplicable heat rise to his face. The Zhao family, the first family of Nanling City, had been pushed to this point by a mere child. How could anyone not laugh at that? Cheng Dinghua stepped on the trampled lawn and sneered. Are you saying that Lin Yan did all this alone? A grandmaster and a silver-ranked cultivator, do they really need to fight like this? If I'm not mistaken, the spirit beast inside the wall behind you is your contracted spirit beast, right? Don't tell me that was also done by Lin Yan. Zhao Tianhua blurted out in defense. That's not you. Before he could finish, he stopped. Cheng Dinghua had just arrived and showed no signs of releasing spiritual energy. Could it be that it wasn't him who acted just now? Then who could it be? Another master. Zhao Tianhua looked around, but didn't see a single shadow. Could it be that the attack just now was really orchestrated by Lin Yan? Seeing Zhao Tianhua fall silent, Cheng Dinghua snorted coldly, waved his hand at his men behind him, and said, "Take him back. Causing such a commotion will attract journalists and media. How will the outside world view us?" Zhao Tianhua recalled the extreme heavenly giant bear into his beast summoning space and remained silent as the two men led him away. Lin Yan, upon seeing Cheng Dinghua and the others, also sighed in relief. Judging by the emblems on their vehicles and clothing, they were likely members of the Beastmaster Association. Though he didn't know why they were here, it was clear they were not friends. Lin Yan stopped the soul-devouring cicada from operating at its ultra-high frequency. The soul-devouring cicada was also nearing its limit and quickly returned to the beast taming space, curling up into a ball and falling into a deep sleep. He then recalled all the insect soldiers back into the beast taming space. The tension and adrenaline rush of battle had vanished. Lin Yan suddenly relaxed, and fatigue and exhaustion swept over his entire body, leaving him feeling drained and barely able to stand. Fortunately, a beast tamer from the association acted quickly and caught him. "Thank you." Lin Yan thanked the person. The man shook his head, looking at Lin Yan with admiration. A Silver Realm practitioner daring to challenge a Grandmaster Realm expert? These young people today are something else. Lin Yan sighed wryly, about to respond. The oldest and most senior-looking middle-aged man in the crowd walked over, extending his hand toward Lin Yan with a warm smile. "Hello, Lin Yan. My name is Cheng Dinghua." Lin Yan froze for a moment, then realized that this was the name he had seen frequently online and in the news. He shook his hand. "Hello, Mr. Chang." Cheng Dinghua nodded and smiled. "Zhao Ziwei sent me here. She said you were facing some difficulties. But now it seems a bit unnecessary. It's not that big of a deal, is it? By the way, where is the person behind you? Why did they leave? I wanted to meet them too. Maybe we know each other, haha." "Behind me?" Lin Yan turned around but found no one behind him. A chill crept up his spine, and Lin Yan shrank his neck, forcing a smile. "Mr. Chang, don't scare me. There's no one behind me." Cheng Dinghua paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You misunderstood. I was referring to the person who saved you at the last moment." Lin Yan blinked, confused, and asked, "Weren't you the one who saved me just now?" Cheng Dinghua also realized something and looked toward a small path in the distance. The faint figure that had been visible earlier had already disappeared. However, that figure seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But none of the king-level beast masters he knew had come to Nanling City. How strange. Cheng Dinghua shook his head and said, "It wasn't me. Just as I was about to arrive, I had already summoned my beast to act first. But someone was faster than me. That person must be at least at the king level." King level. At those words, everyone present, including Lin Yan, paled in shock. There were no more than 20 king realm beast tamers in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Who would have thought that such a person was hiding in the small city of Nanling? Lin Yan furrowed his brows. It wasn't Cheng Dinghua, then who could it be? Who could it be, secretly helping him from behind? Lin Yan shook his head. Now wasn't the time for idle speculation. Zhao Duo is still locked up in the Zhao family estate. He must rescue her first. After informing Cheng Dinghua of the situation, Cheng Dinghua had Zhao Tianhua brought over. Looking at Zhao Tianhua, who was sitting with his eyes closed and saying nothing, he sneered. Mr. Zhao, the chairman, has actually resorted to kidnapping and imprisonment. Hurry up! Where is that girl being held? Zhao Tianhua slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Yan. His eyes were filled with endless hatred and murderous intent. Zhao Tianhua suddenly erupted, channeling a massive surge of spiritual energy in an instant, heedless of the damage to his spiritual veins. In the rush, he didn't even summon his spirit beast. With one hand wrapped in a torrent of spiritual energy, he swung toward Lin Yan. Die! The speed was so fast that Lin Yan, who was already mentally and physically exhausted, couldn't dodge in time. Cheng Dinghua witnessed this scene and erupted in fury, his hair standing on end like a raging lion. He roared. How dare you! His spiritual energy surged, and he extended a rough, massive hand toward Zhao Tianhua. However, his reaction was too slow. Zhao Tianhua's hand blade slashed toward Lin Yan's neck. That was the most vulnerable part of the human body. The force of that palm strike was unimaginable, and the spiritual energy it carried would have been enough to kill Lin Yan instantly if it had hit his neck. Fortunately, although Cheng Dinghua was a moment too late, just as the palm strike was about to strike Lin Yan, his fist struck Zhao Tianhua's chest. Zhao Tianhua immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, losing much of his spiritual energy, and the palm strike veered slightly. It only struck Lin Yan's shoulder. Lin Yan's face turned deathly pale, and his body swayed unsteadily. Chapter 147, Saving a Life. Zhao Tianhua's sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Although Cheng Dinghua managed to stop him in time, Lin Yan still sustained serious injuries. Are you okay? Waving his hand to signal the others to put the soul-binding chains on Zhao Tianhua, Cheng Dinghua grabbed Lin Yan's shoulder to examine his injuries. His right arm, which had taken the blow, was already deformed and swollen, looking extremely severe. Go to the hospital immediately for treatment. If there are any complications, it will be troublesome. Lin Yan took a deep breath, mustering the last remnants of his spiritual energy to speak. I'm fine. I know my injuries. The priority now is to find Zhao Duo. Seeing Lin Yan's determination, Cheng Dinghua didn't say much more. With a wave of his hand, the dozens of beast tamers from the association followed Lin Yan into Zhao's estate to begin their search. Meanwhile, he had to deal with the media and TV stations that had already received the news and were rushing to the scene. The Zhao family estate had only suffered severe damage to the front lawn and the walls of the main hall. The lavishly decorated interior remained intact. Upon seeing Zhao's security guards and servants, the association's influence became evident. The association's beast tamers summoned their spirit beasts, and upon seeing the security guards and servants attempting to flee, they presented their credentials. Association on official duty, get down. Those who refused to comply were no match for the association's beast tamers, who were all at least diamond tier. The Zhao family members had no chance to resist. Where is Zhao Daodu? Lin Yan grabbed a security guard and asked with a menacing expression. The security guard, seeing Lin Yan also in a disheveled state, had no intention of responding and tried to break free from Lin Yan's grip. At that moment, an association beastmaster stepped forward and kicked the man, sending him flying. Answer the question. Hurry up. The security guard looked defiant, but upon seeing the contract beast with bared fangs behind him, he immediately cowered. I don't know. The association's beastmaster clearly had extensive field experience and knew exactly how to handle such situations. He turned off the enforcement device on his chest, dragged the Zhao family security guard to a blind spot with no surveillance cameras, and pressed his knee firmly against the man's abdomen. Unfortunately, you answered incorrectly. He didn't ask any further questions, seemingly unwilling to give him another chance to speak. He just wanted to find someone to torment for a while to satisfy his craving. The security guard had never seen such a scene before. As he was beaten nearly to the point of collapse, he finally broke down in tears and shouted. In the underground chamber in the backyard. I don't know anything else. I swear, that's all I know. Please stop hitting me. After wailing for a while, the association's beastmaster glanced at him with a sneer. You'd better tell the truth. I haven't even used 10% of my skills yet. The security guard held his swollen face with his hands, speaking incoherently. I dare not lie. The underground chamber. Chief, didn't the master say to let her serve us properly? Why aren't we going in? A security guard who had just lost his contract spirit beast spoke excitedly. The other security guards also looked at the head steward of the Zhao family in confusion. The steward looked at this group of brainless brutes and felt a surge of irritation. What's in your heads? We don't even know who that young man is. With such talent, he must have some connections. The master has been driven mad by the grief of losing his son. We're just hired hands, we shouldn't risk our lives for him. I'll bet you anything that someone will come out to mediate soon. When the bigwigs argue it out and reach a conclusion, they'll all walk away unscathed, while we'll be the ones left to suffer. What if that kid really has powerful connections? We'll be finished if we've done all this. A security guard scratched his head, speaking with a mix of understanding and confusion. But what if that kid doesn't have any powerful backers? The housekeeper stared expressionlessly at the tightly closed door of the small black room. Wait until the situation is clear, then you can go in later. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The butler was indeed a seasoned professional, his mind was sharper than theirs. But to be honest, everyone looked at the small black room and licked their lips. The master's illegitimate daughter was truly beautiful, with a delicate figure, and her walking posture suggested she was still young and inexperienced. It said she was born to the master and a female celebrity from years ago. With that added status, they couldn't control themselves anymore. Second son, go outside and check if the old master has beaten that boy to death. We can't hold back any longer. The security captain pulled up his pants and said. A security guard with a sleazy appearance chuckled twice, climbed the ladder, and opened the door to the underground chamber. Suddenly, ouch! The security guard named Old Second rolled down the stairs. Lin Yan jumped down from the underground chamber and saw the butler and the security guards, asking, "Where's Zhao Duo?" Behind him, the association's beast tamers jumped down one after another like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, silently staring at the opposite side. The butler was stunned. How could the young master have entered? Where was the master? Could it be that this kid won? Impossible. The master is a grandmaster. There's no way he could lose to a silver-ranked beast tamer. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? A beast master from the association frowned and scolded him. The butler glared at the other man. He recognized the outfit. It was the standard uniform of the association's field agents, and he had dealt with them quite a bit in the past. It's truly a case of a tiger falling into a plane and being bullied by dogs. These lowly creatures dare to speak to him like this now. At that moment, the butler couldn't help but worry about Zhao Tianhua's current situation. Where's the master? Lin Yan ignored him. He had noticed that many security guards were glancing toward a small room. He walked straight up to the small black room and kicked the door twice. He found the door was sturdy, and there were no cries for help coming from inside. Seeing that the security guards were all looking down and dared not meet his gaze, Lin Yan's heart sank to the bottom, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. The key! The butler and security guards remained unresponsive. The key! Lin Yan suddenly flew into a rage, kicked the butler to the ground, and pulled out a dagger, pressing it against his throat. The butler looked at Lin Yan's eyes and couldn't help but shiver. What a look! It was like a lion, simultaneously filled with the fear of a cub who had lost its mother and the murderous intent of an enemy invading its territory. Without thinking, the butler handed over the keys. Lin Yan opened the small black room. Despite being mentally prepared, the scene inside still startled him. As the heavy iron door swung open, a swarm of colorful venomous snakes and rats poured out. In the cramped space of less than 2 square meters, the floor was covered in dried blood, black and red, sticky and viscous. Zhao Daodu was curled up in the corner in an abnormal position, motionless. Lin Yan's mind went blank, his feet felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he slowly made his way toward Zhao Daodu. The association members who witnessed the scene, even the seasoned foreign staff who had seen it all, couldn't help but gasp in horror. Lin Yan cradled Zhao Daodu in his arms. Though she should have been warm, she was lifeless, her eyes tightly closed, her face deathly pale. I'm sorry. Lin Yan repeated these 3 words over and over, pressing his face against Zhao Daodu's. He had come too late, she was dead. Suddenly, Lin Yan remembered the celestial snow lotus and the Tang family's treasury. Could that thing save Zhao Duo? Chapter 148, Physiological Death. I told you to buy breakfast, and you took an hour? Chen Xiaohong, who had already confirmed there was no earthquake or danger, returned home and looked at Lin Yuanshan holding the fried dough sticks and soy milk with a scrutinizing expression. Lin Yuanshan laughed awkwardly. Eat quickly, it'll get cold. Chen Xiaohong leaned against the door, constantly studying her husband's seemingly honest face. Something's off. You're definitely hiding something from me. Just tell me. Where did you go for the past hour? Don't try to brush it off by saying you were buying breakfast. An hour isn't enough to buy breakfast, you could have made it from scratch by now. Lin Yuanshan saw he couldn't avoid it and stammered. Honey, don't get angry. I went out to cast a few lines. I heard that there are lots of fish in the river during an earthquake. Chen Xiaohong remained expressionless and reached out her hand. Where are the fish? I didn't catch any. Chen Xiaohong lunged forward with a claw-like grip, aiming for Lin Yuanshan's face. You must be seeing someone behind my back. Lin Yuanshan, I've been married to you for over 20 years, getting up early and working late every day. Ding-ling, the doorbell rang twice. Stop. Lin Yuanshan grabbed the door handle as if it were a lifeline and hurried to open the door. Chen Xiaohong straightened her clothes and gently patted her chest. As soon as the door opened, the couple froze in shock. President Chang? It was indeed Cheng Dinghua, the president of the Beastmaster Association, who had visited their home earlier. Chang Dinghua looked at Lin Yuanshan and Chen Xiaohong, sighed, and said nothing, stepping aside. Just as the couple was filled with confusion, Lin Yan, with an arm wrapped in bandages, entered carrying a girl on his back. Chen Xiaohong widened her eyes and shouted, "My goodness!" Lin Yuanshan tried to cover his wife's mouth but hesitated, so he simply closed the door. After thinking for a moment, he opened the door again, pulled the disheveled Cheng Dinghua inside, and then closed the door once more. "What's going on here?" Chen Xiaohong asked from behind. Lin Yan, however, remained silent, biting his lip, as he carried Zhao Duoduo into his room and locked the door behind them. Chen Xiaohong could only turn to Cheng Dinghua, who had just finished dealing with the reporters and media. Cheng Dinghua took the water poured by Lin Yuanshan, took a sip to moisten his throat, and then briefly explained what had happened. Chen Xiaohong was so shocked she covered her mouth and didn't let go. Oh my god! Her son was getting into a fight with the Zhao family. What kind of status does the Zhao family hold in Nanling City? They're like local tyrants. How many businesses in Nanling City belong to the Zhao family? How many people work for them? Countless. Such a massive entity is just going to collapse like this? According to Cheng Dinghua, even if Zhao Tianhua doesn't die, he'll be locked up for life. Nanling City is in for a major upheaval. Lin Yan's injuries have been examined by the attending physician. They are not severe and have not damaged any vital organs. With proper rest and recuperation, he should recover fully. Cheng Dinghua said. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaohong relaxed, but her heart immediately tightened again as she asked, "What about the girl?" Though she didn't know who she was, it was clear from their relationship that she was closely connected to Lin Yan. She might just be the future daughter-in-law. Her injuries seemed much more severe than Lin Yan's. When the topic turned to Zhao Duoduo, Cheng Dinghua fell silent for a moment, unsure how to begin. She must be dead. At those words, Lin Yuanshan furrowed his brows, while Chen Xiaohong covered her mouth again, looking toward Lin Yan's bedroom in horror. Cheng Dinghua explained with a complicated expression. How to put it? This girl is a golden realm beast tamer. Her spiritual energy was locked by drugs, and she was poisoned by a snake. The snake venom eroded her life force, but the spiritual energy remained stored within her body. In this situation, Cheng Dinghua knew the two people across from him were ordinary folks, so he racked his brain to come up with a more apt analogy. She's like an hourglass right now. Once her spiritual energy slowly drains away, she'll truly be dead. Chen Xiaohong looked heartbroken. She had always wanted a daughter. When she was pregnant with Huai Linyan, the doctor couldn't determine the gender and said it was a girl, but she ended up giving birth to a boy. Later, due to health issues, they didn't have any more children. She always envied other families with little girls. Such a good little girl, why does she have such a tragic fate? The Zhao family is truly despicable. Chen Xiaohong couldn't help but curse. Such a good girl, yet they had tormented her into this state. Can she be saved? Chen Xiaohong thought about the money she had saved, which was originally meant to help Lin Yan find a job, buy a car, and marry a wife. But her son was so accomplished he wouldn't need her money anymore. If she could save him, she would pay any price. Cheng Dinghua shook his head, dashing Chen Xiaohong's hopes. This is a rare case. The attending doctor said there is nothing much we can do at the moment. It's like a candle in the wind, a lamp in the rain just waiting to die. However, it's not impossible that some wealthy families might have a solution, but it would likely only keep her alive by a thread. Chen Xiaohong sighed and said nothing more. The atmosphere grew heavy. Cheng Dinghua looked at Lin Yuanshan, who had remained silent the entire time, his expression rarely changing. The familiar feeling in his heart surged once more. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, have we met before?" Lin Yuanshan nodded, replying matter-of-factly, "Of course. Didn't you come to visit my home last time? You brought a lot of people with you." Cheng Dinghua shook his head and laughed. Yes. There was not a single trace of spiritual energy on this man. Even if he were at the King Realm cultivation level, it would not escape his keen eyes. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. Inside the room, Lin Yan placed Zhao Duoduo on the bed, staring at her pale face and skin mottled with blood. He felt her pulse, but there was no sign of it beating. Only the faint remnants of spiritual energy clinging to her body were slowly fading away, unable to be stopped. Even the doctor brought by Cheng Dinghua stated that Zhao Duoduo was already in a state of physiological death. The only way to save her was to replenish her spiritual energy throughout her body while simultaneously neutralizing the toxins. Lin Yan asked the doctor if the heavenly linked snow lotus could save Zhao Duoduo. The doctor replied that the celestial snow lotus was far from sufficient. At the very least, they would also need the soul-searching grass and the spirit-gathering ginseng. The latter two were far more valuable than the celestial snow lotus. He had been a doctor for decades and had never seen any of these three herbs, only heard of them. Looking at Zhao Duoduo lying on the bed, Lin Yan dialed Tang Tianyu's phone. The call connected quickly, and Tang Tianyu seemed to be busy with something important. He spoke in a low voice. "What's wrong? Is everything going smoothly?" Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Zhao Duoduo is dead." There was a moment of silence on the other end before Tang Tianyu softly said, "I'm sorry." Lin Yan took a deep breath and said, "I want to speak with Mr. Tang. Please help me." The last two words carried a noticeable emotional fluctuation in Lin Yan's voice, and Tang Tianyu nodded. "Grandfather is busy, but don't worry. I'll go find him right away." Chapter 149, Valuable and Worthless. The Tang family residence. Conference room. Tang Laoyi and the heads of various prominent families from the capital were discussing important matters. Tang Shan was serving tea and water on the side. Everyone present was his uncle's generation, so he could only serve them carefully without daring to speak. "Regarding the ancient ruins discovered jointly by the North and the Bear Kingdom this time, I think we can give up everything else, but that dragon egg absolutely must not be relinquished." Exactly. That dragon egg might be a genuine legendary grade bloodline dragon egg. This egg is of critical importance. It must remain in the hands of the Dragon Nation, and specifically in the hands of our Liuha Merchants Guild. Oh well, the Xiong Kingdom will probably be willing to let it go. It seems we'll have to fight to decide who gets the dragon egg. Let us fight. We're not afraid of them. Tang Shan listened from the side. He knew some of the inside story. It seemed that their Liuha Merchants Guild had discovered an ancient site near the border. Coincidentally, the Xiong Kingdom's Merchant Guild also discovered it, and both sides refused to back down, nearly escalating it into an international incident. A legendary dragon egg. In any country, they're national treasures. Old Master Tang sat at the head of the table, deep in thought. Suddenly, the conference room door burst open. The prominent figures present all turned their heads to look. Tang Laoyu was also startled by the sudden noise and looked up. Tang Tianyu hurriedly walked in, and upon seeing the hostile expressions on everyone's faces, he paused for a moment. Tang Shan, seeing his son enter, frowned rarely and scolded. "The adults are discussing important matters. What are you doing here? If you have something to say, wait until later. Get out." Tang Tianyu was scolded by his father, but instead of going back, he took out a phone and walked toward his grandfather. "Grandfather, Lin Yan has an urgent matter to discuss with you." Upon hearing that name, Tang Shan's expression grew even more furious. "Who does he think he is? Does he even know what your grandfather is discussing? Tell him to wait. We'll talk when your grandfather has time." The old man merely thought for a moment before speaking. "Come here, give me the phone." Tang Shan was taken aback and couldn't believe it. "Father." He never imagined that old Master Tang would be so indulgent toward Lin Yan, even though she was so powerful and had so many influential connections. Just leave them here to answer a childless call? No matter how he thought about it. Old Master Tang really did it. "Hello, is this Lin Yan?" Everyone present was also curious about Lin Yan on the other end of the call. The atmosphere in the conference room grew quiet. Mr. Tang listened quietly to the voice on the other end of the phone, his expression growing increasingly solemn, nodding occasionally. The call continued for some time. An elderly gentleman of high standing glanced at his watch, stood up, and prepared to take his leave. It seemed that today's meeting had come to an end due to this phone call. Everyone else also stood up and headed toward the door, preparing to leave. At that moment, Mr. Tang put down the phone and looked at everyone. "Wait." Tang Tianyu acted quickly, closing the door tightly before anyone else could. The elderly man at the front frowned and turned to ask, "Old Tang, what do you mean by this?" Old Master Tang rose to his feet expressionlessly, waving his hands. "No such intention. I merely wish to borrow some items from you all." Everyone was startled. They were all merchants and members of prominent families in the capital. They all had items that the Tang family possessed. What could the Tang family possibly need from them? Could it be someone important? Soul-searching grass, spirit-gathering ginseng, toxin-cleansing rasher. They never expected that old Master Tang would list so many precious herbs one by one. "These are the ones. I know that your family vaults all contain many valuable items. Gathering these should not be too difficult. Even if we need to obtain them from elsewhere, all expenses will be covered by the Tang family." Old Master Tang spoke earnestly. "Please, everyone." The others finally realized that he was asking for medicine. When it came to matters involving interests, they were all seasoned veterans. But this matter. All present were men past their prime, holding power and wealth, and what they feared most was old age, illness, and death. Therefore, they were unusually generous in this regard. After all, such things are just dust in the treasury. Today I help you, tomorrow you help me. Don't worry, old Tang. This is no big deal. It's just some rare herbs. Send someone to deliver the items to your residence immediately. Everyone distributed the rare herbs listed on the roster among the households and departed. Tang Shan looked at the long list of herbal medicine names and frowned, saying, "Are all these for Lin Yan? What does he think my Tang family is?" Even if our Tang family is wealthy and powerful, the combined value of these items would still amount to over 100 million. He is just a silver-ranked beast tamer. How will he ever repay this? Tang Tianyu looked at his father's selfish expression and was about to say something. Old Master Tang spoke first, tapping his walking stick firmly on the ground. Xiao Shan, you're almost 50 now, aren't you? Tang Shan was startled and nodded. Yes, father. I'll be 50 after the new year. Old Master Tang looked disappointed, saying, at 50 years old, why are you still so childish? In this world, anything that can be bought with money is worthless. What you can't buy with money is the most valuable. Tang Shan was completely confused and didn't understand what his father meant. Old Master Tang pointed to the list covered in herbal medicine names. These things aren't just worth $1 billion. Even if they were worth 10 billion or 100 billion, the Tang family could afford them. But if the descendants of the Tang family are all as good for nothing as you, then even with trillions in wealth, it will all be for nothing. Hearing his father's scolding, Tang Shan hung his head in shame. He then heard Tang Laoyi continue. That Lin Yan is only in his 20s, yet he already possesses the aura of the top young talent of his generation. Such a genius, yet he has no background. If he were to grow up under the protection of our Tang family, our clan would surely prosper because of him. Tang Laoyi glanced at Tang Shan and asked, do you still think that spending over 100 million on those herbs was a waste? Tang Shan sighed. It was my son's narrow-mindedness. Old Master Tang replied impatiently. You're as stubborn as a mule. At least you know you were wrong. Some of the items on the list are from our Tang family's treasury. Go retrieve them and handle it immediately. Yes, father. Nanling City. Old City District, Resettlement Building. One luxury car after another, along with various business vehicles, were parked below the building. The elderly residents in the neighborhood had already gathered with their sunflower seeds, watching the comings and goings of people with curiosity. Goodness, even the mayor is here. What could be happening? Who knows? Maybe it's that kid from the Lin family. Exactly. Last time, such a high-ranking official came for a home visit. Maybe they're here for another one. Chapter 150, Gathering Together. No way, they just left after the last home visit. His kid is really making something of himself. My son just stays home playing video games when he is on break. Hey, do you think it's because the Lin family's kid got into trouble? No way, what could a kid like him have done? Kids these days are so capable. The Lin family's kid has always been average in academics, so how did he suddenly get into Jinwu University? I'm sure there is something fishy going on. No way. You don't believe me? Come on, let us go check it out. A sharp-tongued old woman said, pulling the onlookers closer to get a better look. Everyone quickly shook their heads. There were so many officials around. If they said the wrong thing, wouldn't that cause trouble for the Lin family and themselves? Humph. You're not going? I'm going. The harsh-looking woman snorted coldly, swaying her white hips as she made her way toward the stairwell where Lin Yan's family lived. Why did Lin Yan suddenly rise to prominence? Her son had been lying around at home for over a decade after graduating, unable to find a girlfriend, and was still relying on his parents. This isn't fair. Mayor, hello. Thank you for coming all this way. Shen Xiaohong stood at the door, took the item the mayor handed her, and turned to find a place to put it, only to discover the room was already filled with various gifts. The mayor peered through the door and saw many people. The president of the Provincial Beastmaster Association, the vice-governor, military officials, the president of the Municipal Association, the director of the provincial hospital. Every single person inside held a high-ranking position. Yet here they were, all gathered together. The mayor had also been urgently summoned by his secretary. Something major was about to happen in Nanling City. The once mighty Zhao family had fallen. Media and online reports have been temporarily suppressed, but it remains unclear how long this can be maintained. On the surface, it was Cheng Dinghua, the president of the Provincial Beastmaster Association, who discovered that the Zhao family, a social menace, had numerous issues and had traveled all the way to Nanling City to eliminate them. However, the mayor had uncovered some startling truths through reports from his trusted confidants. The Zhao family has crossed paths with those they should never have provoked. The mayor glanced into the room once more but did not see the young figure. With so many high-ranking officials waiting outside, the young man didn't even show his face. It seems his background is truly formidable. Mayor, why don't you come in and sit down? Shen Xiaohong, as the hostess, noticed the mayor standing at the door for a while, peering inside but not entering, so she invited him in. The mayor immediately waved his hand and smiled. No need, no need. I just heard that Lin Yan was injured, so I came by on a personal visit to offer my condolences. Since Lin Yan is still resting, and you have so many guests to entertain, I want to come in. I have work to do. Me go in? Don't joke around. Don't you see all the high-ranking officials inside? Even Li, the association president, didn't get a chair and had to stand? As the president of the City Beastmaster Association, Li Chuan is even higher in rank than him. Besides, the Zhao family has been running rampant in Nanling City for years, acting like the local tyrants. Who would believe that he, the mayor, has nothing to do with them? Now, all he can do is play the role of a transparent person, an ostrich, burying his head in the sand so no one notices him. Then he'll go back and cut off all ties with the Zhao family immediately. Just as he turned to leave, someone inside the house spotted him and shouted, "Is Mayor Li here? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Chang Dinghua waved him over. Mayor Li felt a chill run down his spine and could only turn around, smiling awkwardly as he walked over. Chairman Chang. After nodding to the other officials present, Mayor Li found an empty spot and stood there obediently. The vice-governor appraised Mayor Li with a scrutinizing gaze, making him feel as though needles were pricking his back. Mayor Li. Present. Mayor Li jumped to attention. Take a look at this dilapidated resettlement building. It should be included in the urban planning demolition zone, right? As soon as the deputy governor spoke, Mayor Li understood what he meant and immediately nodded. I've already drafted the proposal and am preparing to submit it to the provincial government for approval. The deputy governor nodded with a smile. Get it done quickly. You submit it, and I'll approve it personally. Mayor Li nodded, yes. He was ready to play the role of a wooden statue again. Cheng Dinghua, however, had no intention of letting him off the hook. He spoke up. Mayor Li, you're familiar with the situation of the Zhao family, aren't you? Mayor Li hurriedly nodded, then realized something and shook his head, smiling wryly. I don't know much about the Zhao family. I only know they're a large listed company. I didn't realize there were such serious issues. I failed to notice them in time. It's my fault. Cheng Dinghua smiled and said meaningfully. What issues does the Zhao family have? Mayor Li was immediately at a loss for words. He had no idea what issues the Zhao family was facing. Moreover, wasn't Zhao Tianhua the one you arrested? Why are you asking me now? Since you don't know, go back and prepare a detailed report on the Zhao family. Cheng Dinghua's face darkened. Mayor Li felt a pang of unease and said, Yes, I'll go back right away. After speaking, he hurriedly rushed out the door and ran downstairs without looking back. The secretary, not understanding what was happening, paused for a moment before hurriedly following him downstairs. As he descended the stairs, Mayor Li kept pondering the weight of Cheng Dinghua's words. He didn't notice and collided head-on with an elderly woman who was coming up the stairs. Mayor Li was knocked off balance and let out a pained cry. A woman with a harsh expression immediately scolded him. Can't you see where you're going? Can't you see someone coming up the stairs? Mayor Li had just gone through such an ordeal and was already seething inside. However, since he had connections with the Lin family, he couldn't afford to offend anyone right now. He could only say, Ma'am, are you okay? Should we take you to the hospital? The harsh-looking woman rolled her eyes and held out her hand. My time isn't money. Just compensate me directly. Who is going to the hospital with you? If the traditional doctor says I'm fine, I'll be the one losing out. Seeing her attitude, Mayor Li suppressed his anger and pulled out his wallet. How much do you want? I'll pay you whatever it is. The mean old woman's eyes darted around, and she said, 10,000. Mayor Li's eyes widened upon hearing this, realizing she was trying to extort money. Auntie, I don't have that much money on me right now. How about 5,000? The stingy old woman saw the thick stack of cash in his wallet and her eyes lit up. However, since he could come up with 5,000, a few more thousand would be no big deal for him. Having finally regained the upper hand, she couldn't let him get away so easily. 5,000 yuan? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? The mean old woman shouted loudly. $10,000, not a penny less. Seeing the other party's stubborn attitude, Mayor Li had no choice but to give in. He couldn't let her keep causing a scene, so he called his secretary to fetch $10,000 from the car and hand it to her. The mean old woman saw the bag full of cash and burst into laughter. Oh, and one more thing, has that little bastard Lin Yan gotten into trouble? Are you here to arrest him? Mayor Li narrowed his eyes. You don't know Lin Yan? The mean old lady snorted coldly. Why would I be familiar with him? That's strange. Mayor Li's gaze grew sharper. Just then, the head of the Public Security Bureau also received word and arrived with gifts. Mayor Li called him over and pointed at the sharp-tongued old woman, saying, This woman is extorting me for 100,000 yuan. Chapter 151, The Elixir Arrives. The Public Security Bureau chief personally escorted the mean old woman away. Mayor Li also left the resettlement building. He had a mountain of work to do next. He needed to demolish the resettlement buildings in this old urban area and compile a list of the Zhao family's illegal activities over the years. The workload was enormous. Inside the bedroom, Lin Yan was already looking at Zhao Duo lying on the bed. She still looked pale and weak, with barely any spiritual energy left in her frail body. On Lin Yan's wrist was a wound identical to Zhao Daodu's. He pressed the two wounds tightly together. The spiritual energy within his body was being transferred to Zhao Daodu through their blood. However, this method was extremely inefficient, barely keeping pace with the spiritual energy rapidly draining from Zhao Daodu's body. But Lin Yan had no idea what else to do at that moment. He knew that many people had arrived outside, including many of high status. But he didn't want to see anyone right now. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a message from Tang Tianyu. "We're almost there. Get ready." Lin Yan looked at Zhao Daodu. He knew that whether Zhao Daodu could be saved depended on this moment. If this didn't work, then Zhao Duo would truly be lost. Lin Yan embraced Zhao Daodu in his arms and carried her out of the room. In the living room, Cheng Dinghua and the others saw Lin Yan come out and stood up in surprise. "To the hospital." Lin Yan had no time for small talk. He said only that before walking out. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. The director of the provincial hospital sighed and stood up as well. He had been sent here by Lin Yan, who had instructed Cheng Dinghua to make the arrangements. His task this time was extremely difficult. He had to use some rare and potent herbs to save someone who was effectively already dead. It was the first time in his medical career. Everyone rushed toward the city hospital. Zhao Duo's condition was no longer something that could be treated with ordinary medical methods. Therefore, it didn't matter whether she was at home or in the hospital. However, Tang Tianyu had just mentioned that the rare herbs were on their way. Lin Yan feared something might go wrong, so it was best to administer the medicine to Zhao Daodu at the hospital. The convoy headed toward the city hospital. The entire hospital seemed somewhat chaotic. The hospital director, upon receiving the news, immediately came out to greet them with a group of doctors and experts. However, upon seeing the large contingent, he was still startled. "Professor." Upon seeing the director of the provincial hospital, Zhang was somewhat surprised. The provincial hospital director, Wang, kept his hands behind his back, merely exchanged a casual greeting with him, and then followed a young man holding a young girl forward. Zhang looked around and noticed that Chang, the chairman, and the deputy governor were also present. He could only smile and greet the others before rushing over to his teacher. "Teacher, what is going on here?" Director Wang didn't even glance at him, merely saying in a stern voice, "It's none of your concern. Prepare the ward and operating room." Zhang nodded, still feeling a bit uneasy. At that moment, the young man ahead stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said, "Mr. Chang, there is a shipment of medicine arriving at the airport. You should go and receive it personally." Director Sang's eyes widened. Who was this young man giving orders to? This was the president of the Provincial Beastmaster Association. In terms of power alone, this man was among the top in the country. In a certain sense, he was even more powerful than the provincial governor in Yunbei province. What Zhang Yuan never expected was. Cheng Dinghua actually nodded and said, "All right, I'll go right away." No hesitation, no complaints. He just left with his men, looking so composed. What kind of background does this young man have? Nanling City Airport. A passenger aircraft was about to land, and the pilot sent a landing request to the control tower. Tower, NL-128 requesting landing, runway 20R, altitude 3,000 feet, maintaining. The captain asks the routine questions, chats briefly with the flight attendant beside him, and prepares to land. The same dialogue plays out every time. He can even predict the tower's next response. Copy that. Descend to 2,000 feet, maintain straight flight path, prepare for landing. The captain mimicked the controller's voice in a mocking tone before turning to the flight attendant and saying, "If I guess correctly, how about dinner with me tonight? Let's go for Western food. I'll make the reservation." The flight attendant laughed so hard she could barely stand, teasingly saying, "You haven't guessed right yet." The pilot shrugged and pointed to the radio, which was starting to emit a scratchy sound. "Listen, it's coming. NL-128, this is the control tower. The current airspace is under temporary restrictions. Please maintain your current altitude and circle in the beholding area. Estimated wait time is 30 minutes. If an emergency landing is necessary, contact the nearest airport for diversion. Please remain on this frequency." The pilot froze. He had only encountered this situation during training. Out of professional instinct, he replied, "Roger, NL-128 standing by, monitoring this frequency." The captain turned to look at the flight attendant and opened his mouth. The flight attendant realized what had happened and quickly turned away to explain the situation to the passengers. The done deal was lost. Watching the flight attendant's graceful figure, the captain couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. What is going on? Why did air traffic control suddenly intervene? "Look," the co-pilot shouted, staring at the radar. A red dot was rapidly approaching them. "Is that a fighter jet?" The pilot squinted his eyes. Their passenger plane was a relic of a bygone era and couldn't match such speed. Soon, they witnessed it firsthand. A massive aircraft emerged from the clouds and streaked past them. "It's a Gulfstream." The pilot watched the massive aircraft disappear into the sky, his mind wandering. Could such a private jet really be authorized to enter the airspace over Nanling City? Who on earth is coming? The Gulfstream roared as it landed. Cheng Dinghua, who had been waiting there all along, immediately stepped forward. The cabin door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. It was Tang Yi. Cheng Dinghua was taken aback upon seeing him. "Tang brother?" Tang Yi, upon hearing this, finally looked in the direction of the voice and saw Cheng Dinghua. "Brother Chang?" Both were beast masters at the king's realm, and they were familiar with each other. What are you doing here? Chang Dingui gave Tang Yi a once-over. Lin Yan had sent him to fetch a batch of spiritual herbs, and he hadn't expected to see him here. Tang Yi smiled and pointed to the workers behind him who were moving things. The master ordered me to deliver a batch of valuable items and ensure that nothing goes wrong with this shipment. Chang Dingui was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yan to still have connections with the Tang family. At that moment, one private jet after another landed at the airport. Similarly, many people Chang Dingui recognized were getting off the planes. When you see Chang Dingui, no matter what your relationship is, you should walk over and greet him. The Sun family from the capital city has come to deliver the medicinal herbs. The Gu family from the capital city, also here to deliver the medicinal herbs. I am from the Bai family of the capital city. Members of various prominent families arrived one after another. Chapter 152, Hospital Room Conversation. Nanjing City Beastmaster Hospital. Inside a hospital room. Meng Yao, how careless of you. Does it hurt? A group of young people who looked like college students were visiting Lu Mengyao, who was lying in the hospital bed. Having been classmates for years, Lu Mengyao was very popular among them. Upon hearing that Lu Mengyao had injured her leg and was hospitalized, the students who had returned home for the Holy Beast Festival holiday immediately discussed in their group chat about visiting her. It doesn't hurt. Lu Mengyao forced a smile and showed everyone a smile. Seeing her clearly unwell condition, they asked with concern. What happened? You're a beast tamer, how could you fall and hurt your leg? Did something happen during training? Right, Mengyao, we haven't heard how you got injured yet. A fleeting look of panic crossed Lu Mengyao's face, and she quickly said. Ah, it's nothing, I just tripped and fell. Everyone relaxed upon hearing her words and smiled. I thought so. Our Mengyao is in the top tier, already at the 5th rank of the Silver Realm. Who could possibly hurt her? Frogfun, I'm only at the 1st rank of the Silver Realm. You're so amazing, Mengyao. Yao Jia, don't forget us when you're rich and famous. When you make it big, you've got to pull us up. Hey, aren't you Qin Ruoshu's little fanboy? Why are you suddenly sucking up to our Mengyao? Well, I was young and naive back then. Qin Ruoyu didn't even bother to look at me. By the way, did Qin Ruoyu come back for the holiday? She and Mengyao are so close, why didn't she come to visit Mengyao? Someone in the crowd raised a question. Everyone nodded in agreement and turned to look at Lu Mengyao. Back in school, Qin Ruoyu, as class monitor, always kept everyone at arm's length. There were only 2 exceptions. One was Lin Yan, the Class S wallflower. Everyone assumed that Qin Ruoyu was kind to him because they had known each other since childhood. However, no one expected that after 3 years of lying low, Lin Yan would suddenly make a name for himself in the final martial arts exam. He directly enrolled in Jinwu University. There were even rumors that Zhao Langtian's incident was somehow connected to him. However, the details remain unclear to everyone. Anyway, none of them are friends with Lin Yan. There was one exception, though, Lu Mengyao. Among the girls, only Lu Mengyao and Qin Ruoyu have a better relationship. Thinking of her good friend, Lu Mengyao furrowed her brows. I don't know either. Since they first started university, she and Qin Ruoyu had chatted every day. She shared with Qin Ruoyu every little thing that happened to her at school, and Qin Ruoyu responded to each one. Sometimes, Lu Mengyao could sense that Qin Ruoyu had a special feeling for Lin Yan. However, this feeling was too deeply buried, so that any hint of it was quickly stifled by Qin Ruoyu herself. By the time it resurfaced, Qin Ruoyu would ruthlessly crush it once again. Lu Mengyao couldn't figure out what Qin Ruoyu was thinking. Just a short while ago, Qin Ruoyu suddenly vanished without a trace, and she couldn't get in touch with her. After making inquiries from various sources, she finally received a 3-word response from Qin Ruoyu. Don't look for me. 3 unfamiliar words. Since then, no matter how many messages Lu Mengyao sent, they all went unanswered. When she returned to Nanling City and decided to go to Qin Ruoyu's home to look for her, she realized she had no idea where Qin Ruoyu lived. She had never even met Qin Ruoyu's parents. Whenever the topic came up, Qin Ruoyu would quietly change the subject. At the time, Lu Mengyao never even thought there was anything wrong with that. Now that Qin Ruoyu had disappeared, it was as if all traces of her existence had vanished. Mengyao, what's wrong? Someone waved at her, and Lu Mengyao snapped back to reality, shook her head, and changed the subject. I'm fine. By the way, do you guys remember Lin Yan? Upon hearing the name, everyone's faces immediately grew complex. The class's nobody was now someone they had to climb over to get close to. Just the fact that he attended a prestigious university meant his future achievements would far surpass theirs by 100-fold. He should be back this time. Lu Mengyao said. She knew that Lin Yan's birthday was the day before the Holy Emperor Festival, and every year at this time, Qin Ruoyu would carefully prepare a birthday gift. He's not in the same league as us anymore. A boy shook his head inside. Back then, I even asked him to help me with chores like sweeping the floor. I hope he doesn't hold a grudge over such a small thing. He shouldn't be that petty, right? I've often asked him to run errands for me. People grow and change as they age. After I went to university, my mindset became much more open-minded. For example, I completely forgot about the time you stole 5 yuan from me to buy grilled sausage and made me call you Godfather. You still remember that, don't you? Let us not talk about that. What's the latest with the Zhao family? We know. The Zhao family is completely ruined. Zhao Langtian's father was arrested. Serves them right. My mom worked at a company under the Zhao group and was often paid late. My family too. My dad went to demand his wages and almost got beaten up. Zhao Langtian had always bullied others in class, and while the other students were resentful, they dared not show it. After the martial arts exam, Zhao Langtian and his gang didn't show up. Who knows how many people were secretly celebrating inside. Let us not talk about this anymore. Let us let Mengyao rest properly. We should leave first. Everyone took turns to send their blessings to Lu Mengyao before preparing to leave. At that moment, a sudden, urgent alarm sounded in the hospital corridor. This was followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Just as everyone was about to go out, a nurse stopped them and said, "Wait a moment. Don't go out yet. An important patient is on the way. Please stay inside for a while." No one objected, so they stayed inside the door, peering out to see what was happening. At the end of the corridor, the sound of steady footsteps grew louder. A group of people walked toward them with solemn expressions. Among the crowd, a particularly young figure, carrying a patient, walked over. The young man looked familiar, though his beard was unkempt, giving him a haggard and exhausted appearance. Someone recognized him and exclaimed, "Isn't that Lin Yan?" Everyone looked again and confirmed it was indeed Lin Yan. Lin Yan carried a young girl as he walked past the crowd, entering a luxurious hospital room before disappearing from sight. Behind him followed a large crowd. Some recognized them all, familiar faces frequently seen in the news. Without exception, these were all influential figures. Who would have thought they would all gather here? Lu Mengyao lay in the hospital bed, unable to see the scene outside, but she heard them calling Lin Yan's name. "Is that Lin Yan?" A girl walked up to the hospital bed and repeated what she had just seen. Lin Yan was holding a girl? Though none of them could see her face clearly, Lu Mengyao had already guessed who it was. Qin Ruoyu. Chapter 153, by Zhe Zinner. Inside the hospital. Cheng Dinghua returned with the airport staff. The list of precious spiritual medicines was all packed in boxes and piled together. Lin Yan merely glanced at the valuable spiritual medicines and said to the director of the provincial hospital, "Take a look and see if this is enough." Director Wang had never seen so many rare and precious herbs before, so he immediately took the list and checked each item one by one. These items were only ever seen in ancient texts. Ordinary patients had no access to such items. Doctors would never include such herbs in their treatment protocols. It could be said that even he had no experience using these items for treatment. Theoretically, it's similar. Dr. Wang put on his glasses, looked at the list with a serious expression, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "However, there's one more thing missing." Lin Yan heard this and his heart immediately sank. The representatives from the prominent families of the capital also turned their gaze toward Director Wang. Dr. Wang cleared his throat and said, "Based on my experience, the efficacy of these ingredients is sufficient, but there's one thing missing that can fuse their effects together." Lin Yan immediately asked, "What is it?" "There is a spiritual beast called Bai Zhe. After reaching the age of 100, it expels an inner. This inner can fuse and amplify the medicinal properties of various herbs. If we have this inner, our chances of saving this girl would increase to 50%. Lin Yan furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Only 50%? Without it, wouldn't the chances be even lower than 50%? Wang, the director, noticed Lin Yan's expression and patiently explained. A 50% chance is already very high. After all, this is bringing a dead person back to life. It's no different from stealing someone from the underworld. Lin Yan looked at Zhao Duo on the hospital bed. "Just tell me, where can we get this thing?" Dr. Wang shrugged helplessly. "I've only heard of such a thing, but I've never seen it myself. The Bai Zhe, a legendary level spirit beast, is already extremely rare, and those that live past 100 years are even more so." Lin Yan's heart sank once more. Where on earth was he supposed to find such a thing? At that moment, a middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly spoke up. "I know of a place. The Fan family in the capital city has a business called the Wanling Expo, which collects almost every rare and precious treasure from around the world. Decades ago, I heard that the Wanling Expo auctioned off such an item, but the price was too exorbitant for anyone to bid on it. I wonder if it's still available now." Lin Yan heard that familiar name and was taken aback. The Wanling Expo and the Fan family, he knew them all too well. But, the middle-aged man continued, "The Fan family in the capital has been severely suppressed in recent years and harbors great hostility toward the outside world. It will be extremely difficult to obtain this item from them." In fact, he had originally intended to say it was impossible. But to avoid discouraging Lin Yan, he chose his words carefully. Lin Yan nodded upon hearing this, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Everyone assumed he was calling the Tang family for help. The middle-aged man said again. The Tang family and the Fan family don't have much contact. Even if the Tang family intervenes, it won't help. Lin Yan remained silent, waiting for the phone to ring. Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. They thought to themselves that this young man was still too reliant on the Tang family. After all, there were many prominent families in the capital. The Tang family isn't particularly influential there either. At that moment, the phone connected, and what Lin Yan said next caught everyone off guard. Fan Shuiying? This is Lin Yan. Not the Tang family? Everyone was taken aback. The Fan family? Could it be the Fan family from the capital? The hospital room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone listened to the sweet female voice on the other end of the line. You finally called me. What's wrong? You sound a bit upset. Lin Yan gave a self-deprecating smile. There's something I need your help with. I need the inner core of the spirit beast by Zay. Fan Shuiying was taken aback, clearly not processing the request. By Zay? I'm not familiar with that. But it's okay, I'll ask my grandfather. Don't hang up, I'll be right back. Immediately afterward, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard on the other end of the phone. There was no refusal or hesitation, she simply kept the call open and went to handle it immediately. This kind of friendship could be described as very deep. Chung Dingguo looked at Lin Yan and was once again stunned. This young man always surprised him. He had reviewed Lin Yan's background. Before entering university, he was just an ordinary person, the kind who would blend into a crowd and go unnoticed. He had no connections, no background, and no real abilities. However, after the martial arts exam, everything changed. Not only did he possess an incredibly terrifying talent, he secured an admission letter from Jinwu University and became the representative of the new freshman class. He joined the student council, outshining his senior peers and directly becoming a department head. Subsequently, in the joint exam of the 4 universities, I secured first place and, along with other students from Jinwu University, dominated the majority of the top 10 spots. Such an impressive resume seems almost inadequate to describe how terrifying he is. Who would have thought? He had also managed to cultivate good relationships with so many prominent families in the capital. From the numerous aristocratic families present who had come to escort the spiritual medicines, it was evident. Even the Fan family, who was unfamiliar with so many families, Lin Yan could contact them with just one phone call. And their relationship is quite close. In the crowd, a young man quietly stepped back but was pulled by his uncle, who whispered harshly. What are you doing? This is no place for such behavior. Don't cause trouble. Chen Ming spread his hands, blinking his big eyes innocently. Uncle, the atmosphere here is a bit oppressive. I'll go out for some fresh air. Chen Chongtian glared at him and snorted coldly. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now you can't stay here either? Stay right here, don't go anywhere. He knew this nephew all too well. He was always up to no good, and if he didn't cause trouble, he wasn't himself. With so many prominent families here, if he caused a scene, it would bring dishonor to the entire clan. All right. Chen Ming obediently stayed behind his uncle. Chen Chongtian nodded and looked ahead. But after a moment, he sensed something was off and turned around. There was no one behind him. Where had Chen Ming gone? You little brat. Chen Chongtian muttered under his breath, feeling helpless. He only hoped he wouldn't cause any trouble. Now free, Chen Ming hurried toward another ward on the same floor. A cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. Sneaking home to hide, thinking I wouldn't find you? Disobedient little dogs deserve punishment. Last time I broke your leg, this time, breaking your arm will suffice. Hey, Lin Yan, are you still there? The ward was deathly quiet. Just as Lin Yan was starting to get anxious, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rang again. Lin Yan snapped back to reality and quickly replied. Here. There's some good news and some bad news. Fan Shuiying paused for a moment before continuing. Never mind, you seem so anxious. I'll just tell you straight. Chapter 154, Speaking Out Boldly. Upon hearing the bad news, Lin Yan's heart tightened instantly. What did you say? I found Bai Zai's inner, but unfortunately, it's not with our Fan family right now. Fan Shuiying's voice echoed in the hospital room. The collector set the price too high, so it hasn't been auctioned off yet. Last month, the collector withdrew the auction commission and retrieved the item. Therefore, that Bai Zai inner core is no longer in our Fan family's possession. Lin Yan hurriedly asked, where is the collector? I'll buy it. At that moment, Lin Yan couldn't care less about anything else. Even if it meant owing a debt he could never repay in a lifetime, he had to save Zhao Duod's life. Unfortunately, the collector is very mysterious. I only know that he is an older man surnamed Lin. The address and contact information are too outdated. It will take nearly a month to track them down. I'll notify you immediately once I find it. Lin Yan heard the news, and a deep sense of disappointment enveloped him. Never mind, forget it. The lead on Baishan's inner had been cut off. Wang, the director, sighed softly and said, "Never mind. Without the Baizhe inner, I can still give it a try. However, the chances of survival are only 20%. I'll do my best." Only a 20% chance. Lin Yan fell silent. This probability was already very low. There was a high likelihood that Zhao Duo couldn't be saved. Could all this effort have been in vain? At that moment, someone caught a glimpse of the door and noticed a rather elegant wooden box at the entrance to the ward. "What is this?" The person picked up the box, examined it from all angles, and opened it directly. Instantly, a strong, refreshing fragrance filled the entire ward. Everyone turned their heads to look. Dr. Wang, upon smelling the scent, took a deep breath and his eyes widened in astonishment. He took a quick step forward, snatched the wooden box from the man's hands without a word. Looking at the pure white spheres lying quietly inside the box, they were emitting an odd glow. "What is this?" Director Wang couldn't believe his eyes. He leaned closer and asked again, then, trembling under everyone's gaze, he finally said, This is the Weiche's inner. There's no mistake. It's exactly as described in the records. This is the first time I've ever seen it." Everyone stared in astonishment at the Baizhe's inner in the wooden box. Wasn't it supposed to be in the hands of a mysterious collector? How did it suddenly appear here? "Where did you get this?" Lin Yan also walked over, looking at the person who had first discovered the wooden box. With so many people watching him, the man pointed nervously toward the door. "I found it on the ground by the door. I have no idea who put it there. I swear, it wasn't here when I arrived. It just suddenly appeared." Everyone looked at him in astonishment. He was a young master from a prominent family in the capital, and a master-level beast tamer. Even with his keen senses, he hadn't noticed it. It must not be an ordinary person. Could it be that mysterious collector? But why would he help Lin Yan? How did he know Lin Yan needed this item? Everything was shrouded in layers of mystery. Never mind that now. Saving people is the priority. Wang, the director, said excitedly. At the moment, everything was ready. In the medical field, such a luxurious treatment method had never been seen before. For him, it was also quite a challenge. If successful, his status in the medical field would undoubtedly rise to a new level. Zhao Duo was wheeled into the operating room. Dr. Wang entered with all the special medications and the most experienced doctors and nurses in the hospital. The operating room doors were tightly closed. The warning lights in the operating room began to flash. Lin Yan relaxed slightly. The outcome now depended on this procedure. At this moment, Lin Yan could only wait quietly for the outcome. "The surgery will take some time. Why don't you eat something first?" Cheng Dinghua looked at Lin Yan, who had grown noticeably thinner, hesitated for a moment, and kindly reminded him. Lin Yan nodded. Staying here would do no good. He hadn't eaten or drunk a drop in days. If not for the spiritual energy sustaining him, he would have collapsed long ago. "I'll go eat on my own and take a walk." Lin Yan refused Cheng Dinghua's offer to send someone to buy food, and with a struggle, he got to his knees and walked toward the door. There were too many people here. He needed a quiet place to be alone. Walking down the hospital corridor, Lin Yan stared at the ground, his mind racing. He would be returning to school in 2 days. Soon, it would be time to face the Japanese competitors. Regardless of what happens with Zhao Duo, he must pull himself together and get into the right mindset to face this challenge. He recalled the moment he found Zhao Duo. She was trapped in that dark, windowless room, unaware of the horrors she was enduring. How desperate she must have felt at that moment. Lin Yan felt a pang of sympathy, which quickly turned to anger. Zhao Tianhua was a monster. Even if he was Zhao Daoda's biological father, Lin Yan wanted to kill him. Although Cheng Dinghua had promised to judge Zhao Tianhua according to the laws of Longhua. However, if Zhao Daoda was rescued, Zhao Tianhua's charges would be reduced. Lin Yan must find additional evidence against Zhao Tianhua. He doesn't want to see Zhao Tianhua spend a few years in prison and then walk out unscathed. Capital punishment is the only option. Only the death penalty can do justice to Zhao Duo's ordeal. Lin Yan shook his head, trying to clear his mind of the chaotic thoughts. As he passed by a ward, a piercing scream caught his attention. "Let go of me. We've already broken up. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Go away. Go away." A woman's voice screamed piercingly. In response, several sharp slaps echoed through the room. Smack. "Are you dreaming? You'll never escape me. You were the one who said you'd be my little dog for life. Now you want to leave your master? Smack. How dare you speak to other men without my permission? Are you ashamed of yourself? Smack. It seems breaking one leg wasn't enough of a lesson. Let me break your arm too. What are you doing? Let go of Meng Yao. If you don't stop, I'll call the police." Inside the hospital room, Chen Ming held Lu Mengyao's arm with one hand and sneered at the crowd gathering around him. Can the police station handle me? It seems you don't know who I am. He then looked at Lu Mengyao, who was trembling with fear. Tell them, did you come here willingly to be beaten by me? If you answer incorrectly, I can't guarantee what will happen to them. Lu Mengyao glanced at the man's mocking gaze and trembled all over. She closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate, and clenched her teeth, saying, Everyone, please leave. Don't worry about me. I did it voluntarily. The other students looked at Lu Mengyao in shock, unable to understand why she would say such a thing. Mengyao, don't be afraid. We won't let him hurt you. We're all here to support you. Exactly. If you don't let go of Mengyao, we won't hold back. Lu Mengyao suddenly shouted. Get out of here. This has nothing to do with you. You have no idea how terrifying his background is. Before she could finish speaking, a loud explosion echoed through the air. Chen Ming's figure flickered, and with a kick filled with spiritual energy, he sent the male student who had dared to be rude to him flying into the wall. You lowly insect from the sticks, dare to speak to me like that. Chapter 155, Scars. Seeing their classmate being attacked, the others rushed forward, glaring angrily at Chen Ming. They were waiting for someone to take the lead, then they would all charge forward and beat him up first. Chen Ming, however, showed no fear. His disdainful gaze swept over them. What? Want to fight me? If even a single hair on my head is harmed today, the Chen family of the capital will not spare you. The Chen family of the capital. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed instantly. They never expected the man before them to be of such a prestigious background. The Zhao family was akin to a local tyrant in Nanling City. However, compared to the major clans of the capital, they pale in comparison. It could be said that with a single word from the major families of the capital, the Zhao family of Nanling City would be wiped out in an instant. Have you all gone mute? Seeing everyone lower their heads in silence, Chen Ming grew even more arrogant. A bunch of ants, daring to think you can lay a finger on me? Lu Mengyao, when did you acquire so many loyal sycophants? Lying on the hospital bed, Lu Mengyao's hand was being squeezed so tightly by Chen Ming that it hurt, and tears welled up in her eyes. She shook her head and said, They're just my classmates. Let them go. You can do whatever you want to me. Now, Lu Mengyao had accepted her fate. From the moment she met Chen Ming at university, she had been captivated by this rebellious, unruly-looking Chen Ming. After expressing her feelings, Chen Ming quickly accepted, and the two began their relationship. But she never expected. All his rebelliousness and arrogance were just the result of Chen Ming deliberately suppressing his true nature. In private, Lu Mengyao discovered that her boyfriend was cruel to the point of being almost psychotic. By then, she wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Various forms of torture were inflicted upon her. Lu Mengyao, covered in wounds, wanted to escape, but Chen Ming had no intention of letting her go. To avoid worrying her family and friends, Lu Mengyao could only silently pay the price for her poor choice in a partner. She had planned to endure it all until Chen Ming grew tired of her or she found an opportunity to escape and break up. However, Chen Ming's methods grew increasingly brutal each day. Until this time. During one accident, things got out of hand, and Lu Mengyao's leg was broken. Chen Ming refused to let her see a doctor. Lu Mengyao sensed that if this continued, she might die. So she took advantage of Chen Ming's absence and fled back home. But the monster followed her again. Please, let them go. Lu Mengyao pleaded desperately. Chen Ming gave Lu Mengyao a smile he thought was kind. I remember I told you, you can only care about me, right? Lu Mengyao looked at his smile, her fear growing. She knew that Chen Ming only smiled like that when he was planning something disgusting. Sure enough. Chen Ming scanned the crowd and spoke slowly. Since these ants are so concerned about you, I'm not the type to be stingy. Chen Ming reached out and began to tug at Lu Mengyao's clothes. Lu Mengyao seemed to know what Chen Ming was about to do and dodged him in terror. No, please stop. However, her pleas only made Chen Ming more excited. His hands moved faster, tearing at Lu Mengyao's clothes. The others tried to step forward to stop him, but were intimidated by Chen Ming's glare. This man was from a prominent family in the capital. If he were to take it out on them, even the Zhao family wouldn't be able to protect them. Even the Zhao family couldn't stop him. So, some people decided to leave. Their classmate was being bullied, yet they couldn't even lend a hand. Looking back on this incident in the future, they would feel even more ashamed. Just as everyone was about to leave, Chen Ming suddenly shouted, Wait! Did I say you could leave? Everyone stopped in their tracks, dared not move forward. Chen Ming gave a sharp tug, tearing open Lu Mengyao's hospital gown, exposing the skin beneath. Her snow-white skin was covered in scars and bruises, with some areas even showing signs of burns. Lu Mengyao closed her eyes in agony. She knew there were no secrets that could be kept forever. This incident would soon spread like wildfire, becoming the talk of the town. Not only her classmates and friends, but also her relatives and family. She had no face left to live on. Chen Ming, in a playful mood, grinned lewdly and said, As the saying goes, why enjoy something alone when you can share it with others? If I were to have my way with you in front of them and then force them to join in, what do you think? Lu Mengyao's eyes began to wander, and she looked out the window. At that moment, only one thought filled her mind. If she jumped out the window, everything would be over. Chen Ming finished speaking and began to act, stripping off his jacket and attempting to pin Lu Mengyao down. Everyone felt a wave of humiliation wash over them. Is there no one who can stop this beast? At that moment, a figure quickly walked in through the door. Chen Ming instinctively looked up but didn't get a clear look at the person's face. A powerful punch landed squarely on his face. The force was so great that it shattered several teeth, mixing saliva and blood as they splattered the ground. Who is it? Who dares to hit me? Chen Ming was knocked to the ground by the punch. After the intense pain subsided, he was filled with anger and humiliation. Holding his swollen face, he stood up and saw a familiar figure. It was him. Lin Yan watched as he took off his own jacket and draped it over Lu Mengyao, covering her exposed skin and scars. Only then did he turn to look at Chen Ming. Earlier, he had heard a familiar voice in the hallway, but the events of the past few days had left him disoriented. He dared not confirm it until Lu Mengyao's voice came from inside. He finally confirmed he hadn't heard wrong. Standing at the door, he peered through the glass window and saw the scene that had just unfolded. He didn't have time to think, and rushed inside. At that moment, seeing Chen Ming with a gloomy expression, Lin Yan suddenly remembered that he had seen this man among the crowd delivering the medicinal herbs. Was he from the capital? Chen Ming, though unaware of Lin Yan's identity, knew that his uncle had personally escorted the medicinal herbs for this man. This alone was enough to indicate that this man had a significant background. When Lin Yan suddenly appeared, the students were so startled that they gaped in astonishment. But their faces quickly turned pale. Lin Yan had actually beaten up a young aristocrat from the capital. This was a major incident. Lin Yan, a female classmate, approached him, gently tugging at his sleeve and whispering, "This person is from the capital and has a powerful background. You should leave immediately." Lin Yan frowned at her, then glanced at the crowd and asked, "Why aren't any of you doing anything?" Everyone hung their heads in shame, unable to meet Lin Yan's gaze. Only one male student, his face red, dared to speak up. "He's from a prominent family in the capital. What are we supposed to do? And you attacked him first. You might have gotten us into trouble." At this, everyone's faces turned grim. At this point, they no longer cared about Lu Mengyao. All they wanted was to save themselves. Chapter 156, The Demon of the Underworld as Flames. Inside the hospital room, Lin Yan looked at the man's shameless words and sneered. "Ma Xiaoshui, we were classmates. You don't even have a shred of loyalty? What kind of background are you talking about? You watched your classmate being humiliated and did nothing. You're just aiding and abetting the villain." Everyone hung their heads in shame and fell silent. Ma Xiaoshui feared Chen Ming's background but not Lin Yan. Even if you got into a prestigious university, so what? You'll still end up working for wealthy families. You're talking about us, but you're just as despicable. You acted impulsively and felt good for a moment, but you're going to ruin us all. Chen Ming watched as Lin Yan and the others argued, gradually coming to realize. Do you know each other? Ma Xiaoshui, eager to impress this aristocratic young man, stepped forward and said. He Lin Yan, our high school classmate. He got into a prestigious university and has been acting like a spoiled brat ever since. Chen Ming narrowed his eyes. He needed to confirm some information. What's his connection to the Tang family? Ma Xiaoshui paused for a moment before saying. The Tang family? I've never heard of them. Lin Yan's family isn't even as well off as mine. His parents aren't even beast tamers, they're just ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming suddenly let out a meaningful smile. So he wasn't actually related to the Tang family. It was just that, for some reason, the Tang family had helped him once. A background as insignificant as an ant. And he, Chen Ming, was a direct descendant of the Chen family of the capital. The Tang family and the Chun family were longtime allies. He believed that whether it was the Chun family or the Tang family, they would stand by his side. Bastard, how dare you hurt me? Having clarified Lin Yan's background, Chen Ming no longer needed to hide his true feelings. His gaze grew icy. Do you want to die on your own, or do you want me to beat you to death? Lin Yan stared at him expressionlessly. If I were you, I'd get out of here right now. Chen Ming sneered, too bad you're not me. Your lowly background ties your hands in everything you do. But I am the prodigal son of the Chun family of the capital. I was born into a life of luxury. Whatever I desire, someone will kneel before me and present it to me immediately. If I kill you today, the worst that will happen is a few verbal reprimands. But you will vanish from this world today, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yan looked at Chen Ming, who was acting so arrogantly, and smiled lightly. Finished? Either get out or let us fight. Stop acting like a woman. Chen Ming's face turned even uglier. He turned around and punched the window, shattering the glass. Come out, Minghuazhen. Spiritual energy surged, and a monstrous beast resembling a gray wolf appeared in the hospital room. Chen Ming gave Lin Yan a meaningful glance before leaping onto the back of the demon beast. He leaped out the window and jumped down. Outside the hospital room was a park. Chen Ming, riding the demon of the underworld, landed steadily on a patch of grass. He raised his head to look at Lin Yan, waving his hand in a taunting manner. Just as Lin Yan was about to leap down, Lu Mangyao grabbed his arm and shook her head frantically at him. "Don't go, you'll really die." Lin Yan glanced at her, then turned to look at the others. Ma Xiaoshui turned his head away to avoid his gaze. Lin Yan said nothing, placed one foot on the edge of the window, and jumped down. Everyone stared in disbelief. They hadn't seen Lin Yan summon a spirit beast. This was the 12th floor. If he jumped down like that, wouldn't he? Lu Mengyao and the others came to the window and looked down. The scene they had expected did not unfold. In midair, 2 flying-type spirit beasts appeared behind Lin Yan, carrying him down slowly. On the lawn, Chen Ming looked at the 2 insect-type spirit beasts behind Lin Yan and sneered. "These are your spirit beasts? 2 insects?" Lin Yan stood opposite him, expressionless, and said, "Just attack. What's there to say?" Chen Ming stared at Lin Yan for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ah, you're right to call them ants. Is it because your family is too poor that you chose to contract these 2 insects? How about this? Kneel down and kowtow to me twice, and I'll show mercy and grant you an elite grade bloodline spirit beast. How about that?" A bloodwing mad bee flew over to Lin Yan, who gently stroked its small head. "Kneel down and kowtow to me twice, and I'll go easy on you later. How about that?" Chen Ming knew he was in for it, and wiped away the tears of laughter. "I know exactly how you self-righteous, arrogant people think. You rely on having awakened a decent talent to stand out among a bunch of ants, and now you think you're someone special. In my eyes, you're still just ants. What matters most for a beast tamer isn't your talent for taming beasts, nor the contract beasts you bind. It's about your background. No matter how hard you try, in my eyes, you're still just a lowly ant. This world belongs to me in the future." In the hospital room, everyone turned pale upon hearing Chen Ming's words. After entering university, they had come into contact with more people. There were geniuses from small towns and mediocrities from prominent families. They understood. Chen Ming was right. Now, entering school, and later entering society, it all comes down to background. If you have connections, your life will never face any setbacks. Without it, your life will be filled with obstacles. Perhaps only by aligning oneself with a prominent family can one avoid such hardships. Lu Mangyao looked at Lin Yan with concern, her hands tightly gripping the bedrail, her fingers twisted in white from the force. If Lin Yan loses, she will jump off immediately, to avoid returning to that dark and hopeless life. If Lin Yan wins, Lu Mengyao sighed bitterly. Such a thing was impossible. Chen Ming was a third-year student, 2 ranks higher than them. His cultivation realm is Golden Realm, 10th tier, half a step away from Diamond Realm, and his contracted spirit beast is an extremely rare epic tier bloodline spirit beast. Even if Lin Yan had the highest talent, he was only at the Silver Realm, with no chance of winning at all. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Yan scratched his ear, growing impatient. He was waiting to finish the fight so he could eat. He hadn't eaten for 3 days, and his stamina was clearly waning. Earlier, when he suddenly channeled his spiritual energy, he nearly fainted from the strain. "Very well, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish." Chen Ming let out a sinister laugh as spiritual energy surged in his hands. River of the Dead's fire. The demonic flames of the underworld opened their pitch-black maws, spewing forth a bone-chilling blue flame. It charged straight toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan made no move, simply standing there. Countless wind blades surged from behind Lin Yan, shattering the demon's attack. Chen Ming, who had been caught off guard by the first attack, hadn't even had time to react. The next second, a scene that made his skin crawl appeared. Dense swarms of insect-like magical beasts suddenly appeared all around, sweeping toward him like a black tide. Chapter 157, isn't it already over? The dense swarm of insect-like beasts instantly filled the entire hospital park. Due to the limited space, Lin Yan could only summon a total of 10,000 insect soldiers. These were divided into 5,000 Shanren mantises and 5,000 bloodwing mad bees. Chen Ming was at most at the Golden Realm. 10,000 insect soldiers were more than enough to handle him. What the hell is that? Seeing so many insect soldiers, Chen Ming couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. He had thought Lin Yan only had 2. Now it seemed there were at least 10,000 here. Kill! Lin Yan waved his hand, and 10,000 insect soldiers charged forward in perfect formation. Chen Ming witnessed the scene and couldn't help but feel his legs grow weak, nearly falling to the ground. Such a vast number was beyond his ability to handle. Even if they were just 10,000 pigs standing still, he'd be exhausted to death trying to kill them all. Wait! As the insect soldiers closed in, they were just a step away from him. Chen Ming panicked completely and shouted to stop. Wait! You can't kill me! Lin Yan looked at Chen Ming, who had lost all will to fight, and laughed lightly. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? You're not afraid of these ants, are you? Chen Ming wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and stubbornly replied. This isn't fair. You have so many spirit beasts, and I only have one. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and raised the corner of his mouth. What do you want? Chen Ming scanned the insect soldiers in front of him and swallowed hard. My cultivation level is higher than yours. Using spirit beasts to fight is bullying you. Real men should settle this with their fists. Why don't we both put away our spirit beasts and settle this with just our spiritual energy? Lin Yan lost patience, waved his hand, and withdrew all his insect soldiers. Let us get started then. Chen Ming saw the insect soldiers disappear around him, and the pressure eased considerably. He thought to himself. This Lin Yan is truly a lowly fool. How dare he give up such a huge advantage and agree to compete with me in spiritual energy? I'm at the 10th rank of the Golden Realm, and my combat talent is also related to spiritual power. Competing in spiritual energy with me? Just wait until I beat you to death. In the hospital room, Lu Mengyao was initially stunned to see Lin Yan summon so many spiritual beasts. If this is Lin Yan's true strength, then he might very well defeat Chen Ming. But she never expected. Chen Ming is so shameless. With his Golden Realm, 10th tier cultivation, he dares to compete in spiritual power with Lin Yan, who is only at the Silver Realm. Lin Yan, don't agree to it. Lu Mengyao leaned out the window and shouted hoarsely to Lin Yan. Lin Yan glanced at her, waved his hand dismissively, and turned to Chen Ming. Aren't we supposed to fight with our fists? Come on. Chen Ming let out a savage laugh, his massive spiritual energy enveloping his fist. He twisted his foot and charged toward Lin Yan with a loud bang. Lu Mengyao saw this and her heart sank. Chen Ming was skilled in martial arts, and his spiritual energy was far more abundant than that of his peers. Could Lin Yan block this punch? Chen Ming closed in, his fist, enveloped in spiritual energy, carrying a fear scale, heading straight for Lin Yan's temple. Lin Yan remained motionless, as if frozen in fear. Chen Ming sneered coldly, his hands continuing their movements without pause. He could already envision the scene of Lin Yan being knocked out in a single blow. But the next second, Lin Yan's body suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position and reappeared behind Chen Ming like a ghost. My spiritual energy surpasses yours. With his entire body infused with a massive amount of spiritual energy, Lin Yan's strength and speed were greatly enhanced. Instead of channeling his spiritual energy to the tens of thousands of insect soldiers, he channeled it all into himself. The soul-devouring cicada remarked that this task was effortless. The suddenly vanished Lin Yan and the whispers echoing from behind him. Chen Ming felt as though his head had exploded, struggling with all his might to turn his body around. But all he saw was a massive fist hurtling toward him. The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Blood trickled down his eyebrow, and Chen Ming was knocked unconscious by the punch. Before he could react, a powerful knee strike slammed into his abdomen. Ugh! Chen Ming's body curved like a shrimp, and the mixture of fluids in his stomach flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. The abdomen was the center where spiritual energy gathered. With that blow, all the spiritual energy Chen Ming had accumulated was completely dispersed. Can you still fight? Lin Yan walked up to Chen Ming and kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Chen Ming's face was covered in blood, and the intense pain in his abdomen made him see stars. He staggered as he tried to get up. But Lin Yan kicked him back to the ground. A sense of humiliation washed over him, and Chen Ming pressed his face tightly against the ground, gritting his teeth and saying, "Let me go, or else I'll never let you off the hook." Lin Yan placed his foot on Chen Ming's chest, his eyes filled with murderous intent. We're already done for. What else do you want? Just do it already. Or else. Lin Yan's toes gently pressed down, and spiritual energy instantly penetrated his body. Chen Ming collapsed to the ground in agony, his ribs shattered by Lin Yan's foot. You'll pay for this. Chen Ming glared at Lin Yan with hatred, reaching into his pocket for his phone and pressing the emergency call button. At the same time, Chen Shongtian, who was chatting with Cheng Dinghua, suddenly changed expression. He pulled out his phone and saw that it was Chen Ming's distress signal. That little bastard, he is really going to cause trouble for me. Chen Shongtian muttered angrily. Cheng Dinghua noticed Chen Shongtian's grim expression and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Shongtian sighed bitterly and put his phone away. "Nothing. My nephew Chen Ming is always causing trouble and getting me into trouble. He just sent me a distress message. I need to go check on him. After all, he's my nephew. Blood is thicker than water, I can't just ignore him." Cheng Dinghua nodded in understanding. That's the way it is. Go check on him. Chen Shongtian bid farewell to everyone present and left the ward with a grim expression. After sensing the area briefly, Chen Shongtian headed toward where Chen Ming was located. On the lawn, Lin Yan looked down at Chen Ming from above, already in a bad mood, now even more irritated. "I don't have time to wait for you. I'll take care of you now so you won't go out and cause trouble later." With that, spiritual energy gathered, ready to strike. Stop. At that moment, Chen Shongtian arrived, unleashing the overwhelming spiritual energy of a master-level practitioner. Lin Yan stopped his attack and turned to look at Chen Qiongtian, their eyes locking. Chen Qiongtian was taken aback, clearly not expecting the person who had attacked Chen Ming to be Lin Yan. Lin brother, what are you doing? Chen Qiongtian approached the two, confirmed that Chen Ming was unharmed, and addressed Lin Yan with great courtesy. He couldn't help but be polite. Before departing, he had interacted with the Tang family. He could sense how much the Tang family valued Lin Yan, almost more than their own relatives. Moreover, all these spiritual medicines were purchased by the Tang family from various sources at their own expense. Not to mention the fact that the total cost was in the tens of millions, these spiritual herbs were priceless and unavailable on the market. If it weren't for the Tang family's intervention, these families would never have sold them. Chapter 158, Apologizing. After this incident, the Tang family now owes a debt of gratitude to all the major families. When added together, these favors could even exceed the value of the spiritual herbs themselves. All of this was done solely to save that girl and curry favor with Lin Yan. Moreover, the Fan family and Lin Yan have a complicated relationship. Most importantly, that by Zay Inner. Although we don't know who sent it, such a grand gesture definitely proves that Lin Yan has powerful backers. Chen Qiongtian was certain that this young man was no ordinary person. When Lin Yan saw Chen Qiongtian, he knew the middle-aged man before him had come to deliver the spiritual medicine, so he gave him face and said, "He almost killed my classmate and tried to kill me. I'll teach him a lesson." Chen Qiongtian glared angrily at his own nephew. Needless to say, it was definitely this S fault. Back in school, he had repeatedly caused trouble, and it was always his own uncle who had to go to school to clean up his mess. Now, he had even dared to provoke Lin Yan. Chen Ming watched the two of them banter back and forth, growing increasingly anxious. "Uncle, don't waste your breath on him. This lowly insect has no background and isn't connected to the Tang family. How dare he dare to attack me, a senior? Does he know who I am? Uncle, just kill him." Chen Qiongtian turned to Chen Ming, grabbed him by the collar, and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! Chen Ming was stunned by the force of the slap, unable to believe what had happened. "Uncle, why are you hitting me? I'm Chen Ming." Chen Qiongtian shouted angrily, "I'm hitting you. It seems the family has spoiled you too much, nearly causing you to make a grave mistake. If it weren't for Lin Yan holding back, I'd be talking to a corpse right now. Hurry up and apologize to Lin Yan and ask him to forgive you." Saying this, he grabbed Chen Ming like a chicken and dragged him in front of Lin Yan. Chen Ming couldn't understand why his uncle was being so polite to a lowly nobody with no background. Even after accidentally killing someone earlier, Chen Qiongtian had never spoken to him so harshly. Feeling the gravity of Chen Qiongtian's words, Chen Ming bowed his head and gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry." Lin Yan gave him a dismissive glance. "What are you saying to me? The victim is upstairs." Chen Qiongtian nodded and kicked Chen Ming. "Come with me upstairs and apologize to the victim." Chen Ming heard this and immediately panicked. He could apologize to Lin Yan, but making him apologize to Lu Mengyao was absolutely out of the question. In his eyes, Lu Mengyao was already his slave, his pet. He could abuse her however he wanted, torture her however he pleased. Now, he was being asked to stand before Lu Mengyao as an equal and apologize. It would be more painful than killing him. Impossible. Chen Ming's face turned red as he shouted angrily. "I want to go. I'll never apologize to that. Lin Yan, if you have the guts, kill me." Chen Qiongtian, seeing him like this, slapped him again. "Shut up. What you need to do now is atone for your sins. Hurry up and come with me." Chen Ming's madness grew more intense. He struggled violently and even dared to call Chen Qiongtian by his first name. "Chen Qiongtian, if you still consider me your own nephew, kill this man." Lin Yan watched Chen Ming's madness unfold without emotion, while also growing wary of Chen Qiongtian. What if this uncle, out of pity for his nephew suffering from hypermasculinity, agreed to his request? A gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall, he must protect himself. Lin Yan quietly stepped back, creating some distance between himself and the two men. Chen Qiongtian didn't notice Lin Yan's subtle movement. After a long silence, he swung his hand and struck Chen Ming's neck from behind. Chen Ming's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "Ah." Chen Qiongtian shook his head and sighed, then forced a wry smile. "I'm sorry you had to see this. His parents passed away when he was young, and he's always been sensitive and insecure. I never expected him to turn out this way. It's my fault as the Chen family for not raising him properly." Lin Yan looked at Chen Qiongtian's sincere expression and nodded. Chen Qiongtian looked at Lin Yan, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I also know a little about that girl. Why don't we do this? Given his current state, I'm afraid he might scare her. The Chen family is willing to compensate you with 5 million yuan as an apology. Please trouble you, Lin brother, to help deliver it to the girl." Chen Qiongtian looked somewhat embarrassed. Chen Ming made such a mistake as his uncle, I have no face to go see her. Lin Yan took the card and put it in his pocket. 5 million is no small sum, it should be more than enough for Lu Mengyao's ongoing treatment. But the emotional trauma she suffered can't be compensated for with money. Chen Chongtian nodded and said, I understand. I wonder what my Chen family can do for her. Lin Yan looked at Chen Ming, who was unconscious, and paused for a moment. First, Chen Ming must never appear before her again. Second, the harm Chen Ming has caused is insufficient to atone for his sins. Chen Chongtian looked down at Chen Ming, gathered spiritual energy in his hands, closed his eyes, and clenched his teeth. The spiritual energy surged toward Chen Ming's abdomen. The already unconscious Chen Ming's body convulsed violently, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. I will arrange for him to take a leave of absence from school and confine him to the family compound, forbidding him from stepping foot outside the gates. His beast summoning space has been shattered by me. I don't think he'll have the strength to harm anyone in the future. Lin Yan didn't expect Chen Chongtian to be so decisive. That's correct. This is the best outcome for him. In that case, we are even. Chen Chongtian still looked apologetic. I'll take him with me now. With such severe injuries, I'm worried his life might be in danger if he doesn't receive treatment promptly. Lin Yan nodded and watched the uncle and nephew leave. At the hospital room window, Lu Mengyao stood there in a daze, watching the scene unfold. Chen Ming, just like that? And even bringing out his backer didn't help? That middle-aged man she had seen at school before. Every time Chen Ming got into trouble, he would come to the school to resolve the issue for him. Even the principal and the headmaster of the school looked fawningly at him. But this man was so easy to talk to in front of Lin Yan. It felt like Lin Yan was his superior. Lu Mengyao felt dazed. She had already prepared to end her life, but now what should she do? She stared at the empty park lawn, unaware of when Lin Yan had left. Lin Yan ate a meal at the hospital cafeteria. He couldn't get enough of the pork rib soup, finishing several bowls before feeling like he had come back to life. The world around him suddenly seemed vibrant and colorful again. Thinking of Lu Mengyao, Lin Yan sighed sympathetically. Everyone has their own fate. Unfortunately, hers wasn't the best. By the way, does she know where Qin Ruoyu is? Lin Yan stood up, finished his meal, and his previously quiet thoughts began to stir. As Qin Ruoyu's close friend, she should know something. Lin Yan headed toward the ward. Chapter 159, Mission Accomplished. The surgery was successful. Lin Yan raised her hand and knocked on the door. The noisy ward fell silent instantly. The kind female classmate who had earlier reminded Lin Yan opened the door. The students inside saw Lin Yan and immediately lowered their heads. Look at him. Ma Xiaoshui leaned against the wall, his face pale with panic. Earlier, he had been standing by Chen Ming's side, hurling insults at Lin Yan. He had witnessed the scene on the park lawn clearly. Whether it was his own strength or his background, Chen Ming couldn't do anything to Lin Yan. He even began to doubt whether Chen Ming's claims of being from a prestigious family were true. Ma Xiaoshui lowered his head, pressing against the wall, preparing to slip away quietly. Bang! Lin Yan slammed the door shut and shot him a sidelong glance. Ma Xiaoshui immediately felt uneasy all over and forced a smile, reluctantly saying to Lin Yan, Yan Gu, don't take it to heart. I just lost my mind for a moment. Get out. Lin Yan said coldly. Yes. Ma Xiaoshui wiped the sweat off his forehead, bent over, and tried to walk out the door. But unexpectedly, Lin Yan blocked the doorway, pointing his chin toward the window. There's more than one place you can go. Ma Xiaoshui glanced at the window and felt his legs go weak, almost kneeling down. Brother Yan, I'm sorry. Don't do this to me. For the sake of our time as classmates, just let it go. Lin Yan walked past him without even glancing at him. Don't ever mention being my classmate again. Ma Xiaoshui felt as though he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly ran out. Under the gaze of his classmates, Lin Yan pulled out a medical report from his pocket, which documented multiple severe injuries. Lu Mengyao was still wearing Lin Yan's jacket, looking confused as she took the medical report handed to her. This is Chen Ming's medical report: intracranial hemorrhage, concussion, 13 broken ribs in the chest, internal bleeding, 5 missing teeth, and his beast summoning space was destroyed. Lin Yan read out the injuries listed on the medical report. That's about it. He's still in the operating room being rushed into surgery. Chen Chongtian, his uncle, has agreed to let Chen Ming take a leave of absence and stay home under house arrest. You won't see him again. Lu Mengyao looked at Lin Yan in a daze, tears silently streaming down the corners of her eyes. There's more. Lin Yan lowered his head, pulled out a card from his pocket, and handed it to her. Here's 5 million. It should cover the treatment for your injuries. As for the rest, that's not something money can solve. You'll have to pull yourself together. Lu Mengyao looked at the card, opened her mouth but said nothing. Lin Yan glanced back at the crowd. Everyone rushed out of the ward. Go ahead and cry. Once you're done, I have some questions for you. Lin Yan pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to her. Lu Mengyao didn't take it, clutching her knees as she burst into uncontrollable sobs. For her, the moment she entered university was like entering hell. Now, the demon had been defeated by the night, but she couldn't bring herself to feel happy. Lin Yan watched Lu Mengyao cry uncontrollably inside. He should have asked her about Qin Ruoyu's whereabouts first. Lu Mengyao's sobs gradually subsided and she finally took the tissue from Lin Yan's hand, wiping her tears. I'm sorry for losing my composure. You said you had a question for me. Go ahead and ask. Lin Yan nodded and asked impatiently. Where did Qin Ruoyu go? Lu Mengyao wiped away her tears and looked at him in surprise. Isn't Qin Ruoyu with you? The girl you were holding when you entered the hospital wasn't Qin Ruoyu? Lin Yan shook his head. No, about a week ago, Qin Ruoyu took a long leave of absence and returned to Nanling. I haven't been able to contact her since. Lu Mengyao furrowed her brows and thought for a moment. I also couldn't get in touch with her around that time. Do you know where she lives? No. Lu Mengyao's expression grew despondent again. I only just realized now that she has never mentioned anything about her family before. She didn't know either. Lin Yan's heart was filled with deep suspicion. Qin Ruoyu had kept it a secret from everyone. Where had she gone? What was she planning to do? Oh, right. Lu Mengyao furrowed her brows, as if recalling something from long ago. Remember when we signed up for an exam? I saw the address on her ID card. It was a village nearby, something like Linjia village. I found it odd at the time. Ruoyu clearly surnamed Qin, yet her ID address was Linjia village, so it left a strong impression on me. Linjia village. Lin Yan froze. Wasn't that the village where he was born? As a child, Lin Yan was born there and moved to the city with his parents when he was a bit older. It seems necessary to return to his hometown for a visit. Seeing that Lu Mengyao was fine here, Lin Yan pulled his jacket off her and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Lu Mengyao took out the bank card with 5 million yuan and stuffed it into Lin Yan's hand. This money should belong to you. Thank you so much for avenging me. Lin Yan turned back and pointed to the scars on her face. Once I find Qin Ruoyu, I don't want her to see you like this. Then he threw the card back at her. Lin Yan walked to the operating room door and looked at the light still glowing. In the ward across the hall, the representatives from the various major families who had come to deliver the medicinal herbs had all left. Only Cheng Dinghua and Tang Yi remained inside. The two seemed to have not seen each other in a long time and were chatting happily. Lin Yan didn't want to go in, so he simply sat down at the entrance of the operating room. He opened his phone to find a message from his mother. Has the surgery been successful? Bring her home for dinner after the surgery, okay? Lin Yan felt conflicted and took a while to type out a simple okay before sending it. He waited until it was dark, but the lights in the operating room were still on. During that time, nurses and doctors rushed in and out, followed by more doctors entering the room. However, Dr. Wang, the chief surgeon, had not come out yet. Lin Yan wanted to ask about the surgery's progress. However, the nurses and doctors all seemed very busy, and Lin Yan couldn't get a word in. Lin Yan just waited and waited. Suddenly, the sky grew bright. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window. The surgery had been going on for nearly a day and night. The closer it got to the end, the more critical it became. Lin Yan's heart began to race. Just then, the operating room behind him suddenly beeped, followed by the sound of the door swinging open. Lin Yan hurriedly stood up. He saw Director Wang emerge alone, looking exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. Lin Yan hurriedly asked, "How is it, Dr. Wang? Was the surgery successful?" An assistant doctor walked out and handed Dr. Wang a cup of strong tea. Dr. Wang quickly downed it in one gulp and waved his hand. Lin Yan frowned. What did that gesture mean? After finishing the entire cup of strong tea, Dr. Wang slowly said, "I have fulfilled my duty. The surgery was successful." Chapter 160, Lin Village. Director Wang glanced back at the operating room. The patient has been saved, but she is currently very weak and has fainted again. During the surgery, she woke up once and called out your name. As he said this, Director Wang gave Lin Yan a meaningful look. You're a lucky guy. Don't let them down. Though that's just nonsense. You've invested so much time and effort, and this is the first time I've seen such a big operation. Lin Yan looked at the figure lying in the operating room and suddenly remembered. Oh, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Director Wang looked at him with a mix of worry and fear. You're not asking me to save someone else, are you? I haven't slept for a day and night, and I've exhausted myself. This will cost me at least a year of my life. Lin Yan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's still saving a life, isn't it? With your medical skills, I'm sure you'll find a way. Director Wang glared at Lin Yan and said, Just tell me what's going on. Lin Yan explained the situation with Zhao Duo's mother. Director Wang's furrowed brows finally relaxed a bit. Is that all? Actually, it's not too difficult. You've brought so many rare herbs, which can be used to treat her cancer. As you said, having had cancer for so many years, the cancer cells in her body must be extremely resilient and stubborn. It's not realistic to expect a complete cure. However, it can be suppressed. The treatment plan will be the same as before, but with these medicinal herbs, the effects will be much better. She's in her 40s now. I can help her live until she's in her 80s, without any pain and without affecting her daily life. For an ordinary person to live to their 80s is already considered a long life. Lin Yan nodded. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Lu Yanan was taken by Chung Dingwei to the city association for accommodation. If her cancer can be cured this time, she won't have any worries for the rest of her life. Zhao Duo would also have it easier in the future. Alright, I'll go rest first. Wang, the director, patted Lin Yan on the shoulder. Go take a look inside. Lin Yan entered the operating room, where doctors and nurses were massaging their shoulders and waist as they walked out. Zhao Dao lay quietly on the operating table, her face still pale, but there was a hint of life in her eyes, no longer as lifeless as before. Lin Yan reached out and touched her face. It was warm for the first time in days. Welcome back. Complete darkness and silence. In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, a suffocating sensation engulfed her. Countless slender sea snakes swam around him. Fear gripped her heart, and her body plummeted downward uncontrollably. Zhao Duo felt as though she were dying, or perhaps she already was. With each descent, her consciousness grows fainter. Someone, please help me. She tried to reach out and grab something, but her hands grasped nothing. It seemed that the more she struggled, the faster she fell. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Was she finally about to be freed? Just as Zhao Dao felt she had reached the deepest part of the ocean. A warm, large hand reached out, glowing with light, and firmly grasped her wrist. It was a blurry face, lips moving slightly, as if saying, "Don't die, don't die." Zhao Dao opened her eyes, and the deepest memories in her mind gradually overlapped with the face before her. Lin Yan, Lin Yan. Zhao Duo sat up on the bed, the prolonged nightmare leaving her disoriented by the scene before her. This was an unfamiliar bedroom, sparsely furnished, but it felt reassuring to her. The walls were adorned with posters of football stars, and next to them was a group photo. The boy was sunny and handsome. It was Lin Yan, still very young. The girl next to him, Zhao Dao, had seen her before at school, by Lin Yan's side. It seemed like they had been classmates since they were very young. So this is Lin Yan's home? Zhao Duo got out of bed and observed everything in the room. The last memory. She was locked in a small dark room, enduring an experience as long and terrifying as a nightmare. Was that really real, or was I just dreaming? Zhao Duo felt a headache coming on whenever she thought about it. At that moment, the bedroom door suddenly opened. It wasn't Lin Yan, but a kind-looking aunt. Dao, get up and lie down to rest. You just had surgery and need to rest. Chen Xiaohong carried a bowl of noodles, glanced around the room, and called out toward the door. Old Lin, hurry up and bring out the small table I just bought. There was a response from outside. A middle-aged man walked in carrying a small folding table, gave Zhao Dao a warm smile. He placed the small table on the bed and tiptoed out. Seeing Zhao Duo's confused expression, Chen Xiaohong explained. I almost forgot you haven't met me yet. Lin Yan is out. I'm his mother, and the man earlier was his father. You've been out of surgery for 3 days now. Lin Yan went back to his rural hometown on some business. I have no idea what it's about. What a coincidence. This morning I heard you talking in your sleep, so I thought you must be waking up. This noodle soup is made with chicken broth, and I added 2 eggs. Since you're just recovering from a serious illness, you shouldn't eat anything too heavy, so I. Listening to Chen Xiaohong's rambling, Zhao Duo's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Over the years, no one had ever treated her like this before. When she was a child, her mother was often ill, and she had taken care of her more than anyone else. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. It's my fault for talking too much. Chen Xiaohong saw Zhao Duo about to cry and hurried over to gently wipe away her tears. We just had surgery, we can't cry. Smile more and don't let the illness linger. Thank you, Zhao Duo said softly. Chen Xiaohong smiled gently. Child, think of this place as your home. I liked you the moment I first saw you. I'll treat you like my own daughter. To be honest, when Lin Yan was diagnosed as a girl during the checkup, he was born a boy, and it nearly killed me. Ha! Zhao Dao finally covered her mouth and burst into laughter. Chen Xiaohong tucked the blanket around her. Finish your noodles first. I'll step out for a moment. I'll call Lin Yan to come back. The door closed again. Zhao Duo looked at the bowl of steaming noodle soup in front of her and began to eat it in big bites. Delicious. Linjia village. Lin Yan was squatting in the field, chewing on a blade of grass. Passing farmers carrying hoes looked at him curiously, muttering under their breath. Who's this strange young man? He's been sitting here all afternoon. Lin Yan didn't miss the opportunity. He stayed crouched there and asked. Old man, is there anyone in our village surnamed Qin? This was the 10th elderly man he had asked that afternoon. Unfortunately, the answers were all the same. The old farmer stopped in his tracks, looked Lin Yan up and down, and asked in return. Who are you? Lin Yan smiled, spitting out the blade of grass from his mouth. My name is Lin Yan. My father is Lin Yuanshan. The old farmer thought for a moment before realizing. Dog Egg's son, you've grown so tall. Chapter 161, Visitors from Japan. Listening to the old farmer call his father by his childhood nickname, Lin Yan couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. He recalled the time he had called out to his father, Ling Yuanshan, to return to their hometown together, and the look of resistance on his father's face. The house in the old village is all dilapidated. What's the point of going back? There was probably also the meaning of not wanting to be called by his childhood nickname. The old farmer leaned on his hoe, thought for a moment, and said, Our village used to have a family surnamed Sheen. They were a young couple who moved here. At the time, there was a border war, and the man went to fight while his wife followed him. They never came back. What happened afterward? Lin Yan asked again. The old farmer shook his head. There was no later. After all these years with no news, they must have died at the border. The trail ended there. At that moment, Lin Yan's phone rang. What are you doing still loafing around in your hometown? Hurry back. Daodu has woken up. Lin Yan froze for a moment before quickly coming to his senses. When they left in the morning, Zhao Duo was still unconscious. Dr. Wang had said that in her condition, lying in bed for half a month was perfectly normal. Lin Yan decided to take a sick leave for her and return to school once she recovered. He never expected Zhao Daodu to wake up so quickly. Regarding the matter involving Qin Ruoyu, there was no immediate lead, so they could only investigate further gradually. Thank you. After thanking the old farmer, Lin Yan prepared to go home to visit Zhao Duo. The old farmer nodded. After Lin Yan turned to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something and said, By the way, the Qin family seems to have some connection to your family. The old house your family owns used to be the Qin family's mansion. Lin Yan was taken aback and couldn't say a word. The old farmer had already left, carrying his hoe. On the way back, Lin Yan kept thinking about how many coincidences he had encountered this time. Let us not even mention Qin Ruoyu's matter. At the hospital room door, who had placed that by Zai Inner? Could it be related to Qin Ruoyu? All of this could only be clarified by finding Qin Ruoyu. Back home, Lin Yan opened the door and immediately saw Zhao Duo chatting and laughing with his mother in the living room. Their reunion this time carried a hint of homesickness. Zhao Duo looked down at her toes, unsure of what to say. How do you feel? Lin Yan looked at the sofa where his bed had been moved, knowing it was Zhao Daodu who had done it. Zhao Daodu looked up at him. It's all taken care of. Lin Yan nodded, paused for a moment. Why don't we go back to school? Zhao Duo paused for a moment before nodding. All right. Chen Xiaohong clenched her fist and tapped it on Lin Yan's head, angrily exclaiming, Go back? What's the rush? Daodu has just recovered from a serious illness. She should rest at home for at least half a month. Why are you in such a hurry to go back to school? Lin Yan felt a bit wronged. There were no extra rooms in the house, so after giving his bed to Zhao Daodu, he had to sleep on the living room sofa. Given Zhao Daodu's personality, she would definitely want Lin Yan to return to her own bedroom, and she could manage somehow herself. But neither Lin Yan nor Chen Xiaohong would allow that. Zhao Daodu could only feel uncomfortable and guilty as she went to sleep in Lin Yan's room. In that case, it would be better to just go back to school and stay there comfortably. The Japanese are about to arrive. Your son is a key member this time. He needs to return to school early to prepare properly. Lin Yan made up an excuse. Chen Xiaohong hesitated for a moment and said, Then you go back first. Daodu can stay at home. Zhao Duo quickly stood behind Lin Yan and shyly smiled. Auntie, there's no need to trouble you. I'll go back to school with Lin Yan. Chen Xiaohong saw her like this and couldn't help but understand. She sighed and said, All right, but make sure to come over to our place more often. Zhao Duo smiled sweetly, twisting her hands behind her back. All right, Auntie. On the high-speed train back home, Lin Yan and Zhao Duo sat together, exchanging a smile. Zhao Daodu took out a card, which was the one Lin Yan had secretly slipped to her earlier at school. Thank you. Lin Yan took the card naturally. We shouldn't talk about this between the two of us. Zhao Duo shook her head and looked at him seriously. This is what I truly feel. I really appreciate it. If it weren't for you this time, I would have died. My mother has no one to take care of her and wouldn't be able to survive. You could say you saved both of us. Lin Yan suddenly smiled. Actually, I should be thanking you. Zhao Duo was taken aback and asked, What are you thanking me for? Thank you for sparing my life. Lin Yan looked at her. I know everything. Zhao Tianhua forced you to kill me, but you refused. Actually, given our relationship, if you had really tried to harm me, I wouldn't have been able to escape. So, we're even. No need to thank each other. Zhao Daodu looked out the window, where the glass reflected her face and Lin Yan's. She whispered. Even? It's not even. I'll always owe you. What did you say? Lin Yan didn't hear clearly and asked again. Zhao Duo smiled sweetly at him. Yes. We're even. Lianqing, Harbor Pier. A rather luxurious cruise ship was docked at the pier, and a group of people had just disembarked. What the hell? Is this Dragon Country? The young man at the front was dressed in foreign attire, wearing wooden clogs on his feet. After stepping off the ship, he stretched lazily. Those around him respectfully echoed. Sir, this is Lianqing in Dragon Country. It will take 3 more days to reach our destination, Jinwu City. Yamamoto Juni had a faint scar on his face, and his furrowed brows looked rather intimidating. 3 more days? Dragon Country is such a small nation, why is it so vast? The accompanying men exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Yamamoto Juni let out a cold laugh. The weak people of the Dragon Kingdom don't deserve such vast territory. I will eventually conquer this land and turn it into part of the Great Eastern Japan Empire. The attendants rushed forward in panic, instinctively trying to cover his mouth. However, the man's status was simply too exalted. So he reluctantly lowered his hand and whispered, Sir, it would be best not to speak such words in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom people have always been hostile toward us. If we provoke their anger. Yamamoto Juni gave him a disdainful glance. What are you afraid of? If everyone were as cowardly as you, when would the Great Eastern Empire ever rise to power? No sooner had the words left his mouth. A young man stepped forward from the crowd, glaring at him. I've been listening to you for ages. What are you, a Japanese devil, bragging about? You're from a tiny country, yet you talk so big. What are you looking at? If you're not satisfied, let's fight. I'll teach you a lesson. Yamamoto Juni didn't say a word, he immediately entered combat mode. Black spiritual energy swirled around his body, and a massive spiritual beast appeared behind him. The teenager snorted coldly, showing no fear, and summoned his own spirit beast. Come out, fire-winged divine eagle. The moment the spirit beast was summoned, a massive fog engulfed it, shrouding the entire dock in black mist. Chapter 162, Yamamoto. 3 books? Creak, creak. The sound of bones being crushed echoed through the air. A tall Japanese youth approached Yamamoto Juni and warned him. This is Dragon Country territory. It's best not to overstep your bounds. Don't forget why we're here. Yamamoto Juni nodded and waved his hand, dispelling the black mist. The black mist dissipated. The onlookers saw the young man lying on the ground, coughing up blood. The spirit beast he had summoned had vanished without a trace. Recalling the eerie sound of bones being chewed earlier, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Too weak. Yamamoto Juni shook his head, stepping over the blood-soaked youth. It seems this trip to Dragon Country is destined to be a one-sided slaughter with no fun at all. The group of Japanese left. News of the dock spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yan had just returned to school. The school was already buzzing with heated discussions. Everyone was uniformly cursing the Japanese. These cowards. Bullying children is no achievement. If you've got the guts, come here, and I'll teach him a lesson myself. A genius from such a tiny country deserves to be called a genius? Exactly. With only Golden Realm level strength, they're already so arrogant. If they were to advance to the King Realm, wouldn't they look down on the entire world? Damn it, how many days until they arrive? I can't wait to take them down. Calm down. The list of combatants has been released. That Yamamoto Juni is definitely Lin Yan's opponent. We can only deal with the ones behind him. What is his name? Sanben Shiyu? Our Jinwu University is a prestigious university. The Japanese didn't even send the top student from their top-tier university, yet they sent the 12th-ranked student from a third-tier university? Do they think they're better than us? You. As they walked along the campus path, the discussions grew louder. Zhao Duo had just finished reading the news on her phone and couldn't help but say with concern. You have to be careful. This Yamamoto Juni doesn't seem like someone to mess with. Lin Yan scoffed, don't worry, just watch how I handle him. Zhao Duo wasn't too worried about Lin Yan's abilities, but she feared the opponent might not play fair and resort to underhanded tactics. Regardless, it's always better to be cautious. After the two parted ways, Lin Yan returned to the dormitory first. The 3 of them had no classes and were watching the news in the dorm, cursing loudly. Those grasshoppers in Autumn 1T last much longer. Just wait until he comes, my brother Lin Yan will take care of him. Make sure to tell Yan Ge later not to spare me, go all out on him. What face do you have to spare? The door opened, and the 3 of them turned around in unison. Seeing it was Lin Yan, they all became excited. Why are you back? We were just talking about you. How is my sister-in-law? Is she better yet? Lin Yan returned to the place he hadn't been to in a long time and felt much more at ease. He didn't bother to take issue with their choice of words. She is awake and fine now. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng stood on either side of Lin Yan, thumbs up. We heard the whole story from old Tang. You're a real man. That's right, we approve of you. Lin Yan shot them a look, of course. You two should be the ones saying that. With that, he looked at Tang Tianyu, his lips trembling. Stop. Tang Tianyu seemed to have guessed what he was going to say, quickly making a stopping gesture. No need to say it. I know what you're going to say. It's too sappy. I just finished sweeping the floor, I don't want goosebumps all over the place again. Lin Yan smiled at him. Alright, then. I won't return the things I owe your family. Just charge them all to you. Tang Tianyu's face immediately fell. That's not acceptable. After saying that, he added with a complicated expression. Actually, it's not really on me. From what grandfather implied, he never intended for you to pay it back. He just told me to bring you back after the exchange and competition with the Eastern Japan Kingdom. Lin Yan nodded immediately and said seriously, alright. Tang Tianyu was stunned. You agreed so quickly? Aren't you afraid he is selling you out? Lin Yan shrugged, well, I'll just have to accept it. After all, this time, the Tang family was truly going out of their way to help. At that time, Lin Yan was in his most difficult period, and the Tang family didn't have much of a relationship with him. He had helped them recover Tang Chiner, but he had also taken the Tang family's ancient fossils, so they were even. He had turned to the Tang family for help out of desperation. He never expected the Tang family to go to such great lengths. So, even if the Tang family really wanted to cut off his livelihood, he would accept it. Don't worry, we won't touch any of your parts. Tang Tianyu crossed his arms and glared at him. I wonder why my grandfather likes you so much. I'm even a bit jealous. If you didn't share the Tang surname, I bet he'd have passed the family headship directly to you. Lin Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Of course it is. Tang Tianyu glared at him, then tried to explain himself. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just stating the facts. There is a rare herb on your list that a certain family refuses to part with. Grandfather got so angry he almost cut off ties with them. They finally sent it over in a panic. Lin Yan realized what had happened. No wonder those families, especially Chen Shongtian, showed such excessive respect toward him, a junior. It turned out that the Tang family had played the good cop first. Please thank grandfather for me. The group chatted for a few more minutes. Lin Yan left the dormitory and headed to the entomology department building. Though the entire department had only him, and he was often absent. The janitors didn't want to come to such a remote place to clean, or maybe they had simply forgotten about it. Nevertheless, the entire building remained clean and tidy. Lin Yan walked to the office and knocked on the door. Vice Principal Zhao Dingguo opened the door, saw Lin Yan, and smiled. You're here? Lin Yan looked at him in surprise. Vice Principal, what's going on? Zhao Dingguo waved his hand, gesturing for Lin Yan to come in first. I was just talking to Little Hu. I heard you were coming back, so I waited here for a while. Lin Yan entered and first smiled respectfully at Hu Fangyuan. Professor, you called for me? Hu Fangyuan nodded. The Japanese are arriving tomorrow. I wanted to ask if you're ready. Lin Yan paused for a moment and asked. Isn't there's still 3 days left? He had just heard that Yamamoto Juni had injured someone in Lianqing. How could they be arriving so soon? Zhao Dingguo took over and explained. Originally, it was 3 days. We thought they'd need time to adjust after crossing the ocean and experience some of Dragon Country's culture along the way. But these young upstarts are so ruthless. They've only been off the ship for half a day, and already they've caused such a heinous assault. Though no one died, in today's interconnected world, the public outcry and impact are too great. The higher-ups are worried they'll cause more trouble, so they're having them fly here and speed up the competition. Chapter 163, The 10,000 Soldiers Battle Strategy. Zhao Dingguo looked at him with disgust and said impatiently. That's how it is. The competition schedule has been moved up by 3 days. Are you ready? Lin Yan nodded, no problem. Hu Fangyuan paused for a moment before saying. I've come into contact with the beast summoning warriors from the east. They're the kind who'll stop at nothing to become stronger. They have an endless supply of underhanded tricks. Don't let your guard down. Lin Yan was about to respond when Hu Fangyuan pulled out an old, tattered manual. This is a collection of battle tactics I've gathered for you. You only have 1 night to study it. Learn as much as you can. Upon taking the manual, he saw 3 large characters written in gold on the cover. 10,000 Soldiers Battle Tactics. Zhao Dingguo smiled and said. We found this in the school's secret vault over the past few days. The author of this manual has an extremely unique talent. His contract spirit beast is a mother tree, capable of summoning a large number of plant spirit beasts. Lin Yan was speechless. Plant spirit beasts? Plants don't have spiritual awareness, can they really become spirit beasts? Of course. Just as contract spirit beasts are transformed from demon beasts, plant spirit beasts are also related to demon trees. Zhao Dingguo seemed to know what Lin Yan was thinking and explained. The author of this manual is similar to you in that he also employs a human wave tactic, but his approach is much more organized. There are long-range plant spirit beasts, close-range plant spirit beasts, defensive plant spirit beasts, and so on, each with their own role and working together to boost combat power by more than double. However, his various formations were honed through countless battles. I don't expect you to master them completely or use them flexibly, that would be too much to ask. As long as you can apply the most basic combat tactics, your combat power will still rise to a new level. Lin Yan looked at the ancient manual in his hands, feeling moved. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained the 10,000 soldiers battle formation. Do you wish to fuse it? Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before immediately selecting merge. In an instant, a vast and complex array of formation knowledge surged into Lin Yan's mind. In the ancient battlefield, thousands of spirit beasts arranged themselves in his mind, advancing or retreating, charging or holding their ground. Merger complete. The formations from the manual have been modified and adapted, seamlessly integrating them into the insect-type spirit beast sequence. Fish Scale Defense Formation, Goose Formation Charge, Beacon Fire Link City Formation, 5 Army God of War Formation. Various new formations began to take shape in Lin Yan's mind. Seeing Lin Yan sitting there, staring blankly at the cover of the manual, Zhao Dinghua and Hu Fangyuan exchanged glances, then patted Lin Yan on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you can't defeat that Yamamoto Juni, it's no big deal. As long as you don't lose too badly and keep the public opinion in check for now, we'll have plenty of opportunities to defeat him in the future. Lin Yan snapped back to reality, his expression solemn. Don't worry. I'll make him regret ever setting foot on Dragon Country as soil. Copy Hall. Lin Yan walked to the duty station and was surprised to see the same familiar young woman on duty today. The young woman was also surprised to see Lin Yan. Hey, it's been a while. The Qiyang Desert Dungeon is empty. You have the key, right? Just go ahead. Lin Yan shook his head. I'm not going to that dungeon today. I want a diamond tier dungeon, preferably one with fewer bosses and more minions. This time, he not only needed to obtain a large amount of biomatter but also experience. The Qiyang Desert Dungeon was too easy for him, and he didn't gain much experience there. The minions in Golden Realm dungeons are mostly Silver Realm, while those in Diamond Realm dungeons are Golden Realm. It was said that the person known as Yamamoto Juni had already reached the Golden Realm. Although he couldn't reach the Golden Realm tonight, he could still make it to the 10th tier of the Silver Realm with some effort. Oh, okay. The young lady, acting on professional instinct, instinctively started looking for a dungeon. But then she remembered that the freshman in front of her was only at the Silver Realm. No, according to the rules, Silver Realm can't enter Diamond Realm dungeons, the realm gap is too large. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, wondering what to do. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Process it for him. I'll request the necessary permissions right now. Zhao Ziwu walked over in her high heels, straight to the duty computer, and after a series of operations, successfully upgraded Lin Yan's permissions by 1 level. Lin Yan immediately thanked Zhao Ziwei. Thank you so much, Ms. Zhao. I'll treat you to a meal later. Before he could finish, Zhao Ziwu didn't even glance at him, and walked away in her high heels, making a click-clack sound. Lin Yan was completely confused. Why was she angry again? Had he done something to offend her again? According to what President Chang had said, he was able to arrive on time because Zhao Ziwei had notified him. Never mind. I'll apologize to her after this matter is resolved. Lin Yan entered the copy preparation room, entered the password, and went straight in. Dungeon, Undead Cave Mountain. Lin Yan opened his eyes, and the scene around him suddenly changed. He found himself in a forest with an extremely terrifying atmosphere. The grass on the ground swayed, and the trees, one after another, seemed to bear eerie grinning faces. Occasional cries resembling sobs echoed through the forest. Lin Yan slightly activated the spiritual energy within his body. He discovered that his spiritual energy had dropped significantly. Does the terrifying atmosphere of this dungeon even come with a debuff? Lin Yan activated the soul-devouring cicada, instantly dispelling the discomfort he felt. Come out, Titan Ant, Bloodwing Hornet, Thousand-Foot Mantis, Ghostface Emperor Moth. In an instant, dense black holes reappeared all around, and a full 50,000 insect soldiers emerged once more. This time, Lin Yan didn't send them all out at once. Instead, they opted for a modified version of the formation. The True Lord's Mountain Searching Formation. This formation was specifically designed for mountain warfare. With a flick of his mind, 4 types of insect soldiers sprang into action. The formation consisted of 4 Titan giant ants leading the way, for Bloodwing Mad Bees for reconnaissance, 10,000-foot manted beetles, with 2 ghost-faced emperor moths at the core to control the situation, totaling 20 insect soldiers per squad. Over 2,000 such squads were deployed all at once. Lin Yan was accompanied by over 100 such squads responsible for security, advancing forward along the boss's route in the dungeon. Northwest region. A tavern carved into a cave. Drink. You have no idea how delicate and fair-skinned the women from the Central Plains are. A burly man with deformed hands downed a cup of coarse barley wine in one gulp. His deformed hands couldn't hold the cup steady, and the beer spilled down his arm, soaking his clothes. The stench of sweat mixed with the smell of alcohol was overpowering. The few people sitting across from him were unfazed by the stench, laughing and echoing his words. When will we get to taste the women of the Central Plains too? Exactly. We've been hearing you talk about it so much, we're dying to try. The deformed-handed man laughed lewdly. The month's earnings have been distributed, right? Why don't you just buy one? We're in the gold rush, we lack everything but gold. In the Northwest, gold is wealth and status. Chapter 164, The Gold Mining Association and the Deformed-Handed Giant. Hearing the deformed-handed man say this, the few people across from him angrily slammed the table. Damn it, those two brothers, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai, are really unreliable. They took the money and ran off. Exactly. They promised to send us a pretty woman from the Central Plains for us to have some fun with. Those two little bastards. Don't let me catch them. Break both their legs. The deformed hand shrugged indifferently. Forget it, let South go to my place tonight. But there's one thing, don't kill her. I still need her. The others immediately understood. Of course. I heard this woman is a member of the Blood Eye Gang, right? Upon hearing those three words, the deformed hand's face turned ugly and he gritted his teeth and said, "Humph. What a bunch of nonsense. The Blood Eye Society is just a bunch of hypocrites. We could all make money together, but you insist on teaming up with those poor people to drive us out? And you dare to talk about equality? You want those ordinary people without any talent to become beast tamers? You're dreaming. After we killed their leader, if those rats hadn't escaped so quickly, I would captured them all and turned them into slaves." A few people across the table poured more beer and shrank their necks. Those Blood Eye Society madmen are still pretty dangerous. Last time, I barely escaped. In the end, we won, didn't we? Tonight, you go first and give that Blood Eye Society woman a proper welcome. The deformed hand watched the other's eager expressions, lit a pipe, and said, "Same as before, just don't kill her. Do whatever you want. Once I'm done with her, I'm going to take her to the Blood Eye Gang to trade her for money. They're pretty generous with trash like this." Ha 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 ha. The few people in the tavern burst into laughter. At that moment, the wooden door of the tavern suddenly swung open. A whirlwind of sand and dust swept inside, and the men turned to look. There stood a woman wrapped in a veil, her face obscured. Judging by her slender, petite figure, she must be a woman from the Central Plains. Shin Ruoyu walked up to the bar, removed her veil and gloves, glanced at the golden tattoo on the owner's hand, and spoke slowly. "A cup of barley wine." The tavern owner swallowed hard, feeling a sudden wave of heat wash over him. He turned away to pour the wine. He glanced secretly at the stunningly beautiful woman behind him, who wasn't looking this way, but was staring blankly at the tavern's furnishings. The tavern owner secretly took out a packet of white powder and poured it into the wine. He gave a discreet signal to the deformed-handed men before handing the cup to Shin Ruoyu. "Please enjoy your drink." The deformed men had already been captivated by the rare beauty, and all of them greedily stared at Shin Ruoyu, letting out lecherous laughter. Shin Ruoyu took the barley wine, gently swirled it in her cup, but did not hurry to drink it. "Sir, do you know the man called Bloodhand?" At these words, the tavern owner froze for a moment. The deformed hand narrowed his eyes, watching Shin Ruoyu warily, and sneered inwardly. From the moment she mentioned Bloodhand, her identity was exposed. The madman of the Blood Eye Society. The title Bloodhand was his name within the Blood Eye Society. In front of each group, he deliberately revealed a different title, such as Ghost Hand, Sand Bandit King, or Tyrannosaurus Rex. The tavern owner glanced at the deformed hand and said calmly, "I know. He's a notorious figure." Shin Ruoyu asked excitedly, "Do you know where he is?" The tavern owner was taken aback and asked, "What do you want with him?" Shin Ruoyu set down her wine cup, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. "I'm the new leader of the Blood Eye Society. He participated in the massacre of the Blood Eye Society and kidnapped one of our sisters. I need to rescue her and kill Bloodhand." The deformed hand and the few people beside him exchanged a smile, then stood up and walked toward the bar. "Boss, the bill." They pretended to be casual as they circled around Shin Ruoyu from behind, several of them holding sharp weapons wrapped in spiritual energy, striking down simultaneously. Their attacks struck simultaneously, but the weapons passed through the woman's body, striking nothing but air. The woman's figure faded away like a mirage. The deformed-handed man and his companions froze, realizing something was wrong. The wooden door of the tavern swung open once more, and Shin Ruoyu entered again, removing the gloves from her face and gazing coldly at the others. Her gaze locked onto the deformed hands. "You're the Bloodhand, aren't you?" The deformed hands didn't respond but instead said to the others beside him, "He's a tough one. Summon your spirit beasts. Let's take down this demoness together." The others' spiritual energy surged as they simultaneously summoned their spirit beasts. Desert Poison Scorpion, Sandstorm King Snake, Corrupted Spirit Lizard, Thousand-Eyed Spider. The 5 spirit beasts instantly filled the entire tavern. In an instant, they launched their attack on Shin Ruoyu. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, and the tavern's roof was instantly torn off. Shinryu stood at the entrance, with the light-scaled dragon flapping its wings above, its dragon might manifesting. The 5 spirit beasts were suppressed by the dragon's might and couldn't lift their heads. You've mistaken me for someone else. The deformed hand, upon seeing the spiritual energy emanating from the blood-eyed woman, realized that they were no match for her. Diamond Realm, 10th rank. Just one step away from the Master Realm. A master of that caliber could easily challenge the top position in their gang. I'm not a bloodthirsty killer, and we're not part of the Gold Rush gang. Shinryu suddenly burst into laughter. I never said you were part of the Gold Rush gang. You're just admitting it yourself. The deformed hand turned pale, knowing he couldn't escape, and gritted his teeth. The grudges between the Blood-Eye gang and you have nothing to do with me. If you've got the guts, go find our leader. What kind of ability is it to come after us lowly minions now? As for that woman, I'll hand her over to you. As he spoke, the deformed man stood up to lead the way. Suddenly, a dragon's breath swept in from behind, followed by cries of agony echoing through the air. The deformed hand turned to look, only to see that everyone in the tavern and the few spirit beasts had been killed by the dragon's breath, reduced to charcoal. You! The deformed hand trembled all over. He had always been the one who didn't follow the rules, but this was the first time he had encountered someone who didn't follow the rules either. The blood-eyed clan, they were all madmen. The next moment, another dragon's breath erupted. The deformed hand was flung backward, crashing through a wall and landing in the sand. Every bone in his body felt like it had broken. But he was still alive? The dragon's breath had burned his flesh and blood into a mess, but its power was significantly weaker than the previous one. It was clear. This woman had intentionally spared his life. Shinryu rode on the scaled dragon, looking down at him from above. I will naturally seek out your leader to settle this. Now, lead the way. If I don't see her, I'll make you beg for death. Facing the woman's icy gaze, his deformed hand trembled. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his crippled body forward slowly. Chapter 165, The Principal Appears. Dungeon, Undead Cave Mountain. Lin Yan stood in the dense forest of the mountain, irritably scratching his ears. As the final kill notification closed before his eyes, the sobbing sounds around him gradually faded away. You successfully killed a level 25 magic beast, the Wailing Night Owl. Biomass plus 750, experience plus 1,500. No wonder it's a spirit beast that's reached the Golden Realm. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Such an odd hybrid spirit beast had actually affected his emotions. If it weren't for his deep spiritual power, any other silver-ranked beast master would have had their combat effectiveness severely reduced. Continue forward. Lin Yan summoned over 1,000 insect soldier squads to advance forward. After passing through the formation arranged by the 10,000 soldiers battle formation, the insect soldiers' combat power had indeed increased significantly. The speed of killing increased, while the number of casualties decreased. Moreover, the 10,000 soldiers battle formation offers different formations to choose from depending on the terrain and the target. Tomorrow, they would face the Japanese in a direct confrontation. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Lin Yan's eyes. Just wait. The sun rose. At dawn, a large bus departed from the airport heading toward Jinwu University. On board were 30 Japanese students, including Yamamoto Juni. 10 students each from the first, second, and third years. This was the Japanese contingent for the competition. The team leader, Tojo Ichiro, stood at the front and clapped his hands toward the passengers inside the bus. Everyone, stay alert. The competition schedule has been moved up, so we need to adjust our state of mind promptly. We absolutely cannot lose. The passengers inside the vehicle were all geniuses from various grades, and they had always held themselves in high regard. Upon arriving in Longwa, they had assumed it would be a pleasant trip, with the added bonus of teaching the Longwa people a lesson. No one truly regarded the Dragon Country people with any respect. What the hell? The Dragon Country people are disgusting. They actually moved up the schedule by so much. I haven't even had a chance to enjoy myself for 2 days yet. You bastards. The Dragon Country people are trying to take advantage of our unfamiliarity with the environment to beat us. See? This is the Dragon Country's underhanded tactics. It's completely different from our Great Eastern Japan Empire. What a lowly race. They'll eventually be conquered by our Great Eastern Empire. Exactly. This time, I'll show those Dragon Country people a thing or two. Haha, maybe I won't even need to lift a finger. Lord Dongsang can handle them alone. Dongsang, sitting in the corner, chuckled. He was the 10th ranked member of the first group. The rules of this competition were as follows: lower ranked participants would compete against each other, with the loser being eliminated and the winner advancing to the next round. This continues until one side has no one left to fight. Everyone burst into laughter, clearly believing that Dongsang could win 10 consecutive matches and defeat the top ranked player from Longwa. The driver was a Dragon Country native who had worked at the embassy and knew some Japanese. Hearing them speak this way, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he gripped the steering wheel tightly. Professional ethics prevented him from speaking, but he was furious inside. He could only snort coldly in Dragon Country's language. We'll see which side stands in the end. The trainees present didn't understand Dragon Country's language, so they all turned their gaze toward the team leader, Tojo Ichiro, who did. Tojo Ichiro glanced at the driver, then looked at everyone else. Don't underestimate your opponents. There's an old saying in Dragon Country, even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. This time, a hotly contested event is in the first-year group, and among the first-year contestants from Longwa, there is one person to watch out for. Lin Yen, a silver rank, 10th tier insect-type beast tamer, with unknown potential. It might be related to the number of spirit beasts he commands. Yamamoto Juni, you must be especially vigilant against this individual. Do not underestimate him under any circumstances. Yamamoto nodded casually, yawned, and said, "Got it." Seeing that Yamamoto Juni still looked unconcerned, Tojo Ichiro didn't think much of it either. After all, this man was currently the top young talent in the entire country. Even if that competitor named Lin Yan was as strong as they come, he couldn't possibly be stronger than him. The bus slowed down and came to a stop. Everyone looked out the window and saw a sea of buildings stretching as far as the eye could see. In the square, a massive shadow of a black tortoise loomed overhead, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The disdain in everyone's eyes subsided slightly. After all, such a scene was uncommon in the Eastern Kingdom. The scale is impressive, but it's all show and no substance. Yamamoto Juni was the first to jump off the bus and comment on the black tortoise shadow. Tojo Ichiro clapped his hands, snapping the slightly dazed crowd back to attention. Alright, we've arrived at Jinwu University. Come and face your opponents. The Arena Hall. The Arena Hall had been temporarily remodeled for today, with most of the platforms removed. Only 3 of the largest platforms remained, each corresponding to the battlefield for one of the 3 grades. The spectators have all been arranged in the viewing area, creating a lively atmosphere. As for the participants, they were all waiting quietly in the preparation area. The schedule for this year's 3-grade tournament. The 4 prestigious universities Jinwu University, Zhuke University, Beiji University, and Xinqing University are all participating. The preparation zones for 2nd and 3rd year students are predominantly filled with participants from the other 3 universities. Only the 1st year preparation zone is almost entirely composed of Jinwu University students, with only a handful from Zhuke University and Beiji University. As for Xinqing University, there are none at all. The competition has not yet begun, and the students in the spectator area are buzzing with excitement. Where are the Japanese kids? Why haven't they arrived yet? Maybe they're too scared to show up. This time, the elite from the 4 top universities have all gathered here. It's no wonder they're afraid. This is going to be tough. Apparently, there's a super-powered newcomer this time, the one who made the news yesterday, Yamamoto Juni. I've heard about him too. He's a first-year student. I wonder who's stronger, him or Lin Yan? There's no question about it, it's definitely Lin Yan. I used to think Lin Yan was too full of himself and lacked manners, but if he beats the Japanese kid today, he'll be my hero. Where's Lin Yan? Why hasn't he shown up yet? You don't know anything. The real pros always make their entrance last. Got it. I'll step out for a moment and come back later. You. Zhao Dingwa glanced at the time. It was almost time for the match to begin. The teacher who went to the entrance to greet the Japanese delegation hadn't returned yet. The school professors had all gathered together, taking this competition very seriously. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire walked over with his hands behind his back. Zhao Dingwa and the professors were all startled upon seeing the old man. Principal, why are you out here? The elderly man in the traditional Chinese attire was none other than Su Shengtian, the principal of Jinwu University. Everyone hurriedly gathered around him. The principal hadn't been seen in over a year, not even for the freshman orientation, so it was unexpected that he had come out this time. Su Shengtian waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Such a major event, I wouldn't want to miss it." By the way, Su Shengtian turned to Zhao Dingwa, his smile fading. That Japanese student who injured someone must be detained according to Dragon Country law. However, due to diplomatic relations between the 2 countries and this competition, if we lose this competition, detaining him afterward would leave us at a disadvantage, and there would inevitably be international backlash. Therefore, we must win this competition, and win convincingly. We must defeat him soundly and send him to jail. Chapter 166, Promotion. Golden First Rank. Su Shengtian's words drifted lightly, but they weighed heavily in everyone's ears. Zhao Dingwa's face also betrayed a hint of reluctance. Whether we win or lose isn't up to him. Even with someone like Lin Yan, a super prodigy, he couldn't guarantee victory. After all, the opponent was also a top-tier genius representing a nation. Su Shengtian noticed the awkwardness on Zhao Dingwa's face and asked, "Which school's contestant is the favorite to win the championship this time?" Zhao Dingwa perked up and immediately replied, "Principal, it's from our school, his name is Lin Yan." "Oh?" Su Xingtian was slightly surprised and looked toward the first-year student's preparation area. Is that the student? Point him out to me, I need to keep an eye on his match later. Zhao Dingguo looked a bit embarrassed, Lin Yan hasn't arrived yet. He's never been one to arrive early. I'll send someone to fetch him right away. He then shouted to the teachers behind him. Send a few teachers to the copy hall to call Lin Yan and tell him to hurry over. Among the crowd, a teacher volunteered to go fetch Lin Yan. Su Xingtian looked at the 9 people in the preparation area and nodded. He really has a unique personality. Dungeon Hall. Xin Lei walked up to the on-duty staff member with a serious expression and asked, "Where is Lin Yan in the dungeon?" The staff member pointed to the only lit dungeon. "There's only one dungeon left. Someone just went in, so it'll probably be a while before they come out." Xin Lei looked at the numerous dungeons and noticed that only one diamond tier dungeon was still lit up. He asked in confusion, "This is a diamond tier instance. Isn't he only at the silver tier?" The staff shrugged. "This is the one." Zhao Ziwei personally granted the permissions. Upon hearing Zhao Ziwei's name, Xin Lei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with determination. It's her again, and him again. The two of them entangled like this made it hard to believe there was no issue. Originally, they had thought that Yamamoto Juni, as a prodigy of the Golden Realm, could easily defeat a genius of the Diamond Realm and crush Lin Yan. But unexpectedly, Lin Yan's strength had improved so rapidly. He could even tackle a dungeon 2 realms above his own. Bring him out immediately. The staff were startled and quickly pressed the emergency notification button. Inside the dungeon, Lin Yan was controlling the insect soldiers in the midst of a fierce battle when he suddenly received the emergency notification. The match time is up? ISNT, there's still a little time left? Lin Yan frowned and glanced at the time. He knew the schedule, he was the last one to perform. It was almost his turn, and he would have to wait until the afternoon. Unless the opponent could swiftly eliminate all 9 of his men on his own. There must be some opening ceremony. What a hassle. Lin Yan opened the system panel and took a look. Bug Nest Host, Lin Yan. Realm, Golden Realm, First Tier. Bug Nest Level, 1. Core Function, devour any product containing genetic information and reproduce fusion insect warriors with that genetic makeup. Initial ant soldier types, Titan giant ants, bloodwing mad bees, 1,000-foot mantises, ghostface royal moths. Insect soldier count, 100,000 100,000 Titan giant ants, 20,000, bloodwing mad bees, 20,000, 1,000-foot mantises, 40,000, ghost-faced royal moths, 20,000. Biomass remnant, 248,000. Insect swarm tactics, 10,000 soldier battle formation. That's right. Lin Yan finally successfully advanced to the first stage of the Golden Realm. He spent the entire day leveling up non-stop. Not only did he break through his cultivation realm, but his biomass reserves also reached over 240,000. Such a massive number of insect soldiers is more than sufficient for a competition of this caliber. Combined with the combat power boost from the 10,000 soldiers battle formation, Lin Yan is now a completely different person from before. Lin Yan's gaze fixed on the attributes of the 4 types of insect soldiers. Titan Giant Ant. Level, 21. Bloodline, Legendary. HP, 14,800. Attack, 748. Defense, 1,825. Agility, 770. Spirit, 0. Skill, Berserk enters Berserk state, immune to control effects, significantly increases attack power and speed. Bloodwing Mad Bee. Level, 21. Bloodline, Legendary. HP, 6,700. Attack, 1,280. Defense, 545. Agility, 1,320. Spirit, 500. Skill, Blood Rain. All Bloodwing Mad Bees fire a large number of poisonous needles at the target, dealing percentage-based damage. 1,000-foot Mantis. Level, 21. Bloodline, Legendary. HP, 8,780. Attack, 1,945. Defense, 859. Agility, 1,274. Spirit, 998. Skill, Sword Dance Combo. Rapidly slash the opponent, dealing massive true damage and restoring 20% of the damage delta's health. Ghost-faced Royal Moth. Level, 21. Bloodline, Legendary. HP, 4,000. Attack, 420. Defense, 570. Agility, 748. Spirit, 2,245. Skill, Abyssal Chant. Cast a chant on the target, causing daze and reducing both defense and magic resistance. The effect varies depending on the skill level and the number of targets. As the realm is elevated to the Golden Realm, the attributes of the 4 insect soldiers have also been significantly enhanced. However, due to their distinct roles, therefore, their attribute improvements are relatively one-dimensional. The Titan Giant Ant's health and defense have skyrocketed, nearly doubling in value. However, its attack and agility have only improved marginally, and its mental attribute remains at 0. Lin Yan even suspects that the Titan giant ant might be a single-celled organism without a brain, hence the absence of mental attributes. The bloodwing mad bees and the 1,000-foot mantid are Lin Yan's offensive insect soldiers. Both types of insect soldiers have seen significant increases in attack and agility. The attribute improvements for the ghost-faced royal moth are even more straightforward. Almost the only attribute that improved was spirit. However, this doesn't matter, as Lin Yan doesn't plan to use it in close combat anyway. As long as it can unleash its skills for crowd control, that's sufficient. Lin Yan closed the system panel. At that moment, an emergency notification sounded again. Lin Yan immediately clicked the exit dungeon button. Forget it, let's just log out first. I don't want to risk losing my competition eligibility over some minor issue. A blinding flash of light filled the screen. Lin Yan returned to the dungeon lobby. As soon as he stepped out of the preparation room, he saw Shenlei with a grim expression in the lobby. Mr. Shen, what are you doing here? Lin Yan smiled faintly. He remembered that he still had a 1 million yuan bet with Shenlei. Upon seeing Lin Yan, Shenlei's expression darkened, and he snapped. Why did you take so long to come out? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Lin Yan rolled his eyes and replied sarcastically. Who told you to wait? You're the one who messed up, and now you're blaming me? You. Shenlei was furious, but then he remembered that Lin Yan wasn't an ordinary student and wasn't afraid of him. What about you? Lin Yan looked at him with disgust. Just say what you want. Spit it out. But if you want to cancel that bet, don't even bother saying anything. Chapter 167, Staring at Each Other. Upon hearing Lin Yan mention the bet, Shenlei sneered. Yamamoto Juni is hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of the Great Eastern Empire, the destroyer of Dragon Nation's geniuses. How could you, a mere clown, possibly compare to him? Don't worry, after you lose, I'll leave you a few $100s for food. Are you ready to face your defeat? Lin Yan gave him a cold glance. As a Dragon Nation citizen, how dare he speak such treasonous words? We'll see about that. The two walked back to the arena in silence. As soon as the crowd in the spectator seats saw Lin Yan enter the arena, they erupted into cheers. Ha, you're quite popular, aren't you? Lin Yan was greeting Zhao Duo in the spectator seats when he noticed an elderly man dressed in traditional Tang attire approaching. Noticing Lin Yan's guarded expression, Zhao Dinghua hurried over to introduce him. Lin Yan, this is our university's president, Su Shengtian, President Su. Lin Yan was surprised and asked. Is that big turtle on the square yours? Zhao Dinghua rolled his eyes and corrected him, it's the supreme black tortoise. Su Shengtian smiled and waved his hand, gesturing for him not to mind. It doesn't matter what you call it, it's just a name. Even if you want to call me Old Su, that is fine too. Seeing how casual Su Shengtian was, Lin Yan's goodwill toward him skyrocketed. Su Shengtian and Lin Yan stood together, pointing to an empty area on the other side of the preparation zone. Those Japanese guys will be here soon. Do you have the confidence to take them all down? Lin Yan nodded. Yes. Good. Su Shengtian slapped Lin Yan on the back twice, that's the spirit. A true disciple of the true martial arts must have that kind of determination. I won't say much else. I have one request, beat that guy named Yamamoto really hard. Lin Yan froze for a moment before nodding. Alright. At that moment, the cheers in the arena suddenly ceased and everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance. Su Shengtian and Lin Yan also turned their heads. The sun shone brightly. A group of 30 Japanese athletes walked over, surrounded by journalists and media crews snapping photos frantically. At the front of the group, receiving the most attention from the cameras, was Yamamoto Juni. Damn it, these idiots from the Dragon Nation actually have such a large arena hall. Yamamoto Juni raised his head and surveyed the surroundings. Japan is a small country, and all the buildings seem a bit modest. I didn't notice it back home, but now that I'm in Japan, everything feels a size larger. Even the height of the people in Longhua. Yamamoto Juni looked at the indifferent Japanese people staring at him in the crowd, and a surge of hatred welled up in his heart. At that moment, a female Japanese journalist in front of him lost her balance due to the pushing of her colleagues and stumbled forward. Yamamoto Juni's eyes flashed with cruelty. Without leaving a trace, he channeled his spiritual energy into his leg and kicked directly at the female journalist's leg. This seemingly light-hearted move, if it connected, would not only leave a hidden injury but also force her to kneel before him on the spot. Dragon country people should kneel obediently before me. Yamamoto Juni was about to strike. Suddenly, a steel-like tail needle shot out from an unknown direction, straight toward Yamamoto Juni's leg. Yamamoto Juni clenched his teeth and quickly withdrew his leg. The tail needle embedded itself into the ground and quickly vanished. It wasn't a weapon, it was a spirit beast's ability. Who is it? Yamamoto Juni glared around him, trying to find the one who had disrupted his plan. A equally icy gaze locked onto his. Yamamoto Jusher stood his ground, locking eyes with Lin Yan. The two of them stood there, locked in a standoff. In that moment, a unique understanding between the two emerged. Whoever backed down first would lose. Every subtle movement the two had made earlier did not escape Su Xingtian's keen eyes. He turned to Zhao Dingguo and said, "Go urge the Japanese delegation to enter the arena immediately." Zhao Dingguo obeyed and left. Tojo Ichiro looked at Yamamoto Juni and urged him, "Hurry up and enter the arena. Don't lose the dignity of a samurai of the Great Eastern Empire." Yamamoto Juni refused to move, his eyes flashing with intensity, trying to force Lin Yan to back down. Lin Yan remained unfazed, staring back at him. The journalists captured the moment on camera. The two strongest warriors from opposing camps were already locked in a standoff before the match had even begun. "Yamamoto." Tojo Ichiro whispered harshly. It didn't matter what happened at home, but with so many media outlets present, proper etiquette must be maintained. Yamamoto Juni snorted coldly, averted his gaze, and walked toward the preparation area. As both competitors entered the arena, journalists and media from various countries were all ready to go, broadcasting the upcoming match live. Nanling City. Hurry up, hurry up. It's about to start. Chen Xiaohong carried a plate of sunflower seeds and placed it on the coffee table in the living room. Lin Yuanshan sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, and switched the TV to the news channel with the remote control. Chen Xiaohong slapped him across the face. "Change it back. Our son's competition is about to start. Can't you watch the news later?" Lin Yuanshan covered his face in a pout. "Anyway, the result is the same. Our son is definitely going to win. Why bother watching?" Chen Xiaohong snatched the remote control and glared at him. "I really don't know if you're his biological father." Suddenly, the camera flashed briefly over the spectator area. Chen Xiaohong's eyes lit up. "Hey, look, isn't that duo? Yunbei Province, Provincial Beastmaster Hospital." Director Wang entered a ward and looked at Lu Yanan lying on the hospital bed. "How do you feel?" Lu Yanan, upon seeing Director Wang, instinctively tried to sit up but was stopped by him. "I feel much better. The pain has subsided and I can move normally now." Dr. Wang nodded. "That's good. Your condition has stabilized. With a little more treatment, you'll be able to go home soon." Lu Yanan paused for a moment before saying, "No need. I feel fine now. I can be discharged." Dr. Wang had seen many patients and knew exactly what she was thinking. "Don't worry about the treatment costs, it's all free. The spiritual medicines left behind by Lin Yan are extremely valuable, and you won't be able to use them all. In the end, it's our hospital that's getting the better deal." "Really?" Lu Yanan felt relieved upon hearing this, but then grew worried again. "I've caused trouble for the children." After leaving the Zhao family, she learned about Zhao Duoduo's condition. She had even considered suicide, but Cheng Dinghua told her that a miracle would happen. She waited for several days in despair, but to her surprise, Zhao Duoduo really came back to life. However, since she had to go to the provincial capital for treatment, she couldn't see her daughter even once. "There's a competition at Jinwu University today. Maybe you'll get to see your child." Director Wang smiled as he turned on the TV. Northwest Region. A simple village. Qin Ruoyu was chewing on a hard piece of cornbread. Sand kept blowing into her mouth, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She had completely abandoned her previous refined appearance and was eating it as it was, with the sand and wind. The village was filled with people, mostly children and women. The few men present were all injured, missing limbs or limbs. The children, upon seeing Qin Ruoyu, excitedly gathered around her. "Sister Ruoyu, you're back." Chapter 168, about to begin. Change of plan? Seeing this group of adorable children, Qin Ruoyu's face, which had been stiff for days, finally broke into a smile. She pulled out a few candies from her pocket. "Here, share them." The children ran off excitedly. Qin Ruo returned to her temporary wooden hut. As soon as she entered, in the dim corner, a woman was huddled up, raising her arms to block the light coming in from outside, trembling all over. "It's me." Qin Ruoyu threw a bag of food at her and turned on the TV, flipping through the channels. The woman took a moment to compose herself before crawling over to the bag and stuffing the food into her mouth. "This is Longwood TV's live report. There are now 10 minutes remaining until the start of the bilateral exchange. Both sides' participants are currently full of determination." Qin Ruoyu stared intently at the TV screen, her eyes lighting up when she caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure. "What about that person?" the woman in the corner asked timidly. Qin Ruoyu knew exactly who she was referring to, but she pretended not to know and asked, "Who are you talking about?" After a moment, a trembling voice came from the corner. "Blood Hand. He's dead." Qin Ruoyu said casually, "After I found you, he knelt on the ground begging me. I first broke his hands and feet, then used my low-temperature dragon breath to burn him. I killed him before he lost consciousness." She added, "As easy as killing a desert lizard." Crying sounds came from the corner, growing louder and louder, almost drowning out the sound of the television. Shinruoyu had lost patience with this arrogant sister who had been trying to kill herself ever since she saved her, and had finally spoken up now. Do you think crying will kill those bastards at the Gold Rush Club? The woman's sobs were filled with resentment. Do you know what I've been through? My spiritual vein is severed. How am I supposed to seek revenge? Shinruoyu couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed her and dragged her out of the house, looking at the villagers working hard in the village. Look at everyone, those with broken arms and legs, those who lost their eyesight. Who among them isn't striving to survive? I know one person who, despite having his spiritual vein severed, refused to give up. He is on TV right now, about to fight the strongest young warrior from Japan. You killed Bloodhand. Does that mean your revenge is complete? If you still consider yourself a warrior of the Blood Eye Society, you should pick yourself up and do something meaningful, not lie here like a dead dog. The members of the Blood Eye Society in the village watched the scene with sympathy. Shinruoyu turned and returned to the house. The woman lifted her head. The long-awaited sunlight shone on the scars on her body, causing a tingling sensation. I'm not a dead dog. I'm still alive. Yes. I'm still alive. Yunbei Province Prison. 0923, what are you doing? In the dining hall, the guard drew his baton, staring at Zhao Tianhua, who was approaching with a tray in his hands. Back off, or my baton won't spare you. Zhao Tianhua ignored him, staring intently at the television hanging high on the wall. There, the man who had ruined his life was being interviewed with a smug expression. The next second, intense pain shot through his shoulder, and Zhao Tianhua instinctively tried to use his spiritual energy, but the shackles on his hands and feet restricted his abilities. He was now no different from an ordinary person. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, saying he only wanted to watch TV, the baton struck him like rain, hitting every part of his body, causing him too much pain to speak. The guard, panting heavily, stood up and put away the baton. 0923, don't even think about making any sudden moves. You're not some high and mighty boss anymore, you're just a prisoner. Until the Association's court passes judgment on you, you are a prisoner here. Zhao Tianhua lay on the ground, closing his eyes in agony and gritting his teeth. Yes. The guard frowned and kicked him in the mouth. What did you say? Speak up. I can't hear you. Jinwu University. Jinyu, with a smile in his eyes, held the microphone and conducted a pre-match interview with Lin Yan. The pre-match statement from the Japanese competitor was hope the Chinese competitors don't get shut out. Lin Yan, please say a few words to your opponents. This was the classic trash-talking segment. It also severely tests the personal qualities of the competitors. If you speak too harshly, it may come across as arrogant and self-important. If you don't speak harshly enough, it won't inspire the team's morale. Lin Yan stared at the camera, expressionless, and said, "Get out of here now, and you'll avoid getting beaten up." Boom! The spectators in the viewing area erupted into chaos upon hearing Lin Yan's words, cheering along with him. The 30 Japanese contestants on the other side turned pale upon hearing Lin Yan's words, cursing under their breath. What the hell? How dare he speak so arrogantly? Let him go first. I'll teach him a lesson. Weak Dragon Country people, all you've got is a big mouth. Don't hold back. Don't give them any mercy. Crush them completely. Tojo Ichiro crossed his arms and his expression darkened. Don't let their words affect you. I'll adjust the team composition. The second and third year teams remain unchanged. The first year team's lineup will be rearranged. The 10 Japanese first year students in the team perked up at the news, eager to fight. Let me go first. I'll go. I'm dying to fight. Why not let Yamamoto Koen go first? We'll shut them down completely. No way, if Yamamoto Koen goes first, doesn't that mean we Japanese lack confidence? Everyone was arguing loudly, but Yamamoto Juni was meditating with his eyes closed. Whoever goes first doesn't matter as long as he's there, the outcome is already decided. Tojo Ichiro pointed at a tall man in the crowd. Kitano, you go first. Everyone turned to look at Kitanuda and immediately grew excited. Alright. Kitano is the second best fighter among us. If he goes first, maybe Yamamoto Koen won't even have to lift a finger. Not just that. We might not even have to lift a finger. Go for it, Kitano Koen. Make sure to give those Dragon Country people a good lesson. Since there's nothing for me to do, can I go back to sleep? Are you really just going back to sleep? I saw you checking out the Dragon Country women yesterday. Hee, Dragon Country women are pretty decent. Once we win the match, we can really let loose. Ha, we're not just going to conquer the men of Dragon Country, we're going to conquer the women too. Tojo Ichiro pulled Kitano to the side and secretly handed him a pill. This is the latest thing developed at the Research Institute. It enhances spiritual power, and they won't be able to detect it afterward. But I must warn you, this pill has severe side effects, but its power is greatly amplified. Kitano Koen, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the Empire? Chapter 169, A Change of Personnel? The whistle blew. Kitano remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Tojo Ichiro relaxed considerably and discreetly slipped the pill into Kitano's hand. Then he gently patted his shoulder. He walked over to the organizing committee. For the sake of fairness, the organizing committee and referees for this international exchange competition were composed of neutral nations. A group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners were seriously verifying the list of participants. Gentlemen, I believe there may have been a minor misunderstanding here. Tojo Ichiro pointed at Kitano on the list and said, "This participant is the starting player for our first-year group in the first round. There must have been a mistake in the registration." The chief referee remained unmoved, responding firmly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Tojo, but I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. The list has already been finalized and will be posted shortly. I suggest you avoid making such mistakes in the future." Tojo Ichiro smiled knowingly, took the list away, and revealed a check. "I believe the list can be changed before it is posted." The referee furrowed his brow, took the list and examined it carefully. The check slipped neatly into his sleeve. "All right, but this is a one-time exception." The list was finalized. On the large screen, the athletes from both countries appeared one by one. Lin Yan raised his head and scanned the familiar names on the list. Among them, the final competitor in the third-year group was Lei Ming. Lin Yan glanced over and saw Lei Ming, the third-year competitor, also looking in his direction. The corner of Lei Ming's mouth twitched upward into a smile. He then shifted his gaze and fixed his eyes on the Japanese competitor across from him. "What are you looking at?" Tang Tianyu approached excitedly. "This is so nerve-wracking. This is a global live broadcast. If I lose, won't I embarrass myself in front of the whole world?" Lin Yan smiled at him and said seriously, "Don't worry, no one will notice you." Tang Tianyu immediately calmed down and flipped Lin Yan off. But he quickly realized he was on live TV, and there might be countless cameras focused on him. He silently extended his index finger as well, made a yeah gesture, and flashed what he thought was a brilliant smile at the camera. Beijing, the Tang family residence. A loud crash. A teacup crashed to the ground, spilling its expensive tea leaves and hot water, still steaming. That good-for-nothing brat. Such a formal occasion, and he can't even behave properly. He's driving me to my grave. Old Master Tang shouted, his beard bristling with anger. The Tang family members immediately tried to calm him down. Tang Shan, as the creator of Tang Tianyu, stepped in to smooth things over. These little Japanese devils aren't easy to deal with. I wonder how many of them Tianyu can take on later. The topic was quickly changed, and everyone agreed. Tianyu is the prodigy of the Tang family. He should be able to take on 3 of them without a problem. I agree. With some effort, he might even be able to take down that Yamamoto Juni. I heard that Yamamoto Juni is quite cunning. Tianyu is a super-powered beast tamer, but he is weaker in the early stages. We mustn't underestimate him. That's right. Big brother, you should call and give him a heads up. If he can't handle it, don't push it. Exactly. Those who recognize the times are wise. Besides, we've got Lin Yan as a backup. Lin Yan is indeed the strongest young disciple I've ever seen. He might not be much weaker than the descendants of those reclusive old masters. That strong? Those are the forbidden children. Enough. Let's watch the match. Everyone successfully shifted the conversation back to Lin Yan. Old Master Tang finally let go of Tang Tianyu and turned to look at Lin Yan with a worried expression. His relentless support for Lin Yan was not merely out of admiration. Lin Yan was a potential asset for the Tang family in the future, but for the present, he was also a sharp dagger. Negotiations with the Northern Bear Kingdom were about to begin, and he was counting on using Lin Yan to secure the upper hand in those talks. Tang Shan had just connected with his son's phone. Tianyu, be careful. Before he could finish, the old patriarch suddenly snatched the phone away. Tianyu, tell Lin Yan to be careful. Even if he can't win, don't force it. Prioritize your own safety. Tang Tianyu looked at the elderly voice on the other end of the phone, almost doubting that he was an adopted child, and that the man standing beside him was actually the future heir of the Tang family. My grandfather told you to be careful of Yamamoto Juni. Lin Yan turned his head in surprise before nodding solemnly. At that moment, Lin Yan suddenly heard a voice calling his name. For a moment, he thought it was Qin Ruoyu returning. Looking toward the source of the voice, he saw a striking figure in the spectator seats waving her arms excitedly and shouting his name. The commotion drew the attention of those around them. Fan Shuiying? Lin Yan was taken aback. What is she doing here? Zhao Duo in the front row also turned to look, seeing a beautiful girl and furrowing her brows. Another one? One after another, are they all here to compete with him? Lin Yan, go for it. Zhao Duo also raised her hand, waving flowers, and cheered loudly for Lin Yan. Soon, more and more people joined the crowd on the spectator seats. A unified voice echoed through the arena. Lin Yan, go for it. In an instant, Lin Yan became the center of attention, the target of everyone's gaze. Even Tang Tianyu's gaze toward Lin Yan grew peculiar. Su Xingtian witnessed this scene and chuckled. He's very popular. It's been a long time since we've seen a student like this. It has nothing to do with strength, he has natural leadership qualities. Meanwhile, Zhao Dinghua's attention was not on Lin Yan. He pulled out the list and compared it. Something's wrong. Those Japanese devils have changed the order of the lineup. The first one should be the weakest, Dong Sang, but now it's been changed to the second-ranked Kitano. Humph. They're trying to boost their morale with a string of victories and undermine our morale. Daring to pull tricks under my nose? I'll go settle this with them right now. Forget it. Su Shengtian glanced at the list and stopped Zhao Dinghua. The outcome of the match depends on the overall performance of the team. Let them change the order if they want. They might end up shooting themselves in the foot. Hearing Su Shengtian speak, Zhao Dinghua finally calmed down. Right, as long as Lin Yan wins in the end. Then all their grand schemes would be nothing but a clown's trick. Humph. Let's see if their Japanese first-rate fighter is stronger, or if our true martial son is more powerful. The central clock slowly ticked toward 10 o'clock. The main referee blew the whistle, and the sharp yet prolonged whistle echoed throughout the venue. I hereby declare the exchange competition between the top universities of Dragon Nation and Japan's Beast Tamers officially begun. Chapter 170, First Battle Defeated. The venue was divided into 3 sections. The first was the freshman stage, the second the sophomore stage, and the third the junior stage. The competitions on all 3 stages began simultaneously. However, judging from the audience's seating arrangement, the first-year stage attracted the most attention. This time, the audience included not only students from major universities across the country but also international students. To put it bluntly, these people were only interested in 2 contestants: Lin Yan and Yamamoto Juni. In the eyes of these international students, they all wanted to see just how strong Yamamoto Juni was and how many moves he could withstand against Lin Yan. Before this match between Longhua and Dong Yuan, many talented beast tamers from various countries had already gone to Japan to challenge Yamamoto Juni, but without exception, all were defeated. In the end, Yamamoto Juni even established a rule. Only the top beast tamers from each country could first compete among themselves to determine the strongest, who would then challenge him. This move was incredibly arrogant. However, the geniuses from other countries had no choice but to comply, as Yamamoto Juni truly possessed the strength to back it up. Due to the dismal results, the stories of the geniuses from various countries challenging Yamamoto Juni were not widely publicized. It was only widely circulated within the top academic institutions. Students from various countries were competing to see how many rounds their nation's geniuses could last against Yamamoto Juni. Surviving 5 rounds was considered passable. Surviving 10 rounds made one a genius among geniuses. Surviving 20 rounds well, the current record is held by a genius from Eagle Sauce Country, who lasted 19 rounds. And how many rounds can Lin Yan endure under Yamamoto Juni's guidance? This will allow us to gauge the overall strength of the Dragon Nation. Foreign students gathered together, discussing the historic event they were about to witness. What if he doesn't even make it to see Yamamoto Juni? I heard that Kitano is also a tough guy. Hey! Look at the lineup of the Japanese competitors. Why is Kitano the first one? Isn't Kitano just the guy who was second to Yamamoto Juni? Why is he the first one to appear? Could it be Japan is really planning to shut out all the Dragon Country competitors? If that's the case, things are going to get interesting. Beside them, the Japanese exchange students clenched their fists, their faces flushed. Sangben, with a cloth strip bearing the words "Japan must win" tied around his head, gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Yamamoto, Lord Kitano. Please avenge Lord Yukimura." Yukimura was still lying in bed, unable to get up. First year arena. The first contestants from both sides entered the arena directly. 2 flashes of light appeared. The 2 appeared on the only map battlefield of the match, Mirror Lake. As the name suggests, it was a calm lake surface like a mirror, with not a single ripple. The terrain was flat, with no other factors to influence the outcome. Only the raw strength of the 2 combatants would decide the winner. Kitano Tan looked indifferently at the Dragon Nation competitor before him. The translator device he wore emitted a cold Dragon Nation language. Let's get started. I'm eager to move on to the next match. The first competitor sent by the Dragon Nation was Ding Cohen, a student from Jukai University. What a big mouth. When you get beaten to tears, don't dare to cry for your mother. Ding Cohen sneered and summoned his spirit beast. Come out, steel-winged golden phoenix. A massive phoenix bird with a metallic sheen appeared on the battlefield. Bei Eden also unleashed his spiritual energy, though its fluctuations were significantly stronger than Ding Cohen's. Come out, evil spirit ghost dragon. A pitch-black serpentine spirit beast appeared, with a barely noticeable horn on its head and hollow eye sockets burning with hellfire. As soon as the evil spirit ghost dragon appeared, Ding Cohen and the steel-winged golden phoenix both felt uneasy. Attack! Use your skill, steel-cutting instant strike. Ding Cohen released his spiritual energy, and the steel-winged golden phoenix charged toward the evil spirit ghost dragon. Beta made no move, and the evil spirit ghost dragon simply charged forward, seemingly intent on taking the brunt of the attack with its physical form. The skill's glow flickered and vanished. Those watching from the spectator seats and the standby seats were all blinded by the blinding light. Lin Yan squinted, staring intently at the battle unfolding on the large screen. When the light faded, everyone was surprised to discover the match had ended. This meant that the outcome had been decided with a single move? We lost. Lin Yan slowly uttered the two words. The other 8 people on the preparation bench were momentarily confused by what Lin Yan had said. At that moment, Kitano's figure reappeared, his arms crossed over his chest as he coldly scanned the area toward Lin Yan. The translator's voice sounded again. Next. The light faded, and Ding Kuan's figure appeared, his face looking extremely grim, clearly unwilling to accept his fate but powerless to do anything. Ding Kuan, step forward. The freshman representative from Juke University frowned and spoke up. Ding Kuan hung his head dejectedly and walked down without saying a word. He hadn't lost a single move. He'll never be able to show his face back at school again. In the spectator seats, the Japanese exchange students were as excited as if it were New Year's Day, shouting wildly and using broken Chinese. Next. Next. The surrounding Dragon Country people blared angrily but couldn't intervene. After all, their side had truly lost. Zhang Yuan, go ahead. According to the order of appearance, Zhang Yuan from Arctic University was second. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage under the encouraging gazes of the crowd. 2 beams of light flashed again. The 2 appeared on the battlefield of the stage, still on the same familiar map as before. Zhang Yuan immediately summoned his spirit beast, a majestic lion engulfed in blazing flames. Aware of his opponent's ferocity, Zhang Yuan immediately gave it his all, employing his strongest techniques. Cross of the burning sky. The flaming lion charged toward the evil spirit dragon. The evil spirit dragon made no attempt to dodge, allowing the skill to strike its body. But the next second, identical skill, even more powerful than before, struck back. The flame lion was hit point blank, with no way to dodge. It was struck directly. The outcome was decided. Another move. The 2 appeared on opposite sides of the stage. Zhang Yuan stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Could he actually replicate his own skill? But why is it so much more powerful when he uses it? Next. Kitano's gaze shifted away from him, and his voice echoed throughout the entire hall. Dead silence. Another move was instantly defeated. At this moment, the Dragon Country people in the spectator seats felt their faces burning with embarrassment. They never expected to be defeated twice in a row by the Japanese on their own turf. If they were defeated again, they wouldn't have the face to stay here. Sangben, with a white cloth tied around his head, led the other Japanese exchange students in a dance, cheering. Next. Next. Below the stage. This time, the teachers leading the teams from Arctic University and Juke University looked utterly ashamed. Meanwhile, the teacher leading the Qingheng University team stood aside, smirking coldly. After all, none of their students were among this year's freshman contestants. Seeing their defeat, he felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, after the first 2 matches of the freshman tournament were completed, the first round of matches between the second-year and third-year students also concluded one after another. The results were no exception. The Japanese contestants won. Chapter 171, Buff Boost. The 3 battlefields for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors are all currently dominated by Japanese competitors. Especially in the freshman arena, they lost 2 consecutive matches and were completely overwhelmed. The second and third year students who hadn't been paying attention to the side were also left in disbelief upon hearing the news. How could the elite geniuses from the 4 prestigious universities of the Dragon Nation be outmatched by the Japanese? For a moment, the atmosphere inside the arena grew somber. What's going on? Zhao Dingguo was pacing back and forth on the podium. During the principal's absence, he had been in charge of everything. With consecutive defeats, he was undoubtedly held responsible. Enough. Su Shengtian, however, seemed unconcerned. The true winner hasn't been decided yet. The one who stands at the end is the one who laughs last. Let us keep watching. Zhao Dingguo could only grit his teeth and continue watching the match in silence. Next. Several more matches were held, and the second-year and third-year students had their share of wins and losses. However, on the first-year students' side, the 2 true Martial University competitors who took the stage consecutively also lost all their matches. 3 straight losses. Next. Kitano's unreasonable face appeared on the big screen. Many spectators wanted to shout insults, but they all held back. This only made the Japanese exchange students even more arrogant. 0 points. 0 points. The foreign students shouted, and even those from other countries who were just there to watch the commotion joined in the chaos. Damn it, these bastards are so infuriating. Tang Tianyu looked at the spectator seats, where the arrogant exchange students stood in stark contrast to the silent Chinese audience. The audience, of course, couldn't join the fight. Their confidence came from the team they supported. But now, it's my turn. Let me teach them a lesson. Tang Tianyu walked toward the stage. Do your best, Lin Yan patted his shoulder, his expression serious. The rest is up to me. Tang Tianyu nodded. He dared not underestimate this opponent who had defeated 5 of his own men in succession. At that moment, a smaller figure entered the arena hall. Tang Qiner, carrying a backpack, walked toward the preparation area with her twin ponytails swaying back and forth. She passed by a group of Japanese exchange students dancing oddly. In the silent crowd of Dragon Country spectators, Tang Qiner found an empty spot. She then took off her jacket in the audience, revealing her cheerleading uniform, and looked around before spotting a familiar figure in the preparation area. Go, brother! A voice she recognized all too well echoed from the stands. Tang Tianyu turned around and saw his younger sister indeed cheering for him from the viewing platform. Ha, you said you wouldn't come to cheer for me, but your body is telling the truth, isn't it? He smiled and waved his hand, signaling her to come over. However, Tang Qiner acted as if she hadn't seen him, continuing to dance and shout. Lin Yan, go for it. I'm here, look at me. Lin Yan, come on. Tang Tianyu's smile gradually faded, feeling a deep sense of betrayal. Grandfather was one thing, but even his younger sister was cheering for Lin Yan? Feeling Tang Tianyu's resentful gaze, Lin Yan cleared his throat awkwardly. Brother, don't let these trivial things affect you. Keep going. I believe in you. Humph. Tang Tianyu walked toward the stage. The audience. Zhao Duo noticed another supporter of Lin Yan appearing behind her, and this one was also cute and pretty. She sighed. My competition just got tougher. On the stage battlefield. Holy Kuei Nyo. Tang Tianyu summoned his contract spirit beast. Strength boost, speed boost, defense boost, mental boost. After applying 4 buffs, Tang Tianyu did not use any other skills and instead commanded the Holy Kuei Nyo to charge forward directly. The devastating defeat of the 5 fighters ahead had made him realize that this opponent could absorb and replicate the skills of his enemies. Moreover, the copied skills seemed more powerful, faster, and consumed less spiritual energy. This was utterly abnormal. Basically, all spirit beasts rely on skills to attack. Especially for a super-powered beast tamer like Tang Tianyu, skills are almost the only means of attack. But you can absorb and replicate attack skills. What about my self-enhancement skills? Tang Tianyu decided to use the Holy Mark Kuei Ox for close combat, relying on his enhanced base attributes to wear him down. Charge! Just ram him to death. With 4 buffs, the Holy Mark Kuei Ox grew significantly larger, and its horns on its head became thicker and longer. It charged forward like a tank, barreling through everything in its path without mercy. Kitano seemed to smile slightly, making no move, and simply tapped his finger lightly. The evil spirit ghost dragon also charged forward, clearly intending to engage in close combat with the Holy Marked Kuei Ox. You're asking for death. Tang Tianyu instinctively reached for his skills but forced himself to hold back. Holy Kuei Nyo, ram it to death, trample it to death. The Holy Kuei Nyo roared, clearly unaccustomed to this style of combat, but once the command was given, it had no choice but to obey. A pair of horns charged straight toward the evil spirit dragon. Boom! Empowered by the buff, it collided with the oncoming evil spirit ghost dragon, sending it flying. As fellow super-powered spiritual beasts, the evil spirit ghost dragon, without any enhancements, could not possibly match the Holy Kuei Ox in a direct confrontation. The evil spirit dragon was sent flying backward, its body covered in blood. However, before being knocked away, it bared its black teeth and bit the Holy Marked Qilin. However, due to its enhanced defense, the bite only managed to scratch the surface, and it healed completely within the next second. Below the arena, the spectators erupted into cheers. This was the first time anyone had gained the upper hand in battle. Impressive! So brave. Who is this general's subordinate? Check the roster, it's Tang Tianyu from the Superhuman Division. I know him. He's in the same dorm as Lin Yan. Geniuses really do attract each other. That's it, finish him off. Although he couldn't see outside, Tang Tianyu could already imagine the praise everyone was heaping on him. One more time, charge. Tang Tianyu excitedly commanded the Holy Kuei Nyo to charge again. Across the field. This time, the smirk on Kitano's face turned into a look of contempt. The translator recalled the mechanical Dragon Country language. Fool. Tang Tianyu's face darkened. This little Japanese brat had lost and still dared to look down on him like this. Sacred Kuei Ox, power enhancement, tenfold boost. A massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from Tang Tianyu's body. This time, the Holy Kuei Nyo's body grew even larger, its 2 horns curling downward, shimmering with an odd glow. Wait to be crushed into mincemeat. However, the next words from Kitano made Tang Tianyu's heart grow cold. Evil Spirit Ghost Dragon, enhanced strength, enhanced speed, enhanced spirit, enhanced defense. 4 consecutive buffs identical to Tang Tianyu's were injected into the Evil Spirit Ghost Dragon. Chapter 172, Tenfold Enhancement. The evil spirit ghost dragon's body suddenly grew larger, now matching the holy Kuei Nyo in size, and even slightly larger. Sharp, jagged fangs emerged from its mouth, lunging toward the sacred pattern Chinox. The next second, the two spiritual beasts collided. Unlike before, the evil spirit dragon did not get knocked away but instead wrapped itself around the sacred pattern Qilin, baring its fangs and biting down. The sacred pattern Qilin was immobilized by the massive body of the dragon. Blood spurted from its neck, and agonized screams echoed through the air. How is this possible? How could this happen? Tang Tianyu stared in disbelief at the scene. Why could Baiden replicate his own buff skill? And the effect was far superior to his own. Admit your foolishness now? Baida looked at Tang Tianyu and said, "Did you think that since I didn't use an active skill to harm you, I couldn't replicate your skill?" Tang Tianyu's expression darkened, waiting for him to continue. "Your spirit beast was injured just now, wasn't it?" Kitano explained patiently. These things weren't secrets, anyone who observed carefully could notice them. Even though it was only a drop of blood, it was enough. That's when it happened. Tang Tianyu recalled the moment when the holy Kuei Nyo had knocked the evil spirit ghost dragon flying, and the evil spirit ghost dragon had taken the opportunity to bite it. He had thought it was just a harmless resistance, and the wound would heal instantly, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now it was clear that once the evil spirit ghost dragon absorbed the blood of a spirit beast, it could replicate the spirit beast's abilities. We've lost. A sense of despair welled up in Tang Tianyu's heart. He had lost so completely that he couldn't find any way to win. Kitano didn't look at Tang Tianyu anymore. In his eyes, he was already a loser. In Japan, despising the weak and worshipping the strong was a prevailing social norm. Power enhancement, tenfold increase. Kitano ordered casually. The evil spirit dragon, which had just absorbed fresh blood, suddenly grew in size, and its strength was boosted tenfold. It's over. The evil spirit dragon coiled around the sacred pattern Qilin, its immense strength nearly severing it in two. I surrender. Tang Tianyu voluntarily stepped off the stage. The gap was too great, he couldn't bear to see the sacred Kuei Nyo suffer any longer. A flash of light, and the holy Kuei Nyo was recalled into the beast control space. His figure appeared in the arena hall, dejected as he walked down. Looking up at the spectator stands, he could see the expressions on everyone's faces shift from anticipation to disappointment. It felt like an ice pick piercing Tang Tianyu's heart. It's okay. Lin Yan patted Tang Tianyu on the shoulder as he walked down, offering comfort. Tang Tianyu shook his head, closed his eyes, and said nothing more. The Tang family mansion in the capital. You little brat. The teacup that had just been brought in was smashed on the ground again. Old Master Tang, leaning on his cane, was about to smash the TV, his beard standing on end. He actually admitted defeat. He has brought shame upon the Tang family. He gave up before the final moment. Who taught him that? Can't even pass the first round, and you still have the nerve to call yourself the prodigy of the Tang family? You're a good for nothing. The sons standing by felt embarrassed. If Tang Tianyu was a good for nothing, then their descendants would be trash. Tang Shan hurriedly poured another cup of tea and comforted him. Father, we can't blame Tianyu entirely. That little Japanese guy is indeed formidable. I just checked. This guy is named Kitano, the second in command of the Japanese team, right below that Yamamoto Juni. They switched the order of their appearances to secure a consecutive victory and boost morale. After hearing Tang Shan's explanation, Old Master Tang's expression finally softened slightly. He leaned on his cane and left. I'm not watching anymore. It's infuriating. Call me when Lin Yan takes the stage. Next. Kitano Tan swept his gaze around the room and shouted again. In the preparation area on the Japanese side, Yamamoto Juni closed his eyes, seemingly asleep. The others were yawning listlessly, all feeling that they had no chance of appearing. The Dragon Country people are still as weak as ever. With such a large population and vast territory, they're perfect for enslavement. Look at the spectator area over there. The women of the Dragon Nation are so beautiful. If we win big this time, we can use some harsh measures to force them, and the Dragon Nation won't hold it against us, right? Hee hee, of course. The victors enjoy privileges. I want the one in the cheerleader outfit. She's so cute. On the other side, the Dragon Nation's preparation zone. Yang Lang, who was about to take the stage, suddenly felt his legs go weak. He looked at Lin Yan with a bitter expression. Yengu, maybe I should just give up. That little Japanese guy is too tough. Just send you to take care of him. Lin Yan stopped him, pointing at the crowd watching the match. See them? Yang Lang froze. What? You should know how much these people are counting on us. Lin Yan said solemnly. You can lose, you can be defeated badly, but you must never back down or show cowardice. Knowing you can't win yet still fighting to the death, that's not foolishness. That's the bloodline of the people of the Dragon Nation. Even if your limbs are broken and your teeth are shattered, you must spit blood in their faces. Yang Lang took a deep breath, his eyes growing determined. I understand, Yen Gu. I'll fight him to the end. Besides, there's always the option to quit. If it comes down to it, I'll just admit defeat. Lin Yan raised his thumb. Good for you, go. Yang Lang took heavy steps toward the stage. The second and third year students also reported the outcomes of their matches. On the two stages, there were wins and losses, but overall, there were more losses than wins. The final outcome depended on the combined results of all three stages. If the second and third years lost all their matches, then even if the first year students won in the end, it would be of no use. Because overall, the Japanese team was still winning. The situation doesn't look good. Zhao Dinghua sighed deeply. The sophomore and junior platforms are at a disadvantage, and the freshman platform has actually lost all its matches. Not looking good? Su Shengtian looked at the big screen. I think it's okay. At worst, we'll end up in a draw. A draw? Zhao Dinghua perked up. What do you mean? Su Shengtian pointed to three stages. Freshmen won, sophomores lost, juniors tied. Zhao Dinghua was taken aback. Given the current situation, could the first-year team actually win in the end? The principal actually holds Lin Yan in such high regard? The second year losing was unexpected, but as for the third year, Zhao Dinghua looked at Lei Ming, who hadn't taken the stage yet in the third-year preparation area, and understood. Indeed, as long as Lei Ming, the student council president, could secure a draw, and Lin Yan defeated Yamamoto Juni, then this international competition would not be considered a loss. But could Lin Yan agree to face Yamamoto Juni? Zhao Dinghua couldn't help but raise a big question mark in his mind. This North Wildfield was already so formidable, and the strength he had demonstrated so far was far superior to that of previous first-year student representatives. How much stronger must the even more powerful Yamamoto Juni be? The signal for the match to begin sounded. Yang Lang entered the arena battlefield. Chapter 173, beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Inside the arena battlefield. Having already defeated 6 opponents in a row, Kitano looked at Yang Lang in front of him and suddenly smiled. Hey, your legs seem to be trembling. Yang Lang glanced at his hands and feet and realized they were indeed trembling slightly. Though he had heard those words, he had mustered his courage, but the fear within him couldn't be suppressed. There were so many people watching him outside. You're not going to wet yourself, are you? Pathetic dragon countryman. Do you need some time to change your pants? Kitano said casually. Yang Lang knew he was mocking him on purpose, so he smiled and said, I heard that Japanese people wear something like diapers inside their pants. Is that to deal with getting scared to pee at any moment? Why don't you take off your pants and let your old man take a look to see if you've peed? Kitano's smile faded, turning icy. You're asking for death. Yang Lang clenched his teeth, his spiritual energy surging. Grandpa, I'm here to die. A brutal, scorching aura rose, and the lava-covered rhinoceros's nostrils belched white smoke as it charged furiously toward Beida. Beida waved his hand, repeating his previous move, and the evil spirit dragon directly charged forward. As long as he could steal the lava rhinoceros's blood, he could replicate its abilities. The two spiritual beasts collided. The evil spirit dragon bit down, but the nearly 1,000-degree heat caused it to retreat slightly. Hee. My lava-covered rhino isn't just covered in magma, it's flowing through its veins too. Yang Lang watched North Wildfield frown and flipped him off. Come on, I won't use any skills. If you're so tough, make your pathetic snake bleed magma too. The two spirit beasts engaged in a fierce melee, relying solely on physical combat. However, Kitano was of a higher realm, at Golden Rank 1, while the evil spirit ghost dragon was at level 21. Yang Lang, on the other hand, was only at the silver 7th rank, and his lava giant rhinoceros was at level 17. The difference in cultivation levels meant that even in close combat, the lava giant rhinoceros quickly found itself at a disadvantage. However, upon seeing this, Yang Lang couldn't help but laugh. Earlier, all those people combined didn't deal as much damage as I did alone. The lava giant rhino's innate attributes caused the evil spirit ghost dragon no end of trouble. If they kept this up, they might be able to drain nearly 40% of the evil spirit ghost dragon's health. In that case, even if we lose, no one would dare to say anything. No time to mess around with you. The translator's cold, mechanical voice rang out as a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Kitano's body. The next second, the evil spirit dragon, which had been locked in combat with the lava giant rhinoceros, quickly retreated and then transformed into a lava giant rhinoceros itself. The only difference was, the lava-covered giant rhinoceros created by the evil spirit dragon was larger in size and hotter in temperature. Yang Lang was speechless. Is that your skill? Kitano narrowed his eyes. What a fitting name. Endless Fire Domain. Taking the initiative, towering pillars of fire rose into the sky, carrying scorching lava toward Yang Lang and his lava giant rhinoceros. The light in the arena flashed repeatedly. Yang Lang was directly knocked off the battlefield, and the lava rhino, severely injured, returned to the beast taming space. Kitano stepped out from the other side, spreading his arms wide. Without him saying a word, the many foreign students in the spectator seats erupted into cheers. Next. It's my turn. The freshman representative from Arctic University was named Qian Duo. He had a scholarly demeanor and rarely showed his emotions, but now his face was filled with sorrow. Given the overwhelming strength demonstrated by Kitano, he was clearly stronger than him. Take care. Shi Yuan, the freshman representative from Zhuke University, quietly comforted him. The two began to fight. As the representative of a prestigious university, his performance was naturally better than Yang Lang's. He did not resort to close-range combat without using any skills. Instead, he used a series of small skills that could be released consecutively, attempting to outmatch his opponent in accuracy. Both sides exchanged blows, with various small skills being released frequently. However, in the end, he was defeated due to the difference in their skill levels. Since Kitano's cultivation level was slightly higher, even though their skill accuracy was nearly identical, the outcome was decided. I lost. Seeing that his contract spirit beast's health was nearly depleted, Qian Duo immediately chose to concede defeat. I'll take it. Watching Qian Duo walk down, Shi Yuan, the freshman representative of Zhuke University, approached the stage with a resolute expression. Both sides were in perfect sync, with no unnecessary words exchanged, and the battle began immediately. Shi Yuan didn't harbor any hopes of winning and chose the same fighting style as Qian Duo. He was quickly defeated. At this point, the first competitor from the Japanese team had consecutively defeated 9 members of the Dragon Nation team. If they could defeat the final competitor, they would achieve a clean sweep. In the control room, the director angrily ripped off his headphones and slammed them on the table. What the hell is this? If this airs, the entire nation will be tearing me apart. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Such a record was indeed shameful. If they lose 10 games in a row, they dared not imagine the public outcry that would follow. Director, should we cancel the broadcast? Someone asked cautiously. The director stared at the last figure in the preparation zone on the screen inside. Forget it, we've come this far. Let's just air it. Let's hope it doesn't get completely shut down. The spectator seats. The atmosphere was deathly silent, with some people already angrily throwing popcorn and leaving. Some couldn't take it anymore and rushed over to the Japanese exchange students, getting into a fight. Fortunately, security intervened in time. Otherwise, it might have escalated into an international incident. How could they fight like that? Aren't they all geniuses from the school? Is this the best they can do? With so many of you attacking one person, you couldn't even take him down? What a disgrace. Without our Chinching University joining in, the 3 of you schools really aren't much, are you? That's right. It's all because of Lin Yan. He used underhanded tactics to get our Chinching University disqualified from this competition. Otherwise, the outcome wouldn't have been like this. In my opinion, the Japanese team is sure to win this time. By this point, even those who had been confident in Lin Yan began to doubt themselves. Kitano's performance was simply too overwhelming, sweeping away 9 Dragon Country competitors like autumn winds clearing fallen leaves. Even the representatives of 2 prestigious universities couldn't hold out for more than a few rounds. Lin Yan was indeed strong, but could he really hold his own against the ferocious Kitano? The last one. Kitano stood on the stage, looking down at Lin Yan with a challenging gaze. He had already anticipated the treatment he would receive upon returning home after defeating the Dragon Country people. He would go down in history. He would become a hero of the Great Eastern Empire. Lin Yan glanced at him and silently made his way toward the stage. So many had already fallen, and he felt a burning anger within him. At this point, empty words were meaningless. He had to defeat Kitano hard and reclaim this honor. Wait a moment. Tang Tianyu clenched his teeth and said from behind. Lin Yan, I have a request. Lin Yan paused. What? 9 people gathered around, their eyes pleading, speaking in unison. Beat him so badly his own mother 1T recognize him. Chapter 174, The Tide Turns. Don't worry. Lin Yan agreed to the simple request. Having won 9 consecutive matches, Kitano's desire to win was even stronger than Lin Yan's at this point. He wouldn't give up easily, and this gave Lin Yan the perfect opportunity. An opportunity to give him a sound beating. At that moment, the spectators in the stands all looked eagerly at Lin Yan, but none of them spoke. They weren't sure if Lin Yan could win either. If he lost, those who had been cheering for Lin Yan would become the laughingstock. Xiao Duo, holding a handheld flower, was the first to stand up and shout. Lin Yan, go for it. Lin Yan turned around and waved at her. Behind her, Tang Qiner, dressed in a cheerleader outfit, also stood up unwilling to be outdone, just about to perform a cheerleading routine for Lin Yan. At that moment, Fan Shuiying walked over and whispered. Excuse me, can I borrow that for a moment? Tang Qiner looked at the 2 flower balls in her hands, hesitated for a moment, and handed one to Fan Shuiying. Thanks. Fan Shuiying took one of the flower balls and immediately began waving it while shouting. Lin Yan, go for it. You have to win. Tang Qiner widened her eyes. She was holding my things and cheering for my older brother? Lin Yan, go for it. The shouts from the spectators were drowned out by the noise on the stage. Once he stepped onto the stage, he couldn't wait to enter the battlefield. His swift movements left Kitano Tada momentarily stunned. He too entered the battlefield. Mirror Lake. Lin Yan walked across the clear, calm lake surface, with black holes beside him constantly spewing out insect soldiers. A flash of light appeared before him, and Kitano looked at the insect soldiers surrounding Lin Yan, slightly taken aback. Although he had heard from Tojo Ichiro about this strongest opponent's background, but seeing it with his own eyes, Kitano was still deeply shocked. Is this guy really a beast tamer? You're Lin Yan? In the final match, Kitano felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Lin Yan ignored him, staring at the countdown sign above the battlefield, silently counting in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Attack! Instantly, the insect soldiers, having received the command, moved, and the preset formation took shape in an instant. The 5-Army Slayer formation. This formation had extremely stringent requirements. The number of insect soldiers must not be less than 50,000, and the terrain must be flat, wide open, and free of any obstructions, allowing for the deployment of such a vast number of insect soldiers. The terrain of Mirror Lake was as flat as a line, stretching endlessly into the distance, perfectly meeting these conditions. 10,000 insect soldiers. This would allow the full power of the formation to be unleashed. 4 types of insect soldiers coordinated their movements, providing mutual cover as they surged forward toward Bayishan. The sheer scale of the assault caused the surface of Mirror Lake to tremble slightly, creating ripples. Humph. Seeing that Lin Yan didn't take him seriously, Baiita immediately commanded the evil spirit ghost dragon to charge forward. He intended to teach this impolite dragon nation man a harsh lesson. In the face of the insect tide formed by 10,000 insect soldiers, the evil spirit ghost dragon was instantly engulfed. A sly smile appeared on Kitano's face. He had already seen Lin Yan release his skill. If he could replicate it, he would have an enhanced version of the skill, and victory in this battle would be his. Countless skills were unleashed, leaving the evil spirit dragon covered in wounds. However, he still swallowed the nearest Titan giant ant. The Titan ant's genes were imprinted into the evil spirit ghost dragon's genetic code, extracting the skill and synchronizing it with Kitano. Success! Kitano looked at the copied skill and furrowed his brows. Why is it so weak? A sense of foreboding rose in his heart, and he hurriedly controlled the evil spirit dragon to swallow a 1,000-foot mantis. After replicating the skills of the Chenrun mantis, North Wildfield's face darkened so much it seemed like water was about to drip from it. How is this possible? Such a weak skill, how did he become the strongest? The evil spirit dragon, trapped in the swarm of insects, let out a piercing scream. Skill damage poured in from all directions, overwhelming the evil spirit dragon, which could do nothing but turn to Kitano in desperation. Kitano was panicking. The copied skills were useless. What if the evil spirit dragon transforms? Turn into such a worthless insect? He had one such insect, but Lin Yan had 10,000. How could he fight them? Now he understood. Although Lin Yan's skills were weak, he had so many insect soldiers. 1 attack per insect means 10,000 attacks. Attacks at this frequency. Just thinking about it made Kitano's scalp tingle. The blood of the evil spirit dragon was already nearing the point of defeat. No, I absolutely cannot lose. Kitano reached into his pocket, where he found a pill, his last resort. He quietly swallowed the pill. Instantly, a vast surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. The evil spirit dragon suddenly transformed, and all the skills it had previously copied began to awaken one after another. Steel cutting instant strike. Power enhancement, speed enhancement, mental enhancement, defense enhancement. Cloud shadow wave. Endless fire domain. Kanglan swamp. Baolong quan. Various skills were unleashed, instantly killing numerous insect soldiers. Victory is mine, mine. The pill entered his stomach, and a surge of heat spread throughout his body. At this moment, Kitano felt more confident than ever before. Not only the Dragon Nation man before him, but even Yamamoto Juni, he dared to face him in battle now. Lin Yan coldly watched him. The evil spirit dragon trapped in the array was like a young beast trapped in a swamp. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Soon, the insect soldiers advanced in an orderly fashion, unleashing another barrage of skills. The evil spirit dragon was severely wounded. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free from the invisible net. Roar! The evil spirit dragon struggled, but the insect soldiers closing in from all directions grew ever more numerous. What's going on? The scene before him was beyond Kitano's comprehension. How could these weak insects, when combined, become so powerful? Just as he was about to react, several Titan ants charged toward him, spraying sticky fluid from their mouthparts, instantly knocking him to the ground. This is against the rules. Let me go. Kitano roared as several Titan ants continued to trample him. Lin Yan watched coldly. He had promised Tang Tianyu and the others to beat up Kitano, and he meant to keep his word. At that moment, the blood demon dragon's health was nearly depleted, triggering a forced exit. A beam of light enveloped the battered and disheveled Kitano, who retreated from the battlefield and returned to the arena hall. The arena hall fell deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, staring wide-eyed at the scene. The Japanese exchange students were at a loss, their flags dropping to the ground. Kitano has lost. The Dragon Country spectators swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on the figure appearing on the other side of the ring. Lin Yan exhaled, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Next. Chapter 175, Blackwood, blinded by rage. Next. Lin Yan's voice was like a loud slap, striking the faces of Kitano and the Japanese exchange students. It also ignited the crowd. A deafening roar erupted as all the Dragon Country spectators rose to their feet and cheered. This victory came at just the right time. It swept away the gloom that had settled in their hearts after 9 consecutive losses. Impressive. Only the god of words could do it. What's the matter? Why aren't you cheering? It's our turn now. Next. You like to dance, don't you? Wait until Lin Yan wins 10 straight matches, then we'll see if you dare to dance. Who's next? Hurry up and come get beaten. Guys, I'll count to 3. Yen Gu is amazing. Yen Gu is amazing. After Lin Yan swiftly defeated Kitano, the situation in the audience turned upside down. The crowd mocked the Japanese exchange students. Meanwhile, in the Japanese team's preparation area, team leader Tojo Ichiro's expression was inscrutable. He hadn't expected that even after taking the pills, Kitano wasn't a match for Lin Yan. Then, among his team, only Yamamoto Juni might be able to defeat him. The rest of them likely didn't even have a chance to put up a fight. Mr. Dong, it's your turn. At the back of the crowd, Dong-san's face had turned pale, and he was trembling with fear. Tojo Ichiro, seeing this, shouted angrily. As an Imperial Beast Warrior, what are you doing? Hurry up and face him. Kill as many of his spirit beasts as you can. That is your mission. Dong-sang nodded. It seemed that not only he, but even the team leader believed he had no chance of winning. Well, as cannon fodder, he might as well go out with a bang. Tozo stepped onto the stage, bowed to Lin Yan according to etiquette. Lin sang, please guide me. Begin. Lin Yan nodded and immediately entered the battlefield. Dong Sang watched the figure disappear before him and pursed his lips. How rude. Pressing the button, Dong Sang also entered the stage battlefield. Looking at the vast expanse of sky and sea, he couldn't help but exclaim. The Dragon Kingdom's arena is truly magnificent. It's more beautiful than Japan's and much larger as well. As he marveled, the countdown to the start of the match came to an end. Dong Sang took a deep breath and summoned his spirit beast. Come out, Snow Mountain Ice Fox. A pure white fox appeared before him. Please teach me. Dong Sang raised his head, but before he could finish speaking, he saw a wave of beasts charging toward him. The next second, countless skills came flying toward him, their overwhelming momentum blocking out the sky. Dong Sang momentarily forgot all his combat techniques and couldn't even muster a single counterattack. The Snow Mountain Ice Fox's health was plummeting. This is bad. By the time Dong Sang snapped back to his senses, it was already too late. A blinding white light flashed before his eyes. By the time he could make out the scene before him, he had already retreated from the battlefield and appeared in the hall. Dong Sang looked around in confusion. In the stands, the Dragon Country spectators were celebrating and cheering enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the Japanese exchange students had removed the cloth strips from their heads and fallen into silence. Looking toward the preparation area, Mr. Tojo's eyes were filled with anger, while the others mocked him. I lost? Dong Sang was doubting himself, wondering if he had even put up a decent fight before losing. He walked off the stage with a bitter expression. Behind him, his opponent's triumphant voice echoed through the hall. Next. Dong Sang couldn't help but glance back, feeling envious. Dong Sang, did you not wake up properly? In the preparation area, Kuroki mocked him. As the weakest member of the team, coupled with his personality, Dong Sang was always subjected to verbal abuse from others. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Haimo snorted coldly, a worthless person should just leave. You're dragging us down too. Don't be too harsh, Kitano said coldly. You're next. I hope you perform better than Dong Sang. Haimo deliberately bumped into Dong Sang and walked toward the stage. Of course I will. Watch me. He stepped onto the stage. Haimo sized up Lin Yan and spoke. Hey, you from Longhua, your victory ends here. This time, Lin Yan didn't even glance at him and immediately entered the battlefield. Haimo sneered, you'll be begging for mercy on your knees soon. The two entered the battlefield. Haimo immediately summoned his spirit beast. Come out, morning holy chicken. A massive divine chicken bathed in holy light stood proudly before Haimo. Your spirit beasts are all insects, aren't they? Well, my spirit beast is a chicken. Chickens eat insects. They're specifically designed to counter you. If you surrender now, I'll let you go out with dignity. Lin Yan stood with his hands in his pockets, staring at him as if he were a cute little creature. The countdown ended in an instant. Haimo suddenly moved. I won to be as foolish as Dong Sang, waiting around like a little cutie. Dawn's cry. A massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. The dawn-crowing holy chicken raised its proud head, ready to unleash its skill. At that moment, a swarm of moths flapped their wings and flew over, emitting strange ripples. Heimu looked up in confusion, gazing at the dawn-calling holy rooster. The dawn-calling holy chicken remained motionless, as if frozen in place. The next second, just like the scene he had witnessed earlier of Dong Sang's battle, countless skill-based wind blades swept toward him. Heimu panicked and channeled more spiritual energy into the Sichen holy chicken. Move! Move! But all the spiritual energy vanished into thin air, and the Sichen holy chicken stood there motionless, exposing its vulnerable parts to the enemy. Countless wind blades swept toward it. One after another, blood blossoms erupted before the blackwood, resembling flowers from hell, causing its health to plummet rapidly. A blinding white light flashed before his eyes. At that moment, only one thought filled Heimu's mind. He had lost. He had ended up just like Dong Sang, that worthless fool unable to even put up a fight, defeated so easily. He stood on the stage, severely injured, unable to unleash a single skill. The sacred chicken of the morning sun lay motionless in the beast taming space. Below the stage, the people of Longwa cheered and celebrated wildly in a language he couldn't understand. Blackwood's face burned with shame, and a sense of humiliation filled his entire body. This was a global live broadcast. Right now, there must be countless people thinking he was a clown. That good-for-nothing Dong Sang must also think I'm just as much trash as he is. Heimu raised his head and glared angrily at Lin Yan in the distance. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. Driven by anger, he charged toward Lin Yan without hesitation. At that moment, he didn't care about the implications for the two countries or what others thought. He just wanted to vent the anger in his heart. He wanted to beat the instigator senseless. Lin Yan watched as Heimu charged toward him, furrowing his brows slightly. He assumed a fighting stance, waited for the right moment, and landed a punch squarely on Heimu's face. Blood mixed with teeth flew out. Heimu crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 176, Mockery at its peak. This vicious attack by the loser on the winner quickly came to an end. Or rather, it didn't even qualify as a mutual fight. In the eyes of everyone present, including the cameras with their long lenses, Heimu charged forward in anger and was knocked down with a single punch by Lin Yan. Just like on the battlefield. He didn't even have a chance to fight back before he fell. He got back up, his right cheek swollen, ready to attack again. At that moment, the security guards responsible for maintaining order in the hall arrived. They grabbed Blackwood on either side and escorted him out of the hall. The two security guards were also familiar to Lin Yan. They were part of the school's security team, dressed in black. They gave Lin Yan a discreet signal, indicating that he should relax. Lin Yan understood a little, and looked at Heimu with sympathy. Those waiting for him downstairs might be a power-drained body camera and a fully charged electric baton. There was no need for Lin Yan to speak. The audience had already begun to chant. Next! Next! The remaining members of the Dongyuan team were under immense pressure. The second-ranked Kitano had lost, and the arrogant Kuroki had also been defeated. They hadn't even fought in an offline boxing match. These guys were just there to take a beating. Another Japanese fighter stepped onto the ring. Like the previous two, he didn't last a single round before being forced to withdraw due to the severe injuries inflicted by the spirit beast. Next! Next! The once arrogant slogans of Kitano were now being chanted by the enraged Dragon Nation audience. Preparation area. Kitano now regretted having uttered those three words. Now that the Dragon Country people had turned them against him, the mockery was at its peak. Tojo Ichiro sighed. Everyone just go up on stage in order. He no longer even harbored the hope that they could wear down Lin Yan. Yamamoto. Tojo Ichiro looked at Yamamoto Juni, who had been closing his eyes to rest. Get ready. You'll be needed on stage. Yamamoto Juzo remained with his eyes closed, letting out a soft laugh. Understood. Don't worry. Victory will ultimately be ours. How are the other two teams faring? Tojo Ichiro glanced at the second-year and third-year battle arenas. Currently, we have a significant advantage on the second-year stage. As for the third-year stage, the Dragon Nation team is temporarily leading. If this continues, we have a very good chance of winning. Vice Principal Zhao Dingguo looked at the current situation, which was looking very promising. Although the first-year team only had Lin Yan left, he should have no trouble taking them all down alone. He hadn't expected this. Lin Yan had actually entered the Golden Realm, with strength bordering on the abnormal. Even Kitano, who possessed an invincible aura, was easily defeated. The remaining few Japanese competitors couldn't even last a single round against him. This is truly terrifying. It's still early. Principal Su Shengtian pointed at the third-year stage. That Yamamoto Juni, I can't quite figure him out, and the more I watch, the more terrifying he seems. There's a hint of legendary bloodline in him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dingguo, however, wasn't as worried. What's so special about a legendary bloodline? There's a second-year student named Lu Jia, do you remember him? Su Shengtian thought for a moment. Is that the Lu family's young man? Xiao Dinghua clapped his hands and laughed. Exactly. After his spirit beast was killed by Lin Yan, he unexpectedly awakened an S-rank talent. The Lu family holds him in high regard and invested a lot of resources to find him a spirit beast with legendary tier bloodline as well. But guess what happened? Su Xingtian frowned at him. When did you learn to tease like this? Zhao Dinghua leaned in close and whispered. That spirit beast with legendary grade bloodline hasn't even emerged from the private arena with Lu Jie. Su Shengtian was taken aback. Dead? Zhao Dinghua shook his head. The person didn't come out, so they must be dead, but we can't say that publicly. Speaking of which, Lu Jie deserves what he got. He tried to kill Lin Yan multiple times. Even I couldn't tolerate that. So you see, what is so special about that so-called legendary tier spirit beast? Lin Yan isn't afraid of it at all. I even feel now that Yamamoto Juni isn't as strong as he seems. He's no match for Lin Yan. Su Xingtian fell silent for a moment, staring at Yamamoto Juni, who was still meditating with his eyes closed in the preparation zone. This man has a reputation to uphold, he's certainly no pushover. And the scent of his legendary tier bloodline is growing stronger and stronger. It might even be pure-blooded. Zhao Dinghua suddenly turned around, staring at Su Shengtian in disbelief. Pure-blooded legendary tier bloodline? How is that possible? Su Shengtian shook his head. I'm just speculating. Once he fights Lin Yan, we'll know for sure. Next. The audience shouted in unison. This was already the umpteenth time. Anyway, none of them could last a single move against Lin Yan. Basically, within the final 10 seconds of the countdown, the outcome was decided. The audience was starting to feel a bit bored. Has Lin Shan activated sweep mode? I didn't even get a clear look at his opponent's spirit beast before it was over. Lin Shan is just too fast. What you're saying is pretty ambiguous. How dare you say that about my husband? I'm not done with you. We're not friends, you're a guy. What's wrong with being a guy? Shouting loudly, Lin Yan, my husband, go for it. The audience erupted into laughter, dispelling the earlier gloomy atmosphere. Only the area where the international students were sitting remained quiet. What should we do? They don't seem to be a match for Lin Yan. A first-year Japanese exchange student muttered gloomily. He was deeply disappointed. The renowned North Wildfield from his home country had actually lost. Compared to Yamamoto Juni. Although Katanoda's strength wasn't as powerful as his, he came from a common background, was good-looking, and had participated in many competitions. Except for a few matches against Yamamoto Juni where he lost, he had never been defeated. So, excluding Yamamoto Juni, the monster, Kitano was the perfect idol template. But such a powerful and handsome figure like Kitanoda was so easily defeated by a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Especially, the foreign students present all looked rather peculiar. They had spent a long time in Dragon Country and understood Lin Yan better. Compared to Kitano, Lin Yan came from a much more ordinary background. It was said that his parents were just ordinary people with no money, power, or influence, and he had been completely unknown before the martial arts exam. But now, he had transformed into a genius among geniuses. Most importantly, Lin Yan is also more handsome than Beida. Needless to say, after this international competition, the morally corrupt, love-struck girls in Japan will undoubtedly shower Lin Yan with adoration. Who knows? The origami cranes expressing their admiration might even fill an entire cargo ship and be sent to Longwa. What is there to fear? Sangben turned around and scolded everyone. Lord Yamamoto hasn't even made an appearance yet, and you already lack confidence in this nobleman? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. That's right, Lord Yamamoto hasn't even made his move yet. This nobleman must be able to stop Lin Yan.